Hello, this is my onboarding paperwork. In the hall labeled Black Tower office, Sukue handed over her qualification report. An hour earlier the testing center had called to inform her that the induction assessment was passed and she could come pick up the paperwork anytime. Sukue immediately changed out of her pajamas and took a taxi there. Her hair was slightly messy because she had been lying in bed scrolling through her light brain. The report was still warm when she received it and the bright red stamp accidentally smudged a little as she touched it. Sukue wiped the red off her thumb and handed the report over. Miss Lei Meng at the office entered the information and smiled. Congratulations, welcome to the Black Tower, dear. I always knew you'd pass. The test was just a necessary procedure. Dear, from today on you are also a member of the Black Tower. I always knew you would pass. The test was just a necessary procedure. She looked at Sukue with a hint of envy in her eyes. Dear, can you share the little secret of how you awakened as a guide? The girl in front of her was young and green with a shy smile on her still baby-fat face. She scratched her head. Sorry, Miss Lei Meng, I don't really know how I awakened either. When I woke up after sleeping, everything was different. My spiritual entity suddenly appeared and I was scared too. Well, not everyone can be as lucky as you. I believe you will become a guide one day too, Miss Lei Meng. Miss Lei Meng took the report, sealed it together with Sukue's other personal files and backed it up on the StarNet. Dual insurance. After confirmation, Sukue's identity on the StarNet was updated, simultaneously changing from unemployed to Luanswa Star Black Tower official employee level guide. She handed over the badge representing a level Black Tower guide and said a level guide can earn about 4000 contribution points per month after tax, with housing and 3 meals provided, weekends off and holiday benefits. Contribution points, not star coins. Dear, star coins are for ordinary people like us. You guides use contribution points, but you can exchange them for star coins if you wish. No, this is fine. I want contribution points. Who would have thought? In her previous life on Earth she struggled to become a civil servant, but after transmigrating, awakening a spiritual entity directly landed her a government job. She now had a stable job with weekends off. Miss Lei Meng was amused by her. The Black Tower office was always very leisurely and not just anyone could work there. Besides being excellent herself, her family had some background. Although she didn't understand why Sukue was happier hearing these irrelevant words than knowing she awakened as a guide. But she was infected by the joy. Her voice soft. I'll start work tomorrow, so today I'll go back and rest well. Also, you can take the badge to collect your work uniforms and restorative fluid. The Black Tower's requirements for level guides are not strict, you just need to complete 1 soothing session per day. Your introducer will arrange a suitable sentinel for you. If you exceed the required number, you'll get a raise. All this was written in the contract, which Sukue had read carefully. She thanked Miss Lei Meng for her kind explanation and invited her out to dinner when she was free. I've been so reliant on your care since I arrived, Miss Lei Meng. I'd like to treat you to dinner to celebrate my successful induction. Facing Sukue's big expectant eyes, Miss Lei Meng nodded immediately. Sure. Let's wait until you've settled into your work first. There's no rush. Finally Sukue asked a crucial question. What time do the meals start? Can I eat there today? Of course. Miss Lei Meng looked at her holding the badge as if it were a treasure and couldn't help recalling the background check results. A child born in a small clinic incubator whose genetic provider died in a Zerg invasion in their teens. Their planet turned into a hive, forced to wander to Luanswa Star, surviving on 120 relief coins a month. Hospitalized for food poisoning, just discharged a few days ago. Miss Lei Meng, who had never known hardship, softened. Looking at her thin shoulders, she said gently, your information has been entered into the Black Tower headquarters. Every Black Tower on every planet is open to you. Even if you lose the badge, it doesn't matter. As long as your genetic information remains, you can eat as much as you want. Sukue didn't think too much about it, she had only just arrived. She was simply happy that she could freeload dinner tonight. After saying goodbye to Miss Lei Meng, she exchanged the badge for 3 identical uniforms and the so-called restorative fluid, then carried everything cheerfully to her assigned dormitory. Employees who could work at the Black Tower, besides ordinary people like Miss Lei Meng with wealth and connections, also included a small number of guides. In the interstellar era, to resist humanity's common enemy, the Zerg evolution gave birth to sentinels with super combat abilities but prone to spiritual instability, and guides with high spiritual power but fragile bodies. Initial testing is usually done at birth from the incubation pod. Those who awaken as sentinels or guides on the first try are stronger. A second test occurs at adulthood and a minority awaken at this stage, but it's not unheard of. Sukue didn't fall into either category. Her case was special, she awakened through transmigration. But externally, including the Black Tower's test, she was considered an adult awakening. After all, it happened to coincide with the original owner's 22nd birthday. Interstellar people generally live longer, and 22 is considered adulthood. The original owner only lived to that age. She died from food poisoning caused by an expired nutrient fluid. When Sue Kuei opened her eyes, she didn't understand what was happening. She had no memories of the original owner, only felt extremely hungry. Then she turned her head and saw a sea anemone wriggling beside her head, scaring her so much she jumped up. Because she hadn't left the house for days, the landlord, fearing she'd die and make the apartment hard to rent, called the police. The police broke in and first saw Sue Kuei collapsed on the floor, then the sea anemone, her spiritual entity. They immediately looked shocked, packed Sue Kuei and the sea anemone into the hospital and called the Black Tower to report they'd found a wild guide. The Black Tower got a guide, the police got a reward, the landlord got a banner, and Sue Kuei got a golden rice bowl. Everyone had a bright future. The dormitory was a warm yellow building, soft and lovely compared to the transparent white quietness of the Black Tower, designed specially for precious guides. 1300. Sue Kuei read her apartment number. 1 elevator per floor, the entire 13th floor was hers alone. She held a bag with small miscellaneous items, all given free by the Black Tower. In addition to the uniforms, matching shoes, socks, hair ties and accessories, she also found a latest model light brain inside. It was the size of a watch, a custom edition with her name engraved on the back. Ding, the elevator opened. Sue Kuei stepped inside and let out a wow of amazement. This penthouse. Fully furnished and equipped. Welcome home, master. I am your house spirit. You can give me a cute name. My precious guide. A lively mechanical voice turned on the lights and fragrance and soothing music flowed from the living room. This. You call this an employee dormitory? So satisfying. Being a civil servant in the interstellar age is truly satisfying. Sue Kuei lay collapsed on a sofa large enough to roll around on while the house elf butler she had named Rice played the news for her. On March 23, 3137 of the Star Alliance, the Zerg attacked coordinates. Ida Star. Now Ida Star has become a Zerg nest and the original residents have been successfully evacuated. In the live news footage, the once beautiful Ida Star was now pitted and scarred. After the Zerg arrived, they devoured all the planet's vegetation, and after building their nests, the planet's original green color had turned into the grayish yellow of the nests. This was the planet where the original owner had lived. She was one of the few survivors who had been evacuated. The arrival of the Zerg has sounded the first battle of Star Alliance year 3137. Our energy cannons are aimed at the Zerg nest. This battle deploys 3528 rank Sentinels as Sentinels. The scene switched to the newest Star Alliance energy cannon, its muzzle charged and ready. Around it stood a group of tall, long-legged Sentinels in uniforms and hoods with cold and fierce auras. Their spirit beasts were mostly carnivores bearing fangs and looking ferocious. A murderous aura rushed toward the viewer, making one hold their breath. The live broadcast of the Zerg nest assault would run from start to finish, but Sue Kuei did not continue watching. She had to go back and pack her things. The original owner had rented a small house in the suburbs quite far from the Black Tower. Sue Kuei took a maglev train with the few remaining star coins and arrived an hour later, showing how remote it was. The area was a mix of good and bad. After leaving the city center, one could occasionally see ordinary people lying drunkenly on the ground. The original owner had rarely gone out during her time here. On the few necessary occasions she had wrapped her face and body tightly. The public order on Lunzer Star was decent, but the homeless in the old district were still like ticking time bombs. Apart from the usual division between the rich and the powerful, the additional distinction between sentinels and guides had further compressed the living space of ordinary people. Sue Kuei quickly averted her gaze and returned to the honeycomb-like residential area. The narrow corridor only allowed one person to pass, with identical doors on both sides. 13,125. This was the original owner's room number. 13th floor, room 125. The room, of about 10 or 20 square meters, was used to its maximum. Sue Kuei as a girl even felt cramped moving around inside. The rental had some daily necessities and a few clothes, all brought when she escaped. There were also some other items of the original owner. They were all worthless junk, but Sue Kuei didn't want to throw them away. The girl in the mirror looked very much like her, but was overly thin from hunger with pale lips. Thinking of her cause of death, Sue Kuei couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. It's okay. Once I enter the Black Tower, I'll have a secure job with $4,000 after tax every month. I can't spend it all on food and fun, I can still save some. She comforted herself in the mirror. The mirror with a chipped corner reflected her eyes, which had brightened with anticipation. After packing, she went to check out. The landlord smiled warmly at her, being exceptionally nice. After all, she was a guide, a big shot who would live in the Black Tower. Without any superfluous words, he directly returned all of Sue Kuei's deposit without deducting a single coin. A few days ago, Sue Kuei had heard him arguing with another tenant. When the tenant checked out, the landlord had gone inside and inspected for over an hour, finally claiming the tenant had dirted the wall and demanded compensation. The two argued fiercely, their voices so loud that neighbors came out to watch. Sue Kuei also heard it and opened her door to take a look, seeing the landlord's harsh face. Memory returned. Sue Kuei took the star coins and was about to leave when the landlord called out this. You see, you've been living here for quite a while. I'm a straightforward person with no bad intentions, maybe a bit blunt. I have a kid at home who's currently unemployed. Does your Black Tower have any openings? Price is negotiable. Sue Kuei hurried away. When she got home it was already evening. She went to the Black Tower's cafeteria for a meal. The ingredients were abundant and varied with no restrictions on quantity. Sue Kuei ate until she was completely full. For the first time since arriving she had a full meal. There were very few people in the cafeteria. Sue Kuei only saw a few and Miss Remy was not among them. She didn't know the others, so she finished her meal and returned to her room. But others recognized her. Is this the newly discovered wild guide? I heard she just awakened recently. What's her spirit beast? A sea anemone. Grade D. Grade D is a bit low. Indeed, not high. One person nodded and added, but she's a pure type. Pure type guides were rare in the entire Star Alliance. In past history, guides had always been subordinate to sentinels. But in recent years guides' awareness had awakened. They were no longer content to merely attach to and assist sentinels and had gradually developed into complex type guides who excelled in mental attacks with tricky and hard-to-defend methods. Even if the spirit beast was the softest rabbit, it would kick when cornered. Therefore their guide association was growing stronger. There was also a guide association on Lunzerstar. As soon as they discovered Sue Kuei, they contacted the Black Tower. After confirming that her sea anemone was a brainless pure type, they could only reluctantly give up on the idea of recruiting her. There was an agreement between the Guide Association and the Black Tower prioritizing the interests of the Star Alliance. Clearly Sue Kuei's abilities were more suitable for the Black Tower. Sue Kuei had also heard of this, but she thought the Black Tower was fine. It belonged to the national organization and didn't have too many restrictive rules. Moreover, if her abilities improved, the benefits would be even more generous. Sue Kuei had no grand ambitions. She didn't want to go to the battlefield or be an aggressive strong woman. Her life goal in her previous life was to pass the civil service exam. Now that she had achieved that goal, she just wanted to enjoy a comfortable life. The Black Tower employee dormitories and cafeteria were all in the same area, close enough to walk back. The news about the Zerg nest assault was still ongoing. Under the energy cannon attacks, only the outer structure of the nest was damaged. From inside, dense swarms of various bizarre-shaped insects poured out and the sentinels and their spirit beasts charged forward. Sue Kuei switched channels and didn't watch anymore. The Interstellar live broadcast was too realistic without any mosaic. Just now insect fluids had splattered onto the screen. A bit disgusting. She got ready for bed. She had to get her spirits up for her first day at work tomorrow. Although she had gone through 3 days of intensive training and passed the induction assessment at the testing center, it still felt a bit rushed. According to Miss Remy, it was because the number of guides was too small. On Lunzerstar alone, the Black Tower Sentinels' appointments were already booked 3 years in advance. The same was true for Black Towers on other planets. Now that a pure-type guide had finally appeared, they needed to get her on the job as soon as possible to calm down the agitated Sentinel. A pure-type guide with no aggression whatsoever. Even if she did a poor job, it didn't matter. She wouldn't break the Sentinels. A white blouse and a short skirt paired with small leather shoes and a pink hair tie. Sue Kuei tied a bow at the collar of her blouse, looking at herself from left to right in the mirror. Sentinels possess superhuman 5 senses, but because their senses are too acute, they easily collect massive amounts of information, leading to emotional fluctuations that cause spiritual berserk and even collapse. A sentinel who collapses and goes mad turns into a monster devoid of reason and emotion, one of the threats besides the insectoids. Hence the tower used for treatment is surrounded by white noise, so it is called the Black Tower. Without any causal connection, in order not to stimulate the sentinels on the brink of madness, the staff also wear clean bright colors and no other high decibel noise is allowed inside the Black Tower. The soft leather shoes made no sound when stepping on the floor. They would not tire one even after a whole day. Every guide has their own calming room with a uniform interior structure. Sue Kuei entered her own office for the first time, looking around curiously. Her eyes fell on a white desk not too large to create a sense of distance. A blanket was folded on the sofa nearby. The room temperature was constant and the walls could simulate various environments. Sue Kuei discovered this novel feature and pressed the buttons on the wall, repeatedly changing the ceiling from drizzling clouds to warm bright sunshine. She was so engrossed that she didn't notice the door slide open silently behind her. "Hello." The sudden male voice startled her. She turned and saw a young man with pale yellow, almost white hair. He wore a gray-blue uniform, was relatively slim, had large jet black eyes and soft cheeks. His round eyes looked at Su Kuei and his previously restless mood suddenly eased. The young man turned his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, did I scare you?" "I rang the doorbell." No. Su Kuei hadn't heard the bell, but she walked back to the desk, sat down properly, cleared her throat and said, "Please come in." She took the chance to check the worksheet. A name and basic information were already on it. It was indeed her patient. Su Kuei's eyes scanned and then stopped at one spot, unable to look away. "Miss Su Kuei, hello." The young man closed the door and sat obediently on the small stool opposite. His posture was straight and upright, a product of formal training. Su Kuei saw his team ranking. If the team ranking was too low, it would indeed be difficult to get an appointment. She put on the professional A-tooth smile after training. Name Laikisi Nihu. Gender male Sentinel. Rank A. Position Luanswa Star Guild 7 Days Team. Emotional volatility 98. The number was high. But no one who came here for treatment had a low number. Su Kuei poured a glass of water for him. The young man carefully took it. "Thank you." He looked not too bad, at least able to stabilize his emotions without showing any signs of alienation. Presumably this was why the introducer had sent him to Su Kuei. After all, it was her first time in actual combat. They had to find someone gentler to avoid giving her psychological trauma. Su Kuei had roughly studied this knowledge and knew that sentinels had strong endurance. Some seemed fine on the surface but might actually be on the verge of losing control. At this moment they could not be stimulated further. She also took a sip of water, her voice becoming softer and sweeter as if she were drinking honey instead of water. "Hello Laikisi," she said. The young man who was drinking water suddenly choked. Su Kuei was startled and quickly patted his back. Seeing his reddened ears turned away, she fell into doubt. What's wrong? Did she call him wrong? But the guide manual said exactly that. Addressing the other person intimately helps quickly build closeness for easier calibration. She quickly recalled his name. Was it the tone of her voice? She just spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. Was that really such a big reaction? "Sorry." After calming the choke, Laikisi quickly apologized, his eyes darting away. "Sorry, I haven't had much contact with guides." The redness spread from his ears all the way to his neck. Guides were already very rare, each one was especially precious. The treasures also held their status high. Even when performing spiritual calibration for sentinels, it was always the same routine procedure. Having become numb from work, a few guides would even show them bad attitudes. Laikisi had never received calibration before. This time, because his data was too high and his body couldn't control the alienation reaction, he was forced to come for treatment or else he could no longer go to the battlefield. The introducer said that a wild guide had just arrived here, not very proficient in the business, but the advantage was that she was a pure type without any aggression, and being a newcomer she had a friendly personality and still held great enthusiasm for work. So he came with a try-and-see attitude. When he saw Su Kuei, a subtle liking arose. He sniffed imperceptibly and smelled her pheromones. It smelled very good. Laikisi liked it, so he entered. But he didn't expect Su Kuei to come over and pour him water, and after pouring she didn't leave, standing above his ears and speaking, her voice so sweet. His ears were very sensitive, he could even feel the gentle breath surrounding him from her proximity. Her voice traveled along his eardrum like a feather, brushing his spine and bones, sending tingling sensations throughout his body, making him restless. He coughed twice, feeling a hand patting his back to help him catch his breath, becoming even more at a loss. "Miss Su Kuei, can we start the calibration?" "Yes, of course." Su Kuei put the initial awkwardness behind her and asked, "Do you want to do it here or on the Let him choose." Laikisi was a little surprised. He looked up at Su Kuei. A very green guide, miss, indeed her first time working. He said, "Can it be the sofa?" The sofa would be more comfortable for the guide. Su Kuei nodded, pulled a storybook from the bookshelf behind the sofa, sat upright not far from Laikisi, and then with some inexperience released her spiritual entity, a sea anemone. She looked at Laikisi with sparkling eyes. "Okay, I'm ready." "Laikisi, can you release your spiritual entity?" Laikisi looked at the sea anemone. The pink sea anemone, fully open, was only palm-sized. It floated silently in midair, its tentacles dangling softly. "Okay." He nodded and released his spiritual entity. Su Kuei's eyes widened in anticipation. Stared at by her, Laikisi somewhat shyly lowered his head. His spiritual entity appeared beside his leg, peeking at Su Kuei. It was much larger than expected, about 3 meters in size, with nearly white fur tinged with pale yellow, long, fluffy and soft, and a dark brown tip on its tail. A small head with large ears, long whiskers beside the mouth, and big watery eyes looking over warily. Su Kuei wanted to clutch her heart. A fennec fox. How adorable a fennec fox it was. When she saw the information column that said spiritual entity mutated fennec fox earlier, she already wanted to see one with her own eyes. Sukuei smiled and controlled her spiritual entity sea anemone to approach the fennec fox. Although it had mutated to be very large, it was still very cute. It was naturally alert and suspicious, but the harmless sea anemone had an irresistible attraction. Despite itself, it pounced. The sea anemone trembled, landed on the fennec fox, and the spiritual connection was established. Sukuei began to flip through the storybook and told a story. There are two methods to pacify a sentinel: spiritual bonding and physical bonding. Spiritual bonding involves both parties opening the barriers of their mental world, allowing the other to explore their spiritual landscape. Physical bonding is more intimate, and once formed it is difficult to sever. What Sukuei was doing now was the first step of spiritual bonding. Only by familiarizing both spiritual entities with each other could she enter the sentinel's spiritual landscape and locate the knot causing their alienation. The fennec fox pawed at the sea anemone, licking its center. The light-haired young man trembled slightly, a thin flush spreading across his face. Sukuei felt a bit strange too, but this was what she had learned, so she steadfastly continued reading the storybook, allowing Lix himself to gradually relax. Lix fell asleep at some point. The fennec fox curled its claws tightly around the sea anemone and also closed its eyes. So adorable. Sukuei crept over softly and crouched in front of the fennec fox. The fox's large ears twitched. It cracked an eye to look at her stretched, pulled the sea anemone closer, and turned over to continue sleeping. So cute. Small animals are just too adorable. In her previous life she never had the chance to observe a fennec fox this closely. Influenced by its owner, the sea anemone stretched its tentacles to wrap around the fox's head, rubbing its fluffy cranium. The little fox whined, disturbed from sleep, and Lix himself slowly woke up. He sat up and found a blanket draped over him. This sleep had been short but extremely peaceful, making up for the painful sleeplessness caused by his mental storm. For a moment he couldn't come back to his senses. He turned his head and saw the girl crouching in front of his spiritual entity, smiling as she said, "Did I wake you? Let's begin the bonding." Lix. He wondered if he had misheard his voice, hesitating. "You mean, bonding with me?" Sukuei nodded matter-of-factly. That was exactly what the guide manual said. When a sentinel's mental fluctuation exceeds 95, they lose control of the alienation reaction, their form infinitely approaching that of their spiritual entity. At that time a guide must locate the knot and soothe it, helping the sentinel fully recover. Sukuei had memorized it well. She assured, "Don't worry, I've studied bonding on my own too. It won't hurt." Lix was silent for a moment, then sighed, "I'm really lucky." "What?" "Nothing." Lix withdrew his lazy fennec fox and opened himself completely to Sukuei. His Adam's apple rolled his eyes, "Dark and beautiful, please go ahead, Miss Sukuei." Sukuei also retracted her sea anemone and walked over to him. To actually bond with a member of the opposite sex made her a little nervous too. She looked down into his eyes and after a moment said, "Could you close your eyes?" She couldn't proceed while he was staring at her like that. Lix obediently closed his eyes. Sukuei slowly leaned closer, their breaths mingled, foreheads touching. Bonding required deep penetration into the other's spiritual landscape for mental integration. Lix's spiritual landscape was a desert well suited to the fennec fox's habitat. As her spirit entered, ripples spread across the entire desert. Lix's breathing quickened, his fingers gripping the sofa. Following the textbook steps, Sukuei manipulated her spirit to delve deep until she found the knot. She controlled her spirit, carefully untangling the tangled knot like a ball of yarn. "It's done." Sukuei slowly pulled back. Lix's eyes were misted with a crystalline sheen. He felt his mental state better than ever before. Though the captain now looked human, his eyes remained the yellow vertical pupils of a crocodile. So he asked Sukuei to stay another month. Sukuei grew increasingly cheerful as the first patient went smoothly. It was just a pity she didn't actually get to touch the fennec fox. She hoped the sentinel would come back to her next time. Just as she was thinking this, Lix had already made the request, "May I bind with you as my long-term soothing partner?" Each guide could bind multiple sentinels as a drank. Sukuei had 2 slots. She also felt favorably toward Lix. His spiritual entity was adorable, he was emotionally stable, and their compatibility was high. Their first connection had been completed pleasurably. So after a second's hesitation she readily nodded okay. "Let me register." After registration a new line appeared on Lix's personal information guide, Sukuei. On Sukuei's work account his name appeared at the bottom, Sentinel Lix and I, who with an empty field beneath it. "See you next time." After seeing Lix off, Sukuei wiped her sweat, hummed a tune and prepared to leave work. The Black Tower's rule was that after each guide completed their daily quota they could do whatever they wanted with the remaining time. There were no strict working hours. So the entire afternoon belonged to Sukuei. She packed her things and went home, planning to have lunch in the cafeteria and then visit the nearest shopping mall. Although she was mentally tired, it was manageable. Pushing open the door to walk out, she heard a noisy commotion mixed with low suppressed beastly roars, the sounds muffled and indistinct. From deep in the corridor several people hurried over with large strides, pushing a huge metal cage in the middle that almost filled the entire hallway. Thanks to the Black Tower's consideration for Sentinel alienation reactions, the interior spaces were very spacious, otherwise it wouldn't have fit. The cage was square with only 2 breathing holes. Several Black Tower workers struggled together to turn the wheels. Nearby sentinels, seeing this, stepped in to help, pushing the cage past her direction. Inside, the sound of heavy objects banging against the metal was accompanied by thunderous roars. It seemed the creature had been muzzled, which was why the sound was muffled. The heavy metal cage shook back and forth. Sukuei looked over curiously, and at that moment the creature inside lifted its head. Yellow-green eyes stared straight at her through the breathing hole, its vertical pupils contracted to a thin line like a crocodile's eyes. Staring at her without moving, the hairs on Sukuei's arms stood on end. Others also noticed the sudden stillness inside the cage and followed its gaze to see Sukuei. The sentinels showed different expressions, especially after seeing her uniform and badge. This is... The elevator arrived and Sukuei looked away and left. After she left, the creature in the cage struggled violently again, nearly tipping the entire cage over. The other sentinels snapped back to attention. What do we do now? He's alienated so severely. Can we give him another shot of anesthetic to calm the captain down? Otherwise, even if we send him to the guide, no one would dare to soothe him. The Black Tower worker gave a bitter smile. No, we've already given him several shots. His mental state is already unstable. Another dose would really cause trouble. What about a soothing agent? Can we administer an additional one? We've tried all the soothing agents from every guide on Lenzuo Star's Black Tower. No effect. He is very resistant. Alas. He'll apply for one from another planet. That's all we can do for now. Sukuei deliberately took a detour to check on the office. Miss Lei Meng was absent today, replaced by another woman whom Sukuei did not recognize, so she did not approach. Instead, she passed through the backdoor staff passage and headed to the cafeteria. Lunch included fishball soup, tender, springy, and delicious. She recalled the predator's eyes she had glimpsed in the cage earlier. They were truly magnificent. Yet it seemed quite fierce, with a grade likely not low. She wondered what kind of guide could be powerful enough to pacify it. And facing a beast directly, that guide surely had remarkable courage. She finished every bit of food on her tray, then took the utensils to the cleaning area. Opening her light bracelet, she began checking the map. The Hay Tower was located in the city center within the second ring. Due to its special nature, a vast open area surrounded the tower. Even the nearest mall was a 20-minute walk away. Bored and still fascinated by maglev trains, Sukuei found the 20-minute ride not at all tedious. She bought a seasonal drink and set off leisurely. Rikishi Nihu left the soothing chamber and headed to the testing center. He felt that this soothing session had been remarkably effective, so he wanted to check his current mental fluctuation levels. Lately he had been unable to control his transformation. Before entering Sukuei's soothing chamber, the large ears of a fennec fox had involuntarily sprouted from atop his head. There's an ancient earth proverb: one should not harbor harmful intentions but must never lack a guard against harm. Sukuei nodded. In a cheerful mood, his steps became lighter. Upon entering, he encountered a few colleagues just coming out. They exchanged greetings. Although their spirit bodies drove them to view each other as prey, human reason still allowed them to coexist peacefully. Compared to Rikishi, these sentinels appeared far more dispirited. Not only were their statistics poor, but they were also losing control. Irritability and bloodlust crept into their brows and their transformed forms flickered repeatedly. Several had delicate scales emerging on their skin. The man at the center was powerfully built, nearly 2 meters tall, with pale skin, a listless expression, and a persistent gloom shrouding his brows. He raised his head and glanced at Rikishi, his pupils also constricted into taut lines. The Star Alliance had no army, only guilds. They were organized into various squads ranked by strength and contribution points. Each squad typically consisted of members specializing in land, sea, and air roles. The Kiri team, to which Rikishi belonged, ranked 7th overall, while the members before him were from the 5th-ranked Ibo team. After exchanging greetings, they prepared to part. But one sentinel extended his neck and sniffed, catching an indistinct sweet scent. His expression froze and he exchanged a glance with a comrade, halting his steps to investigate. Nihu, I heard you had a spiritual soothing session. Isn't it true that all the guides in our tower are fully booked? Which guide performed it for you? Your guide. She smells very nice. Rikishi replied, yes, I just had the session and am now going to check my fluctuation levels. The sentinels of the Ibo team exchanged glances and looked to their vice-captain in the middle. Heilin finally spoke. His surface showed no abnormality, but dark circles under his eyes betrayed fatigue and his voice was somewhat hoarse. No such scent has ever appeared in the Luanzhou Star Hay Tower. Has a new guide joined? The other sentinels exchanged knowing looks and squeezed out amicable smiles. They closed in on Rikishi, encircling him in a brotherly manner. "Hey, let's go with you to check things out." Rikishi's polite refusal was ignored, so he had to lead these sentinels back inside. The staff inside were surprised. "Didn't you just finish your tests?" "Ebo team member, we're accompanying him for a checkup." "Nihu, what were your previous stats?" All data was recorded at the testing center. Rikishi did not hide it. He sat under the scanning machine and answered 98. The technician said, "Yes, you were checked here this morning. You've completed the soothing session now. You look in good shape." The results came out quickly. The technician studied the report for a while, then compared it with the morning's data. "Rikishi, may I ask, is there a problem?" "No," the technician looked at him. "Are you sure the one who performed the soothing is the nude grade guide?" "You didn't go to the wrong person." She handed the report to Rikishi. 98 and 88, the gap was significant. The referral person had assigned Rikishi to Sukuei with the intention that since Sukuei's grade was low, she could first try on a less severe case. Even a 1 reduction would be a gain. After all, other guides could only reduce 35 percentage points per session. "Would you mind doing another test?" "We'll try a different machine," the staff suggested. Rikishi nodded. The second test was done and the result remained the same. The sentinels who followed remained silent. Rikishi thought for a moment. "Perhaps it's because she also bonded with me." "Bonded? Are you sure?" This time the question came from Heilin, one of the vice-captains of the Ebo team. "I'm sure." "Others, why? Did you know her before? Are you close?" Rikishi, "No, it was our first meeting." "Then did you give her a precious gift?" "What was it?" "No, on the contrary, she poured me a glass of water." At this everyone fell silent. The technician couldn't help muttering, "What kind of absurd luck is this? In all my time at Hightower, this is the first I've heard of a guide offering to bond with a stranger sentinel at first sight." "Yes, I am very lucky." Rikishi smiled as he held the report, not mentioning that the water came with a story too. "Is Nihu lying to us?" "That sounds way too miraculous." As they strode out of the testing center, one sentinel scratched his head, tail swishing behind him, still in disbelief. "Heilin will know if it's real by going to see for ourselves." They inquired and learned that a nude grade guide named Sukuei had indeed treated Rikishi Nihu that morning. Without stopping, Heilin's group tracked down Sukuei's soothing chamber, but the door was already locked with an electronic notice: "Today's sessions have ended. Please come back tomorrow." So they went back to the referral person. "Heilin, book me an appointment with Sukuei tomorrow." The referral person: "You are infinitely close to class. The level mismatch means even bonding might not be effective." Heilin: "A class worked, so I should too." Referral person: "A class? You mean Lord Nihu?" "Sukuei did treat him, but the report hasn't been sent back yet, so we can't confirm whether she can stabilize." "Sukuei did treat him, but the report hasn't been sent back yet, so we can't confirm whether she can soothe." A report arrived mid-sentence. The referral person glanced at it. What? It actually worked. A D-level guide. In the past, Hightower wouldn't even bother with them. But now, given the current circumstances, every guide is a rare species, and pure-type guides are even rarer, like giant pandas among rare species. When an introducer wanted to arrange a sentry, they first had to ask for the guide's opinion. Only after they agreed could the arrangement proceed. Before coming here, Rikishi had also asked Sukuei for her opinion, but she was easygoing and said, "You decide, anyone is fine." This time it was the same. When she heard that a certain gentleman insisted on having her treatment after learning about her morning results, Sukuei felt quite pleased inside. She agreed directly, then went back and read the guide manual once more, carefully memorizing every step and strictly implementing. It seemed today's results were good. As long as she continued like this and the sentries gave unanimous praise, she would definitely receive an excellent in the month-end evaluation, which would earn her a large sum of contribution points. Sukuei began to think about how to spend that money. Today she went to the mall just to browse and incidentally observe the world's situation and prices. There was a period when the trend of guide awakening was at its peak and everyone wore combat suits. As a result, the mall skirts and jewelry were slow-moving and prices still hadn't dropped back. She had just taken a liking to a bracelet that was not expensive and was 20 off. She thought she would buy it when she got paid, and it would look good layered with her optical computer watch. She ate well, slept well, and woke up in high spirits. Sukuei stepped on her little leather shoes and went to work. Before reaching her office, she saw a group of people standing at her door from afar. Each one was tall with long legs, their black uniforms perfectly outlining their figures. Their skin was uniformly cool-toned, like cold-blooded creatures gathering to bask in the sun. Sukuei glanced at them twice, then squeezed her way through the tall crowd, saying, "Excuse me, please move aside, thanks." The members of the EBO team looked down at the short one squeezing past. She was soft and harmless with delicate skin and tender flesh exuding a delicious fragrance. The faint sweet scent grew closer. Someone's gaze gradually lost focus, lips twitched and the tip of his tongue flickered faintly. He was promptly muffled by a nearby companion who gave a silent warning, behave. Don't scare the guide. The vice captain had already stated that anyone who frightened the guide would be thrown out. He quickly came to his senses, put on a stern face and remained expressionless. Watching the guide walk past right under their noses, her bouncing ponytail hopping like a grasshopper. The lizard-type sentries were enduring great hardship. They all turned their heads away, no longer looking directly but stole sideways glances. The atmosphere was oddly silent. Sue Kuei wondered what so many people were doing gathered here, since she only received one patient per day. Entering her office, she checked the appointment name, then hesitated and asked the tall man outside, "Which one of you is Hei Lin?" "I am." The one in the very center stepped out. The others made way. Sue Kuei stepped back and looked up. He leaned down. His hair and eyes were pure black, reflecting a riot of colors at certain angles. Spiritual entity, mutated scorpion. Sue Kuei's thoughts wandered. A scorpion. A scorpion with hard carapace and a venomous stinger. His skin must be very tough as well. "I am Hei Lin. Can we begin now?" Sue Kuei glanced at the accompanying family members, silently wondering, does even a scorpion spirit fear seeing a doctor? To think he needed so many people to accompany him. "Please come in." The door slid and locked automatically. The remaining sentries outside stared eagerly, as if trying to bore a hole through the tightly shut door. A bond. They wondered if the guide would perform bonding today. None of them had experienced it, only heard it was very, very comfortable. Now watching the vice captain go in, each one was green with envy. When would it be their turn? Inside the room, Sue Kuei poured water as usual and called his name warmly. Hei Lin stared at her silently as she pulled out a book titled Interstellar Fairy Tale Story Collection. Such children's reading material. Even he hadn't read when he was young. Is this how you comforted that fox? Whether due to psychological reasons, Sue Kuei felt that this patient's voice also sounded like a scorpion crawling through a dark tunnel with an odd resonance. His hair was slightly long, partially covering his eyes. He had a beautiful face. Under his uniform were elegant yet strong muscles, especially prominent biceps. Even seated, he was very tall. Probably very large, since it was mutated after all. Sue Kuei became even more excited. She answered the patient seriously, "Yes, Hei Lin. Don't be afraid. I have experience. Please relax. Now let me see your spiritual entity, okay?" He looked at her oddly, making Sue Kuei confused. But her attention was soon diverted by the spiritual entity he released. It was indeed a very, very large scorpion. Unlike ordinary small scorpions, this one was covered in black armor like a warrior born with a natural shield. Its tail was raised high, the venomous stinger sharp and terrifying. How cool and handsome. Sue Kuei also released her own spiritual entity. Compared to the giant scorpion, the sea anemone appeared even more delicate. It floated over and touched the scorpion's head with its tentacles, showing friendliness. The scorpion looked at it, then suddenly opened its huge mouthparts and swallowed the sea anemone in one gulp. Sue Kuei. Her spiritual entity was eaten. She wondered if this could count as a work-related injury. The scorpion turned its gaze directly toward her. Although scorpions have many compound eyes and simple eyes, their vision is very limited in bright environments. The scent it caught smelled wonderful. It wanted to swallow it all into its stomach. The venomous stinger poised to strike. The scorpion opened its mouth wide toward Sue Kuei, revealing its throat clearly, and the sea anemone still clung to its upper palate, floating silently. Sue Kuei screamed, "Ah, the patient is eating people." Hei Lin massaged his temples and the giant scorpion vanished, instantly withdrawn by him. "I'm sorry." He grabbed Sue Kuei's hand that was about to call the guard. "Residual effects from battlefield trauma. I'll keep it under control." "Alright, but you can't let it happen again." Sue Kuei drank water to calm her nerves. "Attacking a guide, I could put you on the blacklist." Hei Lin remained silent. He knew, of course. Last year his mental fluctuations were too high and he couldn't control himself, so he was sent for soothing. But that guide had been in a bad mood, gave him cold looks and ignored him, spoke sarcastically and harshly several times. Hei Lin was not one to swallow insults and immediately turned hostile. Although that guide was not physically harmed, she was frightened and directly placed him on the blacklist. Hei Tower simultaneously issued a warning notice. This incident also worsened the reputation of sentries with scorpion-type spiritual entities. They were already not as likable as other types known for being cold, moody and difficult to get along with. Now even fewer guides were willing to take their cases. After a moment of hesitation, Black Scale asked, "Are you afraid of scorpions?" Sukuei shook her head. "No, I'm not." She offered a reassuring smile. "Don't be scared either. Relax. What kind of stories do you usually like to hear? We're in no rush, you can take your time getting used to me." Black Scale had never heard a story in his entire life. They sat at a comfortable distance. Sukuei opened a fairy tale book and found a story titled The Baby Scorpion's Adventure in the table of contents. Her face lit up with delight. "I'll read this one to you." She turned to the page and began reading earnestly word by word. Every so often she would share her own thoughts and gently ask for Black Scale's opinion, drawing him into the experience. Black Scale. He wanted to say how childish the story was. Besides, scorpions laid many eggs in a clutch, how could there be only one? And calling it baby was just nauseating. Moreover, scorpions ate crickets. They would never be friends with a cricket, let alone jump into the water to save a little turtle. Turtles could swim, for crying out loud. He didn't want to listen to such a stupid story, but the voice kept drilling into his ears. Forced to endure it, he finally couldn't hold back and retorted, "That's pure nonsense. How could a scorpion be so dumb as to let a rabbit toy with it?" Sukuei nodded. "Mom, you're right." Realizing he had been drawn in, Black Scale's already gloomy face darkened even further. Yet perhaps because the idiotic story had diverted his attention, he did feel a bit better. He took a deep breath, catching the scent of Sukuei's pheromones beside him. Even though her spirit animal was a sea creature, she always carried a hint of sweetness. Was that how girls were? Black Scale had never interacted with the opposite sex, but since Sukuei wasn't afraid of him, his mood improved. "Are you a little more used to me now?" After finishing the story, Sukuei closed the book and asked, "Can you let out your spirit animal so we can communicate? Otherwise the bond might be a bit difficult later." Bond. At that word, Black Scale silently released his spirit animal, letting it lie obediently on the floor while a sea anemone sprawled over its head. Meanwhile, Sukuei changed the indoor environment to simulate a rainforest. The pitter-patter of rain formed a slow rhythmic white noise. The damp, dim setting pleased the scorpion, even though it wasn't real. Black Scale's back softened. He asked, "Do you mind if I partially transform?" Sukuei shook her head. "Not at all. Thanks." A fine layer of black scale-like hard shells emerged across his pale skin, and he let out a sigh of relief, as if he had been holding back for a long time. "What a strange world," Sukuei discreetly observed for a while. Seeing the two spirit animals peacefully friendly, she suggested, "How about we start the bond now? Do you think that's okay?" Black Scale leaned into the soft sofa, the pleasant scent lingering in his nose, his body and mind utterly relaxed. His eyes drooped drowsily and he lazily spread his arms. "Sure." Sukuei moved closer and touched his cold, rigid skin. The temperature was a bit low, but considering he was a scorpion, it was no surprise. She pressed her forehead against his. With her eyes closed, she didn't notice that at the moment of contact Black Scale's Adam's apple bobbed. He opened his eyes to gaze at Sukuei, then slowly shut them again. As their spirits delved deeper, his brows furrowed in restraint. Especially when Sukuei tentatively touched his knot, he shuddered, unable to suppress his transformation. His entire scorpion stinger shot out with a tearing sound. The bond with Black Scale proved exceptionally difficult. Even though he was relaxed, Sukuei felt the strain. The gap in their levels was simply too vast, and in the end she could no longer hold on. "Well, I guess this is as far as I can go." Sukuei voluntarily severed the connection. If she continued, her spirit would be drained dry. Her spirit animal was already listless. With an apologetic expression, she rose, only to find herself still trapped. Under her gaze, the arms like iron walls reluctantly and slowly released her. "I'll just use the restroom." Sukuei guessed he wanted to change back and put on pants, so she nodded and had the smart system clean up the torn uniform fragments. Black Scale tidied himself in the bathroom. To accommodate the guide's height, the mirror was a bit low, forcing him to bend over to see his full reflection. The man reflected in the mirror stood straight in his uniform, his arms long and powerful. The hard shells on his body had retracted. Though only half the bond was complete, his spirit was exceptionally vibrant, and even his innate gloominess had noticeably diminished. When he emerged from the bathroom, he found the environment had transformed into an underground cave, dimly lit. Sukuei held a small blanket and said, "Get some more sleep, you'll feel better after a nap." The words of farewell were swallowed back. Black Scale complied and lay down on the sofa. It was a bit small, his legs couldn't stretch out fully. Sukuei covered him with the blanket. Black Scale fell asleep faster than he had imagined. He slept so deeply that he didn't even notice Sukuei stepping out for a while. Remembering the family members outside, Sukuei guessed they might be worried about the patient. She tiptoed out and whispered to the group of sentinels waiting. He's in good shape and has fallen asleep now. You don't need to worry. The sentinels exchanged glances. Deputy Captain Blackscale had fallen asleep in a strange place. He could sleep. Someone imitated Sukue's soft voice and asked, Miss Guide, may I ask? Did you form a bond? Sukue, yes, but my spirit animal's level is too low. I could only soothe a little. Sentinels for real. A bond. They wanted one too. One after another their eyes turned eagerly toward Sukue, but since they were used to keeping stern faces and rarely showing expression, Sukue didn't catch their subtle hints. After giving her instructions, she prepared to go back inside, planning to clock out once the patient woke up. Just before she entered, someone finally gathered the courage. Please wait. Sukue turned around. This sentinel had striking blue hair standing out in the crowd. Behind him trailed a tail of the same color, its feathers vibrant and patterned with eye-like designs. Sukue's gaze followed the sway of his tail. Given the sentinel's special circumstances, their uniforms were highly elastic. Unless fully transformed, they wouldn't tear. My mental fluctuations are also very high. Please perform a bond for me. When he said that word, he stammered, his eyes darting, his tail feathers twitching rapidly. Sukue's gaze followed the sway of his tail. Given the sentinel's special circumstances, their uniforms were highly elastic. Unless fully transformed, they wouldn't tear. Only then did he notice. Flustered, he covered his rear. The others tore their eyes away from Sukue and scrambled to shove him inside, shielding him with their bodies, trying desperately to hide it. You didn't see anything. He's actually a herbivore. You know peacocks, right? They're flashy but not poisonous. Really? Faced with this flurry of pale excuses, Sukue's eyes curved slightly. Do you want a bond too? I heard when I started that guides are scarce these days, so it's not surprising, she added. Sure, just make an appointment with the coordinator for me. I soothe one person every day. The blue-haired man was ecstatic, his tail wagging furiously. Seeing this, the others hurriedly promoted themselves, creating a noisy commotion. Sukue raised her hand to signal for silence, and the sentinels obediently shut their mouths, staring at the top of this guide's head. Everyone can go, but I don't know which day you'll be scheduled. Ah, wait, I haven't finished. The sentinels, eager to queue up, turned back. I might not be able to handle the ones. I can only do half the work. I should find other guides. The sentinels exchanged glances. Among them, only the vice captain was an A rank. Did she think sentinels were as common as cabbages? There weren't that many. The door to the soothing room slid open and Hei Lin stood at the entrance. What's all the noise about? The others stood at attention. Sukue turned around. You're awake. We were discussing appointments. Your rank is too high. I suggest you find another guide. No need. Hei Lin looked at her. You'll do. Sukue let out a couple of laughs. Hei Lin looked down at her white blouse, white skirt. He still remembered the image of her pure pleated skirt splaying against the cold texture of his black uniform pants. Are you off work? I'll take you back. Sukue looked back in surprise, meeting his beautifully shaped eyes. She smiled and waved her hand. No need, I live in the dormitory, it's very close. You all should head back and rest early too. Goodbye. She was really tired today. She hadn't expected soothing in A rank to be so draining. Right now she felt completely spent, and all she wanted was a good meal and a sound sleep. Hei Lin didn't insist. He gave a slight nod and left with his men. Once the group of tall figures was gone, Sukue felt she could breathe more easily, as if the air had suddenly become more abundant. She was about to leave work when a Black Tower staff member stopped her halfway. Hello, Guide Sukue. Black Tower employees all wore uniform white attire, though the guides were more exquisite and ornate, adorned with badges on their chests. These were clearly ordinary staff. The one leading the group spoke first. We are from the research department. A sentinel who suffered a mental breakdown was brought in yesterday for soothing and guidance, but he strongly rejects the aura of other guides. Would like you to give it a try. Sukue asked, what rank? What's the mental fluctuation? S-rank mental fluctuation at 120. Oh, I'm afraid that won't work. Sukue waved her hand. Today I couldn't even fully handle an A rank at 99 who could still maintain his sanity. This one has no sanity, it's too dangerous. Find someone else. You misunderstand. We don't need you to take any risks. We just need to extract your guide essence to synthesize a calming agent for injection. Sukue said, I see. Calming agents were the first choice for most sentinels who couldn't get an appointment with a guide for soothing. Many varieties were sold on the market, categorized into niche, popular, and blockbuster types based on the different scents of various guides. They required extracting the guide's essence for synthesis. After injection, sentinels could effectively improve their mental state. It was roughly like catching a cold and fever but being unable to get a hospital appointment, so you just had to tough it out with cold medicine at home. The calming agents of a few renowned top-tier guides in the Black Tower could fetch astronomical prices. As soon as they were listed on the marketplace, they would be snatched up in seconds, remaining in a sold-out state most of the time. There was no reason not to comply. The contract also included this clause. The problem was Su Kuwei couldn't remember what her share of the profit was. She tapped her light brain to open the electronic contract and check. According to the market price, it was a 50-50 split. All right. Su Kuwei asked, what do I need to do? Also, when do I get the money? Paid together with my salary. The staff member carefully carrying the container replied, just relax. As for the payment, generally yes. If you need it urgently, you can also request in advance. It felt like a mosquito bite behind her ear. After waiting a few more seconds, Su Kuwei spoke without moving her body, only her mouth urgently needed. Please give it to me now if possible. All right, the staff member said, leaving with the container. Curious, Su Kuwei glanced at it. Inside was a special substance the same color as her spirit body, a translucent pure pink, exceptionally beautiful. She had heard that this single tube of guide essence could be made into 20 low-grade calming agents, 10 mid-grade ones and 1 high-grade. She just didn't know if hers would be effective. She touched behind her ear. There was no sensation left, not even a drop of blood. She herself felt nothing unusual. She went back and slept soundly to regain her energy. When she woke up in the afternoon, she found that 400,000 contribution points had arrived in her account, transferred from the tower's official account. Su Kuwei's first thought was that her salary had been paid. Then she looked more carefully. Ha! How many zeros? She counted carefully. Was it too much? Su Kuwei's first thought was that her salary had been paid. Then she looked more carefully. Ha! How many zeros? She counted carefully. Was it 1? Su Kuwei thought, ah, this. Is that a lot? Although he hasn't regained consciousness himself, all this compensation was paid on his behalf by his subordinates. Besides the market price share, the rest is all Captain C Tan's personal assets. They are extremely grateful for your help. Su Kuwei thought, rich. Truly rich. Knowing gratitude and repaying kindness, next time she'd give him her guide essence again. Moreover, that captain's willpower was truly terrifying. To endure with such high data, it seemed he wouldn't completely turn into a monster. Lying on her bed, she poked at her light brain. Having a balance in her account made her want to spend. She found Miss Lei Meng's light brain ID and made an appointment to have dinner with her in the evening. Miss Lei Meng, slacking off at work, replied quickly. Miss Lei Meng said, darling, do you have contribution points? Su Kuwei replied, I do now. I just received a generous reward. Miss Lei Meng said, you're amazing. I knew you'd be a wonderful girl. Su Kuwei sent a shy emoji back, then started looking for a restaurant, mainly checking ratings and dishes, wanting to eat something she'd never tried before. Beep beep. It was a notification from her light brain about a new friend request. She tapped the red dot. The new friend's avatar was a fennec fox in the desert with big dark shiny eyes and long whiskers. The name was Lixi Fox. Her first patient. Su Kuwei's first thought was, he's coming for after-sales service. She wasn't very keen on accepting this friend request. After all, in her understanding, a doctor should maintain an appropriate distance from their patients. But here things were a bit different. The guide handbook clearly stated after bonding it is recommended to maintain long-term contact with the Sentinel. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to follow the guidebook, for it was a product born of this world, a textbook every novice guide must study. Surely it wouldn't lead her astray. Su Kuwei thought so, and after passing through, she took the initiative to greet him. Good afternoon, Lix. After the mental soothing, Lix was finally able to handle his work. The 7th day team he belonged to included sentinels with various forms of spiritual entities, among them all kinds of dogs. With those energetic, cheerful big dogs around, the 7th day team headquarters was also the liveliest place. Those bugs on Ida Star haven't been wiped out yet, Captain. Let us go to the front lines. Those other teams are dragging their feet, taking so long to drive away the bugs, and they still have the nerve to call themselves natural enemies. They might as well go home and breed. The young man speaking had hair half black and half white, his blue eyes gleaming brightly. He clamored in the command post, his loud voice overpowering everyone else. Seeing the senior officer at the head look his way, he raised his voice even higher and passionately exclaimed, I strongly demand that other teams be sent. Let us go. We're close by, why aren't we allowed to go? The blond youth beside him was jolted by the noise, his head buzzing. He frowned slightly and moved farther away, casting his gaze into the distance, unwilling to look at his teammate. He was annoyed just looking at him. unaware that he was disliked though even if he knew he wouldn't care. Sia raised his arms to rally the others and a few warmongers immediately chimed in. But some remained indifferent and languid. Jean Fumoyi, what do you think? The two sentinels called upon, one still turned his head to gaze out the window pretending not to hear while the other just snapped out of a daze revealing a gentle beautiful smile. Ah. What did you just say? Sia was heartbroken by his comrade's lack of ambition and placed all his hopes on the officer. Captain, let's go seize Ida Star. Let them see our true strength. Why should they rank 5th and 6th while we're stuck at 7th? This time we'll beat them to a pulp and reclaim what's ours. Ah woo. Ah woo woof. Woof woo. He got so worked up that he threw his head back and howled, triggering a chorus of howls from the other sentinels, all sorts of tones twisting and turning harsh and grating, a true cacophony piercing the ears. The blonde youth closest to him closed his eyes, restraining himself from punching him. The officer at the head was solemn and commanding. He said, "Silence." The raucous howling abruptly ceased. Lix heard the familiar commotion from afar. It happened every few days, a collective vocal exercise, and he was used to it. He entered, knocked, and reported on his work. The captain of the 7th Day team was simply called 7th Day, and his spiritual entity was a mutant swan. 7th Day looked at him. After listening to the work report, he asked, "You're in good shape. I heard you went for soothing. Is that thanks to the new guide you mentioned?" Lix nodded. "Yes, she's a very lovely guide. You should give it a try." 7th Day said, "I don't have time for now. And besides, I don't need it." Others overheard, and the most curious Sia came over to ask, "What new guide? Does our Black Tower have a guide of this level? When did she arrive?" "Why don't I know?" Lix replied patiently, "She came a few days ago. You don't pay attention to these things, so of course you wouldn't know." Whether due to an exceptionally calm mindset or sheer luck, Sia's mental fluctuations remained remarkably stable. He had never undergone soothing and had rarely even used suppressants. His mind could hold nothing besides battle. "I did hear a little something," someone said. "Apparently she's a resident of Ida Star, awakened only after being relocated here. Pretty lucky." Sia lost interest and nudged his companion with an elbow. "Your mental fluctuations are pretty high, aren't they? Why not give it a try?" The blonde youth dodged his hand. "I'll just use suppressants." "Oh, you've never had a soothing session, you're too shy to go." "No worries bro, we'll go with you. Get lost. I'm not shy. Take your paws off me." The blonde youth was thoroughly annoyed and they nearly came to blows. 7th Day couldn't be bothered to watch and only asked Lix, "Is this guide willing to form a bond with sentinels?" "Is that certain?" At this, Sia, who had been amusing himself with his teammate, stopped, and the blonde youth also looked over. Bonding held little appeal for 7th Day himself, but with such an opportunity he wanted his young charges to experience it. Lix nodded. "Yes. Well, you sneaky bastard," the others erupted. "You went behind our backs and formed a bond. Spill it, what's it like?" Even the sentinels who had been silent in the background couldn't contain their curiosity and stared at him. 7th Day tilted his chin, signaling him to speak. Lix had no choice but to answer honestly. As he recalled the process, the tips of his spiritual entity's ears trembled, their thin translucent flesh tinged with pink. "It's very wonderful, very comfortable. All negative emotions vanish, leaving only ease and joy." He tried to make his expression more serious, but his face was already flushed red. "It's like lying in a warm dry nest after a full meal, sleeping with safety all around and no danger whatsoever." "Oh." Lix added, "So I've decided to establish a long-term relationship with Miss Sue Kuei," and she agreed. "Wow." Seeing his faintly proud and smug expression, the others grew envious. Shouting that they too wanted soothing sessions, they scrambled out in a crowd. Wolf cubs, fox cubs, dog cubs, all of them ran off, and the command post finally fell silent. 7th Day let out a breath and nodded approvingly. "Well done, Lix. Don't forget to win over your guide." Lix replied, "Yes, I will cherish this opportunity. I've already added Miss Sue Kuei to my contacts." Just then his optical brain chimed with a notification. He opened it and smiled. She just accepted. "I finished today's work. So Captain, I'm clocking out to pick out a gift for Miss Sue Kuei." 7th Day nodded. Do you have enough contribution points? If not, draw in advance." Lix said, "I have enough." He replied to Sue Kuei's message while packing up to leave. "Good afternoon, Miss Sue Kuei. I'm very glad you approved my request." Lix hesitated for a moment. Would saying it this way be too formal, too distant? But if he called her by her first name directly, would Miss Sue Kuei think him frivolous and presumptuous? Lix found himself in a rare state of indecision. The fennec fox was indeed smaller in build compared to other carnivores, but it was agile, swift, clever and alert. Lix merely had a youthful face, looking younger than he was. In truth, his age far exceeded that of many young pups in the team. He wanted to appear as steady as possible, having heard that only reliable sentinels earned the favor of guides. Miss Su Kuei, good afternoon. I am glad you approved my application. Your soothing last time was very effective. I was able to return to work today. It was because of me that other sentinels learned of your exquisite skill. I apologize for the trouble that brought you. Opposite her, Lei Meng sipped her juice and smiled with a hint of admiration. Which sentinel was it? I heard you formed a long-term bond on your first soothing. Although one can grasp the outline, ordinary people can scarcely imagine the process of pacifying a spiritual form. Alas, ordinary schools never teach these things. If my family had not pulled strings to get me into Heita, I would probably still be utterly ignorant. Actually, I did not arrive much earlier than you either. Su Kuei gave little reaction to the polite deferential message. As long as there were no adverse effects after the soothing requiring aftercare, all would be well. Yes. That gentleman's spiritual form was an adorable earfurred fox. I loved it. She spoke to Lei Meng while replying to Li Keisai. Su Kuei, it is all right, this is my duty. Su Kuei, if nothing urgent, shall we talk later? I am eating with a friend. He replied at once. Li Keisai, very well. Sorry to have troubled you. Wishing you and your friend a pleasant meal. A prim, earnest earfurred fox had an oddly charming contrast. Su Kuei stopped checking her light brain and then earnestly studied the menu with Lei Meng. There were some strange names on it and she was eager to try. Lei Meng helped her avoid pitfalls when Su Kuei pointed at a dish and asked. Lei Meng made a disdainful face. Ah, this one is not good, it tastes very fishy. This one has a strange flavor like rotting insects. This one is good, I recommend it. It is very soft, even our teeth can bite through it easily. Differences in constitution meant food was divided into 3 categories: edible by sentinels, edible by guides and edible by ordinary people. Lei Meng recommended a few she had eaten and the 2 enjoyed their meal. Speaking of the 2 soothing, she asked how they felt. Su Kuei thought for a moment and said wonderful. And different species give completely different experiences. The earfurred fox was soft and warm, the venomous scorpion cold and hard. They fed back a great deal to me. If I continue like this, it will not be long before I advance to crank. She said it earnestly, but Lei Meng covered her mouth and laughed. Darling, you must be joking. If soothing sentinels yielded feedback energy, every guide in the world would be eager to do it. The piece of meat Su Kuei had brought to her lips froze in midair. Soothing a sentinel only drains a guide's spiritual form. Only repeated cycles of depletion and recovery can slowly strengthen it. The process is long and arduous. Therefore many choose to turn to offense. Rather than thanklessly healing others, they pour their energy into battle. After all, crushing an enemy with one's spiritual form brings merit and honor. Lei Meng waved her hand. Dear, though I am an ordinary person, I know these common truths. You cannot fool me. Su Kuei ate the tender, juicy, unidentified morsel. Ah, you were not fooled, what a pity, she said. Common knowledge. A thing so widely understood that no one bothers to state it aloud. Ironically, Su Kuei did not possess that knowledge. They changed the subject and Lei Meng spoke of the 2 sentinels' appearances. I have seen Lord Ni Hu of the 7th Day Squad. He looks young, gentle in manner and easy to speak with. I heard his spiritual form, though not very robust, is nonetheless a formidable predator. Rising from the bottom must have taken great effort. As for the other, Lord Hei Lin is a member of the Ebo Squad. Sentinels of that kind tend to be sullen and are not easy to approach. The captain is Lord Si Tan, the one who was delivered here a few days ago. I heard he does not reject guides like you. I saw it on the news. His spiritual form is truly powerful, Lei Meng said, glancing at Su Kuei's build and falling silent. If it is him, you would probably have a very difficult time. Su Kuei thought, it is only linking and guiding a proper doctor-patient relationship. Why does it sound so wrong coming from her? She replied vaguely to brush it off, fearful of saying more. The meal had been pleasant. After bidding Lei Meng farewell and returning to her dorm, Su Kuei feverishly gathered information to obtain that common knowledge. She reread the guide manual from the first page, missing not a single word. She also checked the star net. Nothing. The guide manual made no mention of energy feedback, neither affirming it nor denying it. So when she received feedback herself, Su Kuei naturally assumed this was the customary common knowledge. She believed that everyone experienced the same. After the linking, Li Keisai and Hei Lin both fed back a great mouthful of clean, pure energy. Su Kuei ate her fill and even felt slightly overfull. She felt herself slowly improving. The light brain chimed. Su Kuei's circle of friends was small. Besides Lei Meng and Li Keisai, there was one other contact, Miss Haizhou, who had given her an emergency 3-hour training. Haijo had only had time to teach her for 3 hours before Heita reassigned her to the front lines and Sukue was forced into active duty. Their conversation had paused 2 days earlier when Sukue had asked Miss Haijo, your course never mentioned linking, but the guide manual you left me says this procedure should be done for sentinels with high spiritual fluctuation. Should I simply follow the steps as written? There had been no reply and Sukue had to fumble through on her own. Today, having finished those duties, she checked her light brain and finally saw that anxious query. Miss Haijo, no, you do not need to do that to them. I did not tell you because such excessive depletion would leave us exhausted. Moreover, for complex type guides like us, a sentinel's mental landscape will instinctively repel our intrusion. The process is arduous, and if one is attacked, the consequences are severe. That is why no guide subjects a sentinel to this procedure. Miss Haijo, linking means delving into a sentinel's mental landscape to untangle the knots that represent fluctuation values, like smoothing out a tangled ball of yarn. And when you penetrate the other's landscape, you inevitably sense parts of their emotions. After 3 linkings, marks will be left within each other's mental scapes. Miss Haijo, a mark is tantamount to being tagged by the other, so everyone shuns it. The guide manual is only for casual reference, you need not follow it to the letter. In truth, no guide strictly adheres to the textbook. Sukue was silent for a long moment. Miss Haijo then asked sharply, you did not actually perform the linking, did you? Sukue, I did. Sukue, twice. Miss Haijo swore and said, damn, I forgot to tell you, I assumed this was common knowledge among everyone. Are you alright? Were you attacked? Those sentinels have extremely keen senses, even the slightest aggression will get you repelled. Sukue, am fine, I think I'm okay, no one repelled me. Miss Haijo warned, do not do it again. Those cold, arrogant sentinels do not deserve us exhausting ourselves. Sukue understood. She resumed her reading of the guide manual. Its full title, Universe United Publishing Shingmeng Guide Manual, was the definitive textbook, the required study for every guide. Skipping the preface, the first main point reads, sentinels possess keen senses and can easily fall into mental frenzy. Before attempting to soothe, every guide may courteously introduce themselves or gently address the sentinel by name. Project sufficient goodwill so that the sentinel lowers its guard. Guideline No. 2 of the manual, do not be stingy with physical contact. As long as the other party does not resist, appropriate physical contact can help build rapport. Sukue's hand rested openly and steadily atop the fluffy blue head before her. The owner of that head gazed at her with dazed, unfocused eyes, his chest heaving as he lay on the sofa. Miss Sukue. The blue peacock crawled along the sofa, leaving a trail of creases in the fabric, his head held high, waiting to be petted. His vibrantly colored fan-shaped tail trembled and fluttered, constantly fanning out before her. Sukue sat beside him, touching his sweat-dampened forehead. Are you all right? The peacock's skin was delicate beneath her palm, it radiated a scorching heat. His cheeks flushed crimson as if drunk, and he incessantly rubbed his head against Sukue's hand, clinging to her with unusual neediness. Miss Sukue. Miss Sukue. I'm here. He smiled. Miss Sukue, can I lie like this for a while? He rested his head on Sukue's lap, his collar open to reveal his collarbone, asking with a hint of shyness. You may. Sukue covered his eyes, his blue lashes immediately fell, leaving only the bridge of his nose and his red lips visible. You can sleep for a while and get some good rest. I want leave. The peacock obediently fell asleep. The room simulated his preferred rainforest environment with thick dark green leaves overhead. Sukue tapped on her light brain to check her upcoming appointment schedule. Her patient roster for the next month was fully booked. The first half of the month consisted of sentinels who had previously come with Hei Lin, the latter half Sukue had never met before. Tapping on the information to view the spirit beast images column showed a series of exuberant big dogs. A quick glance revealed huskies, golden retrievers, Samoyeds. Although they were interstellar variants, certainly different from what she knew on Earth, just looking at their sparkling bright eyes made her look forward to the upcoming work even more. Sukue truly enjoyed her current job. All kinds of animals lined up to be petted, she only needed to touch them and they would display comfortable, contented, adorable expressions. Furthermore, after the connection, her spirit beast would digest the feedback energy and grow exponentially. This rate of growth made her somewhat hesitant, so she asked Miss Haijo if it wouldn't matter much if she only established a connection with each sentinel once. Miss Haijo didn't understand why she wanted to do this but replied, all right, if you're willing, go ahead. Those sentinels would be more than happy. Sukue began to consider the possibility of seeing 2 patients a day. As long as their rank wasn't too high, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, she could completely handle it. However, whether a drank guide could achieve this level was still a question requiring careful thought. Sukue rested her chin on her hand and sent another message to Miss Haijo. Sukue, Miss Haijo, when you were drank, how many sentinels of what rank could you soothe in a day? This time Miss Haijo replied quickly. Miss Haijo drank. What drank? I awakened as Brank from the start. Miss Hijo, hold on, let me ask around. 10 minutes later. Miss Hijo, I don't know anyone who awakened as Drank, but there's one who was crank. At that time she handled 2 a day, mainly soothing sentinels of C to Brank, occasionally a rank. After 1 session she might need a whole day to recover. What ranks is the Black Tower assigning you now? Sukuei flipped through the list. It was uniformly a rank with an occasional A mixed in. That's somewhat outrageous. Sukuei, may I ask what the spirit beast of that crank guide was? Miss Hijo, a goat. It wasn't a simple type, hers was also a complex type. The simple type is only capable of singular healing and soothing, while the complex type can use emotional resonance to attack sentinels. Ever since her spirit beast appeared and she was sent to the Black Tower staff had conducted an assessment. The simple type is only capable of singular healing and soothing, while the complex type can use emotional resonance to attack sentinels. Ever since her spirit beast appeared and she was sent to the Black Tower staff had conducted an assessment. The Star Alliance had never encountered a guide whose spirit beast was a sea anemone. However, research found that after her spirit beast mutated, it carried no toxins and had no brain. This was also the reason they classified her as the simple type. The evolution of organisms always proceeds in the most advantageous direction. This abnormal phenomenon of regression rather than progression only occurs in extremely rare cases. The Guide Association also expressed great regret upon hearing about it. Miss Hijo, but you don't need to be too disheartened. If the toxins had been preserved, I'm afraid no faction, including the Guide Association, would be taking this attitude. Miss Hijo, the ability to leave toxins in another person's spiritual landscape, such a power is too dangerous. Not everyone is like Shuemai Huanya and the others. Although the Guide Association is stronger now than it was decades ago, it's not entirely unified internally. After saying this, she deleted the message. Sukuei, it's fine. This is good enough. After seeing off the peacock, who woke up reluctant to leave, Sukuei walked out with a weary expression, deliberately slumping her body to look very, very tired. Back home she took out the recovery fluid for a closer look. This stuff was specifically for restoring a guide spirit. Sukuei had no need for it and hadn't drunk any since she got it. Now she opened it and took a sip. The taste was very light with a hint of vegetation. After finishing 1 bottle, she did feel her mental state improve, becoming energetic and spirited, as if she could soothe several more in a row. But that was just a thought. Now she had to go through the motions. Sukuei cleared her throat, found the contact information for the Black Tower employee she had saved, and raised her voice angrily, demanding to know what they meant by assigning so many A-rank sentinels to a Drank guide like her. She stated that she had been seeing sentinels for 3 consecutive days, including 1 a.m., couldn't even finish the work. She had to force herself to come to work today, and even after drinking the recovery fluid in the morning, her spirit couldn't recover at all. This was exploitation and deception. If this continued, she would quit. She would sue them at the Star Alliance court. After a moment of shock, the person on the other end quickly tried to explain in a conciliatory tone. The main reason was that this place was too close to the front line. Every A-rank sentinel coming down from the battlefield had extremely high spiritual fluctuations and urgently needed a guide soothing. But guides were so scarce that in desperation they had to let her a Drank step in temporarily. Sukuei said, I can help temporarily, but this is too damaging to my spirit beast. I demand a doubled salary, work 3 days on and 4 days off, and be provided with enough recovery fluid. Otherwise I simply can't do it. The other party hesitated. Alright, I will report this to my superiors. Within 2 minutes the phone rang again. Hello, Miss Sukuei. All your requests can be met. You can collect the recovery fluid anytime, or we can arrange delivery to your door. Doubling the salary was something she had just thrown out casually. She never expected them to actually agree. She hung up the phone filled with chagrin. The Black Tower had agreed too quickly, making her feel like she had sold herself short. If only she had bargained a bit more. Resting at home, Sukuei found herself with nothing to do. A documentary was playing on the Rice system. She had intended to learn about the history of this interstellar era, but as she watched she felt something was missing. She picked up her light brain to order snacks. Within 15 minutes the snacks were delivered to her doorstep by a robot. Munching away, Sukuei thought to herself, it would be even better if there were a little animal to pet by my side. Although there were throw pillows at home, the texture was completely different. A notification chimed on her light brain. It was Lix. Knowing she was resting, he had specifically come to check on her. Lix, Miss Sukuei, are you alright? Is it fatigue from consecutive soothing sessions? I will inform the team members to cancel your appointments. Sukuei recalled that line of dogs and quickly replied, no need. I just need a little rest. Canceling was out of the question right now. All she wanted was to pet a dog. Lix, you don't have to force yourself. Excessive depletion of spiritual energy can be very painful. May I come see you? I have no other intentions and just worried about you. If it's inconvenient you can pretend I never said this. Guide Manual Article 10. After bonding it is recommended to maintain long-term contact with the Sentinel. The soothing behavior of a guide has a certain addictiveness for both parties, fostering a psychology of dependence and attachment. Both guides and sentinels who go without soothing for extended periods or fail to establish a spiritual link will experience severe withdrawal symptoms. Sue Kuei thought it over carefully. She didn't feel any addictiveness. So she replied, sure. My address is Guide Dormitory 1 room 13,000. Can you get into the dormitory? Lix, yes. I am a sentinel registered under your name, so I have the authority to enter your area. So the guide-sentinel relationship in this world was really quite ambiguous. Sue Kuei glanced around the house, instructed the rice system to have the robot tidy up the messy bedding, casually smoothed her disheveled hair and lounged in her pajamas, waiting leisurely for the furry creature to deliver itself to her doorstep. Lix took a deep breath, suppressing the irrepressible flutter of nervous excitement in his heart. Holding the gift he wanted to give Miss Sue Kuei, he checked his reflection in the mirror for the third time, adjusting his appearance. He had changed from his usual combat uniform into a fitted suit, but then thought it might be too formal. He searched his wardrobe and found a sweatshirt he hadn't worn in ages. Miss Sue Kuei was very young, he couldn't dress too old-fashioned. But would this look a bit strange? He tugged at his clothes and checked the time. Not wanting to keep Miss Sue Kuei waiting too long, Lix closed his door. Passing by a dessert shop with pink decorations, he was reminded of Sue Kuei's hair. Last time her hair had been tied with a hair tie of that very color. The pink hair tie rippled like water, her strands brushed against his neck, a faint fragrance accompanied her movements, softly wafting over him. His vision was completely filled, and in his ears was her slightly hurried breathing brushing like a feather over his knot. Lix snapped back to reality, his ears already flushed crimson. Precious guide, there is a male sentinel at the door. Hearing the intelligent voice broadcast from the rice system, Sue Kuei went to open the door. Although she could command the door to open automatically, that attitude would seem too dismissive of the other person, especially since they weren't familiar enough for that. Lix outside the door was wearing light-colored casual clothes. In this interstellar era almost everyone was a uniform fanatic, and Sue Kuei rarely saw people in other attire. For a moment she didn't react. The light-colored clothes combined with Lix's features had an indescribable youthful charm. Thinking of his spiritual entity, Sue Kuei couldn't help but view him through a rose-tinted lens. She opened the door and greeted him. Lix. Lix felt the warmth creeping back up to his earlobes. He responded, sorry to disturb you, Miss Sue Kuei. He handed over the dessert he had been holding properly. I hope you like it. The image of a fennec fox accompanying the packaged cake was simply too adorable. Thank you, Sue Kuei replied, leading him inside and adding, in the spirit of reciprocity, you can just call me by my name. Sue Kuei. Mum, or you can call me my nickname. Everyone used to call me Kuei Kuei, Little Kuei Sunflower, or Little Sunflower Blossom, anything works. Little Sunflower classroom is now in session. Ha ha. Lix didn't understand the meaning of the last sentence. He muttered for a moment, calling her name in a voice too low for Sue Kuei to hear. Yet his neck had turned red, though he tried to maintain a composed expression on his face. He followed Sue Kuei to the sofa in her living room and sat down properly, his back straight. On the table were her unfinished snacks and juice drinks, along with a throw pillow tossed aside. In comparison, it was a bit casual. She was wearing soft, comfortable loungewear, her hair loose and held in place by only a shiny hair clip. Lix's gaze lingered on it for a few seconds, and he couldn't help fumbling with the small bag in his hand. Miss Sue Kuei should like this. The documentary Sue Kuei was watching was somewhat similar to Earth's animal world, but it mainly focused on spiritual entities. The biological characteristics and habits of the mutated spiritual entities had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was less like mutation on an original basis and more like becoming an entirely different species that only resembled the original in appearance. Miss Sue Kuei, Lix said, meeting her eyes, finding it impossible to call her by those nicknames. Do you feel any discomfort? Discomfort. Sue Kuei remembered the matter, toned down her energetic demeanor, frowned and pressed her forehead. Ah yes, a little. It was a clumsy, perfunctory act, and Lix could see through it clearly. He didn't expose her, but instead knelt on one knee beside her, took her hand in his and said earnestly, if you feel any discomfort, please, you must tell me. And you? What is your mental fluctuation value now? 88%. It's dropped 10 percentage points compared to before, all thanks to you. This value was already quite safe. Can you control the alienation reaction now? Sue Kuei asked, her hand held in his. His palm was warm and dry, his grip very light, just loosely enveloping her hand. Seeing his good condition, Sue Kuei wiggled her fingers inside his grasp. Do you need spiritual soothing? But not right now. I'm fine now. I need a second soothing for a short while. A slight tickle in his palm. Lix said seriously, I just wanted to visit you. Is that so? Sue Kuei said non-committally. But I want to see your spiritual entity. I like it very much. It felt like a butterfly was trapped in his palm. Lix nodded and released his spiritual entity. The fennec fox's pale fur glowed with a halo under the light. It performed a perfect downward dog pose. Its posture relaxed. Sue Kuei immediately sat up straight. The spirit body could be touched, its texture identical to that of a real animal. On the battlefield it could be used for reconnaissance, sentry duty, and offense. Now as Sue Kuei gently stroked it, she felt an extraordinary sensation. She hugged the fennec fox and frantically rubbed its fur, occasionally burying her face into its fluffy neck to inhale deeply. The fennec fox's thin ears trembled slightly. Its fox face remained expressionless, but beside it Lix had already turned red, almost steaming. The spirit was more sensitive than the physical body, thus it could clearly perceive the warmth coursing through the spirit body infused with the scent of her guide pheromones. Even without an established connection, the fennec fox's limbs went limp and powerless, melting into a puddle of fox-shaped dough on Sue Kuei's lap. Not to mention the spirit boat's owner. After Sue Kuei had cuddled the little fox for a while, she heard a stifled gasp beside her and finally noticed Lix's abnormality. His reaction seemed a bit too intense. His cheeks flushed, his eyes lost focus, almost comparable to his behavior during their bond connection that day. Miss Sue Kuei. I'm sorry. Noticing her gaze, Lix forced himself to say, could you please stop touching it? If this continued, he would lose his composure. Sue Kuei's gaze swept discreetly downward. He was wearing casual pants, so she saw nothing. But when the fennec fox crept over, crawling forward, Sue Kuei noticed a clear sign of male spring. Could the spirit body even manifest such a reaction? It was far too realistic. Sue Kuei raised her hand. All right, I'll stop touching. Lix braced himself against the sofa, still trying to steady his breathing. The fennec fox reluctantly clung to her, still sticky and affectionate, its tail actively brushing into Sue Kuei's palm. She instinctively squeezed it. Lix took a deep breath and retracted his spirit body. No longer surrounded by her potent guide pheromones, he finally calmed down a bit. I'm sorry. Lix tried to quiet his excessively rapid heartbeat, offering an apologetic expression to Sue Kuei, though his eyes still shimmered with a watery mist. It was fine without a bond, but once such a deep connection was established, an intense longing for each other inevitably arose. He needed her, yearned for her urgently. After bonding, sentinels and guides with a deep connection experience a peculiar chemical reaction manifested as elevated temperature, accelerated breathing. We call it bond heat. After bonding, sentinels and guides with a deep connection experience a peculiar chemical reaction manifested as elevated temperature, accelerated breathing. We call it bond heat. Sue Kuei turned her head to look at him. Lix's temperature, which had just dropped, instantly rose again. He explained awkwardly, I'm not entering bond heat. Miss Sue Kuei feeling uneasy under her intense gaze, he simply took out a paper bag from his chest. When I saw this, I thought it would suit you perfectly. I wanted to give it to you. Sue Kuei took it and opened it. Inside was a flat, long box containing a diamond necklace. Calling it a diamond was not entirely accurate, it was actually a rare organic gemstone, light pink, translucent, pure and sparkling. Sue Kuei had assumed it was a diamond at first. The center of the necklace resembled a cluster of delicate pink flowers, strikingly similar to her spirit body, the sea anemone. She instantly fell in love with it and held it up in front of the mirror to try it on. May I help you put it on? Lix asked politely. After receiving permission, he stood behind Sue Kuei, his fingers careful not to touch her skin. The pheromones at this spot were the most potent. Lix's gaze blurred for a moment as he suppressed the urge to bury his face there. His slender fingers hooked the delicate chain, fastened it with a soft click, and then stepped back. It suits you perfectly. Sue Kuei touched the pendant. Its decorations were polished, smooth and round, not scratchy, presumably not likely to snag her hair either. She even released her own spirit body to compare, sincerely remarking, good thing my name is Sue Kuei. If my name were Su Xing, wouldn't my spirit body have to be a Patrick star? What star did you say? Lix asked, bewildered, trying to understand. Do you like stars? Not that. The mirror reflected both their figures. The hair color of Lix behind her was the same pale yellow as his spirit body. His skin was taut with big eyes and a small mouth, the spitting image of a human fennec fox. Sue Kuei couldn't help but smile. Fennec foxes were truly adorable. Lix met her gaze and froze, then turned his head, revealing his pale neck tinged with red. He was far more bashful than his spirit body. Once I've rested enough, I'll bond with you again. It's fine. Your health comes first. Sukuei was quite satisfied with Lix, so when he suggested having dinner together she agreed without hesitation. There were no other commercial buildings near the Black Tower, so they went to the same place Sukuei had visited with Miss Rem. They chose a different restaurant. Lix mentioned it had a signature dish unavailable elsewhere. The restaurant was suspended in midair with all services provided by bionic robots. According to the Star Alliance machine law, these bionic robots had appearances distinct from normal humans. The most conspicuous feature was that instead of feet or shoes they had retractable wheels. Their legs resembled rocket launchers filled with fuel capable of launching into flight when necessary. One fixed routine involved spraying colored smoke to form a heart shape. Many couples planning to confess their love would book this activity, having the robots write both their names beside the heart. Thus it was also considered a couple's restaurant with almost no one dining alone. Lix seemed to have prepared in advance, having already reserved a table. Thus it was also considered a couple's restaurant with almost no one dining alone. Lix seemed to have prepared in advance, having already reserved a table. This morning, when I planned to visit you, I already made preparations. What if I refused or something unexpected came up? Wouldn't your reservation be wasted? I've seen this place on the StarNet. I heard it's hard to book, and even if the guest doesn't show, the deposit isn't refunded. It's fine. Lix smiled. It's fine even if you refuse. This was merely a one-sided preparation on my part. As long as there's even a 1 in 10 chance what I did isn't in vain. The deposit is negligible. They followed a robot to their table. The bionic robot, lacking any sense of service, simply slid away. Lix pulled out her chair. There's no menu here, the dishes change daily. I'd been here once before. The food was quite good. Sukuei sat down and he took the seat opposite, adding, I came with members of my team. We have fixed times for dining out. Sukuei understood. Team bonding after all. Having a great interest in small animals, Sukuei had some understanding of them and knew that Sentinel's spiritual entities were generally vertebrates. Fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds and mammals were the most common, while those like Sukuei, whose spiritual entity was an invertebrate, were exceedingly rare. The teams ranked in the top 10 were all elite, with member counts generally between 30 and 60. My team has a total of 58 people with many types of spiritual entities. Sukuei showed him her appointment information. Are all these people from your team? Lix nodded helplessly. Yes. Because they heard you allow bonding, they all scrambled to do it. I apologize for the trouble. It's fine. Sukuei smiled, resting her chin on her hand. What about the other team members? They can come to me too, but the waiting time might be a bit longer. That's not long at all, it's already very good. Lix said, as far as I know, appointments with other guides are already booked up to 3 years from now. Because you've just arrived, many Sentinels haven't heard of your reputation yet. It won't take long. In a while we might not be able to get an appointment with you. That's fine. As long as you come, I can give you a soothing anytime. After all, he was a very cute fennec fox. But she didn't forget to remind him, remember to give me a good review, 5 stars with a comment of over 20 words. The Black Tower section has been updated on the Star Alliance now, and you can leave reviews. It really affects my end-of-month evaluation. Lix nodded solemnly. I definitely will. I'll write it as soon as I get back. During the pleasant meal, Sukuei tasted the special dish, meat that chirped when poked. It had been cut into small pieces by the chef and served. Lix seemed to enjoy it. He took a bite and a chirping sound came from his mouth. He chewed with a normal expression, but when he noticed Sukuei staring at his mouth, he looked a bit flustered. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Swallowing the piece, he asked. No, it's not that. The sound was very insect-like, and it was still chirping even after being cooked. It tested one's tolerance. Sukuei picked up a piece to examine carefully. Fortunately, it only made a sound. The meat itself wasn't wriggling or bloody. She took a tentative bite and found it surprisingly tender and delicious. Lix saw her eyes light up and asked, Do you like it? Unexpectedly tasty. A bit noisy though, Sukuei commented, her mouth emitting a series of chirps. She swallowed and then asked curiously, if you swallow it whole without chewing, will it chirp in your stomach? Lix smiled slightly. You can try. So Sukuei swallowed a small piece directly and listened quietly for sounds from her stomach. Lix, a loud greeting came from behind. Lix, who had been looking at her, looked up and Sukuei turned around to see several young people approaching with their arms around each other's shoulders. They wore matching black uniforms and the emblem on their chests was an elegant and majestic swan with outstretched wings, the 7 Days team. A tall, striking male sentinel with hair half black and half white greeted Lix. He had a bright white-toothed smile, but when he saw Sukuei turning around, his smile paused for a second and his eyes lit up instantly, staring at her with burning intensity. He let go of his companions and trotted over, his gaze fixed on Sukuei. Who is this beautiful sister? Lix, are you secretly dating someone without us? Lix sighed helplessly and introduced them. This is Miss Sukuei, the guide who soothes me. Miss Sukuei, this is Shia, his spiritual entity is a Siberian husky. Sukuei had guessed as much. Among the dogs in the appointment info, he was first with a profile picture of a husky with a look of profound wisdom. She couldn't suppress a smile. Hello. Zia's grin stretched almost to his ears. He clasped Sukuei's hand with both of his large hands with distinct knuckles gently enveloping hers and shaking it up and down. His voice was a clear, pleasant, youthful tone. Miss Sukuei. Finally meeting you. I heard you were mentally exhausted from soothing reptiles and chickens. That must have been so hard. After hearing about it, I really wanted to visit you, but I didn't know your address and we can't get into the Black Tower staff dormitories. How awful. It's all their fault. How could they let you bond with sentinels of such a large rank disparity? A rapid-fire tirade, fast but clear and full of emotion, drew many glances. A companion beside him frowned at the noise and jabbed him in the back, whispering, "Keep your voice down, you'll scare Miss Sukuei." Shia lowered his voice, holding Sukuei's hand as if cradling a treasure, his tone trembling with a pitiful, tearful note. Miss Sukuei, are you all right? You've been through so much. Sukuei wasn't intimidated by Zia's enthusiasm. Instead, she let him hold her hand. Thank you, I'm fine. It's just that your soothing sessions will have to be postponed. We don't mind. Your health is what matters. The young man's eyes were tearful. Such a kind Miss Sukuei. Don't worry about us. Ahem. A companion behind him, dissatisfied with his monopolizing the guide, squeezed in. With snow-white hair and lashes, he looked like a sticky rice ball squeezing through. His smile was gentle and adorable. Hello, Miss Sukuei. Am I from the 7 Days team? Oh, a Samoyed. Sukuei couldn't pull her hand free from Shia, so she awkwardly extended her other hand. Hello. Miss Sukuei is even cuter than I imagined, he said in a slow tone, but his actions were swift. When he took her hand, his thumb seemed to casually brush the inside of her wrist. Seeing you makes my heart race. Surrounded by adorable animals, Sukuei was overjoyed. Good, this was the life a woman should enjoy. She didn't neglect the other dogs, greeting them with a smile and matching them to their appointment profile pictures. 4 had come in total. Besides the husky and Samoyed, there were also a blonde sentinel and a black-haired sentinel, both silently watching her. Shia threw an arm around both companions. This is Adesisi and this is Jean Fu. The burly black-haired Adesisi nodded at her, his muscular frame straining the tight uniform across his chest. The blonde Jean Fu had a softer, more approachable appearance, his eyes like glass beads immersed in water. He didn't say much but kept subtly edging closer to Sukuei, his eager gaze seeking attention. When Sukuei looked at him, he unconsciously wore an expression that could soften anyone's heart. Golden retrievers were very affectionate dogs. If his spiritual entity were here now, would it be wagging its tail furiously? Due to this chance encounter, everyone decided to share a table. It was mainly Zia's suggestion. He strongly insisted on sitting next to Sukuei for a meal and enthusiastically recommended the dishes. They bustled around a large table with Sukuei seated in the center, enjoying the treatment of a queen. Lix had originally wanted to sit beside her, but 2 figures were quicker. Shia shoved his way in, squeezing past him, while Moi silently stuck close to Sukuei's side. The other 2 quickly took their seats, and Lix, having been just a step too slow, could only sit across from her. He could understand his companion's feelings, so he didn't argue with them, letting them fuss over Sukuei. Shia didn't need deep soothing, but that didn't stop him from being intrigued by a guide who could provide it. He enjoyed chatting and was skilled at it, easily starting conversations. He and Moi played off each other, making Sukuei laugh continuously. Jean Fu poured juice and placed it before Sukuei. Thank you, Sukuei said, looking at him with a friendly tone. Do you often come here? Lix just mentioned you all. Because the squeak meat is delicious, Shia replied without hesitation, pursing his lips to indicate. This one loves it the most. Jean Fu shot him a glance. Don't you like it too? Turning to Sukuei, his hair shimmering like gold, his gaze intent. And you miss Sukuei? Try this, it's handmade from Luanswa ocean cherries and has beautifying effects. Sukuei lifted the red liquid he had filled and took a sip. Wow, it's really good. You don't have to be so formal, just call me by my name. All right. Jean Fu savored the name in his mouth before speaking it aloud. Sukuei. Shia clapped in appreciation. Miss Sukuei's name is so beautiful. It's as lovely as you are. Can I call you Kuei flower? On B11 star there's a harmless plant with fine soft fuzz alternating pink and white called Kuei flower. Unfortunately they are rare, protected species and only found on B11 star. But now with Miss Sukuei here, Luanswa star also has its unique Kuei flower. Sure. Kuei flower. Xia called out immediately and Su Kuei responded here. Her icy blue eyes curved into a smile as Xia leaned on his cheek. I'm starting to see guides differently. Moi leaned in. What about me? Can I call Miss Su Kuei by her name? When he smiled, small dimples appeared on both cheeks. He rested on the table looking up at Su Kuei, his snow-white lashes blinking innocently, his voice soft and sweet. I want to call you Kuei Kuei and you can call me Yi. Not the Yi from Moi. He took Su Kuei's hand and wrote in her palm spelling out Yi. Su Kuei's palm tingled, marveling at how these dog-like men were each more charming than the last. They were so adorable they didn't need to try so hard to please her, she would give them connection and guidance anyway. After a pleasant dinner, upon learning that Su Kuei didn't have to work the next day, they all invited her to visit the 7 Days team headquarters. Su Kuei's heart stirred. Is that alright? Of course, said Lix, who had to speak up or risk losing Su Kuei's attention entirely to the others. Though he wanted his companions to get along with her, he couldn't let himself be left out. The others chimed in, if Miss Su Kuei comes, everyone will surely welcome you. 7 Days was in class powerhouse. Su Kuei had seen this lord in the news. Besides his prowess in battle, what was even more talked about was the swan's devoted love. His partner had passed away long ago and the swan chose not to find another, raising their child alone. Thus on the StarNet, sentinels with swan spirit animals were very popular and the 7 Days team's online buzz remained high. When Su Kuei visited, besides seeing all kinds of dogs, foxes, porcupines and hedgehogs, the swan even took time to meet her. Just like in the news, the silver-haired swan showed no signs of age with a long neck and elegant posture. His attitude towards Su Kuei was very gentle. Those little rascals have never had deep soothing, they might be a bit clingy. Please bear with them. He was like a parent worrying endlessly about his own. Su Kuei wore the necklace Lix had given her, her hair tied up with a red bow. The large bow's tips poked out from the back of her head like spread wings ready to take flight at any moment. She stood before 7 Days beaming, it's fine, everyone is very enthusiastic and I really like it. Hearing this, the already excited dogs had their tails practically wagging off as if they wanted to pounce and bathe the cute guide in their slobber. A guide wanders into a legion only to be devoured by dogs, what a cruel scene. Su Kuei said he'll come again next time. She had a pleasant day there and finally went to work the next day. The first thing she did was extract guide essence still for that Sir Sitten. This time she took a bit more. It was said that the Lord was still locked in the soundproof room, still in a state of alienation, barely maintaining his human form, relying on her guide essence to keep his sanity. Since Su Kuei hadn't come to work citing mental fatigue, the staff hadn't urged her, waiting for her to come at her leisure. Are you feeling better? A staff member asked. Su Kuei replied politely, much better. Thanks to the recovery fluid, it works wonders for me. She attributed all the credit to the recovery fluid, telling everyone she was sensitive to it and that a little went a long way. Due to individual differences, the recovery fluid's effectiveness varied. No one suspected anything. The higher-ups even expressed relief, saying Su Kuei could use as much recovery fluid as she wanted. She didn't hold back, directly taking several weeks' worth meant for other guides. Su Kuei declared with patriotic fervor, the Black Tower has given me such great benefits, I must repay the Star Alliance and the Tower. So I've decided to drink more recovery fluid to quickly regain full energy and provide proper soothing to every sentinel in need so they have no worries on the battlefield. The staff member's gaze was a bit complex, looking at her like a fresh-faced enthusiastic youth. Holding back discouraging words and remembering the surveillance above, he nodded with a feigned moved expression. All right. Miss Su Kuei, I thank you on behalf of everyone for your generosity and righteousness. You've worked hard. Su Kuei stood at attention, looking every bit a soldier. She answered loudly, no hardship. For the Star Alliance. The staff member raised his arm. For the Star Alliance. The cheering subsided. Su Kuei departed. The staff member sighed, wiped his face, sat back down and took a sip of water. He had shouted so loudly earlier that his throat was now hoarse. Another employee entered from outside holding documents and leaned in with curiosity. What were you yelling about in here? I could hear you from afar. After she recounted the whole story, the two of them were puzzled together, whispering, that's not right. Is she really that passionate? A few days ago I heard she was planning to sue the Black Tower over unfair matching. The colleague thought for a moment. Yes, that's true. So the Black Tower doubled her salary. Oh. That explained it. I wish my salary was doubled too. The patient today was a mutant snapping turtle. Far from docile, it was swift and irritable with a menacing demeanor. Its spirit body was as combative and aggressive as its owner, covered in hard spikes, marking it as an A-class sentinel. Upon entering its mental landscape and establishing a connection, Su Kuei could feel a distinct sting. All sentinels without a prior bond instinctively tensed and resisted. Su Kuei slowly ran her hand along its rigid spine from a distance. After several strokes, its body gradually relaxed and it reached up to embrace her waist. The simulated rainforest environment let in a sliver of sunlight. Basking in its warmth, the Sentinel heard Su Kuei murmuring softly, "Do you prefer small fish or shrimp?" "I like fried shrimp, crispy and crunchy." In truth, it hadn't registered a word she said. Its entire focus was on the deep connection within the mental landscape. A flash of white light burst before its eyes and it took a moment to process. Slowly lifting its head, revealing a flushed face beneath red-rimmed eyes, it gasped, "Shrimp balls. I like shrimp balls." Sentinel with inherently volatile temperaments had higher spiritual fluctuation values. When it first entered, its face was full of aggression, as if ready to strike at any moment. Now the impatience in its features had been soothed, granting it a long-lost sense of calm. Su Kuei kept one hand on its shoulder while the other rested behind its neck. It was sweating, leaving her hand damp and sticky. Yet at this distance and posture, the Sentinel found it hard to remain vigilant. Su Kuei felt the blood pulsing beneath the skin of its neck, thrumming against her fingertips. The connection ended and Su Kuei stood up with a smile. "Shrimp balls are indeed delicious. Would you like to have some tonight?" The Sentinel's gaze followed her. More than shrimp balls, it craved something else. But today's treatment was over. The Sentinel stared at her for a long while. Su Kuei looked back in confusion. "Would you like to rest a bit longer?" "No." It stood up, straightened its clothes and left. Su Kuei prepared to clock out. She had just washed her hands and stepped out when she received a notification from the Black Tower. Since the war with the Zerg began, this star sector had become a battlefield. Besides Eta Star, several nearby planets had also deployed garrison forces and the conflict zone continued to expand. Lenzu Star served as a rear supply base. Too many Sentinels had been withdrawn from the front lines and the Black Towers on other planets couldn't handle the distribution, so they had to offload some onto Lenzu Star. The gist of the Black Tower's notice was the war is urgent and Sentinel's spiritual fluctuations are dangerously high, risking complete corruption at this critical moment. Therefore all guides' days off are cancelled. Each guide must pacify 2 Sentinels daily with correspondingly generous compensation. This was a mandatory order that every guide had to follow. Su Kuei scrolled down to see the requirements for each grade of guide. To prevent guides from perfunctory work, it stipulated that every pacification must be effective, reducing the Sentinel's spiritual fluctuation value by at least 8 percentage points. Except under special circumstances. She didn't see an issue with the requirement, it was a special time after all. But when she went to the cafeteria, she overheard some guides complaining. Because of this requirement, the guides who had finished their morning pacifications couldn't go home for lunch. The cafeteria was more crowded than ever before. The conflict between Sentinels and guides had always existed, with extremists on both sides fanning the flames, making it increasingly fierce. Su Kuei heard someone say, "Our attack power is formidable too. Why aren't we allowed on the battlefield? Sentinels are just physically tougher. When their minds get hurt, they still need us to pacify them." A few allied guides sat around a table eating and discussing. "Exactly. Take Lord Shumo and Lord Huanya for instance. I heard they've been deployed here as reinforcements. Those 2 lords can fight on the front lines. At the end of the day, it's because we're too weak." Su Kuei pricked up her ears. She had heard of these 2 legendary figures among guides. One had a spirit body of a deep-sea jellyfish, the other a hallucinogenic fish. The Star Alliance news didn't hide such reports, so after finishing her meal and returning to the pacification room, Su Kuei saw the news. Conflict with the Zerg was commonplace, driven by territorial disputes, resource grabs and other reasons. The Zerg here were not mindless lower beings but intelligent life forms. Both sides wielded energy weapons. Because of their high destructiveness, frequent use of thermal weapons caused energy fluctuations and the spreading radiation polluted the environment. Though such strikes were mere scratches to the universe, the long-term effects were unbearable for intelligent life. No one wanted to be forced to migrate from their familiar star sector, so both sides signed an agreement banning glass thermal weapons. The weapons used in everyday skirmishes were considered minor. After signing the agreement, peace had indeed held for decades. This sudden Zerg attack was because their previous queen had died and the next queen was about to be born, requiring a massive amount of nutrients for incubation. The Zerg's reproductive capacity was astonishing. The Star Alliance couldn't allow them to grow unchecked. Behind the pacification room was a small rest area of a few square meters with a tiny bed. Drawing the curtain separated it from the outer space. Su Kuei had never had a chance to rest there before, but today she lay down, scrolled through her light brain for a while and prepared to take a nap. As she set the alarm, she recalled a comment she had seen on Edison sharing their views on the war. Amidst the clamor for the complete eradication of the Zerg, this statement was rather thought-provoking. "Rather than making the Zerg disappear, I think the current situation is better. Without an external enemy, our guns would likely turn inward. A powerful empire may be impregnable from without, but it rots and crumbles from within. Isn't that how the former Federation fell? Someone below agreed the class conflict between Sentinels guides and ordinary people, the antagonism between Sentinels and guides, the anti-Star Alliance truth organization formed by former Federation members, the existence of dark Sentinels and guides. We indeed have many problems, all temporarily overshadowed by the Zerg. If the Zerg disappeared and these conflicts erupted, I dare not imagine how much longer the Star Alliance would survive. At the end of the guidebook there was also a brief introduction to the rare dark guides. A dark guide is a special type among guides. They are not easily affected by the emotions of Sentinels. They can effortlessly enter the mental landscape of other Sentinels through their spiritual power, exerting mental control or intervention, and even directly manipulate and reconstruct the mental state of other Sentinels, turning them into puppets. This ability is extremely rare among guides. However, none of this mattered much to her now. Su Kuei yawned and fell asleep. The one who came in the afternoon was still a member of the Crocodile Puss squad. He wasn't alone, someone was following behind him. It's you. Su Kuei looked at the person behind him. It was the one she had soothed this morning. He handed her a fresh keeping box and said succinctly, shrimp balls. Su Kuei took it in bewilderment and opened the lid. A fragrant aroma hit her face. Inside, the white bouncy shrimp balls were packed closely together in round shapes. The other person gave a brief smile. It's delicious. After saying that, he left. Cold-blooded animals were just that cool. Her afternoon patient crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, when do we start? Don't waste my time. Su Kuei thought, another cool guy. She carried the fresh keeping box into the room. Within an hour that cool guy couldn't stay cool anymore. On the table, the flowers she had casually picked from the garden at noon were placed in a vase. The bright red petals curled at the edges, and the cool guy on the sofa was completely limp. Su Kuei poured him a glass of water and said considerately, if you need to leave urgently you can go now. The other person's lips moved. No. Su Kuei smiled and didn't urge him to leave. Watching a cold-blooded animal warm up and change color was indeed very interesting. After finishing this round one by one, it was time for the dog she had been looking forward to. The first was Xia. He came cheerfully and wasn't in a hurry to start in Su Kuei's soothing room. He chatted with her about the recent battles. Being able to go out and move around clearly made him quite happy. Su Kuei let their spiritual bodies make contact and the feedback showed he was in a good state. She said, then why do you need soothing? Even though only drank, the fee for one session is still quite high. Xia grinned. Because I've never tried it before. I wanted to experience it. Kuei flower, what do I need to do? Class Sentinels in the Star Alliance were scarce. Compared to Su Kuei, it was hard to say which was more precious. Yes, Su Kuei could tell. Next, I'm going to enter your mental landscape. Don't resist. She cupped Zia's face and leaned in closer. His ice blue eyes were right in front of her. They gazed at each other, their breaths drawing near. Zia's wide grin slowly faded. Without the goofy look of a sled dog trio, he actually looked surprisingly handsome when he was serious. Su Kuei closed her eyes and pressed her forehead against his. Xia frowned slightly in discomfort, but it was only for a moment. He relaxed his mind and let Su Kuei enter. She felt her spiritual power seeping in bit by bit, soft and non-aggressive, carrying a soothing, rippling quality. He was enveloped by her sweet guide essence. His nose twitched and he leaned in to sniff. Unable to restrain his instinct, he impulsively stuck out his tongue to lick the spot where the scent was strongest. Su Kuei shrank her neck and took a moment to say, don't lick me there. It's very ticklish. Xia glanced at her and switched to licking other places. The enthusiastic big dog, stimulated by the spiritual connection, kept licking behind her ears. Su Kuei was amused by the furry head nuzzling her, feeling as if she were really holding a restless husky. The dog panted hot breath, licked her face and poked her neck with its cool nose. Su Kuei suppressed her laughter and finished the connection. She pushed his face away. All right, stop licking. Xia was pushed back by her hand, but then he licked her palm again. He held Su Kuei and swayed, a bright smile spreading across his face. Is this the connection? It feels so good. His ice blue eyes narrowed in contentment. I want more. Then go queue up. Today's session is over. Su Kuei patted his half-black, half-white hair. Because it was soft and smooth, she gave it a few more strokes. Xia bounced her up. Pet me more. Su Kuei pinched his ears. In the morning a husky, in the afternoon a samoyed. Moi arrived at noon holding flowers, standing at the door with a blooming smile. He knocked softly and said in a sweet voice, Kuei, open up. It's me, yay. Xia, who had been lingering on the sofa, finally got up and left. When he opened the door, Moi's smile didn't waver. Where's Kuei? Xia crossed his hands behind his head and jerked his chin backward. Washing her face. You came too early. She hasn't had lunch yet. Moi said you left too late. Hurry up and go. Don't delay Kikui's meal. What about you? Shia looked at him sideways. I can wait for Kue, Moi said. Seeing Sukue come out of the bathroom, he revealed his dimples. Kue. He handed her the flowers and said shyly, sorry Kue. I wanted to see you earlier, so I came ahead of time. I won't disturb you. I promise to stay quietly in the corner and won't affect your lunch or nap. What bad intentions could a dog have? He just wanted to be close to the person he liked. Sukue took the flowers and said they're very beautiful. Thank you. But I'm not used to having other people around when I sleep. Could you please go back first? When work hours start, he'll do the connection for you. The Samoyed's bright eyes dimmed a little, but he still showed his sweet dimples and said alright. Can I at least walk you to the cafeteria? Shia quickly chimed in, I want to send Kue flowers too. Sukue said no. There has never been a Sentinel in the guide's cafeteria. I don't want to become a topic of discussion for others. Rejected. The two dogs drooped their tails and looked at her with pitiful innocent puppy dog eyes. After waiting a few seconds and seeing that Sukue hadn't changed her mind, they cheerfully bounced back as if nothing had happened. Shia whistled. I'm heading back first. Moi curved his eyes. You'll come back in the afternoon then. A new batch of Sentinels had been dispatched from the battlefield to various black towers across the planets. Their facility had received 348 of them, so all the guides were working overtime. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was somewhat subdued. The guides all looked exhausted, not even wanting to talk. Sukue also dragged her feet as she slowly walked over to get her meal. Sukue, over here. The one calling her was a guide she had recently met named Annie, whose spiritual beast was a moose. Others were sitting nearby. They nodded politely to Sukue and then continued their previous conversation. Annie asked her, how was your day? What type of Sentinels did you get? Sukue took a bite of her food. There were also meatballs in today's dish, but they weren't as good as the shrimp balls from the other day. Dogs. Annie let out an "oh." Dogs, huh? Not bad. Among these Sentinels, they're the most pleasant to deal with. Others nodded in agreement. Annie complained while holding her chopsticks, my Sentinels today were felines. Neurotic and jumpy. They were really hard to soothe. Felines, Sukue recalled the little cat her brother had kept in her past life. Though she was a dog person, that silver gradient was truly well-behaved, clingy and beautiful. She adored it too. My pacification target is an avian, arrogant, rude and insufferable. I have no idea what the matchmaker was thinking. I'm going to submit a request to refuse pacification for any avian Sentinel from now on. Annie's face showed sympathy upon hearing this. Avian spirit Sentinels were abundant common species, including eagles, falcons, crows and magpies, along with some rarer ones. This guide's spirit was a lemming. Beyond her inherent aversion to avians, she had once been cruelly pranked by a corvid Sentinel, and even now she spoke through gritted teeth, the damn Sentinel actually tricked me. He never came for pacification at all. Avians don't even need it. He had his spirit pack my lemming's bottom. And he stole my gemstone ring. He returned it later, but I'll loathe avians for the rest of my life. Sukue thought this perfectly matched her stereotype of corvid big shots. The others are just as awful. Caught up in the mood, the weary guides vented with great enthusiasm, chattering on about the Sentinel's flaws. Annie turned to Sukue. I remember your previous Sentinels were all reptiles, right? You only switched to canines a few days ago. That's right. Sukue sipped her soup. The others looked over and asked in unison, so are they cold, silent and hard to get along with? They eagerly awaited Sukue's agreement. Sukue swallowed. Not really, I find them quite easy to talk to. They're a bit quiet, sure, but sometimes their dazedness is amusing. So you don't hate those Sentinels? Well, I'm indifferent to the Sentinels themselves. I rather like their spirits. I love animals, Sukue added after a pause, except flies, mosquitoes, cockroaches and blood-sucking bugs. The guides fell silent, exchanged glances, then stopped questioning her and resumed their own chatter. Sukue didn't mind. After eating her fill, she bid Annie farewell and left with her tray. After her afternoon nap, Moya arrived precisely on time, not a second late. Well-fed and content, Sukue spent the afternoon petting the adorable Samoyed, tousling its fluffy fur. Moya's voice grew even sweeter. He lay on the sofa wagging his tail, deliberately manifesting fuzzy ears that trembled against Sukue's palm. He panted and asked, whose fur feels better, mine or Zia's? Sukue rubbed his doggy head and patted his soft belly. Yours. Moya blinked his white lashes and smiled contentedly. Sukue couldn't resist his satin-like snowy coat, letting the big cloud-like dog nap on her lap before seeing him off. She had started work at 1 in the afternoon, and after the pacification it was only 3, still early. Sue Kuei packed up, returned to her dorm to freshen up, then took a car to the mall to buy the bracelet she'd been longing for. It looked stunning stacked with her smartwatch. She snapped a photo and posted it on her optical brain, a section akin to a social feed. Shortly after posting, a few red notification dots appeared. Her friend list had expanded recently. Sue Kuei had tagged each contact with their spirit species. Fennec fox like this, husky like this, blue peacock like this, black scorpion like this. She found it amusing and saved a screenshot. The shopping guide robot, seeing she had bought the bracelet, tirelessly recommended other items. They earned commissions on sales with bonuses paid in maintenance oil. If she didn't want their follow-up saying go away would trigger a command and no guide would pester her further. Sue Kuei didn't say it, but watching the robot hustle so hard just for maintenance oil gave her an odd feeling. Nowadays most work had been taken over by intelligent robots. In the interstellar era, mass-produced robots were as cheap as plastic bags on Earth. Requiring only maintenance oil and minimal energy, they never complained about heavy workloads or difficult customers, making them far more efficient labor than humans. Standard market robots were mandated to look distinct from humans. Only customized machine lovers could be made to resemble humans to a certain extent, and they sold well. Large screens outside the mall advertised these products. The machine lovers on display were stunningly beautiful, singing and dancing, drawing glances from every passerby. Do you like machine lovers? The persistent guide robot's eyes flickered. We accept custom orders here, and we also carry jewelry and clothing for them. Sue Kuei glanced again. The machine lover on the screen was so exquisitely crafted that its gender was ambiguous at first glance. Only by reading the fine print below did Sue Kuei learn it was male. She shook her head. Not interested. Could you recommend other jewelry? I'm looking for ear studs. The guide robot wheeled away cheerfully, leading her to another display case. Right this way, miss, ear studs are here. The mall wasn't very crowded. The adjacent elevator doors opened, revealing the floor's second customer. Sue Kuei hadn't seen him yet, but her spirit began to warn her. The sound of boots striking the floor was sharp and distinct. A platinum gold combat uniform encased a body brimming with explosive power, his posture upright. Cufflinks of the same hue reflected the mall's fluorescent light. Dazzled for a moment, Sue Kuei turned to look. Hello, sir. What can I help you with? Another guide robot glided over to attend to him. He simply said go away. The robot replied certainly and slid away. He browsed the sparkling accessories on his own. Sue Kuei's eyes first landed on his attire. The style was largely similar to the black combat uniforms she'd seen before, but the details, like the cufflinks and the sapphire brooch on his chest, exuded an air of refinement and wealth. Only then did she look up and notice his broad shoulders. His head-to-shoulder ratio was excellent, a small head atop a striking face with sharp features. Beneath his dark brown hair, a tattoo extended from the side of his neck into the upright collar of his uniform. The look in his eyes was as piercing as the gleam of the gem in his earring. Sue Kuei could sense his spirit, too intense, a roaring, surging hurricane sweeping down from a mountain peak. This Sentinel's mental fluctuation value must be extremely high, otherwise she wouldn't have perceived it so clearly. In her opinion, he needed to see a doctor more than he needed to shop. Such high mental fluctuations would cause the Sentinel immense pain. Suppression and endurance only made them more irritable and aggressive, with a high risk of suddenly snapping and attacking. Sue Kuei discreetly moved a little farther away. Fengji was indeed deeply uncomfortable. His spiritual energy was in turmoil, his wings clamoring to break free from the combat suit. The incessant chatter of the robot nearby only worsened his headache. He reached out a hand intending to crush that oblivious machine. He could effortlessly demolish this building, tear apart every living being here with the same ease as shredding a mouse. Veins bulged on his arms, the tattoo on his neck writhing with the movement of his skin. Yet despite this, his expression remained composed as he forced himself to focus on something pleasing like the glittering trinkets in the display case. But it was futile. Neither the treasures at home nor those outside could calm him. Fengji pressed his forehead, the agony cycling through him at tenfold intensity over and over again. Are there other styles? A clueless figure nearby was still selecting earrings. Fengji hadn't paid much attention until the voice briefly drew his focus, and then he caught an unusual scent. It was the fragrance of that lady. A hint of sweetness that inexplicably soothed his precarious, taut emotions. Sue Kuei didn't find earrings she liked and only bought a small pendant. As she passed Fengji to pay, she noticed him standing motionless for a long while, his gaze fixed on the display case, his sharp profile tense. His gloved hand was clenched into a fist, the muscles of his arm clearly defined, looking as if he could shatter the glass case with a single punch. She glanced at him and quickened her pace to leave. This Sentinel seemed like he might rob the mall at any moment, and if he suddenly went berserk and harmed innocents, this place wouldn't cover her for work-related injuries. Fengji's Adam's apple bobbed, his blood vessels swelling, the pattern on his neck pulsing. He watched Su Kuei's retreating figure. The faint scent completely dissipated and he pressed his temples before striding after her. Su Kuei stepped onto the elevator. Just as the doors were closing, that irritable-looking Sentinel stepped in as well. She pressed the button for the first floor. He didn't move. The elevator doors shut and the car descended rapidly. The confined space made their auras more pronounced. His scent was aggressive and invasive, enveloping her entirely. Su Kuei looked up, meeting his unabashed, condescending gaze. He leaned against the wall of the car, resting his hand on the metal railing, fingers tapping lightly beneath his platinum glove as he scrutinized her from above. Su Kuei asked politely, "Can you restrain your pheromones?" A sentinel's pheromones function like animal scents, typically used to mark territory or leave a trace on a desired guide to assert ownership. Emitting a strong scent in public was considered rude. He had elongated, slanted eyes with thick, long lashes, the corners upturned. His lips curled into a smile, thin yet with a dewdrop-like fullness at the center. He leisurely pulled off his glove, revealing rings on both his index and middle fingers, their glittering light impossible to ignore. Su Kuei's gaze dropped. She watched as that hand reached toward her, accompanied by his voice rumbling from his chest, "May I make your acquaintance?" "Beautiful guide." Su Kuei didn't move. "I am Feng Ji, captain of the Wind Team." She saw the ornate badge on his shoulder. But she wasn't particularly impressed, and even if she were, it wouldn't faze her. She reached out and shook his hand briefly. "Hello." The Wind Team ranked 6th overall. His hand was warm, the ring somewhat abrasive. Su Kuei tried to pull away. He released her slowly, and even as he slightly bowed his head to accommodate her height, his demeanor radiated arrogance. All captains were rated S and above, and she had always believed in keeping raptors at a respectful distance. So she had no intention of prolonging the conversation. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out first. Feng Ji remained in the car, his eyes fixed on her back. He raised his unloved hand to his nose and inhaled. It still carried the scent of an unripe fruit, just beginning to emit an enticing sweetness. 2 days passed peacefully before Su Kuei received a special assignment. To accelerate Captain Sitton's recovery, the Erbo family requested the Black Tower to allow Su Kuei to have close contact with him. The few doses of guide essence per week were no longer sufficient. Captain Sitton couldn't afford further delay. The longer it took, the greater the spiritual damage and the higher the risk of lasting effects such as a downgrade in rank. S-class sentinels in the Star Alliance were scarce. Compared to Su Kuei, it was hard to say which was more precious. The Black Tower left the decision to Su Kuei, insisting they wouldn't force her choice. Naturally, Su Kuei wanted to refuse. She had inquired and learned that Lord Sitton's spirit beast was a mutated crocodile, immense and ferocious. Was she tired of living to willingly stay with such a reckless, dangerous creature? The Erbo family didn't give up. While searching for other suitable guides, Sitton's mother also scheduled a video call with Su Kuei. The Star Alliance's video calls could project lifelike holograms, revealing even the fine texture of the other person's skin. "I know it's dangerous, so we're willing to compromise. Well, keep Sitton in a cage to ensure your absolute safety. Just let him continuously sense your guide essence. Regardless of the outcome, the Erbo family will not treat you poorly." Although Su Kuei was currently only drank, the other party didn't look down on her and even showed her the cage for the crocodile, made from the hardest metal with an energy shield on the surface. Even Sitton couldn't break it open. The massive metal cage spanned several hundred square meters, enough for the transformed Captain Sitton to move around inside. The Black Tower's soundproof rooms certainly couldn't accommodate something this large, so the cage was set up in the Erbo family's back garden, which included a large lake said to be Sitton's private pool. Seeing Su Kuei silent, the captain's mother named another figure. Su Kuei was stunned by the zeros. It was an enormous sum, enough to buy the mall shed visited yesterday. Su Kuei said, "All right, but could I see your estate's security measures? In case of any accidents, I want my personal safety guaranteed." The captain's mother was overjoyed. "Please rest assured." She explained in detail and even signed a contract with Su Kuei, witnessed by the Black Tower. The Erbo family was one of the major clans in the central region, a lineage of iron and blood with a consistently good reputation. Su Kuei agreed, planning to finish with the sentinels on her current list first. But the family couldn't wait. They somehow negotiated with the Black Tower and other sentinels in line to let Captain Sitton cut ahead. So within 2 days, Su Kuei was transported to Erbo Star along with Captain Sitton locked in his cage. Each family had its own independent planetary territory. Erbo Star was hundreds of thousands of light-years from Luanswa Star, a journey requiring several days of Starfleet jumps. Su Kuei agreed to the business trip for 2 reasons. First, the compensation was too generous to refuse. Second, she wanted to try riding a starship. Captain Sitton had begun his transformation near the Luanswa Star. Due to the high fluctuation values, spatial jumps were impossible to send him home for recovery, thus he was temporarily relocated to the nearest Luanswa Star. Now that his spirit had slightly improved, he might withstand spatial migration. Captain Sitton's private starship was immense, adorned with a crocodile emblem. Sue Kuei packed her luggage. She no longer needed to wear a uniform for the business trip, but she had no casual clothes either, so she would have to buy new ones upon arriving at Crocodile+Star. Leaving the staff dormitory, she headed for breakfast but found several people waiting at the entrance. Black combat suits enveloped their bodies with black boots, gloves and masks. The Star Alliance seemed to be a nation of ascetic uniform enthusiasts and masked figures, a very appealing aesthetic. The leader turned to look at her with glistening black hair and pupils, only his eyes and high nose bridge visible. His voice came from beneath the mask. Miss Sue Kuei, hello. We are the Crocodile Squad responsible for escorting you safely to Crocodile+Star. I am Vice Captain Blackscale. He extended his hand and they shook. Sue Kuei glanced at him, then at the others. Coincidentally, they were all acquaintances with whom she had formed connections. The blue peacock gazed at her eagerly. If it had a tail, it would already be displaying its feathers. The mutated crocodile tortoise beside him crossed his arms, meeting her eyes. His usually furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He looked at his teammate and asked in a low voice, "Want some shrimp balls?" The cool guy on the other side rested his hand on his waist weapon, looking everywhere but at her. Yet when his gaze accidentally met Sue Kuei's, the temperature of his ears began to rise. Sue Kuei greeted each of them and said she was going to the cafeteria. Blackscale replied, "The starship has a kitchen robot, you can order any dish you like." Steamed buns. Blackscale nodded yes. Sue Kuei immediately said, "Let's go." A smile lifted the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Blackscale rose to lead the way and a group of sentinels silently escorted Sue Kuei onto the starship. Their black combat suits outlined slender waists and broad shoulders. With long legs encased in boots, they deliberately slowed their pace to match hers. Surrounded by their auras, the sentinels' pheromones varied subtly, clinging to her. Blackscale glanced back, noting his teammates' barely perceptible approach, but said nothing. Sue Kuei was naturally aware of the lingering ambiguous pheromones around her, but she pretended not to notice as she boarded the hovercar heading to the space station. There a colossal silver-gray starship was docked. She looked up at its emblem, a cold crocodile eye with a vertical pupil staring down from above with the words Crocodile beneath it. The starship's overall design was sleek and sealed. The door slid open silently, revealing an interior reminiscent of a honeycomb. The room arranged for Sue Kuei was luxurious and spacious. She didn't inspect it first but went straight to the dining area. As her escort, Vice Captain Blackscale naturally followed for close protection. The others dispersed to patrol and inspect the starship. He went to the kitchen to order steamed buns and the robot began preparing them. Sue Kuei watched through the transparent glass, chin in hand, while Blackscale first brought her soy milk. "Drink this." Sue Kuei said, "Add sugar." Blackscale turned back, added sugar and brought it over. Sue Kuei took a sip. This ancient food was unavailable in the Black Tower's cafeteria and Sue Kuei had longed for it. Though the taste wasn't quite the same, it sufficed to satisfy her craving. A trace of moisture accidentally stained the corner of her mouth and Sue Kuei licked it clean with her tongue. She looked up to meet Blackscale's gaze. His eyes, normally round like a human's, contracted into thin slits. He lowered his head, his vertical pupils fixed on her, reflecting her image. "Are you afraid?" Blackscale's voice always sent a shiver down one's spine, like tiny creatures crawling over the skin. "Sorry, did I scare you?" He raised his hand to press the corner of his eye, his narrow eyes, half-closed eyelashes pressing down, his gaze always locked on her. In the darkness, the venomous stinger on his tail rose and swayed gently, a signal before the hunt. Powerful pincers, a faintly visible mouthpart. "It's okay," Sue Kuei smiled at him. "You're fine like this." Blackscale raised an eyebrow. Unable to see his expression beneath the mask, Sue Kuei pushed the soy milk toward him. "Want some?" No. Blackscale glanced at it. "You can enjoy this ancient breakfast yourself." Sue Kuei silently regretted it. She wished she could see his raised stinger again. She longed to reach out and touch it. "Where is Captain Sitton?" After finishing her meal, Sue Kuei wiped her mouth, recalling the patient. "Right next to you." The Black Tower injected him with an anesthetic containing your pheromones. He won't wake for 3 days. "Want to see him?" Sue Kuei asked. "If I go, will I be able to see him?" Blackscale gave a lazy smile. "No. That room is completely sealed, isolating all external sounds to prevent him from waking early. You'd only see a heavy metal door." "All right." Sue Kuei asked, "What can I do now then?" "There is one thing." Blackscale stood up, pulled back his chair and approached her. Taking her hand, he stroked it. "The captain is glass and still unable to summon his spirit body. It's unrealistic to let you enter his mental landscape rashly, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. So besides escorting you safely to Crocodile+Star, we have a second mission. His gloves carried his cool temperature as he gently spread her fingers apart. I believe the Black Tower has already informed you. Su Kuei looked up at him. You mean to induce my bonding heat? Exactly. A black scorpion crawled to her ear, pressing against her earlobe, restless and eager. Once you enter bonding heat, your guide essence will be 3 times more potent. Well, filter the air containing your guide essence into the adjacent room, letting the captain slumber in your aura. He'll recover faster. But I refused. Su Kuei pulled her fingers free from his grasp. Although I agreed to help him recover, I am not a tool for treatment. This behavior is somewhat insulting to me personally. Arranging for these sentinels to engage in frequent intimate connections would stimulate the guide to produce bonding heat. Su Kuei had no objection to spiritual connections, but she could not accept physical ones. Before coming, Su Kuei had reiterated this to the Black Tower and the Crocodile Pa family. She was only interested in the sentinel spirit bodies, not their physical forms. She emphasized that she would not accept physical union, and her contract with the Black Tower did not include that clause. No amount of compensation could change her mind. If the other party disagreed, she would consider terminating the contract. Didn't the Crocodile Pa family inform you? Su Kuei asked. Black Scale stepped back 2 paces. Just then his communicator beeped. He glanced at it and replied, now they have. That's good. Su Kuei, dressed in a little dress, tilted her head and asked, can you take me to visit the starship? Each room on the starship has windows made of a special material with 3 layers of glass that do not obstruct the view. Su Kuei leaned closer to look outside. The universe was pitch black and silent, the flight path avoiding planets, and the journey was smooth without a hint of turbulence. After a while she lost interest and returned to her room under the guidance of Hylan. Next door was Captain Stan, and the inside was quiet with a heavy metal door blocking all sounds. The room assigned to Su Kuei was quite large, featuring a cold metallic color scheme. It also had adjustable simulated environment controls for temperature and humidity, with a newly installed filter connected to the adjacent room, allowing the captain to breathe in her scent to the greatest extent. Peeking through the filter, she saw nothing. Was Captain Stan now just a crocodile due to complete transformation? Su Kuei tapped on her light brain to find relevant information and checked the data on Crocodile Star. Crocodile Star was a star emitting a yellow-brown light surrounded by 3 small planets. Its surface was covered with lakes, rivers, and other freshwater bodies, providing abundant water sources and lush vegetation, perfectly aligning with the survival preferences of the crocodile family's spiritual beings. After 3 days of traveling, Captain Stan had been sedated for 3 days and he was still asleep when the starship landed. During the transport, Hylan administered another shot and explained to Su Kuei, this is a short-acting drug to prevent the captain from waking up early. They must ensure he is delivered to the cage in the backyard. Hylan and the others first transported Captain Stan while Su Kuei waited alone on the starship for a while. When they returned, the blue peacock showed a reluctant expression as Su Kuei had refused to interact, so they had not been in contact with her much during these days. Facing their gazes, Su Kuei felt puzzled. Was it possible to develop dependency after just one connection? Recalling how the dogs were aware of her business trip while they had tasks that prevented them from seeing her off, several appeared listless, their expressions resembling those on the verge of tears, constantly reminding her to take care of herself and return soon. Miss Su Kuei, I will miss you very much. The blue peacock's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Can I give you a hug? The others did not show their feelings so openly, but each was somewhat downcast. Su Kuei looked at them and opened her arms. Sure. The tall sentinels lined up, bending down one by one to hug her. Aren't you coming with me? Captain's mother had promised to send subordinates to protect her. Su Kuei thought she was referring to the... Hylan placed his palm against her lower back, pausing for a few seconds before releasing it and shaking his head. Not us. We have other tasks, only responsible for bringing you here. After arriving at Crocodile Star, others will come to take over. It will be another Deputy Captain Xinghe, whose spiritual being is a mutated King Cobra. Wow! Su Kuei exclaimed in surprise. Hylan leaned down and gently patted her head. We came from the same incubation chamber, so genetically we have a brotherly relationship. There's no need to be afraid, he won't harm you. As they descended from the starship, Su Kuei noticed that modern elements on Crocodile Star were scarce, with 98 of the planet covered in plants and lakes. Upon opening the hatch, a refreshing breeze rushed in, carrying the scent of rainforest soil. A group of people was already waiting under the starship, with the leading sentinel being particularly striking. That's him. Hylan whispered in her ear. After mutation, his spiritual being has changed color. Can it really change like this? Su Kuei exclaimed in amazement. The other party looked up sharply, with long hair and blue eyes, creating an illusion of being enveloped in dust and mist under the brilliant sunlight. The grayish-blue was not as flamboyant as Shia, and from the quietly cascading hair to the galaxy-like pupils there was an aura of tranquility and beauty. Those misty blue eyes locked onto her, glanced briefly at her, then shifted to Hylan. Under the gazes of the unfamiliar sentinels, Sukue slowly walked down. Hyland handed over responsibilities. Escort mission completed. The escorted subject Sukue safely arrived at Crocodile Star on January 22, 3137 of the Star Alliance at 1500. Thank you for your hard work. The protection mission begins and the protected subject Sukue is officially accepted at 1501 on January 22, 3137 of the Star Alliance. The two parties nodded and Hyland glanced at Sukue before striding away. It was really efficient. Sukue thought they would catch up on old times. Turning her head, she found Qinghao looking at her. His eyes were more captivating than any gem on the market and his voice was clear. Miss Sukue, hello. We will be responsible for your safety throughout this journey. I am Deputy Captain Qinghao. Hello. The temperature under his gloves was the same as Hyland. Although Captain Stan lived on the same planet as his family, they were quite far apart with no one else within tens of thousands of meters of his private residence. Sukue needed to take a hovercar to meet the captain's mother, which would take about 20 minutes. Captain's mother looked exactly like her projection. The interstellar beauty industry was advanced, and without the worries of wrinkles and aging it became even more difficult to guess her age. The lady was beautiful and elegant with soft hands that carried a fragrance. After chatting with Sukue for a while, she escorted her to the door. I will trouble you during this time. The crocodile family will pay the agreed compensation. Captain Stan had been settled. The cage kept him and Sukue at a safe distance. On his side were lakes and grasslands, while Sukue's side was a small garden filled with blooming flowers, with the nearby egg-shaped house being the captain's residence, a large egg with two smaller eggs. The large egg belonged to the captain and was off limits to others. Small egg 1 was a guest room where she currently resided. Small egg 2 was a robot charging room. The small garden was furnished with sunshades and chairs, and the kitchen robot would prepare different flavors of afternoon tea based on her needs. For now, Sukue only needed to sit by the metal railing and read storybooks to the captain. The Adventure of Baby Crocodile. Sukue took out her special soothing book from her luggage. Qinghao watched as she retrieved a book titled Complete Collection of Interstellar Fairy Tales, flipped to a specific story, cleared her throat and sat down on a pedal-like stool intending to read to their captain. Qinghao and the sentinels behind him fell silent. They had been busy with war and had not visited the Black Tower had the guides now changed like this. As if the misty-sensed sentinels looked a little longer, Qinghao said, we will patrol 100 meters away. If anything unusual happens, just call out and we will respond promptly. It is not advisable to have too many people around Captain Stan, especially sentinels. When he loses his sanity, he may react violently, and those chaotic scents will make him feel threatened and aggressive. Sukue replied, I hope you will keep your promise. If something unexpected happens and you are late, I will hold you accountable. Qinghao nodded and led the others away, taking positions at a distance. A robot came to spray air freshener, and once the other scents faded, the energy shield behind the metal railing gradually became transparent, allowing Sukue to finally see what Captain Stan looked like. It was indeed a crocodile. Yet its size was several times larger than she had ever known, bulky and broad, its scales rough and tough, lying prone with eyes shut, limbs stout, and a tail thicker than her waist. Sukue measured the gap between the railings. Her hand could slip through, but this massive creature definitely could not. Relieved, she drew closer to observe while it still slept. The crocodile's exposed teeth were as white as snow, each broader than her finger. Their tips gleamed with a chilling sharpness, enough to make one's heart race even as it lay quietly. So huge, Sukue marveled. She noticed a slight twitch in its chubby claws pressed against the ground, then stepped back clutching her book. Black Scale had said the anesthetic would last an hour. Checking the time, it was nearly up. Its claws stirred the nictitating membrane beneath its eyelids, parted, starlight bursting within, yellow-green irises, pupils contracting to pinpricks. The crocodile gaped its jaws and roared at her, a rolling thunderclap. The bars rattled as it struck them, and in the distance Qinghao, who had been watching, seemed to take a step forward. Waving to that misty blue figure to indicate all was well, Sukue summoned her professional demeanor and flashed the practiced warm smile she had honed before mirrors. In a honeyed voice she said, hello, Captain. I'm Sukue, your guide assigned to soothe you. Don't be fierce or afraid, I won't hurt you. She ventured a half-step closer, watching the crocodile's reaction. Do you remember my scent? It shouldn't be unfamiliar. The rows of teeth were daunting, and being locked in the predator's gaze sent a shiver, but it no longer rammed the barrier. A breeze swept by, carrying Sukue's fragrance gently across the crocodile's massive maw. It stirred, then turned to roar behind her. Sukue glanced back and saw the robot blowing air in her direction. How intelligent was that? The machine had no scent, yet the captain still showed aversion. She waved for it to leave. Over their Chang, he tapped a few commands on his device, and the robot fan, still whirring, trundled away. So he had been controlling it. Sukue resumed her efforts to calm the crocodile. This was a first, but following the formula never failed. She asked Captain Sitten, may I call you by your name directly? The crocodile gave no response. After a few seconds Sukuei nodded and said to herself, alright, since you don't object, I'll take that as a yes. She strained to make her voice sweeter as if holding candy in her mouth and called out his name, Sitten. Step 1, address the other by name. The crocodile fixed its gaze on her, emitting a threatening growl. Step 2, physical contact. Sukuei studied the enormous crocodile before her, a creature resembling a prehistoric beast with its row of formidable teeth and cold vertical pupils. Step 2, skipped. She crouched a little distance from the railing and showed it the childish cover of her book. Do you like storybooks? How about I read you a story? The crocodile's engine-like rumble continued. Once upon a time there was a baby crocodile. Amidst the crocodile's accompaniment, Sukuei read in a soft voice, undisturbed. Halfway through the story the crocodile tired of roaring and finally fell silent. As if confirming she posed no threat, it turned and crawled toward the lake. Afraid it might not hear her, Sukuei shuffled forward. The baby crocodile tumbled into the mud pit, rolling joyfully. Captain Sitten twisted his head to roar at her once, then sank into the water, leaving only his eyes and the top of his head visible like a drifting log adrift. He remained motionless in the water, staring in her direction, his thoughts unknown. Sukuei finished the book and, feeling thirsty, ordered the kitchen robot to prepare black tea, intending to enjoy some pastries. The robot worked swiftly. Sukuei washed her hands and elegantly indulged in afternoon tea. Assorted cookies crunched crisply between her teeth. The black tea was rich and aromatic. As Sukuei took a sip, the crocodile in the water continued its covert observation. After sampling various cookies, Sukuei had the robot bring a parasol and a lounge chair. Before the crocodile could roar, she sent the machines away, then settled into the chair. I'm going to take a sunbath and nap. Would you mind staying calm? Sukuei negotiated with the two eyes peeking from the water. After a patient wait, she received its silent consent, put on her sleep mask and draped a blanket over her stomach. The water grew still, the rustle of wind through leaves and the warmth of sunlight filled the air. Sukuei's breathing steadied. The crocodile, its head submerged, lifted it slightly when she seemed asleep. A crocodile's nostrils sit atop its snout near the eyes, equipped with valves that automatically close to block water when diving. Upon surfacing, the valves opened and its keen sense of smell caught a faint sweetness lingering in the air, the remnants of cookies and black tea. This scent was familiar, it soothed its parched and fractured spiritual form. Enveloped in this aroma, its frenzied emotions could find some respite. Instinct drove it closer. Silently the crocodile crawled ashore, crushing a patch of grass in its muddy wake, and pressed its snout against the railing, straining to push through the gaps, striding toward Sukuei. The sun warmed it comfortably, it recalled no such leisurely bask in ages. So it too closed its eyes. Sukuei lifted the corner of her sleep mask. Excellent. The patient's mood had stabilized, treatment could continue. After a brief 20-minute rest before ending her shift for the day, Sukuei released her spiritual entity to let the crocodile grow familiar with the pink sea anemone. Its gaze was indeed captivated, its pupils tracked the anemone's sway. The anemone kept its distance, drifting for a while before she withdrew it. Sukuei rose, book in hand. It's 5 o'clock, I'm off duty now. Sitten, see you tomorrow. Have a good night's rest. The crocodile followed her retreating figure. Sukuei met with Ching-He. She reported, he can tolerate my presence. I'll try to soothe him while ensuring safety. Ching-He nodded, his voice calm. Hard work. It wasn't exactly hard, just a bit dangerous. The captain's spiritual entity couldn't be summoned within the spiritual landscape, so they had to proceed slowly with familiarization. Ching-He escorted her back to rest. At the door he said the A-level guide retained by the Ebo family is en route from another star system. Though she had been hired at a high price, Sukuei was not irreplaceable. Every family nurtured their own guides. With an A-level available who would need a level like her. Sukuei thanked him with a smile. It's fine. Our contract stipulates that even if I'm no longer needed midway, the payment will continue on a daily basis. Her long hair cascaded down her back like flowing water. Ching-He turned to leave but was called back. He looked over his shoulder, the guide's vertical pupils reflected her bright smile. In the same sweet voice she used with the captain, she asked, do you need spiritual soothing? I can form a bond with you, same price as the Black Tower and no waiting. Sukuei had asked Shia and the others, and it required 100,000 contribution points to use her account once, while her monthly salary was only around 8,000. The Black Tower's deductions were too high, it was better to take some private jobs. Before arriving, Sukuei had considered that if the captain no longer needed her, she could assist the members of the escort team. She simply did not expect the escort team to have a change in personnel, but it was not a big deal, it was all work regardless of who she worked with. Ching-He observed her as Sukuei pointed to a small patch of skin exposed at the back of his neck where 2 tiny scales were present. The misty blue scales shimmered on the cold white skin of the serpent, partially concealed under the high-collared uniform, sparkling like scattered diamonds. It must be quite painful to endure it all this time. You can come to find me anytime, she said, her eyes bending into crescent moons. Ching-He. In order to help Captain C-Tan regain his rationality quickly, Su Kuei specifically inquired about his usual interests. The captain's mother was silent for a moment, asked his subordinates. He doesn't come home often, so I am not very clear about it. Su Kuei looked at her for a bit longer. In the interstellar world, no women would personally bear children. All offspring emerged from gestation pods. Those willing to raise them were the parents, while those unwilling were referred to as gene providers by their descendants. The captain's parents were a product of a business marriage. His full name was C-Tan Ebo Kulu, with both family surnames as suffixes. He inherited genes leaning towards the Ebo family, hence Ebo came first. Although the captain's mother appeared gentle and beautiful, she was actually a grade Sentinel, and her spiritual entity was also an alligator. She seemed very worried about her child but remained silent for a long time when asked about his preferences. In the interstellar era, people interacted in a manner that was neither too close nor too distant. This was the normal mode of interaction. Su Kuei went to ask Ching-He and received the answer. The captain usually watches military exercises or military sandtables and likes to work out in the pressure chamber. Ah, Su Kuei replied. She and Ching-He exchanged looks. Their meaning was clear. Ching-He lowered his head, taking in her exquisite hairpin from behind her head, her pretty and tidy little dress, and the round-toed red leather shoes on her feet. He thought for a moment longer and finally said, the captain also reads books in the study. He sent a robot to fetch the book that C-Tan read the most. The book resembled a brick with interstellar languages swirling elegantly on the cover. Su Kuei examined it closely. Thanks to her Boda's instinctual memory, she was fluent in interstellar languages, otherwise she couldn't explain why she had turned into a literate person overnight. The legendary life of Alakixi. Su Kuei's interest was piqued. Alakixi was the only S-grade guide in the history of the Star Alliance. Opening the preface, this book tells the life of the legendary figure Alakixi. Starting from her birth and awakening of her spiritual entity, it will detail the process of Alakixi's rise from grade to S-grade, providing direction for the confused guides. Alakixi, December 28, February 5, 2904, 3087, female guide, spiritual entity, mutated sea rabbit. She once served as a deacon in the sanctuary and the chairman of the Guide Association. During her tenure, the Guide Association experienced rapid development and became the most powerful force. After Alakixi's death, the association noticeably declined. Although there are emerging talents now, there is still no spokesperson with true authority. This book even required high points to borrow from the library. Su Kuei had wanted to read it before, but she had no points and could only regretfully give up. Unexpectedly, she encountered it here at the captain's place, and as a sentinel, would he also read guides' books? Su Kuei held the book tightly and eagerly returned to her room to read. This guide, who lived for 183 years, had a rich and exciting life. Starting from the awakening of her great spiritual entity, she had a smooth journey akin to a female empowerment novel. She had countless followers, among whom the most famous was her possession of 1 S-grade Sentinel, 5 S Sentinels, etc. Revered as a model by other guides. Some said Alakixi was a dark guide. She never directly responded to this statement and had never used spiritual attacks, at least on the surface. Su Kuei also felt she was a dark guide. After all, judging by her deeds, Alakixi seemed never to have been affected by the emotions of Sentinels. No matter how violent the Sentinel's spirit was, it would not affect her in the slightest. They were the same regardless of how violent the Sentinel's spirit was, it would not affect them in the slightest. Nowadays printed books are rarely used. This book was preserved well with a golden leaf bookmark tucked inside. When she took it out and focused on reading, a sudden loud noise erupted outside, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Su Kuei climbed up and looked outside through the window. A massive cage stood still, slightly swaying from being struck by the alligator. Ching-He and several sentinels were nearby inspecting it, and shortly after, Su Kuei's door was knocked. He was still wearing his combat uniform at night, the clothes neat and unwrinkled, his hair meticulously styled. The outside has lost your scent. The captain has entered a state of agitation. I have no intention of sending you, and I just want to extract guide essence to inject it, which will be counted within the remuneration at market price. He turned his head as a sentinel approached with equipment. Ching-He took off his black gloves and put on medical gloves. Is that okay? Su Kuei brushed her hair aside to reveal her neck. The 2 sentinels present swallowed hard, their gazes involuntarily lingering on the guide's snow-white neck. There were special glands there, the richest place for guide essence. Su Kuei waited for a while without any movement. Surprised, she turned back. Aren't we starting? The vertical pupils blinked once, and Chang-He approached with the tool to extract a vial of pink liquid. They hurriedly left, and not long after, the alligator quieted down. Su Kuei continued reading. The strongest known beings in the Star Alliance are S-grade, but Su Kuei was certain there would be SS-grade, as novels always depict. She was so immersed in reading that she lost track of time, but fortunately she did not oversleep the next day. Captain C-Tan was still an alligator today, and when Su Kuei arrived, it was also having breakfast. It caught a big fish from the lake for a fresh meal and the water surface turned blood red. It chewed on the fish meat, its eyes following Sukue's movements. "Good morning, Tan." Sukue greeted with a bright smile. "It seems you're in a good mood. What kind of fish is this? Is it tasty?" Regardless of whether it could understand her now, communication was necessary. "What a coincidence, I had a tuna sandwich for breakfast. Do you like tuna?" The alligator chewed vigorously and quickly finished one fish before diving back into the water. When it entered the water there was no splash. Sukue clapped her hands. "Beautiful. Perfect." She thought it might be because it wasn't full, so when the alligator brought out a second fish she said in an admiring voice, "Wow, you're amazing to be able to eat two big fish. No wonder it could grow so big. Truly a good child who loves to eat and is not picky." Guide Manual Section 3. Do not hesitate to offer praise and compliments. Praise yourself and others. It not only enhances self-confidence and happiness but also strengthens intimacy and trust in interpersonal relationships. Let the beautiful world begin with sincere compliments. The crocodile crawled out of the water, droplets of water sliding down its heavy rock-like scales approaching her like a small hill, its large mouth holding a wriggling fish. The crocodile appeared clumsy but its speed on land was surprisingly quick. It crawled to the edge of the railing and spat out the fish. Sukue locked eyes with it, inexplicably understanding its intent. "Aren't you going to eat it? Is this for me?" The crocodile nudged the fish toward her, uprooting the grass while the large fish thrashed and rolled in the mud. Seeing it about to leap away, the crocodile retrieved it again, emitting a deep rumbling sound from its throat, urging her to eat quickly. "Are you really giving it to me? Thank you. You're the cutest little crocodile in the world." Sukue exclaimed with exaggerated delight, retrieving a hooked stick from the robot, planning to fish it out over the railing. Though she could reach in and grab it, Sukue dared not take the risk. Who knew if that fish was a bait to lure her a larger and more filling meal? After using the tool to retrieve the fish, the crocodile watched her quietly, not suddenly lunging to bite. Instead, the large fish was quite unruly and it took several knocks on the head with the stick before it calmed down. Sukue took a bucket of water and placed the fish inside. It splashed as it slipped in, prompting her to jump back a few steps to evade the spray. "This is awesome. I have fish to eat now." She squatted back down in front of the railing and her pink sea anemone spirit quietly appeared. "I'll eat it by noon." The crocodile rumbled, its voice slightly less fierce. The visible intelligence rose incrementally. "How about we read the legendary life of Alexis today? Do you still remember Alexis? She is an incredibly skilled guide. I am also a guide. This is my spirit, the sea anemone." She waved the anemone's tentacles as if greeting. She pinched her nose and voiced over, "Hello little crocodile, I am the spirit sea anemone, can we be friends?" The crocodile remained motionless, staring with its vertical pupils. Sukue said, "The sea anemone is here little crocodile, don't bite it." She picked up a book and began to read with rhythm and intonation. Returning at noon, the robot asked while carrying the water bucket, "What dish should we make?" Sukue glanced over and replied, "No need to cook, just release it. I don't want to eat fish today." Another peaceful day passed, and on the third day the class guide from the Crocodile family finally arrived from the sacred place, accompanied by a guide from the Kirin family, also a class, a male and a female. "It seems my work is coming to an end." Seeing them heading towards the cage, Sukue turned to Qingha beside her, asking, "Have you considered it? I can provide deep comfort at any time." His colors were very beautiful and Sukue was eager to touch his cold smooth hair. A cool-toned poisonous snake, its colors dreamlike, its form graceful yet twisted. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Qingha looked down at her, his expression unchanged, but today he bore subtle scales on his face, a hint of enchantment shining through in the tranquility. "They may not be able to approach the captain." Glancing at her, Qingha lifted his gaze to the two guides cautiously approaching, saying, "A class complex guides have offensive capabilities, the captain will not allow them to get close." The young man, who had remained silent throughout, glanced at it and struggled to utter no. "Need." The Dunkleistus hatch closed. The two paused, slowing down even more. The crocodile eyed them hungrily and suddenly lunged with a fierce roar, its massive body crashing repeatedly against the railing. The two had no choice but to retreat, no longer provoking it. Sukue inquired, "Is the guide from the Crocodile family not a simple type either?" "No." Qingha replied, "As far as I know, in the current Star Alliance there are only 3 simple types out of 12728 Black Towers. You are the 4th. Wow, I seem to be quite precious." She stroked her chin thoughtfully. "So does that mean the Black Tower pays poorly? If you wish you can enter the Central Black Tower or even the Sacred Place at any time." The Sacred Place is a special organization situated between the Star Alliance government and other entities somewhat akin to ancient Earth's churches. It sounds like some villainous cult, but they have indeed made significant contributions to genetic research, most notably developing the maternity pod and addressing potential genetic diseases arising from offspring born through the maternity pod. In the legendary life of Alixis, parents and ancestors also participated in the legislation regarding the maternity pod. This matter can be traced back to a galaxy-wide resistance movement called 12 that took place thousands of years ago. The unprecedented large-scale resistance was composed entirely of women united by the fact that they all possessed the inverted pear-shaped muscular organ. After the Star Alliance experienced division, reorganization and rebuilding, everything slowly returned to normal in the Central Star region. The resulting industrial chain reduced lower-class women to living tools with marketable organs. At that time there were no spiritual entities, no guides or sentinels, only simple men and women. The meaning of 12 was that they were the same human beings, the other half of a complete closed loop. They were not tools, not parts, but living beings just like the other half. The propagation of humanity should not be built on the oppression of women. During the most intense years of resistance, many women voluntarily underwent hysterectomies. They would rather cut off a piece of their flesh than give birth to a knife that would stab them. Want it? You won't even be given the option to discard it. The maternity pod was born during that time. The deafening shouts and the intensely radical acts of resistance finally won them their rights. The sacred place was originally formed by the women of 12 and was not initially called this name. Later, for unknown reasons, it was renamed Sacred Place. Organs are not the original sin of suffering. We do not wish to step on anyone's back, all we desire is equality. Su Kuei recited the slogan from years ago. Her thoughts returned to the present. The two guides failed to approach the crocodile and Su Kuei had to continue taking over. The three guides present saw each other from a distance. Su Kuei smiled politely. The crocodile guide nodded while the curing guide ignored her, walking away with her head held high. The robot went over and sprayed air freshener everywhere. It seems there is no way to connect with you in the short term, Su Kuei said regretfully. After connecting, her spirit would retain the other's scent, which the current Captain C-Tan would definitely reject. Qinghe replied with a soft hum, his gaze remaining calm. Can you still hold on? Su Kuei reminded. That crocobird guide looks quite amiable. Why not seize the chance to soothe him? As Captain Sitton's direct subordinate, you should be eligible for free service, right? Qinghe looked at her. Well, wait for you. The bond. As he spoke, his upper lip parted slightly, revealing slightly hooked snowy canine tips, the scales beneath his eyes glistening. What sentinel doesn't yearn for it? Well, wait until you've healed the captain. Su Kuei also smiled. All right. But let me warn you first, I can only manage half of an A. That's fine, Qinghe said. As long as you're not afraid. For instance, in a few days my head might transform into a snake's. Su Kuei imagined it. A snake head. Even more thrilling. A serpentine head with vertical pupils and a forked tongue paired with a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure in a uniform, it's hard not to find it alluring. Humans are dull animals, save the world. Su Kuei propped her chin on her hand, lost in a blissful fantasy, her voice rising with delight. The crocodile lying on the grass watched her in silence. Today it was even quieter, a glimmer of intelligence faintly shining in its eyes. The sea anemone tried to slip through the gaps in the railing, but it showed no reaction. The sea anemone cautiously approached, inching forward a bit before pausing to observe. Hesitant and halting, it finally managed to reach right under the crocodile's nose. Su Kuei pinched her nose and mimicked a voice, "Little crocodile, I've come to play with you. Please don't bite me, okay?" From beneath its eye it crawled up to the top of its head, passing by its closed jaws, and the sea anemone landed safely. The crocodile rolled its eye upward to look. Su Kuei didn't rush to connect. She opened her book and continued, "All right, let's pick up where we left off. Last time we read about Alexei encountering a frail young man during space travel. Judging solely by appearance, you'd never guess he was a high-level sentinel, but he claimed his surname was Crocoberg. Alexei and the young man hit it off and they established a bond." Su Kuei said, She understood why he was reading this. But come to think of it, a sentinel with a crocodile spirit body being described as frail. Su Kuei read it again. She hadn't misread was that a misuse of adjectives in the book. In her imagination, a crocodile person should be a double-door-sized hulk over 2 meters tall. The crocodile in front of her made a muffled sound like a person clearing their throat. The sea anemone spirit body zipped away, withdrawn by her into her mental landscape. The crocodile's head moved slightly, its mouth opened, and a clear male voice emerged, "Hello, Miss Su Kuei." Su Kuei blinked. "Is that Captain Sitten?" "Just call me by my name," the crocodile said courteously. "Thanks to your help I've been able to regain my sanity temporarily. Time is short. To help me become fully lucid as soon as possible, could you please try to establish a bond now?" "I will restrain myself. I swear by the honor of Sitten Crocobird Cullen that I will never harm you." Su Kuei said him a drank. Sitten replied, "I know. Don't push yourself too hard. You can withdraw any time you can't endure." Alright, I'll give it a try. She called Qinghe and the other members to open the cage and let Sukuei in while they stood guard nearby. Having to get so close to such a massive crocodile, even Sukuei's palms grew sweaty. Don't be afraid, the captain's voice was gentle. I can wear a muzzle. Qinghe, please fetch it for me. Qinghe brought the muzzle and fitted it onto the crocodile. Sukuei indeed felt much safer. Her skirt spread out beside the crocodile's face and her warm hand touched its rugged hard bone spurs. The texture was rough, so Sukuei stroked it a couple more times. The captain remained utterly still. She lowered her head and reminded him, "I'm starting now." She reached out and covered that inorganic vertical pupil. Being stared at was a bit too intense. The captain obediently closed his eyes. The muzzle couldn't block the converging aura her soft forehead pressed against his thick scales. Sitten's mental landscape was originally a dark, muddy, oppressive swamp. Now the ground was cracked and parched, the muddy water evaporated, and the mental landscape was on the verge of collapse. Sukuei slowly infiltrated it. And Shrank mind was more than she could bear. An instant of pitch-black hardness caused Sukuei immense pain, and the overwhelming surge of mental force forced her to retreat, her body lurching back as she gasped for air. She couldn't get in. Absolutely couldn't get in. A hand caught her back just in time, and a misty cascade of long hair brushed against her cheek, tickling as if carrying the moisture from forest leaves. The sunlight overhead was somewhat glaring. Sukuei squinted and grabbed a strand. Unable to speak with the muzzle on, the crocodile let out a worried rumble from its throat. After resting for a while, Sukuei grasped Qinghe's arm for support to stand up. Even in his relaxed state, the muscle lines in his arm hinted at the surging power beneath. The rank gap is too vast, Sukuei said, steadying her breath. If you're okay with it, I'll first raise my rank by connecting with someone else. The crocodile's eye blinked slowly, then it nodded. It was an agreement. Alright, the payment will be calculated per person. No issues, right? Qinghe replied, no problem. He fetched a vial of recovery fluid and Sukuei drank one, her spirit somewhat restored. The crocodile blinked at Qinghe, who nodded and, still lightly supporting Sukuei's arm, relayed, even if you can't perform another connection, please stay here. The captain needs your presence to remain calm. Hearing this, she felt like some kind of sedative. But Sukuei agreed anyway. That long list of rewards was truly tempting. She had already decided where to buy a house. After this job, she'd be able to buy one. But I might not be available this afternoon. I need to rest. The crocodile nodded and Qinghe relayed understood. They had a hearty lunch, and in the afternoon she browsed for houses in her room. First she needed to decide which planet to settle on. Sukuei scrolled through her light brain, where holographic planet models floated in 3 dimensions, each star unique. Take Krokoberg star for instance, it had a yellowish halo around it, appearing yellow-green from space. Tapping on the planet model, Sukuei suddenly had an idea. Buying a house was too small, she wanted to buy a planet for herself. One that was aquamarine with abundant resources and vegetation, a planet capable of nurturing life. She input her requirements, found something similar and sat up. One look at the price. She lay back down again. She did a couple of sit-ups for exercise while she was at it. Buying a planet was far too expensive, and there were prerequisites. One had to have contributed to the Star Alliance to be eligible for purchase. Sukuei thought, what kind of contribution? Does becoming the first SS rank count? She turned off her light brain and took a 20-minute nap, waking up feeling refreshed. As she stepped out, she happened to see a Sentinel on patrol, also a member of the Krokoberg squad. Not knowing his spirit body, she stood at the door and waved at him. Excuse me, sir, could you come over here? He strode over and stopped before her. Hello, what can I do for you? Sukuei beamed. I've already reached an agreement with Captain Sitten. Starting today, you'll be providing soothing sessions for you all. Shall we begin with you? Sukuei felt refreshed and invigorated. The team members she had soothed were also brimming with vitality. She had connected with all of them, leaving only Qinghe untouched. Sukuei did it on purpose. She simply wanted to see how the anomalous Sentinel would react. After all, a strong-willed Chinese woman like her had eclectic tastes. It must be hard going without guidance for so long. You've been through a lot, she said, though she made no move to offer a connection. Qinghe looked at her, a serpent's tongue flickering briefly at his lips. That night he appeared again at Sukuei's door. His scales, a shade between blue and gray, inexplicably evoked the mist rising from a rain-soaked forest. The mist was thin and cool, lingering without dissipating. The Sentinel's uniform fit snugly, a belt accentuating his slender waist, his limbs long and straight. But above a snake's head rose its forked tongue, darting out. Between words an indistinct hiss could be heard. Can I do it now? Sukuei opened the door wide. Of course you can. This anomalous coloration was truly magnificent. Su Kuwei couldn't get enough of it. The misty blue scales slid across her palm. Su Kuwei grabbed the tip of the slithering tail. The venomous snake turned its head to look at her, its boneless body slowly winding around her, tightening. Hiss, hiss, its tongue tasted her. The misty blue scales slid across her palm. Su Kuwei grabbed the tip of the slithering tail. The venomous snake turned its head to look at her, its boneless body slowly. 2/3 of the way through, her mental energy waned, but she didn't stop. She tilted her head, bit open a recovery potion and gulped it down. The snake's tongue explored her left hand, entwining and pulling out silvery threads before being slowly retracted by its owner. He asked, a faint red flash in his mouth. Should we stop? Su Kuwei's damp hand touched the venomous snake's curved fangs. No, I can hold on a little longer. The recovery potion worked quickly. Su Kuwei laughed again. Your fangs are so sharp. If they cut my skin, would I be poisoned? Ching. He leaned back on the sofa, his clothes slightly rumpled. His arm supported her leg. No, he said. I'm not injecting venom. Su Kuwei seemed thoughtful and asked politely, where are your venom glands? Can I touch them? Ching. He took her hand, stopping her motion. They're on my upper jawbone. He didn't want to open his mouth wide enough for her to reach inside. Su Kuwei felt a pang of regret. All right. Su Kuwei held her own spiritual entity, examining it closely. The palm-sized sea anemone had grown a little, now spanning 2 palms. Its pink tentacles swayed gently. If she were tested again, her rank would have likely risen from D to D or even C. Without testing equipment, she wasn't sure. A guide's rank advancement was a slow, lengthy process. Su Kuwei was troubled, wondering how to conceal her rapid improvement. To ensure the mental health of guides, the Black Tower conducted regular annual checkups to assess any mental damage. During these, changes in each person's brain domain were also clearly visible. As long as she avoided the checkup, no one would find out. Su Kuwei pondered for a while but couldn't think of a way to skip it. Or should she just come out and say it? She was a guide with such exceptional talent. This is just how we simple types are. She wondered if the Black Tower would believe it. Anyway, the regular checkup was usually at the end of the year. There was no rush for now. The Black Tower's evaluation for last month was out and Su Kuwei had received high praise. She clicked into the guide section of the Interstellar Black Tower Lenzo Star Branch and found her information at the bottom beneath a list of AB-cranked guides. Name: Su Kuwei, age 22, spiritual entity, mutated sea anemone, non-venomous, rank D, specialty connection and soothing evaluation. She clicked on the evaluation arranged chronologically from top to bottom. At the very top was Lix Nifox Ms. Su Kuwei is an exceptionally outstanding guide, meticulous, gentle and amiable. She possesses extensive professional knowledge and a deep understanding of the diagnosis and treatment of spiritual entities. 100-word praise followed, along with a picture of Su Kuwei's soothing room entrance. Su Kuwei couldn't help but smile. She sent a message to the Fennec Fox thanking him for his 5-star review. Below were reviews from Shia, Moe and others. Almost everyone she had soothed had come to give a thumbs up. The remaining slot for long-term soothing was also filled by their applications. Su Kuwei was now faced with a difficult choice. The animals were all interesting and adorable, and giving the last slot to any one of them felt biased. After thinking it over, she decided not to give it to anyone. It didn't matter. Once she raised her rank and could openly show it to the Black Tower, she would have more slots. Then there would be no need for them to compete, everyone would get one. The Black Tower paid salaries on the 5th of every month, which was tomorrow. The reward for the end-of-month evaluation would be deposited into her personal account along with the salary. Su Kuwei counted down the hours. On the morning of the 5th, the first thing she did upon waking was check her contribution point balance. She was no longer impoverished and had no need for the meager relief funds. Delighted by the balance, she bought daily necessities, various clothes, shoes, hair ties and small accessories on the Interstellar network, having them shipped to the staff dormitory so she could open the packages when she got home. We can go a little deeper today. In the garden, Su Kuwei stroked the crocodile's skin. Never having been this close to such a creature before, she was intensely curious. She touched it from head to tail, leaned in to observe its naturally cold eyes, and even tried to part its short claws. The captain, wearing a muzzle, showed great tolerance. After all, she was the first guy to enter his mental landscape and she was still very young. Only when Su Kuwei's hand reached for its soft belly did Captain C-Tan shy away. The massive crocodile could crush a patch of grass with the slightest movement. It moved with extreme caution, as a larger motion might accidentally bump into Su Kuwei. Even a sweep of its tail could injure the fragile guide. The rough rock-like texture still lingered in Su Kuwei's palm. It wasn't pleasant to touch, but the novelty was appealing. This time she refrained from random groping. The connection lasted 5 seconds before she withdrew. Progress. Su Kuwei drank a recovery potion, this one she had brought herself. Although the captain had regained some rationality and could control his animalistic behavior, he still rejected potential threats. So Su Kuei remained the only one nearby. The area near the water was muddy, which would stain her skirt and leather shoes. So today Su Kuei wore smooth waterproof pants and tall boots. She asked a robot to set up a sun umbrella and bring a fishing rod. She moved a small stool and sat by the river planning to fish with the crocodile today. She baited the hook and cast the line, waiting with practiced patience. She didn't forget to chat with the crocodile at her feet. "Do you like eating fish? Can I give you all the fish I catch?" she asked, then glanced at its size. "Can you get enough to eat on just fish?" The croco planet was lush with greenery, so there should be other animals. But Su Kuei hadn't seen any nearby. The crocodile couldn't speak, so it gently nudged her calf with its muzzled snout. A mental barrier. In the guest room of the Croc family, the young man in gray-blue combat gear looked concerned, his spirit animal, a fennec fox, pricking up its large ears, its pitch-black eyes fixed on the girl across from him as it let out a soft, pleading whimper. Rick's Nifox restrained the fox that was circling around his legs and trying to pounce on Su Kuei, nodding seriously. "Yes. Captain Sitten is in class Sentinel. Performing a soothing for him is a dangerous task. Even with a rational Sentinel, the mental barrier instinctively repels external intrusion." Su Kuei also wanted to embrace the eager little fox, but they were only on a video call. No matter how realistic the projection, it couldn't be touched. Regretfully withdrawing her gaze, Su Kuei thought for a moment. It's very difficult. But it's okay, I'll overcome it. In reality, that wasn't the case. A mental barrier. It didn't exist. She hadn't felt it at all. "When can you return?" Rix didn't press the matter further, instead shifting to other topics. His eyes as gentle as the fennec fox's gazed at her warmly. "The team members miss you dearly." "I miss you all too. I should be returning soon. Sitten has been in good spirits lately and he hasn't gone berserk again. Though he still can't break free from the state of aberration. Maybe it's because I can do too little. But it's alright, small steps will eventually lead to his recovery." Rix chuckled. "Miss Su Kuei, you're truly remarkable." Su Kuei rested her chin on her hand. "I think so too. How have you been? Are you alright? Should I give you a soothing when I get back?" Rix replied, "I'm fine. Your bond is very effective. However, I recently heard something I want to share with you." "What is it?" "The captain of the Wind team seems to be inquiring about you." Su Kuei thought for a while, then searched the Star Alliance encyclopedia. Rix explained considerately in class Sentinel Fengji. His spirit animal is an eagle. Su Kuei stopped searching and clapped her hands. I know. Have you met him?" Nodding, Su Kuei briefly recounted their chance encounter at the mall. Rix pondered for a moment. "It must be for treatment. You see, your aura can calm our frenzied emotions. I think that captain came to you for that reason." Su Kuei, feeling peckish, tore open a bag of snacks. The fennec fox's eyes followed her fingers as she pinched the food. Su Kuei deliberately twirled the snack and the fox's head turned with it. Rix looked resigned, gently tapping his spirit animal's head. Su Kuei popped the snack into her mouth, crunching loudly. She thought for a moment. Are other guides like this too?" This time Rix took a long pause before offering an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I don't pay much attention to that. I've encountered a few other guides before. Each guide's essence has a different scent. At least for me, it doesn't have this effect. Perhaps I'm not compatible with them." Su Kuei let out an "oh," wiped her hands clean and joked, "So it seems my guide essence is more universal, making it suitable for more sentinels." Rix looked serious and the fennec fox puffed out its chest. "No. You are unique." Su Kuei laughed. "Everyone is unique." After a few more casual exchanges, she ended the video call. She didn't need to accompany the crocodile today as the two class guides hadn't left yet. Perhaps because she had been treating him for so long, they planned to teach her how to perform a proper soothing. Su Kuei found it inexplicable but reasoned that the longer the treatment, the greater the potential harm. The Croc and Cullen families might be worried about lasting effects on their outstanding descendant, hence their actions. Su Kuei went with the intention of learning from her seniors. The Croc family guide April was a young gentlewoman who nodded at her with a smile. The male guide from the Cullen family had curly hair and chiseled features. He snorted coldly as Su Kuei entered, his chin raised high in disdain. Su Kuei immediately dropped her smile, bypassed him and sat closer to April. Guides from remote galaxies are so rude. This guide named Alan was dripping with opulence from head to toe, from his meticulously curled, heavily perfumed hair to the Rosian sword brooch symbolizing the sanctuary and the translucent emerald ring on his finger. Every detail proclaimed his high society status. Noticing the gaze of this poor country girl, Alan straightened his back even more. Even on the most remote, impoverished planets, everyone knew of the sanctuary's existence. This colossal entity stood on par with the Star Alliance government, rising like a sharp sword piercing the sky in the central region. Alan awaited the trembling of this ignorant girl who had offended him. Children born from outdated gestation pods on destitute planets were as base as sewer rats, their gene donors not even being high-ranking sentinels or guides. Having lived in high society for so long, Alan couldn't even bear to share a room with someone like her, let alone breathe the same air. He covered his nose and leaned back. I really don't understand why the adult allows a guide like you near him. I suspect he's been confronting bugs for so long that his sense of smell is damaged. Ignoring a class guides like us for a class like you to perform the soothing. He must still be delirious. Su Kuei was still wearing her favorite dress today. She looked at Alan's expression and suddenly smiled, pointing at his head. Noble sir, if I may be blunt, your hairstyle really looks like a poodle's. If you summon me here just to hear a dog bark, you've wasted my beautiful morning. As the two guides were still in disbelief, she stood up, walked to the door and turned back to add, as for why Sitten rejects you, perhaps you should look within yourself. For instance, the smell of scalp grease that even the latest Star Alliance perfume can't mask. With that she strode away, hearing Alan curse behind her. Su Kuei quickly turned back. Oh, a friendly reminder. Though the perfume itself has a nice scent, it's so strong it makes one want to vomit. His emotions flared even more intensely as he slapped the sofa and stood up. Beside him April also rose to placate him, nodding apologetically at Su Kuei. Su Kuei turned around and cheerfully left. She went back to take a shower, washing off the mixed scent of perfume and scalp grease she'd picked up in the room, then grabbed a book and headed to the lake. Captain Sitten knew where she had been and was a bit surprised to see her back so soon. He studied her expression, unable to guess what had happened, and gently nudged her. Su Kuei crouched down and patted the crocodile's head. Sir, those two high-ranking guides seem to really dislike me. Let me be clear up front, if they kick me out midway the fee remains the same. Because it won't be my fault. The crocodile emitted a guttural sound from its throat. Su Kuei guessed. What do you mean? You want me to leave now and not a single star coin less? Wrong. Then could it be? You also want to compensate me for today's mental anguish? Ah, thank you so much. You're such a kind person. Su Kuei exclaimed with delight, grabbing the crocodile's claw and shaking it. Meeting his beastly eyes, she corrected herself. Good fish. Captain Sitten sighed in exasperation, his tail slapping the ground. Su Kuei quickly dodged. Wasn't it just about adding compensation for mental distress? Why was he angry? He quietly approached and removed the crocodile's muzzle. Captain Sitten said, just call me by my name. Don't worry, you'll make them leave and have them pay for your mental distress. Su Kuei responded. Wow. Since he was so agreeable, she promptly performed a link soothing. Although she would quickly withdraw upon entering his mental landscape, something was better than nothing. With the injection of her guide pheromones, after 1 month and 8 days on Croco Star, Captain Sitten could finally roughly assume a human form. Given that a crocodile body with a human head was too horrifying, his form became a human body with a crocodile head and a crocodile tail adorned with bony spines. Compared to his massive mental construct, his humanoid body was surprisingly lean. It was covered with a thin layer of muscle, strong but not like a broad-shouldered muscular giant. Thus his still fierce head and tail appeared excessively terrifying and robust. His transformation was abrupt. Just as she finished, a deep calming Su Kuei stepped back, her hazy gaze catching the scales on the crocodile's back receding. As he was lying prostrate, his spine protruded and the muscles of his arms entwined with veins braced against the ground. Su Kuei exclaimed, wow. When he looked over, she covered her eyes and said through her fingers, you can turn into a human. He reacted swiftly, not allowing their captain to remain in such an awkward situation for long, and produced clothes that had been prepared. Sitten put on the clothes and asked Su Kuei to wait a moment while he freshened up. Su Kuei nodded and lowered her hands. Why was he in such a hurry to cover up? She had already seen everything anyway. Captain Sitten's tail dragged on the ground, leaving a trail of crushed marks. Su Kuei waited in the garden, idly flipping through a book. Soon she heard approaching footsteps, the crisp crunching sound of boots on gravel. Unlike Chang's silent steps, Captain Sitten's footsteps were firm and powerful. Though he was also a creature adept at stealth and assassination, when walking openly the captain was noticeably more formal. Even with that head he appeared refined and polite. I haven't formally introduced myself. I am Sitten Croco Cullen. Hello, lovely guide. I am Su Kuei. Hello, lovely crocodile. Previously she had held his claws, now it was a slender hand. Curious about the difference, she squeezed his phalanges. Captain Sitten gave a barely perceptible smile, revealing sharp teeth that made it somewhat ferocious. He retreated into the distance, his misty blue eyes lightly sweeping over Su Kuei. She winked. Can we chat for a bit? Captain Sitten released her hand and gestured for Su Kuei to return to her seat, the same petal-shaped pink chair she had been using. She winked. "Can we chat for a bit?" Captain Sitten released her hand and gestured for Su Kuei to return to her seat, the same petal-shaped pink chair she had been using. Su Kuei was tired of such formal pleasantries. She smiled and shook her head. "It's fine. You've already paid me, and Lenzuo Star isn't my homeland anyway. The place I was born is the one that became an insect nest, Ida Star. A planet far from the central star region." Sitten nodded in agreement. "Even soil far from bustling districts can nurture brilliant life. Listen. If that curly-haired fellow had mastered this art of language, would she have cursed him at their first?" Remembering how the curly-haired man had looked down on her with his head held high and the neatly trimmed nose hair in his nostrils. Did he trim them in front of a mirror? What a dandy poodle. The afternoon tea drink was rose milk sago. Su Kuei absent-mindedly stirred the soft bright petals with her small spoon, recalling the red flash beneath the lips of the reptilian sentinels. Crocodiles were different. A crocodile's tongue is attached to the lower jaw by a short hyoid bone and cannot be extended. Moreover, its color wasn't erotic. Noticing Su Kuei's distraction, Captain Sitten changed the subject. His gaze fell on the book and he began telling her the story of the legendary guide Alexis. Su Kuei reined in her wandering thoughts and finally showed some interest. Whether it was because the members of the first squad were too nourishing or perhaps the Major General's feedback was rich enough, Su Kuei had recently felt a strange itch in her head. Not on the scalp, but a deep unreachable itch inside her brain. Su Kuei thought a tumor. The Croco family's smart robots had multiple functions. Discovering they could massage, Su Kuei directed one to massage her head, which did provide some relief. She didn't tell anyone else, but she vaguely sensed that the source of the itch was her mental construct. The soft pink sea anemone showed no external abnormality. Su Kuei carefully parted its tentacles and found the culprit deep within its soft tendrils, an oval orange-yellow object. She pinched it and her spirit ached. She gasped and dared not pinch it again. Rubbing her fingers, the pads still retained a delicate bouncy sensation. With this shape and feel, wasn't it just like caviar? Or fish roe? The sea anemone, named for its sunflower-like appearance, is a marine echinoderm of the order Actiniaria. It lacks even the most basic brain, moves slowly and forms symbiotic relationships with small creatures, the most famous being the clownfish. Clownfish can freely enter and dwell among the anemone's tentacles. They are typically orange-yellow with white stripes about 610 centimeters in length, gentle in nature and lack powerful attack abilities. Staring at the suspected fish roe in her hand, Su Kuei fell into deep thought. Could it be that her sea anemone had spawned a clownfish? A mental construct giving birth to another mental construct. What kind of interstellar common sense was this that she hadn't learned? She searched the star web but found nothing, so she had to ask Miss Haijo. Su Kuei, Miss Haijo, I have a question. Su Kuei, if a guide's mental construct is a chicken, what is the probability of it laying an egg and hatching a chick? Miss Haijo. She read it twice to make sure she hadn't misread, then asked. Miss Haijo, have you finally gone mad, influenced by the Sentinel's chaotic spirit? Su Kuei, not at all, I'm perfectly lucid. It just suddenly occurred to me. After a deep spiritual connection with the Sentinel, might it be possible to conceive a new spirit entity, like a hen needing a rooster and laying eggs? Miss Haijo. She was speechless for a long time, at a loss for how to respond. The guide beside her noticed her staring at the screen and leaned in to ask what's wrong. Miss Haijo repeated the question and that guide fell silent as well. After a long pause, she finally uttered, a rookie, I presume. Miss Haijo nodded, awakened just a few months ago. That explains it, the other chuckled. Rookies always have the strangest questions and the most outlandish ideas. Better remind her, don't go experimenting on your own spirit entity. An injury won't be something a trip to the hospital can fix. Miss Haijo nodded and replied, your idea is creative. Please don't think of it again. The guide manual's suggestions aren't mandatory, but its prohibitions are absolute. Su Kuei understood. I get it now, this isn't common knowledge. At least in the Star Alliance's centuries of Sentinel guide history, there's never been a concept of a spirit entity giving birth to another. Miss Haijo nodded and replied, your idea is creative. Please don't think of it again. The guide manual's suggestions aren't mandatory, but its prohibitions are absolute. It wasn't something bought from outside. Would it really hatch into a clownfish? How long would she have to carry it? Would further bonding during this period cause any effects? Brimming with questions, Su Kuei sought out Si-Tan that afternoon. Normally she performed bonding only once a day, claiming fatigue afterward. But in truth she was full of energy, even doing calisthenics in her room. Captain Si-Tan was puzzled by her visit. He dismissed the holographic content from his optical computer. Projected content could be set to public or private. Su Kuei saw nothing, nor did she wish to. Sorry for the intrusion. Captain C-Tan's private living pod granted her access. Su Kuei rang the bell, politely entered without glancing sideways and avoided looking at his optical computer. What's the matter? Captain C-Tan asked gently. Is there something you need? Su Kuei walked over and sat across from him. I just drank 2 bottles of recovery fluid and feel in excellent condition. So I wanted to ask, do you need a bonding session today? Captain C-Tan naturally didn't refuse such an offer. He nodded and extended his hand toward Su Kuei. Come sit beside me. Though eager to observe the changes in the fish egg within her mind, she was careful to enter his spiritual landscape slowly. A vast surging sea of spirit crashed into her senses like a tidal wave, making Su Kuei feel as if she were drowning, momentarily suffocating. The crocodile's habitat was muddy and damp. The swamp dragged her down with heavy weight. She could clearly perceive Captain C-Tan's various emotions, and if she wished, even glimpse the Sentinel's fragmented memories through the bond. Guiding a bond was an exceedingly intimate act. This time lasted longer, about 10 minutes, before Su Kuei successfully smoothed out a tangled thread, finally unraveling a long strand from the messy ball of yarn. She tried to press on but failed. A dull pain echoed in her mind and Su Kuei withdrew instantly. This time Captain C-Tan's hand caught her in time. Su Kuei quick as well reached for the front of his uniform, but the sleek combat suit was too smooth. After a few grabs she only hooked her fingers onto the firm, resilient pectoral muscles hidden beneath the fabric. The texture was pleasant, it bounced back when pressed. Unfazed, she didn't leave after drinking the recovery fluid but chatted with C-Tan for a while. This time lasted a bit longer. Did you notice anything different? C-Tan tilted his head, momentarily unsure what she meant. Su Kuei observed his reaction. For instance, don't you think my sea anemone looks more beautiful? C-Tan finally let out a laugh, nodding in agreement. Yes, it's truly exquisite. It seemed he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Was the bonding time insufficient? Or was the thing too small and hidden too deep? Lost in thought, Su Kuei sat a little longer before taking her leave. Back in her room, she resumed observing the fish egg. There were no surveillance devices in the room. Su Kuei had thoroughly checked on her first day. Still, for safety, whenever she took out the fish egg she covered it with clothing. Today was no exception. Shielding the object in her palm with a jacket, Su Kuei leaned in to examine it. The orange-yellow hue had deepened, revealing 2 faint black dots. It was incredibly tiny. Barely visible without a magnifying glass. Could it grow with nourishment? If it grew larger, would the Sentinel or the detection machines notice it? There were too many questions to consider. But it was undeniably fascinating. Su Kuei eagerly awaited the day it would hatch. By the 2nd month on Crocodile Rest Planet, Captain C-Tan could retract his tail at will, and the knot in his spiritual landscape had finally loosened. By the 4th month the captain's head had returned to a normal human shape, and the knot grew smaller with each guidance session. The captain resembled his mother. His head had adjusted to a normal size, but his appearance was far from the ferocity of his spirit entity. Fair and delicate, quite handsome. Su Kuei was slightly puzzled. Why couldn't she see his muscles when he wore the combat suit? They say black is slimming, it's certainly true. Though the captain now looked human, his eyes remained the yellow vertical pupils of a crocodile. So he asked Su Kuei to stay another month. Su Kuei grew increasingly cheerful as the large final payment drew nearer, her mood brightening daily. Even the lack of noticeable growth in her fish egg couldn't dampen her spirits. After fishing lobsters, crabs and scallops from Captain C-Tan's lake, Su Kuei obtained his permission to set up a grill on the shore for a barbecue. The creatures had thrived there, each grown impressively large and looking delicious. Captain C-Tan rolled up his sleeves to help. While Su Kuei prepared the sauce, he handled the lively claw-wielding crabs. The interstellar crabs had extremely hard shells. Su Kuei had failed to pry one open with a knife and even got her skirt caught. So Captain C-Tan took over rescuing her skirt. His fingers, pale and immaculate, gripped the crab by its upper and lower edges and snapped it apart with ease. A crisp crack and the once proud crab was split in 2, revealing a generous mound of roe. Oh right, his spirit entity was a crocodile. Such a massive, hefty crocodile would have no trouble crushing even the entire claw. It was originally just the 2 of them having a barbecue, but Qingha happened to pass by on patrol and was also invited over by Su Kuei. Among the 3, only Su Kuei had a bit of cooking experience, though it was almost negligible. She had no intention of standing by the grill, even though the interstellar barbecue required neither charcoal nor produced any smoke or grease. She simply wanted to wait and be served. Mixing the sauce was already the extent of her goodwill. She was the one who proposed the barbecue, yet she was also the one who acted as an idle overseer. However, neither of the 2 sentinels present complained. When faced with a guide with whom they shared a deep bond, sentinels were always exceptionally tolerant and patient. Qingha automatically took over the grilling, and surprisingly the results were quite good. He might have a talent for cooking. The first piece was slightly burnt set aside while the second perfectly grilled portion was handed to Su Kuei first. Captain Sitten didn't mind his subordinate's actions. He washed and dried the utensils before handing them over, cautioning careful it's hot. Su Kuei scooped a spoonful of crab roe bleu on it to cool and couldn't help but sigh. Fresh ones are truly delicious. Creamy and subtly sweet with generous portions. Thank the crabs. Captain Sitten's gaze swept over the crabs as he asked, is this enough? If not, we can catch a few more. Su Kuei swung her legs. I'm good. Crab legs. Qinghe handed a grilled crab leg to Captain Sitten. It was as long as a forearm. He took it, cracked it open to reveal tender white meat, cut it into pieces and placed them on Su Kuei's plate. Su Kuei speared a piece and said, in passing, you two eat too. Qinghe nodded, picked up another crab leg and bit into it with a crunch shell and all chewing and swallowing together. Captain Sitten smiled elegantly and swallowed the crab claw whole. Su Kuei gave a thumbs up. Great teeth. Halfway through the meal her optical brain chimed with a notification. She opened it to find an unfamiliar transfer of 200,000 star credits. Su Kuei was puzzled. I received 200,000 star credits. Is that your payment? Captain Sitten thought for a moment. No. It should be the compensation from those two guides. Your emotional distress fee. Oh, they actually paid. She thought it was just talk. Captain Sitten smiled. Of course. I promised. A man of his word was indeed trustworthy. But weren't those two guides close to you? Won't this cause trouble? He shook his head. I've only met the Cullen family's guide twice, including this time. As for the Alligator family's guide, though it is indeed my own clan ever since I entered the military academy and graduated to form a team and head to the front lines, I've rarely returned here. I'm not very familiar with Lady April either. Is that so? Su Kuei rested her chin on her hand. Moreover, this gesture is also meant to show goodwill toward you. Captain Sitten set down his plate and utensils, wiped the corner of his mouth and said solemnly, I've fully understood your abilities. Thus I formally request a long-term soothing quota for the Alligator team. Whether it's contribution points, star credits or any other resources, I guarantee you the first pick. Qinghe, still grilling quietly, looked at Su Kuei as well. She had heard before that if a majority of team members held favorable feelings toward a particular guide, the team could use contribution points to exchange at the Black Tower or Sanctuary for that guide to become their long-term soothing partner. During this period, the guide meeting the criteria could reject soothing requests from other teams or individuals. Although guides were in high demand, it was rare for Sentinel's preferences to align. Currently only a few teams had exclusive guides, and every such guide was exceptionally outstanding, typically at least to rank. For someone of her level to receive an olive branch from a team, especially one in the top 10, was extremely rare. Sigh. It was all because she was too exceptional. Su Kuei put down her small spoon, searching for the right words. First, thank you all for your trust. Two pairs of vertical pupils fixed on her. One was a serene, beautiful misty blue, the other a deep, mysterious yellow-green. Su Kuei's gaze swept over them. The Alligator team is wonderful. Its members were all delightful. But a big reason I love this job is the chance to encounter many different forms of spirit bodies. The Alligator team has many members, but I don't want to limit myself to just one team. Foxes, dogs, wolf pups, hard to let go corvids were fascinating, cats were elegant and beautiful. So many teams, so many spirit bodies yet unseen. One should at least not yet give up the entire forest for a single tree. She'd heard other teams had mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, blue whales and various sharks. Mammoths. Live mammoths. Who wouldn't want to pet a mammoth? Or a saber-toothed tiger? Captain Sitten looked regretful but didn't give up. If you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. Also, even if we can't form a partnership, can I still request you for soothing at the Black Tower? No problem. Su Kuei said boldly, come anytime. They added each other as friends and exchanged contact info. Qinghe didn't speak but also added her. Su Kuei saved their names, one as Dreamy Light Blue Snake, the other as Big Crocodile. She didn't hide her note-taking. Sitten didn't deliberately look but caught a glimpse and smiled helplessly. The Dreamy Light Blue Snake across from him remained oblivious, still busy grilling. His back straight, silky hair, immaculate lips slightly pursed, he focused intently on every piece of food as if reviewing documents rather than barbecuing. Su Kuei rested her chin, admiring his beauty. Sharing the same genetic donor, Black Scale leaned toward gloomy allure with sharp, dangerous edges. Qinghe's contours were softer, belonging to the cool, serene type. Su Kuei was curious, who's older, you or Black Scale? Qinghe, me. Born an hour earlier. But you don't look alike at all. Captain Sitten smiled, they really don't. The gestation pod situation is unique, similarities are very rare. For example. Su Kuei turned to him, are there any now? Not now. There were some decades ago. Su Kuei sighed, what a pity. Sitten chuckled that pair of variant killer whale sisters were incredibly strong, nearly SS rank, and they were the captains of the earliest teams. Major General Sitten explained unfortunately they never managed to transcend their rank and perished in a planetary explosion. Su Kuei exclaimed, are there any SS now? The top 3 team leaders in the guild are all SS. It's just unknown who will be the first to take that crucial step and fundamentally change the ranking order of Sentinels and Guides in the Star Alliance. She let out a long "oh." But in her mind she thought, can't let them get ahead. She was determined to be the first SS rank. In February they arrived at Ebo Star, planning to leave in August. Captain Tan's condition has stabilized and the plan is for Ching He to lead the members to send her back, after which Lin and his team will take over upon reaching Luansua Star. However, on the night before departure, Su Kuei stumbled upon a promotional video for a newly opened tourist star on the Star Network. The vibrant and diverse activities included an aerial flying tour around the planet and deep-sea exploration games. Through a 1,200-meter-long underwater tunnel one could enter a sacred castle located over 1,000,000 meters deep in the ocean and see the statue of a goddess surrounded by schools of fish. It is indeed the goddess. From the original initiator of the 12 resistance movement Fan Lan to every subsequent leader and countless women who have fought for themselves and their compatriots with blood and life, a total of 180 main figures are recorded. They surround Fan Lan with determined faces holding lightsabers and roses. Roses in red and white intertwined around the shaft of the lightsaber, which is now the emblem of the sanctuary. The last time Su Kuei saw little curly hair wearing that badge she thought it was beautiful. Unfortunately it was on him. The tourist star is called Yaoling and they offer an 80% discount for the first 3 days before opening, with free entry for children and half price for guides. Su Kuei purchased a 7-day unlimited pass on the Star Network. With the 7-day unlimited pass she could enjoy everything inside. Although the original price was a bit high, the half-price deal was very reasonable. She bought the ticket with excitement and jumped out of bed to start picking out clothes. Wanting to have a good time, wearing a skirt would definitely be inconvenient, but fortunately she brought shorts. After folding the clothes she planned to wear tomorrow and placing them on the sofa, she remembered she needed to inform Major Tan that she would postpone her return by 1 day. Additionally, she called Haida. Haida seemed a bit hesitant, saying, you haven't returned to complete your quota for a long time. That's not my fault, is it? Not exactly, but won't 7 days be a bit long? You don't have that many vacation days. Plus counting the return trip it will take about 10 days. How can that be? Su Kuei was astonished. I work 3 weeks on and 4 weeks off. The accumulated rest days are more than enough. And how can the return trip count against me? Alright, if you insist on doing it this way. But after the vacation please make sure to make it up. Su Kuei nodded in agreement. After hanging up, the Haida staff postponed the originally scheduled comfort plan by another 10 days. The registered guides simultaneously received the notification. Hello, due to your guide Ms. Su Kuei applying for a 7-day leave. The comfort work originally scheduled to start on August 25th will be postponed, tentatively set for September 5th. Please be patient. If you wish to change your guide you may submit a cancellation request by clicking the link below. Just off the battlefield, the dogs covered in smoke and insect fluid quickly rushed to take a shower and disinfect. Upon coming out they saw this notification and their ears and tails drooped instantly. Xia, with half black and half white hair still dripping wet, widened his blue eyes and exclaimed, what? Kuei Hua has taken leave again. I need to ask her, why did those crawlers bully her? I must go take revenge for her. Jin Fu tightened his lips while holding his phone. He was clearly next in line, yet he couldn't seem to get his turn. Having never liked his kind, he now struck hard, saying, shut up, you're too noisy. Mou rested his chin on one hand, the soft and fluffy strands of hair like cotton falling over his face. He sighed, I wish I could have another deep comfort session. The burly and strong Odessas remained silent. This spiritual entity, a mutated German shepherd, didn't like participating in the heated discussions of his companions. He quietly reminisced about his brief and only encounter with the guide. When he left he walked behind her, able to see her gently swaying head and her lively ponytail. The wind blowing in from the restaurant's main door waved her hair back like a calling hand carrying the scent of her guiding essence. Odessas noticed his companions suddenly slowing their pace and squinting their eyes. He too couldn't help but linger, secretly inhaling that scent. Looking back now, there was a faint blush rising on his bronze-colored skin. The incessant chatter in his ears didn't stop, as everyone was of an energetic kind, but Xia's mouth was even more astonishing than his stamina. Odessas listened to the familiar noise, not processing the words until Xia called out to him a few times. Odessas. Odessas. He finally came back to his senses, responding, what? Xia showed him the content of his light brain, which was the Haida rating section on the Star Network, where he had given Su Kuei a 5-star rating, praising her to the heavens. He had written an incredibly long essay. Puffed up with pride, he said after Jin Fu, it's your turn. Don't forget to give Kuei Hua a good rating. You need to be as overflowing with praise as I am. The words from Lix and Moe are just too few. Not sincere at all. Odessa's replied, you're being too exaggerated. However, he didn't like debating with Xia, so he simply acknowledged with a grunt, lowering his head to check his ranking. Xia sneaked a glance and saw a name below saying, that annoying bird, I hope Fengzhi will drop out on his own. I really can't stand them. Moe, who had just been called, revealed a smile a moment later saying, but Kue likes my review, she thanked me. That's just her politeness. Xia immediately shifted the focus. Fengzhi sneezed. He had just received the notification and in that moment really wanted to crush his light brain. However, looking at the dazzling red gem embedded in the light brain watch, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Then he thought of the option to change guides. He browsed through all the active guides of Haida. The shortest booking time was 2.5 years. Forget it. Even if he changed guides now, he would immediately get comfort, but it wouldn't be deep comfort, and the only simple type was Su Kue. If he could have other complex guides, he would have gone long ago. Why wait until now? Fengzhi wanted to kick the chair, but his chair was made of pure gold. Gleaming gold. He withdrew his leg, calming down for a second, and chose to go to the public training room, planning to spar with his companions to vent his frustration. The chaos and pain of his spirit kept him on the edge of irritation at all times. Since he couldn't vent using things at home, he could only go hit those resilient companions. By the time he arrived, there were already people inside. They had taken off their combat uniforms, wearing only pants, their well-defined muscles glistening with sweat as two people engaged in pure hand-to-hand combat, hitting each other hard. A crowd of soldiers around were cheering. Fengzhi looked over and saw it was yet another shiny battle. It was only staged within the Feng battle team, where the winning side could take any collection from the losing side, including various rare ores. Both of the spiritual entities present were crows, and they were wealthy. Upon seeing this, Fengzhi turned his fists with a sinister smile. The promotion for ringing Bellstar was exceptionally thorough. When Su Kue arrived at the starport aboard Admiral Sitton's private starship at 9 in the morning, the 4 outermost checkpoints on the planet were still lined with long queues. The planet's environment was peculiar. The ground beneath her feet had a strange gelatinous texture, and the sky shared the same hue as the Earth, reminiscent of an expansive uni-salt flat, that beautiful place known as the mirror of the sky. Su Kue stomped down hard, feeling the ground give slightly beneath her, springy yet resilient, as if she were stepping into a giant jelly. Goodbye. She turned back to wave at Qinghe, who had accompanied her here, a brilliant smile on her face. When Sitton learned she was coming to play, he offered to accompany her or have Qinghe do so, but Su Kue declined both offers. Most of the time she preferred solitude. Traveling with others always required considering their thoughts, lacking the freedom and spontaneity of being alone. Qinghe nodded. 6 days from now I'll pick you up here. Okay. Without looking back, Su Kue happily dashed off to Q. The checkpoint automatically identified her, and she passed through in just 3 minutes. The 7-day pass included accommodation, meals, and a means of transport, making it convenient for tourists to tour the planet. Among a dazzling array of colorful and fancy vehicles, Su Kue chose a small winged whale car capable of providing shade from sun and rain and able to traverse both water and air. Operation was simple. It could be set to autopilot, requiring no manual control. If the passenger wished, the winged little whale could transform like a transformer, contracting and reshaping into a pair of sturdy wings that enveloped the tourist for flight. A meter-wide energy shield would form to protect the passenger from colliding with birds midair. If the passenger wished, the winged little whale could transform like a transformer, contracting and reshaping into a pair of sturdy wings that enveloped the tourist for flight. A meter-wide energy shield would form to protect the passenger from colliding with birds midair. Su Kue found the transformation button and pressed it. The car swiftly reassembled, extending safety restraints to connect her to the wings. The console became 2 armrests with buttons clearly labeled for their functions. Initiating flight mode. A faint hum emanated from within the wings as they gently lifted Su Kue upward, a pale blue energy shield enveloping her entire body. Her perspective gradually rose, and from the corner of her eye she saw many others calmly ascending into the sky. Work robots maintained order below, while in the distance the blue sky and ground seemed to merge into a single line. With her feet off the ground, Su Kue let out a long wow of amazement. This attraction wasn't unique to this planet, larger tourist planets had it too. Others accustomed to it ascended skillfully to their desired heights. As she brushed past a cloud, she reached out to touch it. The cotton candy that once required looking up to from the ground dispersed into cool damp vapor, and due to this peculiar spectacle it felt as if she had plunged headfirst into an inverted ocean. The artificial wings carried her steadily through the air. Su Kue selected the nearest amusement zone to land, but before reaching her destination she encountered a skyborne structure, a souvenir shop like a rainbow candy, its transparent windows displaying a dazzling array of goods. Su Kue immediately changed course. Since she was already here, how could she not buy a ton of souvenirs? 10 minutes later she walked out empty-handed. A robot behind her displayed a cute smile on its screen. Your purchased items will be delivered to your hotel room in 5 minutes. Welcome back anytime and have a pleasant stay. She left empty-handed, not because she hadn't bought anything but because she had bought too much, necessitating store delivery. Every item was exquisitely beautiful, and as an adult she chose to have it all. The provided accommodation wasn't limited to a single hotel. During the tour, all hotels on the planet were available for free, sparing tourists the trouble of traveling back and forth. Sue Kuei grew tired after flying all morning. Once the novelty wore off, she took the little whale to find a nearby hotel, the same address she had left for the souvenir shop. 30% of the planet had been developed for tourism. Sue Kuei visited all the attractions she wanted to see, reserving the last day for an underwater expedition. However, a minor mishap occurred along the way. She collided with someone midair. The trouble began when she tried manual control. Losing control, her whale veered off its designated path, not only crossing into another lane but also overturning the other vehicle. Fortunately, to ensure passenger safety, all transport vehicles were equipped with airbag-like protective devices. The Dunkleistus she had overturned deployed energy jets to stabilize itself, and its cabin remained still. The commotion attracted the attention of a patrol robot, which brought both Sue Kuei and the other tourists to the ground. Sue Kuei got out to check on the other person. The robot knocked twice before the sealed door of the Dunkleistus opened, revealing a young man inside. His skin had an eerie ashen pallor, making him look as if he had been dead for some time. His eyes were the same color, like hollow lifeless glass beads. "Hello sir," the robot called, but he didn't respond. Sue Kuei feared she had killed him, but then his eyelashes fluttered slowly and his gaze shifted from before him to fix directly on Sue Kuei's face. Sue Kuei bent down and leaned in a little. "Are you all right?" That complexion looked anything but healthy. As she drew closer, her keen sense of smell made the young man twitch his nose slightly. His pupils reflected Sue Kuei's face and he slowly shook his head. Whether he was naturally slow to react or dazed from the collision, Sue Kuei asked again, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" "I'm really sorry for bumping into you. How much compensation would you like?" The patrol robot, equipped with emergency medical functions, scanned the young man from head to toe and exclaimed, "Good heavens! This tourist, sir! You are poisoned!" "Sue Kuei," she quickly said, "I only bumped into him, I didn't poison him." The robot's optical sensor flickered wildly as it checked the data, then gradually calmed down and said cheerfully, "Indeed. This gentleman was already in a poisoned state before entering this planet. It has nothing to do with this planet or this lady." Relieved, Sue Kuei said, "Good, nothing to worry about." Although the unfortunate fellow didn't want compensation, Sue Kuei, fearing he might try to extort her later, insisted on scanning 200 contribution points into his optical brain account. Then she pulled the robot aside and said, "You scanned him and confirmed he has no other injuries. I've also paid for emotional distress. So whatever happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me." The robot replied, "Understood, ma'am. Rest assured, I have recorded this gentleman's current physical data." "Good, very intelligent." Sue Kuei nodded, climbed into her whale and set off again. "Sir," the robot's screen turned to the young man, "do you need a replacement vehicle?" The young man, who had remained silent throughout, glanced at it and struggled to utter no. "Need." The Dunkleistus hatch closed and it set off in pursuit of the whale ahead. The transportation tool provided on the Bell Ring Star only has tracking functionality if both parties are bound together. Sue Kuei has not bound herself with anyone. She noticed the Ding family fish ship trailing not too far behind her, but she thought the other party was just here for underwater exploration, as everyone coming this way was participating in this activity, so she didn't pay it much mind. Behind her in the enclosed space, the young man was operating his light brain. Just for a transfer, there was no need to add each other as friends, nor could he see the other party's information. Theoretically, that should be the case. At least just now Sue Kuei only saw the other party's dark avatar, knowing nothing else. However, after fiddling with it for a while, he found Sue Kuei's personal information through that little transfer record. He intruded into the Star Alliance's database with information detailed enough to include which year she attended school, when she graduated, when she awakened, and the introduction of her spiritual entity, among other things. In the information panel, her onboarding photo displayed a bright smile without any shadow, wearing a white shirt with a pink spiritual entity beside her head, casting its light into his grayish-white pupils. Sue Kuei. He pronounced the name. Having not spoken for so long, his voice inevitably sounded dull and hoarse with a strange intonation. The entrance for underwater exploration is on the surface. Visitors need to wear pressure-resistant rings and various first aid equipment before entering the seawater. The pressure-resistant ring needs to be placed behind the ear, forming a membrane that can filter seawater, store air, and resist seawater pressure. The first aid equipment is compressed into a backpack, light and not heavy. After putting on the first aid equipment, one can choose to dive directly or use the transportation tool to descend. Sue Kuei left the whale ship at the docking area near the entrance and jumped straight into the sea. Her spiritual entity is a marine creature and she began to embrace the seawater completely unafraid of the deep ocean's tranquility. Moreover, the underwater scene was lively with tourists coming and going in colorful local marine life. There were no strict regulations against disturbing marine life, so she saw someone prying open sea urchins to feed the fish. Below was a winding passage. Walking to the end would lead to the statue. 1,200 meters sounds far. As she delved deeper, the shimmering sunlight penetrating the sea surface gradually faded and the deep dark environment swallowed the crowd entering. The sounds from the tourists gradually diminished. In the distance a flickering light bulb approached with the water waves, and the fish carrying the bulb passed through the transparent passage, briefly illuminating their line of sight. Su Kuei inadvertently saw a person a few meters behind her. Grayish-white, resembling an underwater corpse standing upright and floating. She calmed herself, met the other party's unblinking gaze, nodded politely in acknowledgement and continued to swim downwards. Slowly she could see the raised light sword and the rose. She calmed herself, met the other party's unblinking gaze, nodded politely in acknowledgement and continued to swim downwards. Slowly she could see the raised light sword and the rose. The interstellar statue can perfectly restore the likeness of its original form, and if desired it can be animated like a living person. The statue stood 180 meters tall, and as it descended before her huge eyelids, Fan Lan's eyes slowly blinked. Her gaze was always directed towards the distant sky, resolute and compassionate. The arm holding the light sword maintained a raised pose, changing every 30 seconds. When it swung down it stirred the seawater, causing fish schools to flee in panic. The other goddesses were slightly shorter, surrounding the castle in protective postures. From above the castle appeared in an inverted pear shape. This tourist star is thoughtful. The developers and investors are likely women. Su Kuei looked at Fan Lan's vibrant eyes, and suddenly someone in the crowd burst into tears. My lady, Fan Lan, my lady. Turning around she saw an elderly woman, unable to contain her tears as others nearby offered comfort. As her gaze shifted she once again met those lifeless eyes. Su Kuei frowned slightly, approached and asked straightforwardly, hello. Is there something you need? You seem to have been watching me for a while. The other party did not divert their gaze, nor did she. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate, I want to get to know you. She initially thought it was an attempt at deceit. Unexpectedly it was a pickup line. Get to know me. Su Kuei smiled slightly, declining, sorry, I don't plan to make friends at the moment, so please stop staring at me. Such gazes could be considered harassment. I don't want to bring anyone to the Star Alliance court during my pleasant vacation. You are a guide. Is there stuttering or speech difficulty in the interstellar realm? But as far as she knew, most diseases previously known to humanity can now be cured. She nodded yes. I want to be close to you. My spiritual entity. Su Kuei felt a little impatient. However, her appearance and voice were sweet and soft, with baby fat on her cheeks, making it hard for others to detect any negative emotions. The corpse across from her continued to stammer, I like you. Is that so? Then it's truly my honor. Su Kuei forced a smile, perfunctorily saying, if you want comfort you can go to the Black Tower and hang my name there. However, even if you say you like me, I won't give you a discount. The poison state still needs to be wandering around. This person wouldn't be spreading toxins everywhere, would they? Su Kuei rubbed her arms and quickly distanced herself. She didn't understand why the security at the entrance had let him in. The castle is the main venue for the entire underwater exploration activity, where visitors can find various trinkets used by the goddesses in every corner. Of course, they are all replicas. Collecting a complete set can be exchanged for a miniature statue of Fan Lan. The Mirror of Destiny Pearl. Su Kuei had heard of this goddess with a beautiful name, known for her beauty, who often liked to carry her shell mirror. When participating in resistance activities she also had to dress impeccably, and when undergoing a hysterectomy she would pull out a mirror to check her face and touch up her faded lipstick. Her mirror was as splendid as she was, and Su Kuei bought the same model at the souvenir shop. Opening the small mirror revealed her face. As her spiritual entity is pink with the passage of time and level elevation, her hair and other body hair gradually leaned towards pink. Now when she leaned close to the mirror she noticed that the color of her pupils seemed to have faded a little. Su Kuei gave a thumbs up to her reflection in the mirror. Strawberry flavored me. It sounds quite delicious. 180 small items need to be collected, requiring a good understanding of the goddesses' personalities and preferences to quickly find them in the corresponding locations. Su Kuei didn't know much, so she searched while checking the information. She also glanced at the directions other tourists were looking and followed behind to pick up the leftovers. The officials were well prepared, all items were in multiple quantities. Following the crowd she quickly collected them and successfully exchanged for the miniature statue of Fan Lan at the castle's service robot. It resembled a composite of a robot and a doll. When touched, the diminutive female leader would brandish a lightsaber and declare, organs are not the original sin of suffering. We do not wish to trample upon anyone's back, all we seek is equality. It was said that Fanland's own voice was used for which a commercial license was applied on the Star Alliance. Upon viewing the promotional video, spectators remarked if Belstar was merely using Fanland's name to garner traffic, they would surely face our wrath. Consequently, a multitude of tourists arrived with righteous indignation only to forget their initial purpose after a stroll and depart gleefully clutching statues of Fanlan. Sue Kuei had amassed a collection of souvenirs too large for her to carry alone, so she had the robots deliver them. Ching He came to pick her up and fell silent at the sight of the numerous bags and boxes. Everything was loaded onto the starship and they set off in the afternoon, arriving at dawn 3 days later. At the docking station on Luanzhua Star, Heilin was already waiting. After handing over with Cheng he escorted Sue Kuei back to her dormitory. "Did you have fun?" Sue Kuei nodded. "Belstar is a nice place. I recommend it." Due to frontline duties, none of the other members were present, only Heilin. He was not a man of many words, preferring to spend his time in comfortable spots, letting his mind go blank. Sharing a confined space with Sue Kuei, catching her guide pheromones, his spine involuntarily softened. Sue Kuei smiled at him. Heilin sat up slightly straighter. "Sorry. It's alright, you can continue to lounge." Back in the dormitory, she took her belongings and packages upstairs, changed into her work uniform and arrived at the Black Tower soothing room before 9 o'clock. She clocked in for work and a sentinel was already waiting outside the door. He was a cute golden retriever. The man himself was polite and reserved, but once his spirit animal emerged, its big tail spun like a propeller. The spirit animal is a part of the sentinel, often revealing the true feelings suppressed deep within. The erranked sentinel restrained his unruly spirit animal, preventing it from panting and lunging forward. He even tried to stop the mutated golden retriever's tail from wagging. If it continued, its owner would lose all face. Sue Kuei handed him some water and said considerately, "It's fine, let it get closer to my spirit animal." But he hesitated, meeting Sue Kuei's encouraging gaze, and loosened his grip slightly. The unleashed golden retriever charged forward, its warm wet tongue lathering the sea anemone. Sensing her spirit animal covered in saliva, Sue Kuei fell silent for a moment. Then she raised a smile. "It's okay. See, they get along well." After completing the full deep soothing session without much effort, Sue Kuei stroked the golden head before her and asked softly, "Did you sense anything else?" Jin Fu had not yet come to his senses. He looked up at her dazedly. "Else?" He had fallen into a trance from the very beginning and had no mind to perceive anything else. "That's fine then." He didn't understand what she meant and wanted to ask further, but her gentle touch lulled him into a daze and soon he fell asleep on the sofa. In the afternoon, the second patient arrived, a handsome dark-faced canine with a spirit animal of a mutated German shepherd. With sturdy limbs, graceful lines and a loyal, resolute nature, they were among the most popular spirit animals. Though affectionate towards Sue Kuei, it remained rational and restrained. As she lovingly embraced its large head, its black tail wagged gently. The spirit animal's owner had broad shoulders and a robust build. When Sue Kuei approached for deep soothing, she could barely reach him. Ade Sath stiffly lifted her up. The spiritual landscape, never before open to anyone, was slowly permeated. Afterward, Sue Kuei asked the usual question and, receiving no unexpected reply, told Ade Sath to lie down and sleep. Seeing he hadn't moved, she patted her own leg. "You can rest your head on my lap for a while. But only for a short while, because my legs will go numb." She glanced at his head as she spoke. Would a big guy's head be heavier than others? "No need," Ade Sath declined with difficulty. "Alright, then lie down by yourself." Sue Kuei rose from the sofa. Actually, she rather enjoyed that position of control. Sentinels were generally tall. Snake types were usually over 190 centimeters slender and upright, having to curl up their legs on her small sofa. The mutated canines also grew quite large. Ade Sath was especially robust and lean, barely fitting on the sofa, half his body hanging off. Seeing this, Sue Kuei requested a larger sofa. Although there was a bed in the back of the soothing room, it was hers and she didn't intend to share it. The sofa replacement was scheduled before the end of her shift. For now, she let Ade Sath sleep well while she browsed the star net, reading up on guide knowledge. Sue Kuei scrolled through those records. On the star net there were indeed posts asking why can't a person have multiple spirit animals. Sue Kuei scrolled through those records. On the star net there were indeed posts asking why can't a person have multiple spirit animals. But this was a trivial question, much like the centuries-old query of why are there only 2 human genders? A question that as yet no one could answer. Such niche topics had few discussants. Scrolling down the page jumped to complex type guides. Among them were several renowned figures, each with a detailed introduction of their basic information and spiritual abilities. Phantom Fong and Srank female guide with a mutated hallucinogenic fish spirit animal ability hallucination. Aqua Vein and Srank male guide with a mutated giant phantom jellyfish ability mental contamination. Aside from abilities clearly linked to spirit animals, the current Sanctuary Steward and Guide Association Chairman Quan Zakayu possessed a rather unique capability. His spirit animal was a dragonfly, but his ability was the rare spiritual drowning. Spiritual drowning: the controlled individual becomes deeply immersed in a certain emotion, unable to extricate themselves, akin to losing self-control in the deep sea, completely submerged in negative emotions and in severe cases embarking on self-destruction. He was also the only S-Guide so far. However, there had been no news of him on the Star Net for a long time. His last public appearance was at the founding day 2 years ago. Recent work seemed to be handled by the Vice Steward, leading some to suspect he was seriously ill. The Star Alliance's founding day held the same significance as a national day. In the photos taken during that last appearance on the Star Net, Quan Zakayu appeared energetic with rosy cheeks. He did not seem like a dark guide, so Sukue suspected that his mental instability was due to the influence of a Sentinel. However, this was merely her personal speculation and not to be taken as fact. Multiple spirit entities, complex type guide Quan Zakayu. Inside the colorful hotel of Ringing Star. Outside, a riot of neon lights. Inside, the room was pitch black save for a soft gentle light cast upon the boy sitting opposite. His hair and eyes were a muted gray, oppressive and stifling like a leaden deathly still cloud. His pupils were perfectly round, occupying 2/3 of his eyes. He stared at his own light brain, simultaneously connected to Sukue's reading record. The record was magnified. In the upper right corner was the surveillance video from the Black Tower on Luanswa Star. There were no surveillance devices inside the soothing room, only the corridor had unblinking monitoring eyes installed. He saw the dog come out. He zoomed in on the video. The Sentinel inside turned to say goodbye, the spirit entity by his leg, lowering its tail and ears. The sound was turned up to the maximum, even capturing the nearly inaudible footsteps. Sukue walked out. Her hair was down today, her original brown locks now tinged with a faint pink. Goodbye. She waved farewell to the Sentinel and turned back into the room. Sukue walked out. Her hair was down today, her original brown locks now tinged with a faint pink. Goodbye. She waved farewell to the Sentinel and turned back into the room. It was one of the souvenirs from Ringing Star, a small square bag the size of a palm designed in the colors of the planet. The clasp was a miniature planet pattern, more decorative than practical. She hummed a tune as she walked to the cafeteria. The surveillance camera followed her movements, panning from one angle to another. The person hidden in the shadows seemed to press their eyes against the screen. The spirit entity grew restless and manifested on its own. A grayish-white tentacle with suckers reached out toward the guide on the screen. Don't rush. Without drinking water, his voice was still hoarse. He stared at the figure on the screen. I bought a ticket to Luanswa Star. Just a few more days and I can. Sukue felt a faint sense of strangeness. She knew the monitoring eyes in the corridor would follow people, but usually they would only watch for a while before moving on. Today she inadvertently turned her head and noticed that the monitoring eye in the corner seemed to be fixed on her. To confirm her suspicion, she didn't show any surprise. Instead, she took her usual route to the cafeteria but detoured to the office to find Miss Remy. The moment she stepped into the office area, several monitoring eyes inside swiveled toward her in unison. The cold, lifelike eyes had anthropomorphic pupils. She wondered what state of mind the designer had been in. Being stared at like that was always a bit unsettling. However, it was said to have a deterrent effect, reducing crime rates. They watched her, not moving away for a long time. Miss Remy was on duty today. She hadn't seen Sukue in a while and was delighted to see her. Sukue gave her a gift, a bag she had brought over in the morning, the same style as the one she was wearing but in a different color. Miss Remy was delighted and immediately hung the small bag on her shoulder. How beautiful. Thank you, dear. So did Ringing Star cheer you up? Sukue smiled, showing her teeth. Of course. It's wonderful there. I recommend you go for a visit too. I've wanted to go ever since I saw the promotional video. I didn't expect you to be so quick. Miss Remy smiled as she packed up her things. It was time for her to clock out. I can take my annual leave in a few days and go with my boyfriend. Sukue said. Wow, you have a boyfriend. Congratulations. Miss Remy winked playfully. Just a few days ago. He's a class Sentinel. Due to the scarcity of guides, some Sentinels also choose ordinary people as partners, though this is rare because ordinary people cannot provide soothing for Sentinels. She came out from behind the transparent glass of the office. Dear, where are you off to after work? To the cafeteria for dinner. Sukue said. Want to join me? I've never been to the cafeteria. It might be nice to try. Let's go. As they walked together, Sukue asked, don't you think our monitoring eyes are acting a bit strange today? They've been lingering on us for too long. Miss Remy looked up in confusion. Have they? Yes, Sukue said, moving to the other side. Look, especially on me, it feels like they're targeting me. The monitoring eye turned and paused. Let me try. Miss Remy walked in the opposite direction. A monitoring eye turned toward her and also lingered. They are a bit sluggish, but it doesn't seem like they're targeting you specifically. Dear, you're overthinking it. Is that so? Sukue smiled. Alright, as long as it's nothing. Let's go eat. Miss Remy walked back over. They probably need maintenance. I'll report it to the maintenance department. The Black Tower staff were very efficient, and after maintenance the monitoring eyes returned to normal. But that night Sukue noticed a refresh in the order of her patients. The top spot was taken by the captain of the Wind Combat Team, Feng Ji. His profile picture was as arrogant and unrestrained as he was. Dark brown hair fell past his neck with tattoo patterns extending down into his collar. The chain on his ear bridge reflected the camera's light. His thin, beautifully curved lips were slightly parted, revealing a hint of white teeth. After him were 3 unfamiliar sentinels. Their profiles indicated 2 were avian type and 1 was feline. Following them was another who was not a member of any corps. Sukue looked at that profile picture. Gray-white hair and pupils staring at the lens with an inorganic, peculiar sense of emptiness. Sukue hadn't looked closely before, but now that she zoomed in on the photo she realized the boy's features were exquisite, almost bewitchingly beautiful. His unusual skin tone added an extra layer of eeriness. He was distinctive, unforgettable. Although she had indeed said he could book an appointment with her, it was only a casual dismissal. She had only mentioned the Black Tower, not specifying which planet. How had he found her? She didn't think it was a coincidence. She inexplicably thought of today's monitoring eyes, their indifferent gaze overlapping with that day's stare. Name Xia Huan. Gender male sentinel. Spirit entity mutant blue-ringed octopus. Rank E class. Position none. Emotional fluctuation 101, such a low rank. It was the first time Sukue had seen someone lower than herself. E-class sentinels were usually assigned to logistics and such, not directly to the front lines. And since he wasn't in any team, how could his mental fluctuation value be so high? Sukue searched online for information, wondering what kind of poison could turn someone grayish-white. Was it contagious? Getting no results, she had to hold on to her doubts. The next morning she called the Black Tower's referral contact to inquire. The person on the other end was also confused, searching through records on their end. I didn't arrange for the sentinel to be soothed by you. Could it be a system error? One moment please. Let me check. I'll get back to you shortly. Sukue waited for a while, then saw that the grayish-white sentinel's record had been removed from the list. The Black Tower replied it was indeed a system error. It has been fixed now. Please rest assured. Sukue, over here. As soon as Sukue entered the lecture hall, Annie, who had already saved a seat, waved to her. Others nearby glanced over and greeted her politely. Sukue sat down and listened as they continued chatting excitedly. Annie exclaimed, I can't believe I get to see the 2 esteemed Waterpulse and Phantom Fong in person. I've only seen their photos on the StarNet forums, and they're actually giving a lecture. A lecture? Her friend said excitedly, for the first time I think the Black Tower isn't so bad. To have invited 2 S-class individuals and their S-class guides. The Black Tower guides held public study lectures every few months, and this was Sukue's first time attending. The morning treatment would have to be postponed until the afternoon, making that irritable bird gentleman wait a little longer. Starting at 10 o'clock at 9:59, someone walked in right on time. The entire hall fell silent. A striking head of light-colored rainbow hair cascaded over her chest, her pupils shimmering with an enchanting and alluring hue. This class guide had a delicate face with bold, dazzling features, and everyone present couldn't help but follow her with their eyes. Annie whispered, "Oh my God. She's gorgeous." Sukue's eyes also lit up. "Hello everyone, I'm Phantom Fong." The class guide spoke, her voice carrying a hook-like charm, and Annie shuddered beside her. "I'm sure you all recognize me and my spirit form, so I won't bore you with introductions." She released her spirit form, a rainbow-colored hallucinogenic fish about the length of an arm, like a piece of colorful fruit candy. "Strictly speaking, I'm not a pure-type guide, so my ability to assist you all here is quite limited. Rather than healing those sentinels, I personally prefer hypnotizing them." She let out a laugh, her voice amplified through the microphone, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. "But that's not what we're here to discuss today. I'll simply share a bit about my growth journey. I'm sure that's what you all want to hear most." This female guide was both enchanting and straightforward. Within just 20 minutes, many guides in the audience were already starry-eyed, reluctant to see her leave, too captivated to focus on the next guide's lecture. The second guide approached silently. His steps were light and graceful, as if floating in water. His purplured hair was understated with deep melancholic hues, truly a creature of the deep sea. A deep-sea jellyfish. His spirit form was massive and peculiar. Official data measured its total length at 30 meters. If its intertwining oral arms were stretched out, they would surely hit the 15-meter ceiling of the lecture hall. As it hovered in midair, all the guides gasped in awe at the colossal creature. Its head resembled a veiled widow while its oral arms hung like ribbons, serene and eerie. Su Kuei overheard Annie's friend whisper, "What a contrast." The two senior guides, one is glossy, the other matte. Su Kuei chuckled at the description. The water pulse guide's voice was like a gentle wave in the deep sea, effortlessly calming everyone. Who would have thought that such a mysterious melancholic deep-sea spirit form could after mutation possess terrifying spiritual contamination? Su Kuei was very interested in this guide. Because the deep-sea jellyfish had a symbiotic blenny fish. They both shared the same symbiotic little fish. So she wanted to know if this water pulse guide also possessed a second spirit form. Unfortunately, there was no relevant information on the new net, and it was impossible to tell with the naked eye whether a symbiotic blenny fish was hidden inside the deep-sea jellyfish's body. Su Kuei wanted to obtain the other's contact information. After the lecture ended, she followed the other guides forward. But the two class guides didn't stop for anyone. They politely declined and quickly left. The guides were a bit disheartened. Annie clenched her fist and said, "It's okay. I'll work hard to level up. When I reach a class or even the seniors will notice me." Su Kuei joined the others in saying, "Keep it up." Annie lowered her hand and looked at her. "By the way, I heard the captain of the wing team specifically came to you for soothing." The others turned to look simultaneously. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "No way. He's class. How did your introducer even arrange that?" "I remember your. Su Kuei said, "Did class." "Ah, right." The nearby guides who overheard also gathered around. "What's going on? Why did they ask you to soothe in class? That's completely mismatched. I suggest you go talk to your introducer and ask him properly." Annie, who had raised the question, thought for a moment and instead said, "Maybe it's because the rest of us are all booked up. My schedule is full and I never have any free time." "Same here. It's so annoying." Another guide slumped her shoulders. "There's no other choice, it's a desperate measure. Besides, Su Kuei is really capable. She just came back from Krobstar and I heard Captain Sitten is already better. I even saw a photo of him at an event last night. He looked perfectly normal. His mental fluctuations must have subsided." This time the surrounding guides' expressions turned to admiration and curiosity. "A pure type is this impressive? Come to think of it, you're the first pure type I've ever seen with my own eyes. I heard that in the Central Region's Black Tower and Sanctuary there are only 2 pure types in total. Oh my god, I've got a national treasure right beside me." That comparison was too exaggerated. Su Kuei chuckled and spread her hands. "I can't help it. Actually, at first I couldn't even enter Captain Sitten's mental landscape at all. Every time I touched him it consumed a huge amount of energy. I had to keep drinking recovery fluid until my tongue only tasted of it." Annie sympathized. "That must have been tough." Su Kuei replied, "It's okay. I like drinking recovery fluid." The others expressed their admiration. Another said, "You have such strange taste." That was someone who didn't like recovery fluid. In fact, very few guides liked that stuff. It wasn't unpleasant to drink, but they had to consume it daily, and even something good becomes tiresome after a while. Just mentioning it now made them frown. The crowd in the lecture hall gradually dispersed. As they walked back, Annie and her friends gave Su Kuei a heads up. Annie said, "This afternoon it's that captain. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Do what you can. If you can't, it's not your fault. It's all because the population is too small now. If there were more people, the guide community would be larger." Her friend nodded, clearly affected. "Exactly. And avian spirit forms are really nasty." She looked Su Kuei over and warned, "You'd better hide any shiny accessories you're wearing, where they'll definitely snatch them to play with. Their spirit forms are prone to committing crimes. I saw a guide on the Star Net who accepted a pearl necklace from a Sentinel spirit form in the morning only to be taken away by the police in the afternoon. It turned out that pearl necklace was an exhibit from an ancient museum stolen by the Sentinel spirit form to curry favor." Su Kuei said, "Oh well." It was hard to comment. At 1 in the afternoon, Feng Ji arrived punctually. Su Kuei had already prepared today's story, The Adventures of Baby Eagle. The spiritual forms of Star Alliance Sentinels were diverse, and the complete collection of interstellar fairy tales she owned contained most of the spiritual forms available on the market. Hearing the door open, Su Kuei looked up with a professional smile. The Sentinel who entered wore the same platinum battle uniform as before. Each squad designed its own uniforms reflecting their unique style. His dark boots echoed on the floor, the sound drawing nearer. His legs were as long and striking as those of the phantom jellyfish, yet firm, powerful and straight like an eagle's. With narrow hips and a slender waist, the tassels on his epaulets swayed with each step. His collar covered most of his neck, revealing the edge of a tattoo that resembled winding, twisting vines. Today the flamboyant Mr. Eagle wore a ruby brooch and matching earrings. If not for his gloves, Su Kuei suspected he might have had a matching ring as well. Fengji, who considered himself less obsessed with shiny trinkets than the crows, had still taken great care in his appearance today. At first glance he looked mature and handsome. Finally we meet again, Fengji said, looking at her and the pink sea anemone floating beside her head. He stepped closer, bent down and lifted her hand with his platinum-gloved hand. Su Kuei remained seated, looking up at him as he lowered his gaze. His nose brushed faintly against her hand as if he were inhaling her scent. Fengji took a breath, then pressed his cool lips lightly against her skin. "This might sound abrupt," he said. "But I'm definitely not sexually harassing you. Your scent is truly intoxicating." Su Kuei withdrew her hand with a smile. "You seem to be in good spirits." Fengji did not respond. Su Kuei refrained from wiping her hand in front of the patient. Fortunately the contact had been brief and there was no saliva left behind. "Please have a seat." The sofa had been replaced with the largest one available, a bright and comfortable cream color. Fengji sat down, crossing his long legs and stretching them far out. "Can you release your spiritual form?" Fengji's gaze lingered on the sea anemone and he nodded. With a sharp rustle of wings, a mutated dark brown giant eagle spread its wings, spanning over 10 meters. Its feathers were as sharp as closely arranged blades, its eyes fierce and proud, and its claws long and deeply curved as they gripped the ground. "Would you please come closer to my spiritual form?" The giant eagle stared at her for a moment before shuffling over like an old man, its wings folded behind its back, making a tap-tap-tap sound. Su Kuei couldn't help but laugh. The giant eagle turned its head sharply. She praised, "Your legs are really long." Fengji pursed his lips. Nearby the sea anemone began to approach cautiously. The giant eagle did not attack but crouched down, allowing the sea anemone to slowly move closer. With the spiritual forms harmonious and friendly, Su Kuei could begin. When Fengji saw the book in Su Kuei's hands and noticed its cartoonish childish cover, one eyebrow shot up. Su Kuei sat down nearby. "Do you like listening to storybooks?" Fengji removed his gloves, pointing with a finger adorned with a diamond ring. "What are you going to do?" "Read this to me." "Yes." "Don't you like it?" "I've never heard of this." "Perhaps you could try something new." Fengji's expression was hard to read. "Did the sentinels who came before you also listen to this?" "Well, I suppose canines are understandable. Those dogs were naturally affectionate. It was no surprise they would act fawningly to please a guide." "What about those cold-blooded ones?" "Even Stan listened to these stories." "Yes indeed," Su Kuei replied with a smile. They all enjoyed them. Although Captain Stan had never admitted it when she read The Adventures of Baby Crocodile, he had clearly listened attentively later on. To Su Kuei that meant he liked it. Fengji found it hard to imagine Stan listening to such things. The squads had frequent interactions, especially when fighting the Zerg, and cooperation was essential. Fengji had dealt with Stan a few times but didn't know him well. Still, from their occasional encounters he had a general sense of Stan's personality. Crocodiles as spiritual forms were always fierce, stubborn and solitary, ancient predators skilled in ambush. Even though the sentinels of the Croc family wore a veneer of refinement, it couldn't hide their fierce and brutal nature. Fengji rested his hands on his legs, his voice low and elegant. "May I ask who else has heard these stories?" Su Kuei answered honestly, "All the sentinels I have treated." Fengji, including those venomous snakes, lizards and crocodile turtles. He thought for a moment and listed the notable figures he had heard of. Qinghe. Niz. One was the cold and withdrawn king cobra of venom, the other the unruly and fierce mutant crocodile turtle. From what he had heard, Captain Stan's team members were all formidable. He had encountered them on the battlefield and each one fought with ruthless, cunning tactics, very much like creatures from damp, shadowy corners. "Yes." Su Kuei answered patiently, then asked, "Are there any other questions?" "May I begin?" Fengji laughed. "No more. Please." He turned his arm and raised his unloved hand in a gesture. Su Kuei began to read. On a steep cliff a nest of baby eagles was hatching. Fengji shifted to resting his chin on his hand. A few strands of dark brown hair fell beside his hand and the edge of his single platinum glove was embroidered with faint, barely visible threads that occasionally caught the light. Fengji's eyesight was exceptional. His dark brown round pupils fixed on Su Kuei. He could see the faint hint of pink tongue as her lips parted the slight bow of her neck as she read earnestly. He noted that she blinked 6 times in 1 minute. Fengji didn't absorb the specifics of what Sukuwei read, but sharing the same space, the scent of her pheromones and her calm reading voice indeed helped him relax. The giant eagle had half closed its eyes. The soft body of the sea anemone rested on its head, its tentacles hanging down like a pink little hat on the proud eagle. Sukuwei closed the book. The atmosphere grew peaceful and calm. Her voice softened. Can we begin the connection now? Such a matter shouldn't be initiated by a lady. Fengji stood up, stretching his limbs. In the simulated cliffside nest environment, he approached Sukuwei, bent down, and offered his unloved hand. My considerate and beautiful guide, do I have the honor of receiving your connection and guidance? Sukuwei took his hand, thinking to herself, a bit dramatic. Though she didn't understand, she respected it and maintained her smile, always remembering that her job was to treat patients. Please forgive my impertinence. Fengji gently pulled Sukuwei up while turning to switch positions. He sat back down on the sofa and Sukuwei landed on his muscular, firm, long legs. You may formally begin. Rest assured, I promise I have no aggressive intentions. His dark brown strands of hair cascaded onto Sukuwei's shoulder. Her hand rested calmly on his shoulder, the uniform smooth and cool beneath her touch. The tassels swayed, occasionally brushing against her palm. The warmth of her palm heated the epaulette. Fengji felt it was almost too scorching. He loved the wind, especially the fierce gales at high altitudes. His mental landscape was filled with sheer cliffs and relentless hurricanes. The eagle's feathers, besides enabling flight, were thick and insulating. Fengji had always taken pride in his feathers, yet for the first time he wondered if they were too heavy. Why else would he feel such an unbearable heat? The air in the soothing room was stifling, saturated with the pheromones of guides and sentinels. Sukuwei ventilated the space. As if nothing had happened, she stood up and said to Fengji, the rank gap is too large. But even if I can only do a little, the fee won't be refunded. Fengji let out a breath and chuckled lowly. Are you sure you want to talk about this now? Sukuwei replied, all right, let's not. Do you want to sleep for a while? Rest a bit, you'll feel more refreshed. After every shift, the soothing room was automatically cleaned and disinfected, ensuring the sofa was spotless and free of other sentinel scents despite being used by many. Obediently lying down, Fengji watched Sukuwei approach with a small blanket and frowned slightly. No need for that. He was already hot enough. Sukuwei shrugged indifferently and sat down on a stool. Sukuwei replied, no. 22. Fengji paused, then laughed hoarsely. Just an adult. Sukuwei replied, no. 22. Fengji paused, then laughed hoarsely. Just an adult. Why come to the Black Tower? Given your situation, you could enter the sanctuary, better treatment there. My life is stable now, I don't want to change anything. Sukuwei said, I like stability. Fengji's gray eyes half closed. Is that so? Hard to tell. After a few more words he felt drowsy, said goodnight to Sukuwei and fell asleep in that position. He woke again to the sound of approaching footsteps. Fengji swiftly sat up, his eyes clear and alert. Sukuwei walking toward him was startled by his sudden movement. Seeing it was Sukuwei, he relaxed his posture. Checking the time, he was surprised to find it was nearly 5. He had slept for over 3 hours. Sukuwei had come to wake him because her shift was ending. His sudden sitting up saved her the trouble of calling him. You're awake. Did you sleep well? She adjusted the room mode and the light gradually brightened. Fengji's pupils contracted with the light. He nodded leisurely, putting the glove he had removed back on. The platinum glove fitting snugly over his fingers outlined the slight bulge of a ring. He stood up, adjusting his combat suit, and looked at Sukuwei thoughtfully. Very good. Very good. He was satisfied. She took his hand again and he looked up at her. The sentinel curved his lips, the up-tilted corners of his eyes softening his usual arrogance. The full tip of his lip brushed her hand. I wonder if I have the honor of a long-term relationship with this lovely guide. Many sentinels who had made such offers to Sukuwei, each one who had been bonded, were no exception. Sukuwei treated them all equally, refusing. Sorry, I still need to consider the second candidate. The first was Lix Nihu. Everyone knew. Many sentinels wondered why he was so lucky. Alright, but I'll do my best to change your mind. Seeing Fengji off, Sukuwei packed up and left work. She had handled another's class today, the second one. She couldn't wait to go home and check if her spirit form had changed. Back home she examined the tiny thing no bigger than a melon seed and noticed the 2 small black spots were more distinct, at least visible without a magnifying glass now. Sukuwei measured its length again and recorded it in her notebook. It had indeed grown to 5 millimeters. After inspecting, she tucked it back deep into the sea anemone. Pink tentacles helped push it inward, hiding it completely from view. A message arrived on her light brain from a contact labeled alligator turtle who eats shrimp balls. Alligator turtle who eats shrimp balls. You're back. Want some shrimp balls? Sentinels above a rank must serve on the front lines. Recently those familiar with Sue Kuei had been busy, and during work they weren't allowed to use personal light brains to contact the outside. Sending a message now might mean they were less busy. Sue Kuei thought for a moment and replied that she wanted some adding a drooling emoji. Sue Kuei, too bad there's none like yours sold outside. The Sentinel on the other end subtly curved the corner of his mouth. Sue Kuei had only mentioned it casually. After bonding, Sentinels often found excuses to chat with her, and she would reply whenever she saw their messages. The shrimp ball topic ended there, followed by a few more casual exchanges. Cold-blooded creatures spoke little, unlike the dogs with endless conversations. Especially Shia. Every time Sue Kuei chatted with him she would unconsciously talk a lot, leaving her throat hoarse. Ending the chat, Sue Kuei received a communication request from the dormitory security robot. Puzzled, she answered. The robot said, "Hello, is this Ms. Sue Kuei? A spirit form has delivered something to you." The attached image showed an alligator turtle carrying a lunchbox. Its limbs and shell were covered in jagged spines, head held high, black eyes squinting at the recording security robot. When the robot approached, it seemed ready to bite. Sue Kuei went downstairs in her pajamas. Upon seeing her, the menacing alligator turtle spirit form instantly abandoned the robot, scurrying to her and rubbing its scaleless area against her calf. "What are you doing here?" Sue Kuei bent down to stroke its uneven ridge. The turtle gently tapped her foot with its claw, repeatedly gesturing toward its back. "What's this?" Sue Kuei picked up the bag and sniffed it. Even the container couldn't block the savory aroma. She exclaimed in delight. "Ah! It's shrimp balls." Seeing her guess correctly, the turtle was overjoyed, nuzzling her head, making soft breathing sounds. Sue Kuei saw the turtle off, then went back and ate one. The skin was crispy, the shrimp inside fresh and bouncy, accompanied by 2 different dipping sauces. Sue Kuei immediately sent a communication request to the spirit form's owner, who answered instantly. Sue Kuei asked, "Where did you buy your shrimp balls? Why can't I find such delicious ones?" "Of course you can't. Because I made them." Sue Kuei was truly astonished. "Amazing." Seeing her admiring expression, Nize couldn't suppress his smile. He said proudly, "I don't like the ones sold outside, so I buy raw ingredients and make them myself in my spare time. Besides shrimp balls, I can also make fish soup and seaweed knots. My seafood skills are definitely no worse than those of a chef robot." This time Sue Kuei initiated a video call. The Sentinel on the opposite end had sustained a minor injury on the battlefield, a bloodstained gash carved across his cheek by a sharp chitinous blade. His thick brows furrowed downward, his gaze fierce and brooding. He wore an inherently impatient scowl, and the fresh wound only made him look more sinister, far from benevolent. Nize couldn't be bothered to treat such a trivial wound, letting it heal naturally. Only a high-ranking Zerg could leave a mark on him. She took the chance to check the worksheet. A name and basic information were already on it. It was indeed her patient. Sue Kuei's eyes scanned and then stopped at one spot, unable to look away. Months without being soothed had left a faint layer of aggression on the Sentinel's brow, even though he had previously calmed down. The brief contact between his spirit guide and the guide had slightly improved his mood. Especially when he saw her dressed in soft loungewear, resting her chin on her hand and looking at him with curved eyes. The irritable alligator turtle averted its gaze, awkwardly quickening its movements. The wound scabbed and healed at a visible pace, and he put his clothes back on. Sue Kuei silently lamented the missed opportunity. Just as an open door allowed someone to pass by outside, Nize instinctively moved to set his privacy settings. However, the other person showed no interest in looking inward. It was only because of Nize's conspicuous gesture that he glanced inside and his footsteps halted. Just as an open door allowed someone to pass by outside, Nize instinctively moved to set his privacy settings. However, the other person showed no interest in looking. Sue Kuei saw him too and waved. "Hey, you're back too." "Yeah." The man's steps deliberately turned her way. The 2 reptilian beings stared at each other, neither speaking, neither feeling awkward. It was clearly how the Krokpa squad usually interacted internally. Unlike the dog-like teams who would sling arms over shoulders and occasionally have team-building events, the Krokpa squad maintained perpetual silence, members tacitly agreeing not to disturb one another. Entering another's resting territory like this was a first. It was a bit awkward, but the cool guy didn't leave. He stood rooted to the spot, staring at Sue Kuei as if lost in thought. Sue Kuei asked, "Where are you guys right now?" "Looks like a dormitory." Nize explained, "We're at the decontamination center. To prevent parasite sentinels coming down from the front lines must undergo decontamination testing first. Only after confirming they're clean can they leave." Nize explained, "We're at the decontamination center. To prevent parasite sentinels coming down from the front lines must undergo decontamination testing first." "No. How long do you have to stay? 3 to 7 days depending. That's quite a while. Stuck in there, don't you get bored? No. We enjoy being alone and spacing out. Sukue glanced at the cool guy who was gradually zoning out and agreed that makes sense. Silence. With no more topics to discuss, the three of them stared blankly at each other for a good while. Finding it dull, Sukue said a few more casual words before hanging up the call. The guide's image vanished. The cool guy who had remained silent the entire time automatically left. Nize went back to his own business. He had time these next few days. Today he took time to make shrimp balls and send them over. Tomorrow he could buy a fish and let her taste his signature fish soup. Sukue once again discovered that strange rank among her patients. Today he took time to make shrimp balls and send them over. Tomorrow he could buy a fish and let her taste his signature fish soup. Sukue once again discovered that strange. The senior maintenance personnel of the Black Tower were on high alert. Star network technology was already highly mature. It wasn't easy for just anyone to hack into their system. But this was the second time. The other party had breached the Black Tower system as easily as entering their own home, and yet they could do nothing about it, unable to trace the intruder's location. The feedback they received was a string of garbled code. Of course they couldn't tell Sukue this. They simply assured her that the Black Tower system was absolutely secure and that the person harassing her would not bother her again. Sukue was skeptical. Sure enough, that very night she received another strange message. Today's Sooty was a mutated kestrel, a proud and spirited little bird that absolutely refused to believe a drank guide could successfully soothe them even with deep soothing. He believed her 5-star reviews were all fabricated. It was just those inexperienced sentinels exaggerating. Because they had never received soothing before, they were amazed by her low-level skills. Today he was here to expose the fraud. But he strutted in with full confidence and stumbled out with weak legs. As Sukue bid him farewell, his spirit guide buried its head in its wings, refusing to come out. The sight of his fleeing figure lifted Sukue's spirits. After work in the evening she had dinner and went home to watch a comedy variety show. The performers were two ordinary people humorously criticizing social phenomena in a roundabout way. Sukue watched with great interest. But the screen suddenly froze, turning a dull gray as words appeared one by one. Don't reject me anymore. I just want to see you. Sukue ignored it and switched to another program. Shortly after, another message appeared. What do I have to do to see you? Sukue didn't answer. Because she didn't know how to talk to someone who could be anywhere through a projected screen. If it were just an ordinary pervert stalker, she might have said no way. No matter what. Following women breaking into someone's projection without permission, you should just go rot in the police station. But now she was somewhat interested in the other party's abilities, curious to see how far they could go. For instance, whether they could alter the detection machine's results. Right in front of them she brazenly cast a search. What species toxin is grayish-white? Is it contagious? The screen was silent for a moment. It's my own toxin. It's not contagious. Sukue searched again. What kind of mental patient poisons themselves? This time the silence stretched a bit longer. I'm not a mental patient. My mind is perfectly healthy. Sukue, would a mental patient claim to be healthy? Really? If you don't believe me, I can take a psychiatric evaluation. Sukue scrolled through news about falsified psychiatric evaluations. I'm telling the truth. Sukue then started reading some chicken soup literature. Beware of falling into the trap of self-proof. Men's lies. I just can't get it in. The last one Sukue quickly closed. Ahem. That was an erotic novel she had browsed out of boredom 2 days ago. When I'm dehydrated, my toxin multiplies exponentially, causing nerve paralysis. I use this effect to suppress my spirit guide's rampage. I can lift the poison state anytime. It's not contagious and it won't poison you. My spirit guide likes you very much. It hopes to receive your soothing. Don't push me away. I want to look at you. When a man says he misses you, the miss is silent. From an anonymous netizen. The sentinel before her was the first female patient Sukue had received since joining the practice. Hailing from the Great King team, her spiritual entity belonged to the Panthera genus of felines, a mutated black jaguar. Her muscles were full and imposing. With a wild dark complexion, the lines of her physique beneath the combat suit were sleek and taut. Sukue's eyes grew warm as she added premium honey she had ordered online to the water she poured for her, taking care to ensure the temperature was tepid and cool before handing it over. Thank you. The other woman curled her lips, her black skin gleaming like lustrous pearls, healthy and full. Sukue said, I'm a bit surprised because I heard the Great King team has its own exclusive guide. I thought you wouldn't need to seek out other guides for soothing. Bemi took a sip of the honey water. The sweet taste and perfect temperature made her squint with satisfaction. She extended her slightly pointed tongue to lick the moisture from her lips, and due to her high degree of mutation the barbs retracted as her tongue curled around the droplets. Although it's said to serve the entire team, a guide's energy is limited and cannot attend to many at once. Moreover, during her bonding heat our guide developed a dependency on a particular sentinel within the team, rejecting others. So we had to come out. She spread her hands, speaking frankly. Sukuei nodded, stroking the head of the Black Panther that had gracefully padded over. Bemi's gaze fell on Sukuei's hand as it wove through the black fur. The panther's coat was jet black and glossy, making her hand appear very pale with pink nails reminiscent of her sea anemone spiritual entity. It doesn't reject you, Bemi said. Usually it's quite xenophobic, but today it's being docile. The Black Panther, now completely sprawled at Sukuei's feet, thumped its large tail, ignoring its owner's words. And you smell really nice. Bemi's nostrils flared and symmetrical long black whiskers sprouted from both sides of her cheeks. Noticing Sukuei's suddenly widened eyes, Bemi touched her own face as if sensing something, feeling a stiff prickly texture. Ah, did I scare you? Sukuei shook her head, stopping her from retracting the whiskers. During the deep soothing she even rubbed the back of her hand against those ostentatious whiskers, which trembled and quivered slightly with every word the owner spoke. Sometimes guide soothing sessions were not so smooth. Bemi had barely lain down on the sofa for a few minutes when a sudden uproar erupted outside the door. The soundproofing in each soothing room was excellent, yet the noise was loud enough to be faintly heard inside, not just because of the proximity but because the commotion was immense, accompanied by the crash of heavy objects and hostile growls from animals. The sentinel on the sofa rose to alert her spiritual entity, leaping out the sleek Black Panther baring its fangs toward the door. Sukuei reassured, "It's fine, let me go check." As she passed the Black Panther it followed with an elegant feline stride, its long tail winding around her calf. The door automatically recognized her and slid open, and she stepped out with the panther at her heels. The occupant of the adjacent soothing room was Annie. Sukuei had encountered her this morning in the cafeteria, where Annie was already fretting about today's sentinel, who was notoriously eccentric and difficult to approach. His spiritual entity was irritable and sensitive, the slightest misstep could provoke it. He was from the 7th Day Team, one of the ground combat units against the Zerg. At the time Annie's friend was comforting her and Sukuei offered her own yogurt as encouragement, but Annie was clearly in no mood to. Her spiritual entity, a lithe elk with large moist eyes, followed her around the cafeteria in anxious circles. Now that elk lay sprawled on the ground, whimpering in pain as if struck by an invisible attack, while Annie herself had fallen, her face etched with terror. The obvious culprit was the sentinel across from her, panting heavily. Beneath his white buzzcut were fierce-eyes veins bulging on his neck, his clenched fists straining for control as his spiritual entity's claws scraped incessantly at the floor. A flat-head, white fur on the back with a black body and limbs. Sukuei had already guessed the nature of this sentinel's spiritual entity from earlier descriptions. A mutated honey badger. Given such a notorious creature, it was no wonder Annie was so anxious. The moment the incident occurred, the security office's piercing alarm sounded and security robots arrived promptly. These robots were equipped with the latest offensive and defensive devices, enough to protect the guides inside the Black Tower even in the event of a sudden Zerg invasion. Now all those energy cannons were aimed at the Sentinel and his spiritual entity as human staff of the Black Tower rushed over, warning the Sentinel not to act rashly. Sukuei stepped forward to help Annie up. Her hands were cold and sweaty, gripping Sukuei's arm with some force. When Annie's nails dug in, Sukuei gently pulled her hand away. Annie turned around in a daze, and just then her friend arrived. Sukuei handed her over and Annie fell into her friend's arms, sobbing softly. The friend stroked her hair in comfort, glaring at the Sentinel with hostility. In the end, the Sentinel was taken away for investigation and Annie was given leave to rest. Such incidents were not unprecedented and the investigation results were unsurprising. It was entirely due to mutual wariness, where the slightest stir was perceived by their hypersensitive spiritual entities as a prelude to attack. Annie was still on leave and the Sentinel was released to be assigned a new guide. After much reshuffling, it somehow ended up with Sukuei. Annie was away, but her friend had to work as usual. This young lady, whose spiritual entity was a lemming, had round, not so large eyes. Hearing about this, she hesitated several times before finally leaning over with her tray and saying, "I overheard the coordinators discussing yesterday. They said they needed to find someone completely non-aggressive, so that was why they turned to her." The lemming lady sighed. "I think you should refuse. What if the Sentinel goes mad again? Look at Annie, she was attacked and her elk still won't come out of the mental landscape." Other guides all refused when they heard about it. She studied Sukuei's expression, found nothing, and bit her chopsticks hesitantly. "Actually, Annie told me later that it wasn't entirely the Sentinel's fault. She had a part in it too. She was too tense. When two highly guarded individuals draw close, injury is inevitable." Sukuei said, "I thought you really disliked Sentinels." "I do somewhat." The lemming lady pursed her lips. Most of the time they're quite annoying, but they do make huge contributions to our peaceful lives. Just like 12 said, we're all compatriots, all equal, and only together do we form a complete circle. I admit I have biases against Sentinels, but that doesn't mean I want to see my own kind die. Otherwise I wouldn't have come to the Black Tower to be a guide. She gritted her teeth. If you're unwilling to soothe him, he'll go apply and give it a try. Su Kuei smiled. I never said I was unwilling. Miss Lemming let out a breath. Honestly, I really don't want to interact with him. You've got guts. You like this, don't you? I see you eating it every time. Here for you. Using the serving chopstick, she gave her own portion of the blue egg to Su Kuei. Su Kuei skewered it and ate it. Blue eggs were incredibly delicious. In return, she shared a small bowl of fish soup with the other. Miss Lemming took a sip and exclaimed in surprise, so good. This isn't from the cafeteria, is it? I've never had this in the cafeteria. It's not from the cafeteria, it's a private order. Wow. Miss Lemming gave a thumbs up. You're something else. The rich milky fish soup was fragrant and steaming with not a hint of fishiness. It had been delivered by Turtle Takeout at noon. She finished it, took a photo, and sent it to the chef himself. Su Kuei, absolutely incredibly delicious. You're amazing. The other replied instantly, if you like it, I'll send you some tomorrow. Leaving the cafeteria, the flower beds in full bloom along the path caught her eye. Su Kuei picked a few more blossoms of different colors, humming a tune as she carried their fragrance all the way back. The vases she bought online were like transparent glaciers lined up on the windowsill. She wasn't particularly worried about the troublesome patient arriving that afternoon. Unlike her usual method of reading storybooks, she first simulated the honey badger's living environment, ordered takeout for delivery, timed it to his arrival, and even managed to catch a nap. At 1 in the afternoon. The Sentinel, freshly released from the investigation room, arrived punctually. His white buzz cut contrasted with his dark skin, and a scar slanted from his brow bone down to his chin. It was left by a queen insect. In that perilous battle his skull was nearly split open, but he also grievously wounded the queen. His eyes had been replaced with prosthetics and the scar could certainly be removed, but he considered it a badge of honor and thus kept. The long scar made his already fierce face look even more intimidating. Su Kuei had only seen his profile last time, but she had already glimpsed the metal through his avatar. Please have a seat. The door closed. The mutated honey badger was even more agitated than before. Unable to sit still after being released, it stared warily in Su Kuei's direction, curling its lips to bear sharp fangs. Su Kuei sat far away, maintaining a safe distance. We have the whole afternoon to spend together. I just watched the recording of your battle. Can you tell me about it? Su Kuei lit up the light brain projection screen. The recording, timestamped, featured the honey badger as the protagonist. They had been ambushed by a queen insect, but the fearless Sentinel showed no sign of fear. Pointing at the screen, she asked, I'd never seen an insectoid. What's the difference between a queen insect and an ordinary bug? The honey badger, seeing the screen, puffed out its chest with pride. The honey badger's master watched her, his firm jaw clenched. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. A queen insect, besides having a much stronger physique, also possesses a psychic power that can attack. Su Kuei listened attentively. The room was slowly enveloped by her guide pheromones, accompanied by a faint unknown floral scent. The ferocious honey badger sniffed, its black eyes finding the source, the pink sea anemone. Soft and harmless like the warm currents of the ocean mixed with the sweet scent of thick honey. The honey badger's darting eyes then fell upon the package on the table. It smelled honey. The Sentinel continued about the queen insects he had encountered. They are loyally devoted to the queen. The insectoid structure is like a pyramid. The honey badger silently crept under the table. It hesitated for 2 seconds between the package and the sea anemone, then unhesitatingly reached out its claws. 1 claw for each. It wanted both the sea anemone and the honey. The Sentinel's speech halted. Only then did Su Kuei notice and look over. Meeting her gaze, the honey badger, without a hint of guilt, balanced the sea anemone on its head and, clutching the package in its mouth, ran back. The Sentinel frowned and apologized. Su Kuei said, It's fine. I completely forgot. This is takeout I just ordered. Would you like to share some? From the original initiator of the 12 resistance movement, Fan Lan, to every subsequent leader and countless women who have fought for themselves and their compatriots with blood and life, a total of 180 main figures are recorded. Su Kuei laughed. After a brief and smooth exchange, she asked him, Do you want a connection? He didn't answer. He looked down at the honey badger, which was unusually friendly with the guide's spirit form, and finally nodded. As Su Kuei drew near, he still clenched his fists, his breathing deliberately light yet still seeming heavy. Deep down he didn't believe it would succeed. Although they had gotten along reasonably well in this short time, he didn't think he would open his mental landscape for this. His hands bore fine scars and rough skin. Sukuway gently stroked them. Relax, relax. Her voice was as soft as the sea anemone's swaying tentacles. It's okay. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Let's eat the honey, shall we? What's the texture of honey like? That thick golden liquid, the sweetness of sugar threads melting in your mouth. The Sentinel closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing. He had just eaten yet suddenly felt parched. The viscous sugar threads seemed to wrap around his entire body, tangible and slow from limbs to torso, sliding over prominent knuckles and across his tense spine. The honey badger drowned in an airtight sweet syrup. A shudder caused the scar to twitch. Sukuway slowly exhaled. It was a success. The honey badger curled up asleep on the sofa, still clutching a blanket imbued with her scent. The rank, supremely perceptive Sentinel did not detect the anomaly deep within her sea anemone. In high spirits, Sukuway cut a small piece of the honeycomb. The taste was delicately sweet. But it was a bit too sweet. After a couple of bites she couldn't eat anymore and gave it all to the honey badger. As she saw him off, the door to another nearby soothing room opened. Miss Lemming came out, saw her and hurried over. Are you all right? She looked her up and down and seeing her energetic asked uncertainly, didn't you soothe him? I did, Sukuway said. It went pretty smoothly. Miss Lemming couldn't quite believe it. Really? How did you do it? Didn't he hurt you? Not just her, but Annie was also astonished. Having heard the news, she too came specifically to ask Sukuway how she managed it. Sukuway said, I didn't do much. I just chatted to break the ice, and then his spirit form came and proactively contacted mine. And the mental landscape. How did you get in? I made him imagine I was honey. Annie. Sukuway chuckled. Cater to his interests. Maybe you could try getting to know the other person a bit before a soothing session. Annie said nothing. Sukuway glanced at her light brain. A message from an unknown source arrived. Why can't I? How can I get close to you? He was quite persistent. Recently Sukuway had ignored him without him giving up. He kept appearing among her patients, and each time Sukuway called to report him. She did not add anyone as a friend, yet a grey-white avatar silently appeared in her list. Sukuway did not respond to the other party. She simply posted a moment. Fanlon and Alexei are both idols worthy of admiration. It would be wonderful to obtain their electronic signatures. The accompanying image was of her pink sea anemone looking a bit dejected with its drooping tentacles. Soon a little red dot appeared indicating a reply, and on vacation was the first to comment, me too. I want it so badly. But the electronic signatures of both seniors are blocked by Xinguan. They only allow viewing, not recording. Sob. Miss Haijo, dream on. Husky, poor little sea anemone. Don't cry, don't cry. Replies kept coming in, and Captain C. Tan was among them. Big crocodile, there are none from Ms. Fan Lon. But the Ebo family possesses a signed photo of Alexei, you might like it. After dealing with an urgent matter, Captain C. Tan finally had time to chat on his light brain. He asked Sukuway if she was available in 5 days. He would pass by Luanswa Star and could stay for a while. Sukuway agreed. The signed photo of Alexei had not yet arrived, but the treasured electronic signatures from her and Fanlon had already been delivered to her. The delivery was made by a grey-white octopus which had mutated and showed not a hint of blue, looking dull and muddy like wall paint, even more matte than the River Mother. The security robot responsible for this area did not perform any checks on the unfamiliar visitor. It not only allowed it to crawl in but also helped contact Sukuway to come downstairs. The large grey-white octopus sat huddled, its tentacles drawn in like it was shy, and at first Sukuway mistook it for a stone pillar. Just as she was about to pass by, she sensed something was off. The quietly sitting octopus also caught her scent, slowly extending a tentacle from beneath its body, a small segment with suckers trembling as it reached towards her. The tip curled around an object resembling a USB drive containing the handwritten electronic signatures left by the two seniors on Xinguang. The original. Receiving it would be illegal. Sukuway did not reach for it. Instead, she bent down to meet the octopus gaze. The octopus eyes were on top of its head, grey-white pupils resembling smooth polished jade beads. The octopus stared at her blankly. Is this Xia Huan? Hello. Sukuway grasped the tentacle, reaching out, rubbing the suckers with her palm, feeling the small mouth's inside opening and closing, clinging to her soft flesh. I look forward to the day we can connect. Can you keep the signature for me, please? The octopus looked up at her, its face naturally expressionless. However, the small area of skin that touched Sukuway began to turn red. The octopus indeed adjusted its color for camouflage according to the environment, but after Sukuway released it, she still glanced at her palm, planning to wash and disinfect at home. Later that evening, checking the appointment information, she found unsurprisingly a grey-white avatar mixed in. This time she did not report it again. Analysis of the 3137 population census data. In recent years the population has continued to decline, dropping below the minimum record of 6.8 billion, with the ratio of sentinels to guides approximately 2:1.5. The awakening probability for guides has shown a declining trend year by year. Experts predict that in the next 30 years 70 of sentinels will be unable to receive effective comfort. Sue Kuei was listening to today's morning news. The entire population of the Star Alliance is 6.8 billion, yet the starting salary remains 4,000. She wondered, where did all the money go? Using high-tech to clean her teeth, she brushed her gradually pink hair in front of the mirror. The translucent dreamy pink made her look youthful, making her the visual highlight of her appearance. She braided a tilt to the right using one of the mementos from her last purchase as a hair tie. The gel-like texture was exactly like the surface of the environment on the ringing star. Xia Huan's appointment was a bit later, although he wanted to meet quickly. Sue Kuei did not allow it. She told him to come back in a week, wanting to give the Interstellar Police time to investigate. If Xia Huan was not arrested on charges of theft and desecration of hero relics, then he had truly met the requirements. The other party likely understood her thoughts. Upon hearing her mention it, he did not hesitate and directly agreed. The patient coming today was somewhat different. Guides typically wore white uniforms, but due to the special nature of this patient's spiritual entity, the staff specially sent Sue Kuei 2 sets of black work clothes. The black shirt and short skirt with matching black shoes. The introducer over there said, "We apologize for previously making you comfort too many high-level sentinels. Just-in-time members of the King Squad need comfort. Most of their members are around Class C, so you can fully utilize your abilities. However, since their spiritual entities are nocturnal creatures, some preparation is needed. Overly bright light may cause them discomfort. Thank you for your understanding." The words were very polite, and Sue Kuei also expressed her cooperation. She put on the black uniform and stood in front of the full-length mirror, admiring her beautiful legs. Remembering the black-skinned muscular Baimi, she pinched her own leg meat. The beauty industry was thriving now. She could go get a tanning injection and muscle injection, instantly resembling him. However, what technology produces is still different from what is built through training. After thinking it over, she decided to give up. Due to the special patient, her working hours had also temporarily changed from the entire day to the afternoon and evening, with the daily rate increasing. Not needing to work in the morning, Sue Kuei got up lazily past 10, taking her time to wash up. By this time the cafeteria was already preparing lunch, but she did not go today. Because Chef Gue came to cook. Nize took a day off and brought his own ingredients, followed by 2 hanger-son. One was a silent cool guy and the other was a blue peacock fanning out in front of Sue Kuei. Sue Kuei's large house felt instantly smaller, with 3 tall sentinels squeezed inside. The 2 who disliked small talk after greeting her dove into the kitchen to start cooking. The head chef Nize was in charge, with the cool guy assisting, while the other, who could do nothing, was sent aside to wash fruits. Sue Kuei was in the living room, friendly chatting with the released spiritual entities. 1 fierce crocodile turtle, 1 robust Spinosaurus, and 1 blue peacock. Mutated species were generally large, and there were some rare varieties. Mutated Spinosaurus. The original form resembled dinosaurs from ancient Earth, making it a rarity. Sue Kuei was always amazed by this. Who could have thought that after dinosaurs went extinct for so long she would actually see one now? She looked up, saying handshake. The mountain-like mutated Spinosaurus blocked the light in front of her, and the furniture surrounding it made it hesitant to extend its limbs, its tail not daring to move. Hearing Sue Kuei's voice, it lowered its head to look at her. Its breath puffed, blowing Sue Kuei's skirt back. Behind her the blue splendid crest brushed past, helping to hold down the hem of her skirt, while a cool pointed beak casually brushed against her exposed skin. The masters of the spiritual entities were relatively peaceful, but the atmosphere of the spiritual entities themselves was somewhat tense. The mutated Spinosaurus had occupied the position right in front of Sue Kuei, with a blue peacock behind it. The snapping turtle had no space, initially trying to squeeze closer to Sue Kuei. After extending its neck and failing to reach her, the irritable mutated snapping turtle bit down on its companion's claw. The blue peacock let out a painful cry and instinctively wanted to retaliate. Upon seeing Sue Kuei turn her head, it immediately retracted its claws and raised its foot to show her the spot that had been bitten. A circle of bite marks adorned its foot. The peacock emitted a distressed chirp from its lungs, nestling like a chick in Sue Kuei's embrace. "Don't fight." Sue Kuei comfortingly patted its crown of feathers and then gently patted the shell of the snapping turtle. The mutated Spinosaurus across from her, still holding its claws up in a handshake position, stared at her in confusion. The meal was ready. 3 sentinels brought it out and glanced at Sue Kuei, who was surrounded by the entities, showing no intention of reclaiming their spiritual forms. They had already had breakfast before coming, and the disciplined life of the sentinels living in the Legion meant that the 3 of them, along with their 3 spiritual entities, simply watched Sue Kuei eat. Having made a bit too much, she couldn't finish it all. She considered putting it in the fridge, but the blue-haired sentinel eagerly suggested, "Give it to us. We can take it and eat it." His bright eyes were fixed on the food Sue Kuei had eaten. Sue Kuei hesitated. "Is that really okay?" No problem. Nize had already started to pack up his eyelids, drooping, his voice cold. It's shameful to waste food. The cool guy said nothing and quickly took Su Kuei's bowl. All right. The sentinels who packed up the leftovers also tidied up her place and accompanied Su Kuei to the Black Tower. Annie returned to work today and happened to see the scene of Su Kuei being surrounded and escorted. She was a crate guide with 4 long-term soothing slots, but none had ever been used. Su Kuei waved goodbye to the sentinels and turned to meet her complex gaze. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Annie looked at her outfit. Are you going to soothe the nocturnal creatures? Yes. They are members of the Great King Squad, and for the time being I might only be attending to them. I heard you have a long-term soothing target. Su Kuei nodded. Mr. Licks from the 7 Days Squad. Although he is a fox. Annie hesitated, finally sighing. The sentinel assigned to me today is also a canine spiritual entity. Perhaps I should also try to accept it. At least if I am less resistant it might become much easier. The topic ended there as they each headed to their own soothing rooms. Su Kuei encountered a gleaming cocoon at the door. The thin bat wings extended over 3 meters long, and when closed they could completely envelop the humanoid sentinel inside. Thankfully he still retained some rationality, and the smooth ceiling of the tower offered no grip. Otherwise suddenly bumping into a hanging creature would certainly scare off his guide for the day. Upon hearing a noise the bat wings trembled open, revealing scarlet eyes beneath messy black hair and slightly pointed canine teeth reminiscent of a handsome vampire from anime. Su Kuei brought the lurking bat into the room. Behind her Annie murmured, "Ah. She's really quite bold." Her patient also arrived and Annie tried to relax, even though she couldn't yet do it as Su Kuei did. At least it made things less difficult for both her and the sentinel receiving treatment. She even learned from Su Kuei's way and got up for the first time to see the sentinel out. The sentinel looked a bit puzzled and the spiritual entity tilted its head in confusion. Annie squatted down and patted the head of the meteorite border collie, saying goodbye. Before heading back she happened to see a robot sliding down the corridor delivering takeout to Su Kuei's doorstep. Annie stopped and looked over in surprise. The door opened and Su Kuei came out to receive the takeout. Through the gap of the door one could see a sentinel slumped on the sofa, melting into a puddle of liquid. "What did you buy?" Annie asked curiously. "Some fruits." Su Kuei took the items handed over by the robot and pulled out a banana to offer her. "Do you want some?" "Thank you." Annie was even more puzzled. During the soothing process what was the use of having fruit? But Su Kuei had already gone back inside and the door closed automatically. Thus she decided to ask tomorrow. Today she was off work. Su Kuei carried the fruit basket and let the sentinel who had just undergone deep soothing release their spiritual entity again. She adjusted the position of the spiritual entity, allowing the confused yet extraordinarily docile mutated bat to lie on her lap, peeling a banana to feed it. During the soothing process having fruit was of no use. She merely wanted to see the bat eat a banana. The sentinel, having undergone deep soothing, was now capable of retracting its bat wings autonomously, simply using its naturally blood-red eyes to look at her. Spiritual entities could touch food and of course they could also eat. However, they did not require additional sustenance as digestion was complicated and energy conversion consumed mental effort. But seeing Su Kuei so interested, the owner of the spiritual entity did not stop it. The bat sniffed the aroma, its eyes brightening, and it voraciously bit into the banana, eating so hurriedly and aggressively that its cheeks puffed up, becoming choked, and then it started to space out. Su Kuei poked its cheek. The flying rat gazed at her with its round red eyes. Unable to resist, she aimed her light brain at it, took a photo and posted it on Starnet's Moments with the caption, "Super cute little bat." Putting away the light brain, she did not notice the other sentinels with spiritual entities who exploded in outrage at the photo. She now found the bat quite amusing. Its thin wings trembled when she pinched near the base, and its body was soft. With a slight effort it would squeak. She was poking it like a toy that could make sounds, unable to let go. Poking at the bat's plump belly, when it stopped squeaking she would poke another spot. She pinched its ears and even extended 2 fingers to block its nostrils. The bat was thoroughly touched, attempting to escape. Ultimately it had nowhere to hide and had to spread its wings to fly to a corner, peering cautiously with its red eyes from behind its wings. The sentinel on the sofa had long since covered his face with a blanket. The leading bat had merely come to test the guide's attitude towards them. Upon discovering that Su Kuei was not rejecting them but rather seemed to like them, she was completely surrounded by the bat swarm. All the flying members of the Great King Squad were bats, differing only in their mutation directions. Except for the highest level one being grade, the others were all C or C, making things easy for them. Captain Sitten. The starship dock. Today was the day Captain Sitten was scheduled to arrive as promised. The squad members who had escorted Su Kuei saluted Captain Sitten as he descended from the starship. Apart from the usual trio, Hei Lin had also arrived today. He had just emerged from the disinfection center, his black uniform clinging to his body, his iridescent black eyes shimmering with colorful light. Sukuwei had not seen him for a long time, either having only exchanged brief words in the hovercar earlier. Having received no soothing for some time, Heilin appeared somewhat sullen, constantly drawing near in an attempt to capture her scent. If not for the presence of others and the fact that they were outdoors, he would have been unable to resist transforming into his spiritual form to cling to her. He descended from the starship bearing the Ebo insignia. Captain Sitten stood tall and graceful, handsome and upright. After greeting his squad members, his gaze fell upon Sukuwei. "Long time no see." He took Sukuwei's hand, bent down and gently brushed his soft lips against the back of her hand. The dark gold epaulets denoting his rank as Major General swayed with the motion, understated yet luxurious. Sukuwei's gaze passed over his shoulder, meeting the eyes of the other squad members behind him. She curved her eyes in a smile at them. The leading mist blue sentinel, as always, was stunningly beautiful and nodded in acknowledgement to her. Today was her rare day off. She had declined invitations from others, only accepting Captain Sitten's invitation. After all, he was bringing an autographed photo. Moreover, the source was legitimate and wouldn't break any laws. The autographed photo preserved a holographic image. Alexei sat by a window having a meal with her spiritual entity floating beside her. The ornate cursive signature behind it was beautifully flamboyant. "Is this for me?" This precious autographed photo was well preserved. Captain Sitten handed it over in a pink box. Hearing her question, he nodded with a gentle smile. "For you." Sukuwei hugged it close and thanked him. A crocodile slowly crawled out from behind Captain Sitten's legs, its ferocious appearance starkly contrasting with its owner's demeanor. Its starry yellow-green eyes stared at her intently, pupils like fine needles. Its snout lightly touched her naturally hanging hand. Sukuwei simply raised her hand to touch it, and the creature's tail immediately lashed around, coiling around her calf like claiming territory. The crocodile firmly occupied the space beside her, pressing its skin against Sukuwei's, extensively craving to absorb her aura. Captain Sitten gave a helpless smile, stopping the crocodile from clambering further onto Sukuwei, and said apologetically, "It missed you very much." Sukuwei wobbled unsteady from its nuzzling, so he offered his arm for her to hold. Her fingers rested on the cool combat suit. The cufflinks on the captain's sleeve were also a luxurious dark gold. Surrounded by sentinels, his smile faded slightly as he looked down at Sukuwei, who was looking up at him. He whispered, "So did I." Sukuwei sensed no ambiguous affection or palpitations. She smiled frankly, her gaze clear. "I missed you all too." Every sentinel's mental landscape was unique, and the energy they fed back had distinct characteristics. For Sukuwei it was like a variety of foods. Some were sweet, some savory, some spicy, some numbing. There were even flavors of black pepper, white pepper, tomato salad, and many others. Captain Sitten tasted like black sesame. Cool, sticky black sesame. Initially very bitter enough to make her scalp tingle, but its nutritional value was high. Therefore Sukuwei was willing to spend her day off on a date with him. Captain Sitten had also managed to find rare free time, and he suggested going to see a movie. They dismissed the others and went to the cinema together. Many people recognized his face, but no one came to disturb them. Most just glanced from afar or offered a brief greeting. Captain Sitten responded to each one with a gentle smile. They bought tickets for the latest film, a highly rated romance. To be honest, it was a bit boring. Except for the middle part where the protagonists engaged in interstellar adventure, which was mildly interesting. Sukuwei seemed rather uninterested. She lounged in the seat eating popcorn. This popcorn was delicious. After trying one and finding it suited her taste, she politely asked Sitten beside her if he wanted some. Receiving a negative answer, she simply took the bucket of popcorn placed between them into her own lap, crunching away, the fine crisp sounds filling the air as the bucket quickly emptied by half. Interstellar viewing offered several modes: complete observation or immersive experience. Choosing the latter allowed the audience to mentally immerse themselves in the film's world, becoming the protagonist. However, since it was a romance, both she and Captain Sitten chose the first option. "Don't you like it?" A voice came near her ear, as smooth as flowing water. They were in couple seats, so they sat extremely close. When Sukuwei reached for the popcorn, her arm accidentally brushed against his firm bicep. A bit boring, she admitted honestly. Sitten nodded, glanced at the screen where the protagonists were locked in a lingering kiss, and agreed indeed. The movie's allure was far less captivating than the sound of Sukuwei eating. And S-rank Sentinel's vision allowed him to see Sukuwei's face clearly even in the dim light. Her fingertips pinched an irregularly shaped piece of food, its translucent pink hue wrapped in a hint of sweetness. When she opened her mouth, a glimpse of her snowy white teeth appeared. As he watched, he suddenly felt an urge to taste what it was like. Inside the dark cinema, the sentinel in the black uniform leaned closer, his bitter clean pheromones drifting faintly in the air. His features were sharp, the angles of his eyes cold and severe, giving him an aggressive look on their own. However, his fair delicate skin and his conscious effort to soften this impression made him seem somewhat harmless. To avoid disturbing other viewers, Captain Sitten lowered his voice. Seeing that he seemed about to speak, Su Kuei leaned her ear closer. Sitten's gaze flickered, landing on the earlobe so near. Could I have a piece of popcorn, he asked. Su Kuei handed him the half-empty bucket. Thank you. He took one and ate it. Su Kuei asked, do you like it? Should we get another portion? No need, Sitten refused after swallowing. I don't really like it. Exiting the cinema, the two of them stood at the entrance looking somewhat at a loss. Su Kuei pondered for a moment. I want to go to the Star Net to look at the Zerg. Will you come with me? Earlier in the movie, traces of the Zerg had appeared, mainly serving as the final boss to drive the protagonist's tragic parting. They were portrayed as mindless, frenzied beings with no rationality, their only purpose being to advance the plot. Su Kuei disliked this. She wanted to see the truly intelligent, wise Zerg, or rather the Zerg Kings. The Star Net had relevant information and recordings, as well as simulated battles against the Zerg divided into game mode and combat mode. Su Kuei had played all the games. However, for combat mode her spiritual entity's level was too low, and as a guide with no offensive capabilities the Star Net strictly prohibited her entry. She needed a high-level Sentinel to accompany her. Captain Sitten raised an eyebrow slightly. He was a bit surprised but nodded and agreed. In the Guardian column she filled in the name of Stan Crocodile Cullen. As her guardian, Stan had to form a protective shield with his own spirit to envelop her spiritual entity. The dark viscous mud beneath the water flowed sluggishly, and all submerged creatures would sink and suffocate to death. A pink sea anemone was carried enveloped tightly in the darkness. Captain Stan courteously left some space guiding Su Kuei's spiritual entity into the high-level Star Web dungeon. Actual combat, King Insect. The prototypes of the King Insect simulated in the dungeon were all traceable based on data collected from battlefields. Due to Captain Stan's excessively high level, the opponents they matched were naturally terrifying. The environment was more realistic than holographic projection, and no auxiliary devices like helmets were needed. Simply pressing an option on the optical brain would cause it to cover the human body with a data-formed medium, instantly leading one's spirit into the virtual world of Starweb. The King Insect seemed truly alive, its arthropod limbs as sharp as metal, its eyes gleaming with intelligent light. The King Insect's physical constitution is equivalent to Ars-class Sentinels. Some special insects can even conceal themselves and launch mental attacks. You must always stay vigilant when facing them. As he spoke, his spiritual entity opened its massive jaws and charged forward, locking in combat with the King Insect. Its gaping maw viciously tore off one of the insect's legs. The realism was overwhelming, splattering green blood everywhere. The crocodile was drenched, its ferocity ignited by the stench. It shook the King Insect's mangled body like a rag, its land combat far gentler than the deadly rolls underwater. Su Kuei glanced at Captain Stan's fair face beside her. He turned back, giving her a refined smile. They returned to reality. Starweb's restriction on level spirits was 30 minutes. As soon as the time was up, Su Kuei was forced offline. Stan also withdrew. His spiritual entity, unsatisfied by the virtual slaughter, actively burst out from his mental landscape and roared. Fortunately, the dormitory had excellent soundproofing, and she was the only one on this floor. Su Kuei waved at it. The crocodile crawled over and in its usual encircling posture gathered her into the middle of its body. Su Kuei leaned back against its hard body. The sea anemone emerged and gently touched the crocodile's exposed teeth. The crocodile finally quieted down, obediently acting as a backrest, its eyes following the sea anemone above its head. Leaning against the crocodile wasn't exactly comfortable, jagged bumps dug into her back. Su Kuei shifted left and right to adjust, resting her hand on its leathery head. Never did she imagine she would one day sit close to a crocodile rather than inside its stomach. Su Kuei took a photo for posterity, pulling the crocodile's head to face the lens. The crocodile was also very tolerant of its guide. The fierce beast docilely turned its massive head, following the guidance of that pair of warm, soft hands. Su Kuei leaned in to make a peace sign, then formed a heart shape with her fingers, letting the crocodile's snout poke through the circle. The sea anemone accidentally fell from its head. Before the crocodile could nudge it back, a pair of hands caught it first. The fair, strong fingers caught Su Kuei's attention. The physical appearance of interstellar humans was all outstanding. Since she arrived, Su Kuei had never seen an ugly one. Those hands gently cupped her spiritual entity, holding it in their palms as if an invisible pair of hands were also enveloping her body. Stan cradled the sea anemone, curling his fingers to touch its soft, drooping tentacles. He smiled, aiming his optical brain at his palm, and took a photo as well. He was the first Sentinel to undergo a second deep soothing with Su Kuei. The previous multiple repeated attempts didn't count. This was a genuine spiritual connection. This time Su Kuei tasted a hint of sweetness amidst the bitter pheromones. Captain Stan's free time was limited. He stayed for only 2 days before he had to board a starship and leave again. However, he left behind several team members with high spiritual fluctuation values, effectively giving them a vacation. This included the brothers Chingha and Hylan. They usually stayed in the rest area of the Luanswa star team, patiently waiting for Su Kuei to have time to treat them. They didn't book appointments through the Black Tower. Because Su Kuei had already discussed it with their captain, she could take private work, letting them pay the star coins directly to her without the Black Tower taking a cut. The Black Tower was of course aware of Su Kuei's behavior, given that the location was the employee dormitory. But they turned a blind eye and didn't make an issue of it. Other guides were puzzled by her habit of working overtime after her day shifts. Annie asked, "Can you even rest properly like this? Aren't you tired?" Su Kuei replied, "It's fine, I have recovery fluid." "Recovery fluid isn't a cure-all," Annie murmured. "Even if it's non-toxic, you can't drink that much every day." She then asked curiously, "Why do you have to work so hard?" "I'm truly terrified of the feeling of spiritual exhaustion. Because I want to have a place of my own. Buying a house." Annie owned property in Luanswa Star located in the city center. She commuted daily and only stayed in the dormitory when she occasionally didn't want to go back. She had stayed in the dormitory last night, which was how Su Kuei learned that Annie lived right downstairs. So this morning they went to the cafeteria together. While picking her favorite breakfast, Annie said, "As long as you're not buying an aerial floating garden or some special zone, buying a house is still pretty easy. If your salary isn't enough, you can apply for subsidies. We guides have subsidies for purchases plus housing funds. You only need to chip in a few star coins to get a nice place." Su Kuei shook her head. "I want to buy a planet." Annie turned back with an awe and said, "Well, that might indeed be a bit difficult. But you'll work hard. I've even thought of a name for the planet." Miss Lemming suddenly leaned in from behind. "What are you two talking about? Oh, you're eating in the cafeteria too. You're here early today." Miss Lemming suddenly leaned in from behind. "What are you two talking about? Oh, you're eating in the cafeteria too. You're here early today." Miss Lemming also carried a tray. "I had a fight with my boyfriend. Just seeing him makes me angry, so I decided to come to work early." Miss Lemming's boyfriend was an ordinary person. He had come to pick her up once before, a bit socially anxious and not very talkative in public. But at home he seemed to be a chatterbox. Miss Lemming had complained more than once about his endless talking and even sleep-talking at night. As her best friend Annie widened her eyes upon hearing this. "What? Over what? What did he do?" Today's breakfast also included blue eggs. Su Kuei scooped one for herself. Miss Lemming lined up behind her and casually scooped one into her own tray, looking a bit troubled. "It's still because I provide soothing for sentinels. Although Arthur supports my work, he is worried that I might fall for a sentinel. It seems that he feels inferior because he is not a sentinel, which he never used to." Miss Lemmings reminisced while holding her plate. "I remember when we first met, he told me whether one is a sentinel, a guide, or an ordinary person, everyone has their own value. He would never belittle himself because of his identity." Then she became dejected again. "Last time I mentioned the ring being taken by a sentinel and then returned, I just wanted to complain about those annoying sentinels, but he started acting strangely." Then she became dejected again. "Last time I mentioned the ring being taken by a sentinel and then returned, I just wanted to complain about those annoying sentinels, but he started acting strangely." Hearing the details, Annie pondered, "Actually, I think he is more worried about you being bullied." Miss Lemmings had no appetite left. "I know he has always been concerned about that. At the same time, he is also afraid that I might change my heart. So now I'm a bit hesitant, unsure of what to do." She passed a piece of the blue egg that she had set aside to Su Kuei with her chopsticks. Annie sighed. "Don't let her eat that. Her level can't digest too much in a day." Only then did Su Kuei speak up. "It's fine." She swallowed it in one bite. The nutritional value is too high, so it is limited. A level individual can eat just one a day. However, Su Kuei really likes the texture of this egg, so she never refused whenever Miss Lemmings shared. She comforts so many every day, consuming a lot, eating one more won't hurt. Miss Lemmings said languidly, "We aren't really arguing, he doesn't argue with me. He just wants to think calmly about how to balance work and family afterward." She looked at the ring on her hand. "I want to marry Arthur, I want to be with him always." Regarding matters of the heart, Single Annie spoke articulately while Su Kuei showed no interest and didn't listen closely. The pregnancy and baby incubation facility has solved the problem of population reproduction. Now those who can unite do so out of true affection regardless of the outcome, making the current feelings all the more precious. After finishing her meal, as she headed to the comfort room, she had only one thought: dating is really troublesome. "Can you go out with me?" The speaker hesitated for a long time before finally saying it, completely turning bright red, his neck almost smoking. The bat's wings frantically flapped, covering his entire face, unable to look at Su Kuei's expression. He nervously held his breath. Su Kuei looked at the shy bat, who seemed to emit steam. On the way back she encountered this still underage bat who seemed to have something to discuss with her. Sukuwei followed him to a hidden corner, but he didn't look at her, only staring at his own toes, unable to speak for a long time. Just as she was about to leave, he finally gathered his courage. The young bat, who had not yet graduated from school, was 19 this year. He was out practicing during the holiday with his cousin, but due to the harsh realities of society and the bugs, his mental fluctuation levels were too high, leading to him being sent to Sukuwei for comfort. She noticed his age but didn't think much of it, as on Earth 19 is already considered an adult. In that moment she forgot the average lifespan of interstellar beings and proceeded with the connection guidance. During the process the young bat reacted dramatically, making Sukuwei suspect he might have some special illness. The 19-year-old bat had large, innocent, watery eyes like a fawn, thin lips resembling cherry blossoms, and his wings were even smaller than those of adult bats, exuding a fragile appearance of underdevelopment. While comforting, those still immature wings desperately tried to wrap around her back. Sukuwei was unusually silent. After a long wait without a response, the young bat trembled, revealing just his eyes, which were glistening with tears and evoked a sense of... He took out a handful of vibrant flowers from his wings, the petals trembling as they approached her for you, before burying his face back into his wings. The unstable mental fluctuations of the underage sentinel were evident. Although his anomalous state had disappeared yesterday, today his wings had reappeared. Sukuwei didn't accept the flowers. The little shoes fidgeted. Sorry, I don't have any romantic intentions. It's my working hours now. If you don't have anything else, I have to leave. My patients are still waiting for me. Wah! A loud sob erupted, catching her off guard, and the young bat clutched the flowers tightly, black claws emerging and shining darkly. The young bat did not understand his own transformation. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt sad. After being rejected, his eyes turned red, fearing he would cry in front of his crush. The young bat hastily shoved the flowers into Sukuwei's arms and flew away while covering his face. Sukuwei glanced at the flowers that were almost broken. I won't take underage ones in the future. The sap from the flower stem smeared onto her palms as she wiped and walked back, the surveillance eyes following her movements. Until she reached the door of the comfort room, the grayish-white corpse at the entrance brought Sukuwei back into work mode. Sorry, I'm late. The grayish-white figure shook his head slowly, his gaze fixed on the direction she had come from. He sniffed and spoke deliberately. You have the scent of other creatures on you. Alright, let me clean up first. Upon entering the comfort room, she cleaned off the bat smell from herself, starting with the mating pheromones being particularly strong. He had rushed over and pressed against her. After cleaning up, only her own scent remained. The newcomer took a deep breath as if a cat had caught a whiff of catnip and slumped onto the sofa, his eyes losing their luster. Sukuwei. She cautiously stopped. Are you an adult now? He nodded slowly. Only after receiving a positive answer did Sukuwei smile. Can you show me your health status? I need to ensure my own safety. Summer Ring presented the examination report. Everything was normal except for the status being poisoned. Moreover, there was a note stating that the poisoning was not contagious, with authoritative certification and a stamp from the testing agency, and a backup available online. After carefully reviewing it, Sukuwei felt relieved and returned the report to him. She treated him as she did every patient, starting with verbal therapy. Summer Ring reacted slowly in his poisoned state, his grayish-white eyes following her movements, and he didn't drink the water he was holding. It seemed as though a layer of paint had been brushed over the surface, the gray-white tentacles exuding a murky gloom. Under Sukuwei's gaze, the tips of the tentacles curled inward, inexplicably giving her a sense of shy timidity. It swayed towards Sukuwei, its tip curling around the water glass. The youth, who had released one tentacle, did not relax because of this. Instead, his brow furrowed even tighter. Finally he glanced at Sukuwei, pressed his lips together, and his entire lower body was suddenly replaced by tentacles. His pants were torn apart and his shoes were tossed aside by the bursting tentacles. A tangled mass of writhing, boneless limbs sent chills down one's spine, especially since they were slightly raised, stretching persistently towards Sukuwei. The tentacles tensed, their tips reaching for her. The storybook in her hand happened to be open to the page about octopuses. Baby octopuses are truly extraordinary creatures. Not only do they have a central brain, but each tentacle has its own independent little brain. These little brains can act on their own and coordinate with the central brain. How amazing they are. The book read so. The tentacles before her waved excitedly. Immersed in their beloved guide pheromones, with no other beings around, the tentacles were exceptionally stirred, even causing a faint flush to rise on the youth's pallid face. Even the poison can't suppress my mental fluctuation values anymore. Can I neutralize it? He clenched his hands into fists, asking with restraint. Sukuwei said, go ahead. Xiaohuan tilted his head back and drank the water from the cup, the gray-white on his face fading slightly. It wasn't enough, so he asked again, can I use the bathroom? With her silent permission, the youth, half human half octopus, used his numerous limbs to tread across the floor, pattering into the bathroom. One tentacle tried to break away towards Sukuwei, but he grabbed it and forcibly twisted it back to the right direction. Just before the bathroom door closed, Su Kuei heard the sound of rushing water. Dehydration caused the poison to spread uncontrollably throughout the body, leading to a poisoned state. Conversely, replenishing water could neutralize the toxin. Truly fascinating. Su Kuei waited leisurely for him to come out. The time stretched a bit long. So long that she began to ponder whether to book a beauty treatment after work, browsing beauty services on the Starnet, comparing prices and checking which clinic had the most advanced equipment. When the door finally opened, in went a drab tentacle monster. Out came a graceful, radiant beauty. Once his normal skin tone was restored, his features truly stood out. Even before one could see his delicate features, but now the gray was gone, leaving only whiteness, so white it was nearly translucent, his skin so tender it seemed ready to break his fragile aura as if he could barely stand. Water droplets clung to his eyelashes. Xia Huan blinked lightly, his white pupils ringed with a faint gray. The tentacles on his lower body had also lightened considerably, their bodies equally translucent, adorned with rings of gray circles. A blue-ringed octopus had mutated into a gray-ringed one. What's your mental fluctuation value? Can you still release your spirit form? Su Kuei looked at the data on the record, then at his condition. Xia Huan shook his head, his speech was now much smoother. Since yesterday I haven't been able to bring it out. I haven't tested my fluctuation values. Your rank is E. His wet tentacles spread across the floor like a menacing giant spider. It was a bit terrifying. In the poisoned state, E rank. A trail of water dragged all the way to Su Kuei. Under normal conditions, he tilted his head, thinking uncertainly, maybe apeless. I can't remember. All right. Su Kuei put down the book. Our fees are based on Sentinel rank. You were A rank before, so we only charged the A rank fee. The octopus youth blinked. Ale. Make up the difference. He moved to touch his optical brain, but Su Kuei stopped him. She pressed a single finger on his arm. His arm, cool and damp from the water, was smooth and delicate. The warmth of her fingertip felt startlingly hot in contrast. The tentacles fell still for a moment. The simulated ocean environment indoors had shallow blue water, and the light filtering through the sea surface was exactly like that day on Yowling Star. Her pink hair spread like a flower in the seawater, and her strawberry lollipop eyes gazed at him. Gone was the stranger's rejection and impatience from that day. Today she wore a radiant smile, her expression bright and lovely, speaking to him in a sweet voice, even calling his name, Xia Huan. I thought after all this time communicating we were already friends. You even gave me precious gifts and kept them safe for me. Between friends there's no need to be so meticulous. I don't need you to make up the difference. That's the Black Tower's rule, it shouldn't apply between us. Don't you think? As she spoke she bent down and reached out to the tentacles. They're really cute. Just like you. The moment she touched their tips the tentacles paused for a second, then surged wildly after the silence, scrambling to wrap around her. The water stains on them soaked Su Kuei's socks. Those cute lace-trimmed socks with strawberry patterns were dampened in patches, water droplets trickling down. The tentacles extended upward like a translucent garter with gray rings. Xia Huan was still staring at her in a daze. Su Kuei stopped one tentacle that was getting too bold. Any higher and that would be impolite. Please maintain your gentlemanly decorum. The tentacle coiled around her fingers. The mouth inside wasn't soft, it was like a sharp beak, its fierce radula capable of tearing Su Kuei's flesh if it wished. If it wanted to. But clearly it had no such dangerous intent now. Because he, or rather his guide pheromones, had captured his heart at first sight. Do you like me? His eyes suddenly lit up, bringing his whole face to life, his beauty so striking it bordered on the uncanny. My spirit form and I. We both like you. Su Kuei pulled one tentacle, rubbing the suckers underneath. That tentacle lay docilely in her palm. Do you like my guide pheromones? Can you tell me what they smell like? The frail beautiful youth's thick tentacles writhed slightly beneath him, and he trembled along with them as if he might collapse at any moment, steadying himself against the table. Do you need to sit? Maybe sitting would be better. The tentacles clung to her, refusing to let go, and Su Kuei had to lead them to move. Once he was back on the sofa, the tentacles, thicker than her arms, stuck to her again. They liked to stretch out and pull her gently toward him as if playing a game of tug-of-war. And they craved warmth and clung to her scent, so after winning the tug-of-war they pressed as much surface area as possible against her. The youth's pink lips were pressed into a thin line. He pulled back the tentacles, leaning toward Su Kuei, not allowing them to follow their desire to envelop her entirely in an even more excessive gesture. But even so, through the heat transmitted by their limbs he could clearly feel and savor her. The tentacles are adorned with neurons and the most sensitive sensory organs, and the water on them has blended into Su Kuei's bodily fluid. Enveloped by the potent pheromones of the one he likes, the tentacles began to lose their strength, to climb sagging weakly and falling chaotically beside Su Kuei's legs. Xiaohuan also appeared to be intoxicated, his gaze gradually becoming blurred. Distracted, he stumbled over his words. You're your pheromones. I like. Really like. His cheeks flushed, eyes glistening with moisture shimmering with water. His somewhat thin chest rose and fell rapidly. It was indescribable. There were many visitors on Ring Bellstar, but the moment he caught that unique scent, the throng faded away, leaving only that hint of pink most vivid. Su Kuei curled her lips and patted the other person's head. The charm was overwhelming, truly troubling. Alright, I'll comfort you now and bring your spiritual entity out of the scene. She gently massaged the soft gray-white hair at the back of his head as if caressing his tentacles. Without a hint of resistance, he easily entered the depths of the scene. However, this power was certainly nada. Having done this many times, Su Kuei had developed a general assessment of the power feedback from each level. The energy feedback from Xiaohuan was on par with Citan and Fengjia. He was in S-class Sentinel. And S-class Sentinel, yet not in any battle team, proficient in networks, even capable of casually breaching the Black Tower's firewall to obtain relics blocked by the Starnet without being traced. What exactly was his identity? In an instant, Su Kuei thought of many things. She carefully sensed and conveyed the emotions transmitted simultaneously. Joy, excitement, tension, anticipation. The emotions relayed from the Sentinel's spiritual scene were genuine, resembling a young person in the throes of first love, even stronger than the feelings of little Bat at that time. Be our partner. With his wrist held, he lowered his head, the delicate and fragile beautiful boy's eyes glistening like spring water, his tentacles gently caressing her. Su Kuei poked his cheek. Alright, stop joking, aren't we friends? I'll get up now, ignoring the tentacles please, and said cheerfully, as usual, your level is too high. If you want to completely lower the fluctuation value, it may require many more comforting sessions. My Black Tower account has recently filled up, so find me privately later, okay? Having rejected his courtship, the tentacles drooped in disappointment, but they were not willing to give up. If one attempt fails, try several more. If the partner truly does not agree, just take her home and wait until she does. What bad intentions could a mutated young octopus have? He had just come of age and merely wanted a wife. Xiaohuan's scent was reminiscent of mint sea salt ice cream, refreshing and invigorating. It was perfect for a dessert after a meal. After being comforted, a sentinel would rely on their guide, and this was particularly evident in him. Those with self-control such as Lix and Major C-Tan would behave with restraint and dignity. Even if they desired her scent, they would not be too straightforward. Those without self-control, or those who did not wish to control themselves, indifferent to shame and not caring about face like Xia, liked to cling to her, being exceptionally clingy. I was just about to look for you. But I can't leave my post during work hours. I didn't expect you to come over. I brought you a gift. I'm going to take a nap. Su Kuei once again pushed them away, poking the exposed suction cups with her fingertips, pressing into them. The tentacles recoiled as if tickled. Alright, see you next time, it won't be too long. Staring blankly at her departing figure, Xiaohuan glanced at the tentacle that had come into contact with her. It swayed from side to side like a bit tipsy, twisting into waves. Other tentacles displeased tried to reach out towards Su Kuei's back but received no similar treatment, instantly becoming aggressive. Jealous, they clung tightly and twisted around the suction cups, opening and closing, suddenly revealing sharp teeth and tongues to tear at one another. The writhing tentacles fiercely retaliated. The tentacles tangled in a mass while Xiaohuan coldly ignored them until one tentacle was completely torn apart and consumed, and the pain sensation reached him. He finally glanced down. Only half a severed limb remained, still trembling instinctively from pain. He reached out to tear it off, nails cutting through flesh, splattering a few drops of blue blood. The seemingly delicate and beautiful boy opened his mouth and swallowed his own tentacle. Today's lunch includes grilled octopus. Su Kuei saw in the cafeteria the grilled octopus legs glistening with oil. They were as long as her palm, with a chewy texture and a satisfying bite. Surely loved physical activities in life. After treating octopus patients in the morning and having grilled octopus legs for lunch, she felt as if she was enveloped in the scent of octopus. The passing eel spirit guides commented that she smelled delightful, making them hungry. Su Kuei raised her arm to sniff while the guides at the same table discussed the newly opened beauty salon on Luanzuistar, mentioning the advanced equipment and their plans to go there together after work. If they went together, they could also get a discount. Annie was the first to respond, raising her hand and saying, I want to go too, I have nothing to do at home. I just saw on the Star Network a beautiful blue skin. I want to do that. Oh. I saw that too. It seems you can also choose to embed diamonds or pearls in the skin. It shines like a deep-sea gem. Annie grasped her best friend's hand. Right. It's beautiful, you should go too, let's get the same style. It shines like a deep-sea gem. Miss Lemmings hesitated a bit. She and her boyfriend had just shown signs of reconciliation, and these days they were eager to stick together after work. However, going out with friends for shopping and entertainment was more fun, so she messaged her boyfriend and happily said him. Su Kuei, you should join us for the same style, right? Su-Kuei took out a mirror to check herself. Past the pink hair paired with blue skin feels a bit strange. Besides, I haven't tried embedding diamonds on my skin yet. It sounds like it might hurt. If you don't like embedding diamonds, you can also go for body painting. It's not easy to wash off in daily cleaning. Su-Kuei leaned in to look at the body painting designs and recalled the captain of the wind battle team. Fonja had a pattern on his neck that was hard to discern with vibrant colors that looked especially sensual during swallowing motions. She had always thought it was a tattoo, but now it seemed it could also be body painting. Those birds were flashy, loving, vibrant things. The visiting red kite was also like this, with fiery red hair and sparkling lip piercings, sporting a pair of wings at the base of his thumb. The shape was likely depicted based on the prototype of his spiritual entity, a proud little bird with wings spread wide exuding confidence. Unfortunately, he left in a somewhat disheveled manner. His clothes were messy, cheeks flushed. The flamboyant red hair was damp and clung in strands to the side of his face, and as he burst out the door he didn't dare look back. After clocking out, Su-Kuei's work hours returned to normal once she no longer needed to soothe the bats. She left precisely at 5 o'clock, and the other guides gradually emerged as well, chattering and calling out to one another as they headed back to the dormitory to change clothes. It was rare for so many people to head to the dormitory together. Usually they commuted, spending more time at their own homes. Today, however, since they were going out, no one wanted to wear their work uniforms. The guides' dormitory building was unusually lively. Annie and Miss Lemming walked arm in arm, chattering excitedly about wearing clothes of the same color, and asked Su-Kuei for her opinion. Before she could answer, she spotted several sentinels waiting downstairs. The cheerful voices of the guides gradually faded, and Annie exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the 7 Days team? Isn't that one of them, your long-term soothe target?" Su-Kuei hummed in acknowledgement and left the group to walk over. As she drew closer, the person who had been crouching on the ground waiting eagerly for a long time couldn't contain himself any longer. He leaped up and ran over, shouting excitedly, "Kuei flower!" The husky that came charging at her was like a runaway wild horse, and his companions couldn't hold him back. Zia's face beamed with joyous smiles. If his spiritual entity were present, its tail would surely be wagging like a propeller. He was charging with great momentum, but he stopped short a few steps away from Su-Kuei, breaking abruptly and standing steadily, flashing a grin full of white teeth. "Kuei flower. I missed you so much." A refreshing aura and vigorous vitality washed over her. The guides didn't dislike some members of the 7 Days team, so someone chuckled, "Oh, you're back from the mission? Looking for your guide?" Xia nodded vigorously yes. His candid attitude drew teasing laughter from the guides, who soon linked arms and walked away, leaving them space. Xia turned to Su-Kuei, his dog-like eyes sparkling. "Kuei flower, we went to planet B11 this time, and I brought you a gift." He took out a transparent cylinder from his pocket. Interstellar space compression storage technology was still developing, mostly used in military applications. Civilians could buy it, but the price was usually quite high. Su-Kuei glanced at his pocket with interest for a few seconds before her gaze fell on what he was holding. The transparent cylinder was a cover inside, which was a cluster of pinkish-white flowers resembling a small chubby ball of cream hanging upside down like a string of wind chimes. This was a rare plant from planet B11, the Kuei flower. Since it could only survive in the soil and air of planet B11, it would wither quickly once removed, lasting at most 3 months in such a special protective cover. From the time it was picked and preserved to the journey back, including the time spent in the disinfection center, 3 months would pass quickly. Xia couldn't wait to show it to her. This plant, much like the lily of the valley, had a similar floral language: delicacy, hope, purity, steadfastness, and explosion. Su-Kuei wasn't quite sure what the last meaning was, but she liked the flower. Seeing her somewhat reluctant to put it down, Xia glanced at his approaching companions and scratched his head, saying, "I didn't pick it all by myself. The Kuei flowers are precious. It was only after Lishi filed a report that we were allowed to each pick one. Look, this one I chose, isn't it bigger than the others?" Lishi met Su-Kuei's gaze and gave her a faint smile. "We just happened to pass by planet B11. I picked this one carefully. I'm glad you like it." On the left, Xia was clamoring and chattering endlessly, boasting about how beautiful the flower he had chosen was, just like Su-Kuei herself. On the right, a snow-white head popped up. His fluffy soft hair looked like an oversized cotton candy. Moya blinked his beautiful eyes, his snow-white eyelashes fluttering, and pointed a finger lightly at one flower, saying, "I chose this one. When I saw it, it was still adorned with morning dew, looking innocent and romantic." There were 5 flowers in total, with 2 remaining. Su-Kuei looked inquiringly at the 2 sentinels who hadn't had a chance to speak. His brilliant golden hair shimmered. The young and handsome golden retriever had been waiting, and only when Su-Kuei looked over did he gaze at her docilely with his moist black eyes. "This one is mine. I give it to you." When the sunlight hit it, there would be a fuzzy golden edge around it. He liked that color, and in his private heart he wanted to give it to her. Beside him, the taciturn, dark-faced, handsome man extended a finger. His loosely clenched fist was as big as a sandbag, his thick fingers forming a stark contrast with Su-Kuei's hand. He was cautious, mimicking his companions, and poked it lightly, muttering in a low voice, "A plant that doesn't bend even after being battered by wind and rain." The transparent cover tilted back and Su Kuei held it securely in her hands. "Thank you for the gifts. I really like them." "I'm so glad you like them." Xia leaped for joy. Moya smiled sweetly at her and Lishi let out a sigh of relief. For an instant it was as if she had hallucinated 5 tails wagging happily. It had been quite a while since he last saw them, but since he had already made plans to go out with his guide friends today, they would have to make the trip in vain. Upon learning that she was going for beauty treatments, Xia offered a suggestion. "I heard that something is very popular nowadays." "Popular?" He tugged at his hair, glancing at his companion. "Moi, purple." "Purple. Yes, that's it. Purple. Many people are getting those color-changing injections and the altered skin tone resembles a plant from ancient Earth." "Su Kuei, are you referring to an eggplant?" "Eggplant." Xia mimicked her pronunciation, awkwardly curling his tongue. It seemed that eggplants truly didn't exist in this interstellar era. Su Kuei pulled up the StarNet encyclopedia and searched for ancient Earth history to show him the picture. Xia wasn't entirely sure, but that didn't stop him from nodding confidently and asserting, "That's right, this is it. You'd look amazing in this color." Su Kuei withdrew her light brain and politely declined. Xia offered another round of terrible suggestions, revealing his remarkably broad tolerance for aesthetics. He chattered incessantly without a pause, leaving Su Kuei no room to interject. "Shut up. Let her speak." Jin Fu restrained his ever-excitable companion. Xia fell silent, his blue eyes sparkling with vitality. His spirit beast emerged, panting heavily, with its tongue lolling, its damp cool nose nudging against Suki's leg. The moment Su Kuei began to raise her hand, the dog's head was already pressed against her palm. After just one stroke, 3 more dogs and a fox appeared, one after another. A smiling angel charged over like a cannonball, only to have its tail caught by a companion with fur like gold. The golden retriever dragged the Samoyed backward while using its rump to shove aside the husky, attempting to monopolize Su Kuei entirely. The little fox moved with light steps, seizing the chance to sit elegantly by her leg, its tail curling around to rest before its paws. A black-faced German shepherd abstained from the scuffle, ears perked up as it tilted its head to observe her. Each one was adorable. Su Kuei petted them in turn, separating the dogs that had tangled together in their play. She stroked the golden retriever's massive head, and the gentle, good-natured dog flashed a sweet smile, only to turn and jealously bite its companion's leg once her attention shifted. Su Kuei had to pinch its restless muzzle. The bitten Samoyed whimpered pitifully, the husky bounced around barking in approval, while the other two simply watched the spectacle. If they had been physical entities, dog fur would have been flying everywhere by now. The sentinels exchanged glances, ultimately having to retract their spirit beasts themselves. Su Kuei finally freed herself. Glancing at the time, she said, "Thank you for coming to see me, but I need to head out now. Likes it's our fault for not telling you in advance. We only intended to take a distant look at you and then leave." He continued, "We won't be leaving Lunzo Star anytime soon. Several military academies in the Star Alliance are about to hold a league competition, and the field survival event includes this area. That's part of why we're here, to tell you about it. The league will be broadcast live across the entire network. Once it starts, many students will gradually arrive and it might get a bit chaotic." Jin Fu added, "But there's no need to worry too much. Their main combat zones are all in the remote mountains of the planet, so they won't disturb you." Xia grinned, showing his teeth. "If those little brats run around wildly, well, just beat them back. Kikihue, if you run into them outside, just send us a message." Moi took Suki's hand and pressed it against his cheek. "Even though they're young, Kue shouldn't like them, okay?" Then, as if casually recalling something, his voice drifted lightly, "The field survival event lasts 15 days. They won't bathe during that time. They'll be very smelly." Su Kuei, "Oh. Is that so? Can't they use cleaning tools?" "No, because the survival event has rules. They can only carry weapons issued by the school." Su Kuei, "Oh, sounds interesting." She searched her memories of the original body. The original body was an ordinary person who attended an ordinary school on Ida Star. The interstellar system enforced compulsory education from kindergarten through university, all within the same campus. Although there had been similar activities before graduation, they were confined to the vicinity of Ida Star. Compared to a league competition, it was more like a field trip. Having grown up this way, she had never even seen what real beasts or insectoids look like. "Does Kikihuo want to join too?" Xia stroked his chin in thought. "Maybe I could abuse my authority and sneak you in." He didn't finish before Jin Fu smacked him on the head. "Don't come up with crazy ideas." Likes also looked at him disapprovingly. Xia burst out laughing, spreading his hands. "Just kidding, just kidding. Why are you guys so lacking in humor?" Moi pouted slightly, casually winding a strand of Suki's hair around his finger. "If Kue wants to go, let her go.
The mutated Samoyed spirit beast's muzzle was rounder and softer than other dogs, its eyes wide and innocent.
The humanoid sentinel was also more lively and cute, such an expression looking perfectly natural on him.
Sukue ruffled his smooth snow-white hair. Alright, I was just saying that. Don't abuse your authority, okay? Moi mm.
He wasn't particularly tall among sentinels, standing about a head above Sukue. He twisted his body to rest his head in the crook of her neck. In truth, they hadn't met many times, only once for a connection. But dogs that warm up to you easily would just trot over on their own the moment they lock eyes, showing no restraint. His arms wrapped around her waist, his snow-white lashes closed as if he were peacefully drifting off to sleep. The others across from them fell silent. Likes and Jean Fuss smiles faded slightly. Xia bounced up noisily, pointing at Moi and shouting, "You cheater! You're playing dirty." Moi not only ignored him but rubbed his face against her. "Odessa's." Sukue pinched the hand on her waist. "Stop messing around. You all should go back and rest too." She turned to the most composed ones, Likes and Odessa's. Likes nodded. Odessa's remained silent, finally managing to utter "take care." Sukue laughed out loud. "All right. You all stay safe too. If you need anything you can come to me for soothing, but let me know in advance." Unable to see their adorable spirit beasts, her gaze lingered on the group of people, her concern so evident that Xia was moved to let out a long ecstatic howl. The young man with blackened white hair exposed his neck, his Adam's apple bobbing. His voice was resonant. The howling echoed throughout the entire guide dormitory, his lung capacity was impressive. Sukue. Upstairs, a guide pushed open a window to look down. Faced with her astonished gaze, the Siberian husky notorious for embarrassing antics was dragged away by his mortified companions, his mouth covered. Because of this delay, Sukue took a bit longer to change clothes. The other guides had already gone ahead, leaving only Annie and Miss Lemming waiting for her downstairs. They were indeed wearing clothes of the same color, black and white plaid, that was lively and jumping, though a bit dizzying to look at for too long. They had agreed on the blue diamond-studded skin, and within 20 minutes of arriving at the beauty salon, two little blue figures emerged. The rhinestones on their bodies were arranged in rows forming various patterns. It was indeed quite attractive, very distinctive with an exotic flair. Sukue looked at the painted pattern on her arm, wondering if she had been too conservative. She had a sunflower painted on her forearm, a green stem with pinkish white petals, the drooping bell-shaped tip adorned with dewdrops. The high-tech painted pattern was so lifelike that it seemed like a real flower at first glance. Because the pattern was small, it took only 5 minutes. Sukue extended her arm, then withdrew it without much sensation, and the vivid flower bloomed into view. "Yours is pretty too," said the blued Annie, glancing at her hand, the small rhinestones near her mouth glinting as she spoke. "Look at this." She opened her mouth to show her tongue, and the lemming guide explained beside her, "It's a freebie. Since there were many of us, everyone got this silver line. You should get one too." On Annie's tongue was a faint silver line, only catching a cold glint when it flashed. All the guides who came together had done it, and now they were deliberately speaking with wide mouths just to catch that fleeting silver gleam. Of course, some had it placed elsewhere, like the corner of the eye or the center of the brow. It was all a matter of personal preference. The silver line was also a type of body paint, non-toxic, harmless and non-fading, with no pain during application. The best part was that it was free. "It looks great, you definitely look good with it," Annie said, gazing at Sukue with a hint of envy. "Your spirit color is so beautiful. The prettiest I've ever seen was Senior Huanya, and then there's you." Her own spirit form, a brown elk, always seemed less appealing compared to others. The pink hair and eyes were dreamy and sweet. Annie decided she would get something like that next time. Sukue looked in the mirror. "Alright, I'll give it a try." But she didn't choose her tongue. Instead, she placed it just below her throat, between her collarbones. Annie clapped. "That looks great too." After leaving the salon, the guides bid each other farewell and went their separate ways. Sukue decided to get dinner. The cafeteria's dinner service had already ended, so she had to eat out. As she searched for nearby food, another group of people came toward the salon. They were noisy and chattering, their clamor rivaling that of the canines. The guides who hadn't left yet whispered among themselves, "It's the Wind Squad." A melodious whistle rang out, and the opposite sentinels noticed them too. The guides' smiling faces stiffened, and the atmosphere momentarily froze. Sukue glanced over. At the lead was the squad leader Fengji, his eyelashes so thick they looked like eyeliner. His uniform accentuated a lean, powerful waist and long legs, his striking features exuding an aggressive charm. Behind him trailed the members, including Sukue's other acquaintance Hong Sun. He had been chatting with a smirking companion when, catching her gaze, he turned sharply, spotted the pink hair in the crowd, and stumbled. Hey, the companion who had just whistled at the guides reacted oddly. Instead of helping, he leaped aside warily and said, "I didn't hit you, don't try to frame me." Hong Sun snapped angrily, "Who's framing you?" But his eyes were fixed on her, then darted away as if scalded.
Su Kuei gave him a friendly smile. His evasive demeanor made her sigh inwardly, what an impolite little bird. The companion followed his gaze. Your guide. What, my? She's not mine. If she's not, then why are you reacting so strongly? The companion rubbed his chin suspiciously. Seems like she's our captain's guide. I heard she can do bonding. I've been busy, but I'll try her out in a few days. No. Hong Sun jumped up. The companion crow looked puzzled. Why not? Because. He stammered, unable to give a reason. Meanwhile, Feng Ji had already walked up to Su Kuei. The surrounding guide stepped aside, leaving an open space. Su Kuei said, "What a coincidence, are you all here for beauty treatments too?" His platinum boots stopped before her, the tassels on his chest swaying. Feng Ji bent down and lifted her hand. Ah. Su Kuei remarked, "You really do love the hand-kiss greeting." Feng Ji chuckled softly, whispering in her ear, "Such a gentlemanly gesture makes an already handsome man even more charismatic." What a narcissistic eagle. Yet he indeed had the looks to back it up. He noticed the pattern on her inner wrist. A sunflower. His gloved fingertip touched the lifelike petals. Feng Ji raised an eyebrow. The 11 Star is a nice place. I once had the fortune to smell its fragrance. The scent is sweet and suits you well. The sensitive skin on her inner wrist tingled from the light touch, and Su Kuei withdrew her arm. The encounter with the Wind Squad was merely a coincidence, and she paid no mind to the hesitant little bird in the crowd. Even when she later saw many names with the Wind Squad tag appear on the patient list, Su Kuei didn't think much of it. After the brief meeting with Feng Ji, she solved her dinner problem at a nearby food street, then went home to check on her sea anemone. Today's little sea anemone was also lively, blissfully carefree, without a brain. To see the fish eggs clearly, she placed colored paper underneath and shone a light through. Only then did she notice a small crack on the surface. Something inside was finally about to hatch. 2 or 3 more A or a grade should do it. She calculated the candidates in her mind and sent messages to Xia Huan and Cheng He. Su Kuei, am free after work tomorrow. The contact labeled Poisonous Octopus replied quickly, okay. Su Kuei, the day after tomorrow is my day off, I'm free all day. Light Blue Dream Snake, alright. After a moment's thought, she added another line. Su Kuei, you can bring Heilin along too. Light Blue Dream Snake, alright. The emotional bond between a guide and a sentinel deepens with each soothing session. If a sentinel wishes to avoid over-reliance on a single guide, they must frequently change the person who soothes them. Just as one cannot frequently change therapists or certain psychiatric medications, doing so can more easily lead to mental fluctuations and hinder recovery. That's why the Black Tower introduced the option of long-term soothing slots. As for bonding and unblocking, the impact on both parties was even greater. More than 3 bondings would leave traces in the sentinel's mental landscape, their essences deeply intermingling, and they would grow accustomed to each other's presence. The relationship between their spirit forms was no different from that of partners. This is the second time. The soft boneless octopus crawled onto Su Kuei's lap. She pinched its cool slippery tentacle and said to its owner, "One more time and I will leave a mark on you." Are you sure you want this? I can. The frail delicate youth crawled over and lay his head on her lap. His cheeks were soft, but his chin was sharp and slightly prickly. Su Kuei thought of Moe. He liked to do the same, resting his head on her lap and looking up at her. But Moe had a round face and round eyes, his pupils pure and innocent. Not like this octopus. Despite being an octopus, he had a frail fox-like allure. Even Lix, the real fox, didn't possess such seductive charm. The same words were given to the other two on the second night. Unlike Xia Huan's giddy infatuation, the 2 sentinels appeared far more composed and rational. Su Kuei gently stroked the black scorpion, caressing its hard carapace. She cradled its head in her arms, pretending to pry open its mouthparts to peer inside. The scorpion remained perfectly still, for any sudden movement might harm her. The misty blue serpent, unperturbed, coiled slowly and calmly, encircling Su Kuei's waist entirely within its body. Raising its head, its snout brushed against her jawline. We had already prepared ourselves mentally from the very first bond. You need not worry. Cheng He spoke. He and Heilin sat on either side of Su Kuei, both showing little reaction to her words. For a sentinel, bonding with a guide was a trap, both beautiful and perilous. Everyone knew this well. That's good. Su Kuei nodded, grabbing the 2 spirit beasts to compare their colors. The iridescent black and the misty pale blue, she couldn't favor either, so she placed the decision in their hands. She asked, "Who goes first?" They exchanged glances across her. The spirit beast sheltered the guide beneath its belly, and Cheng He raised his hand, letting his younger brother go first. The pale blue serpent shifted to make way. Heilin's fluctuation value was indeed higher. Cheng He sat to the side, observing the entire bonding process from a third-party perspective.
It was different from what he had seen before. The roles of Sentinel and Guide were reversed. Su Kuei was far more at ease while only Hei Lin was restless and agitated. She seemed unaffected by the Sentinel's mental influence. Her expression remained calm after it ended without a trace of gloom. After drinking a recovery potion and resting for a while, she could continue to soothe him in the afternoon. This time it was his turn to be observed. Qinghe tilted his head back slightly, a flush rising on his cheeks from the elevated body heat. He didn't look at Hei Lin, who lay lazily nearby, but only spoke when Su Kuei leaned down. "Do you admire Alexia very much?" Su Kuei glanced at the signed photo displayed neatly in the cabinet. Many speculate that Alexia is likely a dark guide, but she has never openly admitted it. Neither dark sentinels nor dark guides are easy to control. The instability could cause too many possibilities. Su Kuei ran her fingers through his heavy flowing hair. Hei Lin looked over. However, there is currently no effective test to determine if one is a dark sentinel or guide. Subjective speculation cannot constitute direct evidence. Su Kuei smiled. "I understand. Thank you, Qinghe." She lowered her head and touched the tip of his nose. Qinghe's nose was beautifully shaped and his profile was particularly perfect. "It's not just me, I suspect many people would have such conjectures." I know." She sensed his emotions and confirmed his words were sincere. Thus she became even more amiable, even inviting the two to stay for dinner. Hei Lin went to buy groceries while Qinghe tied on an apron. The kitchen at home had cooking functions, but Su Kuei always felt the food lacked soul. It wasn't as delicious as what a real person could make. Though the two sentinels were unpracticed, perhaps they had a genetic talent for cooking. Qinghe made fish exceptionally well and Hei Lin surprisingly excelled at braising meat. He clearly hadn't known he possessed this skill until now. After tasting a bite, his expression was equally astonished. They had enormous appetites, eating vast amounts without any visible bulge in their stomachs. Their belts cinched their waists, accentuating their curves and perky backsides. Hei Lin turned sharply. "What are you looking at?" Qinghe also cast a light glance her way. "Nothing." Su Kuei leaned over the back of the sofa. "Are you heading back?" Qinghe hummed in affirmation. "Hei Lin said we haven't trained today. If you're bored, I can stay and keep you company." "No need, don't let me hold up your training." The sofa at home was a warm yellow. The guide rested her arms on its flower-painted surface, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. "Actually, I'm quite interested in your training." "Is it very difficult? Is there something suitable for me?" "It would be very grueling." "That's okay, I just want to give it a try. What if I happen to encounter a Zerg someday? At least I should learn how to use a lightsaber." Every planet had energy shields and celestial network monitoring. In theory, it was impossible for a Zerg to slip in unnoticed. Unless it was like the Ida Star incident where a massive swarm of royal Zerg broke through the defenses. But if that were the case, there would be no point in even considering escape. It would be simpler to think about where nearby to die and before death find a feng shui treasure spot that pleased the eye. "We will guard the planet, guides protected in the rear won't encounter danger." The thought sprang into his mind first, but then he heard Su Kuei say, "Don't tell me sentinels and guard robots will protect us. Who can guarantee there won't be an accident?" "You're right." Qinghe nodded. "But I'm afraid we can't take you to our training room, it's not open to the public." Before Su Kuei could show disappointment, Hei Lin interjected, "However, teaching a friend self-defense in a personal capacity is still permissible." "That's wonderful." Her eyes lit up. "Thank you both, you're so kind." She left the sofa and hugged each of her good friends. Qinghe checked the time. "Shall we start tomorrow? We need to go back and prepare some equipment." Su Kuei mum. "All right." The two cleaned up the place before leaving, walking out one after the other. Su Kuei saw them to the elevator and waved goodbye. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Hei Lin raised his arm and Qinghe gave a slight nod. The elevator doors closed and Su Kuei couldn't help but laugh twice. Ha ha. Joy. The sea anemone was joyful too. The fish egg was also joyful, so joyful that its crack opened, completely shedding its outer skin, and the second spirit beast within her revealed its head. The nourishment from 3 high-level sentinels had finally allowed the little fish inside to emerge. Like a caterpillar breaking its cocoon, the process was neither thrilling nor beautiful. The house's power supply was cut off. Su Kuei turned off all devices that could connect to the outside world, removed her optical brain, and used only the most primitive candles for illumination. The souvenir candle from Belstar was shaped like a flower bud and the wax dripped into little hearts. She huddled inside a cabinet holding that tiny flicker of light in her hand, holding her breath in solitary tension. The light refracted through the colored paper into the depths of her pupils. Beyond what her eyes saw, her spirit also felt the subtle growing pain of breaking free from constraints. The sensation was faint. The process of human growth is silent. A child unseen for a few years suddenly becomes an adult, bones and muscles stretching and developing growth lines like a tumbleweed blown through time. In the blink of an eye, life lay complete before her. A heart-shaped drop of wax fell and Su Kuei shielded it with the back of her hand. The little fish in her palm had left its egg and turned back to devour the soft, collapsed spiritual membrane. This was a transparent little fish. Only at certain angles when light directly struck it would its tiny scales reflect a hint of pinkish white. It swam lively in her palm, wagging its head and tail, appearing spirited and intelligent. Su Kuei said, "Good. Good sea anemone." Knowing it has no brain, it grew one for itself. The sea anemone floated quietly as the little fish darted in and out of its layered tentacles. Su Kuei cautiously reached out a finger and the fish nudged upward with its head. Suddenly Su Kuei had an epiphany, a moment of clarity. In the early days of the sea anemone's emergence she had fainted from the shock, and upon waking in the hospital she realized the connection between herself and the sea anemone. The manifested spiritual entity synchronized senses with its owner like a second pair of eyes placed outside her body. She could manipulate her spiritual entity with complete flexibility. And from this wondrous sensation she could glean information. The simple type of sea anemone was soft and harmless. She instinctively knew it was a non-aggressive spiritual entity. So when she saw this little fish she also understood it was a fearsome weapon. She had once researched guides' attack methods on the StarNet. Common methods involved directly attacking sentinels of lower rank. Special types included hallucination, spiritual contamination, and spiritual drowning. Now she had discovered a fourth, spiritual steel seal. Those who had read The Three-Body Problem should be familiar with the concept of the thought steel seal. Heinz and his wife Shan Wheezy invented the thought steel seal machine. Those imprinted by it had their thought patterns controlled and believed in it unshakably. The spiritual steel seal was transparent and visible to the naked eye, capable of altering cognition and judgment, thereby changing behavioral patterns. A forced conviction could also prevent one from making correct strategic responses when facing crises. If she implanted it into the minds of Star Alliance government officials, making them return all the star coins they had embezzled. Su Kuei fantasized about this possibility, feeling the task was monumental. She probably couldn't finish it in this lifetime. But she could try it on someone first. Who to choose? Su Kuei pondered over this lucky candidate. Finally a name came to mind. Fairchild. A black market merchant with some renown in the old city district, dealing in shady resale and smuggling. The expired nutrient fluids of her original body had been bought from him. She had purchased Nerexpiry nutrient fluids from him several times before. Aside from a terrible taste, there were no side effects. Knowing she was financially strained, Fairchild one day brought a small pouch claiming the few nutrient fluids inside were all hers for just 2 star coins, and swore they had only expired a couple of days ago and were perfectly safe to drink. Half doubtful, the original body unscrewed one and took a sip in front of Fairchild. After waiting a while to confirm nothing was wrong, she handed him 2 star coins. But on the 3rd day after drinking that nutrient fluid she began to feel dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. Resting at home for 2 days did not alleviate the symptoms. After waking up, Su Kuei had also tried to find Fairchild, but it seemed he had caught wind and fled long ago. The contact information he left was unreachable. She had been blocked. Unable to find him herself, she asked Xiao Huan for help when he last visited. Asked for help for the first time, Xiao Huan was very enthusiastic, his octopus tentacles busy all at once. That noon he sent her a message saying he had found the person. He was still on Luanzhua star but had fled to a corner of the planet far from the Black Tower. He sure hid quickly. Withdrawing her spiritual entity, she crawled out of the cabinet, turned on the light connected to the star net, and put on her Lightbrain watch. She sent Xiao Huan a message and saw the address he had sent. Central Street, Zibo Road, No. 33. Su Kuei, do you know why I'm looking for this person? Poisonous octopus, because he put you in the hospital. Su Kuei hadn't told him about this, but Xiao Huan knew anyway. He was constantly revealing his abilities. An octopus in courtship was eager to show off. Su Kuei, yes, I'm going to get revenge now. Want to come along? Poisonous octopus, of course. Behind the screen, tentacles rustled, impatient to release their toxins. Su Kuei set off immediately. While Xiao Huan was changing clothes in front of the mirror, she had already gone downstairs, found the nearest hovercar, set the destination, activated autopilot, and made a detour to pick him up at his residence. This was her first time at Xiao Huan's place. The European-style building closest to the Black Tower had a flock of pigeons flapping their wings toward a small house on the complex. Su Kuei, am here. Through the hovercar's glass she surveyed the scene outside his door. The place was somewhat remote, sparsely populated, exuding a sense of gloom in the impending darkness. Xiao Huan came out. In his haste he had only managed to grab a pair of shoes that looked somewhat decent. But after entering the hovercar he felt the shoes didn't match his outfit at all. He was agonizing over his attire when Su Kuei reached up and smoothed his messy hair. The front was a bit disheveled. She tidied it slightly and said apologetically, sorry I rushed you.
Am I disturbing your rest?
The octopus was startled and quickly shook his head.
No. I'm glad you called me.
That's good. Sukuei smiled, then her expression turned slightly displeased. I was just too anxious after finally finding him. You know, he nearly killed me. I don't know what he added to that nutrient fluid, but after drinking it I only felt agony. I'm afraid if I don't go immediately he'll escape again.
This time it's all thanks to you. Without you I couldn't have found him.
Sukuei took Xiaohuan's hand, looked into his eyes and said sincerely, thank you. The person who had just shown a grim expression at her words became flustered again. He carefully cupped Sukuei's hand. That hand was so soft and warm it made him even lighten his breath. The octopus seemed to have entered a state of poisoning again, slow-thinking, stuttering speech.
But strangely he wasn't dehydrated.
You're welcome.
I'll always be by your side. You're so kind.
Sukuei was deeply moved, her eyes shining brighter than the stars in the sky. Their eyes met and she seemed a little shy, withdrawing her hand with a smile. As her palm left, Xiaohuan felt a sense of loss. Sukuei said softly, I want to get back at him, but I'm afraid the police will find out.
After all, our trip is completely transparent.
It's okay.
I'll alter it. No one will find out. Do you think him bad? No.
From the fragile Sentinel's body emerged his spiritual entity, which manipulated the hovercar's central control screen. Sukuei glanced at it, dense data she couldn't understand.
Xiaohuan, still gazing at her, said, You're not bad, this is only right.
Sukuei replied, Fairchild had just closed a lucrative deal, his mood buoyant as he turned into the alley. He tossed 2 star coins in his palm, whistling a tuneless melody, his steps lighter than usual. The coins were casually tossed by his partner, which he clutched tightly as a token of their bond. After all, before interest soured their relationship, every partner was like his dearest kin. Those 2 star coins reminded him of the girl who had bought his stagnant nutrient fluids. Though they were indeed substandard products eliminated from the batch, he hadn't anticipated such severe consequences from their consumption. They contained trace toxins, not lethal initially, but who knew the toxicity would double after expiration. And that girl was so frail, unable to withstand even that small amount of poison. Fortunately she was saved, and as a blessing in disguise awakened her spirit body, becoming a precious guide. If not for the fear that she might seek revenge as a guide, Fairchild would never have considered relocating. He had painstakingly integrated into that market, finally reaching an agreement with the local power brokers, feeding them all until they were satisfied. Leaving before recouping his investment left him somewhat disgruntled. But those in his trade always had multiple escape routes. He would lie low for a year or two until the trail went cold and the girl naturally forgot. Then he could return. With a brighter, more open life ahead, why cling to such a minor issue from the past? She should thank me. If not for the poisoning from those nutrient fluids, she might never have awakened her spirit body. Fairchild mused as his iris scan unlocked the door. The lights were on inside and 2 unfamiliar figures sat in his living room. Fairchild froze instantly, on high alert, his hand reaching for his pocket.
Who are you? This is my home. How did you get in? One was seated, the other standing. The standing one was a youth, slender and delicate, exquisitely beautiful.
His gaze was a shadowy gloom, the gray rings in his pupils seeming steeped in venom. Facing him sideways was a girl with pink hair, toying with a cup on the table.
She set it down and turned. Fairchild, long time no see.
Her smiling face bore subtle differences from before, along with changed pupils and hair color, taking Fairchild a few seconds to recognize her. Without a word he turned to flee, but the automatic door remained unresponsive, repeatedly flashing errors for his iris scan.
Why run? I'm just here to catch up. Fairchild tried to draw his weapon.
It wasn't his first time facing vengeance, he always carried arms even while sleeping. But as his fingers touched the energy gun's handle, his body inexplicably stiffened, an ashen pallor spreading across his skin.
Poison.
He struggled to speak, the toxin causing his tonsils to swell, breathing becoming labored, and within seconds he began to suffocate. Your poison is truly formidable.
Sukuei praised the venomous octopus, then counted the seconds. All right, antidote now or hell actually die.
Xiaohuan stepped forward, his spirit body extracting the toxin while he snapped a black collar around Fairchild's flushed, vein-bulging neck.
He turned to Sukuei, explaining, a suppressor to restrict his movements. Sukuei nodded, watching the merchant gasp for air. Could you step out for a moment?
I need a word with him alone. Also, I'd like you to disable any surveillance or listening devices in this room.
Xiaohuan nodded. I guarantee this place will be absolutely clean.
The automatic door, which had ignored its owner, slid open. Watching him leave, Sukuei crouched to pick up the 2 star coins from the floor. The coins lay in her palm, bearing the Star Alliance emblem.
She asked, Did you enjoy spending my life-threatening money?
Don't put it so harshly. Perhaps seeing they came alone without calling the guards, the shrewd merchant facing this harmless-looking girl relaxed again, chuckling ingratiatingly. It might be a misunderstanding. The nutrient fluids were expired. I did tell you it was a willing transaction. Besides, I only charged you 2 star coins. That doesn't even cover my travel expenses. If not for knowing you and taking pity on you, I could have sold them to others for a much better price. Then should I thank you? Su Kuei rested her chin on her hand. The merchant unabashedly replied, no need for thanks. I just want to know, how did you find me? Fairchild prided himself on his secrecy, carrying a high-grade jammer, the latest from the Truth Organization. He had spent a fortune and called in many favors to obtain it, confident it eluded the Star Network's detection. That was why the authorities had tracked him for so long without results. I'd like to know that too, but you won't get the answer. Enough chatter. Today I brought something interesting. Her sea anemone spirit body materialized, floating down to rest atop Fairchild's head. It was a soothing gesture. What are you doing? Offering comfort. Thanks, but I don't need it. Fairchild laughed nervously, his eyes darting upward as the cool tentacles of the spirit body brushed his forehead, sending a shiver through his scalp. His vision flooded with pink, his mind drifting as if sinking into the deep sea, hearing Su Kuei's distant voice, the air will suffocate. An invisible shackle clamped directly onto the depths of his spiritual landscape. Fairchild couldn't breathe. His expression twisted in agony, fingers clawing at his throat, instinctively gasping for air, yet the conviction deep within his mind screamed, don't breathe. The air would suffocate him. Su Kuei stood up, looking down at his reactions. Fairchild was merely a drank sentinel, his spirit body offered no resistance. The air won't suffocate you. He began to gulp air, his demeanor calming, crawling on the floor, trying to remove the suppressor from his neck. What? What did you do to me? What could I do? Su Kuei chuckled softly, did I do anything? Just chatting with you, no need to be nervous. She even graciously gave Fairchild time to recover before speaking again. You're a profit-driven merchant, but you still have a conscience. So you'll go dismantle that illegal nutrient fluid factory. Fairchild dared not listen to her words, but they relentlessly hammered into his spiritual landscape one by one, beyond his control. His expression flickered in a daze. You're right. Su Kuei bent down, patting his head, and so tormented by guilt, hating your past deeds, after atonement you will destroy yourself in conflict and pain. Fairchild. Yes. I am truly in pain. He clutched his head, pounding it wildly. I shouldn't have done that. That factory, to save costs, added harmful substances to all the nutrient fluids. But the backer is a big shot I can't afford to cross. What should I do? Who is it? Asked Su Kuei. Fairchild clamped his mouth shut, refusing to utter the name. You can't even tell me. I thought we were friends. You can tell me. Come on, speak up. I promise I won't leak it. It's... He struggled to force out a name. Su Kuei let out a long drawn-out "oh" and sighed. A politician in a cave, a capitalist in a sewer. I'm not surprised at all. She pretended to chat, talking with Fairchild for a while, and even asked him about his escape route. For this friend, the shrewd and cunning merchant was completely open in his subconscious. He felt he should have no secrets from her. And because the nutrient fluid he sold had made her sick, guilt gnawed at his heart. Completely shattering one's cognition and utterly overturning their established beliefs was nearly equivalent to breaking and remolding them. From this perspective, ideological implants were truly terrifying. To express his apology, Fairchild was so candid that he even took out his precious high-grade signal jammer to show Su Kuei. It was a chip measuring a few tenths of a millimeter implanted beneath his skin. Su Kuei pinched the chip out of his bleeding wound, wiped it clean, and held it in her palm to examine. This is a research product of the Truth Organization. They have a StarNet genius there's no place he can't hack into. The materials to make this thing are expensive, so they can't mass-produce it. It's only circulated internally. I exhausted every means just to get this one. With this, the StarNet can't track me, and any altered or forged information is seamless. Fairchild clutched his still bleeding arm. Friend, help me stop the bleeding. He asked in confusion, so how exactly did you find me? You don't need to know that. Su Kuei pressed the chip back in and Fairchild sucked in a sharp breath. She studied it, then removed the suppressor. As she walked out the door, she said, no one was here today. You never saw me. The sea anemone and the small fish hidden within were withdrawn into her mental landscape. She knocked and the automatic door opened from the outside. Let's go. To show he hadn't been eavesdropping, Xia Huan stood a bit far away. Su Kuei went over and dangled the suppressor in front of his eyes, joking, you weren't using this to spy on me, were you? His joy turned to displeasure. Xia Huan pressed his lips together. I wasn't. Okay, I believe you. She handed the suppressor back.
Just kidding. Xia Huan didn't take it. It's yours. Alright then, I'll take it. This thing looks really impressive. I wonder who designed and made it. That guy just now couldn't move an inch. I'd really love to meet that designer. Su Kuei's eyes sparkled. I truly admire people like that. The corners of Xia Huan's mouth lifted. With a hint of pride he raised his chin. Of course it was me. From the blueprints to the material selection and crafting I did it all myself. Wow. Su Kuei was astonished. Really? Is there anything you can't do? You're the most remarkable person I've ever met. Just now Fairchild was asking me how I found him. He said he was carrying a jammer. He never expected to be found by you. He was utterly baffled. That's nothing. It's very simple. That's only for you. They say the jammer was made by a StarNet genius, a member of some organization. The True and False Organization. Su Kuei looked at him. But I think you're definitely more skilled than that genius. His title should be yours. Xia Huan corrected her, it's the Truth Organization. Meaning the pursuit of truth. Is that so? I don't know much about it. I've only heard it's an anti-Star Alliance group made up of former Federation high-ups. Maybe that genius is one of them. How is opposing the Star Alliance a pursuit of truth? I don't quite understand. Xia Huan didn't answer. Su Kuei said, forget about the ideology. You're just too strong. At least in my heart he can't compare to you. With that she winked at him. Of course that's also because I don't know him. People always favor those they're close to. Basking in the admiration of his romantic interest, Xia Huan's mood cleared from cloudy to bright, his spirit soaring with sudden clarity. He was cheerful throughout the return trip. Su Kuei, cradling her spirit octopus, was also very happy. You didn't kill him. This was the only thing Xia Huan didn't understand. Su Kuei shook her head, holding up a tentacle and swinging it. The tentacle in her hand was docile and well-behaved while the others thrashed about, desperately trying to squeeze into her embrace to take its place. Su Kuei ignored them, only gripping that one. She noticed Xia Huan's gaze and said with a smile, why would I kill him? I wouldn't dare to kill anyone. That's too bloody and terrifying. I can help you. He stared at the tentacle, his eyes a mix of joy and jealousy. No need. I don't want you to do anything dangerous either. If the police find out, you'll go to jail. They won't find out, Xia Huan said. I'll handle it cleanly. Another time. Su Kuei yawned. I'm a bit sleepy. It was already night when they set out. With the round trip and the time spent on their friendly exchange, it was now the early hours of the morning. Su Kuei's sleep schedule was always very regular. She leaned back into the octopus embrace. The giant octopus paused for a moment, then joyfully wrapped its tentacles around her, lowering its head to serve as a cushion. Leaning against the soft and springy mass, she pulled the tentacles like a blanket and closed her eyes to doze off. Xia Huan also fell silent, making no more noise. The interior of the hovercar dimmed gradually. By the light of the street lamps outside he watched her. His routine was irregular, often confusing day and night, so he didn't feel sleepy. The octopus pinned beneath her also stared with wide alert eyes, stealthily moving its tentacles. Behave. A tentacle creeping upward was caught. Su Kuei's drowsy voice sounded. The giant octopus stopped its mischief. Ideological implants were not unique. Experiments proved that more than one could be implanted into a person's mental landscape. For example, air will suffocate you and air will not suffocate you. Two opposing implants could coexist. But this coexistence was not absolute. A later implant could overwrite the previous one. It all depended on what Su Kuei wanted to do. Implanting a rank Sentinel was easy. She needed to try it on Sentinels of other ranks. She also had to figure out what her own level was now. But the testing machines were only available at the Black Tower. She wondered if Xia Huan could build one. The hovercar slowly decelerated and came to a stop. They had arrived at their destination. Su Kuei withdrew her thoughts, opening her eyes as if waking from a dream, and freed herself from the binding tentacles. We're here. She stood up and stretched. The octopus slightly flattened beneath her, rotated its head and gradually plumped back up. I'm heading back then. I have to go to work in the morning. She waved goodbye to Xia Huan and patted the octopus head. Have a safe trip. Thanks for your hard work today. The sea creature was reluctant to let go, dawdling as it slowly released its tentacles. Upon returning home, Su Kuei finally showed her exhaustion. After drinking a recovery potion, the dull ache in her head gradually subsided. Perhaps because the little fish was still young, she had overexerted herself and now her spirit was not in good shape.
She barely slept for a while, feeling as if she had just closed her eyes when the alarm went off and Dammy called her to get up for work. This was the first time since joining the company that Sue Kuei felt work was a torment. She didn't even want breakfast and her dragging steps drew Annie's sidelong glance. What's wrong? Didn't get enough rest. Sue Kuei wore a pained expression. Had nightmares all night, couldn't sleep well. You're too exhausted. You should relax your mind a bit. By the way, a new movie is premiering today. The promotion says it's a remake of the heroic deeds of a senior guide. They're distributing movie tickets at our office. We've already picked ours up. What about you? Haven't gotten yours yet, right? She pulled up a virtual ticket number from her optical computer. On the exquisitely designed pattern was the resolute profile of that senior guide. The Black Tower's benefits were beyond reproach. As soon as the movie was released, tickets were handed out to every guide. Although the history of guides and sentinels was brief, it was not lacking in brilliant figures. This guide was one of them. She was also a rare pure type who had saved the lives of many sentinels during the war against the Zerg. Sue Kuei, I wanna go. Seeing her expression, Annie laughed again. You wanna go, don't you? I'll go with you to exchange the tickets. When she walked with Miss Lemming, they liked to link arms and walk shoulder to shoulder, huddling together and whispering. Now out of habit she raised her arm, but then realized Sue Kuei might feel uncomfortable, so she put it back down. It's right near the office. I remember, you know Miss Rame from there. I just saw her. Miss Rame had indeed returned from vacation looking cheerful and radiant. As soon as she saw Sue Kuei, she waved her over. Come quick, come quick. I was just about to look for you. But I can't leave my post during work hours. I didn't expect you to come over. I brought you a gift. This time, besides going to Ringing Bell Star, we also took a detour to other nearby tourist planets. Look, this is a local specialty. Try some. She quickly tore open a small bag of snacks on the table and shared them with Sue Kuei and Annie. She also handed over the gift she had brought back, a small square box. When she untied the bow, inside was a palm-sized seashell that could blow bubbles and sing, its voice moving like a music box from childhood. With Miss Ream's permission, she opened it directly, cupped the seashell in her hands and listened to the faint sound emanating from it. Here, try giving it some water. Miss Rame dripped a little water into it and soon a tiny sound of water came from inside. Colorful bubbles puffed out of the seashell, drifting and floating before her. How interesting. It sings so beautifully. Seeing her gift elicit such an emotional response, Miss Rame was also delighted. It can sing many kinds of songs. You can often play music for it to listen to and it will learn over time. And it's easy to raise. Just needs water, doesn't even have to be too clean. Only then did Sue Kuei realize it was a living creature. She had thought it was some kind of imitation toy. The shopping guide robot also said that the seashell's music can help relax the mind and maintain emotional stability, so I thought it would be suitable for you. That way perhaps you could feel a bit more at ease while working. I love it. Thank you. Sue Kuei stepped forward and hugged Miss Rame. They had only gone to exchange movie tickets but returned laden with gifts. Even Annie was stuffed with a bag of local specialties. Miss Rame is really such a good person, she sighed, clutching the gifts she had scrounged. Yes, Sue Kuei said. I hope she is always healthy and happy. The seashell was kept at home. Sue Kuei specially bought a decorative aquarium and even tried putting her spirit entity inside. She also built 3 small houses for them. The outside of the fish tank was covered with a layer of opaque cloth. She also asked Dammy to play music for the seashell. Every time it heard music, it liked the seashell would flap itself, spitting out a string of colorful little bubbles. The transparent little fish spirit chased after and plunged headlong into them, instantly diving into a world of colorful bubbles. It was a pity such a cute scene couldn't be photographed as a memento, so Sue Kuei could only enjoy it herself. The movie premiered tonight, and since she hadn't rested well yesterday, it was only natural that the lessons with Ching and Black Scale were postponed by a day. Sue Kuei had stood up both teachers at once and felt deeply apologetic. But she turned around and happily went to see the movie. Everyone was looking forward to it. All the guides on Lunzo Star had come along with some Black Tower employees who had gotten tickets. Miss Rame was of course there too. Sue Kuei sat together with everyone waiting for the movie to start. Everything seemed normal. The immersive viewing gave them a strong sense of presence. The flames of war spread devastation lay everywhere. Sentinels charged forward one after another before the Zerg nests, only to fall one by one before the guides. The protagonist, the senior guide, raised her arm and shouted, leading a group of guides in a desperate effort to save the dying spirit entities. Sentinels and guides were united as never before, and all humanity in the Star Alliance worked together. The movie scenes were grand, as if one were truly there. Many guides were moved by the spectacle and some wept softly. Sue Kuei observed and learned from the senior guide's method of treating large numbers of sentinels, simulating and practicing it in her mind. Just as the film was gradually drawing to a close, the style suddenly shifted. This female senior guide inexplicably and abruptly fell into a romance, becoming madly infatuated with a man, and publicly declared that all her achievements were thanks to her lover. It was this man who had encouraged her during her lowest moments, accompanied her through the hardest times. It was also this man who had silently devised plans, crafting the brilliant person she had become. Sukuei heard a guide nearby questioning in disbelief, "What kind of crap plot is this? That senior never married and had no partner. She once said she loved her identity as a guide and would give her all to be worthy of the Star Alliance's training." Someone threw off their holographic glasses. Annie and Miss Lemming were also fuming, joining the many guides in condemning the producer. The guide who had first spoken after her anger gradually turned to grievance, her voice shifting from sobs to wails. Why erase our contributions? It was like this before and it's still like this now. Is it fun to flip genders? They snatch away our glory, label us as weak, delicate, unreasonable, vicious, giving us all the malicious roles while they play the lofty saviors. What right do they have? The guides were silent. In the empty cinema only her lament could be heard. Today they brazenly steal all the credit. Tomorrow will Fan Lon and Alexei be completely turned into men and sentinels. In the history to come there will be no trace of us left. The entire cinema seemed shrouded in a stifling gloom. And Miss Lemming supported the guide on either side, wiping her tears. The uncontrollable emotions gradually calmed. The guide, holding a tissue to her eyes, bowed her head with a reddened nose. "Don't cry." Sukuei approached and straightened her shoulders. The other looked up in surprise, her eyelids slightly swollen. "None of us are at fault. Questions go unanswered because this is in itself an unreasonable invasion. Invaders will not retreat because of the victim's tears. So don't cry. What Fan Lon can achieve we can too." A blazing fire ignited from the tears, dispelling the gloom. The other nodded firmly yes. She turned and declared to all the guides, "I'm going to write a complaint letter protesting their act of occupying our nest. He'll take them to the Star Alliance court." And was the first to echo, "Count me in." Miss Lemming, not to be outdone, raised her arm as well. The spirited guides jointly filed a complaint. The most eloquent among them began posting on the Starnet condemning the production company's actions and stating that the guides were in low spirits after the screening and likely unable to perform any soothing duties. They demanded a response from the production company and film censors. One by one they signed their names. Sukuei wrote a bit slower because her strokes were more complex. Everyone was highly agitated, agreeing to a collective strike if no reply came. Sukuei went along with the crowd, but that evening she invited Octopus for their third bonding session. The invited guest was ecstatic, practically floating on air. His tentacles lay limply scattered like a casually plated grilled octopus. Worried he might dehydrate, Sukuei poured him a large glass of water. Xiaohuan, holding the water glass, noticed the fish tank in the living room and the brightly colored, whimsical little house inside. He wondered why it was covered with a curtain. Sukuei explained seriously that it simulated the night sky and he could open it. So Xiaohuan approached to take a closer look. Among the layer of sand and seaweed he spotted a seashell. His smile faded as he pointed at it and asked softly, "What's that?" "A seashell. It can sing. Would you like to hear?" The smart home played music and the shell began to sing, pattering and blowing a series of bubbles. Xiaohuan's expression was unreadable behind the glass tank. His spirit guide was far more direct. A tentacle slammed hard against the fish tank. Water splashed everywhere, but fortunately the tank held. As the tentacle reared up for another heavy strike, Sukuei asked, "What are you doing?" Her voice after drinking carried a refreshing coolness. The octopus, like a timid wife, pressed against the tank surface, pulling her over meekly. Turning to face the seashell, it struck with full force. "No." Sukuei caught the tentacle and said to the spirit guide, staring at her with wide eyes, "Don't cause destruction in my home." The tentacle tied itself in knots, clearly bewildered as to why the guide who had just been bonding sweetly with it had suddenly become so harsh. It must be because of that shell. The octopus pupil swiveled toward the tank, its suckers opening to reveal sharp radula, viciously intent on tearing the intruder apart. Several tentacles flailed in unison, casting exaggerated, frantic shadows on the wall. It would break the tank, seize the third party stealing its mate, and devour it. Another slap sounded. The glass didn't break. The octopus was stunned. A pink form had struck it on the head. Compared to the octopus' massive limbs, the sea anemone appeared exceptionally slender and graceful. Due to its size the force was light, but that gentle tap froze the octopus entirely. It stared in disbelief, trying to look upward. "Xiaohuan, you hit me. For it." "Yes, and if you continue I'll hit you again," Sukuei said sternly. "This is a gift from a friend and I treasure it. Why would you attack it?" "I hate it." His lips tightened as he turned his gaze to Sukuei. "It's too eyesore. We bonded 3 times our mental landscapes bear each other's marks. Now you're scolding me over a shell. Inside Xiaohuan's mental landscape lay a deep sea now tinged with a hint of pink representing Su Kuei. This was reflected in his spirit guide. The octopus face was flushed as if dusted with a light blush. It cooperated with its master, frantically pointing at itself with its tentacles, drawing attention to that pink hue. 3 bondings don't mean much to me either. You said it yourself, it's just a shell. Su Kuei confirmed that her own mental landscape was utterly clean with nothing added. Typically Sentinel and Guide would leave mutual marks, becoming inseparable, attuned to each other's thoughts, increasingly unable to part. The more bondings, the greater the harmony, eventually achieving mental synchronization. Xiaohuan sensed the change within his mental landscape and believed they were ready to enter the breeding phase to be together officially. But Su Kuei suddenly turned hostile. Just moments ago she had been smiling at them, letting his spirit guide massage her legs, calling it the world's finest technician. Even with 5 or more bondings, you have no right to destroy a gift someone gave me. Besides, Su Kuei released the tentacle she had been holding. You're not the only one I bonded with. I thought you understood that. She waited for Xiaohuan's reaction, then added, clearly we can't agree on this point. So it's better to end things early. Please leave, I need to rest. Xiaohuan. Wait. The octopus was utterly dumbfounded, its suckers clinging desperately to the fish tank. Su Kuei made a symbolic gesture of pushing them out. If I were about to shatter your precious belongings, would you be willing? Xiaohuan opened his mouth to speak. If so, then give me your light brain right now and I'll smash it to pieces. He closed his mouth, then tried to argue. I didn't. I'm not. My light brain can't. Su Kuei sighed in disappointment. The sound made the octopus spirit guide start hitting him. Having too many brains to think, with each tentacle possessing its own intelligence, they weren't very obedient. More than other spirit guides, they had distinct personalities reflecting every facet of Xiaohuan himself. They wanted to cuddle their guide but were rejected, so they angrily lashed at their master even harder. Xiaohuan, stung by the blows, dodged twice, then fell silent for a moment. I know. I won't touch that shell anymore. Su Kuei stopped pushing them and softened her tone slightly. I'm glad you think that way. I hope we can respect each other and maintain a comfortable relationship, okay? The tentacle tips tentatively reached out again with cautious ingratiation. Su Kuei allowed them to coil around her arm, bending her fingers to lightly brush them with her fingertips. The octopus cheered up, nuzzling her affectionately. Su Kuei, want to bond with me again? Xiaohuan looked at her. The octopus tentacles bobbed wildly as if nodding. This time let's try something different. Su Kuei took his slightly cool hand, her mysterious smile carrying an alluring charm. This will be a secret known only to us two. It belongs solely to you without anyone else's participation or sharing. Su Kuei did not understand the habits of the mutated octopus, but through observation she discovered that Xiaohuan himself was extremely jealous and possessive. He had a strong desire to monopolize anything that fell within his territory. The first hint of this was noticed after the initial soothing session. Su Kuei provided each sentinel with disposable cups supplied by the Black Tower, which were discarded into the trash for automatic recycling after use. However, that day after Xiaohuan left, she found no recycled fragments in the trash. Initially she thought it was due to his identity being questionable, so he took the used cup out of caution. Later she gradually noticed something odd in Xiaohuan's gaze. That night when he escorted her back, he deliberately touched only one tentacle, ignoring the others. When she got off the hovercar and looked back, she happened to witness him tearing at his own spiritual construct tentacle. It wasn't so much jealousy as it was his nature. He was simply that obsessive. This could spell trouble if not handled properly. But then again, his abilities were formidable enough. Su Kuei was not afraid of trouble. She guided him to sit back down, sat beside him, cupped his face and asked, "Can I trust you?" "Actually, I have a secret. I want to tell only you. My spiritual construct might have a problem. Do you want to see it?" "Xiaohuan, your spiritual construct is sick. But it seemed fine just now. If we link again, you'll understand." She leaned in and Xiaohuan obediently closed his eyes. He concentrated, trying to discern what was wrong with her. In the process he suddenly sensed a subtle difference. Su Kuei cupped his face and released the transparent little fish. At the same time she stroked his chin and earlobe with her thumb, asking softly, "Do you feel anything?" His Adam's apple bobbed, his eyelashes fluttering. "Your spiritual construct, why does it seem like more than one?" Before he could finish, Su Kuei pressed a finger to his lips. "Shoot," she whispered in his ear. "Don't say it. It appeared after I soothed you last time. I don't know what's happening." "Can you sense it clearly?" "No, the feeling is very faint, easy to overlook." "That's good." Su Kuei exhaled. "I don't know what to do. The Black Tower has routine inspections at the end of the year and I'm afraid they'll find out." If discovered, both you and I could be taken away for research. I'll protect you. Su Kuei didn't respond. Xia Huan opened his eyes, met her gaze and said earnestly, I'm not being flippant nor am I lying. Come with me. Where to? She asked with a smile. Then shifting her tone she added, this is my biggest secret and I didn't tell you to blackmail you. You're not blackmailing me. Xia Huan took her hand. If you don't want to leave, I can make a suppressor. No high-end detection instrument will find anything abnormal. Even better than what that genius from the Truth Organization made. Yes. That's really great. But why don't you look happy? The octopus asked, puzzled. Because we're not on equal footing, so I don't feel secure. Su Kuei continued, even if you promise to keep the secret. You know me, but I don't know you. I don't even know which planet you're from, what your job is, or your true identity. My identity, Xia Huan hesitated, is a bit sensitive. If I tell you, it might bring you trouble. Would you consider my secret a trouble? No, he shook his head. You're not trouble. His tentacles coiled around her and Su Kuei gently stroked the octopus, the pressure lulling it into drowsiness. Of course I wouldn't think that either. After a brief pause Su Kuei said, is this very difficult for you? Then you don't have to say it. It's okay. It's not difficult. Xia Huan grabbed her hand as she was about to pull away, lowering his voice. I'm a member of the Truth Organization. The organization is being suppressed and pursued by the Star Alliance. I can't reveal my identity. Telling you only puts you in danger. Su Kuei was astonished. Are you serious? You're from that organization? Yes. Do you despise us? I've never thought about it. I need to consider. I grew up under the Star Alliance's education. Xia Huan's gaze followed her as she stood up and walked aside, her expression deeply conflicted. Finally she made up her mind and said with resolve, you are different from the anti-Star Alliance organizations I know. Here I only know the person you are regardless of your background. Don't worry, I won't breathe a word to anyone else. Xia Huan's eyes lit up and he said impulsively, Xia Huan is just a name I use outside. My real name is Wu Yo. I'll make the best suppressor for you as soon as possible. What else do you need? Contribution points or star coins? Wu Yo. Su Kuei murmured. A very unique name. I'll remember it. I don't need anything else for now, but I want to test my current level. Can you make a detection device like the one in the Black Tower? That's simple. Xia Huan said, I'll give it to you in 2 days. I'll start making it now. He stood up and hurried out, his spiritual construct brushing against Su Kuei's cheek before eagerly retreating into his spiritual landscape. Su Kuei saw him out and said goodbye. See you the day after tomorrow, Wu Yo. She uttered the name softly as if afraid someone might overhear. The outwardly frail Sentinel's heart pounded when he heard it. Truly a formidable genius. And with plenty of brains. Unfortunately he was too naive in some aspects. Or perhaps he couldn't be blamed. Who would have thought that her spiritual landscape left no trace and that no matter how many times she linked with someone she remained unchanged? With no one else around, Su Kuei relaxed and let her spiritual construct out to play. There was a light inside the fish tank and the curtain covering it cast no shadow, allowing the little fish to breathe. If the gap in their levels weren't so vast and if he wouldn't detect her using her abilities, why would she go to such lengths? A single mental stamp and the genius would be hers. While lying in bed in her pajamas browsing the Starnet for reviews of the movie, the always unreachable Miss Haijo suddenly sent a message. Miss Haijo, I saw your joint complaint. Your name is on it too. Image. Su Kuei admired her own lovely handwriting for a moment before replying, because if such blatant probing isn't stopped immediately and we show no reaction, it might escalate. Aren't you busy? Miss Haijo, not busy anymore. After 2 senior guides arrived, I finally get a break. You have a point. Add my name too. Miss Haijo and my other colleagues. Actually there are too many of us. Well, do it ourselves. I have to say their suppression tactics are really low class. Miss Haijo, let's not talk about those unpleasant things. How have you been lately? Still doing bonding. Su Kuei, still going very well. It's just that I'm a bit confused. Miss Haijo, what? If you have questions, come to me. Don't experiment on your own. Su Kuei, alright. What I don't quite understand is why bonding, such an intimate therapeutic method that delves into the other's spiritual landscape and shares emotions, still exists despite the obvious aversion of most guides. And why is it so loudly advocated in the guide manual? I also checked on the Starnet and the current version on the market is the 2nd edition. Where is the 1st edition? Why can't I find it at all? What was changed between the 2 versions? There was a pause on the other end. Miss Haijo, have you seen the list of compilers for the second edition? Su Kuei flipped through the book while chatting. The guide manual came in both physical and electronic versions, but she preferred the physical copy. She had marked notes on the precautions and jotted down her own insights. The list of compilers was a long column of names. Miss Haijo, the difference is that the second edition has 11 compilers, 8 of whom are Sentinels. Su Kuei, that's unreasonable. Why should Sentinels write a manual for guides? Miss Haijo, that's how reality works. Have you checked the StarNet encyclopedia? It says the same thing as the guide manual. What you see depends on what the higher-ups want you to see. Also, I have some bad news. Quan Zakayu is critically ill. He might not survive this winter. Oh, I forgot there's no winter on Luanswa Star. Anyway, the doctor says he won't make it to next year. Luanswa Star had spring-like weather all year round, which was why Su Kuei always wore dresses. She recalled that this sanctuary executor and guide association president had the ability of spiritual drowning. He was a male guide with a refined demeanor, and in past reports his voice was always gentle. Miss Haijo, the first edition was written by Alexi. It was a manual truly considerate of guides. As for the current one, just look at the bonding they advocate. They're essentially treating us as cheap soothing tools. They didn't even bother to label it as the second edition. They directly deleted the warnings of our predecessors and replaced them with content that only benefits them. Miss Haijo, they keep saying we're precious, but what they really mean is you are a scarce resource to be used sparingly. Miss Haijo, the Star Alliance and the Federation are no different. No matter who is in power, the end result is always the same. Su Kuei comforted her. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe we could follow suit and publish a Sentinel user manual. Miss Haijo laughed at that, considering the reality that's unlikely to be published. Once Quan Zakayu dies, the guides will truly have no one to back them up. Su Kuei, forget about who backs whom. Let's all work hard and be our own umbrellas. Miss Haijo agreed. Universe United Publishing Star Alliance Guide Manual, the most authoritative textbook in the Star Alliance. Su Kuei applied a face mask, crossed her legs and examined the book from a different angle. The shell was chirping its song again. The room was warm and bright. Everything was peaceful. Woken up by rice the next morning, Su Kuei only then remembered to turn off its alarm. With a collective strike, there was no work today. She had originally planned to go out or find her 2 little teachers to start training. The 2 Sentinels abandoned by their captain were now free. After being used to a busy schedule, sudden idleness left them at a loss. Su Kuei's arrival was a perfect opportunity. She didn't have access to the training room, so the venue was set at a nearby gymnasium. In good weather it was open air only, in harsh weather would a transparent dome cover it. Today was a cloudy day, perfect for training without getting too hot. Qing and Heilin prepared protective combat suits for her. They automatically adjusted to her body size with no sense of restriction. Su Kuei imitated their movements, warming up her limbs, and asked excitedly, "Can I use a lightsaber?" No, Qing corrected her wrong posture. "It's too dangerous. You're not at that level yet." Heilin stood by assembling the equipment. Su Kuei was a little disappointed, but she understood the principle of haste making waste. She just asked, "Do you have one with you? Can I take a look?" Qing's expression was calm as he was about to refuse. But Heilin had already handed his lightsaber over. Meeting Qing's gaze, he said, "What's there to fear? Let her try. I'll keep an eye on it." Su Kuei took it. The hilt was heavy and cold, its appearance similar to the toy lightsabers used by children on ancient Earth. Su Kuei remembered her little nephew had one like that. When you pressed the button, a white plastic casing would emit shifting colorful lights accompanied by a roaring sound like a wild beast. That kid loved to run around holding it, shouting, "I am Ultraman." Every visitor to his house had to play the monster. When Su Kuei visited, her nephew ran over to play with her, gesturing and yelling, "Ultra Alien. I'm going to defeat you." Su Kuei, good boy, calling your aunt a monster. She subdued the charging young Ultraman, bared a sinister grin and opened her mouth, saying, "Got you. I'm going to eat you up. Ultraman is the most delicious. I love eating Ultraman." The child was scared into screaming. Unfortunately, no one here knew about Ultra Aliens and no children played Ultraman. The lightsaber felt heavy and dangerous. There was no need to press a button. As soon as her fingers closed around the hilt, a beam of energy extended from it. Su Kuei tried swinging it a couple of times, tracing arcs in the air, then handed it back to Heilin. "Not going to play with it anymore. I've seen enough," Su Kuei said. "Let's stop playing and begin." First they needed to build up her basic physical fitness. The 2 Sentinel teachers were more than qualified for her. Qing supervised her exercises on the machines while Heilin leaned against the wall, lost in thought. His spiritual entity unconsciously emerged lying on the ground with its tail raised staring at her. Su Kuei was panting, soon drenched in hot sweat, and the scent of her guide pheromones grew stronger. During a break, the scorpion crawled over and rubbed against her leg. Hei Lin's unfocused eyes finally sharpened as he glanced over. The morning passed quickly. To thank her 2 teachers and make up for standing them up, Su Kuei treated them to lunch at that hard-to-reserve restaurant where the meat would chirp. Though novel, the taste was good and quite nostalgic. She craved it. The 2 had no objections. As for the hard-to-reserve part, that hard obviously didn't apply to guides. As long as a guide came, there was always a table available. In fact, the restaurant wasn't even full. There were only a few tables of customers at noon. Even in the interstellar age, they still pulled this scarcity marketing stunt. Su Kuei chirped happily as she ate, urging the 2 sentinels across from her to also try the delicious food. It's a pity that if you swallow it directly it won't cry out in your stomach, she mused, for that would have made it even more amusing. Hei Lin took a piece and swallowed it without letting it make a sound. He nodded and said, "Not bad." He didn't eat at all. Seeing Su Kuei's enjoyment, he gave his portion to her. He might have been somewhat concerned about his image. Yet this sentinel sat upright, his long hair cascading down, looking indeed beautiful and dreamlike. It was fine not to spoil that image. After the meal they returned home for a nap, but she hadn't slept long before being awakened by a series of chimes from her optical brain. Messages from Anne and Miss Haijo were all about the movie. When she logged into the StarNet, she realized the incident had blown up. Huanya and Shu Weimai had also learned of it, and the 2 guides stepped forward to speak out. With their statements, the film studio quickly apologized and the movie was promptly taken down from the StarNet. The Black Tower called, telling them to return to work. Work it was. Coincidentally, the sentinel who came in today had a ferret as his spirit beast, and she was eager to interact with it. Its body was long, sleek, and well-proportioned. Pure white all over, with jet black eyes and a cute pink nose. The ferret was lively and active, and its owner possessed energy rivaling that of Xia. They were completely at ease and unafraid. Upon entering, the ferret stood upright to examine Su Kuei, then darted over in a flash, sniffing her calf with twitching nostrils. "May I pet it?" The spirit beast's owner replied, "Sure, go ahead." The ferret eyed her and when stroked made a cooing sound like a pigeon. Its body was soft and slippery, but before Su Kuei could touch it a second time it leaped up and scurried to another spot, sniffing around with whiskers quivering. This mutated ferret was small but incredibly fast, leaving after images as it raced around her room. Su Kuei couldn't catch the joyfully purring creature. For the first time she encountered difficulty during a soothing session. It wasn't that the patient was uncooperative, but rather overly sensitive. No matter where she touched it, the ferret reacted as if tickled, laughing loudly and flailing its limbs, then vanishing in a blink. The spirit beast's owner tried to suppress his laughter and cooperate, but couldn't help it. He ended up laughing hysterically on the sofa, rolling around. Su Kuei was speechless. "Sorry. But it really tickles when you touch me," he said, wiping away tears of laughter, unable to straighten up. "Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing." Su Kuei asked, "Is your spiritual fluctuation level very high? Maybe you don't actually need soothing." "It's quite high," the other replied honestly, and demonstrated an immediate mutation. A fluffy tail emerged from his rear and 2 translucent pink ears appeared atop his head. Such an adorable ferret, even if it rummaged through her trash can, knocked over their cups or scratched her cabinet, it was forgivable. Su Kuei played with it for a while before getting down to business. Getting an appointment wasn't easy, and the sentinel sat up straight, struggling to control his laughter and not flinch. "Well, before we start, I have a request," Su Kuei said. "What is it?" asked the sentinel. "Could you and your spirit beast cooperate with me?" Su Kuei smiled somewhat sheepishly and typed on her optical brain to show him. The sentinel was perplexed and puzzled, but found it amusing and complied. "Wait, let me record a video," Su Kuei said, activating the recording function. "Okay, you can speak now." In the frame the beautiful ferret moved nimbly, then stood still, its black shiny eyes fixed on the lens as it opened its mouth. "Fellow villager, do I look human to you?" The sentinel himself provided the voiceover. Su Kuei burst into laughter. This time it was her turn to be overjoyed. The sentinel scratched his head and the ferret tilted its neck, running around in confusion. Su Kuei posted the video on her social feed, garnering many likes and comments, but in truth no one understood the joke. And even came specially to ask, "Why did you make him say that? Is there some meaning? Does saying it make the sentinel less resistant to soothing? Does it help the process go smoothly?" Su Kuei looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then whispered, "Actually, that's a spell from my homeland." "You know about spells?" And infected by the secrecy lowered her voice and asked tensely, "I've heard of them. I studied ancient Earth history. They're said to be a powerful metaphysical force." "Exactly," Su Kuei said. "It's an ability exclusive to mustelids. After they ask that question, an incredible and astonishing transformation occurs." "I see. And realized, then I'll try it next time I get the chance. Sukue momentarily couldn't tell if she was joking or truly serious. Soothing the ferret was challenging and the outcome was dramatic. After the connection and guidance, she routinely let the Sentinel rest for a while. He felt at ease and fell asleep quickly, soon in deep slumber. Sukue didn't think much of it. But as time passed and it neared the end of her shift, the Sentinel showed no signs of waking. This was common enough. Sukue had no intention of letting it delay her leaving work. No one could. She timed it to wake him 10 minutes early, calling his name with no response, then pushing him with no reaction. If not for the rise and fall of his chest, she'd have thought him dead. She raised her voice, even shaking him by the shoulders, but he swayed like a limp noodle without waking. This extraordinary sleep quality frightened Sukue. A storm of thoughts crossed her mind. Maybe Xiaohuan had poisoned her office to kill all the Sentinels coming for soothing. Or perhaps he had some illness and came under the guise of soothing to scam her. Those 10 minutes were filled with bewildering confusion. His breathing was even, his heartbeat steady. He was indeed alive. But why wouldn't he wake up? Sukue had to call the Black Tower staff to summon a doctor. A crowd gathered, including nearby guides and sentinels who hadn't left yet, all coming to watch the spectacle. Someone slapped their thigh in laughter and shouted, "That guy. I know how to handle him. Wait here." The sentinel, surrounded by medical staff, slept peacefully until the speaker returned with the cafeteria's dinner, waving it under his nose. Only then did the sentinel slowly wake. Before opening his eyes, he said, "That smells good. I'm so hungry. Is it time for dinner?" Sukue and the doctors were left speechless. He sat up, startled to find everyone around him, and had the nerve to ask, "What's wrong? Why is everyone staring at me?" Sukue wanted to retort, "You tell me." But her professional composure held her back. "Do you mean to say that from now on there will be no more bonds? You're not joking, are you?" It was an ordinary day. The sun shone brightly. The guides who had gone on strike returned to work, and the war with the Zerg had temporarily ceased. The liaison officer of the Lefton Star Black Tower was in a good mood as well. He began reviewing the quotas for guide constellations. When Sukue sought him out, he received her with great enthusiasm. Only to hear this earth-shattering news. Sukue said yes. "When I first joined, I was naive and unknowing, exhausting myself by performing many bond-guided therapies. This act of delving deep into another's mental landscape to sort and stabilize it has actually taken a great toll on my spiritual energy. I did it all for the Star Alliance, so I never minded. But this film made me realize some things, so I'm asking you to erase that specialty column and leave it blank just like everyone else." The liaison officer was struck dumb, frozen on the spot. But many sentinels came specifically for your bond. To suddenly stop like this. Sukue looked at him. "No other guide in the Black Tower performs bond therapies. When I joined as my liaison, you knew full well I had only 3 hours of training and was an ordinary person from a remote planet, ignorant about being a guide. Yet not only did you fail to warn me, you abused your authority to assign me high-level sentinels. Was that your idea or someone else's? Treating guides as expendable resources, is that the stance of the Lefton Star Black Tower? Or is it the attitude of the Sanctuary and even the Star Alliance toward guides? No, you misunderstand." The liaison officer quickly explained, "As I told you before, this place is close to the front lines and you agreed back then. I was young and ignorant. Besides, my actions have ultimately caused trouble for other guides and you haven't provided adequate compensation." The liaison officer breathed a sigh of relief. "Your contribution points can be reapplied. That's not the issue. I simply demand to refuse bonds. If you can't manage that, then please find your superior so I can speak with them. If they disagree, I can also choose to leave the Black Tower. Perhaps the Guide Association would suit me better." Hearing this, the liaison officer took Sukue to the office of the Lefton Star Black Tower's chief director. The chief director was a Brank sentinel. Ordinarily, most sentinels serve in combat units fighting bugs on the battlefield. Lower-ranked ones are in logistics. But this one clearly wasn't. He held a cushy job with a hefty salary, and his surname said it all. This director was dispatched from the central region, said to be a descendant of some family. Sukue requested a private negotiation and the liaison officer stepped out. The door closed and Sukue pressed a button hidden in her sleeve. The director sat down, wearing an expression ready for a cordial chat. Sukue didn't need to guess what he would say, a carrot and a stick. Just as she had done to Xiaohuan. Not interested in beating around the bush, Sukue asked directly, "I don't see any surveillance eyes. Is there monitoring equipment here?" He raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "Don't worry, there's nothing like that in my office. Say whatever you like. Is there something about your current job that's bothering you?" Sukue sighed. "Just a small troublesome matter." He assumed a listening pose. Sukue released her sea anemone. "I've performed many bonds and I feel like I've been influenced by the sentinels.
My spirit entities become unstable. Could you take a look? You can go for a test. Before he could finish, the sea anemone unceremoniously attached itself to his head. His spirit entity didn't even have time to emerge. He only felt a chill in his mind and his consciousness went hazy. Then he heard her say, "Tell me your true opinion of me." The chief director spoke. She's young and easy to handle, does whatever she's told. But after bonding with so many high-level sentinels, she's still mentally healthy. I suspect she might be a dark guide. Recovery fluid couldn't have such a strong effect. I've already sent word to the family. If so, how do you plan to deal with me? He answered bluntly, pure types are easy to control. Take her back to the family to console the family sentinels. Pure types are easy to control. Su Kuei let out a laugh. And what about complex types? He hesitated. Complex type dark guides are dangerous. They can't be controlled, only befriended. If not befriended, then suppressed. Su Kuei said, tell your family I'm not a dark guide, I've been driven mad by the bonds. Then take me for a test. Remember, the first test result is wrong. Your equipment malfunctioned. The second one is correct. She added, it has nothing to do with the maintenance staff. Be obedient, little mouse. Don't try any tricks. With that, she retracted her spirit entity and pressed the button twice more. This was something Xiaohuan had given her along with the testing device. Its function was to interfere with signals, disrupting all monitoring equipment within 100 meters without being detected. 1 press to activate, 2 to deactivate. She didn't believe a word he said when it wasn't under the influence of the mental brand. Grabbing whatever was at hand, she smashed things to pieces. Without the little fish's interference, he reacted appropriately startled. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Su Kuei shrieked and lunged to slap his face. The chief director dodged his spirit entity, springing out to block her, but she kicked it away. Get lost, you filthy rat. Unable to bear it any longer, he tried to fight back, but Su Kuei snapped, do you dare hit me? The commotion attracted a patrol robot, which knocked politely before the door swung open. The chief director lowered his raised hand and rushed out. Stop her. She's gone mad. Take her to the testing center. The robot said, recommend sending her to the hospital first. The chief director, no. To the testing center. Now. All right. Su Kuei was taken to the testing center with minimal resistance. In front of all the staff, the expedited test result came back mentally healthy with a drank spirit entity. The chief director roared, this is wrong. She's clearly insane, and the rank is wrong too. Did you make a mistake? Or is the equipment broken? Repair the equipment immediately. The staff were miserable. This equipment was shipped from the central region, exorbitantly expensive. How could it just break down? But their director was always like this, outwardly decent, but at the slightest displeasure he'd vent and curse at his subordinates, completely unreasonable. Some ordinary Black Tower employees came from influential families, but even they dared not clash with a central region clan. Now they had no choice but to inspect the equipment, and indeed they found a problem. Some ordinary Black Tower employees came from influential families, but even they dared not clash with a central region clan. Now they had no choice but to inspect. They quickly corrected it. Su Kuei was tested again. Result, mild mental damage. Spirit entity rank B. Brank. How could it be Brank? Wasn't it D before? Su Kuei blinked in astonishment, then as if a realization dawned upon her, her expression twisted into indignation. I see. You deliberately misjudged my rank just to suppress my wages. She seized the general manager by the collar. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise I'll sue you. Wait, no, I didn't. The flustered manager was at a loss while a staff member scratched his head. Perhaps we should try a different device. Yet the retest yielded the same result, and Su Kuei, having finally caught him in a misstep, refused to let go. The others, mindful that she was a guide and emotionally unstable, circled around but dared not intervene. As Su Kuei delivered a few slaps to the manager's face, an employee couldn't help but smirk in secret. The manager, unaccustomed to such humiliation, turned to retaliate, but several staff members quickly rushed forward to restrain him, binding his arms tightly. Calm down, calm down. Stop this. Amid the chaos they subtly pulled him back and even stepped on his feet. Su Kuei witnessed it all, barely suppressing a laugh. After the commotion subsided, the other party conceded and Su Kuei secured a grudgingly satisfactory resolution. The equipment malfunction had led to an erroneous rank assessment. The wages befitting a Brank guide along with compensation for the work injury she had sustained would be paid in full. To alleviate her mental strain, the Black Tower granted her a 2-week paid leave. The intermediary was reassigned due to negligence, and the Black Tower promised that Su Kuei could henceforth select her own patients free from mandatory bonding therapy just like other guides. I didn't want to make such a scene, Su Kuei said, slightly calmer.
I hold great respect for the Sentinels who protect the Star Alliance. So if my mental state is stable I can perform a bonding session, but the price will be several times higher. The frequency and timing are up to me. The Black Tower may not interfere or inquire. I dislike being controlled. The manager gritted his teeth. Fine. A brank guide. How quickly I've grown. Back in her soothing chamber, Su Kuei hummed a tune as she added honey to her water, taking a sweet sip. The Black Tower's device hadn't aired. She had indeed been drank before, but now she was AB. Last night Xia Huan had brought a simple detection instrument head crafted. Su Kuei had worried about its accuracy, but today's comparison with the Black Tower's device confirmed it was flawless. It seems Xia Huan was truly remarkable. As for the claim of mild mental damage, that was pure fabrication. She was perfectly fine. Watering the greenery in her room, she mulled over her holiday plans. Her break began today, and since it was nearly noon she decided to have lunch before leaving. The morning's uproar had spread among the guides by midday, and Anne and a few others gathered around. "Wow, you're amazing," one said. "So you're Brank." "I knew it. How could a Drank successfully soothe an A?" Su Kuei replied, "Exactly what I was thinking. I'm going to get retested too. What if mine was wrong? Maybe I'm an a rank." Me too, me too." Everyone scurried off, leaving Su Kuei to leisurely pick her dishes. She told the cafeteria robot, "Did you hear that? I'm Brank. Give me a few extra blue eggs." After she finished eating, the guides trickled back crestfallen. No mistake. Maybe the equipment was fine when we tested last year but broke this year. After all, Su Kuei was the only one to test this year. Su Kuei nodded. Makes sense. So where are you planning to go on your break? Anne asked. "They'll take a trip to the central sector," Su Kuei replied, wiping her mouth. "I've never been there. The round trip will take ages. You'll probably spend most of your vacation on a starship." "That's fine. I haven't decided yet. Isn't there a league tournament coming up here? Maybe you'll stay and watch it." The Academy League was streamed live across the galaxy, featuring several events, with wilderness survival being one of them. The other events were held on different planets. Right. The wilderness survival event is about to start. I saw in the news yesterday that the students are already en route. They should arrive at our docking port by tomorrow. Anna's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This batch of students is incredibly talented. I heard the top schools have produced some prodigies. The league should be quite a spectacle. I can't wait. During lunch she still hadn't decided on a destination. Back home that afternoon, Su Kuei skimmed the movie studio's apology on the Starnet, finding it too formulaic and insincere. Then she stumbled upon a news article featuring the film's producer-director caught in a beachside scandal in the central sector. He seemed to be having a grand time shirtless and drinking in the video. On impulse she bought a ticket for a civilian starship heading to the central sector. The starship was set to depart at 8 in the morning and Su Kuei arrived at 7:30. Dressed in casual clothes with just a small backpack, she waited for boarding just as another starship docked nearby. "It's the League students." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The starship's hatch opened and young men and women in uniforms of various colors and styles descended. The Star Alliance's top 5 academies ran a 7-year program. These League participants were first-year students around 17 or 18 years old, the juniors of the Little Bat. They exuded youthful energy, pride and confidence. The two starships were parked close together. The students exited at one end while Su Kuei waited at the entrance. The first League event hadn't officially begun, so their monitoring orbs weren't activated yet. They were simply gathering by their teams, awaiting instructions from their teachers. Su Kuei glanced over, meeting the eyes of a few students who were idly looking around. No connection was made, they simply passed each other by. She boarded the civilian starship. To ensure a comfortable journey she had purchased a slightly larger private cabin. Just as she set down her small backpack, a flood of messages from Sentinels arrived on her light brain, all inquiring about bonding. She replied to a few who caught her fancy, then obediently waited as the starship traversed the interstellar void to the central sector. Where is he now? On the other end of the light brain, Xia Huan sent a coordinate. Are you going to find him? I can accompany you. No need. I'm just here as a tourist. I prefer to travel alone. Su Kuei tracked down the location and spotted him from afar. A beach party with singing and dancing, no wonder he was laughing so joyfully. She didn't approach. Instead she browsed a nearby souvenir shop indistinguishable from any other tour. She bought some trinkets, and as she was packing them up, a drunken voice from the group called out to her. Hey miss. All alone. Come join us. It's boring by yourself. Walking right into my trap. Su Kuei's smile was radiant.
Who is it? Walking right into my trap.
Su Kuei's smile was radiant.
Who is it? You don't know.
He's the renowned producer, the great director.
Ever heard of? That was his film.
Su Kuei, I've heard of it, but wasn't that movie taken down for insulting heroes? The other's expression darkened. It's all those damned guides who do nothing all day yet enjoy privileged treatment and they still go on strike protesting.
Those XXXX. Su Kuei's smile faded. It seems you really hate guides. She gathered her belongings and said softly, unwilling to talk alone.
How about that mushroom house over there?
Nearby stood small mushroom-shaped huts meant for tourists to rest.
The interior was also suitable for couples. The other was somewhat surprised and wary, but upon appraising Su Kuei's seemingly powerless physique, that caution was diluted by other desires.
He followed Su Kuei into the mushroom house.
She bent down to draw the curtain, surveyed the interior, smooth and devoid of any suspicious objects, yet still carried the jammer pressing its button once. Turning around, facing eyes clouded with the stench of alcohol, his breath reeking of a mix of smoke and liquor, she held her breath, fanned the air before her and released her spirit entity.
You're a guide.
She pressed down on his shoulder to stop his startled movement.
Anemone tendrils drooped and a tiny translucent fish slipped effortlessly into his brain.
Su Kuei, bring that producer here.
Don't say a single word. Also, your insults are too vile. Stop using those demeaning terms.
Su Kuei, bring that producer here.
Don't say a single word. Also, your insults are too vile. Stop using those demeaning terms. Until you completely change, you will be unable to speak. After a dazed moment, the other walked straight out. The class conflict between ordinary people and Sentinel's guides could not be reversed by changing one person's mind, nor was it her sole responsibility.
Su Kuei had no intention of using her ability to explain to each individual. Soon the producer was brought over.
Comparatively, he was far more vigilant. Su Kuei smiled amicably. Hello, I'm your fan. Can I have your autograph?
Tell me, was that movie's adaptation your own work or someone else's idea?
Why do you ask? I don't give autographs to fans.
He turned to leave, but an invisible fish crashed into the back of his head.
Su Kuei, answer all my questions truthfully. My patience is limited. Thank you for your cooperation. I adapted it.
He halted instantly, words spilling out involuntarily.
What can a guide do?
Without sentinels, they're nothing.
My adaptation was perfectly reasonable. Why should my work be taken down?
You hate female guides.
Yes, I detest them.
They should just stay as sustainable resources and stop disrupting our share. It all started with Fan Lon, those damned.
They should just stay home and breed the next generation. Gestation pods violate nature and genetics.
Why else is the Star Alliance's population so low now?
It'll make more films to spread this ideology. Restore the feudal system of ancient Earth.
I heard you had a wife who bore your child with her own body, but she has passed away.
Did you have anything to do with it?
She fell by herself. It had nothing to do with me.
I just didn't pull her.
So you watched her fall.
You could have saved her.
Yes. This producer's wife had met with an accident during their trip, falling from a height of 100 meters and dying instantly. He had put on a heartbroken act as a husband, but according to Xiao Huan's investigation, he had gone to a bar the very next night for a wild party and had been unfaithful throughout the marriage. One last question regarding this film: were you instigated by a third party?
Yes.
I don't know who it was, but they paid a huge sum of star credits telling me to stir up conflict.
Su Kuei, alright, I understand. She already knew what to do with him.
After all, she had traveled a great distance just for him. You made me watch a detestable film during my pleasant off hours and ruined my mood. Your apology was too perfunctory, as unlikable as your character.
So now I'm going to give you a little revenge from a guide and a woman.
Su Kuei curved her lips. The spiritual brand etched in word by word, firm and clear. Though your body is that of a sentinel, in your heart you have always believed yourself to be a guide. Though your body is that of a man, in your heart you have always believed yourself to be a woman.
This contradiction will haunt you for life, bringing you endless torment.
You loathe yourself, yet you cannot kill yourself. Your deceased wife weeps by your bedside at night, and the malign guides of the past linger before your eyes, never leaving.
This is my gift to you. I hope you like it. Even if you don't, it's useless.
Oh, and don't forget to expose the source of those ill-gotten star credits.
As for the timing, make it a while later.
Leaving the mushroom house, she took a stroll around the nearby scenic spot, snapped a few photos, and then gorged herself at the most famous restaurant in the vicinity.
Su Kuei zoomed in on an exquisitely plated dish.
A round white little cake with its garnishes looked like a moon that had fallen onto the plate.
This tiny portion cost her 118 contribution points even at a discounted price.
She posted on her social feed complaining it was delicious but expensive, the cost of living in the big city was just too high.
Eat shrimp snapping turtle, you like this? Su Kuwei, it's not bad. He fell silent. Su Kuwei wondered, was he going to try and learn how to make it? That would be so adorable.
She sent him a private message.
Su Kuwei, good evening adorable little turtle baby. Eat shrimp snapping turtle. He sent back a string of gibberish then quickly retracted it. Eat shrimp snapping turtle, good evening. Su Kuwei heard the news. My rank was mistaken. I'm actually class. Eat shrimp snapping turtle I heard. Su Kuwei class gets 6 long-term soothing slots. I'm thinking. Who should I give them to?
She sent a pensive emoji and the reply came back decisively.
Eat shrimp snapping turtle, give them to me. Can you? In his private quarters, Nize stared unblinkingly at the screen.
But Su Kuwei had gone silent after that sentence, making him anxious. The Sentinel pressed his lips together, waiting quietly without a word.
After a long while a message came through lazily. Su Kuwei, sorry, just went to buy something. Do you mean you want to be my long-term soothe recipient even if we'll never form a bond in the future? Eat shrimp snapping turtle Your health comes first. Su Kuwei. What did mean? Consent or refusal?
The electronic glow of the optical brain reflected in Nize's eyes and his ferocious mutated alligator turtle spirit entity peeked over his shoulder. It saw Su Kuwei's profile picture on the screen, crawled over to nuzzle her but only passed through a layer of virtual data. The bewildered Sentinel wondered if she was deliberately keeping him in suspense, teasing him. He quickly dismissed the thought. How could such a gentle and kind guide lady possess such a malicious sense of humor? The snapping turtle, unable to reach the guide in the avatar, vented its anger at the empty air. Nize cast a glance at it, snapped a photo and sent it to Su Kuwei. Su Kuwei chuckled, edited a few words onto the photo and sent it back. The wide-mouthed snapping turtle looked ferocious with slanted text beside it, a minor rage. Su Kuwei, am taking this meme. As for the copyright, how about exchanging it with a long-term pacification spot?
What do you think?
Even Nize, a sentinel who was naturally taciturn, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. The spirit entity perked up its head, widened its eyes and excitedly crawled around the holographic screen, its claws tapping against the floor with a pitter-patter sound. It was clearly delighted. Turtle eating shrimp balls, okay. Su Kuwei, wait for my return. Wait for her return. Nize savored those 4 words over and over in his mind. He lay on his back on the bed. After a long while someone knocked at the door. He got up to open it and standing there was the cool guy who lived downstairs, his face expressionless. What are you doing? Nize, what is it? The cool guy peered inside and caught sight of the massive heavy mutated snapping turtle still crawling. Don't jump around in the middle of the night. Your spirit entity is disturbing my rest. Nize also looked back. Meeting the spirit entity's glowing eyes, he paused for a moment, then withdrew the spiritual landscape. It's settled. The cool guy He went downstairs. Arriving empty-handed, returning laden with goods. Su Kuwei had even spent a fortune on a spatial compression device. If Xia Huan were to make it, he could surely produce one as well. But sometimes things bought with money are the cheapest and come with no lingering worries. When she stepped off the civilian starship, she didn't expect to look up and see several sentinels. Su Kuwei, are you all having some kind of group activity? Those who came were several familiar members of the 7 Days team. Xia was the first to rush over, her eyes brimming with tears as she clasped Su Kuwei's hands. Kuwei Hua. Are you all right? Su Kuwei Ha. We heard your spirit was damaged. It's all our fault. We thought. They had all assumed she was a dark guide and thus unaffected. Everyone had tacitly avoided mentioning it, never expecting that Su Kuwei was not one. They were all shocked to learn of her spirit damage, and guilt followed soon after. Xia Jinfu Moyi and several others had come. Lix was also among the crowd, but he did not step forward. Surrounded by the group offering solicitous care, Su Kuwei was escorted home. She claimed to be a bit tired after her travels and the others tactfully took their leave. Only Lix remained. May I have a word with you alone? Su Kuwei brought him back to her place. Despite being away for a few days, the house was still spotlessly clean. The smart home system greeted her. Welcome back, precious guide. Su Kuwei cheap smart chip him back. Dammy laughed heartily, its mechanical voice saying, you're so humorous. Lix followed silently behind, watching Su Kuwei change her shoes, wash her hands, tidy herself up and put on loungewear before she turned to ask him what's wrong. Has something happened? He was more silent than usual today. The light-haired young man gazed at her, then knelt on one knee before her without a word. It gave Su Kuwei quite a start, and she thought he was about to propose. "Lix, I'm sorry. Because of me, the members of the 7 Days team learned of you, leading to your spirit damage. It's all my fault. Please give me a chance to make amends." So it was an apology. Su Kuwei breathed a sigh of relief and slowly swallowed the water she had just sipped. Her pink hair was tied up in a bun and she leaned lazily against the counter holding her cup. "How do you intend to make amends?" "As long as it doesn't violate the law, whatever you desire I will do my utmost to provide. Even without you there would have been someone else. Strictly speaking you did nothing wrong. But now that someone is me." Lix lowered his head. "If you wish to dissolve the long-term bond, that is also fine." Only then did Su Kuwei crack a smile. "You're not saying this because you heard I won't be forming any more bonds and you want to seize the chance to dissolve it, are you?" "I would never mean that. It's just that I feel ashamed before you," Lix explained anxiously. "Su Kuwei, relax, I was only joking. Since you insist on making amends for your peace of mind, then I'll have to think of some request." Su Kuwei rubbed her chin while Lix looked up at her. "Ah, that's it." Su Kuwei clapped her hands. "I want a lightsaber, but I can't apply for one without a guarantor. Would you be willing to be my guarantor? Star Alliance law stipulates that non-guild personnel cannot possess private lightsabers. To apply for one, a reliable guarantor must vouch for the applicant. Should any incident occur and the holder of the lightsaber cannot be found, the guarantor would bear 90 of the responsibility." "I can. But may I ask what you intend to do with the lightsaber?" "Just to play with it," Su Kuwei reassured him. "I've never seen one, so I want to apply for one to keep at home. If I ever encounter danger, it would also serve as a weapon for self-defense. Don't worry, I won't do anything illegal. Because right now I lack nothing else, only this. Is this request too much? Will it cause you trouble?" "Lix, no. As long as you are willing to forgive me. There's no talk of forgiveness, for I never blamed you." "Is this request too much? Will it cause you trouble?" "Lix, no. As long as you are willing to forgive me. There's no talk of forgiveness, for I never blamed you. Don't overthink it." Just like on the day of his first visit, she called his name affectionately Lix. Applying for a lightsaber required going through a formal process which would take about 10 to 15 working days. During this period, Su Kuwei returned to work and Nize successfully became her second long-term subject. When the news spread, the cool guy was the first to come running. He said nothing, merely gazed at her in silence. Su Kuwei met his gaze. After a moment it was he who averted his eyes first. The cool Sentinel murmured, "I can learn too." Su Kuwei, what? Nothing. He turned around and strode away briskly. At noon Nize came by to deliver food. He seemed to have noticed that Su Kuwei preferred his spirit entity, so he always had the mutated snapping turtle run the errand. The spirit entity was also delighted, cheerfully carrying the lunchbox on its way. Annie happened to see it coming over. Watching the fierce-looking snapping turtle obediently trailing behind Su Kuwei, she couldn't help but admire. "You're truly amazing." She was determined to learn from Su Kuwei, so before leaving work in the evening, Su Kuwei received a video she had sent. From Annie's filming angle, the lens showed a round-head, round-eyed yellow weasel. The holographic screen began to shake a little, perhaps due to unsteady emotions during recording. "Start now. Please say thank you." Annie's faint reminder came from within. The yellow weasel stood up on its hind legs and opened its mouth. The voiceover was clearly from a Sentinel, his tone laced with strange surprise. "Fellow villager, do you think I look like a human? Is this right?" Annie whispered, "Yes, thank you." Su Kuwei. After work she encountered Annie in the corridor. Annie was in high spirits and ran over upon seeing her, saying, "That incantation you taught me seems to have really worked. I think Sentinels aren't entirely impossible to communicate with after all. I just tried asking him to say it and to my surprise he agreed." Su Kuwei responded. "Ah." Annie continued, "Because of this we chatted for a while and it was quite pleasant. In fact, every group has its good and bad elements. We can't judge everyone just because of a few exceptions." Su Kuwei agreed, "That makes sense. I'm glad it worked for you." As the guides gradually left their respective soothing rooms, Miss Lemming approached. "How did it go today, you two?" Annie gave her a thumbs up. "Thanks to the ancient earth incantation Su Kuwei taught me today, went smoothly." But after the Sentinel uttered the incantation, didn't anything unusual happen? She asked, puzzled. "So what exactly is this astonishing and incredible transformation you mentioned?" Miss Lemming exclaimed, "Wow, you know an incantation. That's amazing. Teach me, teach me. Do you have one that can turn a Sentinel into a blade of grass?" "If I were facing a blade of grass, my soothing effect would definitely be much better." Su Kuei was taken aback. A thought suddenly struck her: if she used a mental stamp to implant the psychological suggestion into Miss Lemming that all sentinels you soothe appear as blades of grass in your eyes and your soothing process is very smooth and effective, would it actually work? Her mind itched with temptation, but the next second she dismissed the idea. No. If she casually abused the mental stamp on others without restraint, it would be hard to guarantee what she might do in the future. Su Kuei had no desire to test human nature nor herself. Besides, such an extreme method of control had significant flaws and limitations. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not want to use it extensively on those close to her. Moreover, since they were both guides, it remained unknown whether she could even use the mental stamp on another guide. Ancient Earth history was mostly destroyed during the galactic leap. When I took that course, the teacher only covered a few large-scale wars, the rest has no records. Miss Lemming cupped her face in incantation. What a magical word. Su Kuei said, unfortunately no. That phrase wasn't any incantation at all. I was just teasing Annie. Annie's eyes widened. Ah. You're so mean. You actually fooled me. I took it seriously. She pretended to be angry and made a move to hit her. Su Kuei nimbly dodged behind Miss Lemming. You actually believed it. Annie caught her and gave her a light tap on the arm as if brushing off dust. The force was so gentle it couldn't even kill a mosquito. All right. Miss Lemming spread her arms to shield her, changing the subject. Have you guys watched the Star Network livestream? The students lately are really strong. A few prodigies have emerged with exceptionally powerful spirit bodies. Su Kuei hadn't watched, so she just listened to them talk. Nearby guides passing by were also discussing it. From their fragmented words, Su Kuei caught several frequently repeated terms. Mutated mammoth spirit body, megalodon. If only they were guides, someone lamented. Why aren't the spirit bodies we awaken as powerful as those? I need to go home and watch the replay. Good thing there are replays, otherwise I'd miss so many exciting moments while at work. I never knew our planet had so many interesting things. The undeveloped zones really are. They chatted and laughed as they walked out, but suddenly the Black Tower's piercing alarm blared. Generally there were 4 types of alarms: 1 for drill evacuation, 1 for a sentinel going berserk, 1 for natural disasters, and the last, a long shrill sound, signified a Zerg attack. Smiles instantly vanished. The guides halted, listened intently, and asked in confusion. A drill evacuation. Why so sudden? Is something wrong? Probably not, it's just a routine drill. Let's go hide first. Su Kuei followed Annie and the others as they expertly ran towards the Black Tower's air raid shelter. It was only then that she realized such a vast space existed underground. The heavy doors were impenetrable even by light swords. Above the door was identity recognition technology. Any Zerg approaching would be instantly sliced apart by a burst of energy light. Su Kuei glanced upwards. The guides and Black Tower employees hid inside, but soon the door opened. In came several sentinels with stern, grave expressions. Their steps hurried. They opened the door and carefully scanned the guides, visibly relaxing slightly upon seeing them safe inside. Su Kuei's gaze swept over the group of sentinels. They were fully armed in platinum combat suits, not a patch of skin exposed, wearing not only face masks but also a full set of protective goggles. The spirit bodies of different species stood alertly by their respective sentinels' feet. She could only identify their team affiliation by their uniforms. A sudden emergency has occurred. Please remain here and do not leave. We will ensure the safety of all citizens. It was the Win team. They had uncharacteristically removed all small accessories from their uniforms. Their faces, hidden behind the goggles, were cold and stern. The leader Fengji spoke without his usual arrogance. His chilling tone made Su Kuei momentarily fail to recognize him. A sudden emergency has occurred. Please remain here and do not leave. We will ensure the safety of all citizens. It was the Win team. Excuse me, can you tell us what's happening outside? A guide cautiously stepped forward. The other replied coldly, classified mission. Cannot be disclosed. The guide retreated. A wave of anxiety spread and people began scrolling through their optical brains for information. It required little searching. The headlines were filled with Zerg appear on Luan's Star tournament forced to halt. Zerg. It's the Zerg. Are the Zerg attacking? How is this possible? Don't we have the energy shield and the Skynet monitoring? Has it malfunctioned, or is it like Idastar? A swarm of royal Zerg. Hearing the despairing conversation, Annie asked softly, Su Kuei, you're from Idastar, right? What was it like when the royal Zerg came? Su Kuei recalled black alien forms blotting out the sky. The original owner's memories were unclear, the fear-laden images twisted and grotesque. Those creatures, rather than being called Zerg, actually resembled the grotesque aliens imagined by ancient Earth humans. Legend had it that the Queen was born from a sea of vibrant colors. The history of the Zerg dates back to around the same time as the end of ancient Earth and the official beginning of the galactic leap. Thus some speculate that the Zerg of today may have once shared a common origin with humanity eons ago. Time allowed those mutated monsters to evolve intelligence. They were called Zerg because they possessed many insect-like features. The Star Alliance also had many insect-type spirit bodies, but the two were clearly distinguished. Compared to the Zerg, spirit bodies appeared more normal and gentle and were easier for people to accept. I haven't actually seen it up close, Su Kuei said, spreading her hands. I passed out at the time and it was a kind-hearted sentinel passing by who noticed I still had vital signs and brought me out. Annie was at a loss, bewildered. If the Zerg really are coming, can we survive today? Miss Lemming had no mood to answer. She was busy contacting her boyfriend, anxious to confirm his safety. Su Kuei said confidently, probably. Annie's eyes lit up with surprise. Do you have a plan? No, Su Kuei shrugged. What plan could I have? If it comes down to it, he'll just die. Annie was at a loss, bewildered. If the Zerg really are coming, can we survive today? Miss Lemming had no mood to answer. She was busy contacting her boyfriend, anxious to confirm his safety. Su Kuei patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, it's unlikely we'll all be wiped out. The Star Alliance can't afford to let so many guides die. And besides, you mentioned the alarm was just a drill, which means no Zerg have actually broken through yet. The news says the tournament has been suspended, but there's no mention of casualties. The students are all fine, so it can't be a large-scale Zerg attack. Maybe it's just one or two that sneaked in and happened to be discovered. You have a point. Annie let out a heavy sigh and the other guides nearby felt slightly more at ease. The bunker was safe and soundproof. They couldn't hear the outside world. To prevent the Zerg from pinpointing their location, all signals were also blocked. The guides had lost contact with the outside. The wait felt interminable, each minute and second agonizingly long. It was usually time for dinner after work, but now no one had the heart to think about hunger. The bunker had food, but it was all various types of nutrient fluids and compressed rations with terrifyingly long shelf lives. Su Kuei got hungry on schedule and didn't want to eat those convenient bland items, so she took out her compressed space. It was made into a palm-sized coin purse, seemingly crafted from some animal's fur, fluffy with little curls like a handmade needle felting project, with a puppy face as the overall pattern. The space inside was only 3 cubic meters, and after buying it, Su Kuei had stuffed it with various daily necessities. Now she pulled out an Interstellar-style pineapple bun along with some milk, planning to have a bite. Want some? She asked Annie. Annie shook her head blankly. I can't eat. All right. Su Kuei didn't insist and ate the pineapple bun herself, sipping milk in the vast bunker. Full and satisfied, she even took out a sleeping bag, blanket and small pillow and dozed off briefly. Annie watched her lie down and even tuck herself in. 7 hours later, the door finally opened again. The crisis is over, you may all leave. However, please do not leave the Black Tower's vicinity for the time being. The newcomers were from another team. Su Kuei woke up and packed her things. She had some impression of their uniforms. Was it called the Overlord team? This team's overall strength ranked 3rd in the guild. The captain's spirit beast was a saber-toothed tiger and the vice-captain's was a lion. It was the only team in the guild composed entirely of female sentinels. Su Kuei held a high opinion of them. She spotted a Black Panther spirit beast in the crowd. She wasn't sure if it was Bamy's, but as they were leaving, the Black Panther stealthily hooked her calf with its tail. The furry touch brushed against her calf, tickling slightly. Su Kuei confirmed it and turned to wink at it. Annie let out a huge sigh of relief while Miss Lemming anxiously asked, how are the ordinary people? Are they okay? They're fine. The captain of the Overlord team, Ren, was tall and athletic, her muscular lines visible even through her combat suit, exuding an aura of explosive latent power. She was towering nearly 2 meters tall, capable of crushing their heads with a single punch. Su Kuei looked up at this female sentinel, sincerely exclaiming, so magnificent. The saber-toothed tiger spirit beast, like a small mountain blocking the entrance, brought a sense of security no less than a thick glass door. This enormous cat was remarkably calm, even lazily sitting on the ground licking its paws. At the compliment, its round ears twitched and its molten golden cat eyes narrowed. Its fur was thick and its hooked claws were dark, thick and long. Its movements were languid yet graceful, prompting Su Kuei to step forward involuntarily. I'm sorry to disturb you during work. But ma'am, you are truly beautiful. The great cat looked down at her, then stood up, its oppressive presence washing over them. The guides couldn't help holding their breath. Ren also turned her gaze to her spirit beast. Its paw pads made no sound on the ground. The great cat paced gracefully, swishing its tail, and stepped forward to sniff the top of Su Kuei's head. Its fangs were exposed up close, gleaming coldly. The fur on its neck and chest was within arm's reach, adorned with beautiful stripes, looking incredibly soft and inviting one to bury one's face in it. May I get to know you? My name is Su Kuei.
I'm a grade guide and my spirit beast is a sea anemone.
She extended her hand. The great cat looked down, raised a paw and gently tapped it with restrained force. The paw pad felt rough like a large piece of matte finished chocolate. It lowered its head to sniff again, seeming to like her scent, and licked her twice with its large tongue. Its tongue had barbs, but knowing guides were fragile, the great cat only licked her with the tip. Its head was warm and its breath puffed all over her face.
Nice to meet you.
Sharen's slightly husky voice came from behind her mask. She lifted her gaze and said to the guides, the students participating in the tournament discovered a Zerg in an undeveloped area. It has been captured. We've done a quick sweep and found no trace of a second Zerg for now. We suspect it may have wandered in by mistake. To ensure everyone's safety, please do not go out in the near future. If any other situation arises, we may need to evacuate at any time.
Please stay vigilant and keep your valuables with you. The Overlord team also left 2 members to protect the guides, one of whom was Baimi.
The Black Panther spirit beast with its soft body circled around Sukue's legs.
I'll take you back. You'll all need to stay in the dormitories for now. Miss Lemming pressed urgently. What about the other ordinary people? How are they?
They're fine. It was just one bug, it didn't cause much trouble. Apart from the students who encountered it directly in the tournament and got a scare, there were no other casualties. Once out of the bunker, the Black Tower headquarters turned off the signal jammers and their optical brains could reconnect to the outside. Miss Lemming finally received the message her boyfriend had sent before entering another bunker.
At least everyone's okay.
She clasped her hands tightly.
Can I go see my boyfriend? I'm afraid not.
Baini said residents of Lunzo Star won't regain their freedom until a thorough investigation is complete.
Until then, ordinary people need to stay in the 3rd-level bunkers outside.
There were 3 levels of bunkers, 3rd level numerous with limited weapons and food storage for ordinary people, 2nd level under the Black Tower on each planet well stocked with weapons and food for guides and Black Tower staff, 1st level the highest protection existing only in the central region. Ordinary people still had to stay inside for a while and the guides were limited to the area around the Black Tower.
Unable to return home, they had no choice but to all reside in the dormitory.
The existence of the incubation chamber diluted the kinship among humans, yet they were still social animals, each having their own social circle outside, inevitably feeling concern. Sukue did not see Miss Lei Meng in the air raid shelter of the Black Tower, so she sent a message to inquire but received no reply. She asked other employees at the office and the other party said today is her day off, so she didn't come to work. She must be hiding in the level 3 air raid shelter outside.
Sukue nodded. Okay, thank you.
This time the insect tribe's arrival was strange. She turned back and sent a message to Xia Huan asking how he was. Whether he was injured. Then she timed how long it took him to reply.
8 seconds. Poisonous octopus, I'm fine. I wanted to find you but I lost signal, I just finished cracking it.
Sukue, it's good that you're fine, you don't need to look for me, I'm very safe.
Are you at home now? Have you gone to the air raid shelter? It's a pity we can't go out, we can't see you. Every planet has air raid shelters, this is no secret.
Poisonous octopus, I'm in the air raid shelter, a group of sentinels just came and insisted on taking me away.
Sukue, that's good, it's safe there.
It seems it has nothing to do with him. After all, the Truth Organization is against the Star Alliance, not against humanity. At least when facing the insect tribe, everyone appears to stand in the same camp.
It was already midnight, yet the Black Tower remained brightly lit until the next morning.
All team members on Luan Zoistar had divided their respective areas and thoroughly searched for any traces of the insect tribe. The league organized by the school came equipped with complete medical facilities and medical staff. After immediately halting the outdoor survival training, each student underwent a checkup to ensure there were no issues. The students went to nearby hotels to rest. They thoroughly cleaned themselves up, comfortably preparing to rest. These young students faced live insects for the first time. Although the Star Network had simulated insect combat training and the school had preserved versions of insects for their study, this was the real deal.
It was moving.
This insect that infiltrated Luan Zoistar resembled a combination of a mantis and a spider, and by the time they discovered it, it was already on the brink of death. That insect looks so disgusting.
How could the insect tribe look like this? It doesn't even match the pictures in the textbook.
Excited students couldn't sleep, gathering in 2s and 3s to discuss the insect they had found. It's not in the insect tribe atlas either, those pus-filled sores on it are so smelly they make me want to vomit. I hope there's no virus, don't let it infect us. It's fine, didn't the complete inspection results just say there were no problems?
Relax. I also think there's nothing wrong.
Fortunately your spirit entity was in front just now, Shouse, and release your spirit entity. The outdoor survival project was a team battle among various academies, and this group of members came from the first academy of the Star Alliance. As the top academy of the Star Alliance, it had long dominated the rankings, producing numerous geniuses. Among this year's freshmen there were two class sentinels who awakened upon sleeping, one a mutated mammoth and the other a mutated megalodon.
The mammoth appeared honest and simple, moving and eating slowly.
Its spirit entity master, an 18-year-old class sentinel, also had a face of a kind-hearted person, slightly chubby. The mammoth family he belonged to was also a large family comparable to the crocodile family led by women. Males generally had lower status and were usually driven out of the family after reaching adulthood to develop freely. The chubby one was named Sun Mammoth, with Sen as his single character. Everyone called him Shao Sun. Having been raised by women and used to being bossed around by his sisters and aunties at home, he rarely refused when a female classmate asked him to do something. Scratching his head, he obediently released his spirit entity. A mammoth the size of a small mountain almost instantly filled the hotel room, catching the other students sitting beside him off guard. One jumped up. Shao Sun,
what are you doing?
Another gigantic creature suddenly appeared, a dark blue megalodon shaking its head and tail, opening its large mouth as if to bite the mammoth's head. The megalodon was fierce and combative, its spirit entity master having the same colored tousled hair, highbrow bones and sharp eyebrows, with a mouth full of dense shark teeth, smiling with a seemingly malicious grin that always made people retreat. Yet he liked to smile very much.
Grinning, he struck a slightly showy battle pose. What? Do you want to fight me? I am always ready. No one wants to fight. Shao Sun explained, revealing a shy smile. Nixin, the teacher doesn't allow us to fight privately. Nixin pouted. What's there to be afraid of? Well, deal with it if it happens. The teacher will find out. Well, be punished then.
At the beginning of the school term, this underage megalodon wandered around the campus looking for opponents. Hearing that the mammoth family in the central area had awakened in class sentinel, it inquired and found Shao Sun to challenge him. Shao Sun did not like fighting, he preferred to play with his friends.
However, boys of this age could not withstand provocation, and after the megalodon bit his foot, the mammoth got angry.
The two extremely rare prehistoric beast spirit entities started a fierce fight within the school, with the megalodon crashing through the admissions office's main door, followed closely by the mammoth, which trampled the metal materials used to make the door into fragments. Patrolling robots nearby screamed, but they couldn't stop them. In the end, it was the teacher who rushed over, pinning down the two young fighters and doubling their physical training as punishment. Even as class they couldn't withstand the targeted intense training, the two finally obediently behaved, not fighting again.
However, the main target was still Nixin. Shao Sun was very obedient to the teacher and would not easily provoke a fight without reason. Nixin was more troublesome, being mischievous, combative and full of energy.
Since he enrolled, the robots responsible for combat had been sent for repairs several times.
Unable to fight, he returned to sit down out of boredom.
Before the outdoor survival training, their abilities and communication devices were confiscated. Now he could only chat with his classmates, unable to do anything else, not even play games.
Alright Shao Sun, retrieve your spirit entity. It's a bit too big, it can't fit here.
Do you think our league can continue? It should be fine. That insect has already been taken away, so we can continue exploring our area. I wonder how it will be arranged. After chattering for a while, they finally began to feel fatigued. One by one the students fell asleep. The proportion of females among sentinels was small in this cohort of the first academy. There were only 5, one of whom had a spirit entity that was an owl, a nocturnal creature that didn't require much sleep at night. In the quiet hotel everyone was asleep, but this owl noticed something unusual. The spirit form leaned closer to the other girl sharing the room, its round eyes fixed on her, tilting its head left and right, its tiny mind brimming with immense confusion. Then it turned to gaze at its own physical body. The two girls on the bed wore expressions of unconscious pain and endurance in their deep sleep, as if trapped in an unshakable nightmare, with large patches of skin exposed to the air undergoing drastic metamorphosis. The owl hopped over, picked up the blanket with its beak and poked its head inside to look. The owner of the physical body curled beneath the covers had a layer of feathers quietly spreading over her arm, and her mouth, visible from her side-laying position, had grown noticeably sharper. The owl glanced at her, then lowered its head to stare at its own feathered wings with its large amber eyes. Suddenly it flew up and let out a sharp hoot, finally rousing the two sleeping girls. They rubbed their eyes and looked over, their expressions weary. What's wrong? As they raised their hands and saw the changes, they snapped awake instantly.
What is happening? The lights in the hotel room flickered on one by one.
All the students were jolted awake from their slumber. They lowered their heads to examine their own bodies, their faces shifting to expressions of bewilderment and unease. The teachers and the medical team arrived simultaneously, accompanied by an S-ranked guide responsible for this league and 2 ranked guides. This was Professor Iliochi, who also served at the sanctuary and had been rehired by the First Academy.
At 171 years old this year, he was no longer young even by the standards of humanity in the interstellar era.
It was unlikely he would take another step forward in his lifetime to become the second S-guide in the Star Alliance. This was truly a great pity. When he arrived at the scene, even this seasoned professor was startled. The teams that had directly encountered the Zerg were the First Academy's Charge In and Fight Squad and the Robot Lovers or Super Cool Squad, along with the Second Academy's Beat the First Academy Squad. 3 teams in total, 24 individuals. Now 16 individuals from the 2 First Academy teams were simultaneously exhibiting comparable metamorphic reactions. Upon closer questioning, it was discovered that all the students reported mental fatigue, weakness and intense drowsiness. Xiaosun sat on the bed holding his long trunk in his hands. Beside him Nixin was half asleep, leaning askew on the sofa. With a loud rip, a curved dorsal fin tore through the back of his uniform, pressing a deep indentation into the sofa cushion. He scratched his navy blue hair, shifting uncomfortably. Glancing back, the smooth lines of his back now bore a massive fin, revealing glimpses of pale smooth skin beneath, radiating a chill like seawater. Xiaosun looked at him, grabbed a jacket and tossed it over. Nixin caught it deftly. What for? Xiaosun put it on. There are girls here. Nixin snorted. So what? My impeccable muscle lines should be shown off generously. Despite his words, he still draped the jacket over himself. But a prominent arched bulge still poked out from his back, making him look somewhat like he had kyphosis. Huddled together in a corner, several girls struggling to stay alert were speechless, not even sparing him a glance. Who didn't have muscles? Who cared to look at his? The spirit owl simply twisted its head a full 180 degrees. Nixin, what kind of reaction is that? I am the most handsome and dashing young megalodon of the younger generation. The old professor spoke up. All right, you handsome little megalodon, now go under the scanner and don't move. He and the 2 ranked guide assistants attempted to enter the students' mental landscapes directly, but because the students were complex guides, such deep intrusion would trigger their instinctive rejection and resistance, potentially worsening the metamorphosis, so they had to abandon the idea. Professor, what do you think? What's going on? The teacher looked at the young students, lowering her voice. Is it something wrong with that bug? The inspection report for that bug hasn't come out yet. It should be soon. I'll go urge them again. The results of the students' instrument scans were printed out directly. The guide professor even put on his work assist analysis glasses, his expression turning serious. His spirit form, a wildebeest, paced nearby, occasionally gently nudging the students' spirits in an attempt to soothe them. And Srank's complex guide could perform mass soothing of sentinels. With the professor present, the students did seem somewhat better, at least they stopped yawning frequently. This mental fluctuation value. The ranked guide frowned deeply. Under normal conditions, a sentinel or guide's mental fluctuation value ranged between 60 and 80, but the result just measured was 54. It was common interstellar knowledge that an increase in mental fluctuation value triggered metamorphic reactions. This was the first time encountering such a situation. Nixin was also startled, blurting out, "Am I already dead? Dead people have low mental fluctuation values, right? Don't talk nonsense." The professor chided lightly, telling him to go to the side and not cause trouble. He himself analyzed and compared the results, pointing them out to the 2 assistants and the leading teacher. This is from before bed last night, this is from just now. Look, the instruments detected an indistinct lesion in their brain regions that didn't exist before. I suspect it's related to the drop in mental fluctuation value. Look, the instruments detected an indistinct lesion in their brain regions that didn't exist before. I suspect it's related to the drop in mental fluctuation value. Before the First Academy could formulate a treatment plan, a teacher from the Second Academy rushed over, saying urgently, "Where is Professor Iliochi? Professor, the students have suddenly started metamorphosing. You need to go quickly." Entering the room and seeing the bizarrely transformed First Academy students, the words that came out became, "You guys are like this too." The students sporting trunks, fins or owl wings greeted them politely, the scene resembling some kind of massive mental contamination site. The teacher felt dizzy, the words flashing before her eyes, "This situation is serious." Moreover, as time passed, the originally fatigued students gradually became active, even overly so. Upon retesting, their mental fluctuation values had reached 90 and their spirit forms roamed around uncontrollably, baring their teeth. Nizin's legs had transformed into a fish tail. The crescent-shaped tail was powerful, causing the ground to tremble with each forceful slap. He slapped his tail restlessly, trying to stand up but unsure how to exert force in this form. He twisted around, grabbing the sofa backrest, and opened his mouth filled with fine sharp teeth as if to bite someone. Xiaosun snorted, his short little tail swishing behind him. He lowered his head, staring at the fur beginning to grow on the back of his hands. Both of their spirit forms were released simultaneously, 2 massive entities filling the room. Given their destructive potential, they were taken to other rooms for study. The Star Alliance was no stranger to fighting the Zerg. They had thoroughly studied the Zerg's physical structures, knowing exactly what kind of bugs had what kind of bodies and combat organs. Logically, the inspection report should have been out long ago, but after a long wait, the reply from over there was, "It's different from all known Zerg. Preliminary judgment is that this bug has no attack power but can cause mental infection.
We need more time to study it. The news that the bugs caused mental infection was suppressed on Luenswa*. Externally it was only announced that Luenswa* was under a comprehensive search and that the league was temporarily postponed with the date to be determined. During the morning commute everyone was discussing it. The cafeteria was bustling with noise and excitement. Su-Kuei ate her meal and beside her sat a special bowl of nourishing soup. Nyes had simmered the soup and asked the alligator turtle to deliver it. It contained precious supplements said to heal mental damage when consumed. It tasted slightly bitter. Other sentinels also took time out of their busy schedules to intermittently send supplements, eventually handing them all over to Nyes for processing. To give him time to cook, they even adjusted the team's patrol duties, allocating him significantly more rest time. Eating 3 meals a day like this, Su-Kuei found her face had grown rounder when she looked in the mirror. The ample dietary supplements were indeed effective. The sea anemone and the little fish had grown slightly larger. Annie watched her drink the supplement and sighed seriously. I thought everyone in the entire galaxy knew about guides. We even admired your courage to continue the bond despite knowing the mental damage. So? You didn't know? Su-Kuei replied, no, the school never taught it and the StarNet never mentioned the dangers of bonding. Just like before Fanlon or the earlier rebellions, no one told women about the dangers of childbirth either. Is it because Ida Star is too barren, too remote? Any school in the central sector teaches about sentinels and guides. Miss Lemming took a photo of her boyfriend's food and interjected, actually I can understand. Like Annie, born a guide, surrounded by guide knowledge since childhood. I awakened only as an adult. Before that I knew little about those things and had no time to learn. I was just thinking, how would I survive after graduating from school? I don't even know who my genetic donor is. After awakening I was sent to the Black Tower. It was only through the patient guidance of other guides that I learned. I'm sorry, Su-Kuei. I should have warned you sooner. We weren't close back then and I thought the guide who taught you or the introducer must have explained it clearly. Su-Kuei said, it's fine. This is the result of multiple factors. Annie added, true newcomers always have some strange puzzling questions. I mentored her for a while back then. I remember she asked me a question that left a deep impression. She asked, why can't guides soothe each other? I remember that too. You couldn't answer then and said you needed to check the manual. Annie teased, defended herself, the sanctum never taught that, so I never thought about it. Miss Lemming retorted, I told you being trapped there has stiffened your thinking, but you wouldn't believe it. I do believe it. The sanctum even taught us bonding, but I never did it. Luckily, I was smart. The first time I tried to soothe a sentinel I felt a mental discomfort and stopped on my own. Then I realized everyone tacitly stopped doing it. When the Black Tower took notice they tried to force us to continue but eventually gave up. Su-Kuei finished her breakfast, leaving her plate clean. Her 2 young teachers were too busy to teach her recently, so they sent exercise equipment for her to use at home following the StarNet gymnastics routines. It was somewhat similar to ancient Earth's jump rope or hula hoop, absolutely safe equipment that posed no danger even without supervision. She spent 20 minutes exercising in her dorm every day and noticed her appetite had grown a bit. She also finished the soup, washed the thermos clean and returned it to Nyes whenever she had time. Despite the existence of disposable self-cleaning containers that could be discarded and recycled, he always sent these. Su-Kuei reasonably suspected he was making an excuse to see her. While the machine automatically washed and sterilized the container, Su-Kuei asked, so can guides soothe each other? Yes, Annie nodded, but the effect is minimal. Su-Kuei's eyes flickered and Annie leaned in to whisper, but don't tell anyone. Officially this practice isn't legal. Yes, Annie nodded, but the effect is minimal. Su-Kuei's eyes flickered and Annie leaned in to whisper, but don't tell anyone. Officially this practice isn't legal. And when bonding heat occurs neither party is willing to soothe anyone else. Do you understand? She winked suggestively. I understand. The 3 heads separated again. Annie looked nonchalantly at the surveillance camera. Oh, the food is so good today. Is the robot shaking because it's low on power? Miss Lemming said loudly, if it's out of power throw it in the trash. The cafeteria robot silently stared at them. The Zerg's corpse had been dissected, studied and preserved, but terrifyingly the virus it carried was spreading rapidly across Luenswa*. The specific symptoms were fatigue, a drop in mental fluctuation values followed by a sharp spike and then another drop within a short period. Sentinels experienced severe alienation reactions due to this roller coaster of mental fluctuations, and these repeated swings caused mental damage and a permanent drop in their rank. The first case appeared on Luenswa*, and soon second and third such bugs were discovered on other planets. With heightened vigilance the bugs on other planets were detected and captured by the repaired and reinforced astral net. The moment they appeared, promptly removed and processed before they could spread. Only on Luenswa* the professor was still urgently researching a treatment and had called in 2 other S-class guides for assistance. Su Kuei couldn't see the hallucinatory fish and the phantom jellyfish because the Black Tower was still under lockdown. But finally her lightsaber had arrived. Su Kuei touched the cold hilt, swung it a few times in practice and finally tucked it into her puppy coin purse. She looked at the Sentinel's gear and felt it was still insufficient. Su Kuei touched the cold hilt, swung it a few times in practice and finally tucked it into her puppy coin purse. As it turned out, he had left the very next day after the bug was discovered, taking a private starship back to the central sector, claiming it was for a work report. "You'd better not come back," Su Kuei thought to herself, then went to find the acting director. Using the same method, she controlled him and said, "Everyone in the Black Tower agrees that guide safety is not guaranteed under the Zerg threat. They should have the same right to bear arms as Sentinels. Apply for a lightsaber or an energy gun for every guide." The man went off in a daze. The application was submitted quickly and it was rejected just as fast. The rat even sent a message from the distant central sector scolding the acting director, "Are you crazy? I put you in charge not to lead a rebellion." After being yelled at, the acting director was speechless. Su Kuei scoffed, "TCH. The infection brought by the Zergs could spread through the spiritual body and Luan's star was a one-way trip." At this point Su Kuei was completely convinced that it had nothing to do with Xiao Huan being confined was also driving her restless. After being released from the shelter, the octopus scurried over to her, whining about the poor food and shoving its tentacles in front of Su Kuei, insisting she say it had lost weight. Su Kuei couldn't see any difference at all. She hummed in agreement, "You've really been through a lot." She opened her arms and asked, "Want a hug?" The octopus was thrilled, shyly snuggling up to her, its tentacles clinging tightly to her body, impossible to peel off. Su Kuei genuinely adored these spiritual beings. She cradled the octopus like a child, gently rocking and patting its large head, and soon it fell asleep with its eyes closed. She shared recent events with Xiao Huan, mentioning that she had applied for a lightsaber, her face full of anticipation. "I really look forward to the day I learn to use a lightsaber. It's a pity that energy guns are strictly controlled. Even with a guarantor it's impossible to get one." Xiao Huan asked, "That guarantor, is he your long-term soothing partner?" "Yes, it's him." Xiao Huan pressed his lips together and said nothing. When Su Kuei left, the spiritual being recalled to the spiritual landscape woke up soon after losing the guide's pheromones. Finding the guide gone, it began to throw a tantrum, lashing out everywhere, its tentacles whipping the surrounding furniture like scourges, causing a noisy commotion for a while. It was fortunate he had no neighbors, or there would surely have been complaints. Xiao Huan cast a glance but didn't stop it, curling himself into the sofa right where Su Kuei had sat earlier. Energy gun. Leaving Xiao Huan's home, she took a hovercar to a nearby park. With nothing to do today, she was just wandering around. Ordinarily there weren't many residents on Luan's star, but one could still run into a few. Today, however, it was exceptionally empty. She was the only one in the park. There were fish in the pond and interstellar species. The big ones resembled loaches, the small ones leeches. They were called ornamental fish because they would leap out of the water in pairs, crossing midair to form a heart shape. Throughout history, anything associated with love, regardless of what it was, always became a scenic attraction. Without food to feed the fish, she used her fingers to tease them. She circled her finger on the water's surface and the loaches jumped out in pairs. Su Kuei felt a bit repulsed and moved away to avoid being splashed by these love droplets. The sun was pleasant and the weather on Luan's star was always warm and balmy. She felt drowsy from the sunlight, stretching her legs to soak up as much sun as possible. Gazing at her casual clothes, she couldn't help but think of the guides' uniforms. They looked nice, but who in their right mind wears a sailor-style uniform to a serious job? From afar she heard a rumbling noise, as if some massive creature was charging over. Opening her eyes, she saw Shaggy Elephant. A colossal beast nearly 4 meters tall, covered in long fine black hair with long curved tusks swinging its trunk, its crimson eyes blazing with rage and its rumbling calls echoing far and wide. This behemoth was rampaging and bellowing, clearly in a disturbed state. A mammoth spiritual being, an infected student. Su Kuei held her breath. Without drawing its attention, she moved quietly and swiftly behind a nearby vending machine. Peering out, she took her lightsaber from her pocket. Another loud crash came from behind the mammoth. A large screen playing a robotic lover was shattered and a top predator burst through the debris, its jaws wide, sinking gleaming fangs into the mammoth's rear. The elephant screamed in pain, turning and raising its leg high. Hovu, an eerie, sinister call that usually belonged to the night, sounded in broad daylight. An owl flapped its wings and landed on a building, staring down at the two battling beasts. Was this some kind of mass zoo escape? Su Kuei hid behind the vending machine, refraining from any rash action. The owl's call from the rooftop caught the megalodon's attention. It was determined to knock down everyone equally, so it momentarily abandoned the troublesome mammoth and charged at the owl. A split second before being caught by the gleaming teeth, the owl startled, hooting as it circled in the air, a note of triumphant provocation in its call. It flew up and down, finally landing on top of the vending machine. It even bent down to preen its feathers. The megalodon fixed its gaze on it while the mammoth swung its trunk and stomped toward it. Amidst the chaotic battle, the owl heard Su Kuei's heartbeat. It twisted its head 180 degrees, locking eyes with her. Suddenly seeing her pink hair, the owl fluffed its wings. Su Kuei was quick as lightning, grabbing it by the wing root and yanking it down using the chicken catching technique she'd learned in the countryside. She tucked it under her arm, pinching its beak shut. Quiet. The owl's chest heaved violently as it flapped and struggled. Su Kuei softened her grip, smoothing down its ruffled feathers, and whispered close to its ear, "Good baby, just be still and keep quiet. Smell this. Do you like this guide pheromone?" The owl, its beak still pinched, was brought close to her neck and its struggles gradually weakened. "Good boy, you're the best little owl baby in the world." It liked the scent, slowly calming down and nestling motionless in her arms. "Good, that was nice." She could feel its warm, soft chest in her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Oh." A female student who had been trying to locate her spiritual being and call it back suddenly flushed. Professor Iliochi adjusted his glasses. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No," the girl said, "I can sense my spiritual being. It's not far away and there seems to be a guide nearby." She sniffed as if she could actually smell it. "The guide pheromone smells wonderful." The lower half of her face had transformed into a sharp bird's beak, making her speech sound odd. The others listened carefully and followed the direction she pointed. The spiritual beings that had been undergoing treatment were uncooperative due to their high fluctuation values, and in a fit of irritable impulse they had broken through the doors and escaped. Nixin and Shaosun now had a fish tail and an elephant leg respectively and hadn't yet learned to control their newly grown limbs. So they sent out the girl, who despite having wings still had human legs, to sense the direction of the spiritual beings. Actually, there wasn't much need for sensing. Following the trail of destruction, and given the enormous size of the two creatures, they were easily found. They were locked in a fierce battle, their crimson eyes filled with aggression. Reasoning with them was out of the question, so the professor released his own spiritual being. Also, these tender green sprouts were no match for the seasoned professor. In the midst of their fight, the mammoth and the megalodon were caught off guard and flipped over by a well-timed charge from a wildebeest. The mammoth was too large. Once on the ground, it struggled to get up. The megalodon rolled its eyes belly up like a fat fish about to be slaughtered in a market. With the two most troublesome subdued, there was still the owl. The wildebeest stood still, scanning its surroundings with the eyes on the sides of its head. "Good morning, everyone. Are you looking for this?" The ones who had run out to retrieve the spiritual entity included not only the professors and teachers but also the water vane, who was in the midst of treatment. With his melancholy and tranquil purple-haired hair, this class male guide possessed a pair of soulful eyes, his brows perpetually tinged with compassion and pity. Hearing the voice, they all turned to look behind the vending machine. The owl girl's gaze was first drawn to the various robot lover merchandise inside the vending machine. Her eyes lingered on the colorful glass pane for a few seconds before shifting away to look at her own spiritual entity. The owl that had just been unwilling to cooperate with treatment and was flying wildly around the room was now quietly held in someone's arms. A pair of hands supported its plump body, its two bird claws dangled limply, and it turned its head in the embrace, its round large eyes staring at its owner with no intention of returning. The person holding it. The girl looked up. She first noticed a hint of silver between the collarbones, and the pink hair made her involuntarily guess the other's spiritual entity. Being able to touch a Sentinel's spiritual entity like this, making it obedient along with the delicious guide pheromones she could sense synchronously, this was undoubtedly a guide. Her eyes were also pink. Against the backlight, her pupils seemed to harbor and precipitate deeper colors. She curved her lips into a friendly smile at them, her voice soft and harmless. "I was just resting here and happened to run into it. Is this your spiritual entity?" Those magnificent dreamlike eyes fell upon the girl. Without showing excessive surprise or aversion to her degree of aberration, he stepped forward to hand over the owl. The girl reached out to take it, and seeing the painted pattern on the inside of her wrist, a beautiful flower spreading its veins, she found it familiar. "It's sunflower. The protected plant of planet B11. I saw it in a textbook." Su Kuei smiled. "Yes." The girl felt embarrassed. As her hand touched her spiritual entity, the owl suddenly began to struggle, flapping its wings wildly in refusal. It turned its head and burrowed into Su Kuei's arms, making a coquettish cooing sound, its claws kicking and scrambling. The girl was speechless. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, her own spiritual entity refusing to leave the embrace of another girl, rubbing against her chest like a rogue, its beak brushing past her collarbone several times. She felt a bit awkward and at a loss. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not that kind of person. Come back here." The owl turned its head and glared coo. "It's okay," Su Kuei said good-naturedly. "Many spiritual entities like my guide pheromones. I don't mind." She stroked the owl's round head. "Besides, it's not heavy at all. I'm happy to hold it."
The owl half closed its eyes and rubbed vigorously against the back of her neck. This lecherous intoxicated look made the girl cover her face. Professor Iliochi observed this interaction. The spiritual fluctuation value was too high, making the Sentinel's spiritual entity extremely aggressive. Before it ran out, the previously quiet owl had even tried to provoke a megalodon, escaping from its jaws several times. Even under the calming suppression of the horned horse it could barely behave, but it still occasionally pulled small tricks like taking the chance to peck at it. "Hello, I am Iliochi, a guide professor at the First Academy." Su Kuei freed one hand. "Hello, Professor. I've admired you for a long time. You are my idol." Professor Iliochi was refined, amiable, and magnanimous. With Kwanzakai locked in seclusion and Huanya Watervein too young, he was the backbone supporting the guides. He was an outstanding researcher, a highly respected old professor. But he paid little attention to the outside world, immersing himself entirely in his work, making him unsuitable as a leader. He didn't care much about external attention either, only asking with a chuckle, "You know me? No guide wouldn't know." Su Kuei shook his hand, feeling the warmth and traces of age of an elder. The professor nodded, not thinking to introduce the others, his mind entirely on her and the owl. "How did you make it obey? Can you tell me in detail?" Su Kuei nodded at the others before answering, "There's no special method. It's probably because of my guide pheromones." Everyone's gaze fell on the back of her neck. This look was somewhat impolite, so they quickly looked away. "What grade of guide are you? What is your spiritual entity?" "Grade spiritual entity C anemone." "Grade." The professor fell into thought. Watervein looked at her. "There's a pure type guide on planet Luanzua with a spiritual entity of C anemone. Is that you?" "Professor Iliochi, pure type." Watervein nodded. His voice was elegant and magnificent, his speech slow like a phantom jellyfish drifting with the deep-sea currents. "I heard news not long ago. It was said she was originally grade, but later it was discovered that the testing equipment was faulty. The central region then overhauled all the testing instruments." Su Kuei looked into the senior guide's eyes. With his drooping eyelids and long lashes, even when he was just looking at the vending machine beside him, it radiated an inexplicable depth of affection. That colorful vending machine seemed under his gaze like a treasure he had lost and found again, a lover he had been with for decades through thick and thin. Many girls among the guides and ordinary people adored him. Miss Limang was one of Watervein's fans. She would always press her hand to her heart and say how pitiable this guide's looks were, how much she wanted to make him cry. To make him weep like a pear blossom in the rain, his lips trembling as he begged his lover not to leave, and so on. The last time he gave a lecture, Miss Limang missed it and was very regretful. Su Kuei noticed that the background of her light brain screen was neither herself nor her boyfriend but a profile of this senior. Miss Limang also mentioned that like-minded fans had given him a nickname, the galaxy's most devoted lover. When Su Kuei heard that, she spat out a mouthful of water. Now meeting the affectionate gaze of this galaxy's most devoted lover, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Watervein. This reaction was also a first for him. Uncertainly he adjusted his clothes, confirming there was nothing about his appearance that could provoke laughter, and then touched his face. Su Kuei tried hard to forget the solemn oath-like expression on Miss Limang's face when she had earnestly recited that title, but laughter still seeped into her eyes. "Sorry, I just thought of something happy. It's just that I'm too excited to see you. You're also my idol." Watervein. "It's fine." He felt that this junior guide's gaze at him was a bit strange, so he would actively avoid her eyes. Su Kuei mentally crossed out the image in her head with a big X and politely asked if she could have an autograph. Watervein was easygoing and immediately signed one for her. Su Kuei took a photo and sent it to Miss Limang, and as expected received her excited screams in return. She typed rapidly, inquiring if Shueimai was as attractive in person as in the videos. Su Kuei replied affirmatively, "He is indeed flawless. May I extract some of your guide pheromones?" The old professor's attention was entirely absorbed by his research. Su Kuei hesitated. "I would be happy to help. However, I am currently employed by the Black Tower. My contract stipulates that as a guide of the Black Tower my guide pheromones are exclusively licensed to them. During the contract period I am prohibited from selling or using my pheromones on any platform not affiliated with the Black Tower. Not only that, but the contract also forbids Black Tower guides from taking on private work." But what of it? She had done so anyway. Unless the Black Tower wished to sever ties with her, they would have no choice but to turn a blind eye. Professor Iliochi frowned. "When did the Black Tower establish this rule?" Shueimai glanced at him and said it was implemented over a decade ago. "You have been deeply engrossed in academia, so it's understandable you wouldn't know. Have someone communicate with them." The professor instructed his assistant, then said to Su Kuei that should suffice. "Child, come with us for now. Let the Black Tower put your work on hold." "Is that agreeable?" Of course it was.
This was precisely Su Kuei's intention. Otherwise, why would she have ventured to such a remote place to bask in the sun and feed the fish on her day off? Having learned that the professor and his team were in this very lab, she had come specifically to try her luck. As luck would have it, the opportunity fell right into her lap. Su Kuei nodded, her smile widening as she lowered her head to nuzzle the owl's raised ear tufts. It cooed from its throat, tilting its head to gaze at her with round amber eyes. The winged girl shuffled over hesitantly. Sister. May I call you sister? Su Kuei turned her head. Of course. You're still a student, aren't you? I'm a few years older. I'm 18 this year. Su Kuei, that makes me 4 years older. Sister. The underage girl edged closer as if inadvertently. You smell wonderful. She flapped her wings involuntarily. Su Kuei chuckled and gave her a playful wink. Thank you for the compliment. The girl's face flushed crimson as she clutched her chest. The professor was now using the Luanzhua Star Laboratory. All infected students had been brought here, while those yet to show symptoms remained under observation at the hotel. The spirit beasts had escaped from the mental landscape and were running wild, their owners unable to recall them. The professor had no choice but to order a forklift to bind the two fallen spirit beasts and haul them away. The megalodon gnashed its teeth and thrashed violently, never ceasing its furious struggles throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the lab, Su Kuei saw the door they had smashed and trampled. Robots were urgently installing a new, sturdier one. Going further in, she saw the owners of the two spirit beasts. To prevent rampages, both had been fitted with suppressors and confined to separate small rooms. They turned their heads simultaneously at the sound. The dark blue-haired youth Nixin immediately began to shout, I'm not sick. Let me out, I don't want to wear this dog collar. Hey, who's this? His mouth was full of sharp teeth and his crescent-shaped fishtail slapped the floor forcefully as he tried to hop up against the wall. Beside him, Shaosun was more heavily mutated, with an elephant's trunk ears and curved thick tusks protruding. This made his movements somewhat awkward as his overly long tusks kept inadvertently striking the walls or instruments. He also looked at the unfamiliar Su Kuei, raising his trunk to say, I've seen you before that day at the docking port. Nixin, wait, what? How come I don't know about this? Shaosun explained, on the day we first arrived at Luanzhua Star, when we were disembarking from the starship, I saw this sister. He gave Su Kuei a shy smile. I had never seen such beautiful colors, so it left a deep impression. Su Kuei had no such memory. She only recalled that there had been many students that day and she had been looking forward to her task. Apart from them and the owl girl, 2 other students from the second academy had high spiritual fluctuation values due to the infection. However, since the 2 academies were rivals and the youths were hot-tempered, they were kept in the next room to prevent further conflicts. The extraction of guide pheromones was swift. Professor Iliochi took the sample for analysis and testing. With his assistant present, Shueimai did not go to help. Like a kind senior, he asked Su Kuei if she would like to visit the next room. Don't worry, you won't be infected. The antidote has already been developed, it's just that the spiritual fluctuation levels are proving difficult to lower. All right. Thank you for your trouble, senior. Su Kuei rose and quietly followed him out of the room. The cold metal walls of the lab reflected their figures. Su Kuei lagged half a step behind and said, I was fortunate enough to attend your lecture with Senior Huanya last time. It was brilliant and very enlightening. May I ask where Senior Huanya is? She is resting. Shueimai sported a trendy mullet, his purplered hair as smooth as silk. He walked slowly, speaking as he went, his voice echoing briefly in the empty corridor. Her spirit beast suffered some damage after attacking the Zerg. Originally she didn't need to come. But the matter was of grave importance and the victims were top-tier combatants the Star Alliance had painstakingly cultivated. They could not be allowed to come to harm. Facial recognition succeeded and the automatic door opened. Inside the room were 2 more youths. However, their spirit beasts had not had the chance to escape or cause destruction before both they and their owners were fitted with suppressors. They are students from the second academy. Their spirit beasts are a mutated swan and a mutated polar bear. Before he could finish the introduction, the 2 animals inside bared their ferocity. Standing on an instrument with wings spread and head held high, the black swan was noble and aloof. It looked down upon the entering humans, emitting a low, displeased sound. The polar bear lying on the ice cubes prepared by the lab poked its head out and roared with its mouth wide open. The 2 mutated students from the second academy were already unrecognizable in their original forms. Glossy black feathers covered most of their bodies, their slender necks curved elegantly, and beneath their crimson eyes their mouths had been replaced by bright red beaks. Their midsections remained those of normal youths, but below they had transformed into spindly bird legs with black webbed feet. It was a peculiar case of mutation segmented into 3 parts. He sat with his legs crossed, holding a book to read. It was a profound theoretical research text provided by the lab, and he had already flipped through a third of it. The owner of the polar bear spirit beast was eating fish.
His lower body was normal but his head had become that of a snowy white bear. Clearly still a juvenile, his fur was glossy as if dusted with a layer of frosting. His eyes were bright, his nose black and heart-shaped. He opened his mouth wide to devour small fish, pouring the entire plate of golden crispy fried fish into his mouth, crunching them with a crisp brittle sound. The air was filled with the aroma of fried fish. They have the highest fluctuation values, and the other students who came into contact with the Zerg have also shown varying degrees of aberration reactions in other rooms.
Can I take a look at that Zerg? Su Kuei asked. Shuei Mai shook his head. Not now, it's still under dissection for research.
All right. This new breed of Zerg capable of infecting spiritual entities heralds the arrival of the Queen.
It celebrates her coming by infecting the Star Alliance humans.
News of the Queen's birth flooded every corner. The Star Alliance's headlines these days were dominated by the Zerg, with only a few other stories interspersed. For instance, the Sentinel, who served as both producer and director, having excessively adapted the deeds of a Guide predecessor, confessed after drinking that he had accepted a large transfer payment to vilify the Guide incident. Though it seemed insignificant under the Queen's radiance, it still drew the Star Alliance's attention. In the laboratory, the professor was bustling about, having just extracted Su Kuei's Guide pheromones and injected them into Xiaosun, observing and recording his reactions. Su Kuei didn't rush to leave, she watched from the side. News alerts kept pushing on her optical brain. She tapped to open it and saw these two pieces of news. The Zerg Queen held absolute control and dominion. Her spiritual field covered all Zerg, and each year after mating with high-ranking royal Zerg she birthed nearly 10,000 offspring, up to 100,000. The Zerg personally nurtured by the Queen possessed higher intelligence. Among the Zerg, some lower-tier ones would instinctively reproduce in spring, but their offspring were generally low-tier as well.
The numbers were overwhelming, especially now when reproduction in the Star Alliance was challenging.
Thus the Star Alliance was eager to increase its population. Besides the inability of guides to soothe one another, there were also rules against bonding between the same gender. Exceptions were rare, such as the case of Baimi previously.
The government had even enacted policies requiring every Star Alliance resident to provide their genes to the gestation pods or face imprisonment.
If the gene combination produced a child who was a Sentinel or Guide, the gene providers received substantial rewards. However, this law was abolished after only 5 months of implementation. The experts who proposed it could never understand why humans, even with gestation pods, were still unwilling to have offspring. It squeezed in with its wings folded, tilting its head to rub against Su Kuei's cheek.
Why are you here?
She hadn't seen Fengji earlier. She had heard he was still on patrol. Something brushed against her arm. She turned her head to see a long trunk reaching out, gently touching her arm. Xiaosun, injected with high-purity Guide pheromones, looked at her, scratched his head in a simple manner, and walked over.
Sister, hello. My name is Sen Mammoth, you can call me Xiaosun.
Interstellar humans all boasted perfect physiques, few were slightly plump. Xiaosun had a chubby face, soft cheeks with baby fat, and a kind, honest demeanor that made it hard to dislike him.
Hello, Xiaosun. I'm Su Kuei.
Su Kuei extended her hand. The boy's palm was also soft, and due to his young age he only dared to touch her fingertips, unlike adult men who would grip tightly or attempt to kiss the back of her hand. Su Kuei disliked having her hand entirely enveloped and grasped. Xiaosun's light, fleeting touch that broke off instantly brought her comfort instead. The way he looked at her wasn't as a guide who could soothe him, his gaze was purely curious, as if he simply liked the color of her hair.
Do you like my hair?
Su Kuei tilted her head, letting her pink strands fall further toward Xiaosun. I do, Xiaosun said shyly. There are many female elders in my family, and their spiritual entities are all mammoths.
I've never seen a spiritual entity of your color, sister, nor have the school textbooks mentioned a sea anemone spiritual entity.
The women of the mammoth family were strong and fierce, though they were generally lenient toward the younger generation. Their mountain-like stature still inspired awe.
Su Kuei rested her chin on her hand.
If we're talking about rarity, Senior Huanya's colorful hallucinogenic fish is even more uncommon.
Xiaosun said, I'm a bit afraid of that Senior Huanya.
Why? She's not frightening.
It's because of me. Whenever I see that senior I get a bit dizzy.
Ha! Dizzy. Xiaosun struggled to describe it. It's like looking at a constantly spinning kaleidoscope, the same feeling I get when riding a starship.
Do you get dizzy on starships?
Yes. Ever since I was little, riding starships makes me dizzy. I've drunk many potions but nothing works. The doctor says it's psychological and needs to be overcome slowly. So I always sleep on starships.
Last time I just woke up and came down, saw you, and thought I was dreaming.
Hey.
What are you two talking about? Chat with me too.
Let me tell you about my epic battle with the Zerg. 300 rounds of fierce combat. Nixan finally tamed his fishtail. He hopped away from the seat, but in his lack of skill, after 2 hops his tail slipped and flailed wildly, sending him charging forward.
Move aside.
Sukue dodged, but Xiaosun was quicker. He grabbed the back of the chair with Sukue still sitting in it and lifted the whole thing while his spiritual entity, a mammoth, wrapped its trunk around Nixian's waist, catching him just before he hit the ground headfirst. Hanging upside down on the trunk, swaying like a salted fish drying in the sun, Nixian said, "Shark cannon, launch failed." "Sister, did I scare you?" Xiaosun set the stool back in place. Sukue patted her chest. "No, you were very quick." Xiaosun smiled and the mammoth set Nixian down on the nearest chair. "Be careful, don't hurt sister." "I know." Nixian patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, pink sister, with me around you'll never be in danger." "Do you know how many types of spiritual entity sharks there are?" Sukue honestly shook her head. "No, do you?" "Of course I do. 401 types." Xiaosun seemed to know what he was about to say and let out a barely perceptible sigh. Nixian lowered his voice mysteriously. "Do you know how many variant megalodons there are?" Xiaosun said, "Only you." He met Sukue's gaze and shrugged helplessly. This guy always likes to show off like this when he meets new friends. Ignoring his words, Nixian raised his arm and shouted, "That's right, only me. I am the one and only great shark. I am the rare genius. My birth is destined to utterly annihilate the Zerg. Like a real man fight." This underage little shark was passionate and spitting everywhere, and in his fervor he forgot he now had a fishtail. When he stood up, he stumbled and fell flat on his face with a thud. The metal floor of the lab was mirror smooth and its hardness was evident. Both Sukue and Xiaosun were startled. "Are you okay?" The impact was solid. Even a thick-skinned megalodon's nose ached, tears welling in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, "It doesn't hurt at all. Real men don't complain about pain." Sukue thought, "But your tears are about to fall." To protect this real man's pride, Sukue and Xiaosun said nothing. The commotion caught the old professor's attention. He thought another riot had started. Without a second word, he directly injected the newly synthesized sample with high-purity guide factor. The vial of guide factor extracted by Sukue was divided into 3 portions, with 2 portions given to them. Watching a part of himself being pushed into the bodies of the other 2, he felt a peculiar sensation. It was completely normal for students like them to have unstable mental fluctuations. Generally, they could recover on their own without needing a guide's intervention. So this was the first time he and Xiaosun had injected the guide factor in their lives. After the needle was withdrawn, Nixian was still covering the spot where he was pricked, staring blankly at Sukue. After a while, as the guide factor took effect, he clearly felt relaxed and comfortable, murmuring, "How amazing. Do you feel anything special?" Nixian struggled to describe it while Xiaosun said, "It's hard to put into words. This is our first time receiving guide factor. Extracting this must harm your body, right? I have a guide at home, but she's quite old and hasn't extracted guide factor for a long time." Nixian had no family and didn't understand guides. He had only heard about them in class. He curiously asked, "Can it be harmful?" "If done too frequently, yes." "Sister, I'm already feeling much better. I don't need reassurance. With time I'll be fine. I'll talk to the professor about it." Nixian suddenly realized and immediately called his assistant. "Quick. Someone come." He startled the assistant, who thought he was having a rejection reaction, and hurried over to ask, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Get the guide factor you just injected out of me. If he can heal himself, I can too. Come on." "I'm not afraid of pain." The assistant remained speechless, wanting to say something but ultimately finding no suitable words, and turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going? How unprofessional." "Then sister, you do it." He displayed his biceps through his clothing, solemnly stating, "A real man doesn't need a sister's sacrifice." Sukue couldn't help but laugh. The young ones were so innocent, unlike mature men who harbored many schemes. "No Sentinel has said such things before you. That's because they are incapable." Nixian replied disdainfully. Xiaosun added, "My sisters at home have also said such things. They often teach me not to take others' sacrifices for granted." "You are all good kids." Upon saying this, Sukue felt inexplicably older by a few years, even though she was still very young. Xiaosun's trunk curled and a gentle breeze wafted from his fan-like ears. "Of course." The great white shark graciously accepted the praise and confidently declared, "A protagonist hero must be well-rounded in virtue, wisdom, physical ability, beauty, and labor. This is what my mentor taught me. My grades are excellent." The young man's face was full of youthful vigor, and Sukue noticed a small mole at the root of Nixian's lower eyelashes, adding a touch of liveliness. "This is what my mentor taught me. My grades are excellent." The young man's face was full of youthful vigor, and Sukue noticed a small mole at the root of Nix. "Not really. When I was younger, the elders at home would have me serve tea and water, but as I grew older, that stopped. Now I mostly accompany them for exercise or fetch balls they throw during playtime." Nixian remarked, "I told you he has too soft a temperament.
Also, your team name sounds utterly unheroic. That's because they are all my family. I wouldn't act this way outside. The team name isn't important. In my team there are a few girls who like robot lovers, so we voted to name it Robot Lovers or Super Cool. These are just trivial matters. I pay attention to maintaining social distance with my classmates. I wouldn't serve water to the opposite sex for no reason. The only time I've served water at school was for the teachers. Nixin scratched the scales on his tail and raised his eyelids to reveal his dark blue pupils. Why are you talking so oddly today? Who asked you about this? Xiaoxin closed his mouth. Su Kuei said thank you, I was just feeling thirsty. After she took a sip, Xiaoxin used his trunk to refill her cup, saying the temperature in the laboratory is generally low. Are you feeling cold? Not at all. Holding the water feels warm. Nixin glanced at them, the shark looking confused. He also felt a bit thirsty and said, pour me a cup too, thank you. Xiaoxin looked up, the cup is right there, you can reach it. Nixin was puzzled, thinking that his opponent and classmate was a bit strange, but he wasn't foolish and quickly figured it out. After Su Kuei left, Nixin looked at Xiaoxin in surprise. You, our school doesn't allow early relationships. When did this start for you? I didn't notice at all. Xiaoxin replied, when we were at the harbor. Nixin exclaimed, huh? He tried to recall, only remembering how he couldn't wait to show off and wanted to win the championship in the league, ignoring everything else. You're making me look foolish. He mumbled, then ran over to try walking with his tail again. Even without legs I will defeat everyone with my tail. With a grand gesture, Nixin pointed to the next room, revealing a charmingly mischievous smile he thought was impressive. Whatever swan or little bear is waiting to be knocked down by me. In the next room the little bear said achoo. The little bear rubbed his nose and said to his serious-looking companion Lian, there are only the two of us here, you can sneeze without holding it in. I won't tell anyone. I'm not going to sneeze. The elegant black swan replied. The little bear glanced at him. Oh. All right. Including Su Kuei, there are currently 4 pure-type guides in the Star Alliance. The other 3 each have their own characteristics. One generates bonding heat during work and has already married and had children with a Sentinel. Another detests and rejects Sentinels, unwilling to provide any reassurance, and the third is kind-hearted and loving, never refusing requests for reassurance, currently employed at the Central Sanctum, well-loved by the people. Su Kuei felt she shared some similarities with the third guide. She had looked up videos and information about her on the Star Network, discovering that this guide colleague might truly be selfless. Research experiments have proven that the guide factor from pure-type guides can completely cure the elevated mental fluctuations caused by insectoid infections, but Su Kuei alone cannot supply enough for so many Sentinels, especially since these students are not low in rank. Thus she applied for additional support from pure-type guides. The second guide refused outright. The first guide hesitated before replying that she could mail some guide factor as she could not go herself because her Sentinel and child needed her care, and the third guide came over without hesitation. Su Kuei admired those who are selflessly dedicated, as she herself could not do so. What she is currently thinking about is solely about leveling up. This world is not easy to live a stable and happy life. She must first seize the power of speech. Su Kuei accepted the professor's invitation and came to the lab to assist with the treatment. Her work at the Black Tower was put on hold. Given the inconvenience of commuting back and forth, she decided to move temporarily into the lab's dormitory building. When her friends heard she was coming here to help treat the infected students, they all expressed their concerns. Annie asked, what if you get infected too? Maybe you shouldn't go. Even though it's the professor's invitation, you can still refuse. Professor Iliochi doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be so overbearing. No, I want. There are blocking drugs. The infection is already under control and is no longer contagious. Miss Lemming nodded. If there's a guarantee, I think you should still go. Getting on good terms with a senior's class guide can only benefit you. Su Kuei thought the same. She bid farewell to her 2 friends who still had work to do, then went to give the water vein signature to Miss Lei Meng, receiving a delighted hug in return. Besides them, some Sentinels also came to visit. Xia Huan, however, had been very quiet lately. His spirit animal hadn't come out clamoring to see her, and she wondered what mischief he was up to. Perhaps the investigation into the producer's bribery had reached their organization. Su Kuei had initially suspected it might be someone from the Truth Organization, but it seems Xia Huan was unaware. If he knew, he wouldn't have been so eager to help her locate the target. It would be like hitting himself. Su Kuei let out a silent chuckle. She packed her personal items, checked the expiration dates of the food in her puppy-shaped coin purse, and finally fished the shell out of the fishbowl before setting off. The shell's surface was dripping wet. Su Kuei wiped it dry with a tissue as she sat in the hovercar. Through the window she glimpsed a creature gliding in the distance. With a long screech, a hawk with dark brown feathers flew closer and closer, its sharp eyes locking onto Su Kuei inside the hovercar. Detecting bird ahead. Initiating automatic avoidance. The hovercar swerved, causing the incoming hawk to miss its target. It circled twice. Sukuei deactivated the automatic avoidance mode and the hawk landed on the car roof. Opening the sunroof, Sukuei looked up and met the hawk's gaze. Guessing you are. The hawk seemed displeased. A silver chain glittered among the feathers on its chest and its talons were adorned with several rings, one of which, a massive ruby ring, was particularly conspicuous. That flashy appearance. Fengji, Sukuei said. The hawk leaped down through the sunroof, landing with a heavy thud that shook the entire hovercar. It squeezed in with its wings folded, tilting its head to rub against Sukuei's cheek. Why are you here? She hadn't seen Fengji earlier. She'd heard he was still on patrol. Had his spirit animal sneaked out, or had he deliberately released it while slacking off at work? Sukuei stroked the hawk's head. It lowered its head, revealing a small box clutched in its talons. Its sharp beak pried open the box and it held it up for her to see. Inside lay a bracelet encrusted with red gemstones exuding a vintage opulence. This is. The hawk shoved the box into her arms, forcing Sukuei to catch it. Then it used its beak to rummage further, pulling out a folded slip of paper from beneath the velvet lining under the rings. Sukuei opened it and saw what appeared to be Fengji's handwriting. A small gift. No other meaning. You can also wear it on your ankle. After reading it, she smiled and asked the expectant hawk, "You didn't take this from some museum, did you?" The hawk screeched, gesturing insistently at something. Of course Sukuei couldn't understand hawk language. Seeing its furry legs fidgeting anxiously, she guessed wildly, "Did you really take it from a museum? Are you telling me to run? Before the interstellar police show up?" The hawk seemed enraged by her words and suddenly lunged at her with a fierce peck. Sukuei instinctively reached for her lightsaber, but the hawk's hooked beak never touched her. The bracelet activated automatically. A red film of light formed in front of her, created by the projection of the gemstones. The hawk was blocked by the film and all its attacks only struck the highly resilient energy barrier. A shield capable of storing energy to block attacks, this bracelet must have been incredibly valuable. Sukuei withdrew her hand from the lightsaber, acting as if nothing had happened. She tried to deactivate the bracelet's energy, finally retracting the film, and thanked the hawk. The hawk was delighted, stamping its talons on the ground twice. The hovercar swayed again. Are you in a hurry to go back? If not, would you like to come with me? Sukuei returned to her seat and patted the spot beside her. The hawk naturally forgot its owner's instruction to return early. It stepped on its talons, imitating Sukuei, and plopped down onto the seat next to her. Sukuei leaned her head against the hawk's pressing clothes and slipped her hand under its wing to stroke the exceptionally soft and warm down feathers. The hawk remained perfectly still, its chest heaving slightly. The hovercar couldn't approach the research lab and stopped at the main gate. Sukuei got out and waved goodbye to the hawk. She was already wearing the bracelet, its red luster swaying with the movement of her arm. The hawk took off, landing on a nearby tree, its gaze fixed on the receding speck of red. It stayed until the figure vanished completely, then let out another screech before finally flying away. After moving into the research lab and undergoing a routine full-body examination and disinfection, Sukuei was settling into her chosen dormitory when an assistant came looking for her. He said 2 students from the second academy were losing control and couldn't wait for other pure-type guides. They had to use her guide pheromones first. Of course you can use my pheromones for them. After all, I agreed to come here to help treat these students. But before that, shouldn't we discuss the specifics first? Sukuei arranged her daily necessities unhurriedly as she spoke. For instance, the frequency of pheromone extraction and the compensation you'll receive here once my work is done. Of course I'm not asking for contribution points or star coins. The assistant was anxious. What do you want then? We can talk about this later. Clarifying things in advance is good for both of us. The assistant frowned. Sukuei changed her tone. But I trust Professor Iluki's character. I'm sure the team he leads won't shortchange their juniors. Let's go. As they went downstairs, the assistant kept looking at her. Sukuei asked, "What's wrong?" The assistant replied, "Don't worry, the professor is a good person. As long as your requests aren't excessive, he'll agree. Sorry I was a bit impatient earlier, but the students really can't afford any more delays." Sukuei asked teasingly, "How good? If I asked him to suspend all his experiments and take over managing the sanctuary, would the professor agree to that too?" The assistant gave a dry laugh. "Stop joking." Today Sukuei was wearing her black tower uniform, a blazer and skirt paired with leather shoes. She asked, "What do you think? Do I look good in this?" The assistant, though puzzled, answered honestly, "You look good." Sukuei said, "I plan to wear this or even shorter skirts around the lab from now on. Do you think the professor would agree?"
She didn't say it, but in truth her assistant hadn't even noticed what she was wearing that day. They were so engrossed in their work following the professor that they barely registered any changes in the outside world. It wasn't until Su Kuei spoke that he noticed the impropriety. He stopped and said, perhaps you should go back and change. I'll wait for you here. Or I could get you a new lab coat from the research facility. Hearing this, Su Kuei merely laughed. No, I want to wear this. She strode forward and the assistant hurried after her. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I understand your desire to look good, but this outfit is highly inconvenient. Besides, there are underage students here. What's inappropriate about it? Su Kuei retorted, this is the standard uniform of the Black Tower sanctioned by the Sanctum. Are you questioning the Black Tower and the Sanctum? The assistant was left speechless. Consequently, he found it hard to concentrate, his mind wandering repeatedly. He opened his mouth to speak several times but held back, even casting sidelong glances at Su Kuei during the experiment. She paraded around in that outfit right under the professor's nose and in front of the students. The owl girl sidled up to her blushing and said, sister, your legs are so straight. Aren't you cold? Su Kuei patted her head. I am cold. Then why don't you wear more? Su Kuei just smiled and said nothing. Nixin paid no attention, he hadn't even noticed Su Kuei's arrival. He was in the lab performing a shark impression, running, flipping and jumping, working up a sweat. Shaosun walked over with the jacket and handed it to her. Thanks, but I don't need it right now. The assistant's lack of focus caught the professor's attention. What are you looking at? In his experimental state, the professor was stern and serious. Frowning, he followed the assistant's gaze to Su Kuei, his eyes naturally falling on her legs. The elderly tolerant professor said nothing. He had someone prepare a proper lab uniform for her. But Su Kuei didn't wear it. She continued to roam the lab daily in her uniform skirt, distracting his assistant from his work. So the professor approached Su Kuei and subtly told her that the lab was cold and she should dress more warmly to avoid getting sick. Su Kuei laughed. What do you think I'm wearing? This is the work uniform the Black Tower gave us. A work uniform? The professor was puzzled. I don't recall it looking like this. Shui Mai, who had been silent all this while, explained, you're thinking of the old one. This is how it is now. He sighed softly. Many things have changed. The professor adjusted his glasses and looked at Su Kuei. Child, is this what you're after? Yes. Su Kuei lifted the hem of her skirt. If you find this perfectly appropriate, then consider I said nothing. With all due respect, besides the current steward, you are the most senior class guide. Many guides look up to you. You are not obligated to do anything for the guides, but at least please go out and see the plight of these younger ones. You are a professor of the Star Alliance, but you are also one of the guides. No one expected her to be so direct, not even bothering to beat around the bush. The assistant was stunned, fearing the professor's anger. However, the professor did not get angry. He even asked, what if I didn't react? Or if I flew into a rage and kicked you out, what would you do? If you didn't react, I would have this skirt cut even shorter tomorrow. As for kicking me out. Su Kuei smiled. Impossible. You need my guide essence. But you are not indispensable. The professor said meaningfully, another pure-type guide is on her way. I will make myself indispensable to you. Whether by making these students dependent on me or other methods. Besides, how do you know that other guide won't cooperate with me? The professor let out two hearty laughs, then a deep sigh. I understand. I will make a statement on this matter. Say whatever else you need to say and stop threatening me in roundabout ways. I'm not threatening you, Su Kuei said. If I had the power, I wouldn't be standing here in a skirt today. Rest assured, by this afternoon you won't have to see this outfit anymore. Su Kuei was true to her word. She went back at noon and changed into long sleeves and trousers. She liked both skirts and pants, but the prerequisite was having the right to choose. Female guides who like skirts can wear skirts and those who like pants can wear pants. That's all I want. After listening, the professor nodded. He was not one to procrastinate. Having agreed, he made a phone call directly. Since Kwanzakai's illness had worsened, the Sanctum and the Guide Association were now managed by others. The Guide Association still belonged to the guides, but the Sanctum was gradually being taken over by the upper echelons. Even with Professor E. Lookie's authority, they passed the buck and played games until they truly angered him. Sensing his resolute stance, the Sanctum finally issued a notice announcing an improvement to the Black Tower's guide work uniform by adding a pants option, allowing guides to freely choose. Su Kuei saw comments online cheering while others expressed confusion. Skirts look great, why suddenly change them? Such bewilderment was not uncommon, but since it wasn't a major issue, it didn't attract much attention. Meanwhile, the other pure-type guide finally arrived. The guide named Nini had a mutated ragdoll cat as her spirit animal. It had a fluffy coat and eyes as beautiful as a starry sky. She was detected as a grade pure-type guide at birth, so she was taken straight from the maternity pod to be raised in the sanctum. She was not averse to providing comfort and forming bonds with sentinels. For this incident, the sanctum was reluctant to let Nini take the risk, but the academy had submitted an application they couldn't reject. So they had to dispatch a team for her personal protection. The starship they arrived on bore the sanctum's insignia, as did the badges they wore. The light sword and rose looked especially beautiful on Nini. Her thick white hair cascaded down her back. Her face always wore a sweet smile. She was charming, cute, and considerate. She entered the lab and greeted everyone one by one. "Professor, long time no see. How have you been?" The professor chuckled. Of course they knew each other, both being from the central sector. There was no reason not to. The assistants also liked Nini and chatted cheerfully with her. Nini's gaze then fell on Su Kuei. "Is this the fellow pure-type sister? I just heard about this too. If only there were more pure-types in the world, then we could soothe every warrior and keep them from getting hurt." Su Kuei shook her hand and praised, "You are truly kind." Nini smiled shyly. "It's just a small wish of mine. I hope it can come true one day." "Professor, where are those students? Can I go see them now?" She then turned to the sentinels protecting her and said, "You all go rest. You've had a long journey." The professor said, "You've worked hard too. The situation there has stabilized for now. No need to rush." The accompanying sentinels also urged her to rest. Nini hesitated but ultimately complied. As she was escorted to the dormitory, she waved goodbye to them, her hands small and soft. Among the severely infected students, apart from Nixin, who came from a humble background on a remote planet, all the others were from the central region. Shaoxin belonged to the Mammoth family. The Owlgirl and White Bear Boy also had distinguished lineages, and Lian Tian the Black Swan had a father named Su Kuei-nu, who was Chiri, the captain of the 7 Days team. Before Nini arrived, these individuals had either received injections of Su Kuei's guide essence or had been soothed by her with remarkable results. Professor Liuchi analyzed that her guide essence had a high compatibility rate, effectively treating 98 of sentinels. Since it was a pure type, no sentinel had yet shown a rejection reaction. Only when injecting Lian Tian did they encounter some resistance. Black swans practice monogamy. Once they establish a marital bond, they remain lifelong partners, devoted to each other and their offspring. If one dies tragically, the other spends the rest of its life alone. After mutation, this fidelity became even more absolute. Even with just the guide essence injection, Lian Tian was unwilling. When the assistant approached with 2 vials of pink guide essence, the White Bear Boy lay sprawled on the floor, snoring loudly, completely oblivious to the needle. He merely twitched his nose at the scent, found no danger, and turned his head away. The process went smoothly. While he was being injected, the Black Swan spirit body, perched high above, watched the assistant's every move. Realizing it was heading for its host, the Black Swan flapped its wings. Lian Tian closed his book and asked warily, "What are you doing?" "Treating you. Relax, it'll be over soon." As the assistant approached, Lian Tian nimbly rolled away. He wore the Second Academy uniform styled after ancient Eastern Earth, with flowing sleeves that lent him an ethereal air. The youth stood straight as a green bamboo, though he still bore a swan's head, and his legs beneath the hem were like slender bird limbs. He had even crafted shoes for his webbed feet, though they looked rather peculiar. "I don't need it. Stay away." The assistant replied, "How can you not need it? Look how severe your mutation is. Come here." Lian Tian said, "No thank you. Give it to someone who needs it." He turned to leave with his book, leaving the assistant baffled. Who would refuse treatment? Could his high mental fluctuation value have clouded his mind? The professor had insisted they must complete the injections today. Any further delay could cause a drop in their rank and irreparable loss. The Black Swan spirit cried out from above as Lian Tian leaped and dodged with agility. Though restrained by a suppressor, his physique was too strong. The assistant guides, accustomed to long hours in the lab, couldn't catch him and were soon breathless. The Black Swan spirit cried out from above as Lian Tian leaped and dodged with agility. Though restrained by a suppressor, his physique was too strong. The assistant guides, accustomed to long hours in the lab, couldn't catch him and were soon breathless. If he had the clearance to open the door, he would have fled. As the spirit body cawed triumphantly, the guides exchanged glances. One quietly fetched a tool and, catching Lian Tian off guard, cast a large net that clung to him upon contact, binding both him and his spirit body tightly. Lian Tian struggled in the net while the Black Swan flapped wildly, vowing to protect its chastity. "I'm not confused. I'm perfectly clear-headed. I want to accept the guide essence." The assistant coaxed, "Why not? Do you have a partner?" "No," Lian Tian replied. "I'm not interested in such things. I simply cannot accept this act."
The assistant said, then it's settled. This kid's mind is a bit rigid. It's not ancient Earth with chastity arches. Guide essence has been used for years and this is the first time I've heard of a Sentinel refusing. Come on, inject him. As the needle drew near, Lien Tian went limp as if dead. The black swan spirit let out a mournful cry. Beep! Su Kuei opened the door, precisely catching the scene. She and Xu Weimai were passing by, drawn by the commotion, and stepped in to investigate. She overheard the conversation. Seeing the stubborn youth in the net, Su Kuei let out a laugh. The assistant turned to look. Lien Tian's eyes shifted. From his prone angle he saw Su Kuei from below. She wore the same uniform as the others, but her face held a smile. He automatically ignored Xu Weimai beside her. If he doesn't like it, don't force him, he heard Su Kuei say. She walked over, pulled the net off him and helped his spirit body stand. The assistant protested, but he can't afford any more delays. Su Kuei replied, it's fine. The other pure-type guide will arrive soon. Maybe he'll prefer someone else's guide essence. Let him choose for himself. Besides, the professor said forced rejection could backfire. She helped the black swan stand gracefully again, admiring it with appreciation. What a beautiful spirit body. In the corner, the sleeping white bear burst a snot bubble and finally woke up, yawning widely. His spirit body, also groggy, sat on the floor like a toy, dazed for a moment. Until it sniffed the scent of guide essence. The white bear boy said, huh? Why are there so many people? He looked at Lien Tian trapped in the net, rubbed his big head in confusion, then his gaze landed on Su Kuei. Are you a guide? That scent feels familiar, like I just smelled it up close. He glanced at the assistant's needle, then at his own arm, and realization dawned. Oh, did you inject us with your guide essence? Yes. He sat on the floor, raising his little bare head. Su Kuei bent down, her tone softening. Do you not like it either? No, the little bear shook his head, smacked his lips in thought, and broke into a sweet smile. I like it. That's good. Thank you for your guide essence. My name is by Nuami, you can call me Nuami. And this is by Xiao Xiong, you can call it Xiao Xiong. He pointed at his spirit body. Hello, Nuami. Su Kuei shook hands with each of them. Hello, Xiao Xiong. Shaking paws with Xiao Xiong meant gripping a thick, large bear paw. She squeezed it gently. You're so adorable. Do you like it? Nuami said. But it's a bit fierce and sometimes hard to control. Be careful. Su Kuei met the shiny black eyes of Xiao Xiong, unable to see any ferocity. Sometimes a sentinel or guide spirit body might suddenly act uncontrollably, much like a human mind can't always suppress bizarre thoughts. The difference is that the spirit body manifests these impulses more directly at times before the individual is even aware of their own thoughts. The spirit body has already expressed them. Although Su Kuei could not discern where this adorable plush white bear toy was fierce, she still heeded Nuami's warning. No one knows their own spiritual entity better than oneself. Yet the little bear seemed eager to communicate with her. It crawled to the refrigerator, stood on two legs to open the door, retrieved a plate of fried fish and pushed it toward Su Kuei. Delicious. Please eat. The little bear patted the floor. Behind them the assistants were at a loss. Lien Tian seized the opportunity to crawl out of the net. Xu Weimai, along with his spiritual entity, remained quiet and silent, drifting near the entrance with a faint presence. Su Kuei ate a piece of fried fish. The little bear smiled, then picked up the entire plate and poured it into its mouth. After finishing the fish, it didn't spare the plate, biting down with gleaming teeth. As it chewed, it glanced at her, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow the plate whole. You can't eat that, Su Kuei said. Her warning only emboldened it. It twisted its body, pretending to swallow the plate while secretly hiding it under its bottom, casting sidelong glances at her. Su Kuei blinked. After a moment she played along, exaggerating a gasp and covering her mouth. Oh my god. You actually ate the plate. Come quick, there's a bear eating a plate here. Will you die? Don't die. The little bear collapsed, patting its belly with an expression of impending doom. It twisted its neck and closed its eyes completely. Su Kuei leaned in, pretending to listen for its heartbeat. Knowing a spiritual entity had none, she declared, it's really dead. Poor little bear. Let us mourn for it. I'll pick a fine resting place for you. Suddenly the little bear stirred. It spat out the plate, or rather retrieved it from under its bottom. Then it sat up, resurrected. Great, you spat out the plate. You're alive. You're amazing, Su Kuei said. The little bear's expression shifted from peaceful death to a joyful smile. It wanted to play a hand-slapping game with Su Kuei, reaching out with its fluffy soft paw, applying no force. The white bear's claws couldn't retract flexibly, so it used only its palm. Having escaped its predicament, the black swan groomed its feathers nearby, regained its composure and strolled over nonchalantly. Noticing Su Kuei's clothes touching the floor, it moved to tidy them. As its beak approached to grasp her hem, the smiling bear suddenly turned hostile, slamming its heavy paw beside the black swan and roaring with its mouth wide open. Everyone was startled, turning to look. Su Kuei felt a momentary tremor in the floor beneath her feet. She swiftly rose and stepped away quick due to her constant vigilance. The black swan flapped its wings and retreated far. Regaining its senses, it assumed a fierce posture and lunged forward. The two spiritual entities clashed. "Little bear, don't be fierce, don't fight," Nuami said, then turned innocently. "Sorry, it just doesn't like others approaching during playtime." But it was truly frightening. Nuami's words proved accurate. The owner of the other spiritual entity, however, took no offense. Lian Tian had known from school that white bears were territorial. Approaching its territory was seen as a provocation, leading to frequent fights with classmates. This was routine. Sentinels fighting and their spiritual entities fighting were everyday occurrences for them. But the guides in the room were frightened. Assistants urged around them, "Stop fighting, stop fighting. The fluctuation values are already high. Calm down, calm down." Seeing the entities inseparable edging toward the instruments, an assistant screamed in despair, "The instrument worth 100 billion star coins. Little bear." Nuami's voice turned stern. "Return," Lian Tian commanded. A ethereal figure materialized. A massive purplish-red Styx jellyfish used its silky oral arms to entangle the two spiritual entities, effortlessly parting them. Last time it had been distant. Now this colossal mysterious creature was close at hand. Su Kuei glanced at Shui Mai, and when he wasn't looking, tried to peer into the jellyfish's coiled oral arms. The little bear turned to bite. The oral arm withdrew, gliding past Su Kuei's fingers, brushing them inadvertently. Su Kuei's fingers twitched. She restrained the urge to grab it immediately and search thoroughly for any symbiotic blennies inside. Shui Mei's ability was dangerous. Since awakening as a guide, he had never pacified anyone, becoming a complex type and choosing to combat the Zerg. He rarely released his spiritual entity, as a single misstep could cause mental contamination to others. Moreover, if anyone nearby developed mental issues, suspicion would easily fall on him. To avoid suspicion, and due to his love for quiet, Shui Mai usually avoided crowded places. Had he not worried about hidden Zerg, he would have left long ago. After releasing the two entities, he exited the lab, heading toward the dormitories. The instigating bear licked its paws innocently while the black swan meticulously preened its feathers. Lian Tian approached, stopping a few steps from Su Kuei, and explained, "It's not that I dislike you. I've never received guide essence before, I'm not used to it yet. It has nothing to do with you. Your guide essence is excellent. I'm not stubbornly refusing treatment. I just want," he articulated clearly, his voice warm, his Chinese-style attire evoking familiarity and warmth in Su Kuei, so she listened patiently. His eyelashes fluttered. "I want to know if I could at least spend some time with you first." The black swan paced over, frequently glancing at the bear, wary of another attack. The bear, still licking its paw, noticed it. Charging on all fours, it swerved as the black swan spread its wings and flew off. Then it slowly and innocently circled back to hug Su Kuei's waist. Though juvenile, the bear stood half a person's height when upright. No aggression detected, the bracelet's auto-defense didn't activate. Su Kuei instinctively dodged. The bear missed, staring at her with open paws. "Little bear, come back." The bear, dejected, ignored the command, lying on the ground with a drawn-out pleading whine. Su Kuei instinctively dodged. The bear missed, staring at her with open paws. "Little bear, come back." The bear, dejected, ignored the— Unfortunately, it was too heavy to lift or carry. The plush bear, revived by the back rub, flipped over nimbly and sat up, casting a provocative glance at the black swan. This enraged it, making it honk loudly. Su Kuei was drawn to the rough sound, reminiscent of the geese her grandmother's neighbor kept. Whenever she passed, those fierce bullies would make such noises. The black swan, meeting her surprised gaze, choked on its sound. Lian Tian was speechless. Su Kuei, a very bold voice. "Lian Tian." The black swan, feeling aggrieved, called out softly. Lian Tian cleared his throat and moved a chair over from the side. He is a conservative, usually upright and disciplined, pure as jade. Although he wanted to interact with Su Kuei, he still sat quite far away. While looking for topics to chat about, he noticed Su Kuei's interest in the uniforms of the Second Academy and smoothly started discussing the school's history, which then extended to ancient Earth. After the war, humanity was forced to abandon their ravaged and no longer habitable home and successfully transitioned to other star systems, narrowly escaping another asteroid impact. After the sixth mass extinction, the ecosystem completely collapsed, and today ancient Earth shows no signs of life. From the images, the silent and desolate planet is dotted with craters caused by weapons and asteroid strikes, with the air filled with colorful toxic gases. Even the insectoid race would no longer tread there. Lian Tian had a keen interest in history and had researched it deeply. When he spoke of what he knew, he did so eloquently. Sukuei listened absent-mindedly, occasionally agreeing with a remark. Don't you like to hear this? Not really. Sukuei shook her bracelet, watching it reflect a hazy red glow under the light. I was just thinking destiny is truly fascinating. Lientian agreed indeed. Sukuei believed that their interactions were quite mundane. She only spoke a few words when she occasionally came over, mostly limited to remarks like, the food in the cafeteria is good today, or how are you feeling now? Whether Lientian accepted her guide pheromones wasn't important to her, she didn't need his approval. However, on the day Nini arrived, Lientian injected the half-tube of pheromones given to him. Sukuei asked, is there anything wrong with it? Can it still be used normally? Before the assistant could explain, Lientian said, it has been sealed for storage and is usable. The spiritual entity Black Swan had refused to make any sound before Sukuei since the last time. It walked over gracefully and lay down on the mat beside her, keeping a distance. Unlike the small bear spirit on the other side, which hugged one of Sukuei's legs, its mouth wide open waiting for her to feed it. Nuomi was also eating fish, sitting next to its spirit, shamelessly waiting for food. Sukuei tossed the fried fish to them, much like scattering grains to chicks, watching them eagerly open their mouths. The two identical bear heads only differed in their bodies. Sukuei had never been curious about what they looked like before their transformation, but unexpectedly Nuomi, while chewing, touched its face as if sensing something. Sukuei merely looked down, using her gloved hand to pick up a piece for a brief moment. When she looked up again, the small bear's head had transformed into a human head. Sukuei blinked, locking eyes with the boy who was eating fish. Although the species was called a polar bear and it was covered in a thick layer of white fur, the skin underneath was actually black. Nuomi had black skin, thick brows and big eyes. Its transparent hair displayed different colors based on the light's refraction. Under the white light its hair appeared white as well. He looked somewhat languid and casual, yawning with a hint of a tired watery hue at the corners of his eyes. Am I done? He was not particularly concerned about his changes. He chewed and swallowed, then opened his mouth to reveal a set of bright white teeth. Sister, I want more. The boy sat cross-legged on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, looking up, waiting to be fed. Sukuei divided the last two equally between him and the small bear, took off her gloves and tossed them into the trash can. That's it, there's none left. Nuomi, looking at the empty plate, turned to glance at the nearby spirit. Suddenly it pounced, snatching food from the bear's mouth. The small bear tumbled away, chewing and swallowing what it had, then turned back to snatch from Nuomi. It was Sukuei's first time witnessing the physical and spiritual entities fight, and she was quite intrigued, taking photos for mementos. The black swan moved a little further away. After Nuomi, the second to start recovering was the simulated new entity. Nini arrived rested for a night and reported for duty the next day. She was wearing a little dress for guides, the uniform neatly tied with a bow and the badge on her chest shining brightly. Her pure white thick hair was tied with a ribbon adorned with trinkets that girls like. In the morning, Sukuei did not see her in the cafeteria provided by the laboratory. She only saw a sentinel who came with her, going to fetch food. He seemed to be the leader of the protective team, a name Sukuei could not recall. The two happened to meet when they went out together, and Nini's voice was naturally sweet as she shyly greeted Sukuei. After their exchange, they discovered that she was actually 2 years older than Sukuei. Then I shouldn't call you sister. Nini, feeling frustrated, tapped her head, blushing, and cautiously looked at her. Can I call you my younger sister? I've never had a younger sister before. Before Sukuei could respond, the sentinel following her spoke up. Nini, you have no blood relation to this young lady, so it's better not to call her that. It is quite impolite. Nini let out a disappointed "oh." Sukuei turned to look at the sentinel. He was an ordinary person with nothing particularly special that Sukuei could discern. She inquired humbly, are you Nini's biological father? No. Then is it an elder brother? Or another sibling? Neither. Sukuei smiled. I see this gentleman is being so cautious. I thought you were Nini's father or some relative. But you don't need to worry, I'm not a bad person and have no ill intentions towards Nini. She then looked at Nini. You can treat me as your sister. Feelings aren't determined by genes. I also want a soft and beautiful sister like you. Nini was delighted and instinctively looked at the sentinel. The sentinel frowned. Sukuei had already taken Nini's hand, squeezed past the sentinel, and stood affectionately beside her, discussing girl talk. I can't believe you're already 24 years old. I thought you were much younger. This was Nini's first time being so affectionate with someone of the same sex. Previously she had met other guides, and the complex types looked at her strangely and didn't like her. The other two simple types, one was wholeheartedly focused on family while the other only spoke odd remarks when they met. For example, I really hate this world, selfish and arrogant people should die. Why hasn't the Star Alliance been destroyed yet? Those damn upper-class people set these damn rotten rules. And so on. These words, filled with negativity and disdain, left Nini unsure how to communicate with them. Moreover, they didn't seem eager to communicate either, often saying she was pitiful and sad. Nini didn't understand.
The world was so beautiful and everyone was so happy, why did they say such things? She felt uncomfortable under those gazes, and since her relatives in the sanctuary advised her to stay away from such people, she obediently complied once again. Being obedient is what makes a good child. Nini wanted to be a good child. Having little interaction with fellow guides of the same gender, such intimate conversations made Nini appear somewhat awkward and clumsy, often unable to respond properly to Su Kuei's words. This saddened her a little. She lowered her lashes and pursed her bright red lips tightly. Su Kuei pretended not to notice, deliberately slowing down her speech and steering the topic toward matters concerning Nini. She complimented Nini's hair, saying it was as beautiful as seaweed. Nini touched the ends of her hair and replied, "Not at all, yours is prettier." "Both of ours are beautiful," Su Kuei said. Her gaze then fell on Nini's clothing. "This badge is truly dazzling." Nini looked down as well, a proud and radiant smile spreading across her face. "Yes. Every guide in the sanctuary has one. But this one. My father, the vice-deacon, personally pinned it on me." Su Kuei asked, "The sanctuary's vice-deacon is your father?" "Biologically." Nini had just started to shake her head when the sentinel behind her said in a deep voice, "Miss, please refrain from probing into Nini's family matters. Even as a friend, Nini is entitled to her privacy." "What are you talking about?" Su Kuei turned back surprised. Facing Nini, she wore a hurt expression. "Is that how you feel too?" "My mother and father passed away in the calamity caused by the Zerg. I just missed my father." She forced a faint smile and let go of Nini's arm. "Nini, I'm sorry. I think I'll go the rest of the way alone." Nini wanted to stop her, she hadn't thought that way at all. But the sentinel stopped her. Watching Su Kuei's retreating figure, he consoled Nini. "Nini, people outside have complicated minds. Her intentions in befriending you are not pure. Don't let her deceive you." Nini was about to speak when he asked, "Have you forgotten the vice-deacon's instructions?" Before coming here, her father had told her not to trust outsiders, to listen to the sentinels. They were her loyal guardians, their lifelong duty to protect her. They would never harm her. Nini slowly lowered her head. "I haven't forgotten. I understand." When she and the sentinel finally arrived at the laboratory, the door had just opened and sounds of laughter and joy eagerly spilled out. Nini looked around bewildered. The professor and assistants were absent. Only the students from the first academy and Su Kuei were in the room. Su Kuei was sitting on a chair surrounded by them. A girl with wings kept fluttering them, passionately describing how handsome and charming her robot lover was. A boy with an elephant trunk used it to curl around a kettle and pour water. A spiritual entity mimicked the action, deftly taking a piece of clothing and draping it over Su Kuei. Another, a youth with a shark's tail on his lower body, bounced around energetically. He refuted the claim that robot lovers are better looking than real ones and patted his giant megalodon spiritual entity beside him, urging everyone to see how strong and massive it was. In a corner, an owl dozed, occasionally opening one eye to observe. Spotting Nini and the sentinel at the door, it flapped its wings and let out a cry. The chatter and laughter ceased. Everyone turned to look at them. Nini felt inexplicably flustered. Meeting the sentinel's gaze, she mustered the courage to flash a smile at everyone. "Hello." "Hello," said the owl girl before chattering away again, debating with Nixin. Shaosun nodded and quietly asked Su Kuei, "Is it too noisy?" Nixin glanced over briefly before hurriedly looking away. "What's so good about robots? Do they have a heartbeat or body heat? Those things don't matter, they can all be simulated." "Then do they have a spiritual entity?" Seeing the owl girl stumped, Nixin declared victory, hands on his hips, bursting into laughter. "You lose. You lose. Say it now." The owl girl rolled her eyes and said reluctantly, "The megalodon is the most powerful spiritual entity. The megalodon is the most powerful spiritual entity. The megalodon is the most powerful spiritual entity. 3 times. Happy now?" Su Kuei also replied softly, "No, it's lively." Nizin's laughter grew louder. He proudly displayed his spiritual entity when unexpectedly his fish tail suddenly turned into normal legs. Fortunately, in anticipation of such an event, his lower body had been wrapped in a layer of highly elastic fabric. The sudden change didn't expose him, but it did cause him to take another tumble. This time it was the owl girl's turn to point at him and laugh heartily. Nixin got up indifferently, still unaccustomed to his own legs. The fabric wrapped around him automatically conformed, looking like he was wearing a skirt. Feeling a draft, Nixin hurried off to change clothes. When he emerged again, this mutated megalodon was even more radiant, restless and eager to pick a fight to stretch his limbs. Dressed neatly, the youth with navy blue hair was passionate and handsome. He struck a pose and bellowed, "Come forth. My arch-nemesis. Fight me."
The little elephant pointed and raised its trunk and said calmly, I refuse. Nixin refused to give up, but unfortunately Shaosun ignored him. Su Kuei was looking at his spiritual entity. Shaosun said somewhat shyly, would you like to ride on it? The view is very high. Su Kuei thought it would be exploiting a minor and politely declined. Rejected. Shaosun drooped his trunk. His spiritual entity had already lowered itself, gesturing for Su Kuei to mount, and gently nudged her arm with its trunk. Just think of it as a ride in the park, Shaosun said. The elders in my family play with the younger ones like this. Su Kuei asked, won't I crush you? Shaosun replied, no, I'm very pressure resistant. I can even lift you up with my trunk, don't be afraid. Riding an elephant. Although it was Shaosun's spiritual entity, the temptation was significant. After a moment's hesitation, Su Kuei agreed. The trunk gently formed a circle, lifted her and placed her on its back. It then walked around the laboratory with her while Shaosun walked alongside. The owl girl cupped her face and said, actually real people are good too. Being accompanied by a spiritual entity. It's so romantic. Nixin stared blankly for a moment, sighed deeply, then scratched his head and went off to find a student from the adjacent second academy. Since Nini was still at the door, the automatic door hadn't closed yet. Excuse me, classmate, coming through. Nixin happily dashed out. The Sentinel quickly pulled the dazed Nini aside. The Megalodon spiritual entity squeezed out after him, then followed an assistant into the next room. It immediately spotted a little bear sleeping on a block of ice. It bounded over, shook its head and tail, and bit off a chunk of ice. The little bear woke with a start, fiercely baring its claws and fangs. Its territory invaded, it flew into a rage and tumbled into a brawl with the Megalodon. Nixin let out a yo, twisting his wrist. You're ready too. Come on. Let's fight. Nuomi lay lazily on a mat, not appearing belligerent, but he smiled at the invitation. All right. The assistant cried out no. Su Kuei and the others arrived soon after she had already dismounted from the spiritual entity. The battle erupted fiercely. A black swan gracefully dodged them, remaining aloof and beautiful. Shaosun said to Su Kuei, "I'll go stop them." His spiritual entity, a mammoth, let out a deep, powerful trumpet and with heavy footsteps charged into the fray. To prevent knocking over the important instruments in the laboratory, Nixin and Nuomi ran outside. Shaosun, who was supposed to mediate, became angry after being bitten a few times by the great white shark without distinction. He held back when Su Kuei was still watching enduring the first bite and didn't say anything about the second. As a result, he discovered that his passivity encouraged the great white shark to come closer, preparing to bite him a third time. Shaosun clenched his fists, unable to endure any longer. Nixin scratched his head, saying, "Hey, you're not being foolish, are you?" The three of them and their three spiritual entities were tangled together in the open space outside. Having protected the instruments, the assistant sighed in relief. Since there was no way to separate them, he decided to ignore it. Su Kuei and the owl girl Lian Tian were watching the excitement while Nini nervously asked the sentinel behind her, "Why are they fighting?" "You should go help separate them." The sentinel remained unmoved, saying, "People outside are just like this. Nini, let's go back, it's too dangerous out here for you." He didn't hide his voice, and the owl girl, hearing it, shot him an unfriendly glance, quietly whispering to Su Kuei, "Who is this person? Why is he staying here?" Lian Tian placed his hand on the back of the black swan spirit, explaining in a low voice, "He is the captain of the Radiant Squad named Ite, and also a staff member of the Holy Court." Su Kuei leaned a bit closer, asking, "What is a spiritual entity? What level is it?" With fingers slightly curled, Lian Tian maintained his composure. "The spiritual entity is a mutated 7 Guild ELS." Su Kuei nodded, noticing the black swan inching closer, and raised her hand to touch its feathers that brushed against her. They were soft and light, reminiscent of her old down jacket. It seemed that what she bought should be genuine. Lian Tian's gaze was fixed ahead, not glancing aside, seemingly oblivious. The owl girl saw this and widened her eyes in surprise. There was interaction between the two academies, and Lian Tian was quite famous in school. The black swan was proud and aloof, always hard to approach. The only one somewhat familiar with it were only the roommate Xiao Xiong. However, regardless of whether it was a boy or girl, he would not get too close. But now, the black swan was almost pressed against Su Kuei. She and the owl spirit, perched on her head, stared at each other with wide eyes, while Lian Tian cast a glance over, dignified and reserved, with his clothes billowing. Su Kuei tilted her head, asking, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" The owl hooted, and the girl playfully raised her arm to cover its mouth. "It's nothing, nothing." She glanced back at the field, noticing that Shaosun was distracted, and clicked her tongue. Changing the subject, she said, "Oh, I've heard of this captain, so it's him. But why does he always follow Nini?" Su Kuei joked, "Maybe he's afraid there's danger here." "What danger could there be in the laboratory?" "I think he's the biggest danger here." Besides the Sentinels needing treatment, everyone else is a guide or an ordinary person. What is a squad captain doing here? Sukue nodded, frowning slightly. Yeah, I'm a bit scared of him. He seems to have issues with guides. When he came today he just passed by and verbally mocked me, claiming I had ulterior motives to lead NI astray. She chuckled helplessly. I only greeted NI. The owl girl shouted. What? Is he sick? The loud voice drew the Sentinel's attention. Seeing the owl girl's unfriendly gaze, he instructed NI to stand behind him and comforted her, saying, see, I didn't lie to you. NI obediently said, let's go back. Lien Tian agreed. He is indeed a safety hazard here. NI's attention was entirely on the few people fighting. In a panic she shook her head, seeing the Sentinel not stopping them, and suddenly rushed up shouting, don't fight everyone, don't fight. Xiao Sen and Nixin both halted their actions. Nixin scratched his fluffy and dense navy blue hair, a small mole beneath his eye, mumbling, why did you run in here? What if we can't stop and hit you? But you will get hurt like this. Of course fighting will lead to injuries, isn't that normal? Nixin looked puzzled and said to Nuami, come on, let's continue. Nuami waved disinterestedly, walking over with Xiao Xiong. No, you guys play. Hey, don't go. I'm not done having fun yet, this is just the beginning. Nixin chased after Nuami while Xiaosen politely said, it's just a sparring match, we often do this at school. He stopped in front of Sukue, smiling apologetically. I didn't scare you, did I? Sukue replied, no, everyone is very energetic. Xiaosen showed a hint of shyness, stroking the long nose of his spirit entity. The black swan raised its neck, trying to look down on it. However, it couldn't match the mammoth's naturally large physique. It secretly competed, spreading its wings and flying high. Unfortunately, no one present could understand its thoughts. The only one who knew pretended not to and nodded at Xiaosun. As they chatted and walked back together, Nini remained in place, helplessly tugging at her clothes. Ite, does everyone hate me? She lowered her head, her shoulders thin and frail. Ite gently patted her back. It's okay, you still have us. Behind them came the sound of flapping wings as the black swan swept past. It didn't even glance at them, flying in and landing gracefully, resuming its composed walk. Sukue took a moment to leave the laboratory and returned briefly. Because Xiaohuan sent a message saying she wanted to give her a gift. Sukue knew what the gift was but had to pretend not to know, asking in confusion, what gift? Why suddenly give me a gift? She arrived at Xiaohuan's house by hover car. The octopus was eagerly waiting outside the door and upon seeing her greeted her with a passionate hug as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Several tentacles clung tightly to Sukue, its large head nuzzling against her affectionately. It was a bit heavy, making it difficult to go upstairs like this. After a few words of persuasion, Sukue managed to get it to let go. Once upstairs and in the room before Xiaohuan could act, the octopus took the lead and wrapped around the safe on the table, bringing it to Sukue. This is... Xiaohuan looked at her expectantly. What, you wanted a gift? For you. After a moment of silence without Sukue speaking, he might have fallen into a state of isolation again, having communicated little with others during that time, so his speech was somewhat halting. The tentacles opened the safe and inside was indeed an energy gun along with a neatly arranged row of compressed energy bullets. This was a pink energy gun. Carved into the handle was a pattern, a small octopus wearing a tiny sea anemone, its tentacles curling and its eyes wide. The chibi design was utterly adorable. The spirit octopus pointed its tiny tip with great emphasis, frantically indicating that this was its idea. It had imprinted it there. It even rolled a magnifying glass over to Sukue. Only then did she notice that on the pattern upon the octopus body there was a minuscule fish without magnification. It was merely a faint outline. It was her second spirit. Sukue hugged the octopus and lowered her head to nuzzle at her lips, brushing almost imperceptibly across its soft crown. She cast her gaze downward. The little octopus saw its own reflection in her eyes. Thank you. I really love it. This must be one of the most beautiful gifts I have ever received in my life. It drowned in that pale pink ocean, rising and falling, drifting aimlessly, losing all sense of time, its tentacles slowly writhing and tangling into knots. Xiaohuan pressed his lips together. This energy gun has an incredibly rich energy reserve, enough for you to use for decades without depletion. I've been searching for it all this time. I know. Sukue took his hand, leaned in and brushed her lips against his forehead as well, saying with a smile, you've worked hard. Xiaohuan instantly lost all strength, melting limply into the sofa as if all the bones had been drained from his body. It was merely a fleeting kiss, not a suction that drew out his very marrow. Sukue told herself a dark joke, finding the image somewhat amusing. Besides, she did genuinely crave braised spare ribs. Her fingers glided over the gun's sleek cool surface as she asked, would you like to try it out with me? Of course he would. Xiaohuan appeared to be a frail intellectual type with no strength to truss a chicken. In reality, he was much the same. Although his spirit form was of a very high level, all his points had been poured into invention and toxins.
However, he was an excellent shot with a gun, likely aware of his own shortcomings and having trained specifically for self-defense. The energy gun he gave Su Kuei was packed with numerous high-tech high-function features such as auto-aiming or recognition locking, rendering it unusable by anyone other than its owner. It required scanning Su Kuei's iris, voice and fingerprints, collecting multiple forms of her data. After Xia Huan helped her complete the setup, even he could no longer use the gun. Once automatically locked, any attempt at forced cracking or damage would trigger an explosion. Su Kuei was very satisfied. Placing the energy gun beside her lightsaber, she extended an invitation to Xia Huan. How about we grab a meal together? How about braised spare ribs? Xia Huan had never eaten such food before, but he didn't care what they ate, he simply nodded. After considerable effort, they found a restaurant that served a dish similar to braised spare ribs. To ensure Xia Huan could eat comfortably, they chose a private room. Alone, the octopus naturally sprawled out on Su Kuei's lap. Xia Huan sat close to her, his mood also buoyant. He just couldn't quite understand why Su Kuei smiled at him while she was using a straw to suck out the bone marrow. After the sanctum's notice came down, black towers on various planets began tailoring trousers for female guides. Male guides were scarce and their work uniforms had always been pants anyway. However, to ensure fairness, new uniforms were also made for every male guide. It was said, someone even asked, that if female guides could wear pants, then male guides should also have the right to choose skirts. The topic sparked heated debate, but the sanctum did not respond. Su Kuei returned once and saw female guides wearing pants as she passed by. They had just finished work, dressed in normal clothes and trousers, walking with a confident stride. Annie and Miss Lemming were also among the crowd. With the gradual lifting of restrictions, they could now return to their homes. To complement their new guide uniforms, the two had also gotten beauty treatments again, their skin tones back to normal, though they now sported a few more rows of glittering rhinestones on their bodies. Su Kuei. Spotting her from afar, the two ran over. They showed off their new clothes. How have you been these past few days? Is everything all right over there? You haven't been infected, have you? Su Kuei answered their questions one by one, then said, it seems you really like these outfits. Of course. They're so convenient to wear. Annie tried a couple of jumps. I've barely worn pants since I was little. It feels so novel. Turns out trousers can be really pretty too. I'm already in love with wearing pants. I saw on the star net that some male guides want to wear skirts. Too bad there are no male guides at our planet's Black Tower, otherwise I'd really like to see what that would look like. Su Kuei laughed. Whatever it looks like is fine as long as it's what they like. By the way, has the director returned? What do you mean? How do you know that? I had no idea. The news didn't get out, Miss Lemming said. I only heard a little about it today. She turned to explain to Annie, I heard he left during the Zerg infection and probably just returned. Annie. Ha. How do you know that? I had no idea. The news didn't get out, Miss Lemming said. I only heard a little about it today. Even within the same Black Tower, the information gap between the upper and lower echelons was like a chasm. Those at the top knew everything about those below, while those below knew nothing of those above. If she hadn't accidentally overheard two Black Tower staff discussing it, Miss Lemming wouldn't have known about it at all. Then I'll go have a chat with him. Su Kuei said goodbye to her two friends and headed to the top floor office. Annie. Chat about what? When did Su Kuei get so familiar with the director? Didn't she beat him up last time? Miss Lemming looked thoughtful. Who knows? Let's wait here. If anything happens, we can go help her. Right, in case they start fighting again. Annie mind throwing punches and kicks. I can break it up. I just learned the descendant cutting kick on the star net. It's an ancient Earth self-defense technique. Perfect chance to try it out. Su Kuei wasn't there to fight though. It really was just a simple chat. Originally she had intended to replace this director with a guide. But right now it was still too early. It was better to let this little mouse take the lead. The little mouse might have many considerations, but Su Kuei only needed to think about how to control him. Su Kuei entered the room, expertly jammed the signals and flashed a smile at the sentinel inside. Hi, long time no see. The other person immediately stood up. Aren't you supposed to be at the lab? Why are you back? Don't be nervous. Su Kuei gestured for him to sit and took a seat opposite him herself. How have you been lately? The Sentinel. Not bad. He was somewhat wary, but the be obedient and listen imprint from the last branding was still deeply etched into his mind. Subconsciously he indeed had to obey her words honestly. Aren't you going to offer me a glass of water? The person in charge poured water. Su Kuei held the cup without drinking, chatting about matters in the central region as if talking to a friend. How has Kwanzaa Caillou been lately?
Why are you asking about that? The other looked at her but answered truthfully not well. Su Kuei let out an "Oh." You know the Radiance battle team, don't you? Tell me everything and about the Sanctum's deputy executor as well. I want to know all you know truthfully. I don't want to hear any lies from you. The Radiance battle team has 45 members. The current Captain Yike is an Sentinel. He was born in a remote star system and was once a subordinate of the deputy executor who bestowed his surname upon him. Deputy Executor Lady Mare is the founder of the Radiance battle team. I'm not sure of his current rank, it might be SS. When Lady Mare first entered the Sanctum he faced strong resistance and exclusion due to his identity as a Sentinel. He laid low for a time, only gradually becoming active again in recent years. His former subordinates have been dispatched to serve in Black Towers across various planets. Although the Radiance battle team now spends more time in the Sanctum, they haven't completely left the guild. Everyone speculates that Lady Mare might want Yike to take over the guild. But the current guild leader is still healthy, so there's never been an opportunity. The four major powers of the Star Alliance, the guild representing Sentinels, the Sanctum representing guides, the government representing ordinary humans, and the New Life Guide Association. Among them, the Guide Association and the Star Alliance government are relatively weaker. Within these four factions, the guild leader is a high-level male Sentinel, the current spokesperson of the Sanctum is a high-level male Sentinel, the leader of the government department is an ordinary male. Within the Guide Association there's a struggle for dominance, with Shueimai and Huanya temporarily able to fill the gap. Lady Mare's intention to seize control was blatantly obvious, but in recent years he has cultivated himself. Since adopting a child he seems to have turned into a father solely devoted to the joys of family life. Nini, that pure-type guide, was she raised by him personally? Yes. And according to rumors, Lady Mare hasn't only adopted Nini. He seems to have fallen in love with the joy of raising children. All children born with guide talents are sent to him to receive education from the Sanctum. They are all his children. That girl named Nini, the person in charge said with a sarcastic laugh, is just the one with the best talent and the one he favors the most. They consider it an honor to have him personally pin a badge on them, and they swear to dedicate their lives to the Sanctum. Every morning they recite their vows before the radiance of the Sanctum's dome. If one searched for images on the StarNet now, they would see the full view of the Sanctum. A magnificent and opulent building with a statue of Fan Lon standing before its gates. In the earliest days it was just an ordinary house. I've heard my family mention it. Those guides thought the statue in front of the door would block the way, so they proposed moving it. But Lady Mare hasn't done that yet. Su Kuei's tone was subtle. I'm afraid he can hardly wait. Leaving the office, Su Kuei ran into Annie and Miss Lemming, who were squatting on the ground listlessly counting ants, and her boyfriend who had come to pick her up. Why haven't you gone back yet? She was surprised. Annie looked back at her. Are you okay? You didn't get into a fight with the person in charge, did you? Su Kuei understood why they had stayed, walked over and said with a smile, of course not. We won't fight anymore. Don't worry. Go on back now, it's already late. Seeing she was fine, her two friends waved goodbye and left. Before leaving, Annie was still patting her pants and saying, it's so nice. No more worrying about flashing people when I squat down. I love this. Miss Lemming held hands with her boyfriend. I'm not quite used to it yet. I'll switch back to a skirt tomorrow. Her boyfriend said, wear whatever you want. They had grown up together, and even after Miss Lemming awakened, one becoming a guide, the other remaining an ordinary person, their feelings had never changed. After the full lockdown of Luanzhua Star was lifted due to varying degrees of aberration in their children, the parents had arrived. Members of the Central Region's Mammoth family, the Bai family, and the Seventh-Day Battle Team. After the full lockdown of Luanzhua Star was lifted due to varying degrees of aberration in their children, the parents had arrived. Members of the Central Region's Mammoth family, the Bai family, and the Seventh-Day Battle Team, among others, gradually came to the laboratory. Two sisters from the Mammoth family came. They were clearing Zergs in a nearby star system, and upon hearing the news dropped by to check on things. When the two sisters arrived at the laboratory gate, Su Kuei was in the courtyard sunbathing with the spirit bodies. Although there were two pure-type guides present after receiving injections of Su Kuei's guide essence, several classmates who got along well with her expressed they didn't want anyone else. So the owl, the bear cub, the mammoth, the black swan, and the megalodon were all assigned to Su Kuei. The remaining classmates were handled by Nini. The professor didn't frequently extract Su Kuei's guide essence, he preferred to use other substitutes to treat the Sentinel's aberration, and was still experimenting. He didn't ask Su Kuei to soothe these students. Even though she had forced him to do something he disliked in various ways last time, Professor Iliochi didn't seem to be taking personal revenge. Su Kuei didn't think he was angry. Perhaps a little, but the professor was so magnanimous. Since he could tolerate sentinels bouncing around over his head, he could certainly forgive the unintentional offense of a young junior like her. Since he didn't bring it up, Su Kuei didn't offer any soothing either. These innocent and lovely students never even mentioned the topic.
They had little desire for soothing and even prevented Sukuei's spirit body from getting close to theirs, afraid of infecting her. Even though there are blockers, I should still be careful. If only I could retract my spirit body into the landscape. Xiaosun unconsciously swayed his trunk. Sukuei reached out and touched it. He looked up at her. It's okay, I like little elephants. As his sensitive trunk was gently stroked, Xiaosun's ears flapped rapidly twice. Inside the door, Nixin poked his head out. Xiaosun, the professor is looking for you. Okay, he replied, then said to Sukuei, I'll go over for a bit. The students were all called inside by the professor, but the spirit bodies remained outside. The courtyard of the laboratory was covered by an energy film that allowed sunlight in, nearly invisible under normal conditions. Sukuei moved a chair out, half reclining in the open air, enjoying the breeze and the sun, with a circle of nests placed beside her. The black swan twisted its neck and tucked its head under its wing. The bear cub sprawled out, maximizing its surface area to absorb warmth. The owl, accustomed to sleeping during the day, was already dead asleep. The megalodon was unusually quiet, its eyes open, its body stiff and straight. The mammoth lay down to sleep, its long trunk stretched out, resting beside Sukuei's hand. The arrival of the mammoth sisters roused the spiritual bodies from their slumber. In an instant the entire laboratory buzzed with activity. Sukuei looked up. Their frames were even broader than the captain of the Great King Squad, making the two sisters appear like walking hills. She had to tilt her head back repeatedly just to see their faces from this angle. Bound by the rule that high-level sentinels must join guilds, the two sisters were also guild members. Their team, the Icefield Squad, ranked second overall, with the captain being Ziosen's aunt. Compared to adult sentinels like them, Ziosen's originally sizable frame seemed rather petite. When the black swan walked beside them, Sukuei feared it might be accidentally stepped on. Xiaosun came out to meet the sisters, and soon other parents arrived as well. There was a dazzling array of spiritual bodies. Even though their genes originated from the same two donors, the spiritual bodies that awakened were not all identical. One of Momi's brothers who came to visit had a spiritual body that was not a bear but a sloth. His movements and speech were sluggish, as if moving at half speed. The little bear cub listened, at first amusing itself by holding its own foot, but soon buried its head in the den and fell asleep. Only Nishin had no one come to see him. Nishin was a rare exception. He had awakened as a sentinel only at the age of 12. After being born from the gestation pod, his gene donors had never visited once. The signed documents indicated abandonment, so he had no parents. After his awakening, some people did come looking for him, but Nishin was accustomed to living alone. He had left the planet of his birth and traveled alone to the central sector to study. Compared to other students his age, his foundational knowledge was not solid. After all, what could be learned on a remote planet was limited. A brief rest was enough to rejuvenate his spirit. The giant megalodon became lively again, and Nishin took his spiritual body to a shaded area to run, jump and exercise. Muttering to himself with sharp eyes, his punches whistled through the air. As Sukuei approached, she heard him reciting history. This subject was not his strong suit. Madame XX the first to discover the existence of spiritual bodies, marking the beginning of a new era for humanity. Sukuei listened for a while and corrected several of his mistakes. Nishin refused to concede. I didn't recite it wrong. Sukuei said, if you don't believe me, see for yourself. He stopped, looked suspiciously at the search results on her optical computer, grumbled, scratched his head and admitted, alright, I was wrong. Although his tail had transformed back into human legs, the dorsal fin on his back remained. The lab provided suitable clothing that allowed the fin to protrude while covering his body. It looked a bit odd, but Sukuei had grown accustomed to it. After all, she had seen much stranger things. She studied history with Nishin, who wondered, you've already graduated, why are you still memorizing this? Before I graduated I was still an ordinary person and couldn't learn such detailed history. There's no harm in reading it now. Nishin nodded in agreement. Well said. Let's study together. Then we'll quiz each other and see who gets everything right first. Sounds good. Sukuei admired his vibrant energy. Such an optimistic person could lift the spirits of those around him. They quizzed each other rapidly, asking and answering at a brisk pace. After getting everything right, Nishin celebrated and came over to high-five Sukuei. Sharks must constantly swim in the ocean to avoid sinking. Perhaps due to this biological trait, Nishin could never stay still. He found Sukuei's personality agreeable and invited her to spar. Although she knew she would definitely lose, Sukuei agreed. It was just for fun, and she wanted to test the gap between her constitution and that of its class sentinel. She clenched her fist and charged. Nishin, assuming a combat stance, easily caught her and performed a shoulder throw. He didn't actually throw Sukuei to the ground. He only executed the motion of a shoulder throw. Sukuei's collar was still in his grip, completely unharmed, her feet not even touching the floor. She only felt a blur before her eyes, not even knowing how she ended up in that position.
Su Kuei said one more time. Nishin released her, applauded her courage and exclaimed, "Come on. Believe in yourself. The gap in strength could not be bridged by confidence alone." Su Kuei felt a faint urge to laugh. Nishin seemed to recall his own past, the stubbornness of getting up again and again, refusing to admit defeat. He even mimicked the teacher who had once inspired him, trying to motivate Su Kuei with an impassioned tone, "Don't give up. If you can make me fall, you win. And I'll grant you one request." Su Kuei thought, he seems to have misunderstood something. Not particularly interested in the reward but not wanting to dampen the younger boy's enthusiasm, Su Kuei played along and looked for his weaknesses. After scanning him, her gaze finally settled on his thick fluffy hair. Even the most formidable sentinel would feel pain if their hair was pulled right. Unaware of what this sister was thinking, Nishin sparred purely with his physical strength. He performed the same shoulder throw several times and Su Kuei could now briefly perceive his movements. She aimed and reached out, grabbing a fistful of his indigo hair. Nishin yelped. At the same time, a voice called from not far away, "Su Kuei." Distracted for a moment, Nishin missed his chance as Su Kuei pulled his hair backward with force. Forced to tilt his head back, Nishin stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. By inertia, Su Kuei's pink hair slid from her shoulders and brushed across his face. His vision was filled with a sea of light pink as Su Kuei's apologetic laughter rang out. "I used a little trick. Sorry for pulling out your hair. It'll grow back." She returned the few strands of hair in her hand, then stood up to look at the newcomer. His skin was smooth, his features beautiful. Su Kuei couldn't immediately recall who he was. It was only when she saw his metallic-looking indigo blue hair that she remembered his spiritual body. "What are you doing here?" She didn't remember his name, but this sentinel's spiritual body was a blue peacock. Su Kuei remembered it. It was the one that always liked to rub its crest against her palm and fan its tail at her. Seeing Su Kuei, he too became excited. His spiritual body emerged and rushed straight into Su Kuei's arms. "Long time no see. Did you miss me?" The blue peacock's spiritual body nodded eagerly, rubbed against her vigorously, then its tail feathers trembled slightly and fanned out like a screen. He had known Su Kuei was here, so he had applied to visit Lian Tian. Upon arriving, he only glanced around, briefly inquired about the spiritual fluctuation values and the 7-day team leader report before his attention was completely diverted by Su Kuei. The peacock kept circling Su Kuei, fanning its tail, which provoked dissatisfaction from the other spiritual bodies. "I remember you are a member of the Ebo battle team." Lan Kongke nodded, "But I have a familial relationship with Kiri. He can be considered my uncle. The Kiri battle team is all outside and doesn't have time. I happened to be nearby, so I came in his place to check on Lian Tian." Although they said they were here to see Lian Tian, their eyes kept darting towards Su Kuei while the little black swan stepped forward to block Su Kuei. On the other side, Nai Shinshin quietly got up, staring at Su Kuei's back in a bit of a daze. After some polite greetings, Lan Kongke answered one by one, almost mentioning everything they had done recently. Su Kuei asked again, "Where is your team leader?" Lan Kongke hung her head. "The team leader has gone deep into the Ida Star's insect nest and has been infected. He is currently at the disinfection center. This new type of insect race has already given birth to many. Anyone who has come into contact with them will be infected. The blocking medicine only intercepts the continuation of the infection. To fully recover now, we still need the treatment of a pure type guide." Su Kuei slowly revealed a smile. "It must have been tough on the road. How have you been lately? If you need comfort, I can help." Lan Kongke was pleasantly surprised and repeatedly waved her hands. No, I haven't been infected. I just wanted to come see you." The last part of her voice faded and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Shaoxin, who was talking to her sister, looked over. Suddenly the yard fell silent for no reason. The little bear, who had been dozing off, rubbed his eyes. Beside them, Lian Tian was staring at him with a swan-like expression. Lan Kongke hurriedly added, "I also came to see you." Lian Tian nodded, his swan-like expression revealing no emotion. "It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Let's go over there and chat." He pulled the person away just as the professor called Su Kuei over and the yard became lively again. Everyone continued chatting with visiting relatives and friends. Professor Iliki's research had hit a bottleneck. He called Su Kuei and Ainai and Shueimai over, and the slightly improved Huanya was also present. This was the second time Su Kuei had seen her. With colors like rainbow fruit candy and the ability of her spiritual entity to create illusions, it was no wonder Shaoxin said he felt dizzy just looking at her. She greeted the senior. Huanya's spiritual injury caused her to look unwell. She smiled at Su Kuei, still stunningly beautiful. At this moment, Nai appeared a bit silent. She seemed to unconsciously avoid the two senior guides and chose to sit beside Su Kuei. Since the last time Ite had warned her, Nai had not spoken to Su Kuei again. Su Kuei's attitude toward her also took a sharp turn and she coldly nodded.
Professor Eliqui took out the report and explained it to them in detail, expressing his thoughts. He hoped they could try to comfort a student who needed to see the results of such comfort. The guide factor can slowly reduce the degree of alienation, but at the current rate a decline in level is inevitable. If comfort does not yield results and the ultimate goal of recovery cannot be achieved, then you may need to connect with them. Looking at the only two pure type guides present, I looked confused. I can do it and I can connect as well. My father. I've heard it said that as long as the number of connections does not reach 3 times, the impact won't be too significant. The professor sighed slightly, looking at Sukuei. What about you, child? What do you think? I also looked at her, observing her profile. This younger sister had initially given her enough friendliness, but now due to Ite she had become completely indifferent. When she entered she greeted the other 3, but when facing her she withdrew her smile. Moreover, even when she was assigned to care for other students she could vaguely sense the difference between the two sides. Those students did not dislike her, but they also did not particularly like her. Their spiritual entities would not actively rub against her or stick to her, nor would they come over to hug her affectionately. In fact, due to unstable emotions, when I tried to touch them they instinctively turned and snapped at her hand. Although she was not actually bitten, I was indeed frightened. Ite had injured the spiritual entity's owner to protect her, and now the professor no longer allowed him to enter the laboratory. Because of this incident, those students also lost the initial enthusiasm they had for her. I couldn't help but think that it would be better if Ite were not around. Immediately after she felt regret for that thought. Ite is the captain of the Radiance battle team. Only the most cherished daughter of their father would be qualified to receive his protection. She should be grateful. Moreover, Ite truly was doing it for her own good. I convinced herself. Her gaze became resolute once again. Sukuei had already spoken. I thought you wouldn't bring up such matters. The professor replied, this is not the result I wish to see either. But child, individual power cannot contend against a group. Even I am the same. If one person cannot do it, then let everyone come together. If you insist on us comforting and connecting, I have a request. You say. The professor smiled. Let me hear it first. Sukuei looked at Huanya. The beautiful senior guide met her gaze. The two locked eyes. Sukuei said, I hope the successor of the Guide Association is Senior Huanya. Huanya replied. Lazily leaning in her chair, she finally slowly propped herself up. She said, with a rising tone at the end, like a little hook that made people's hearts tingle. Huanya said, Quan Zakai isn't dead yet. What difference does it make now whether he is dead or not? Sukuei smiled politely. This is my condition for exchange. If it cannot be achieved, I fear I will not be able to provide any treatment measures for the infected sentinels. The professor adjusted his glasses, a bit amused. Are you threatening me again? This isn't a threat to you. Sukuei said, it's a threat to them. Everyone was clear on who the them referred to. This is my personal wish and has nothing to do with others. I just hope the professor can convey my message. If there are any issues, they can come directly to me. Everyone was clear on who the them referred to. This is my personal wish and has nothing to do with others. I just hope the professor can convey my message. If their water maze level is not lower than mine, you could choose him. There are many other high-level guides in the Guide Association. Watermai, who was nearby, also looked at Sukuei upon hearing this. The two seniors, one shimmering and one matte, walked beside her, one on the left and one on the right. Huanya was quite tall, around 178 centimeters, with dreamy colorful long hair reaching her waist. Sukuei met her mesmerizing gaze and replied, but during the last film incident it was you who took the lead in speaking out. Senior Watermai is also great, but he is not a woman. My purpose is simply to fight for equal relations for female guides, and you are the best choice. Huanya smiled. You are not afraid that I am just putting on a facade and actually do not care about those matters? Not afraid. Sukuei stopped facing the two women. I believe in my judgment. In fact, Sukuei had long since instructed the genius octopus cultivated by the Truth Organization, this free labor, to investigate several senior guides of the Guide Association. This includes Miss Haizhou, who had taught her. The position of the president of the Guide Association is fiercely contested, and among the candidates only Huanya aligns with Sukuei's intentions. This is not the first time she has spoken out for female guides. Years ago Huanya had criticized the sacred place for changing the teaching materials, specifically the guide manual. Moreover, she seemingly treats the day when the guide manual was completely replaced as a commemorative day, releasing a middle finger meme on the same date every year. As for the information regarding the water vein, Sukuei glanced at the melancholy handsome man with a crimson wolf tail. He was too clean, making it hard not to suspect him of having issues. Xia Huan is very clever, but unfortunately after their connection Sukuei could occasionally sense some of his strong emotions. When the octopus handed over the information, he seemed a bit guilty when he turned to the page about the water vein.
However, Sukue said nothing and pretended not to notice. On the way back to the dormitory they should have parted ways. Yet Sukue followed Huanya, watching her leave with the water vane, showing no intention of leaving. Huanya was surprised and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing, I just wanted to visit you." It was the first time she encountered someone who actively requested to visit. Huanya looked at her twice and brought Sukue into her room. She was somewhat laid back in life. The room was clean but slightly messy. Sukue sat on the sofa surveying the environment. "It's a bit messy, don't mind it," Huanya said insincerely, and then asked, "What kind of juice do you like? Cold or room temperature? Do you have ocean cherry?" "Room temperature, please." "You are quite unreserved," Huanya muttered as she prepared the ocean cherry juice for her. Once back home, Huanya completely relaxed, stretching her legs and half laying on the sofa. If it weren't for Sukue still being there, she would have probably collapsed completely. "Thank you. If you prefer me to be polite, I can do that too." "Forget it, let's keep it like this." Huanya said, "I don't like people who beat around the bush." Sukue took the water cup she handed over and took a sip. It was a marvelous taste that made her squint her eyes. "Alright then, I'll speak plainly from now on. Is it safe here? Can we be sure that our conversation won't be monitored by any means?" Huanya narrowed her eyes. "It's safe. You can speak." Sukue stated, "To be frank, I am here to recommend myself for the position." It was unexpected for her to be so direct. Huanya coughed. "What do you want to do?" "To be your subordinate." Sukue handed over a tissue. Huanya politely said thank you and then remembered that the tissue was from her own home. "No. I am here to comfort you." Under the gaze of those eyes that seemed to see into one's heart, Sukue calmly said, "To gain an absolute advantage in competition, you must heal your wounds well." Huanya replied, "Haven't you already threatened those sentinels yourself? I thought you would prefer to be the president of the association. But my abilities are still insufficient to command respect. To be honest, I do not wish to be involved in power struggles. My initial purpose for coming to the Black Tower was merely to lead a stable life. The reason for doing all this is simply to create a relatively leisurely and comfortable social environment for myself while also helping those pitifully oppressed people. However, this is not solely my affair. I need everyone to work together. I will help you restore your peak. Once the seniors secure the Guide Association, you can do what you wish." Huanya countered, "How do you know what I want to do?" Sukue replied, "I certainly know, because our goals are the same." After a while, Huanya took a sip of juice, saying, "Your tone is quite displeasing. Even without you I would achieve the Guide Association. But it would take too long that way." Sukue said, "I apologize for my tone, please forgive me. Now can we proceed with the comforting? You should think carefully, this is illegal. Guides are not allowed to comfort each other." She reminded. "Is it against the law made by the Sentinels?" Sukue smiled, "Then let them come and catch me. My level is higher than yours, which can create illusions. I cannot fully control it. You should be careful. If you exhaust yourself too much, withdraw in time. I do not want to owe you a favor. No need to worry. There is no debt between us, it is merely mutual benefit." Sukue cradled the colorful fish, gently stroking its tail, and effortlessly entered Huanya's mental landscape. "Do you reject connecting with me?" Sukue softly asked, "Would you like to try the feeling of connecting with someone?" Huanya, however, replied with a non sequitur, "They fear my abilities and are wary of my spiritual form. But right now I feel that you are more dangerous than I am." Sukue remained non-committal. Annie and the others said that the comforting effect between guides is minimal. Sukue thought that this statement was deliberately said to deceive them. It was clearly very effective. Before Sukue's wishes were fulfilled, the founding day arrived first. The founding day of the Star Alliance is the most lively holiday, and all human employees receive a full 12 days off. There were also 3 different food items. One was from Nize, a cooking crocodile turtle that made delicious food. Since becoming the second long-term comforting target, Sukue had not seen him much. In addition, there were also some gifts sent over by Sentinels. Among them, the most extravagant were the birds, while others varied in different peculiar ways. There were also 3 different food items. One was from Nize, a cooking crocodile turtle that made delicious food. Since becoming the second long-term comforting target, Sukue had not seen him much. He might be afraid of being forgotten this time. He sent nothing else, only shrimp balls and sealed fish soup. The second item. Sukue looked at the signature and fell into thought. Until she saw the cartoon pattern drawn by the sender, she suddenly remembered that she had once comforted a rare variant spiky dragon. The chibi cartoon image depicted the spiky dragon extending its claws with a silly expression. He sent a box of pastries imprinted with various floral patterns. Sukue had the machine check it thoroughly, confirming there were no issues, and took a small taste. The taste was indescribable. It was not particularly delicious. It should have been made by him. Such a peculiar flavor could not be bought outside. The third item was honeycomb golden in color with a rich and sweet aroma. Sukuei also unwrapped a 4-piece bedding set from the gifts. She took it out showing a puzzled expression. Inside was a note that read, "This is very soft, comfortable to sleep in," accompanied by a picture of the spiritual form sleeping in the same set in a different color. There are many gifts and reciprocating can be a bit troublesome. Sukuei placed orders on the Star Network and most of the returns were popular gift boxes. Occasionally for some special ones she would send back a little guiding essence. This is somewhat similar to blood donation on ancient Earth, except the amount taken is not that large. Shaoxin mentioned that over-extraction could harm the body, so Sukuei only extracted a bit, filling a small glass vial with just a thin layer of powder at the bottom. When she sent out the package, the ordinary courier was puzzled, asking, "Are you mailing an empty bottle?" Sukuei replied, "No, it's guiding essence." In the delivery station there were both robots and ordinary people. The robots never tired packaging everything neatly and perfectly. The ordinary workers were sweating profusely and the number of customers coming to place orders had noticeably decreased. Upon hearing it was guiding essence, he became cautious in his actions. One for Captain Citan, one for Captain Fengyi, one for Xiao Huan. Basically she only gave it to high-level sentinels she recognized. On the day of establishment everyone was on holiday, with only some ordinary people and robots voluntarily working overtime. The laboratory did not halt its research for the holiday. NINI had already begun to calm the students. On the day of establishment everyone was on holiday, with only some ordinary people and robots voluntarily working overtime. The laboratory did not halt its research for the holiday. NINI had already to record and observe. The professor and assistants were also present and the bored illusion Toothwater Vein came as well. What was supposed to be a normal calming session had turned into a spectacle. NINI even felt somewhat nervous under the scrutiny. In the room it was just her and the student while others watched them through the glass. NINI instinctively searched for Yit's figure. But the professor had stated that no unrelated outsiders were allowed to enter again, even if they were captains of battle teams nor those employed at the Holy Office. So Yite was not present at this moment. The professor awaited the experimental results while the other classmates engaged in idle chatter, their relatives observing not far away. NINI could not find anyone to rely on. Until her gaze met Sukuei's. NINI was about to hurriedly look away, but unexpectedly Sukuei suddenly smiled at her, making a gesture of encouragement. NINI was taken aback. "Can we start?" the professor asked. "Yes," NINI responded, turning to the student she was to calm. To ensure her safety she deliberately chose a student with less aggression. NINI released her spiritual entity. It was a fluffy, beautiful-eyed ragdoll cat. Its limbs were a bit short but its tail was long, gently hanging down as it cautiously approached the other spiritual entity. This was how guides typically calmed others, allowing their spiritual entities to get close to each other. As long as there was no rejection they could continue. The ragdoll cat softly mewed, tentatively bumping its head against the student's spiritual entity. The student's spiritual entity gradually relaxed and the two entities lay together, slowly falling asleep. During this time they would remain close and the guide's spiritual entity would continuously influence the sentinel. Among the other students their levels were around B. NINI calmed two students in succession and drank a recovery potion. The ragdoll cat seemed a bit listless, cradled in her arms as she walked out. The sentinel's spirit was in good condition and was taken by the professor for examination. NINI hesitated for a moment and walked over to Sukuei. She hadn't decided whether to speak, but the ragdoll cat in her arms opened its big eyes and mewed cutely at Sukuei. The sound was soft and delicate, melting one's heart. Sukuei said, "You've worked hard. You're truly amazing." She marveled, as expected of a pure-type high-level guide able to calm two sentinels in succession. "You must be tired, right? Do you need me to hold it for a while?" She smiled and opened her arms. NINI did not understand why her attitude had changed so drastically, and if she truly felt tired she could easily retract her spiritual entity into the imagery. But the words of refusal did not come out. NINI said, "Then I'll trouble you." She handed over the ragdoll cat. Sukuei skillfully embraced it. It felt like holding a soft warm cloud. The ragdoll cat looked up at her, standing on tiptoes, burying its head in Sukuei's neck, its fluffy body brushing against her. The spiritual entity seemed to be as if it had absorbed catnip, rubbing against Sukuei and gradually becoming more intoxicated, its pink nose twitching against the back of Sukuei's neck, wanting to stick out. Even with the sentinel she had connected with, although the ragdoll cat did not reject them, it merely passively accepted. The spiritual entity seemed to be as if it had absorbed catnip, rubbing against Sukuei and gradually becoming more intoxicated, its pink nose twitching against the back of Sukuei's neck, wanting to stick out its tongue to lick. Sukuei tilted her head to avoid it rubbing the ragdoll cat's belly, and it lazily flopped into her embrace. It was delicate and soft.
Even when squeezed it would only meow. It was too easy to bully. Really too easy to bully. A leg was tugged at. Sukue looked down and met the shiny black eyes of the little bear. It smiled at her with a little bear smile, extending a paw to indicate that it also wanted a hug. A little elephant's trunk reached over from behind, flapping its ears at her. Do you all want a hug? That won't do, I can't carry you all. Sukue freed a hand to pat each one. And I watched with a hint of envy. She had never interacted with spiritual entities like this before. Every time she finished she would leave immediately. Her father would not even allow her to frequently meet the same Sentinel. And I wanted to speak to this younger sister and even privately wished to let her hold the ragdoll cat a bit longer, but as soon as she exited the laboratory she saw Yike coming to pick her up through the one-way glass. The younger sister, who had just been friendly, now returned her spiritual entity and turned away coldly. And I stood in place, still somewhat dazed. The door opened and Yike walked in, approaching to ask, "Are you okay?" And I opened her mouth. She did not mention what had just happened. Calming is more effective than injecting guiding essence. The connection is more immediate. Moreover, even if a Sentinel has already been infected after taking blocking medication, they will not infect the guide they are connected to. The alternative medication that the professor was researching has also come out, but in front of pure-type guides it is still not the best choice. As long as they remain the most precious, Sukue is not in a hurry. There are many who are more anxious than her, like the parents of the students. The cousin of Naomi, that sloth, elongated its voice, asking Sukue at 0.5 times speed if they could connect with Naomi, and they were willing to offer compensation. As long as she was willing to make a request. Sukue patiently listened to this lengthy and terrifying statement, looking at the time. Very well, she had already spent a good portion of her time. The Star Alliance has no regulations against minors connecting, and such behavior is neither illegal nor subject to any moral condemnation. It is just that due to the long-standing scarcity of pure-type guide, Sentinels with excessively high spiritual fluctuation values have a hard time securing connections for guidance. They would never easily give their spots to minors. Moreover, minors with immature minds might, after bonding, impulsively possess their guide and resist the guide soothing others, their jealousy driving them to lose reason. Sukue had stated she would not accept minors, and she truly meant it. Compared to these underdeveloped students, their parents behind them were her real targets. Just as compared to Xiaosun, his sister clearly intrigued Sukue more. Yet precisely because they were older and from major families in the central region, they all had familiar guides. For Sukue to insert herself midway was truly difficult. The sloth drawled, "I know you." Pressed down by the mammoth sister, one clearly impatient sister said, "Shut up, let me speak." She looked at Sukue. "We know the conditions you proposed to the professor. On behalf of the mammoth family, I will support Huanya in taking over the guide association." The sloth eyed too. "Nuami, my family agrees too." The others also voiced their assent. The mammoth sister added, "If you have any other demands, just say them." "I only have this one trivial wish," Sukue said with a smile, stroking the owl's head in her arms, making it turn around. "I like you all very much, and I truly want to heal everyone soon." The mammoth sister, "First, I hope it can be Xiaosun." Agreed. This was merely a small matter. But the sloth grew unhappy, waving its overly long claws. "Little bear first." The mammoth sisters snorted in unison, and one cracked her knuckles. "Come on, let's fight." They went out to fight. Sukue said to the spirit bodies and their owners, "The order makes no difference. I hope everyone can recover." She smiled at Xiaosun, who returned a shy grin. Meeting Nixin's gaze, he pointed at himself in surprise. "I'm included too." Sukue nodded. "But I have no conditions to exchange with you," Nixin admitted frankly, pressing his fist to his forehead and lowering his voice deeply. "Except for myself, I have nothing." Sukue laughed. "Then mortgage yourself to me. I have high hopes for your potential." Nixin, "Alas. It's all because I'm too outstanding. The world's most exceptional Sentinel is about to be born, and he will pave the way for you through thorns. Madam, you have acquired the most formidable human weapon in Star Alliance history." He declaimed loudly, knelt on one knee, took Sukue's hand and pressed his forehead to it. "The one and only Megalodon at your service." The owl girl shuddered. "Hey, that's enough. It's not a stage play." Nini made no demands for soothing or bonding. When it came to Sukue, she demanded compensation. She asked these students, "I thought you'd find it unacceptable and go to Nini." The owl girl said, "What's there to find unacceptable? We accept the benefits and must pay the price. Her not wanting it is her business. Nuami, I like your guide pheromones. I only eat one type of fish." He was a picky little bear. "Xiaosun, this is good. If it only requires you to give, I wouldn't be able to accept it." He glanced at his sister, who had secured first place for him, then at the sloth's owner with a bruised face. He whispered, "If it's too hard, you can put me last."
I don't mind. Lian Tian said reservedly, there's no such thing as a free lunch, that's an ancient Earth proverb. I think it makes a lot of sense. He stood straight, eyes fixed ahead, showing no sign of his spirit body, the black swan constantly trying to push the owl aside to monopolize Su Kuei's embrace. Nixin. Why are you all looking at me? The megalodon was ramming into the wall. It liked to topple everything in front of it, now locked in a struggle with the lab wall. Nixin thought for a moment and frowned. I hate cats. Sharks. Count as fish, right? Hating cats seemed perfectly fine. He stared at Su Kuei with longing. His spirit body instinctively craved closeness with her, but reason told him not to increase her workload at this moment. He stared at Su Kuei with longing. His spirit body instinctively craved closeness with her, but reason told him not to increase her workload at this moment. Watching from the side, he was so envious he could cry. The sloth handed him a tissue wipe, the blue peacock sob. Nini could unconditionally perform soothing or even bonding in full view of others, seemingly long accustomed to having no private, but Su Kuei couldn't. She insisted on a private room without one-way glass or monitoring equipment. For optimal soothing effects, no interference was allowed. The professor didn't insist, she agreed when he proposed it. Nini watched quietly. I'll go in now. Su Kuei greeted them, waving at Nini as she passed. Together with Xiaosun, she entered the private soothing room. The automatic door closed, cutting off all sight and sound from inside. About 4 hours later, the two emerged again. The wait was so long that the professor had gone off to do other things. Su Kuei sipped a recovery potion while Xiaosun had finally returned to near normal. The obvious signs of deviation had receded. He obediently followed Su Kuei out. As she raised her hand, he smoothly took the empty potion pack and tossed it into the trash. Without testing, one look showed he was doing well. The professor came over to ask why so long. Su Kuei replied calmly, we slept after bonding, it's my habitual therapeutic method. The professor hummed, come with me for a checkup. Xiaosun responded, then said to Su Kuei, I'll go with the professor now. Su Kuei nodded and he left. The owl girl scratched her head. I feel like something's different. Lian Tian thought so too. Only Nixin was puzzled, what's different? Oh, his elephant trunk is gone and his ears too. Su Kuei thought to herself, it's just the dependency from a young person's first bonding, you'll all have it after. She hadn't imprinted a mental brand on this minor from the mammoth family. After not guiding in class Sentinel for so long, she was a bit tired and it was afternoon. So she slept with Xiaosun. Of course, each in their own space. He lay obediently on his side, sleeping on his back, not daring to turn over even in deep sleep. He couldn't fall asleep at first, so Su Kuei took out her treasured book again and told him a fairy tale. The Adventures of Little Baby Elephant. But since the book wasn't with her, she made up the content on the spot, somewhat whimsical and bewildering. But it didn't matter as long as the listener enjoyed it. The little elephant is very nourishing. The flavor. If one must find a comparison, Su Kuei could only think of freshly baked brown sugar steamed cake. The energy feedback from the glass Sentinel is pure and heavy, both the sea anemone and the little fish are well fed. Su Kuei feels mentally enriched, thus her mood is quite pleasant. The professor conducted a full set of examinations for Xiaosun. The degree of mutation has decreased and the fluctuations of mental energy have diminished, although the spiritual entity still cannot retrieve the image. If we do it once more, it should be fine, the assistant remarked, glancing at the two simple-minded guides. Nini is conversing with her next subject for reassurance. That student's spiritual entity is a rhinoceros. Like Xiaosun's spiritual entity, it is a rare non-carnivorous animal, yet its strength is not inferior to any other type of spiritual entity. With thick and rough skin, sparse hair folds around the shoulders and waist, a solid horn on its head and a relatively short tail. The rhinoceros is chewing on a handful of leaves to pass the time, and its owner has a sturdy physique, having reached over 1.8 meters tall before maturity, with broad shoulders capable of accommodating several nini. Standing before this strong student, she appears even more petite and delicate, thus seeming somewhat fearful and withdrawn. The owner of the rhinoceros spiritual entity tries to lower his voice and speak to her. Nini tilts her head back, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. Whatever he says, she nods in agreement. The two stare at each other, the atmosphere somewhat stiff. The assistant looks over to the other side. The two individuals in the control group are also conversing. It's just that Su Kuei is speaking and Xiaosun is listening. Her posture is relaxed, leaning her weight against the mammoth while twirling a stick in her hand, teasing the spiritual entity's trunk as it follows the movement. Moving a little closer, she can hear distinctly different conversations on both sides. The rhinoceros owner says, I am just a bit higher than you, so it shouldn't be too difficult to soothe. Moving a little closer, she can hear distinctly different conversations on both sides. The rhinoceros owner says, I am just a bit higher than you, so it shouldn't be too difficult to soothe. I won't harm you, Nini stutters, thank you. The rhinoceros owner bends down. What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly, could you please repeat that? Ni takes a half step back, suddenly closing her mouth. Sukue asks, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Xiaosun, looking like a shy little wife, replies, I feel great. It's a bit strange. But very good. We might need to do it once more, so be prepared psychologically, Xiaosun says, blushing and flustered, his eyelashes fluttering quickly. As long as it won't be too hard on you, that's all that matters. If possible, he gathers his courage to look into Sukue's eyes, the innocence and joy in his youthful gaze tinged with a hint of shyness nearly spilling over through his expression and words. Can we have 3 connections? I only like to eat one type of food, and I only like you. Please let me be your sentinel. He nearly forces himself to say this under Sukue's gaze, and after speaking he lowers his eyes, awaiting his final judgment. The assistant, having overheard, feels a complex mix of emotions. He inexplicably grows worried. If Sukue truly connects with all of them, how many of these students will remain in the end? He shared his concerns with the professor. The professor only smiled, saying that is their own heartfelt choice, no one has the right to interfere. But after the connection, dependency will form, which is merely a result of chemical substances in the body, the assistant argued. The professor replied, in the end the human body is also made of cells. He looks at his assistant, then at the pair walking inside the guide being carried by their spiritual entity. The professor adjusts his glasses and says, are you perhaps overthinking this? Tomorrow we'll give you a day off. Go out and try dating. Experience the taste of chemical substances. After expressing his true feelings, Xiaosun couldn't help but hold his breath. In the brief moment of waiting for a response, time feels like it stretches on forever. Sukue is not surprised by this request. She tilts her head to glance at Ni just in time to meet the gaze of her and the rhinoceros owner. Clearly they have also heard. In front of everyone she places her hand atop Xiaosun's head and gently rubs it. Xiaosun slightly bends forward, allowing her to pet him more smoothly. Sukue says, I cannot answer that question right now. When the time comes that you don't need to fill in anyone's name in the Guardian section, if your feelings remain unchanged, I will tell you the answer then. Xiaosun firmly states, perhaps I indeed lack the maturity of an adult's mentality, but I understand what I desire. I have seen many guides and may meet more in the future, but none of them are you. Sukue chuckles, if that's the case then prove it to me. Xiaosun replies earnestly, I will. Don't listen to what others say, watch what I do. Anyone can say nice things. Sukue understands this principle. After all, she is a villain who only enjoys deceiving others with sweet words. The mammoth has once again initiated an invitation for a ride. As soon as Sukue sits on it, they walk around for 2 laps. In the distance, a little bear finally shakes off the sloth and comes rushing over like a gust of wind, running on all fours with its body upright, waving its paws. Sukue asks what's wrong. When she dismounts, the excited little bear hugs her waist. With big black eyes it looks up at her, pointing at the mammoth, indicating that it wants to join too. Nuomi follows along, scratching his head and showing a lazy smile, haha sister, you don't mind if I join into you. Lian Tian, who had been wandering over without anyone noticing, sits down on a nearby sofa and opens a book, pretending to flip through a couple of pages while actually eavesdropping. 3 connections. Sukue holds a large plush bear and pats its chubby back. Let's talk about it again after you graduate. Is it because we are too young? Nuomi leans into the sofa, adopting the same posture as the little bear, plopping down on the ground with dark beads for eyes. Being small has its advantages. He glances at the blue peacock, innocently flashing a bright smile. We are very obedient and highly malleable. Whatever shape you want to mold us into, sister, you can. Unlike those older sentinels whose thinking has solidified as stubborn as drifting ice in the ocean. Blue peacock, sloth and other adult guardians with rigid thinking feeling subtly insulted. Others don't mind, they just think this kid is asking for a beating. The blue peacock, growing anxious, jumps up to defend. I didn't. We peacocks are flexible in thinking and know how to adapt. Don't listen to him spouting nonsense. The spiritual entity trots over to Sukue's side, continuously fanning its tail feathers in a display of affection, eager to show itself off. Sukue is nearly swept off her feet by its tail feathers. Alright, there isn't, Sukue soothed, stroking his blue hair as the sentinel gradually quieted down. His head followed her hand, his cheek pressing against it. Trembling his blue eyelashes, he pressed his crimson lips into her palm. Nuomi remarked, oh, so this is what a mature man looks like. The sloth poked him. Privately the sloth asked, you haven't bonded yet. Nuomi lay on the carpet, arms tucked beneath him, and said, tomorrow is my turn. The sloth said, at home. Nuomi replied, there's no one else here, you can speak faster. The sloth, the spirit animal that normally moved with excruciating slowness, spread its hands and spoke at a normal pace. Oh. Fine. I was going to say there's a high-level guide at home who can fully treat your condition, you don't need to find someone outside. Nuomi tugged idly at the carpet's long fibers, saying nonchalantly, no need. She's perfect. It's fortunate that the guide you found isn't a member of the sanctum. If she were, the mammoth family would likely be the first to object. They really dislike the current sanctum. Nuami said, I dislike it too. The sloth added, also stay away from that ragdoll cat. Those guides have all implanted long-acting heat suppressants in their bodies to prevent bonding heat. Letty Mar is truly absurd. Honestly, why hasn't anyone dealt with him? Nuami chuckled lazily, conflicting interests, and he's quite skilled at brainwashing people into godhood. The sloth agreed, true. He's crafted a public image for himself quite well, a holy father sentinel, a savior with a heart for the world and inner compassion. It's pretty laughable. If that's the case, why doesn't he charge into the insect nest and kill the queen, sacrificing himself to make a truly visible contribution to humanity? Then I might change my opinion of him. Empty slogans, I can shout them too. Nuami looked at him, then why don't you have the guts to say that out loud? The sloth faltered, I don't have the guts. Who dares to say a single bad word about him on the star net now? They'd probably end up with a fight at their doorstep. I'm afraid I'd be dead in bed the next day after saying it. He chuckled dryly, mocking, cause of death, drown and spit. The doorbell rang and the assistant entered. The sloth's expression shifted instantly, speaking with a sluggish drawl. Hell, lo. Nuami buried his face in his arms, unwilling to witness his perverse sense of humor. Sukuei digested the brown sugar sponge cake the next day. It was a combination drink of milk cap and iced chocolate. The inner landscape of Nuami's spirit was a glacier of snow-covered white. Their bond, caused by infection, was easier to guide than others. Sukuei controlled her pace, not moving too fast. The skin of the little bear beneath her palm felt as if it were burning. The dark fur ignited into flames and Nuami was dyed red by the sunset outside the window. The glacier melted, the earth returned to spring, and the little bear ran through blooming flowers. He grasped Sukuei's sleeve and pulled out dozens of bags of snacks from his compression space device. Fried small dried fish, dried seal meat, these are my favorite foods. I'll give them all to you. I also raise a herd of seals at home. Whether braised or grilled, they're delicious. I'd like to invite you to come and eat together. Under normal circumstances, the little bear's tongue was pink with black spots. Nuami usually didn't speak with his mouth wide open. It was only when he was close that Sukuei noticed. This breed of little white bear, to adapt to extreme harsh environments, had evolved a tongue that turned blue under heavy blood supply to help regulate body temperature. Now when he spoke, his tongue was blue. Sukuei, slightly curious, leaned in to take a closer look. Nuami adjusted his posture, tilting his head back, his still youthful Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He parted his lips slightly, allowing her to see more clearly. Sounds nice, Sukuei said, having seen enough rising to lightly tap his nose. I'll go when I get the chance. Do you want to rest for a while? We can go out later. Nuami nodded, and his spirit bear cheerfully spread its arms, patting its own soft fluffy belly. Nuami said, little bear cushion, no worse than a little elephant mount, and it's a special treat just for big sister. Come lie down, big sister. The spirit animal also whimpered pitifully. They imitated the sloth, drawing out their words long and slow, as if installing a sliding rheostat in their throats, their voices syrupy and soft. If Sukuei hadn't heard the little bear's deep, powerful roar when it fought someone, she would have been completely fooled by them. The little bear stretched its arms wide, letting Sukuei sit on its body. Its furry front paws wrapped around her waist, careful not to let its claws scratch her. It held the guide, swaying joyfully left and right, its head resting on top of Sukuei's, its round ears twitching. Sukuei sank into a warm, fluffy bear blanket to sleep. But before she could sleep long, she felt herself breaking out in a sweat from the heat. Unable to bear it, she freed one hand, raised it, and rubbed the little bear's round ear. The little bear, having fallen asleep, quickly and deeply jolted. Before even opening its eyes, it bared a fierce expression, revealing a mouthful of gleaming sharp fangs. When it realized it was her, that fierce look instantly vanished. Its eyes opened wide, wearing an expression of I was asleep, I don't know anything, I was just dreaming. It tilted its head adorably, letting out a tender sound only made during the cub stage. Stop acting cute. Get up, it's too hot. Sukuei pulled apart its inwardly hooked large paws. Nuami reached over from the side. I'll fan you, big sister. His hand fanned a bit of breeze. Sukuei lightly flicked his forehead. I'm going out. Are you coming out? Nuami lay stubbornly in place. No. There's your guide pheromone here. I'm staying to absorb every bit of it from the air. Are you a pervert? Sukuei pinched his cheek again. Nuami turned his head slightly to avoid it. I used to be normal. It's only since meeting you that I've become like this. My fault. Nuami shook his head. My fault for not being able to resist temptation. I didn't tempt you. Sukuei was interested in hugging the little bear plushie, but had no intention of flirting with its owner. She pressed her hand against Nuami's face to cut off the conversation and pushed him back, then go back to sleep. Naomi grabbed her clothes, his expression serious. Big sister, before and after the bond touching the spirit animal is fine, but don't have any more intimate physical contact with the Sentinel himself. He emphasized the words more and intimate, then continued, double stimulation can easily trigger bonding heat. I doubt that's a result you'd want. If the Sanctum or the Black Tower tries to inject you with heat suppressants, you must refuse. Heat suppressants. Su Kuei had heard of them. There was nothing much to explain, the name said it all. It was similar to the contraceptive shots of ancient Earth. After injection, the guide would not enter bonding heat no matter the stimulation for the duration of its effectiveness. It was invented only after that pure type guide married due to bonding heat. The lifted foot turned back. Su Kuei sat down beside the little bear and asked Naomi, has Nini been injected? I don't know, but I guess she should have been. The heat-suppressing drug had many side effects such as dizziness, nausea, and localized pain. Long-term injection would cause trace toxins to induce physiological abnormalities, allergic infections, and a dispirited spiritual entity in guides. Long-term use required subcutaneous needle implantation, dissolvable needles that would grow into the guide's flesh and could never be removed. Since it had only been developed, it had not been widely applied in the market. Yet it seemed it would soon be legitimately promoted. After all, although the Star Alliance law had a rule that guides cannot be harmed, they would surely use the pretext the heat-suppressing drug also prevents guides from entering the bonding heat, allowing them to perform soothing without worry. Who could say the heat-suppressing drug violated the law? After all, Su Kuei had heard the words side effects are only temporary, they will disappear once you stop taking it. The pain of the process was negligible, they will disappear once you stop. Those light words could erase all suffering. She could imagine the face of the speaker. She even laughed out loud. Naomi looked at her in confusion and the little bear tilted its head, puzzled. He asked, are you angry? Not really, Su Kuei said, stroking the little bear's big head. I've seen millennia of suppression, brainwashing, and gaslighting, this is just a drizzle. Thank you for reminding me. Su Kuei also patted his head. No need to avoid me, I won't enter the bonding heat. Naomi stopped. Why? Probably because the greatest difference between humans and animals is that human thoughts can control instincts. After Naomi came the owl girl. This time Su Kuei waited a bit longer before making another connection. During this time Nini hadn't stopped much. Su Kuei saw her drinking recovery fluid many times. It wasn't provided by the lab but brought by Yite. It was said to be a special supply from the sanctuary, even more effective than Black Tower's. Yite looked at Nini with affection. Drink a little of this and you'll feel much better. And them Nini drank in small sips. It was clear she didn't like the taste, but she finished it anyway. After leaving Yite and entering the lab, she saw Su Kuei also taking a recovery fluid to drink. It was ordinary recovery fluid, not as effective as the sanctuary's. Nini still had some stock, all given by Yite earlier. She took one out, wanting to give it to Su Kuei to drink. But before she could, today's patient, the owl girl, saw Su Kuei's action. She rushed over, noisily crouched anxiously before Su Kuei and asked, are you tired? If you're tired, rest. I don't need your soothing. No matter how purified recovery fluid is still medicine, don't drink it so often. Her voice drew others. Naomi was the first to raise his hand. I'll give you a massage. I studied essential oil massage at school. The mammoth touched her worriedly with its trunk and Shaosun hung his head in apology. I'm sorry. Lian Tian cleared his throat. Let me, I've studied ancient Earth Chinese medicine physiotherapy and am very skilled in acupuncture. Nixing clapped. Yours are useless. Stand up. Brave lady. Leader of the Megalodon. Don't give up. I'll run 2 laps with you to build strength. I guarantee you'll be as healthy as me. I saw it earlier, you guys are all too frail. Go away, don't cause trouble. What use is running when you have a headache and feel unwell? The owl girl, shoot him. If you're so energetic, why not do some somersaults to cheer Su Kuei up? Unexpectedly Nixing found the idea reasonable after serious thought. A happy mood also helps health. Watch my fancy backflip, Ia. Borrow some alcohol. Watch the Megalodon dive through a fireball. Whoosh. Ouch, hot, hot, hot. Su Kuei was surrounded. She didn't watch the animal show, afraid she'd lose her composure. She pressed her forehead. Your levels are all too high. My recent consumption has indeed been a bit heavy. If I don't drink recovery fluid, I might need to rest 2 more days. Then rest. They answered without hesitation, all talking at once. Nini clutched her recovery fluid. It bore the sanctuary's emblem and her father's handwritten signature. It was the best recovery fluid he had made for them out of understanding. He said he didn't want to see any child harmed, so he gave them the best treatment. It wasn't available outside, no one else had it. The golden signature was elegant and smooth, reminding her of her father's always loving gaze. But that gaze was gradually replaced by something else.
Listening to the voices around her, Nini fell into unprecedented confusion. Sukue saw her standing there in a daze and beckoned to the ragdoll cat that had come out on its own. It mewed coquettishly and trotted over. Sukue scooped the cat into her arms and watched Nixon's performance like a TV show. Seeing her attention, Nishin became more energetic and he seemed to have found joy in the animal act, tirelessly jumping through the fiery rings. Ziosen's mammoth brought a round object, probably some lab tool shaped like a ball, and rolled it around with its trunk. Nuomi had washed his hands and was already rubbing essential oil. Lien Tian coordinated by lighting aromatherapy. Where had they gotten these things? They couldn't have carried them around, could they? The owl girl was dumbfounded by her companion's actions. They were all from Central District schools, why hadn't she learned these things? Finally gritting her teeth, she said, "I'll provide the music." She stood aside and sang in soprano. The owl swayed its head. Sukue didn't refuse everyone's kindness, she accepted gladly and watched with great interest. She opened the dried seal and the ragdoll cat came over to sniff. Sukue didn't give it any, instead she took a fried fish stick. She spread both hands in front of it. "Whatever you like, whatever you want, come take it yourself." The ragdoll cat looked at her. Sukue bent down and touched its head like a greeting gesture. Between cats, no one's life has to be unchanging from start to finish. Choices are right everyone is born with. What to eat, which one to eat, it's all up to you. She brought her hands closer. "Where you can refuse both, just tell me clearly." The ragdoll cat hesitated, its eyes darting between the food and Sukue. Faced with her unpressing gaze, it tentatively extended a paw. White like a piece of mangosteen, it landed in Sukue's left palm. The ragdoll cat mewed. It wanted this. Very well. Sukue gave the fried fish to it. She ate the dried seal meat herself. By the same token, choosing one inevitably means losing the other. "Of course you could also snatch both from my hands." After that she said no more. The ragdoll cat, dazed and confused, was unsure if it had understood. Sukue held it while watching the show. A passing sloth even ran over, offering to do 100 push. He lay on the ground. One. By the third one the ragdoll cat was already yawning, curling up on Sukue's lap and burying its head in its tail. The sloth's animal act successfully lulled everyone to sleep. This year's Founding Day celebration was held on the final day. It was broadcast live across the entire StarNet. In previous years it had always started on the first day, only this year was it delayed, sparking much discussion. But just before the broadcast, the news department broke a story about a sweatshop producing toxic nutrient fluid. According to reports, someone had risked their life to enter the factory and expose the truth. The factory was immediately shut down and all nutrient fluid in production was sent to the Central District for inspection. In itself, the incident was extremely egregious and absolutely unforgivable. However, since the consumers of the nutrient fluid were mostly ordinary people at the bottom of society, despite the uproar, it ultimately ended with the managers being dismissed and prosecuted. The charges stopped at that level with no further escalation. On the day of the Founding Day event, unexpectedly the Sanctuary Executor and Guide Association Chairman Kwan Zakayu also attended. On the surface nothing seemed amiss, but his voice was weak and feeble. During his 10-minute speech he already showed signs of fatigue. This time, speaking openly before the StarNet live broadcast, he stated clearly that he was unable to bear the responsibilities of the Sanctuary and the Guide Association and would step down to choose a successor. During this period the positions of Executor and Chairman would remain vacant. If the vacancy exceeded 3 years, the Deputy Executor of the Sanctuary could assume the role. The live broadcast screen zoomed in on the current Deputy Executor. Up close, Sukue saw the Sentinel named Lettimar, Nini's father. On StarNet he enjoyed an infinitely beautiful reputation and was called the Holy Father. His spirit beast, a mutated toad, had been glorified by a legion of devoted fans into a radiant golden angel. Lettimar had excellent bone structure. His light golden hair and beard made him appear kind and beautiful, truly resembling the Savior Jesus from the Bible. Those deep eyes stared at the live broadcast, or brimming with love and compassion that seemed to transcend the boundaries of data. In his heart he held everyone. The owl girl read out the comments on StarNet. Hearing only half, Nixin asked in confusion, "Father?" He came to the Founding Day event bringing his own dad. Xiaosun explained they call him Father himself. Many people affectionately address him that way. Today the team was unusually all present. Experiments were paused and everyone sat together watching the StarNet broadcast. The fan-shaped sofa was packed and the surrounding table was laden with snacks and fruit. Sukue was eating a peach. To her left sat Xiaosun and to her right Nuomi. The seat had originally been the owl girl's, but she had gotten up to use the restroom and when she returned it was gone. The long sofa stretched from left to right. Nixin Xiaosun Sukue Nuomi Lian Tian Blue Peacock. The owl girl looked around, all other seats were too far away. Finally she went over to Nixin and said, "Scoot over."
Nixin shifted inward and Shaosun also moved closer. He whispered to Su Kuei, "Am I crowding you?" "It's fine, I have plenty of room." Su Kuei had the largest portion of the sofa. She asked the two sentinels beside her to move over a bit more so everyone could have more space. Compared to the deputy executor's radiant presence, his complexion was much dimmer. He couldn't suppress a couple of coughs, and after calming down he dropped a bombshell. The sanctuary's affairs are so heavy that relying on just one deputy exec, there were truly a lot of people. Fortunately, the space was spacious enough to accommodate several dozen more. The StarNet broadcast faced everyone, and after zooming in on Letty Mar it panned over to Quan Zakayu. Compared to the deputy executor's radiant presence, his complexion was much dimmer. He couldn't suppress a couple of coughs, and after calming down he dropped a bombshell. The sanctuary's affairs are so heavy that relying on just one deputy executor is truly too strenuous. I propose increasing the number of deputy executor positions. Before the next executor takes office, all deputy executors shall deliberate and make decisions together. The live broadcast orb, almost on the heels of his last syllable, abruptly shifted the camera to Letty Mar's face. He still wore a smile, raising his hand to applaud along with the crowd below. Su Kuei heard Nuomi let out a snicker. He lounged lazily on the sofa, which made Lian Tian's upright posture beside him even more pronounced. The earlier guide essence had taken effect. Lian Tian's legs had long since reverted to human legs, but his head was still that of a bird. It wasn't until yesterday, after he connected with Su Kuei, that he finally revealed his true face, albeit a step behind the others. It matched the impression he gave. Elegant, proud, with clear brows and a serene expression, he had a very typical Eastern appearance. He was much to Su Kuei's liking. Yesterday she had gently caressed his brow and praised him for being handsome. As a result, Lian Tian still dared not meet her eyes. If their gazes locked for more than 3 seconds, he would nonchalantly look away. The two were separated by Nuomi. Lian Tian pursed his lips, his thin eyelids drooping, long lashes half veiling his glass-like crimson pupils. After a moment he glanced back again, only to find Su Kuei still smilingly propping her cheek and watching him. Lian Tian subtly adjusted his posture, sitting even more gracefully. He looked over again, and unexpectedly met Nuomi's dark face. With white hair and dark skin, Nuomi completely blocked Su Kuei from view. He turned his head and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" His voice drew Xiao Sen's gaze, but he only glanced over before reaching for a tissue to wipe Su Kuei's hands and tossing her peach pit into the trash. Nuomi tore open a bag of snacks, chewed a couple of bites, then offered it over. "You want some?" Su Kuei didn't look over. Lian Tian continued watching the broadcast. "No thanks." Over there, Nixin stretched out her arm excitedly and asked, "Is that seal meat?" "Give me some." The next Guide Association chairman will be elected by vote. Each person is entitled to 1 vote. Voting will officially begin in early March of the Star Alliance calendar, and the voting channel will close 2 months later. We encourage everyone to actively participate. To ensure absolute fairness, a public real name system will be implemented. Letty Mar showed no visible reaction, but Yit's expression had been grim ever since the words "increase the number of deputy executor positions" came from the screen. He stared at the StarNet broadcast, his gaze like a knife, as if he wanted to stab Quan Zakayu full of holes. His emotions were too exposed, and Nini noticed. "Yite, what's wrong?" Yite replied darkly, "Nothing." Sensing other eyes on him, Yite looked over and saw Su Kuei watching him with keen interest. She even waved at him, mouthing the words, "Hi." "Hi. Are you angry?" Yite frowned, ignoring her provocation. Then he heard Su Kuei say, "Who wrote that review on the Star Network? Could anyone really utter such cloying words?" The owl girl flipped through her notes. "Some did. They said the vice steward was their spiritual pillar, that without him they would all perish. Yet it seems he hasn't done anything particularly grand." The owl girl scratched her head. "That I wouldn't know. But I think the vice steward is quite kind, gentle, compassionate, and magnanimous. The last time I saw him he nodded and smiled at me. The vice steward has a truly beautiful smile." Su Kuei sighed. "It's hard to imagine that such a perfect person exists in this world." The owl girl nodded in agreement. Yet Yite couldn't shake the feeling that her tone was off. He had known her longer than Su Kuei realized. When she was identified as a pure-type guide, her existence became known to everyone in the sanctuary. Yite had even proposed bringing this girl back to be educated by the sanctuary. But his suggestion was rejected by Letty Mar at the time. Yite speculated that he might have deemed the girl already an adult, tainted by barbaric education and thus too difficult to discipline, which was why he gave up. He had once thought it a pity. Even after adulthood had set her nature, her mindset wasn't entirely beyond correction. But now, listening to her tone and combining it with the impression Su Kuei had left on him recently, Yite silently admired Letty Mar's foresight. The vice steward had indeed been thoughtful.
If this girl were allowed into the sanctuary, she might corrupt the other guides, infecting them with the decadent habits of the outside world. Su Kuei caught the flicker of expression on his face and the corners of her mouth lifted. Even Lian Tian with his meticulous mind noticed and frowned in warning. Mind your gaze. Eat glanced at him. That evening Su Kuei sent a message to Little Octopus. Su Kuei opened his door. The room number is. Toxic Octopus replied with a jaunty salute emoji. This didn't seem like something Xia Huan would send, it was more like his spirit guide. Hard to tell which specific tentacle it was. The locked automatic door slid open before Su Kuei. Eat, who had been resting, jolted awake at the sound. Who's there? He grabbed his weapon and sprang up, but two figures moved faster, silently closing in to seize his energy gun. Eat grappled with them, catching sight of two silhouettes in the dim light. It's you! In that brief moment of distraction, Nuomi seized the chance to snap a black collar around Eat's neck. Click. A suppressor. A high-grade suppressor. What do you intend? I hold no enmity with your families. Lian Tian said nothing as he pinned him down, using one free hand to straighten his slightly disheveled clothes. Nuomi flashed a grin of white teeth in the darkness. We bear no grudge against you either. From behind them another figure emerged. Sorry to disturb your rest. We're just passing through for a visit. Pink hair caught Eat's eye as Su Kuei glanced at him, then said to the other two, I appreciate your help. Please bind him and gag him. Otherwise we might not have a proper conversation. As you wish, sister. The two complied. Eat was stripped of his weapons and space compression device, then left bound hand and foot on the bed wearing the suppressor. Lian Tian deftly tied the knots and added, my apologies for the offense. Nuomi stuffed a gag into Eat's mouth before he could make a sound. Eat MMPH. Having finished, the two withdrew of their own accord. Only the two women remained in the room. Su Kuei murmured, what would the spiritual landscape of an S-lamprey look like, I wonder? I'm a little curious. Would you mind letting me have a look? Thank you. The bond with Nishin was scheduled for last. It wasn't a deliberate arrangement, mostly his condition seemed more stable than the others and Nishin himself couldn't care less about the order. He was utterly indifferent to such matters. Even before bonding with Su Kuei, he had the presence of mind to ask her, once I'm better, can I still participate in the league? Su Kuei replied, you should be able to. Nishin breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, promising, when I win the championship I'll let you touch the trophy. Didn't you say you'd pledge your loyalty to me? Su Kuei asked with a smile. And you'll only let me touch the trophy? Right, Nishin nodded. Because it's a team event, not my trophy alone. If you want one, I'll win an individual trophy next time. Then recalling their previous contest, he added, you still haven't made that request I owe you from last time. You can name anything. He added, nothing that violates Star Alliance law though. I still need to stay in school. I can't really think of anything I need your help with. Su Kuei pretended to think hard, then finally said, your history grades aren't good, are they? How about passing the next exam? Nishin, ah. That's a bit tough. Should I purposely fail? Su Kuei stared at him blankly. After a moment of silence she asked, when you say your grades aren't good, what do you mean? Nishin replied bluntly, I just didn't get a perfect score. I missed a few questions. I always mix up those Madame So-and-so names. Strange they have their own names. If it were their real names I definitely wouldn't forget. All right. Su Kuei changed her request. Then get a perfect score next time. That's my demand. Nixon's fighting spirit ignited. No problem. He jumped up, urging, come on, let's bond so I can go hit the books. So full of energy. Su Kuei acquiesced with a nod. An hour later. She urged him, get up. You still need to go back and study. Nishin limp as a dried fish tumbled from the sofa to the floor at her push. A muffled thud. The founding day holiday ended. The two senior guides Phantom Fong and Watervane departed from Lunzo Star. Though the time was brief, Su Kuei had managed to bond with her twice. 3 bonds would lead to an inseparable intimacy. For this reason Phantom Fong harbored reservations and Su Kuei did not propose a third, an unspoken understanding between them. Yet even just 2 bonds had deepened Su Kuei's understanding of Phantom Fong. After the second session Phantom Fong toyed with her rainbow-colored hair and asked, can you start sensing my emotions? Why can't I feel anything? Su Kuei calmly adjusted her sleeves. Isn't it supposed to happen after the third? And do guides bond with each other the same way sentinels and guides do? How do you know? Have you bonded with another guide before? No. Such illegal matters are best known to as few as possible. Phantom Fong shuffled over in her slippers, retrieved a box from the kitchen and handed it to her. Here. Since I'm leaving anyway, it would go to waste if left here. Su Kuei opened it to find it packed full of ocean cherries. Then I won't stand on ceremony. She accepted the gift with a smile. Next to leave were the parents. Blue Peacock was reluctant to go, but the time he could stay was limited, so with tears in his eyes he waved goodbye to Su Kuei. The Mammoth sisters embraced Su Kuei. The Mammoth clan's doors are always open to you, you are welcome to visit. The Sloth reached out a hand also, but was turned aside by Nuami. Meeting him with arms open wide, Nixin jumped up. Hey! What are you doing? The professor's lab had not yet been evacuated. After confirming the students had recovered, he still needed to stay for observation. The interrupted Academy League resumed and Su Kuei returned to the Black Tower. Ni did not leave. She was supposed to go. The Radiance battle team was fully armed and waiting for her departure. Yet Ni remained still. Yite asked, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Ni watched the others walking away in different directions, their farewells carefree and bright. The only commonality was that they were all moving forward. Only she seemed to be standing still. I want to see the outside world. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously as she spoke, not daring to look at Yit's face. This was the first time Ni had made a request. Every other member of the Radiance battle team frowned deeply, waiting for their captain's refusal. No one thought Yite would agree. Someone had already gone to open the starship's door and lower the ramp. Yit's expression remained unchanged. No, it's too dangerous outside. Ni said, I won't go anywhere else. Just to the Black Tower. I've never seen the inside of the Black Tower. I'll take a look and then come back. Yite was slightly impatient. His obedient little cat had developed a wish to see the outside world and he wanted to refuse. But Ni stood there unwilling to move, and if he pulled her she would cry. Yite thought even if he let her take a look, what harm could it do? With them following, how could they not control her? Fine. Yite seemed moved and relented, but demanded it could not be long, at most 3 days. Ni nodded obediently. As for her arrival, the head of the Black Tower was naturally very welcoming. He had heard of Ni's name but had never seen her in person. When he went up to greet her, he enthusiastically extended his hand. It's a great honor to meet you. Yite shook his hand in Ni's stead. Annie and Miss Lemming remarked, look at how sycophantic he is. How annoying. It was now the guide's lunch break and Su Kuei returned just in time to eat. She would start work in the afternoon, so she first went home to change into her uniform. It was now the guide's lunch break and Su Kuei returned just in time to eat. She would start work in the afternoon, so she first went home to change into her uniform. Having not seen her for a while, the guides in the cafeteria gathered around to ask how she was. They were mainly curious about the professor and the infectious insects. Su Kuei hadn't seen the insects, so she picked some trivial matters to share. Annie asked curiously, is that girl a guide from the Sanctum? I've heard of her, the news has covered her. Many big families from the central region go to the Sanctum to find guides, and she is the most capable one. What is she doing here? The Sanctum must treasure their guides. Why hasn't she gone back? Aren't they always kept only within the Sanctum? Su Kuei replied, maybe she's become curious about the outside world. I've interacted with her, she's very innocent. It's just that the Sentinel beside her is annoying, always interfering with her thoughts. Those guides in the Sanctum probably don't know what the outside world is like, said Miss Lemming. Canaries kept in a cage. Su Kuei nodded. If you run into her you can chat with her too. Sure, Annie agreed readily. She really liked making friends. The afternoon's work subject was one Su Kuei liked very much. She now had the right to choose her own Sentinel, so among a list of profiles and introductions she unhesitatingly clicked on the spirit guide that caught her eye. A round face, triangular ears, short stout limbs, a reddish-brown body and a large bushy tail with 12 alternating red and dark rings. A red panda. This lower-ranked team had few members and their spirit guides were not very powerful. Both the captain and vice-captain possessed mutated red pandas. Their spiritual fluctuation values were not low, but due to their overall weaker strength and insufficient contribution points, it was very difficult for them to book a guide for soothing. Their team passed by Luanswa for a brief rest. They thought about trying to get a slot at the Black Tower on Luanswa, holding little hope and just giving it a shot. They had received no response even on the eve of their departure. The team members couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just then the captain's optical computer chimed with a message. He had set it to voice broadcast, so the optical computer emitted an electronic voice: your appointment request has been approved. A guide from the Luanswa Black Tower has accepted the order. Guide Su Kuei. Soothing room number 00012, please arrive promptly at 1300 today. The appointment will be automatically cancelled if you are late. The captain was stunned. The team members exchanged glances, and before anyone could speak another person's optical computer chimed. Your appointment request has been approved. A guide from the Luanswa Star Black Tower has accepted the order. Guide Su Kuei. Soothing room number 00012, please arrive promptly at 0900 tomorrow. The appointment will be automatically cancelled if you are late. The red pandas were ecstatic. The surprise came too suddenly. Even as their spirit guides were being cuddled and stroked in the guides' arms, the sentinels themselves were still in a daze of disbelief. Su Kuei stroked the big tail and ruffled the red panda's ears, laughing. You have to give me a 5-star review, okay? The sentinels of these spirit guides were all endearingly simple and honest. Su Kuei liked them so much that she even performed a connection soothing for them. This is a complimentary gift from me, I won't charge you extra. But keep it a secret. The red pandas were thrilled. The captain directly pulled out his optical computer. Take all my contribution points. The red panda lying in her lap stuck out a little pink tongue. Two more on the ground stretched out their arms to hug Su Kuei's legs, pressing their dark chests against her. Their eyes sparkled and Su Kuei fed them apples. Resting her chin on her hand, she listened to the crisp, juicy crunching sound, sighing repeatedly. So adorable. Indeed, red pandas were cute no matter what they did. If it were a person making eating noises in front of her, Su Kuei certainly wouldn't think so. The pleasant afternoon ended. As she left work, she happened to run into Ni and Yite passing by. Su Kuei greeted them. Hi. Ni nodded at her while Yite showed no reaction and even quickened his pace. Ni trotted to keep up and they passed by one after the other. Su Kuei stood there flashing a smile at Yite's retreating back. No matter how high his level, hadn't she easily entered his spiritual landscape anyway? Yet Su Kuei discovered that she could not command him as she had in previous instances. If her mental brand contradicted Yite's own thoughts, the imprint would simply dissolve. She tested this several times. First, she directly ordered Yite agree to every request Nini makes. The mark left by the little fish was instantly swept away by the sentinel's will. The mental brand was invalid. Second, she said, Nini is a child you have watched grow up. You have a protective fondness for her, so try your best to fulfill her wishes. The implanted mental brand flickered and then vanished. The mental brand was invalid. Third, she studied Yite's conduct, guessed at his thoughts and carefully said, Nini is just a kitten whose claws have been removed. A little pet that can do nothing. Taking her out for some air once in a while will make the child more grateful to you and more obedient in the future. This time it succeeded. After the queen was born, a new type of insect that infected spirits was mass-produced in spring, relentlessly trying to infiltrate every corner of the Star Alliance. The value of pure-type guides continued to rise. Whether married or world-weary, they were all subtly coerced with sweet words into providing soothing. The first of the two guides reacted fiercely, stating that she was a perfect match with her sentinel. They were soulmates and she could no longer offer soothing to anyone but her partner. The second guide was more direct, cursing wildly on the star web. Su Kuei had to turn down the volume whenever she played back that recording. Yes. The Star Alliance provides safe shelter and protects our safety. But I pay my taxes every year, not a cent less. I've done my fair share of work before. Why should I sacrifice myself now? That Nini from the sanctuary, if you like playing the saint, then do it yourself. Don't impose your standards on others. Now you come to persuade me, trying to seem magnanimous. In telling you, push me any further and he'll blow up the sanctuary and take you all down with me. A bunch of bastards. Clearly she was hot-tempered. Su Kuei found her and applied to add her as a friend, specifically noting her identity as a pure-type guide. The other party accepted instantly and shot back, what do you want to say? Let me warn you, don't try to persuade me like the others or he'll curse you out too. Su Kuei laughed and replied, can we meet sometime? Perhaps we can have a chat. Together with that lady. It's not convenient to talk on the star web. With a genius like Xia Huan on the star web, there could easily be a second or a third. Both she and the married lady were a great guides, besides the professor and Shumo Huanya, the highest ranked and most likely to gain a voice. Neither of these guides was in the central region. Su Kuei found them and requested a meeting. The one with the bad temper was called Li Tuan and her spirit was a mutated hedgehog. Eventually the three agreed to meet on a nearby planet. Su Kuei then went to ask for leave. The person in charge was used to it. Eventually the three agreed to meet on a nearby planet. Su Kuei then went to ask for leave. The person in charge was used to it. She asked and he granted it. Although there were still many infected sentinels in urgent need of treatment, there was still Nini. Su Kuei told the person in charge to do everything possible to keep Nini around and occasionally call Yite away for other tasks. After all, the Black Tower was safe enough that he didn't need to guard her personally. Buying a ticket, she flew to the agreed planet and finally met the two guides in person. Li Tuan was surprisingly delicate and pretty quiet when not speaking. Adeline embodied the traits of her spirit strikingly beautiful. She carried the ease and grace of a life of comfort, and having borne a child she exuded a maternal quality rare among women of this.
What do you want from us that requires a meeting? 3 pairs of eyes met and Li Tuan spoke first. Take it easy. Su Kuwei first checked the surroundings.
At this the 2 guides exchanged glances and Adeline bit her lip lightly. Finding nothing amiss, she sat down across from them.
The one in the very center stepped out. The others made way.
Su Kuwei stepped back and looked up.
He leaned down. Su Kuwei nodded. I won't waste your time, seniors. I invited you here to ask about your true thoughts on the sanctuary. Adeline remained silent while Li Tuan frowned. What do you mean?
The opportunity that Quan Zikai is fighting for is right before us.
We all know our position.
Why not seize this chance to fight for power in the sanctuary? Of the 2 new deputy executive positions, we must ensure that at least one is not a person from Lady Mar's faction. Li Tuan's eyes lit up slightly, but she frowned again. My spirit is damaged and they know my temperament. They won't let me get involved.
Whether they do isn't up to them.
There are only 4 known pure-type guides.
Su Kuwei smiled. Excluding Nini isn't what we want decided by the 3 of us.
I can guarantee that until I secure absolute rights I will never soothe another infected sentinel.
Li Tuan slammed the table, her cheeks flushed with excitement. I can too.
They both looked at Adeline.
Compared to Li Tuan, Adeline seemed far more composed and distant.
After a moment of thought she said slowly, I want to soothe others, that's a fact.
But I don't want to be part of what you're doing. I came here today only out of solidarity as a fellow guide. I'm sorry, but I must leave.
She picked up her bag and stood.
Li Tuan snapped, you're doing this again.
Why won't you fight for something for yourself with us?
I thought you'd come around. Adeline turned back to look at her. I have my own family. I don't want to disrupt the happiness I have now.
What you're doing might be right, but it's none of my concern. As you said, don't impose your standards on me. Li Tuan was momentarily speechless, seething with anger. Her spirit materialized, bristling with sharp quills and hissing.
Su Kuwei stopped the little hedgehog from leaping to bite. It's fine. She showed no emotion toward Adeline, simply saying you're right.
We should respect individual choices,
but you are a mother with a child.
I hope that when your child awakens as a guide and faces the same situation or remains an ordinary person drinking toxic nutrient fluids, you will still stand by your choice today. The rights fought for by those before us affect everyone who comes after.
If you want help, at least don't hold us back. Before Adeline could react, Su Kuwei stepped forward, pressing a small pink energy gun against her side. Adeline froze as Su Kuwei's mesmerizing pink eyes drew close. Please don't move.
I'm sorry, but I may need to use some means to make you forget part of this conversation. Su Kuwei turned her back to Li Tuan so she didn't see exactly what she did, only noticing the dazed expression on Adeline's face after she stiffened as Su Kuwei whispered.
You can go back now.
She only caught a few words before Adeline, her expression returning to normal, bid them farewell. I'll take my leave then. Watching her leave, Su Kuwei turned around. Li Tuan's gaze fell on the energy gun in her hand.
How do you have this?
Li Tuan's pupils dilated as her eyes met Su Kuwei's.
The small pink energy gun twirled in her hand, showing no sign of being put away. As you can see. This is my sincerity.
She placed the gun on the table and sat back down.
All right, we can continue our discussion. Li Tuan's attitude became noticeably warmer than when she first arrived.
Leaning in, she asked, how did you get this?
I've applied many times but never got approval.
Su Kuwei chuckled, her words laden with meaning. I understand your thoughts and feelings, but sometimes you need to change your approach and means to achieve your goals.
Li Tuan instinctively frowned. What did you do to Adeline? Can you tell me?
Her spirit animal scurried to her feet and she picked it up, placing it on her lap. The little hedgehog clung to the table, standing on tiptoe, its nose twitching.
Su Kuwei, sorry, not yet. All right. Li Tuan met her gaze for 2 seconds and said solemnly, I'll keep it a secret. That would be best.
The little hedgehog persistently clung to the table. Li Tuan pressed it down with a finger, but soon the tiny head popped back up.
Su Kuwei reached out to it.
The little hedgehog nimbly climbed onto the table, stopping a few steps from her fingers, its nose twitching rapidly. It paused and moved forward, her hand always palm up.
Finally it stopped at her fingertip.
The cream-colored hedgehog, like a moving sea urchin, stretched its nose to touch her fingertip, then quickly withdrew. Su Kuwei placed her hand on the table and looked at the hedgehog's owner. How is your mental condition? Li Tuan hesitated for a moment, then told the truth, it's already healed. But in public she insisted it wasn't and refused to be examined. If anyone tried to force her, Li Tuan would throw a fit on the spot. She already had a record of destruction smashing testing equipment X2 and scratching employees who tried to enforce the rules X4. The repair costs for the instruments were exorbitantly high, so no one dared to question the truth of her words anymore. Adeline will firmly refuse any soothing requests. I'll cooperate with you on this end. I want you to enter the sanctuary and become one of the vice deacons. Is that alright? Lituan, I don't really want to soothe those sentinels. Fine, I can tolerate it for a while. She bit her lip. They'll use soothing as a bargaining chip, but I've been so resistant before. If I suddenly become cooperative, won't it be too obvious? You don't need to be overly cooperative. Just maintain your original personality. Make them beg you. When soothing, choose high-ranking sentinels from the major families. If you don't want a bond, just soothe them multiple times to create dependence. They'll naturally speak up for you. Su Kuei said the sanctuary can't stuff another sentinel into the vice deacon position. The other candidate, Nini, is the most likely. Lituan couldn't help but frown. That cat has been ruined by the sanctuary's upbringing. I've tried to advise her before, but she won't listen at all. That's normal, Su Kuei nodded. How can a few slanders from outsiders compare to the constant orders from those around her? But she'll discover the anomaly herself sooner or later. As long as she's still willing to think. Did you see the sentinel beside her? He watches over her like a jailer. As long as that sentinel is there, she'll probably never be able to break free. Looking around at the current situation, Lituan couldn't help but worry, and as she thought, she began to get angry. Suddenly she stood up and slammed the table, shouting, "What a rotten Star Alliance society! Damn sanctuary, why don't you just go and destroy yourself? Let's all die together, the planet will be clean." A string of curses mixed with accents from other planets. Su Kuei cupped the little hedgehog that had crawled into her palm. It hissed loudly in coordination with its owner, its face full of fierce. Su Kuei couldn't touch its back, so she could only gently stroke its soft nose. Calmly waiting for Lituan to vent, she sat back down and Su Kuei handed her a drink. Destruction isn't now. At least for now, I want to live happily until I'm old. Have something sweet. It'll lift your spirits. Lituan took a sip from the cup and slowly calmed down. She looked at Su Kuei and cleared her throat. Did I scare you? Su Kuei shook her head. How old are you? 22, and in a few months I'll turn 23. Lituan murmured, much younger than me. The much younger sister was composed and steady, making her seem unstable. Lituan felt a bit embarrassed, using the drink to hide half her face, her eyes darting elsewhere. Su Kuei gently touched the hedgehog's pink plump belly, saying, "Don't worry about Nini either. If someone has locked her in a cage, just pry open a..." Su Kuei gently touched the hedgehog's pink plump belly, saying, "Don't worry about Nini either. If someone has locked her in a cage, just pry open a gap in the cage and she'll be able to get out. These are not difficult matters. Don't be disheartened. All problems can be solved slowly." Clearly its spirit had healed while its belly was round and plump with a bit of flesh spilling out when pinched. That's it. Su Kuei held up the hedgehog. Be curt with everyone else, but soften your attitude only toward the sentinels you've soothed. Just like now. This is what they like and expect to see. Do as I say and you'll make unexpected discoveries. Lituan She was still pondering Su Kuei's words and her response came out a bit dazed. Like now? Like what? She wanted to say she wasn't treating her specially, but looking at her spirit animal she swallowed the words. She just couldn't accept it if the person opposite her were any sentinel. She wasn't born a guide, she awakened as one only after reaching adulthood. Because before becoming a guide she had encountered many arrogant, condescending sentinels who didn't treat ordinary people as humans, so after awakening she naturally felt a strong aversion to this group. Even if sentinels later treated her with great deference, Lituan only found it hypocritical. Su Kuei could see that Lituan, though delicate in appearance, was surprisingly fiery and straightforward, unwilling to back down. She probably hadn't done such things before. Don't feel ashamed. As long as you achieve your goal. But if it truly goes against your heart, you don't have to do it. Su Kuei didn't insist. Lituan. Nothing to be ashamed of. I'll do it. There were already so few people who could stand together. Su Kuei gently held the hedgehog's tiny paw and shook it up and down. It won't be for nothing. Lituan had sneaked out with someone helping to cover her tracks, ensuring her whereabouts would not be disclosed. Some guides I know are quite impressive. They are all complex types and are still fighting for the legitimate right to go to battle and wield energy weapons. Su Kuei thought of Miss Seaporridge and asked if she knew her. Lituan nodded. I do. I'm quite close with her. Her spirit form is a crab. Have you seen it? Last time she even walked sideways in front of us, haha. That was hilarious. I have seen it. She once taught me. What a coincidence.
The mutated golden crab looked as if it had been coated in a layer of egg wash, its bulging eyes crystal clear, both being seafood like Su Kuei's spirit form. Li Tuan slurped her saliva, her spirit form looked so delicious. Su Kuei nodded in agreement indeed. After discussing the next steps, Li Tuan eagerly prepared to leave. She couldn't wait to start the change. Wait, Su Kuei called out to her. Can you arrange for me to meet Quan Zakayu? Meet him. Li Tuan didn't ask for details, thought for a moment and said I'm not that familiar with him either. Let me ask around. Su Kuei replied, all right. Don't let anyone else know. Li Tuan assured, leave it to me. You can trust me. Wait for my news here. Okay. Su Kuei stayed on this unfamiliar planet for 3 days, treating it as a leisure vacation. In the evening, the person in charge sent a communication request urging her to return as soon as possible because Ite insisted on taking Nini away and he couldn't hold them back. Su Kuei responded, if you can't keep them, find a way. Can't you create obstacles to delay him? Or are you simply unwilling to do so? Ite is the captain of the Radiance team and a member of the Sanctum. I can't. You can. Believe in yourself, okay? Before I return, Nini must not leave. You can do it. After ending the communication, Li Tuan sent a message. She had contacted Quan Zakayu, who agreed to meet Su Kuei, but he could no longer get out of bed and could only invite Su Kuei to come to him. Traveling from this planet to the central region would pass by B11 star where the Kuei flowers bloom. Through the glass of the starship, Su Kuei saw the quietly standing planet. The spherical surface was lush and vibrant, with greenery interspersed with patches of blue representing the sea, evoking an inexplicable resemblance to her home and memory. Is that B11 star? The service robot on the starship replied, yes ma'am. Would you like me to introduce its history? The robot spoke eloquently and with rhythm. B11 star is a celestial body that nurtures and supports life. Approximately 10 of its surface is land, consisting of continents and islands, while the remaining 90 is mostly covered by forests and oceans. Its orbital period is. This planet was born only 3 billion years ago, making it a very young planet. The robot provided detailed information and Su Kuei asked, is it a private planet? No, it's not, the robot replied. It's a public planet. The minimum purchase price requires billions of contribution points and star coins. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Su Kuei politely expressed her thanks and indicated that the robot could leave. However, after waiting for a while, the robot did not move. Su Kuei asked, is there anything else? The robot simulated a shy smile. Dear guest, this. Su Kuei watched as it rubbed its hands in a human-like manner and the display screen representing its eyes showed a spinning and bouncing star coin pattern. Su Kuei. Are you asking for a tip? Aren't you afraid he'll complain about you? The robot blinked its innocent star coin eyes and said in a cute electronic voice, this is an unwritten rule of the industry, dear guest. Besides, we only ask for 20 star coins, which is quite modest. Service fees in the central region start at 100 star coins. Su Kuei said, if you don't leave, he'll complain about you. The robot wailed, boo-hoo, please don't complain about me, okay? I won't ask for a tip anymore. The star coins turned into simulated tears and it even squeezed maintenance oil from its body to act as tears. Su Kuei crossed her arms and enjoyed the robot's fake crying for a while, then gave it 2 star coins. The robot was pleasantly surprised. Su Kuei said, I won't complain about you. Go now. The robot instantly retracted the maintenance oil and happily walked away holding the star coins. The central region was a collective term. It encompassed 1 star, 9 planets and 450 moons. The planet where Quan Zakayu was currently recuperating was one of those planets. From the moment she disembarked from the starship, a dedicated person was waiting at the docking port. Are you Ms. Su Kuei? Hello, I was sent by the master to pick you up. Hello. I apologize for the intrusion. The environment of Quan Zakayu's residence was serene and tightly guarded. As Su Kuei entered, no fewer than a dozen machines scanned her from head to toe. Upon detecting a spatial compression device, they beeped incessantly. However, the security robots had received orders not to confiscate her belongings. After a routine check, they let her pass. Further ahead, there was a disinfection process. Su Kuei, along with the man who had come to receive her, underwent full-body disinfection before finally entering his actual residence. The room was empty of other people, surrounded by lush greenery with the ceiling and walls simulating a forest environment. Quan Zakayu, lying in bed, heard her approach and waved weakly. On the carpet beside him lay his spirit form, a prehistoric dragonfly over a meter long. Its head was encircled by a pair of hemispherical compound eyes bulging prominently on each side, occupying more than 2/3 of the total head area. These compound eyes were composed of 28000 ommatidia, large and protruding, resembling those of a fly, though less aesthetically pleasing when magnified. Its abdomen was atrophied and shriveled with 4 transparent wings spread out drooping by its sides. Please come in. The man beside her gestured, and after Sukuei entered he remained standing at the door without leaving. Sukuei walked over, glanced at the motionless spirit form and sat on the stool beside the bed. The 4th Simple Type Guide. On the day of the founding speech, Kwanzakaiyu could still speak on his own. Now he could no longer speak with few parts of his body still movable. His brain was connected to a machine that conveyed the thoughts he wished to express. The electronic voice simulated his tone as if he himself were speaking. Sukuei nodded yes. Thank you for agreeing to see me. I had thought it would be very difficult to meet you. Kwanzakaiyu struggled to curl his lips. A dying man no longer needs to be so guarded. But you cannot die yet, Sukuei said. At least until the deputy executor is confirmed you must stay alive. I'm afraid that's impossible. He shook his head slightly. It is possible. Sukuei turned to look at the dragonfly. Is it because your spirit has been severely damaged? This was the prevailing rumor on the star net. Given his unique abilities, it seemed only natural that severe damage would result in a devastating blow to his spirit. That is indeed part of the reason. Kwanzakaiyu blinked, his voice emanating from the machine. He was a refined man with large eyes, a high-bridged nose and pale lips. But what truly caused my severe injury was the Zerg. I cannot dwell on it too much. If you are interested, I can have someone else elaborate later. He gestured toward the man standing with his back to them by the door. That is my assistant. Sukuei replied. All right. May I ask, is your mental damage untreatable? Medication has no effect. Then have you not tried seeking solace from a guide? Kwanzakaiyu smiled. He did not criticize or react to Sukuei's mention of an illegal act, but instead said that would be harming them. After my mental damage, I can no longer control my ability. The mental drowning would affect any guide offering solace while also draining me. His spiritual ability was mental drowning. Those affected would become deeply immersed in a certain emotion, unable to extricate themselves. So you are not opposed to solace between guides. Opposition or approval are irrelevant. Given the current state of the Star Alliance, this law has its necessary existence and value. Sukuei nodded. Then would you be willing to accept my solace? Kwanzakaiyu replied. My chaotic mental state will affect you. This is no joke. I am serious as well. They locked eyes. Kwanzakaiyu softened his gentle expression, his gaze scrutinizing Sukuei with an air of authority. Are you? He paused, then asked, are you certain you want to do this? Sukuei replied, I am certain. The door closed and the assistant stood outside. Sukuei said, within your knot I sense something different. Is that the true culprit behind your severe injury? Yes. It is the mental domain of the Zerg. As a guide, Kwanzakaiyu experienced solace for the first time, feeling the connection formed. The dragonfly, which had not moved, finally mustered the strength to lift its head, its compound eyes fixed on Sukuei. Some have said that the Zerg share our origins. Perhaps that is true. They too possess their own mental domain. Their minds form a vast interconnected web with the Queen as the core. This is somewhat akin to a dark guide and a controlled sentinel, don't you think? Sukuei shook her head. I think not. One is an insect, the other human. How could they be alike? He chuckled, feeling the tangled knots within his chaotic mental landscape gradually being unraveled. Perhaps I really can live a bit longer. May I ask why you are willing to save me? Sukuei asked, do you want the truth? If possible, yes. Then the reason is this: as long as you live, the guides have a patron. It was indeed the truth. Someone had to keep Lady Mar in check. Sukuei murmured, why was the position of deputy director suddenly established? He did not answer. Then let me ask another question. The toxic nutrient factory, is it his? The black market dealer had only given Sukuei's name as an ordinary politician, but tracing the threads revealed connections between that politician and members of the Radiance team, logically leading back to Lady Mar. What did he add to it? Was the replacement of harmful substances purely to cut costs? Some species of toads secrete a substance when stimulated, and licking it induces a euphoria akin to drugs. So what of a mutated toad spirit? Can I reasonably speculate that he possesses a similar ability to control others? Is that why you acted, perceiving his intent to restrain him? Kwanzakaiyu was left speechless by this chain of reasonable accusations. After a moment he said with a wry smile, he indeed seeks to control the entire sanctum to fulfill his ambition, and I am indeed stopping him. But misguide, you are overthinking this. The mutated toad spirit does not have such an ability. I am certain. Sukuei thought, I don't believe it. Really, it doesn't. He is merely hoarding wealth. After the connection, Kwanzakaiyu felt slightly better and slowly sat up, leaning on the bed.
Out of consideration for his condition, Su Kuei made a token gesture to assist, but it was ineffective and she quickly withdrew her hand. She disliked serving others. This man Mar is greedy for wealth and power and an extreme narcissist. He revels in adoration and acclaim, tolerating no criticism of his faults. I have known him for decades. Though his character is flawed, his rank is high enough to lead the charge against the Zerg. Su Kuei refrained from commenting on Quan Zikayu's assessment. His view was not comprehensive. Lady Mar was not foolish. Even an ordinary person knew how to put on airs and flatter superiors while bullying subordinates. Who knew what facade he presented to others? The toxic nutrient factory was undoubtedly his. Quan Zikayu's lack of denial implied indirect admission. Lady Mar, the Holy Father and Radiant Angel, has added addictive secretions to nutrients and heat suppressants. Guides who take the suppressants will transmit it to Sentinels during solace. He seeks to control all of Star Alliance humanity, shaping the human world into a hive with himself at the apex. If such charges were leveled, would his followers remain steadfast? As for whether Lady Mar himself possessed addictive secretions, that was irrelevant. A twist of thought and bad ideas emerged, making her feel as if her stomach churned with dark schemes. Su Kuei thought, what's happening? Why do I feel more wicked than Lady Mar? It must be an illusion. No one could be worse than him. When Quan Zikayu rested, Su Kuei left and chatted with the assistant outside, hearing a full explanation of the Zerg's mental. Years ago they had captured a living king Zerg, detecting its mental power. They tried to sense the queen through it, hoping to mentally destroy her. But the Zerg's mental web was vast, guarding the queen like stars. They couldn't approach. During that time they conducted several controlled experiments. Sentinels could not penetrate the King Zerg's mental domain, only guides could. Low-level guides would be attacked and influenced, easily losing their minds in the vast Zerg mental web. The highest level guide at the time was Quan Zikayu, so he defied all objections and tested it himself. Unsurprisingly, he failed. The deep mental penetration of a complex type guide would trigger Zerg alert and attack, while simple type guides were too rare and low-ranked, so the experimental hypothesis was abandoned. Su Kuei wanted to go see the Queen Bug, but her assistant found it difficult. The Queen Bug was not on this planet, and to see it required submitting a report for approval, which could take several working days, and even then approval was not guaranteed. Forget it then. I want go, Su Kuei said. To delay the deterioration of her injuries, she would have to stay on this planet for an extended period. The person in charge had managed to hold back yet, but within a few days news arrived that Nini had gone missing. Did you lay a hand on Nini? Su Kuei asked. I told you to hold him back, not to capture her. The person in charge was sweating profusely. No, I didn't. Who would dare touch her? It really wasn't me. If not him, then who? Su Kuei pondered. The assistant guided her to the guest room, explaining along the way, feel free to reach out to me for anything you need. If you prefer not to interact with humans, you can summon a robot instead. With a polite nod, the assistant departed. Su Kuei tried sending a message to Nini. The person in charge said she had gone missing while out. On the way to the restaurant, their hovercar was ambushed. Guide was entangled by two high-level sentinels, and Nini was snatched away right before his eyes. Her message went unanswered. Instead, Annie guiltily told her that she had recommended the restaurant to Nini, which was why Nini had gone there. It has nothing to do with you. Were there any other people around when you recommended the restaurant? Su Kuei asked. No. I was inside the Black Tower. The only people passing by were colleagues, no outsiders. They were now reviewing the surveillance footage. Annie sent it to her. As Su Kuei played the video, she noticed that Nini's thick white hair seemed to have a slight wave to it. She no longer resembled a ragdoll cat, but rather a lively little lamb. What happened to her hair? Su Kuei asked. Because you said to chat more with her, I tried to reach out. Honestly, I didn't have a good impression of her before. But after getting to know her, I found she has such a wonderful personality. She never argues with anything we say. The day before yesterday we made plans to get beauty treatments and asked if she wanted to come along. Everyone said her hair would look even cuter curled, and she agreed. We sneaked her out while that sentinel was away and got this look done for her. Wow, she had never had a beauty treatment in her entire life. She was really happy afterward and seemed to love it. She kept touching her hair when we got back. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Very different, Su Kuei said. But that sentinel was so annoying. He even scolded Nini and made sarcastic remarks about us corrupting her. I just want to stuff him in a sack and beat him up, let him taste my lethal kick. There will be a chance, Su Kuei said. No outsiders inside the Black Tower with high-level sentinels involved. A suspicion formed in Su Kuei's mind. As long as she hadn't been taken by the Zerg, Nini was in no danger. Her captors likely just wanted to keep her under control. She might suffer a little, but it could ultimately be a good thing. After some thought, Su Kuei abandoned the idea of chatting with Xiao Huan. Quan Zikayu's injuries were too severe, leaving permanent damage. His rank had regressed permanently, now below even level. Accepting treatment from Su Kuei would be an extremely dangerous proposition for him. Compared to Lichuan's indignation and despair, Su Kuei was much calmer and more relaxed. Lady Mar was not an insurmountable obstacle. Nothing was. Quan Zikayu's residence was in the heart of the city's first ring, occupying a vast area that stood isolated from the surrounding buildings. Su Kuei left his home and wandered nearby. The planet was generally sparsely populated. Even the central shopping district of this core world had few people, though robots bustled back and forth in abundance. In a shop window, Su Kuei spotted several models of robot lovers, beautifully crafted and eye-catching, drawing a small crowd of onlookers. They were likely students from a local academy. Su Kuei guessed they were no older than middle schoolers from ancient Earth. Their cheeks were youthful, their eyes innocent, and they were exceptionally lively. A few girls pressed against the window, chattering excitedly, occasionally letting out gasps. As Su Kuei passed, she heard them laughing. Look. That robot lover inside has such tiny eyes. Must be defective, right? No wonder they hid it in the back. Where? A friend stood on tiptoe. Look inside through this gap. The others joined in the laughter. As one of them stepped back, she accidentally stepped on Su Kuei's foot. Ah. Sorry, big sister. She turned to apologize first, then seeing Su Kuei clearly exclaimed, wow. Your eyes and hair are both pink. Su Kuei steadied her. Yes, they are. Did you get a beauty treatment? The others shifted their attention to Su Kuei, crowding around her, staring curiously at her eyes. No, I'm a guide. Wow, a guide. I want to be a guide too. Books say guides live in pure quiet towers with great benefits, and all they have to do is soothe sentinels. But I've seen online that many guide sisters also go to the battlefield. My neighbor's sister awakened as a guide when she came of age. Her whole family moved away. She's also a complex type, very impressive. When will I come of age? I want to awaken as a guide too. This planet also had a black tower, but to ordinary people it was far too distant and unapproachable. All they could do was gaze at the distant spire and imagine the life within. And girls seem more likely to awaken as guides. Right. The girls' faces were dreamy and full of longing. One objected, I don't want to be a guide, I want to be a sentinel. They argued briefly over their differing opinions, then asked Su Kuei, big sister, which do you think is better? Silly. She's a guide, so of course she'll say guides are better. Su Kuei thought for a moment. Both are good. Big sister, have you ever killed any bugs? What are the Zerg like? Are they really the same as in the news? Not yet. Ah. The girls let out disappointed sighs. Guides all have spirit animals. Do you have one, big sister? Su Kuei summoned the patience she used with her little nephew. She crouched down to chat with these young girls who gathered around her like little mushrooms squatting in a circle. Each clutched their backpack, staring at her with wide, curious eyes. Su Kuei released her spirit animal for them to see. The sudden appearance of a sea anemone caused an uproar. The girls' expressions were a mix of novelty and exaggeration. One reached out a finger to touch it, but Su Kuei stopped her. This is my spirit animal. It shares my senses, so you can't touch it carelessly. They quickly withdrew their fingers. Big sister, why don't you go kill bugs? Are you scared? Before Su Kuei could answer, one of the children let out a shriek that made her ears ring. I know. This big sister is a pure type guide. I heard about it from my neighbor's sister. When she came back to pack her things last time, she said there was a new pure type guide. Pure type guides can't kill bugs. That's not true, Su Kuei said, poking the girl on the forehead. I can. You'll see it someday. But I heard from the neighbor's uncle that it's because of the guides and sentinels that our lives are so difficult, said a child, stealing a glance at Su Kuei's expression. The others fell silent. Su Kuei said there might be some truth to that, but ultimately it's just a few minor issues from above. They will be resolved. Things will slowly get better. After sending the children away, Su Kuei received a communication request from the crocodile battle team. It had been a while since she last saw them. The last news she had of Captain Sitten was from Blue Peacock. Knowing he had ventured deep into the insect nest and become infected, Su Kuei had anticipated this visit. Due to Sitten's infection and isolation, the guide pheromones she had mailed had only just reached him. He hadn't used them. The big crocodile merely sent his thanks and then went silent again. This time it was one of the crocodile battle team's vice captains who contacted her, the one whose spirit animal she had noted as the dreamy pale blue serpent. Sukuei read his request. It was simply asking her to help suit their captain. Of course she would agree. There was no reason not to. Captain Sitten was a high-level sentinel backed by two powerful families. And he was indeed very nourishing. But even though she agreed, she wasn't going to rush over to treat him immediately. The matter of Quan Zakai was more important now. That crocodile could wait a little longer. She believed he could hold on. Nini's disappearance had caused quite a stir. Even the usually easygoing Letty Mar had rarely shown such a grim expression. Sukuei guessed it was mainly because of the newly added vice steward position. He was clearly being suppressed. But there would be many more days like this ahead. Surely he would get used to it. With Nini missing, it was hard to absolve blame. This lamprey was going mad at the left star Black Tower, causing the person in charge a great headache. But he truly had no idea where Nini had gone. All traces of her whereabouts had been erased. Questioned and scrutinized by it, this little mouse also grew resentful. When communicating with Sukuei via projection, he complained about how difficult it was to deal with. Sukuei listened. Then why don't you fight back? The chattering person in charge stammered. Well. Sukuei said, oh right. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Even if he hit you, you wouldn't dare retaliate. You use all your strength on those even weaker than yourself. The person in charge's expression soured, but then Sukuei unexpectedly gave him her first smile of the day. But it's okay. It'll help you become truly brave. Find a way to release that infectious insect and let the members of the Radiance battle team get infected. Then send them to me for treatment. After taking a walk outside, she returned to the temporary guest room and out of boredom browsed the StarNet. The ongoing league matches of the several major academies were slightly less popular than the newly added Vice Steward issue. Sukuei clicked to watch. The live broadcast section allowed viewing multiple feeds simultaneously or selecting a single one. The wilderness survival event was over now. It was the insect elimination task. The school would designate a planet with few insects and let the students enter to kill them for points. Having seen the bugs beforehand, Shaosun and his team remained calm. Sukuei watched as Nixon's megalodon charged forward and bit an insect in two. The smell of blood mixed with insect fluids was even more pungent than squashing a ladybug. He was initially exuberant, but within 2 seconds his expression shifted wildly and he ended up retching on the side. Shaosun took half a step back, his mammoth stuffing its trunk into its mouth. Lian Tian suddenly turned his head, his black swan burying its head under its wing, refusing to pull it out. Little Bear nearby curled himself into a tight ball. That poor kid. Sukuei was speechless. But she had to admit it was quite amusing. He was a vibrant, passionate and upward-striving weed. Many on the StarNet were watching him too. As Sukuei watched the livestream and the comments, she received an unfamiliar communication request. It showed an official account with the Ministry of Education logo. The Ministry of Education. Contacting her. Sukuei wasn't sure if they had the wrong person. The other party sent a long message. Dear Guide Madam, hello. We are the Star Alliance Education Department to ensure. Ignoring the useless pleasantries, the gist was because her spirit animal was the first of its kind. They wanted to learn about her living habits and spirit animal characteristics to include her in textbooks as a case study. They also mentioned that the 3 pure-type guides before her had all accepted this proposal. Never imagining she would end up in a textbook herself, Sukuei looked at the sample they sent. Coincidentally, it featured Lituan complete with a picture of her and her spirit animal. It was clear that Lituan wasn't good at being photographed. Her movements were a bit stiff and her eyes darted. Her spirit animal also seemed awkward and evasive, but since it was a little hedgehog it was still very cute. Beside the picture was the introduction. Ignoring the routine details like gender and age, the description focused on the spirit animal, a pure-type mutated hedgehog spirit animal. After mutation it possessed no aggression and its seemingly dangerous quills would not injure sentinels. However, it had a fiery temper and often liked to curl into a ball, refusing others' approach. The evaluation was fair enough. Sukuei agreed to be interviewed for understanding, but she demanded the right to do the final review. The other side agreed immediately and asked if she preferred a human or a robot. Sukuei said either was fine, so they sent both. The interview location was in a nearby guesthouse in a private secluded room. Sukuei initially thought it was just an ordinary conversation. She was genuinely interested in being featured in a textbook, so she was very cooperative. Sukuei initially thought it was just an ordinary conversation. She was genuinely interested in being featured in a textbook, so she was very cooperative. After some simple pleasantries, the reporter began asking questions. Does your spirit animal have any living habits? Do marine creatures prefer to be near water? Sukuei nodded. Yes. Can you show us your spirit animal? The sea anemone appeared. The robot aimed its camera and took photos from various angles. The camera made no sound and had no flash, so the sea anemone felt no discomfort lazily wiggling its tentacles on the table. Your spirit animal seems in good shape. Have you been soothing sentinels recently? Su Kuei glanced at him. And how do you usually maintain your spirit animal? I hear guides use recovery fluids. I think using recovery fluids is indeed a very good method. Recovery fluids are truly a great invention, allowing our guides to soothe more sentinels. Su Kuei. The reporter continued. Excessive soothing can lead to dependency, right? Have you formed any special feelings with the sentinels you've soothed? Had Li Tuan also answered such stupid questions? Su Kuei didn't understand. She said no. The reporter pressed. Really? Then you must not have strictly followed the guide manual. Let me test you. What is Article 10 of the guide manual? Su Kuei was speechless. When one is truly speechless, laughter becomes an involuntary response. Su Kuei couldn't help but chuckle twice, pressing her hand to her forehead. The reporter grew more fervent, thrusting the microphone toward her face. You don't know how? Then allow me to teach you. The robot turned its head to gaze at its human colleague, its display screen eyes flashing two massive question marks. It halted its filming, every part of its body radiating bewilderment. As a guide, are you not even familiar with the basic guide manual? How fortunate that I happen to have a copy here. I can lend it to you afterward. Su Kuei extended a finger, pushing aside the microphone hovering before her eyes. With a smile she asked, before that let me test you. What are the 4 fundamental qualities of a journalist? The reporter frowned. I am the one conducting the interview here. Su Kuei replied, and I am the one granting your interview. That is why you stand before me now. Tell me, what are the basic qualities of a journalist? You don't know. Very well, then please ask your colleague to answer. Su Kuei turned to the robot. Kindly enlighten us, thank you. The robot glanced at her, then at the reporter, and murmured its response: legal competence, information gathering ability, professional expertise, and humanistic literacy. Clearly you possess none of these. Su Kuei stated. Is this the standard expected of a Ministry of Education journalist? I have the right to refuse unprofessional interrogation, and I will report your rudeness faithfully. Please leave. Unprofessional. What gives you the right to call me unprofessional? The reporter rose in fury, hurling the microphone to the ground, producing a thunderous echo. The robot timidly retreated to the side. Su Kuei remained seated, even leaning back in relaxation. Do not vent your frustration through such childish antics. I thought only those with immature minds would resort to such behavior. It seems you are not only an unqualified journalist but also an unqualified adult. Has the footage just now been fully recorded? The camera remained active and the robot nodded slightly. Su Kuei said, do not delete it. Send it to your supervisor. The malice in this gentleman's words and his actions have frightened me. I demand an apology and compensation. If the Ministry of Education refuses, then I may have no choice but to take them to court. Sue me. Go ahead if you dare, the reporter shouted, his flaring nostrils like those of a wild yak. Go ahead and sue me. On what grounds? What is your reason? His face was unfamiliar, yet through his behavior Su Kuei seemed to see many others. She lost all desire to speak and in that instant pressed a button. The camera went dark, the robot shut down. A long beep sounded, then the lights went out and the automatic doors ceased to respond, plunging everything into an abrupt silence. Go back and shout at your supervisor like that. And in the future, with everyone you meet, please maintain the same attitude. Later the Ministry of Education reassigned another journalist. Though also male, this one appeared far more professional. The discussion remained strictly focused on the normal characteristics of spiritual forms without any attempt, unlike the previous one, to steer her toward unorthodox topics. This interview concluded pleasantly, awaiting only the final version after their review to be mass distributed to every school. Like the others, it featured photos of Su Kuei and her spiritual form, an introduction praising her numerous accolades, and accompanying images of 5-star reviews from sentinels she had once soothed. The interview was edited and released, garnering massive views. Half of the profits went to Su Kuei. She sat in her room counting star coins. The process of treating a severe patient was inevitably lengthy and Su Kuei grew restless. Moreover, focusing on the same spiritual form for too long bored her. Thus she proposed working part-time at the planet's Black Tower. Quan Zikai smiled helplessly. Go if you wish, I'll make the arrangements. Su Kuei went that very day. On her first day as a temporary worker, no sooner had she entered her assigned soothing room than someone rushed to book an appointment. As she reviewed the patient's information, the patient himself arrived at the door. Hello. Su Kuei looked up, comparing the plump, prosperous cat avatar before her with the actual person, dignified, elegant. In appearance there was little resemblance. Su Kuei glanced from the avatar to the real person. I am by Z.
I came on a reputation.
He was tall, broad-shouldered with half-long hair tied back, white strands interwoven with a few black ones, impeccably dressed in a suit, his beauty striking. He approached with a composed stride.
Are you Miss Su Kuei? A pleasure to meet you.
Noticing her staring at her light brain, he smiled knowingly. No need to doubt that is indeed me. My spiritual form and I do differ somewhat, but I hope you won't reject me because of it.
The automatic door closed and Su Kuei offered a professional smile. How could I? I'm merely a bit incredulous. Your spiritual form is utterly adorable, unlike any I've encountered before. I am honored, he nodded. May I sit down?
Please do. He settled onto the sofa and Su Kuei asked, do you mind if I order some takeout? She hadn't expected her first patient to be so unique and she wanted to ensure a good experience so he would return.
Glancing at the data, the level was SS. Quite high.
Though she adored his spiritual form, Su Kuei felt compelled to warn him, the gap in levels is too vast, soothing might be ineffective.
That's fine. My purpose is merely to meet you, soothing would just be the icing on the cake.
But your spiritual fluctuation values are extremely high.
Su Kuei said, at such levels signs of aberration should already be manifesting. Yet she observes nothing.
The young man, clad in a perfectly tailored suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, moved with composure, the gap between his arm and torso captivatingly alluring. Every soothing room on the Black Tower shared the same layout, so Su Kuei felt no disorientation in the new environment. Adapting quickly, she went to fetch water out of habit.
There's no honey. If you'd prefer something else, you can wait a moment. Thank you, this is fine.
Every soothing room on the Black Tower shared the same layout, so Su Kuei felt no disorientation in the new environment. Adapting quickly, she went to fetch water out of habit.
Su Kuei noticed a thumb ring on his finger. Unlike the gaudy sparkly styles favored by the birds, this ring was a translucent verdant green, its material reminiscent of ancient Earth's imperial jade, evoking the image of lush bamboo groves.
Through the deep green one could almost hear the rustling wind.
Sitting beside him, she caught the faint elegant scent of bamboo.
Whether it was perfume or his pheromones, it smelled wonderful. The disposable cup provided by the Black Tower felt 10 times more valuable just by being held in his hands. However, the locations where I have already begun to manifest abnormalities are not convenient to discuss openly. Please forgive me. The Sentinel sat in the ordinary soothing room, offering Su Kuei a faint smile that instantly illuminated the space.
It's fine. Su Kuei's thoughts drifted slightly as she considered the physiological traits of his spiritual entity. Where could those inconveniently located abnormalities be? Not the ears, then the tail.
She refrained from the impolite act of staring at his backside, and besides, the hem of his clothes concealed everything, so there was nothing to see. The delivery speed in the Central District was far faster than in Luanzhou Star. Su Kuei had only placed her order a few minutes ago when the items arrived at her doorstep. She went out to retrieve them, bringing in a large pile of things, the most conspicuous being a huge carton of fresh milk and various kitchen utensils. The Sentinel raised an eyebrow and came over to help her carry the items. Su Kuei thanked him, placed the kitchenware on the table and began washing a small pot as she said, "Can you let your spiritual entity out?
We have the whole afternoon to spend together." "All right." Bai Ziyi nodded and released his spiritual entity.
Su Kuei turned her head and met the round gleaming eyes of the creature. The spiritual entity reflexively covered its face with its paws. Hearing her laugh, its round ears twitched and it peeked at her from behind its paws. Stout-bodied, round-headed and short-tailed, this black and white spiritual entity had 2 large dark eye patches. Here it was called a mutated panda. In ancient Earth it would be considered a national treasure. For the first time she didn't have to buy a ticket to see a national treasure, in fact its owner was paying her.
Su Kuei felt she had come out ahead.
Years of exposure had instilled in her a habitual sense of care. Unable to choose between offering a basin of milk or bamboo shoots, and considering that the spiritual entity's owner was a respectable adult, she ultimately bought ingredients and decided to brew him a combination of bamboo leaf tea and milk. The beverages sold outside the Central District were varied and exotic, yet this combination was nowhere to be found, perhaps because it was too simple and people's palates had become too refined to appreciate it. She called over a Black Tower robot and asked if it had a kitchen system installed. Receiving a negative answer, she considered installing one on the spot so the robot could do the cooking.
"Let me do it."
Bai Ziyi took off his suit jacket, revealing a shirt and vest that hugged his taut lean waist, outlining a tempting silhouette. Rolling up his sleeves to reveal sturdy forearms, he deftly turned on the switch. "I occasionally brew tea at home, so I have some experience with cooking."
"Step back a bit so you don't get burned." Su Kuei retreated naturally, moving to the side of the giant panda. "Can I touch it?"
When the Sentinel gave a slight nod, she placed her hand on the panda's ear.
The thick dense fur felt like a coarse brush, not as soft and smooth as it appeared, and the protruding black ears didn't bounce back.
Su Kuei rubbed its black vest and leaned in to try to hug its plump waistless body. How strange, such a massive spiritual entity could transform into a handsome man with a slender waist and shapely hips. This panda was very reserved, constantly covering its face with its large paws and curling into a ball. Even when Su Kuei hugged it from behind, it remained still, adopting a submissive and resigned posture. When it was pushed over, it simply lay down, covering its eyes and leaving only its nose exposed for breathing. Su Kuei cupped her hands around its muzzle, moved its paws aside, admired its bare claws for a while, then examined the small eyes hidden within its dark eye patches. It wasn't until her hand reached for the short inconspicuous tail at its rear that the panda, which had been as still as death, finally let out a sound, a delicate forceful mm. The air filled with the fragrance of milk and tea leaves as Bai Ziyi poured out the freshly brewed milk tea to cool. Su Kuei stood up, smoothed the fur she had ruffled, and placed her sea anemone spiritual entity next to it. The panda grabbed it and scurried away, hiding behind Bai Ziyi's sofa as if finding a safe perch, peeking out timidly from behind. Su Kuei returned to her seat. She took a sip of the freshly brewed milk tea. The flavor was good, with just a touch of sweetness, not overly sugary. When she was younger, she had a strong fondness for sweets, but as she aged, she came to prefer milder flavors. Su Kuei let out a sigh of mature contentment. Bai Ziyi was also drinking milk tea and asked how she liked it. Very good, Su Kuei said, savoring it. The bamboo leaf fragrance is a bit lacking, this tea isn't the best. Bai Ziyi agreed, I have a bamboo grove at home, the flavor is decent. I'll bring you some another day. I know a young friend who also has the surname Bai. His name is Bai Nuomi and his spiritual entity is a mutated white bear. He's my nephew, Bai Ziyi said. Their school is holding a league competition on your planet. I also heard that you helped him recover his health. Words of gratitude need not be repeated. If you have any needs, feel free to come to me. I've already made my request. The cup was insulated, holding only a trace of warmth in her hands. She blew on it, and in the rich fragrant milk tea leaves swirled and sank. Su Kuei took a small sip and the hint of green floated back up. How peculiar. White bears, sloths and giant pandas are relatives. Even with the same set of genes, different combinations at different times can yield different results. And with the myriad of genetic combinations in the interstellar era, a child born to a rabbit and a wolf could have a rhinoceros as a spiritual entity. After finishing the milk tea made by the panda's own hands, the formal soothing began. The brief interaction had eased their initial awkwardness, and the communication between their spiritual entities was harmonious. But did it have any effect on the Sentinel himself? Su Kuei wasn't sure. She didn't propose a connection, and neither did he. After an afternoon of friendly and courteous soothing, he took his leave. Before leaving, they exchanged contact information. Su Kuei, staying true to her habit, saved his name as national treasure. Bai Ziyi noticed and said, history books do mention that pandas were the national treasure of a certain ancient Earth country. It seems you have a great interest in ancient Earth history. Su Kuei rested her chin on her hand, not really, just a bit of knowledge. The panda showed no signs of abnormality when it arrived nor when it left. But the next day Su Kuei received a gift. It was delivered by a courier company reputed to be the fastest in the Star Alliance. Inside the exquisitely wrapped box were several bags of bamboo leaf tea. The tea leaves shimmered with a faint green glow, crystal clear and translucent. Unfortunately, Su Kuei didn't care for plain tea, she only drank milk tea. Yet the milk tea made by the robot's kitchen system never tasted as sweet and fragrant as when brewed by a human hand. She conveyed this to the panda, who regretfully sent a message, you're far too popular. Even though I registered immediately upon returning, I've been scheduled for an appointment 5 days from now. Accompanying the message was a panda sighing. His demeanor was like that of a staid old cadre, but surprisingly he was quite fond of using emojis. The new textbooks had just been distributed and the interview video had already gone viral. Matters of official reshuffling in the Zerg issue couldn't remain at the top forever. Beneath the interview, a string of news about robot lovers dominated the feed. Brand X and Brand Y robot lovers publicly mocked each other's shoddy craftsmanship, even splashing robot maintenance oil on one another, a spectacle that sparked widespread debate. The former primarily targeted the Sentinel guide community, while the latter had a greater impact on ordinary people. Su Kuei held the final review rights, so she had of course watched that interview. Watching it herself was one thing, but when the footage was projected in full-scale holographic realism onto the city center building, looping endlessly, Su Kuei couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. The rare and precious pure-type guide had stimulated the local economy, drawing crowds to the area. As Su Kuei passed by, a child pointed at her and shouted, "The lady from the screen is here." All eyes turned to her. Su Kuei maintained a smile. She had never seen her own face from this angle magnified so large. The person on the screen tilted her head as if gazing across the camera at the world beyond. At that moment she had merely been captivated by the filming robot. A wave of cheers rose around her. Su Kuei met her own gaze. She suddenly wondered if there was no precedent for a second spirit entity within the Star Alliance. Then was this sea anemone truly hers, or did it belong to the original body? Her relationship with the original body was akin to their spirit entities. The little fish hid within the sea anemone and she hid within the shell of the original. I am the only surviving version of myself. A guide, a pure type guide. The crowd seemed drawn over, clamoring like onlookers eager to witness a rare beast descending from the mountains. But the crowd was too large and among them some harbored malice. Su Kuei sensed the danger, turned around and entered a hovercar to leave. She didn't make it back safely. Halfway someone deliberately blocked her path. Unclear of their intentions, Su Kuei simply activated the hovercar's defense and alarm systems, staying securely inside while waiting for the interstellar police. After forcing her hovercar to stop, the person stepped out. He was a seemingly honest middle-aged man, smiling warmly as he approached the window, asking if she was the guide and if she would step out to give him an autograph. Su Kuei ignored him. He pleaded earnestly, claiming his child dreamed of becoming a guide and that he only wanted her signature for the child. Su Kuei smiled at him through the glass, and as the middle-aged man's face lit up with delight, she switched the window to privacy mode. She was neither a celebrity nor a philanthropist. She had no obligation to fulfill his wishes. In privacy mode, nothing outside could be seen. The middle-aged man, enraged and humiliated, his expression shifting several times, began pounding on the glass. After a few strikes, the hovercar remained utterly still. The interstellar police arrived and the man, cursing under his breath, tried to flee but was tackled to the ground by robots. Su Kuei didn't spare him a glance. She was escorted back to Quan Zakayu's residence. As soon as the incident occurred, Quan Zakayu learned the full story. He asked, "Do you need a guard detail? Every pure-type guide has one to ensure your safety. Instead of a guard detail, why not just give us what?" Su Kuei tidied her hair. "There's a reason you're not given weapons. In such a situation, if things spiral into internal chaos, humanity's history could end at its own hands without the Zerg needing to do anything." Quan Zakayu smiled. "You can choose the members of the guard detail yourself, no one can interfere." Su Kuei didn't answer. Instead, she stepped forward, cupped his face and asked, "How are you feeling today?" Quan Zakayu was handsome, but his spirit entity damage had left him increasingly frail. His black loungewear couldn't conceal his gaunt frame, the clothes hung loosely and his collarbones protruded starkly beneath his pale neck. Upon closer inspection, his pupils were composed of countless tiny black facets, impenetrably dark with a hint of melancholy tinged by illness at their depths. Su Kuei's warm hands lingered on his cool skin. He lifted his chin slightly, allowing her fingertips to brush deliberately against his Adam's apple. "Same as always." He grasped Su Kuei's wrist, feeling the searing heat against his own icy skin. "Are you in a good mood today? Can you treat your patient, little doctor?" "Of course. After all, my purpose here is to heal you." Quan Zakayu chuckled softly. "I thought you were enjoying yourself at the Black Tower. Do you like those spirit entities?" Baizi's spirit entity is indeed unique, but his family leans toward the guild and Baizi himself is a high-ranking member. "And you? The former guide spokesperson, which side do you lean toward?" Su Kuei pressed her forehead to his, delving into his mental landscape to untangle his knots. A spokesperson has no preferences, everything is prioritized by the Star Alliance's interests. But a former spokesperson. Quan Zakayu closed his eyes, whispering he only follows his own heart. The dragonfly that had been crawling on the ground finally took flight again. Vividly colored, gracefully poised, it moved through the air with agile and swift wing beats. "Is that so?" Su Kuei murmured. "Then contribute to your own heart. Shine and give warmth to your kin in your final days, won't you?" Su Kuei accepted the proposal to set up a guard detail, but all personnel were chosen by her alone with no outside interference. Meanwhile, the sanctuary dispatched a team claiming that Deputy Executor Letty Mar had specifically allocated them to ensure her safety. Su Kuei didn't even meet them, she directly declined his kindness. Here, under Quan Zakayu's protection, no one could force her to do anything she disliked. However, one sentinel in that team stood out. The assistant relaying the news said cautiously, "You may not know, but Lord Carl from the team once saved you on Ida Star." Su Kuei finally looked up and Quan Zakayu turned his gaze as well. The assistant continued, "Lord Carl was on a mission when he happened upon you knocked unconscious by a collapsing building. He brought you away from Ida Star to the rescue station on Luanswa Star." Quan Zakayu nodded and asked Su Kuei, "How do you want to handle this?" "Send the others back. He stays." Su Kuei rose. "Since he's my benefactor, I should meet him. I owe him for saving my life." Quan Zakayu nodded and asked Su Kuei, "How do you want to handle this?" "Send the others back. He stays." Su Kuei rose. "Since he's my benefactor, I should meet him. I owe him for saving my life." Letty Mar's gesture of sending people was certainly not out of goodwill. Su Kuei decided to check on this so-called savior. If the story didn't match, she would hold him accountable. Little Toad, quite the long reach. A total of 6 sentinels were dispatched by Deputy Executor Mayor to protect the guide.
5 were sent back, leaving only 1 behind.
Before they left, they grumbled resentfully, why does that bastard Carl get to stay? Just because he's a bit higher in rank. He does nothing all day, what's the use of a high rank? We're far more capable than him. That guy is nothing but a low-grade swine. I can't fathom why the deputy executor suddenly shoved him into our squad, dragging down the whole team's prestige. Among them, some had initially been discontented with being assigned as guards. A pure-type guide sounded good in theory, but upon learning she was raised outside and lacked formal education, the Sentinels grew contemptuous. Before arriving, they had discussed taking the guide to the sanctum for a comprehensive educational baptism. Yet Su Kuei refused to even meet them, dismissing them with a single sentence.
The proud and arrogant Sentinels simmered with resentment.
Everywhere they went, they were revered by the crowd. Even the guides at the sanctum spoke to them softly and courteously. When had they ever been so cold-shouldered? One proposed to speak with the guide personally, and after being politely refused by the assistant, he nearly flared up before being restrained by his companions.
Though Quan Zakayu had stepped down, his influence lingered.
As long as he lived, no one dared to offend.
The assistant watched them coldly and ushered them all out.
The deputy executor's men are growing increasingly arrogant, the assistant mused. It was indeed time for someone to rein him in. He poured a glass of water for Mr. Carl and asked him to wait. Miss Su Kuei would be here shortly. The sentinel seated on the sofa remained motionless, responding with a sluggish grunt before his eyes glazed over and he drifted into a daze. This had been his demeanor ever since the assistant first saw him. Calm and detached, he paid no heed to the other sentinels' chatter, even when they laughed loudly in his face, calling him a pig. He merely fixed them with a gaze as lifeless as stagnant water.
The sentinels would fall silent, finding it dull, yet after being stared at unrelentingly for a while they felt unsettled.
Cursing him yielded no reaction. Striking him was futile. In the end, they could only leave on their own, stewing in silent frustration. The assistant waited with him until footsteps approached and hurriedly said, "That must be Miss Su Kuei."
"Carl M.M."
The footsteps drew nearer and Su Kuei entered.
"Sorry to keep you waiting."
Her gaze fell on the sentinel as the assistant rose to introduce them.
Carl stood up a bit late.
Su Kuei extended her hand. "Thank you so much for your rescue." He looked at her, his calm expression gradually shifting to confusion.
"Do I know you?"
he asked earnestly.
"Su Kuei."
He tilted his head and she followed suit.
"You don't recognize me."
Then why had he come? Wasn't it to claim his reward?
Both turned to the assistant simultaneously.
"Su Kuei, has he lost his memory, or did you get the wrong person?"
"Assistant.
My professional competence is beyond doubt.
Rest assured I never make mistakes." Carl asked, "Should I know her?"
After the assistant explained the situation and mentioned the rescue on Ida Star, Carl let out an "oh." Su Kuei thought he had finally remembered, but he looked at her and said, "Still no recollection."
"I saved many people back then. You might have been one of them. No need to thank me, it was my duty. Is there anything else? If not, I should head back."
Carl said slowly, "Today is my day off."
Su Kuei smiled. "A pleasant holiday shouldn't be wasted on other matters. The return trip would take even more time. You can rest here." The sentinel inquired, "Is this your home?"
His tone was genuinely curious, not a rhetorical question.
Su Kuei replied matter-of-factly, "It's not my home, but I do have the authority."
She turned to the assistant. Having witnessed Quan Zakayu's gradually shifting attitude after the bond, the assistant quickly said, "Of course.
Please feel free." Carl seemed like someone who adapted easily.
Since he was told to stay, he made himself comfortable without hesitation. Su Kuei watched him prepare food for himself, eating while gazing out the window in a daze, leisurely and content. He seemed like a decent person. But for now her understanding of him was only superficial. Despite showing friendliness and gratitude, Su Kuei did not propose that he join her guard team. She didn't want another Nini. What was called a guard team was more like a surveillance and control force. Her guard members must be her most steadfast and loyal support, strictly selected by Kuei herself. None of the people she had encountered so far met her standards. That evening Li Tuan messaged her. Following Su Kuei's advice, she had waited for the sentinel to come, begging, thrown a tantrum, set her demands, and only then agreed to cooperate. Today was the first day of soothing the sentinel. It had been a long time since she last performed this task and her skills were a bit rusty.
The incident with Su Kuei and the first journalist had not been publicized, so Little Hedgehog remained unaware.
She had only seen the video and came to chat with Su Kuei.
"Little Hedgehog, the star net is buzzing about you.
Those sentinels are like flies swarming around me, droning endlessly.
How annoying. Little Hedgehog, have you seen the hyenas squabbling below?"
"Forget it, don't look, it'll only upset you."
"Su Kuei, it's fine, I'm not bothered."
She went to look.
Among animals there is no hierarchy, but among humans there is. And they divide things according to their own preferences, arrogantly labeling some as noble and others as base. Sentinels with scavenger-type spirit bodies are among the despised. This includes hyenas, vultures, and the like. They occupy the lower rungs within the Sentinel ranks, bearing a poor reputation and naturally struggle to secure guide soothing sessions. Upon learning of a pure-type guide, their reaction was neither joy nor anticipation but a collective meltdown on the Starnet, spewing sarcastic vitriol. After all, the guide wouldn't soothe them anyway, so what did it matter what they said? Congratulations, our great Sentinels have gained another guide. Real Sentinels should skip the soothing. If you've got the guts, hold on to your contribution points. Your spirit bodies are so mighty, why do you still need soothing? Our spirit bodies may not be strong, but we can control the degree of aberration. How come your noble spirit bodies can't? Their attacks were aimed at the Sentinels, not the guide, likely because they had never even interacted with one. Sue Kuei's interest was mildly piqued. She spotted an ID. So what if I'm a hyena? He mocked inequality on the Starnet, commenting under her video that even if there were more pure-type guides it wouldn't matter, they would never soothe someone like him. Sue Kuei spoke in the video with grand righteousness and impassioned words radiating an overwhelmingly positive energy. She replied to the user, even if it's a hyena, so what? Beneath the post expressing her willingness to soothe every Sentinel who had contributed to the Star Alliance regardless of their spirit beast species or rank, as long as they were willing to come. Never expecting a reply from the guide herself, the Sentinel outside the screen was utterly stunned upon confirming it was the real person. His squad members also saw it and came howling, pounding on his door. Captain. You got picked. A guide. A pure-type guide. I've only ever seen footage on the Starnet in my whole life. Captain, say yes, hurry up. The captain cleared his throat. What's all the excitement for? It's probably just empty talk. Even if we go ITLLB for nothing and well be laughed at. Who cares? At least give it a try. If you want go, I will. The captain snatched his own light brain back. Who said I wasn't going? I'm going right now. He asked which black tower he could register at. The wait for a reply was agonizingly long and his squad members held their breath. Suddenly a voice teased, Captain, why are your hands shaking? The others burst into laughter as well. Sue Kuei, I'm currently at the Star in the central sector. You can come to the black tower here. Following the information she provided, they found the black tower and successfully registered. The squad members exchanged glances, a surreal feeling washing over them. She was serious. Sue Kuei was of course serious. She held no dislike for hyenas nor for any scavenger. They were merely a link in the biological chain. What distinction of nobility or baseness was there? Cockroaches and mosquitoes were the exception, naturally. Furthermore, the rumors about hyenas were partially an excessive stigmatization. Although they do consume carrion, it is not their primary diet. Applying human terms to describe animal behavior is hardly appropriate, nor should it be judged by human moral standards. It's rather unjust for hyenas to be branded with labels like cunning and ruthless or proctologist chief. They are after all nothing more than primal biological instincts. The Sentinel with the hyena spirit beast, the one named even if it's a hyena so what, was a tall, robust young man with well-developed muscles. He arrived in full combat gear, most of his face hidden behind a spectral mask. His brows and eyes were deep-set, bearing a resemblance to the ancient Western appearance of old Earth. Beyond that, nothing more was visible, entirely concealed beneath the fabric. This Sentinel, wrapped up airtight, arrived as if marching into battle, revealing only a pair of eyes that faced Sue Kuei with wary rigidity, as if she were a humanoid royal bug. Don't be nervous. Sue Kuei softened her voice. Please come in. Oh, okay. The hyena captain entered his large frame, standing by the door looking somewhat overwhelmed and at a loss. To commemorate this historic moment, his teammates had also come along to join the excitement. They were all waiting outside now. Before entering, they had asked their captain if he was nervous. The captain had definitely said no. What was there to be nervous about? But once he actually stepped inside, he felt his palms start to sweat. Was he wearing too much? Yet the combat suit was supposed to have sweat-wicking and insulating properties. He shouldn't feel like the mask was too heavy to breathe. He should have come without the combat suit. Standing here in this attire felt somehow odd. But without the mask, his teammates all said his face looked too fierce, that it might scare the guide and make him lose this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. As the captain's mind wandered, Sue Kuei began complimenting his mask. Very distinctive, very cool. The Sentinel cleared his throat, forcing out a deliberately lowered voice. I can take it off. It's alright, you don't have to take it off. Even though he tried to squeeze his voice into a finer tone, Sue Kuei could tell it was a raspy one. But she pretended not to notice, lifting her finger to point at the sea anemone on the table. I accidentally got my hands dirty. I need to go to the restroom to clean up. Could you please watch my spirit beast for a moment? Make sure it doesn't fall off. Okay. Sukuei got up and went to the restroom. Although the door wasn't closed, the sentinel outside still let out a silent breath behind his mask, thumping his chest twice. He chanted in his mind, not nervous, nothing to be nervous about, it's just soothing. Soothing. How does a soothing session proceed? How did she plan to start? Did he need to bring it up? No, how should he even say it? Out of the corner of his eye he saw the sea anemone on the table crawling towards the edge. Startled, the sentinel cast aside all thoughts and lunged forward, cupping his hands beneath it. But the sea anemone didn't fall, it simply stopped at the edge. The sentinel's attention was captured and he began to study it intently. Such a small spirit beast, it would probably fit perfectly in the palm of his cupped hands. After watching for a while, the sentinel finally felt less tense. Sukuei came out as well. Seeing his posture, she gave a slight smile. I was trying to catch it looked like it was about to fall. He explained hastily. Sukuei knew, of course, because she had been watching his every move. She would never truly leave her own spirit beast alone with anyone else. Thank you. Could I see your spirit beast? I've never seen what a hyena looks like. She had only ever seen them in nature documentaries before, usually portrayed as villains or negative characters. Now she was seeing a real one. It looked something like a cat and something like a dog. When it wasn't baring its teeth, it seemed quite normal. Its face was dark, and after looking at it for a while, it was almost ugly cute. The sentinel took a muzzle from his pocket and put it on his spirit beast. This way you won't be afraid. You're very considerate. Praised again. And by a guide, no less. He hadn't held much hope before coming, thinking the guide was just putting on a show and would quickly kick him out. The sentinel grinned behind his mask. Seeing the hyena spirit beast grin back, he quickly suppressed his expression. Don't smile. Don't make any expressions. A hyena's expression always looks fierce. He planned to maintain a blank face until the end. But... Sukuei, do you like listening to stories? Let me see. Stories aren't that interesting. I'll tell you a joke instead. The sentinel nodded expressionlessly. In the complete collection of Star Alliance fairy tales, the story about the hyena was also one where a naturally cunning hyena reformed its ways. Sukuei didn't want to tell that story to him, so she closed the book and looked for jokes. Out of a million cold jokes, at least one would make the sentinel laugh. He laughed and his spirit beast couldn't hold it in either. The hyena grinned fiercely behind the muzzle, looking ferocious yet with a hint of ugliness. Seeing this, the sentinel's smile slowly faded. But Sukuei reached out and patted the spirit beast's head. She didn't call it cute because it truly wasn't, it didn't fit that word at all. She simply said the joke was funny, wasn't it? Care to hear another one? Hyenas are highly social animals with a unique matriarchal hierarchy within their clans. Females are inherently granted superior status over males, dominating them. This squad of 35 consisted of 29 hyena spirit beasts, with the remaining 4 being vultures, 1 bearded vulture and 1 wolverine, a gathering for mutual warmth. However, due to the absence of a female sentinel with a hyena spirit beast, they had long been leaderless. The captain, merely the highest-ranking male hyena, managed the team temporarily. Sentinels tended to mimic the behavioral traits of their spirit beasts, instinctively yearning to be governed by a female hyena. Sukuei gently stroked the round ears of the captain's spirit beast and spoke softly, expressing her fondness for them and offering to soothe any team member. Seeing his excitement as his spirit beast circled her, Sukuei's smile deepened. If their mental fluctuation values are high, they can come directly. I'm quite free these days. As a temporary worker, she wasn't bound by this planet's Black Tower rules. She decided whom to soothe and for how long. While telling the hyena captain she had time, she appeared hesitant with the crocodile team. I'd love to help Captain Stan soon, but I may not have the time recently. She said this during a call with the crocodile team's vice captain, her tone troubled and sympathetic, yet her expression remained calm. The crocodile and Cullen families remained neutral in the upcoming vice executive selection vote. If they stayed silent, it equated to abstention, effectively endorsing Letty Mar. Then Sukuei would have no choice but to abandon Captain Stan. Letting him return to nature as a truly mindless, joyful little crocodile might not be bad. Though his status allowed him to seek soothing from any guide at the sanctuary, their previous 2 connections weren't for nothing. Sukuei was confident that besides herself no one could currently soothe him and his subordinates. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Her every act of soothing was not in vain. Having reaped the benefits, it was now time to pay. Sukuei focused on soothing the hyena team members, not missing anyone with high mental fluctuation values. Among them were 2 female sentinels with spirit beasts of a vulture and a bearded vulture. Unlike the others, these 2 female sentinels openly revealed their faces. The owner of the vulture spirit beast had very short hair, barely a lead blue stubble. Her features were sharp with large eyes and remarkably long lashes. The owner of the bearded vulture had a long dark eyebrow-like stripe around her eyes known as a black eye stripe, giving her a unique appearance. Though female, they were not hyenas and their rank was a level, so they couldn't become captain. These two female sentinels were alert, fierce, and carried themselves with poise. After being soothed, one said, "What incredible luck. I thought I'd never experience what soothing feels like in my life." Sue Kuei touched the vulture's metallic sheen wing. "So what did you do when your fluctuation values were high before?" "We endured it. Or bought suppressants," the vulture owner said. "But high-level guide suppressants from the Black Tower are too expensive for us, so we buy cheaper synthetic ones on the market." "Do they work?" "Better than nothing." Sue Kuei nodded inside. "You protect the Star Alliance against the Zergs yet receive no effective soothing." "Alas." As she sighed, the vulture owner said, "Few guides are willing to soothe us. You're an exception. I respect every sentinel who contributes to our home. It's just that my long-term soothing slots are limited, so I can't cover the whole team." Seeing their thoughtful expressions, Sue Kuei smiled. "That's all for today. I need to rest now." After she left, the two female sentinels joined the other members and mentioned this. The bearded vulture said, "Being soothed feels wonderful, don't you think?" The members sighed. "Unfortunately, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Not necessarily," the vulture said. "Captain, does Miss Sue Kuei not have a guard team yet?" "Didn't the sanctuary send someone?" asked the Wolverine. "But they were reportedly rejected and returned dejectedly, leaving only a temporarily joined capybara." The vulture said, "Since the guard team is still open, why can't we be it?" The captain replied. "That capybara is S and our team's highest is only A. Meaning him. If we don't try, how will we know?" the vulture declared. "I think Miss Sue Kuei is great. She might not reject this proposal. If not, I'll ask her for a long-term soothing slot. I won't worry about the rest of you." The bearded vulture said, "Me too. Me too, me too. You're so disloyal. If that lady agrees, I promise to obey her every word. I'll go east if she says east and west if she says west. I'll catch dogs if she says so and never chase chickens. Captain, what do you think?" All members looked at him expectantly. Having come for soothing, they had polished their masks to a shine, and the synchronized gaze was almost blinding. The captain, his eyes stunned, looked down at the muzzle he unconsciously clutched. That day the hyena had worn the muzzle only briefly before the guide gently removed it, saying it must be uncomfortable and that she wasn't afraid of them. The captain made up his mind. "Then I'll go ask. If she agrees, our entire team will follow her orders from now on, and I'll give her the captain's position. Do you all agree?" Saying it out loud brought him immense relief. Without a female leader, a pack of male hyenas lacked confidence. The members raised their arms in cheers. No one disagreed. The vulture crossed her arms and said coolly, "Could you be any more blatant with your favoritism? When I wanted to compete for the captaincy, you all dismissed me for not being a hyena. Now Miss Sue Kuei isn't a hyena either. She's not even a sentinel, and you're all thrilled. Where's your hyena pride?" The members jokingly punched her. "Hear that, Captain? The vice-captain's trying to usurp you again." The other vice-captain, the bearded vulture, put an arm around the vulture's shoulders. "Come on, let's not bother with them. We need to think about what gift to give Miss Sue Kuei to thank her for soothing us." The hyena's team application was submitted directly to Sue Kuei. After handing it over, the captain unconsciously rubbed the cuff of his combat suit. Hearing a sound at his feet, he looked down and realized his spirit beast had emerged, restlessly pawing the ground. Its non-retractable claws clicked against the floor, drawing Sue Kuei's attention. He quickly pressed down on the spirit beast's head. "Be my guard team." Sue Kuei gazed at the application report. It detailed each member's information: gender, rank, age, home address, and optical brain contact. He was the captain, and the two women served as vice-captains. Though their overall strength was modest, the team was exceptionally united. Sue Kuei had learned about hyenas. They rarely fought among themselves. If a companion was injured, they would even regurgitate food after a hunt to feed it. "It's not just a guard team," the captain said. "If you're willing to accept us, we'd like to offer you the captain's position. Hyenas are matriarchal by nature. Vultures and bearded vultures aren't, but they fully support this decision. But there's no precedent for this. Making a guide the captain of sentinels. If others found out, they'd likely find it absurd. The hyenas would probably be mocked relentlessly again. As long as you're willing. We all believe this isn't an issue." True mirth finally touched Sue Kuei's eyes. "Very well. I see your sincerity. I accept your request. But for now, keep the captain's position yourself. Hand it over when I surpass your rank." The captain was overjoyed.
The hyena's spirit animal wagged its tail wildly. Sukuei beckoned and it eagerly bounded over, burying its head in her palm. Lying on the ground exposing its belly for her to pet, it was no different from a puppy dependent on its owner. The team members were equally delighted upon hearing the news. Sukuei had already calmed and met each one, but she decided on an official collective introduction. Becoming her guard team meant leaving the guild. The captain had prepared to resign, but Sukuei stopped him. "You don't need to leave the guild. Keep earning contribution points there." The captain said, "That violates the rules." Sukuei countered with a smile, "What about the Radiance Squad? Their captain Knight serves in the sanctum while also being Nini's guard without leaving the sanctum. Why can he but not I?" The captain hesitated. Rules were made for ordinary people, those with power need not abide. This was an unspoken truth. "Of course I can," Sukuei reassured him. "Go ahead without worry. Don't concern yourself with Rady Mar." The hyenas obediently complied. This was good. Since they claimed allegiance to her, Sukuei didn't want them harboring other thoughts. A few days later the guild raised objections. It coincided with Baizi's session of soothing. For a sentinel of his rank, though lowering fluctuation values was crucial, years of vigilance made it hard to lower their guard and accept a guide soothing. The bond held little appeal for them either. Being intimately connected with another having emotions and moods shared felt perilous. When he came to the Black Tower, he only let the panda and sea anemone make brief contact, spending most of his time brewing tea and chatting with Sukuei. Today he brought fresh milk and the panda prepared a basin for itself. Sukuei sipped the interstellar-style milk tea crafted by the national treasure herself, chatting about her guard team members. Baizi remarked, "Few guides like hyenas and vultures. They're often called born to revel in decay." Sukuei interjected, "They're dutiful scavengers making great contributions to environmental protection." She had bought bamboo for the panda. Now the spirit animal sat nearby munching with a sea anemone perched on its head. Digesting food consumed by a spirit animal also drained a sentinel's energy, especially for those with spiritual injuries. It was best not to let their spirit animals eat. But Sukuei didn't care if it worsened his condition. Gently she helped brush debris off the panda. Baizi didn't stop the panda from eating either, though digesting it indeed affected him slightly. Specifically right before Sukuei, a pair of black round ears sprouted from his head. Noticing her expression, Baizi touched his head and said helplessly, "It seems the mutation is worsening." Sukuei nodded and offered the panda a small bowl. "One more sip." Baizi said, "I really can't drink anymore." But the panda ignored him. Its small eyes behind the dark circles fixed on Sukuei as she brought the bowl closer and the spirit animal drank noisily from her hand. Baizi sighed. "Sigh. I might need to leave early. If I stay any longer." Before he could finish, his entire head briefly transformed into a bear's. Sukuei glanced back and said, "All right, I won't keep you then." The sentinel touched his furry head. Fortunately the change was still unstable and a moment later he returned to normal. He changed his tone and asked with a smile, "I hear you're open to a bond. I wonder if I might have that honor." Sukuei also smiled. "That'll cost extra." Baizi mused, "Would it be a lot? Can I afford it?" "Of course," Sukuei replied, wiping the panda's mouth. After cleaning the milk mustache around its lips, she added, "Adorable spirit animals always get privileges. I can give you a discount." Baizi chuckled. "Thank you for your generosity." She hadn't known before the bond, but Sukuei later learned that he had already shown signs of mutation long ago. It wasn't visible externally because his tail was too small. Besides that, another part had changed. Baizi refused to say, but she guessed it herself. Certain mammals have a bone segment in their bodies that is completely independent, not connected to other bones. The giant panda's is even more unique, shaped like an S. Imagining him with his composed and proper exterior yet internally mutated into that state. All that talk of cultivating the mind and body, laughable. He was probably too embarrassed to go out. Sukuei understood why he had come for soothing. She went through the motions expressionlessly, charging him several times the contribution points. After all, his rank was so high. Baizi didn't care about the points anyway. Simple soothing was no longer effective for his condition. He desperately needed a guide bond and he wanted to choose the one he found most suitable. The Bai family had a guide, but he didn't get along well with the complex type guide they supported. They had met only a few times and none of the encounters were pleasant. His nephew Bai Nuomi was very similar to him with matching preferences. After learning that he could accept this guide soothing, Baizi had investigated Sukuei. He hadn't previously considered bonding with her, it was indeed a sudden thought. But after truly experiencing it, the feeling was wonderful. Despite the vast rank gap, when she untangled the knots, he genuinely felt a long-lost ease and joy. His short white tail quivered faintly as Bai Ziyi closed his eyes in a sigh of contentment. Caught off guard, Su Kuei touched the back of his neck and he let out an instinctively soft moan. Realizing what happened, Bai Ziyi thought. Bai Ziyi fell silent. He had never imagined he could produce such a sound. Su Kuei, noticing his silence, moved her fingers slightly, tracing them gently behind his ear. This guild high-ranking official, an S-rank sentinel, parted his rosy lips slightly, letting a moan escape through his snow-white teeth. The sound was unsuitable for children, somewhat lascivious. "Alright," he said as his other hand pressed down twice on the hand that held hers. Bai Ziyi let out a muffled laugh of resignation and grasped it firmly. "Are you treating me like a toy?" Su Kuei replied, "Your voice is beautiful. I like hearing it." She gently turned her wrist and his large, loosely holding hand released her. She pressed down on his chest as if squeezing a squeaky little toy. But the toy refused to make another sound, leaving her to withdraw her hand in boredom. Delving into an S rank was proving difficult. For the first time, Su Kuei felt a headache after bonding with someone, which soured her mood. Her smile was as usual when she rose to leave, but Bai Ziyi keenly detected a hidden coldness. He opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by the chime of Su Kuei's optical computer. The loyal hyenas guarding the door sent a message. The two vice-captains of the Alligator Squad had arrived and wished to see her. They had previously sent requests for soothing, which Su Kuei had repeatedly postponed. They understood her meaning. Her presence in Xuanzakayu's territory was no secret. Anyone with insight could see her stance. Having not contacted Su Kuei for a while, their direct arrival today indicated they had made their decision. Su Kuei put on a smile again and walked past Bai Ziyi, leaving alone. The two guardian hyenas outside the door automatically followed, walking fully armed behind her in vigilance. Bai Ziyi's fingers resting on his collar paused. He smiled wryly, then fastened the metal clasp. He spoke softly to the giant panda still staring blankly at the door. "She's long gone. What are you still looking at?" The giant panda, clutching an uneaten bamboo stick, turned back and smacked its lips. The basin of milk was really delicious. A light blue dreamlike snake stood at the boundary between sunlight and shadow. With long hair and blue pupils, it lifted its gaze gently, revealing thread-like pupils. It opened its mouth, a snake's tongue flickering at its lips. It understood Su Kuei's preferences. Having transformed into this form, how could she bear to reject it? Both the Alligator Pa and the Cullen family voted for that simple-minded guide. Jinghe, with a serene and beautiful appearance, was decisive and efficient in speech and action, getting straight to the point. "The Alligator Squad will stand by your side." "That's good. I was worried about what to do if you ended up on the opposing side. It would pain me to see you hurt." Su Kuei took the initiative to hold his hand, caressing the fine light blue scales on it. "Sorry, I've been too busy lately. How have you all been?" After the captain was infected, he received a blocker, but the mutation reaction is still severe. "And you?" Su Kuei looked at him. "You must be struggling too. Don't worry, with me here I won't let you suffer any longer." They locked eyes and their spirit beast silently crept out, climbing from the bottom up, coiling around Su Kuei's ankles, circling her layer by layer. "Did you miss me too?" Su Kuei embraced its flat head, pressing her face against it. "I am the same as you." The ice-cold scales pressed against her, gradually warming from Su Kuei's body heat. The snake released a puff of air, its long forked tongue constantly collecting Su Kuei's scent. Having just experienced intimate contact only to be heartlessly abandoned by its guide, the snake was probably suffering from skin hunger, acting unusually clingy. After a brief exchange with King's spirit beast that temporarily alleviated the Sentinel's craving, Su Kuei washed off the snake's scent from her body and went to see Captain Sitten. They could wait no longer. All members of the Alligator Squad had gathered, guarding their captain. Su Kuei greeted the familiar faces with a smile. She didn't remember their names, but their spirit beasts matched the profiles. Scorpion alligator, snapping turtle, mutated Spinosaurus, blue peacock. One of them seemed to be her long-term soothing target. It must be that alligator snapping turtle, she recalled. His shrimp balls and fish soup were delicious. Their condition wasn't good either. Their faces showed exhaustion, and varying degrees of mutation reflected the physiological traits of their spirit beasts. Their eyes lit up upon seeing Su Kuei. But due to their reserved nature, they only exchanged a few quiet words with her. Su Kuei asked and they answered. Their conversation was cut short by the sound of objects crashing against the walls from the room. During their first meeting, Sitten had appeared in his crocodile form. This time was no different. When she first soothed him, Su Kuei remembered wearing a skirt from the Black Tower work uniform. The pristine white hem rippled like layers of water surface. Now she wore trousers, the hems swaying like a row of blooming morning glories. "Sitten." Su Kuei called the crocodile's name sweetly. The crocodile stared back at her with cold vertical pupils, completely motionless. Jinghe explained that due to fluctuating mental waves, Captain Sitten occasionally fell into this state of complete mutation. Only when his levels were low would he regain some human form, briefly recover his senses and make decisions. Sukue nodded in understanding, entered the crocodile's room and let it smell her scent. Behind the door a group of sentinels watched intently. Familiar with her guide pheromones, the crocodile turned its head, crawled forward after a while and nudged Sukue's leg with its snout.
You still remember me? Confirming it had no intention to attack, Sukue crouched down.
Poor little crocodile, can you still understand me now? Seeing it seemed not to understand, Sukue sat on the carpet and patted her lap.
Come here, let big sister tell you a story.
The crocodile crawled over, but instead of placing its huge wide mouth on her lap, it rested it beside her.
Sukue, huh?
The crocodile nudged her and settled down peacefully. Are you afraid of crushing me?
Sukue guessed. Then let me crush you instead.
Such a large crocodile surely wouldn't mind her insignificant weight. Sukue naturally leaned against it, but finding its body too hard, cold and lumpy, she placed a thick blanket over it, making it much more comfortable.
My head aches a bit today.
I'll soothe you tomorrow, Sukue said, holding the crocodile's claw.
Let's just listen to stories and chat today, okay?
Her gaze swept over the furniture in the room, clearly all damaged. Before her arrival, this crocodile had torn through the room like a tornado. Once she arrived and it caught her scent, it became quiet and docile.
Sukue stroked it and its tail, which had been thrashing, lay still behind it.
Little crocodile must be good for me to like you, Sukue said, cradling its large head in her arms and rocking it. The crocodile cooperatively lifted its head, gazing at her with the inorganic vertical pupils of a cold-blooded creature.
I love little animals the most.
I like live little crocodiles, not crocodile leather handbags or belts. It would be a great pity if this little crocodile went over to the other side.
My spiritual entity is fine.
It has no issues.
Then why do you refuse the examination?
Because it despises sentinels and does not wish to see you.
In a certain underground laboratory.
Under the harsh white light, two individuals faced off against each other. The one standing clad in a research uniform was clearly a laboratory staff member.
The seated person faced the light brain, the data's blue glow illuminating their face.
A sentinel with skin pale to the point of translucence, a sharp chin and a frail demeanor had upon the staff member's arrival shut down the surveillance equipment and switched to watching the latest animated film from the Star Alliance. This was one of the Truth Organization's bases and Xiaohuan had been there for some time. The organization needed his help to erase the traces of that pure-type guide, and they had received information that he had recently grown close to a guide, using this as a pretext to keep him sequestered here. They also intended to examine his spiritual entity's condition, worried he might develop dependence after being soothed. The high-ranking members of the Truth Organization were unaware that he had not only accepted soothing but had also formed 3 connections. Thus they earnestly advised him, saying their organization also had guides, making a trip to the Star Alliance's Black Tower entirely unnecessary. After all, his identity was special and it was inadvisable to have close contact with anyone. What if he was exposed?
The staff member Yu, do you feel unwell from dehydration-induced poisoning?
If your spiritual fluctuation value is too high, a guide can help. Xiaohuan ignored him, completely absorbed in his program. No matter how the staff or other high-ranking members tried to persuade him, he refused to speak, nor would he release his spiritual entity. Having not seen his guide for a long time, the octopus, aggrieved and listless, curled up in his spiritual landscape, sinking into self-imposed isolation. If you don't like that guide, Lord, what about the guide we brought back this time?
Don't you like her either?
She is the treasure of the sanctum. Xiaohuan stared blankly at the screen.
He didn't want to talk, didn't want to move.
Slowly, very slowly, he too curled up on his chair, hugging his knees and burying his face in them. The profile he faced turned into the back of his head.
The staff member, feeling helpless, could only report truthfully to their superiors.
Not far away, Nini stole a few glances over. After the staff member left, this peculiar sentinel stretched out again, his gaze fixed forward, seemingly continuing to watch the lightbrain's projection. In privacy mode, others couldn't see exactly what he was watching.
Nini noticed he had been at it for several days straight.
He would pause whenever someone approached, then resume once they left.
What was he watching?
In privacy mode, others couldn't see exactly what he was watching.
Nini noticed he had been at it for several days straight.
Acting with others, and his speech was halted.
Nini learned for the first time that an organization called Truth existed within the Star Alliance.
They had brought her here initially terrified. She later found they treated her with great leniency, providing her with fine food and drink daily. And they would intentionally or not speak ill of the Star Alliance and the sanctum in front of her. Ledimar in particular was belittled as a man who sold his daughter for personal gain. Nini defended her father a few times, but upon later reflection she found that some of what they said wasn't entirely without merit. You call him father, but no one treats their own daughter this way. If I had a child, I would never allow this, like being locked in a cage, a tool at someone's mercy. Father is protecting me.
Pure-type guides are precious, there are many bad people out there coveting us. Father worries I might be in danger. He is precious too. The other pointed at Xia Huan in the corner. He is our treasure, but see who restricts his movements. Lady Mar has trained so many guides just to control sentinels through you. He is an existence that defies truth. Xia Huan, who was pointed at, didn't even lift an eyelid. It's not like that. Father. Father. Wasn't that kind of person. Xia Huan couldn't be bothered with the commotion over there. He was zoning out at the light brain when suddenly a sound rang out and a joyful light burst into his gray-ringed pupils. It was his guide's special notification tone. He had set keywords so that any news about her would trigger a loud alert. Xia Huan clicked to open it, his smile fading bit by bit as he slowly lowered his head, strands of hair casting a shadow before his eyes. Nini turned her head to look and was startled. An octopus suddenly appeared, its tentacles wrapping around the light brain as it climbed up, leaning in as if to read the characters on the screen. Then, it suddenly swelled up entirely, the gray poison rings on its body deepening in color. It flailed its tentacles wildly, thrashing and knocking over everything nearby. Well. Xia Huan refused to listen to any of their pleas. No matter how nicely they spoke, he remained unmoved. On the second night he directly opened all the automatic doors. Well. Xia Huan refused to listen to any of their pleas. No matter how nicely they spoke, he remained unmoved. On the second night he directly opened all the automatic doors of the base laboratory and ran out on his own. His guide. His guide had an escort team. She had left Luan's star, she was going to abandon them. Su Kuei was still unaware that the little octopus was already on its way. She had been very busy lately. Every day she had to caress all sorts of small animals. But only after the crocodile regained its sanity. Before the crocodile had its wits about it, she could only be with it. If anyone else were nearby during this time, no matter who, the crocodile would become enraged. Only when alone with the guide could it find peace. At this point the crocodile became a very good-natured large crocodile again. No matter how Su Kuei manipulated or studied its body, it offered no resistance. The crocodile kept its personal hygiene impeccable, with teeth as white as snow and a clean oral cavity. Su Kuei tapped its exposed fangs with her fingertip and pried open its mouth to examine the structure of its throat. During this she also discovered a loose large tooth. A crocodile replaces its teeth up to 50 times in its lifetime. Could the spiritual entity's characteristics also manifest this way in the person? She wiggled the tooth, observing the crocodile's expression. There was no reaction. Su Kuei tried to pull it with force. Still no reaction. Su Kuei gave it a shove. Move, are you still alive? The crocodile opened its eyes, letting out a low growl from its throat. Are you about to shed a tooth? Can I pull this one out for you? The tooth dangling precariously before her eyes was truly irresistible. She tried using her hands twice, but it was slippery and she couldn't get it out, so she went to find a tool. The crocodile, immersed in a tranquil environment, felt safe in its temporary nest with its mate by its side. It even closed its eyes in blissful contentment, beginning to doze off. Su Kuei returned with a pair of pliers, clamped down and pulled with force. The alligator descended. The crocodile cracked an eye to glance at her. Only when the doorbell rang did it lift its nictitating membrane, revealing its vertical pupils, and fixed its gaze on the entrance. Su Kuei moved and it crawled along with her. To prevent Captain Sitten from slipping on the floor, the entire room was covered in thick carpet. Thus it slithered swiftly. Su Kuei pressed a hand over its snout, squeezed herself to the door, and took its lunch from the robot, a bucket of fish. Carrying the bucket into the bathroom, the crocodile followed of its own accord. Once inside, its 4 legs and tail seemed flustered. Su Kuei fed it the fish and politely declined its offer to share. I'm not hungry, I've already eaten. You go ahead. Yet it seemed unsatisfied, devouring everything before shoving its head into the bucket. Su Kuei merely went to wash her hands. Turning back, she saw it scurrying around with the bucket stuck on its head. Ah. She quickly snapped a photo as a memento, planning to send it to Sitten as a wallpaper for his optical brain once he regained his senses. Night fell. Su Kuei had just lain down when she heard movement behind her. Turning, she saw the crocodile climbing onto the bed. It had been sleeping with her these past days, and as it nestled into the soft warm sheets, its pupils relaxed considerably. It was just a crocodile. Su Kuei felt no unease. She even stroked its head, praising how adorable it looked while climbing up. But when the crocodile transformed into a man in the dead of night, she jolted awake and shoved him to the floor. The crocodile in her arms became a different sensation. Her instincts screamed wrongness, and she turned to see Sitten's face. He slept soundly, eyes closed. Caught off guard when he hit the ground, he caught himself swiftly propping up on his hands. Looking up, he met Su Kuei's gaze as she loomed over him from the bed. She tossed down a blanket and whispered, "Cover yourself."
He wrapped himself in it and silence fell over the room. Su Kuei added, please take the bucket from the bathroom when you leave. Thank you. Sitten grunted in acknowledgement. Whether he remembered what happened during his mental confusion was unclear, but his face betrayed no embarrassment. He agreed but didn't leave immediately. Su Kuei watched him. You have a guard unit? Captain Sitten asked. Hyenas. That's right. But they've officially renamed themselves the Seafoam Squadron. Su Kuei extended her arm, showing him the painted sunflower on it. A couple of days ago each of them got the same tattoo. Beautiful, isn't it? Sitten said nothing. His long lashes cast a shadow beneath his eyes. Su Kuei sat there hugging the blanket, her hair cascading down her back. Do you want to rest here? It makes sense, you've just recovered. She stood up in her pajamas. I'll leave this room to you then. I can take the next one. The vote has already been cast for the guide. Sitten said, I once invited you to join the crocodile squad and you refused. Su Kuei paused, waiting to hear what he had to say. The crocodile captain appeared gentle and refined, but unexpectedly he only played straight. Qinghe must have inherited this trait. Can you bond with me? A third time. Right now. After 3 bonds it's nearly impossible for you to change guides. If you're willing then now. Su Kuei beamed. Of course. It was already late at night, but her spirits were high and her mood was excellent. Humming a tune, she leaned in. Sitten pressed her shoulder. Wait a moment. Having second thoughts. No, he said. At least let me put on some clothes. What about your team members? After I rest I can soothe them too. Su Kuei offered kindly, but Sitten didn't answer immediately. He combed his fingers through her slightly tangled hair, feeling the fine strands slip through his fingers. What is it? Su Kuei tilted her head, letting the ends of her hair brush his palm. He caught up and gently gathered them again. Just a bit of jealousy. A primal possessiveness makes me want to keep you away from all other sentinels, including my own team. A smile curved at the corners of Su Kuei's lips, spilling into soft laughter. You didn't say that before. I recall that when you first invited me to join the team you explicitly stated that I'd need to soothe your members every month. Yes. That was indeed my intention back then. There was nothing to deny. But that thought has completely changed now. What do you think of the crocodile squad? It ranks in the top 10 in strength. It's definitely no worse than the hyenas. But the dogs are incredibly loyal. Crocodiles aren't bad either. Sitten bent his finger and gently brushed it across Su Kuei's nose. Didn't you once say to me right in front of my face that crocodiles are just swamp puppies? Did I? I don't remember. You did back on Crocodile Star. So after you fully transform and regain clarity, do you remember what happened before? Sitten admitted reluctantly, I remember. Including you feeding me fish in the bathroom just now and you pulling out my tooth before. Su Kuei retorted, that's because that tooth of yours was loose. I was helping you. Sitten said, alright, thank you. So now are you still missing a tooth? Let me see. Sitten caught her reaching hand. It's not missing anymore, it's already grown back. Your bond is very effective, my rank has increased. If I'm not mistaken I should be at S level now. Well, need an instrument to confirm. After this boost the entire team's ranking can move up. Are you sure you don't want this? The Seafoam Squadron. Such a lovely name. Crocodile Squad can change too. Tattoos aren't a problem either, I'm sure the team members would be happy to comply. I do want it. Why wouldn't I? Su Kuei didn't pull her hand back from his grasp. She smiled. I like all of you. I want you all. Just don't speak ill of the hyenas anymore. I don't like hearing it. Can't we all get along peacefully? She held his hand in return, gently touching her forehead to his. The warmth made the crocodile squint his eyes. You must believe in my heart you will always be unique. The Star Alliance's laws stipulated the number of guards for a guide, but ultimately laws were made by people. What could be set could also be changed. Alexis had many followers. Su Kuei guessed that the later addition to the law regarding the number of guards was to prevent a situation like hers from recurring. A guide who was powerful in her own right and followed by countless high-level sentinels was precisely what some people feared and dreaded. Sitten's decision wasn't impulsive, he had been considering it for a long time. Many complex factors were intertwined, which was why he had delayed coming to Su Kuei for so long. As for the team members themselves, they would certainly be more than willing. Captain Sitten suppressed the possessive urge that followed the bond, allowing Su Kuei to laugh and reach out to stroke the spirit beasts of his subordinates.
Snakes coiled around Sukue. Venomous scorpions rested in her hands while a pack of other spirit beasts clamored for her attention. Surrounded by an overwhelming number of spirit forms, Sukue felt as if she were in a zoo with barely any room to set foot. She used her light brain to take an aerial photo and posted it on her social feed, remarking that each spirit form was incredibly adorable and she was genuinely troubled about which one to pet first. Only after ensuring that the intended audience could see clearly did she turn off her light brain. She proceeded to soothe them in order. After C-Tan came the two vice captains Cheng He and Hei Lin, genetic brothers whose spirit forms were a snake and a scorpion. The snake's scales were somewhat lackluster and the scorpion's carapace had lost its former glossy black sheen. While Cheng He managed to preserve his handsome features, Hei Lin, who naturally exuded a brooding aura, had grown 4 pairs of scorpion legs and a tail stinger from his spine. If one ignored the somewhat alien-like appearance, it was still quite cool. Scorpions lack ears, relying entirely on sensory hairs on their body surface for movement. Those sensory hairs were extremely sensitive, capable of detecting the faintest vibrations, even the movement of air currents. When it sensed Sukue's approach, its legs trembled with a clicking sound. His current form was probably too much for most people to accept, so when facing Sukue, Hei Lin appeared silent and evasive, until she drew close. His legs instinctively wrapped around her back, pushing her toward him. Facing his turned profile, feeling the limbs against her, she exclaimed, "What a warm embrace. Little scorpion, do you want to tell me about today's adventures?" Hei Lin was silent for a moment before speaking. "Yes." Sukue pinched his earlobe. "Will you be on my guard team?" Hei Lin replied, "Mm." He glanced at the painted pattern on Sukue's arm. The next day Sukue saw the same design on him. The others had them too. The flamboyant blue peacock had even gotten several done. Besides the signature one on his arm, he had an identical one on his abs. He was eager to show Sukue, but when it came to taking off his jacket he hesitated. His hand rested on his collar, already revealing the skin of his neck. Smooth and delicate, his crown feathers were impeccably maintained. Sukue could even detect a faint scent of skincare products on. As soon as he saw her, the peacock couldn't help but fan out his tail feathers. The excessively ornate fan completely obscured Sukue, causing the alligator turtle behind him unable to see to bite his leg. The blue peacock yelped, folded his tail and leaped up. A sliver of his collarbone was visible beneath his clothes. The alligator turtle's owner said, "Don't block the way. No one wants to see your rear." The mutated Spinosaurus clonked over, accidentally nudging them aside. Its small eyes fixed on Sukue for a moment, then it extended a claw toward her. A handshake. Sukue smiled and shook it, then said, "Right hand." It offered another claw. Sukue commanded, "Sit." The massive creature plopped down on the ground, its tail swishing back and forth. Cheng Yi's voice came from behind, "Cool and detached, you hit me." He stood alone by the door, polishing and maintaining his light sword, his demeanor aloof and ethereal. Yet his spirit form coiled around Sukue in loop after loop, its body encircling her, its flat head resting on her shoulder as it flicked its tongue coolly by her ear. With a rustle of fine scales, its tail tip curled around one of Sukue's hands, leaving her to interact with the mutated Spinosaurus using only her other hand. Sukue said, "Spin." The massive creature began to rotate on the spot, and the alligator turtle on the ground was sent flying like a yo-yo by its sweeping tail. Turtle is angry. Turtle is furious. Sukue took a photo, captioned it, turned it into a meme, and sent it to the spirit form's owner. Nize looked down at his light brain message, a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Her light brain kept buzzing with notifications, likes and comments. Sukue scrolled through them. Seeing a private message from Li Tuan, she replied to her first. The contact was saved as Little Hedgehog. Sukue enjoyed using various cute nicknames. "Little Hedgehog, I saw your post. That's amazing. How do you get them to obey so well?" "Little Hedgehog, I've only managed to soothe 2 these past few days, and though they cooperated, I really despise them deep down. Their eyes look at me like hungry dogs eyeing a piece of fat. Another day of hating sentinels." "Silly," Sukue replied, "if you don't like them as people, just treat them entirely as animals." Sukue, the prerequisite for being on my guard team is to obey me. "Little Hedgehog, you're really something. My guard team was assigned to me. I don't want them and I don't want to deal with them. Those sentinels have such insufferable arrogant faces. I wish the universe would just collapse." "Sukue, if you dislike them, why not change the personnel? No one says the guard team has to stay the same. Kick out the disobedient ones and replace them until they learn to listen. The decision is in your hands." "Little Hedgehog, I tried driving them away before, but it didn't work." Sukue asked for details about her guard team, thoughtfully selected material, and sent her a book titled Circus Animal Training Techniques. "Little Hedgehog, huh? What's this? Where did you dig up such an ancient book?" Li Tuan muttered, "It's not like I'm training animals for a show, why send me this?" as she opened the ebook. The guide included illustrations. After reading for a while, Li Tuan pondered the phrase, "treat them entirely as animals."
Su Kuwei first wear down their arrogance then build rapport. Use bait and reward mechanisms to establish conditioned reflexes and finally don't forget long-term maintenance. Su Kuwei good luck. Li Chuan exclaimed ah. So that's how it works. Though reluctant she clumsily tried to follow the advice. She had assumed such an overt method wouldn't fool any sentinels but the result was unexpected. Even though they saw through her poorly concealed actions they were willing to cooperate for the sake of soothing. Or perhaps they were simply too arrogant to believe that such clumsy laughable behavior could affect them. Su Kuwei thought sentinels are the same everywhere but those from the central region seem especially haughty. Even if their spirit forms were all sorts of cute little animals they were still hard to like. Someone else liked the photo by Ziyi who also sent a thumbs up. Su Kuwei wondered, is he mocking me? Then he sent another message, a meme of a lonely panda sitting in a corner facing the wall as if in self-reflection, its chubby back exuding dejection. Giant panda, this morning I picked fresh purple bamboo leaves and boiled them with fresh camel milk airlifted from the galaxy. It tastes quite good. Would you like to come and try some? The attached picture was clearly taken in a bamboo grove, the surroundings serene with lotusly shaped tea sets on the table. Giant panda, yesterday I observed a nearby beverage shop and tried making pudding myself. You can add it to the drink or eat it separately. Su Kuwei, I never agreed to come over. Giant panda sigh. Giant panda vicissitudes melancholy sigh. For a panda, acting cute and begging was indeed useful. Su Kuwei held an instinctual tolerance for that black and white creature, and whenever she recalled the peculiar circumstances of Bai Ziyi's mutation she found it amusing, thinking it would be fun to go see his embarrassment. Where are you going? A gentle hand pressed on her shoulder. Si-Tan stood behind her combing through Su Kuwei's hair. The blue peacock offered some essential oil saying, use this for better hair care. The alligator turtle master was making soup in the kitchen with the mutated Spinosaurus master helping out. However, he was clumsy and was soon shooed away by the alligator turtle to serve dishes. Su Kuwei caught the aroma and changed her mind. She sent a message to Bai Ziyi saying the little animals were too clingy and she couldn't leave, maybe next time, and asked him to drink the milk tea she had prepared. On the other end, Bai Ziyi stared at the Kirk rejection, then suddenly let out a laugh. He raised his hand and tossed the milk tea and pudding into the trash bin. Su Kuwei also smiled at the screen that had no reply. That proud and arrogant sentinel had likely never tasted rejection before. Bai Ziyi was born a high-level sentinel, his life smooth sailing for the most part. Now he held absolute power in the guild and the Bai family ranked among the top 5 in the entire central region. Such a condescending display of favor might have thrilled someone else. But Su Kuwei had no interest in this drama of the superior stooping. If anyone was to bow, it would be them bowing to her. Her hand pressed down with increasing force. The blue peacock spirit let out a soft plaintive cry, collapsing delicately onto Su Kuwei's lap. The spirit's owner had flushed cheeks, a mix of shyness and allure. Don't be so rough. The scorpion's stinger twitched restlessly. Heilin frowned as if disturbed by the sound. Nize clattered a plate onto the dining table. Time to eat, stop being so disgusting. Qingyi polished the light sword until it gleamed brightly. When he returned it to Su Kuwei, his gaze was calm and unruffled, his expression utterly unchanged. It seemed he, as the deputy captain, had the strongest endurance. But as they walked together, the spirit following Su Kuwei like a timid bride suddenly stumbled aside. The blue peacock's owner yelped, "Hey! Who tripped me?" The others kept their eyes straight ahead. Si-Tan pulled out a chair for Su Kuwei, glanced at the team members and paid no attention. That evening Su Kuwei still had to return to Quan Zakayu's place. He had been subtly asking when she would come back. As she bid farewell to the Crocodile Marsh team members, they all looked at her, their eyes filled with silent hope. As the captain, Si-Tan voiced the team's thoughts, "We can see you home." Su Kuwei had eaten her fill and even packed some shrimp balls to take away. 2 hyenas stepped forward, flanking her protectively. The hyenas who had once been covert had all removed their masks on the day they officially became her guard team, showing her their true face. 2 hyenas stepped forward, flanking her protectively. The hyenas who had once been covert had all removed their masks on the day they officially became her guard team, showing her their true faces out of respect. Judging by their looks alone, they seemed roguish, like unsavory villains. On ancient Earth they would probably have their IDs checked by the police just for stepping outside. In the Star Alliance, while they wouldn't have their IDs checked, they would definitely be prime suspects if any crime occurred nearby. These 2 hyenas had muscular shoulders and backs fierce and formidable, showing no fear even in the presence of higher-level sentinels. Si-Tan stepped forward in front of them, adjusting Su Kuwei's collar as if no one else was there. "I'll submit the application to you as soon as possible." Su Kuwei replied, "It's fine, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. Don't resign from the guild either." Si-Tan hummed in agreement. "But I am in a hurry." "All right. Go on." He released her already perfectly neat collar.
As Su Kuei turned to leave, she heard a notification from her optical brain. Glancing at it casually, she saw a rather unexpected name. Poisonous Octopus. Who is that person? Why did he touch you? Poisonous Octopus and those two people. Are they your guard team? Su Kuei looked around. The hyenas stopped with her. Citan asked what's wrong. Forget something. As he spoke, he sensed something and glanced to the side. He felt a malevolent gaze. Around them hovercars zipped back and forth, most of them empty. Only a few with opaque windows were occupied. Under their watch, the hovercar deactivated its privacy mode. The black glass canopy gradually turned transparent, revealing a rather terrifying scene inside. A massive soft-bodied creature clung to the interior. Rings of suckers opened and closed, hiding razor-sharp gradually inside. As it writhed against the glass, it seemed to emit a piercing scraping sound. Round, densely packed poison rings glowed with a murky light. Venom was forced out, seeping through and leaving scorched marks across the entire cabin of the hovercar. The hyenas didn't know whose spirit that was, but they immediately went on high alert. They had adapted well to their role as a guard team, finding it far more enjoyable than their time in the guild. The Crocodile Marsh team members stepped forward to shield Su Kuei, but she stopped them. That's a friend of mine. Ignore him. Let's go. A friend, but ignore him. Citan took another look at the spirit. Su Kuei's optical brain kept buzzing. Seeing no reaction from her, the hyenas remained silent, pretending not to hear. They were about to take a hovercar back, but the autonomous vehicle stopped dead after traveling a short distance. The hyenas found it strange and tried several other cars, but the same thing happened. Su Kuei looked at the hovercar following them and said, "You all work on the repairs. I'll go say hello to a friend. Don't follow." Even though the little octopus was screaming in her optical brain like an alpaca and Xiaohuan's expression was gloomy as he got out of the car, Su Kuei felt no fear. Xiaohuan stepped out of the vehicle, his eyes darkly fixed on the two hyenas who were puzzledly trying to repair the hovercar, then shifted his gaze to Su Kuei. It had been a while. He seemed thinner, his brows heavy with gloom. He spoke in a low, eerie voice. "Why? A guard team. We're already partners. I can tolerate you calming those sentinels at work, but..." Before he could finish, Su Kuei quickened her pace, raised her hand and slapped him. A very crisp sound. Xiaohuan turned his head, stunned by the slap. The hyenas, hearing the noise, glanced over. Was that how friends greeted each other? Su Kuei said coldly, "You ask me why. Then what about you? Why did you suddenly disappear? Where were you when I needed you most?" A red mark immediately bloomed on Xiaohuan's cheek. He momentarily set aside his own accusations and explained, "I was called away for something. I had to go back. I thought it would be resolved quickly. That I could come back when you returned." Su Kuei interjected, "So that's why you said nothing to me? And during this time, why didn't you speak up either?" Xiaohuan stammered inside. There was the highest level of signal jamming. It wasn't easy to transmit information to the outside. To send a message, I had to break the jamming, which would easily let the Star Alliance locate us and expose us. Hearing his explanation, Su Kuei let out two enigmatic laughs, then turned away in disappointment. "Wait, don't go." Xiaohuan grabbed her hand. "You have weapons I made on you. You won't be in danger in the Star Alliance." Su Kuei gently pulled free. "No danger. Then why do you think I had you break its automatic door, and why did I come here seeking protection from the guard squad?" She pressed forward step by step and Xiaohuan stepped back in panic. "You had me open that Sentinel's door to teach him a lesson. Isn't that right? That's what you said. Just like with that nutrition vendor." "That's what I said. But why would I teach him a lesson for no reason?" "Because I have nothing better to do." "Su Kuei, if he hadn't bullied me, why would I want to teach him a lesson? Can't you even think of that? I have no partner, nor will I ever have a partner like you. Stop acting as my partner." Xiaohuan had of course thought about it. But Su Kuei had told Little Octopus before that she disliked being monitored by any means. She had even smiled and said that people who pry into everything and leave no privacy were annoying. So he held back, asking nothing and using no method to check. He wanted to say this, but facing Su Kuei he stumbled over his words, feeling that anything he said sounded like an excuse tinged with an inexplicable guilt. Little Octopus' spiritual construct had initially surged forward aggressively, but now it curled its tentacles into a ball and quietly slipped back into the spiritual landscape. Xiaohuan felt this and a flash of inspiration struck him. He dragged his spiritual construct out, grabbed one of its tentacles and said, It was it. It didn't tell me about that at first. I only found out later." The other tentacles hung limply as if dead, leaving only the one held up by its master. The tip of the tentacle froze, then began to thrash wildly, struggling to squeeze out of Xia Huan's grip, radiating the despair of having no mouth to explain.
Su Kuei, so you never paid any attention to me. I sent you messages and you didn't even look at them. If it weren't for this tentacle, would I have waited forever for your reply?
The tentacle tilted, then nodded vigorously.
Yes, yes. That's right. Xia Huan was drenched in sweat.
The other tentacles stopped playing dead, writhing and clinging to Su Kuei's hand in a fawning manner. They signaled that they weren't on the same side as their master. They had wanted to reply when they saw the message too, but were beaten to it.
Xia Huan, it deleted the chat log. And it secretly hid this memory. It wanted to monopolize you. I'm going to eat it now.
He opened his mouth to bite down, but Su Kuei snatched it away.
Don't vent your emotions on it.
We both know that after 3 bonds a guide and a sentinel can sense each other's feelings.
But I can't feel you at all. What about you? Can you feel me?
There's not even a trace of you left on my spiritual construct.
Why is that?
Su Kuei chuckled softly. Because you're hiding something from me.
Unable to open your heart honestly, no matter how many bonds we form, it's useless. Xia Huan, I am not. Unlike his nervous explanations, the spiritual construct had finally touched its guide.
The entire octopus relaxed its tentacles, quieting down, sticking to her exposed skin with an affectionate clinginess. Su Kuei stroked the tentacle. The venomous rings brushed against her skin without a drop of liquid. Her hands were completely clean with no sign of poisoning. I don't feel like talking to you right now.
Do as you please. I'm going back.
With that she walked away, cradling the spiritual construct. The little octopus, dazed and blissful in her arms, had its dangling tentacles soft as seaweed.
It seemed to be waving goodbye to Xia Huan. Xia Huan, we've checked. All the parts of the hovercar are fine.
The 2 hyenas ignored the young man staring intently behind them and reported the inspection results to Su Kuei.
Su Kuei, good, get in. It should start now.
She looked down at the little octopus. Right. The octopus nodded, stretched its tentacles to reach the console, fiddled with it for a while, and the hovercar returned to normal.
It nestled back into Su Kuei's lap. Its big eyes blinked, using every trick to show how much it liked her.
Then it pointed at its own blushing cheek, meaning that all 9 of its brains held no secrets from her.
Su Kuei really like me. Then how about letting me eat your tentacles?
The little octopus looked at her with adorable big eyes, then eagerly shoved its tentacles toward her mouth. Su Kuei smiled, about to speak, when the little octopus pulled back all its other tentacles, leaving only one, which it shyly placed in her palm. Su Kuei pinched the tentacle, looking at its expression. This isn't
your Hectocotylus, is it?
The little octopus nodded.
It wanted her to eat it. The thought is enough. Su Kuei, I was joking. Hearing this, the octopus seemed a little disappointed.
Su Kuei carried the soft octopus back, placed it in her room, and handed it a vase.
Wait for me inside for a bit.
The octopus loved squeezing into containers. It pulled itself in with its tentacles, its whole body boneless, as it nestled inside, its eyes fixed on Su Kuei.
See how obedient it was.
Su Kuei praised it a couple of times, then went to check on the dragonfly. The little octopus waited patiently for a long time until it started dozing off before Su Kuei returned.
Where did you go?
It shed the vase and crawled over with a patter, wanting to sleep with her.
Su Kuei held it and played a little game with it. She hid a button-sized biscuit in her hand, turned her back, and asked it which hand it was in.
The octopus had 8 tentacles with 8 brains plus 1 main brain, 9 in total. A few pointed to her left hand, a few to her right.
Disagreeing, they even started fighting.
The tentacles twisted into a tangled mess, and finally the majority ruled, pointing at Su Kuei's arm. She opened her hand, revealing an empty palm.
Wrong guess.
The little octopus drooped in disappointment, flopping onto the bedsheet like a puddle of water. Su Kuei extended her other hand and offered the biscuit to it.
Eat up.
The octopus looked up and Su Kuei patted its head, feeding it the biscuit.
Su Kuei wasn't sure if octopuses could eat biscuits, but she fed it anyway and it ate them.
Touched it, coiled around her, forming hearts with its tentacles. A very adorable spiritual construct, much cuter than Xia Huan himself.
I want to ask you something and you must answer me truthfully. Su Kuei held it. Was Nini taken away by your people? This is a secret of the Truth Organization.
Logic tells it not to speak, but emotionally. The little octopus nodded without hesitation. Fearing that a moment of hesitation would lead to the same fate as its master, Su Kuei indeed appreciated its honesty, holding it gently and kissing it, causing the little octopus to be intoxicated by her scent, its tentacles softening into a puddle.
Why do you want to take Nini away? Don't you have higher level guides? Nod if you do, shake your head if you don't.
The little octopus nodded.
They do have guides.
Is it that the guide is unwilling to comfort you? It nodded. Su Kuei understood. If she guessed correctly, that high-level guide from the Truth Organization must be the water vein. That mutated meandering river jellyfish. Is Nini okay? How is she now? Come type with this keyboard. You're so smart you can definitely type right. The octopus proudly puffed out its chest, its tentacles scrambling to type a jumbled message. When Xia Huan came out, Nini followed her. She had a locator on her. The people from the Truth Organization were looking for her, and they had just contacted Xia Huan to send her coordinates. However, the octopus master was not in the mood for that and just wandered around nearby. Su Kuei ignored the latter half of the sentence, only focusing on the first half. Nini ran out by herself. Knowing how to run, it seems the little cat has indeed made progress. She smiled. Good. I understand now. The octopus hesitated, typing carefully to plead for its master. Seeing Su Kuei's smile fade, its tentacles immediately froze. Su Kuei acted as if she hadn't seen it. Can you locate Nini's position? She sighed softly. Poor Nini, is she in danger? The life she once lived was confined within the sanctuary, hoping she could enjoy a relatively easy and free life before being captured again. The little octopus secretly glanced at her, indicating that it had nothing to do with it. Although it could find people, it had no intention of capturing that guide. Moreover, there was something it wasn't sure whether to say. Saying it would leave a bad impression of the organization on its partner, but if it didn't say anything, how could it take credit? Seeing its hesitant expression, Su Kuei asked, "What's wrong?" The tentacles rolled and relaxed, and before it could decide whether to speak, Su Kuei's mind turned quickly, smiling as she asked, "Your organization wants to expand its power and needs pure-type guides. In fact, it seems I would be easier to capture than Nini. The sanctuary behind Nini also makes you wary, but why give up on me to choose Nini? Is it because of you?" Completely guessed right. The octopus discarded other thoughts and nodded repeatedly as if seeking to take credit. It is it. It protected its guide. Su Kuei thanked it. The Truth Organization's abandonment of her was not solely because of Xia Huan. Xia Huan might want her to join more than anyone else. Su Kuei speculated that perhaps during that time in the professor's laboratory, the water vein realized she was someone not easily controlled, which is why they abandoned this idea. Taking Nini away would indeed cause trouble, but if they could turn her, the rewards would be enormous. If you come here frequently, your organization might have already noticed me. Su Kuei frowned and said, "Would they also capture me?" Absolutely not. The octopus shook its head vigorously to assure her. Good. I knew you were the most obedient octopus in the world. Su Kuei said, "Then could you help me find Nini, please? I'm a bit worried about her." The cheerful octopus quickly operated Su Kuei's light brain using all 8 tentacles and soon found the moving red dot. This was an unfamiliar planetary location which Su Kuei noted down, patted the octopus to praise it, and then hugged it to sleep. Once the octopus closed its eyes, Su Kuei messaged her escort team. "Go to this location and try to help that girl gain her freedom." Hyena Captain received. Vulture received. Griffin task guaranteed to be completed. The members of the Haidwa battle team were very excited to be assigned a task for the first time. A few stayed behind to protect Su Kuei and act as a smokescreen while the leader and 2 vice captains were deployed. Su Kuei believed in their abilities and would not let her expectations down. The voting for the vice steward had already begun and would end in 2 months. These 2 months would be a time for Nini to reacquaint herself with the world. It was also the time Su Kuei left for Nini. If possible, she actually did not want to control any innocent person with a mental steel stamp. The application from the Crocodile Domination team was also submitted quickly. Su Kuei accepted it. However, the guild was not pleased. Breaking the rules like this would lead to others imitating it. Wouldn't that mean the guild would become the world of guides? The higher-ups sought out Su Kuei for a discussion but were directly blocked outside. Kwanzaa coughed lightly into a tissue, whispering, "You don't need to mind them, I will handle it. This much I can still do." Su Kuei waited for him to finish coughing before holding his icy hand. Even with the connection and guidance, the previous damage was still irreparable. Kwanzaa would not die in winter, but he also wouldn't live for long. Right now he was indeed contributing his last strength. Su Kuei entrusted these matters to him and added, "There will be more in the future." Kwanzaa helplessly said, "Take it slow, don't push them too hard, it won't be good for you." "Are you trying to capture all the high-level sentinels in one go?" "I have that thought." "What exactly do you want to do?" "Me." Su Kuei shrugged, "I just want equality." "This is not equality but provocation of conflict." He shook his head. "Sentinels and guides have been like this for hundreds of years. Once everything is overturned, have you thought about the consequences? We are born different and will never become the same.
The differences resulting from physiological disparities can never pursue absolute equality. I certainly know that. Sukue said, but the equality I believe in is based on respecting physiological differences having equal distribution of resources and the right to choose and decide. What I am truly targeting is merely those like Dima Air who hold the power of discourse and greedily exploit and consume the blood of others to survive. Kwanzakayu quietly stared at Sukue, suddenly bursting into a violent fit of coughing. People from different factions will have different demands which will lead to conflicts. This is completely normal. However, there are currently too few high-level guides. Even as a steward of the sanctuary I only have S. The highest level Sentinel now is SS and there are only 3. However, there are currently too few high-level guides. Even as a steward of the sanctuary I only have S. The highest level Sentinel now is SS and there are only 3. Do you understand the gap in this? Including Dima Air, otherwise why couldn't I stop him from entering the sanctuary reserved for guides? Of course I understand. So what you cannot do I will do. The black-haired guide let out a long weary sigh and shifted the topic, saying, you seem to dislike him. Sukue nodded. It involves some personal grievances. Also I find him very displeasing. So even though there are many Dima Airs in the world currently, he is the only target in my sights. The poison nutrient fluid incident would not be brushed aside lightly. Laird Mare must die. Kwanzakai leaned back against the bed, letting out a soft sigh. You're completely different from any female guide I've ever known. That only shows how shallow your understanding is. The world isn't black and white, every person is multifaceted. Sukue added, I never claimed to be a good person. If she were truly virtuous she would never have said to Xiao Huan, because you've been hiding things from me. If you can't open your heart honestly, no amount of bonding will ever be of any use. Words like those. The reason she couldn't sense his emotions was that she was a dark guide. What did Xiao Huan have to do with it? That innocent, pitiful little octopus lured into a trap still had no idea what he had concealed. Perhaps after some time he would figure it out. If he were smart he would stay far away from Sukue. But clearly they were still locked in a dynamic where one was willing to strike and the other was willing to endure. Even though the Truth Organization repeatedly emphasized to Xiao Huan that they had their own guides, he refused to seek anyone else. He lingered nearby, hoping to earn her forgiveness. Sukue kept him on a leash, preventing him from helping the Truth Organization track down Nini. The hyenas reported that they had arrived and found the person. What's more, Nini had cleverly disguised herself. It took them a while to confirm her identity. They didn't expose themselves or let Nini know. Sukue said good. She kept a close watch on Nini's movements. She learned that Nini had left that planet and illegally stowed away to Ringbell Star. Ringbell Star, the tourist planet with the statue of Fan Lun. Sukue liked it there. She wondered how Nini had ended up there. The vulture communicated with her, saying she hid inside a live transport starship and we helped her slip through the inspections. That starship made a stopover at Ringbell Star and she took the chance to sneak off. She's still underwater, hasn't come up yet, secretly following the crowd to see the statue of Lady Fan Lun. A few days later another message came through. The vulture on the other end sounded somewhat exasperated. Afraid the Star Alliance would catch keywords, they never use names, always referring to her as she. She met a tourist on Ringbell Star who tricked her into working as a laborer at a nutrient fluid processing plant. Should we stop it? Sukue. She let out a laugh and said no need. A pile of unread messages on her light brain. After news spread that she had her own guard team, many sentinels she had soothed began submitting their resumes. The red pandas were among them. Though they weren't as despised or marginalized as the hyenas, their overall strength was lacking, making them nearly invisible in the guild. During online spats where they hurled insults at each other, some sentinels said they were utterly useless. When threatened, all they could do was stand up and spread their arms, their voices as weak as little birds. Such sweeping remarks naturally provoked dissatisfaction among bird-type sentinels. As the guild with the most bird types, the Wind team was at least among the top ranks and the raptors were far from weak. This kind of pointless bickering was much like the forums of ancient Earth. Sukue even spotted discussions about herself. Some supported her, some opposed her. She skimmed through a few and then stopped. The red pandas wanted to join too and Sukue would naturally accept them. But she needed to take it slow and not push the guild too hard. She told them to be patient. He wasn't in a hurry and Sukue was even less so. The deeper his devolution progressed, the more he would suffer. Sukue asked Li Tuan if by Z, they wanted to have more confidence when they joined her guard team. Bai Zi continued to exchange casual greetings with Sukue as usual. He wasn't in a hurry and Sukue was even less so. The deeper his devolution progressed, the more he would suffer. Sukue asked Li Tuan if Bai Zi had ever approached her. Li Tuan recalled that Bai family member. I saw him once impeccably dressed, but he didn't seem like a good person. We never spoke, I just happened to glare at him while I was glaring at other sentinels. Bai Ziyi might have tried to approach Li Tuan, but standing at a distance he was met with a massive eye roll, her entire body radiating rejection and disdain. So he had to give up. For simple types, Adele had branded herself as his exclusive. Li Tuan was too hostile. Nini had accepted the heat-suppressing drug, and even Nuomi knew to keep her distance, let alone his uncle. Bai Ziyi appeared composed, but in truth he had no other choice. These guides had yet to realize the immense power they held, but Su Kuwei would show them. When Bai Ziyi invited her again, he had learned to ask if she was free beforehand. After receiving her reply, he asked where she wanted to go. Su Kuwei, pleased with his improvement, finally agreed. The meeting place was at his home. The Bai family owned their own private planet. Bai Ziyi merely had a property here. A serene bamboo grove with scattered bamboo huts spanned over 5,000 square kilometers. This single panda owned such a vast mountain range covered with various species of bamboo, it was hard to imagine how joyful it would be to live there. He arrived in his private hovercar to pick up Su Kuwei. That day her protectors included not only the two fixed hyenas but also members of the alligator team. Since she had accepted them all, she couldn't play favorites. Su Kuwei didn't make them change their names. Sitten remained the captain and everything stayed the same. Their focus had merely shifted toward her, with Su Kuwei as their priority. Sitten hadn't fully recovered yet, and due to the unconscious dependency created by their bond, he volunteered to protect her. As high-level sentinels and descendants of major families in the central region, even if they weren't close, they knew each other. Bai Ziyi was naturally aware that the alligator team had applied to become Su Kuwei's guard. A couple of days earlier the guild had held several meetings about it, and he had been present. The guild's stance was polarized. One side believed this violated the rules and must be stopped immediately to prevent other guides from following suit and causing dire consequences. The other side dismissed it as unimportant. It's just one greedy guide. Alone, how much trouble can she stir up? Someone asked for his opinion, but Bai Ziyi didn't take a stance at the time. Now the two high-level sentinels exchanged glances, gave a slight nod and averted their eyes. Bai Ziyi turned his gaze to Su Kuwei. Today she had styled her hair into a bun, a pink mask gathered at the back of her head. Behind her stood the fully armed hyenas clad in pitch-black combat suits with ghost masks on their faces. They flanked Su Kuwei like two loyal hounds guarding their master. Sitten's combat suit was slightly different, but he also remained half a step behind Su Kuwei. The three of them surrounded her in a semi-encircling formation. Su Kuwei stood in the center. Hearing the sound, she looked up, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Her pink irises, washed by the sunlight, turned into a cooler, more translucent hue. The slow unfurling of her smile made it impossible for Bai Ziyi to look away. She must be plotting how to tame me. Just like she tamed those sentinels behind her. Even knowing this, Bai Ziyi didn't retreat. He raised an eyebrow and curled his lips, returning her smile. As they were going to visit, Su Kuwei did not bring her own guards. Only she and Bai Ziyi were present. After boarding the hovercar, the panda spirit silently climbed out, plopped down beside Bai Ziyi, held its own feet and peeked at Su Kuwei with its small eyes. The white bear spirit of Nuomi also liked to sit like this, resembling a stuffed toy. They might be aware of their own adorableness, so they deliberately acted cute. Su Kuwei spoke with Bai Ziyi, pretending not to notice its gaze. After a while the panda couldn't hold back and stretched out its claw to pat her knee. Only then did Su Kuwei seem to notice it, letting out an ah and touched the bare paw on her lap. "You're here too." The giant panda was more mature and composed than the little white bear. If it were the little white bear, it would have already sweetly smiled and hugged her. The giant panda still sat upright, but its black eyes were bright and its round ears twitched slightly. Su Kuwei held its claw and chatted casually. For such a mature sentinel with rich experience and a certain status, overly aggressive tactics were useless. The hovercar arrived at his territory and Su Kuwei got off. The panda didn't even flatten its ears, but it couldn't eat anymore. He was still wearing a suit today, though paired with a hat. The fabric was smooth and form-fitting with a textured look and no wrinkles. The panda didn't even flatten its ears, but it couldn't eat anymore. He was still wearing a suit today, though paired with a hat. The fabric was smooth and form-fitting with a textured look and no wrinkles. His shoulders naturally had no padding and the overall silhouette was narrow, but it was still supported by his broad shoulders and slender waist. Once in his own territory, Bai Ziyi finally took off his hat. As soon as he removed it, two flattened black ears eagerly sprang out. He smoothed the soft fur on his ears, turned back to smile at Su Kuwei and made a gesture with his hand adorned with a jade ring. "Through this path there's a lakeside pavilion ahead. I often enjoy the scenery there. Would you like to see it?" The path didn't lead directly to the pavilion, they had to take a boat in the middle. It was unclear where he got the boat from. It looked like an ancient earth fishing vessel, but the material was a metal composite. Though painted in an antique style, it still seemed incongruous. Su Kuwei sat in the metal boat and Bai Ziyi took the oars himself to row.
Su Kuwei and the giant panda sat quietly beside him, neither offering to help. It was unclear where he got the boat from. It looked like an ancient Earth fishing vessel, but the material was a metal composite. Though painted in an antique style, it still seemed incongruous. With a proficient boatman ahead, she shifted her focus to the spirit beside her. There was a slight distance between them. This plump giant panda had a reserved nature, so Su Kuwei proactively moved closer and placed her hand on its paw. It looked down but didn't pull away. As before, it didn't reject her approach. Su Kuwei reached up and touched its large head. Its round head was too big for her palm to cover. She could only run her fingers through its black and white fur. After caressing its head and ears, she wrapped her arms around it from the side, moving her hand to its belly and pinching its belly fat. The spirit reflected the deepest thoughts of its owner, even those he himself was unaware of. He was thoroughly betrayed. The spirit reflected the deepest thoughts of its owner, even those he himself was unaware of. He was thoroughly betrayed. Bai Ziyi maintained his composure and turned to say an unnecessary remark. Well, arrive soon. The lakeside pavilion is just ahead. He didn't need to say it. Su Kuwei could already see it. She hugged the panda and responded with a sound, leaning her head against its shoulder. The giant panda didn't meet her gaze, only looked down at its own paws. He used a device that heated automatically, not resembling a teapot, to brew the milk tea. Then he tossed semi-finished pudding into a strange box for heating and shaping, producing miniature pandas one by one. Similar to images preserved in history books. However, in Su Kuwei's view, it felt somewhat like a clumsy imitation. Ignoring the unnatural aspects, they entered the pavilion and Bai Ziyi began to brew milk tea using his high-tech teapot. He used a device that heated automatically, not resembling a teapot, to brew the milk tea. Then he tossed semi-finished pudding into a strange box for heating and shaping, producing miniature pandas one by one. Bai Ziyi calmly finished and placed them before her, saying, the tools here are different from yours, but I think the taste shouldn't be too far off. A very confident chef, but the taste was merely average. The flavor of food made with high-tech tools was not bad, but neither was it outstanding. Su Kuwei took a couple of bites of the pudding, then set down the small spoon and focused on drinking the milk tea. Don't you like it? He asked. Maybe it's not quite to my taste. The seats in the pavilion surrounded a small table with the two people and the spirit occupying three sides. After speaking with him, Su Kuwei asked the panda, can you sit next to me? The giant panda looked at her, crawled over to sit beside her, its fur brushing against Su Kuwei's arm. Su Kuwei pointed at the pudding and asked, is this you? Look, I've eaten your ears. From now on you're a panda without ears. Upon hearing this, the panda covered its head with its paws. Bai Ziyi's ears also trembled slightly. Come on, let me see what a panda without ears looks like. Su Kuwei teased it, pressing her hand over its paws on its ears. The panda surrendered, left with only a round head, its eyes looking at her innocently. It was endearingly naive and lovable. This spirit truly added points for Bai Ziyi. If Letimar's spirit were this adorable, Su Kuwei might consider letting him live one more second before death. Playing with the little animal and chatting with the spirit's owner were the main activities of today's visit. After drinking the milk tea, Su Kuwei also lay on the small boat with the panda gazing at the sky. The boat was too hard, so Su Kuwei naturally used the panda as a cushion. Since it didn't resist, it was taken as tacit consent. After drinking the milk tea, Su Kuwei also lay on the small boat with the panda gazing at the sky. The boat was too hard, so Su Kuwei naturally used the panda as a cushion. The panda's voice was too soft and sweet, it didn't like to make a sound. Su Kuwei reached under its armpit and Bai Ziyi, who was rowing ahead, trembled slightly. The panda let out a delicate getting the satisfied response, she withdrew her hand. In the latter half they grew drowsy on the boat. Bai Ziyi rowed intermittently, mostly letting the boat drift on the lake. He raised his hand to shield the sunlight and turned to look back. His spirit, ever since its fluctuation value had spiked, had been in a constant state of agitation, often engaging in random destruction, baring its teeth at the slightest disturbance. Its appearance was very cute, but in essence it was also a fierce beast with immense destructive power. Yet in front of Su Kuwei this side had never shown itself. It was so docile and obedient, like a fake stuffed toy. Basking in the sun while leaning against a soft panda was probably a joy that ancient Earth humans could never have imagined. Su Kuwei closed her eyes and rested for a while, then had a lunch full of local specialties before taking her leave in the afternoon. Bai Ziyi saw her off. When she got out of the vehicle at their destination, he bid her farewell with a calm demeanor and a warm smile, saying, see you next time. But Su Kuwei tried to pull her leg away. She couldn't free it. His spirit beast, a silent and introverted giant panda, was clinging to her thigh without a word. Su Kuwei said, let go. The panda ignored her, stubborn and unmoving. It even buried its face, leaving only a white back of its head for Su Kuwei to see. Real pandas often get themselves dirty to prevent parasites, but this one was different. As a spirit beast, this panda was as pristine as a rice dumpling, its black and white fur distinct.
Though its abnormally high spiritual fluctuation dulled its coat, it was completely clean, silently begging for affection in a way that softened hearts. Su Kuwei pulled its paws away from her. The panda was enormous. If it weren't curled up like this, its paws might have reached her rear. She would have slapped a person for such behavior. The panda retracted its claws only to place them back when released, sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Su Kuwei couldn't budge it, so she looked at its master. Bai Ziyi lightly scolded, "Come back." The panda peeked at him from between its paws, then buried its face deeper. "Sorry," Bai Ziyi apologized with a headache. "It's been disobedient lately and hard to control." Su Kuwei said it was fine. He hadn't seemed to struggle when summoning the spirit beast earlier. How could he lose control so quickly and fail to even recall it into the spiritual realm? Su Kuwei didn't believe his words and let them pass without comment. Adult interactions were like this, both knew the truth but pretended otherwise. She didn't call him out, instead playing along and petting the panda's large head with concern. "Has it gotten this serious?" Bai Ziyi sighed softly. Once spiritual fluctuations exceed the critical point, they keep rising and won't decrease without effective soothing. "Alright, come back now. Let your sister Su Kuwei go home and rest." He called the panda, but it turned a deaf ear. Su Kuwei said, "How pitiful." She bent down to speak to it when suddenly an octopus burst out from around the corner. Its 8 tentacles churned like wheels of fire as it charged forward. It lunged at the panda with flailing limbs, the gray rings on its tentacles nearly oozing venom. As expected, this little octopus couldn't resist. Su Kuwei had anticipated this and put on a surprised expression. The panda sensed the movement and turned, lifting a paw and baring its fangs fiercely. Just as the octopus tentacles reached the panda's face, Su Kuwei promptly said no. The octopus wanted to continue, but a glance at her stern expression made it hesitate, its outstretched tentacles curling back just in time. It obeyed. That was good. Su Kuwei's expression softened. "This is my friend, you mustn't hurt it." The panda curled its lip and pressed its head back against Su Kuwei's leg. The little octopus was aggrieved and angry, tears welling in its eyes as it stretched its tentacles toward her as if asking, "What about me?" Su Kuwei said, "Withdraw your venom." Once it complied, she reached out and held it in her arms, wiping its watery eyes. "Good." But this displeased the panda. It reached out a paw, but Su Kuwei stopped it, so it let go of her leg and sulked off to the side, leaving her with its back, much like an emoji Bai Ziyi had once sent. Su Kuwei didn't comfort it. She politely bid Bai Ziyi farewell and walked away with the octopus in her arms. The panda turned disbelief in its eyes as it watched her retreating figure, then angrily pawed the ground and barked loudly. Today Xiao Huan's spirit beast had pleased Su Kuwei, so she reluctantly agreed to meet him. He delayed his arrival to pretend he hadn't been watching her nearby, feigning ignorance and innocence about the earlier events. To earn Su Kuwei's forgiveness, he hadn't been idle these past 2 days. He deliberately retaliated against the instigator of their quarrel, It. Seeking credit, he showed her his light brain, pointing at it and saying, "That guy bullied you, so I hacked into his system and found some data. It's all for you." Su Kuwei was quite interested and took it for a closer look. Ike was Letty Mar's right-hand man, and his light brain records had been carefully cleaned and encrypted. But the Truth Organization's cyberspace genius spared no effort to ingratiate himself, stripping Ike bare. Every transaction record of Ike's, his deleted conversations with Letty Mar, and the nutrition fluid processing plants under the names of the Radiant team members were all laid out. Su Kuwei saw in their chat logs that they had discussed replacing a certain ingredient in the nutrition fluid to increase profit margins with the latest batch already in research and sales. Sales were impressive, yielding enormous profits. That ingredient, called trinitrogen fluid, was a low-toxicity chemical raw material, inedible on its own. Long-term intake would cause irreversible harm to the body, but adding it to nutrition fluid boosted nutritional content, allowing it to pass the Star Alliance's quality tests. They marketed it as nutrient-rich, heavily promoted on the Star Network, and even hired robot lovers as endorsers, driving sales ever higher and squeezing out other nutrition fluid manufacturers. Seeing this, Su Kuwei let out a very soft laugh. The little octopus had been quietly nestled in Su Kuwei's arms, but when it looked up and saw her expression, it silently crawled out and curled into its master's embrace. Xiao Huan hugged his spirit beast, both pairs of wide eyes fixed on her. He asked softly, "Should we expose him? I can release this and send him to the interstellar prison." "Not yet. Sending him in would be meaningless. The ultimate beneficiary is Letty Mar. Without uprooting him, even without It, he could rebrand and repackage using an I2. Zero to do these things, and heads still thrive." Su Kuwei continued reading as she spoke. Such matters were useless without cutting off the root. Even if It were arrested and imprisoned, as long as Letty Mar didn't abandon him, he would help reduce his sentence. Letty Mar would definitely protect him. If he didn't, who knew if It would bite back and expose him? And how would that look to others who served him loyally? Though It seemed very devoted, Letty Mar would surely consider this risk.
Have you given this data to anyone else besides me? No. Xia Huan shook his head. I gave it to you as soon as I found it. Only then did Su Kuwei smile. She leaned over, patted his head and said into his suddenly bright eyes, you've worked hard. But next time don't do anything to make me angry, okay? A loyal little octopus would be rewarded. Xia Huan understood. He hesitated for a moment before saying, you say I've been hiding things from you. There are indeed some things I haven't told you. My parents are actually... Before he could finish, Su Kuwei gently pressed her finger to his lips. No need to say it. Her fingertip traced his lips. His soft lip flesh carried his body heat. Xia Huan's pupils misted over as he parted his lips slightly, offering himself completely. It's okay to keep some secrets. Total openness is good, but it can be dull. Leaving a little mystery makes things more intriguing. Su Kuwei smiled. I enjoy uncovering secrets. Immersed in the guide's aura after so long, Xia Huan's reason shattered. His sharp inner eye corners and upward slanting outer corners flushed pink after she rubbed them a couple of times. Like the blue peacock, he belonged to the seductive type. But the blue peacock was softer and more pliable, falling over without a push. Xia Huan usually kept a low profile, revealing this unique charm only when provoked. Yet his gaze would lock onto her intently, carrying a clear aggression. The little octopus trembled as it coiled over, spreading its 8 tentacles as wide as possible to maximize contact with her, even offering its hectocotylus. Su Kuwei pushed it back with a single finger. She had no interest in Xia Huan's background. She neither wanted to know why he joined the Truth Organization nor how he grew up there. Those lengthy pasts meant nothing to her, listening would only be a waste of time. Besides, she could guess most of it anyway. Almost all members of the Truth Organization were descendants of the former Federation's high-ranking officials. The original purpose of their founding wasn't to seek truth, they simply couldn't accept losing their status after the Federation's collapse. So they used this righteous-sounding banner to oppose the Star Alliance while amassing wealth and followers. Only a fool would truly believe they were seeking truth. Not a single one of those high-ranking officials was good. If not for their corruption, the Federation wouldn't have been replaced by the Star Alliance so quickly. How am I doing with you all? I haven't seen him lately. Last I heard, he was supposed to return to your organization. Have you seen him? In his intoxicated haze, Xia Huan took a moment to process what she said. His face instantly showed shock, his eyes screaming, he told you that? Why? What's your relationship with him? He's that close to you, even revealing his identity. So angry, jealous, want to kill him, and a cascade of other emotions. It was so exaggerated it seemed like a parody of a CEO's pie chart expression. Jealousy and fury made his chest heave violently, but when Su Kuwei stroked his back he became docile again. He didn't come back. At least I didn't see him. He turned his face away, speaking sullenly. Su Kuwei smiled. Oh, maybe something came up. He's never soothed you, has he? Hearing this, Xia Huan instantly grew displeased. No. You're my first guide and my last. And he doesn't soothe anyone at our place. He's just dead weight. The little octopus also jumped up, waving its 8 tentacles wildly, showing her its never-used hectocotylus filled with over 20 years of purity. If anyone else had questioned him, they'd have been poisoned on the spot. But since it was Su Kuwei, he could only stew in his own anger. All 10 of his minds fuming together. Su Kuwei, all right. I know you're the purest. I thought you two got along well. I'm not close to him. Xia Huan said, I don't like jellyfish. I like sea anemones and small fish. The little octopus cooperatively used its tentacles to lift Su Kuwei's sea anemone and place it on its head. Su Kuwei chuckled. Good. I just want you to belong entirely to me alone. Do you feel possessive of me too? Xia Huan's anger turned to joy as he took her hand and promised, I belong only to you. Su Kuwei held his hand back. And I promise you are my favorite little octopus. Xia Huan. But you have so many others around you. I hate them. Su Kuwei, don't compare yourself to them. You can't be compared. To me, only you are irreplaceable. Look, none of them are as capable as you. They can't make advanced suppressors or help me find so much information. It must have been hard to find. You've worked so hard. Su Kuwei traced his sharp jawline. How about I sleep here with you for a bit? Don't worry, I won't leave before you wake up. Xia Huan tilted his chin up, baring his neck for her to stroke downward. The room gradually fell silent. The little octopus half closed its eyes, nestling like a baby in Su Kuwei's arms, its tentacles tightly entwining the sea anemone. Just before falling asleep, Xia Huan vaguely heard her say, the heat-repelling medicine newly developed by the sanctuary is probably not simple.
It must contain some addictive substance, perhaps the secretion of Letty Mar's spirit entity. Add these words to your data and send them back to your organization. He murmured a drowsy agreement. Su Kuei's hand pressed against his heart, slowly stroking his chest. The gentle pressure lulled Xia Huan into deep sleep. Xia Huan Woyo. That name Shueimai was definitely a pseudonym too. Spiritual contamination was indeed a useful ability. 2 in the morning. After seeing off Xia Huan and his reluctant spirit entity, Su Kuei rested alone. She was sleeping soundly when the alert from her light brain woke her. The specially set sound reached her mind and Su Kuei instantly snapped awake. She opened it to see a jumble of code. The message was from a contact labeled Little Mouse, the Blevel Sentinel in charge of the Black Tower on Luanswa Star. He was the one Su Kuei had implanted, with the most mental branding, one of which was find a way to release that infectious insect and have the members of the Radiance team infected. Then send them to Su Kuei for treatment. After many days he suddenly sent a message after the garbled code. 4 words followed: I did it. Su Kuei savored those 4 words, a slow smile spreading across her face. She didn't reply or ask how he did it. Because he was destined to have no remaining value. That night Su Kuei slept well. She woke up in a good mood the next morning, picked up a watering can and went to water the garden. Because his spirit entity was a dragonfly, Quan Zakayu's home was filled with plants. The flowers bloomed brilliantly, their veins stretching and colors growing more vibrant after absorbing the water. Quan Zakayu half leaned on the bed watching her through the window. Su Kuei picked a bunch of flowers and brought them inside to him. He took them and breathed in their scent. They smell of wind and dew. He carefully held the flowers and arranged them in a vase by the bed. Hearing Su Kuei humming, his expression softened and he asked with a smile, "You're in a good mood today?" Su Kuei replied, "Very good." The little mouse completed its task and now it was time to patiently wait. The news of the urgent lockdown by Luanswushing had not spread. It was Xia Huan who received the word and informed Su Kuei. Su Kuei sent a message to Annie and the others inquiring, and indeed they were completely unaware. It was surprising that the already dead insect race could be taken from the laboratory, and it had even infected the entire Glory Squad. If this got out, the entire Glory Squad would be the laughingstock. The news had not spread that insect was artificially destroyed, and currently no clues could be found at the scene, with interstellar police involved in the investigation. Such malicious behavior was akin to betraying all of humanity. Naturally, the first suspicion fell on various anti-interstellar alliance organizations, with the Truth Organization being the most prominent. Xia Huan said, "It wasn't us. I haven't received any news." Being unjustly accused made him quite unhappy. He said, "All we did was let people wear Federation uniforms on the establishment day in the streets. We never engaged in anything like collaborating with the insect race to infect humans." "Of course I believe you wouldn't do such a thing," Su Kuei thought, "because that was what I did." After being infected, Yite and the others immediately went to the professor for an injection of a blocking agent, but the mental fluctuation values remained erratic. The professor logically suggested that they could seek a pure type guide for calming. After all, last time it was Su Kuei and Nini who rescued the infected students with good effects and no side effects. Yite could barely maintain a human form, but his mouth was filled with teeth. The professor did not discriminate against his appearance, but Yite displayed an unusual level of anger and agitation. He didn't like others looking at his mouth. Just now a squad member was staring at his mouth directionlessly and he questioned them with a displeased expression, "What are you looking at?" Hearing the professor mention Nini, he couldn't suppress his emotions any longer and kicked the nearby operating instrument. The assistant gasped, showing an expression of pain and dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the instrument was sturdy and undamaged. The professor was also somewhat displeased. "If you want a vent, go outside." "Professor, you don't know Nini is missing." "Missing? We've been looking for her whereabouts. A few days ago someone among us saw a figure resembling her, but who knew when we followed that insect dropped from the sky." When a sentinel encounters an attack, their first reaction is to summon their mental entity to attack, which led to their successful infection. Even the dead insect had a stronger infection rate. All the other members who rushed over without exception were infected. The entire squad was wiped out. The renowned Glory Squad actually fell victim to such a clumsy scheme. Yite didn't even dare to tell the deputy steward. They had been so high and mighty for too long, to the point of becoming careless. Wealth and status had also eroded their basic caution. Very few people knew about Nini's disappearance. Yite's eyes darkened. "I will find out who did this. I will never let him go." The professor said, "All right, but if you don't calm down in time you might not live to find her." Yite's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Su Kuei's good mood lasted for quite a while. She even watered all the flowers along the way. Hearing a faint rustling sound from the nearby grass, she paused. Avoiding the little thorns on the flower stems, she leaned in to look past the blossoms. The fragrance enveloped her while her gaze collided with that of a capybara. The enormous capybara, at least 1.5 meters long, lay on the ground in a cylindrical shape, its mouth munching on grass stems.
At first glance one might mistake it for a pig. Upon seeing Sukuway, it continued chewing without stopping, squinting its already small eyes to meet her gaze. Its chewing was rapid and its reaction was quite indifferent. "Hi." Sukuway greeted as she circled around the flower patch and approached from behind. The capybara was facing away from her. Without a tail, it looked even more like a giant kiwi from behind. The texture felt similar as well. Sukuway patted its back, then its head and rear. This fellow showed no reaction whatsoever. She squatted down to take a selfie and after that poked its nostrils with 2 fingers. The capybara responded with a sound. Munch munch munch. It chewed contentedly, maintaining a stable emotional state throughout. Sukuway had heard about this creature in news reports from ancient Earth, known for its good temperament and rarity of anger. Did it not get angry even if its food was taken away? She wondered as she pulled half of a grass stem from its mouth that was still exposed. The capybara. It chewed the air a couple of times, looked at Sukuway without blinking an eye. She waved the half of the grass stem in front of its eyes, resting her chin on one hand to observe its reaction. Its food was taken away. The zen-like water pig was indifferent, it would just eat something else. Sukuway discarded the grass stem and took a seat on a nearby stool, quietly watching it eat. This live-streamed eating session was quite relaxing. Moreover, the host was genuine, eating both the grass and the mud. Carl found his mental entity during this moment and he witnessed the scene. Although his fluctuation value was normal, he couldn't resist the sight of his mental entity eating. He had no choice but to move over to retrieve it. To his surprise, Sukuway was also present. Upon hearing the footsteps, Sukuway immediately snapped back to attention. Carl walked over, slowly nodded at her and then stepped forward, grabbing the back of his mental entity's neck, pinching a handful of flesh. "Get up, we're going back. You've been eating for the entire morning." The capybara ignored him just like it disregarded any actions from Sukuway. No matter how much he touched or squeezed, even slapping its rear, it remained still, displaying an extremely calm expression. Carl said, "If you don't listen, I'll put you away." The capybara's ears twitched rapidly and it finally stood up. Supporting its short limbs, it stood up, looking more like a wild boar, sluggishly following Carl. They passed by Sukuway. Sukuway looked up and asked, "Do you need calming? You are my lifesaver, you can come over anytime unconditionally during my lifetime. Or for a long-term slot, it's all fine." Carl looked at her. "Saving you was just convenient, no need to take it to heart. I am very healthy and do not need calming." "Then how should I repay you?" Carl said, "Just live well, that would be repayment." The capybara was once again distracted by the plants and bent down to take a bite. Carl pressed its head down but did not stop it from swallowing what it had just eaten. They walked out of the grassy area in similar strides. Before completely leaving, Carl turned back and thoughtfully said, "You seem different from the last time I saw you." "Really? It might be because after my awakening the influence of the mental entity changed my hair and eye color." Sukuway replied. "After all, back then, although you saved me, our intersection wasn't deep." "Oh, is that so?" Carl did not insist. "Then that must be it." Sukuway inquired of her assistant and the robot about how Carl was faring in his residence. They all unanimously replied that he was quite at ease. Spending his days eating, drinking, basking in the sun, soaking in baths and sleeping soundly, he was more carefree than anyone else. He did nothing superfluous, made no attempt to curry favor with Sukuway and never once brought up the life-saving favor. Sukuway asked him if he wished to join her guard. After all, the task Letty Mar had dispatched him on was to infiltrate her guard, thereby monitoring and controlling her. But upon hearing her mention it, Carl showed a hint of reluctance. "To be honest, I didn't want to come," he said. At his feet crouched a capybara, motionless and lost in a daze. "But Letty Mar once showed me kindness. After fulfilling this request, I'll have repaid my debt. If possible, I hope you will reject me as well. Once I report back, I intend to retire." "Sukuway, won't you reconsider?" Carl, "No." "Very well." Sukuway nodded. "I will decline. Still, I thank you for your help, I will not forget it." She rose and gave the capybara a final gentle pat on the head. "Thank you. Goodbye. I hope you enjoy a long and peaceful retirement." All the sentinels that had been sent were returned untouched, and Carl, who had been expected to stay, also went back. Such an act was undoubtedly a slap in the face to Letty Mar, the vice steward of the sanctuary. But he was now so overwhelmed with troubles that he could no longer attend to such trifles. The disappearance of Nini and the infection of the Radiance Squad could not be concealed for long. It had no choice but to report it. He sought Letty Mar's help to treat himself. During the infection he had injected many guides palliatives, including some high-grade guide essence unavailable on the market. While these did alleviate his condition somewhat, they were ultimately merely a temporary fix. It proposed to Letty Mar that since Chestnut was now on the opposing side, they might try to persuade Adele to step forward.
Before he could finish, Letty Mar flatly refused on the other end. His voice remained melodious, but the chill within it was unmistakable to it. That guide will not agree. She is even more resolute than before. Even her own Sentinel's personal persuasion would be of no avail. Letty Mar let out a long sigh. This incident has disappointed me deeply. It pursed his lips tightly. I will make amends. Please give me another chance. You are still the one I value most. But I fail to understand why you took it upon yourself without my authorization to let Nini stop on that remote planet. Faced with the vice steward's disappointed gaze, it was speechless. Why? Because he had looked down on Nini, never believing she could cause any trouble. At the same time, he was arrogant about his own strength and the reputation of the Radiance Squad, never imagining anyone would dare to target them. Now, having been dealt a harsh blow, a smoldering rage festered in his heart and mind. Rest assured, we will retrieve Nini as soon as possible. She must have been taken by those anti-Star Alliance organizations. Only those people are constantly coveting our guides. Ending the communication, it even began to resent the utterly innocent Nini. If she hadn't insisted on stopping, if she hadn't insisted on going out, how could all this have happened? Now they didn't even have a single pure-type guy to soothe them. It was all her fault. Not listening to them, see, she got kidnapped and taken away. That kind of delicate soft girl, if publicly ignored, would feel incredibly embarrassed and humiliated. Then she would frantically introspect on what she had done wrong, desperately finding the error to torment and flagellate herself with it internally. That kind of delicate soft girl, if publicly ignored, would feel incredibly embarrassed and humiliated. Then she would frantically introspect on what she had done wrong, desperately finding the error to torment and flagellate herself with it internally. After some time, if he showed her a hint of kindness, she would be flattered and overjoyed and would never dare to disobey any order again. Thoughts like these gave it a perverse sense of satisfaction, slightly lifting his spirits. Another communication alert sounded. He glanced at it. It was the head of that black tower. Though also a member of a Central Region family, that family wasn't even in the top 10. He himself was merely a rank Sentinel, and his spirit animal, a rat, evoked deep contempt in it. It answered the call and heard the rat on the other end say that upon learning of their infection he was deeply distressed. Having such an incident occur on Luanzwa star was a dereliction of his duty as the Black Tower's head. He wished to compensate them. As it happened, they had an employee who was a pure-type guide, and he could have her soothe them. It was that girl. The face of Su Kuei surfaced in its mind, and he frowned, instinctively feeling a surge of aversion. For some reason he strongly disliked her. Yet this was indeed the only solution for now. A deep part of his mind told him it's just to have her soothe them. Surely that girl can't do anything. Moreover, guides are affected by the chaotic mental states of Sentinels, even pure-type ones. They could make her experience the same pain and then approach her in the role of saviors. If they truly won over that guide, the Vice Steward would surely value him even more. In the future, when the Vice Steward ascends, he would be the second Sentinel to become Vice Steward of the Sanctuary. Bai Ziyi could no longer hold back. One morning he formally extended a soothing invitation to Su Kuei. He even brought flowers and gifts with a sense of ceremony. The location was not the soothing room but one of his houses. The interior was decorated warmly and softly, filled with panda and sea anemone plush toys. Su Kuei gave the sea anemone doll a second glance. Bai Ziyi explained, I found photos of your spirit animal online and had them made to match. They were very lifelike. The sea anemone was so vivid that when Su Kuei's spirit animal came out and nestled against it, it was hard to tell the real from the fake at a glance when they were still. The panda, which had stormed off in a huff last time, now refused to come near her, sitting amidst the pile of toys and sulking. Seeing this, Su Kuei said, it seems your spirit animal isn't ready. Perhaps we should postpone this. She made as if to rise, cradling the sea anemone. The panda, startled, let out a bird-like cry. Forgetting its pride and waiting to be coaxed, it scrambled over quickly and wrapped its arms around Su Kuei's thigh, letting out a series of anxious murmurs. Su Kuei, So you're not ignoring me after all. Bai Ziyi cleared his throat softly. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just a little embarrassed. It's so hard right now. He drew near, his round ears visible, his warm large hand carrying the fresh scent of bamboo leaves, gently taking Su Kuei's hand. The green thumb ring was translucent and beautiful. Have pity on me, Xiao Kuei. After he called out, he asked, may I address you like this? Su Kuei smiled. Of course you may. Xiao Kuei. These two words emerged from her rosy lips. Bai Ziyi leaned closer, the hand resting on her wrist, gently stroking the inner skin. The thumb ring he wore radiated warmth, pressing against her with undeniable presence. Su Kuei lightly tapped the thumb ring, her fingers slowly moving to the back of his hand, then to the prominent knuckles. Her touch was as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming water, there and gone. I thought a panda's paws would be chubby. Pandas don't match their reputation. Bai Ziyi lowered his head and chuckled softly.
But a sea anemone's fingers are indeed pink. Do you like pink? I do.
Sukue said, then how about giving that panda some pink blush?
The panda covered its face.
The spirit Botus master with white hair cascading from his shoulders smiled warmly.
We are all looking forward to the third color that will appear.
Recently Sukue hadn't had a chance to test her level again.
She roughly estimated that she might have reached A or even A.
Otherwise an S-level sentinel like this would be impossible to handle with a low level. The bonding process was arduous and the results of the guidance were not immediately apparent. Yet even a sliver of feedback provided Sukue with a massive surge of energy.
It felt like taking a big bite of fragrant bamboo rice, crisp, fragrant, soft and white, leaving her feeling full and satisfied. Thanks to the panda's warm hospitality. And indeed the saying like uncle like nephew held true. His scent was somewhat similar to Nwomi's.
However, the white bear spirit body was like a glutinous rice cake, stickier and sweeter.
After the first brief connection by Ze showed no visible improvement, but the black panda ears on his head were strikingly present.
Sukue rubbed them twice, comparing their texture to the ears of his spirit body. They felt exactly the same. But the psychological effect of touching a person versus a panda was different. Touching a panda was purely tactile, while touching a person carried a more ambiguous intimacy.
Especially when the owner's ears were sensitive. By Ze wasn't just sensitive in his ears, his entire body was. He was also very ticklish.
Sukue had discovered this last time. So while petting the panda she would deliberately lighten her touch, tracing along its flank. The panda would shudder and Bai Ziyi would hold his breath, struggling to maintain a composed expression. Sukue felt stifled just watching him. When she finally withdrew her hand, satisfied, Bai Ziyi turned his head and exhaled softly. In the mornings pandas, in the afternoons crocodiles for evening snacks, perhaps a snake or a scorpion or both together.
Occasionally she would visit the dragonfly or spend time with the octopus. Life was truly colorful.
But growing tired of the same animals, Sukue sought something new. At that moment members of its radiant team came to find her. Initially too proud to come in person, they had the person in charge contact her, asking when she would return to Luanzhou Star. As soon as Sukue heard the question, she knew someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. She replied with just 2 words: not going. If they wanted to ask for a favor, they needed to show some humility. Sukue wanted to see how long they could hold out. If they truly had such backbone, she might slightly change her opinion of those sentinels. But it didn't seem to have such unyielding resolve. After a few days of stubbornness, ultimately unable to withstand the effects of alienation, the members of Radiant Team, sporting various altered forms, set out from Luanzhou Star and arrived at the planet where Sukue was staying, the stronghold of the Kwanzaa organization. On the day of their arrival, Sukue refused to see them. It endured. The next day she agreed to assess their condition, but arrived late, keeping them all waiting for hours in vain.
A member of Radiant Team couldn't help but accuse, "Don't you have any sense of punctuality?"
That detestable guy just smiled without a hint of apology and said something came up. They waited for her to explain, but she showed no intention of giving a reason. Instead, she leisurely brewed herself a cup of honey water to drink. After taking a sip, several sentinels filed in through the door carrying insulated boxes. They arranged them neatly and opened them, revealing a variety of colorful and delicate pastries.
She actually intended to have afternoon tea.
It could no longer contain his anger.
"Madam, is this the attitude you show towards sentinels in need of comfort?" Sukue looked up. "Is this the attitude you show when asking a guy for comfort?"
Behind her the sentinels turned their gazes towards him, their eyes sharp and hostile.
Today everyone had gathered.
Not only the hyenas but also the main members of the crocodile team were present. A group of sentinels formed a protective circle around the guide.
The last person to enter was broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, refined and handsome.
It said Captain Sitten.
"I didn't expect to see you here."
Sitten hummed in acknowledgement. "The crocodile team is now officially part of the guard unit. Please show respect to our guide." A massive crocodile emerged from behind him, its tail curling around Sukue's leg. Its yellow-green beastly eyes locked onto them, its body covered in rugged hard armor, fierce and menacing.
Its expression contorted as if he had swallowed a fly.
Yet the crocodile team was not one to be trifled with. Even the vice-executor himself had to speak to them with courtesy.
Especially Captain Sitten. He had undergone a test yesterday and his spirit body level had risen to SS, elevating the team's overall strength in the rankings. Everyone knew he had been severely alienated not long ago. Now not only had he recovered quickly without any lingering effects, but he had also shattered the level barrier. Those in the know would naturally associate this with the guide who had provided him comfort. A pure guide was already a prime piece of tender meat. Now even more admirers would come seeking her out. This was precisely why Bai Ziyi had made his swift decision. Sukue sipped her sweet honey water, watching the Radiant team members storm off in anger.
She smiled and said to her guard unit, how rude. It seems they need to learn how to be proper sentinels. Are there any relevant textbooks on the StarNet? Sitten replied, there are only materials on combat. Sukue said, no wonder they're so lacking in knowledge. I think those sentinels should learn from you all. Look how adorable you are. I really don't like those Radiant Team people. I don't want to comfort them at all. She lowered her hand to rest it on the crocodile's head and gave it a casual pat. This once dominant overlord narrowed its eyes in enjoyment. It seems they won't be coming back for a while. Let's go back too. With them here I can't even enjoy my pastries. It covered its face, hiding the alienated parts from view, and Sukue didn't want to think about what a lamprey looked like. Otherwise she really wouldn't be able to eat. Since they still hadn't learned to lower their stance, Sukue didn't mind keeping them waiting a bit longer. After all, for now their guide wasn't coming back. According to the hyena, Captain Nini had suffered quite a bit in that Blackheart factory. To maintain secrecy, the factory mostly used robots. However, given the presence of various StarNet experts to prevent anyone from tracing secrets through the network, they also employed a small number of ordinary people. Ordinary people would all sign confidentiality agreements. They were impoverished locals who knew nothing about chemical raw materials nor what trinitrogen liquid was, and dared not speak of the matters inside to outsiders unable to bear the enormous compensation. They merely felt that working in that environment was extremely uncomfortable. Nini's delicate skin suffered the most severe reactions. Prolonged inhalation and contact left her dizzy and nauseous. Yet trinitrogen liquid itself was odorless. Nini mistakenly believed she was allergic to this brand of nutrient fluid. It wasn't until she chatted with a newly acquainted friend, a kind-hearted aunt who couldn't bear to see her suffer, that the woman quietly warned, "You're so young, why are you here doing this? Leave quickly. This nutrient fluid is toxic. Haven't you noticed that no one stays here long?" Nini asked in bewilderment. Nutrient fluid. Isn't it meant to fill one's stomach? If it's toxic, how can it be consumed? Silly child. The aunt sighed. Trace amounts of toxins won't kill you quickly if you're healthy in the short term. People come and go here in waves and everyone speculates. I've told my family not to drink this nutrient fluid. Nini finally understood, exclaiming, but this is illegal. The aunt quickly covered her mouth, lowering her voice. Keep it down, don't let anyone hear. Nini nodded, her eyes filled with naive confusion. Aren't they afraid of being caught? Doesn't the Star Alliance intervene? If they were going to act, they would have long ago. Who do you think allows their existence? The aunt couldn't continue and rose to leave. Seize the chance and get out soon. In the afternoon, the leadership was to inspect, and Nini stood among the workers, bowing her head to blend in. But as the leader passed, she stole a glance, this time remembering to suppress the words that nearly escaped her lips. This person. She had seen him before. He was once someone she had soothed. Nini recalled that he was a sentinel of no high rank brought by ITT, who introduced him as a friend. Then, did ITT know about all this? Before the other two deputy executives were finalized, the next chairman of the Guide Association was decided first. Unsurprisingly, Huanya was elected. However, due to her insufficient rank, the title was prefixed with acting. Only when she advanced to S would she officially assume the position. As Quan Zakayu had said, the overall strength of guides was currently lacking. Some of his words held truth, but unfortunately Sukue was unwilling to listen. She had recently taken a liking to watering the flowers outside, and Quan Zakayu would often gaze through the window at the garden. Watering had always been handled by the garden's automatic irrigation system. After Sukue took over, she overwatered on the first day, drowning several of his precious varieties. But before Sukue noticed, the robots had already disposed of them, so she continued with unabated enthusiasm. She ruthlessly plucked a large bouquet and brought it back, making her assistant wince. Quan Zakayu took it with a smile. Keep me company, will you? Sukue sat beside him and handed him a fruit. He accepted it, slowly peeling it as they engaged in aimless chatter. Sukue glanced at the time and asked, the Inter-Academy League should be wrapping up soon, right? Almost there. He handed the peeled fruit to Sukue, who took a bite and said, this one isn't very good. Then give it to me. He dutifully finished the rest. Sukue picked another and handed it over. This one she had carefully observed, confident it would be sweet. Indeed, it was very sweet. He dutifully finished the rest. Sukue picked another and handed it over. This one she had carefully observed, confident it would be sweet. Indeed, it was very. The league ended and the students had to return to school. After all, they were still too young. It would take a long time for them to truly mature. Sukue thought of them and felt a pang of regret. This batch of students is excellent, but I'm afraid I won't live to see them grow up. Quan Zakayu took her hand, resting on the bed. This planet has 4 seasons, but winter isn't very cold. Day and night cycle and the sky often glows with crimson clouds. Do you like it here? His black pupils were filled with countless tiny facets, each reflecting her image. This is a planet under my name. I want to give it to you. You can give it a cute name. I was born here in a gestation pod. Though I've traveled frequently between planets in the central region, this has always been my home. If you're willing, after I die it would be enough if you could occasionally return to visit. Sukuei said, are you making your last wishes? It's still a bit early for that. It's just that I have too many things on my mind, afraid there won't be time to say them later. So I'm telling you now. The flowers in the yard were all planted by me. In past years when I had time I'd come here to rest. Back then my spiritual body was still healthy enough to weave through the blossoms. The crimson clouds blazed as if they would ignite the planet, bold and unrestrained. The dragonfly lying on the carpet fluttered its translucent wings. Sukuei said it must have been a beautiful scene. Peel another one. Don't eat too many at once even if you like them. Kwanzakayu, distracted, couldn't help but nag. And those brew eggs, if you are enough, too many can't be absorbed and will burden your body. Despite his words he still peeled one, tasted it to confirm it was sweet and handed it to Sukuei. Sukuei thought he was just getting older and more prone to nagging. But he didn't nag just anyone, perhaps it was because they had grown familiar enough. Don't stay up late reading novels or browsing the star web. I saw your light on very late last time. He hesitated. If you read novels, at least pick something healthy. Sukuei retorted, what's unhealthy? Where's the harm? You've only been an adult for a short while. Fine, I won't say anymore. Don't leave. Sukuei sat back down. Kwanzakayu said, I've ordered many small accessories on the star web. Maybe setting up an accessory processing plant nearby wouldn't be bad. Whatever you like, have the robots make it. Your spatial compression device is a bit small. I've commissioned a larger one, it should be ready in 2 days. He listed many things and then cautioned, I know you've been close to Ze lately. He's the designated next guild president and befriending him is certainly beneficial. But be careful not to trust him too much. He gently stroked the back of her hand. I'm not trying to sow discord. But until you truly possess enough strength, let your guard down with no one. There's an ancient earth proverb, one should not harbor harmful intentions but must never lack a guard against harm. Sukuei nodded. She certainly had a guard against harm and no shortage of harmful intentions either. It was Ze who should be careful. The patient who arrived today was a beautiful slender youth. He belonged to one of the major families in the central region and attended the same school as Shaosun, though he was a senior. During his internship he had been stationed at the front line. Now that his internship was over and he had officially graduated, he had some free time to recuperate at home. Hearing that the newly arrived pure-type guide was near the family planet, his family sent him over for treatment. His spiritual entity was the blue morpho butterfly. This butterfly was large and magnificent, the male shimmering with a metallic blue luster. When light struck its wings, a series of physical phenomena occurred, casting rainbow-like brilliant colors that flickered across the indoor walls in bright patches. The master of the spiritual entity grew a pair of violet-blue wings from his back. The blue at the tips of the forewings gradually shifted to deep blue, azure and light blue, while a pure white band ran across the middle of the butterfly wings. This matched his long curved blue hair, which was also white in the middle section, giving him a sharp cold luster. The one accompanying him was his sister, who explained that he had mental purity obsession and strongly resisted being soothed. Sukuei looked at the butterfly. Beautiful and graceful, its gender was difficult to discern. It stood with its wings slightly folded, tilting its head to look out the window, its profile expressionless. Zeliluo, you promised me you would cooperate with the soothing rite. Zeliluo's sister, who also had the same type of spiritual entity, appeared delicate and frail, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She clutched her chest and looked at her brother, tears in her eyes. You've gotten so severe you're even starting to shed scale powder. Zeliluo remained indifferent, parting his lips, his voice splendid and graceful. I said I don't want to. A cracking sound was heard. The delicate sister with her bare hand snapped off a corner of the chair's backrest. Zeliluo, what did you say? Your sister didn't hear clearly. Zeliluo. The sister looked at Sukuei, her eyes shimmering. I'm sorry, you'll pay for this. Sukuei said it's fine. After all, it was Black Tower's property and meant for patients to sit on. Even if she smashed the entire chair, Sukuei wouldn't care. Zeliluo, you must listen to the guide, understand? Zeliluo. Oh. The sister smiled politely and left, leaving Sukuei and Zeliluo alone in the soothing room. His wing surfaces were like a blue sky, the white resembling waves surging in a vast azure sea. The beautiful dreamlike butterfly, however, suffered from an ailment due to excessively high fluctuation values. When its wings fluttered, star-like scale powder fell. These light blue scale powder particles sparkled with fine light in the sun like tiny stars orbiting around him, making him appear even more ethereal and unreal. Su Kuei admired the beauty of this rare butterfly and brought him nectar. It had been delivered that morning specifically for this patient with mental purity obsession. The nectar was sealed for preservation. Su Kuei hadn't opened it and had also placed a wet wipe beside the table. She could view the appointment information in advance and always prepared thoroughly. She enjoyed using different methods for different patients. Making them relax was a very fulfilling achievement.
Hello Zililiuo. I'm Su Kuei. I know who you are.
The butterfly looked over indifferently, its eyes clear and cold like a beautiful elf. A pure type guide, no sentinel is unaware of that. But even though you're a pure type, I still don't wish to be soothed.
I'm only here to put my family's mind at ease. The contribution points will be paid as usual.
He'll stay here for a while and then leave.
Su Kuei looked at him. All right. Feel free to do as you wish.
After saying this, she relaxed, leaned back comfortably in her chair, activated her light brain and started browsing, occasionally letting out a deliberately suppressed laugh. Wasn't she going to persuade him further? Was she really just letting it go?
After waiting a while, Su Kuei looked up.
Zililiuo was waiting for her to speak. Su Kuei smiled apologetically. Would you mind folding your wings or perhaps not standing under the light? Seeing the colorful reflections on the wall, Zililiuo's wings snapped shut, abruptly shaking off another shower of scale powder.
Unwilling to let his body touch anything, he remained standing.
Now he moved to a shadowy area, his gaze shifting from the window back into the room, landing on the bottle of nectar on the table. He wondered where it was bought. The container for the nectar was crafted in the shape of a flower, currently in a closed state with only a small opening at the top, seemingly just the right size for a straw or something else.
Like a butterfly's siphon-like proboscis. Zililiuo's gaze lingered on it for a few seconds before quietly moving away.
But a moment later his wings involuntarily began to open slowly again, spreading slightly behind him. Due to its special nature, a vast open area surrounded the tower.
Even the nearest mall was a 20-minute walk away.
Bored and still fascinated by maglev train, Su Kuei closed her shopping interface and retracted the projection screen of her light brain.
Leaving already? Zililiuo nodded. If you don't mind, please take this.
Su Kuei pointed at the bottle of nectar. Consider it a thank you for letting me earn contribution points for doing nothing.
Zililiuo glanced at it. No need.
The automatic door opened and he walked out, greeted by his sister waiting outside.
The two of them left while talking.
Su Kuei saw that it was still early and had nothing to do if she went back, so she simply called in the next sentinel scheduled for tomorrow.
The notified sentinel arrived quickly. Hello. Hello.
As he entered and greeted Su Kuei, his gaze immediately locked onto the chair before him. Su Kuei spoke to him and he responded verbally, but his eyes remained fixed on the chair.
Su Kuei. She called his name and only then did he snap out of it. My apologies. My apologies.
It's all this damned instinct of mine.
Su Kuei glanced at the information regarding his spiritual entity. Mutant beaver. Then she looked at the chair with the missing corner.
This made perfect sense. As everyone knows, beavers are the diligent construction engineers of the natural world. They are renowned for building dams and habitats using materials like branches and mud to construct lodges. They are passionate about felling trees, capable of gnawing down about 400 large trees a year. Of course, not a few unlucky ones get crushed by falling trees. Sentinels with this type of spiritual entity always served in defensive roles during the war against the Zerg. He had a bit of an occupational hazard, specifically manifested as an inability to tolerate any damaged architectural items. Now seeing a chair with a broken piece in front of him made the sentinel fidget and feel extremely restless. His spiritual entity emerged, hesitating and torn between the sea anemone and the chair, its paws clutching the fur on its head as if suffering from a severe case of choice paralysis. I still have 3 hours until my shift ends, plenty of time for the soothing.
The sentinel was overjoyed. Great. Great. Thank you for your understanding.
I still have 3 hours until my shift ends, plenty of time for the soothing.
The sentinel was overjoyed. Great. Great. Thank you for your understanding.
Without another word he turned and hugged the chair, pulling tools from his spatial compression device and began hammering and fixing it. The beaver scurried over to help both the man and his spiritual entity, working with astonishing speed.
Once the chairs were mended, they were finally satisfied and could accept comfort with ease. Su Kuei handled it with practiced skill and effortless grace.
The beaver hugged its plump body with its short paws. After the soothing session, Su Kuei sniffed. She seemed to catch a faint fragrance, subtle and indistinct like the scent of sweet grass.
The sentinel caught it too.
He stared in astonishment at his own spiritual entity, exchanging bewildered glances with the beaver as they gawked at each other. A brownish viscous substance secreted by the beaver's musk and anal glands known as castoreum exudes a rich aroma often used to mark territory and communicate with peers. In ancient Earth times people had already collected castoreum from the glands by pressing using it to create premium perfumes. As the scent spread, the entire room's air was refreshed. However, the Sentinel himself never expected this to happen. He had never experienced such a situation before. Thinking about where the castoreum came from made his scalp tingle with embarrassment. The beaver's owner rubbed his hands nervously. Well, it'll be going. He scooped up his spiritual entity and dashed away. Su Kuei chuckled. Little animals are so adorable. Fresh little ones are even cuter. The beaver left but returned the next day, this time bearing gifts. Yesterday's awkwardness made him too embarrassed to even look Su Kuei in the face. He directed his spiritual entity to present the gift and added a small token of appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. Actually, my spiritual entity wasn't like this before. I had no idea this could happen. The beaver trotted over with the gift, flashing its orange-tinted front teeth. The iron in its teeth enhances acid resistance, reducing erosion and allowing more efficient tree gnawing. But it doesn't look particularly appealing. This tireless builder had crafted the gift for Su Kuei with its spiritual entity working through the night. The beaver pointed at its teeth, indicating the raw material came from what it had gnawed off. Su Kuei accepted it with thanks. The beaver's owner said, if you ever need anything built, just ask me, I'm an expert in that area. All right. She didn't rush to open the gift, first having a robot scan it before taking a look inside. It was a miniature black tower reminiscent of a Lego toy. The scaled-down model was exquisitely crafted with doors and windows that could open. It incorporated some interstellar metal and technology atop the wood. Su Kuei idly pressed around, opening a tiny soothing room with a miniature version of her seated inside. Only then did she grow intrigued, examining it with a magnifying glass. Meanwhile, her light brain chimed a notification for a new contact request. The note reads, Zililiuo's sister. She still remembered the butterfly from yesterday, and his sister had indeed left a lasting impression. Su Kuei accepted, and a message came through asking if she could book a soothing session. Su Kuei replied of course. The butterfly sister's appointment was scheduled later, and it wasn't until a week later that Su Kuei saw her again. Her name was Xia, with a higher-level spiritual entity than her brother's, larger and more beautiful. Su Kuei offered nectar. The sister happily accepted and drank candidly, admitting her main purpose wasn't for soothing but for her brother. Su Kuei understood. Without lying or concealing, she recounted the situation to Xia. Xia said, I knew it would be like this. Zililiuo was fine as a child but grew more withdrawn as he aged. Our family struggles to procreate, only the two of us remain in this generation. To be honest, we've consulted many guides including several pure types, but none were effective. If you can cure him, I'll certainly offer a satisfactory reward. Su Kuei asked, has he been to the sanctuary? Not yet. Xia added, but the subdeacon contacted me saying their guides might have a solution. Then why didn't you go? If possible, Wed prefers Zililiuo not undergo treatment from sanctuary guides. Xia didn't elaborate, but Su Kuei knew it was likely due to the sentinels of these major families avoiding heat-suppressing drugs. Although Lettimar had proven heat-suppressing drugs completely harmless to sentinels, they had just entered the market and no one wanted to take the risk first. But as far as she knew, every guide in the sanctuary had been implanted with long-acting heat-suppressing drugs. It was only a matter of time before the Black Tower followed suit. After all, it was a society dominated by sentinel rights. Xia and Zililiuo were both high-level sentinels from a family with sparse but high-quality members. Su Kuei naturally wouldn't refuse. I'll do my best. She nodded. Xia smiled warmly. Thank you so much. I won't disturb you further. As she rose to leave, Su Kuei spoke up, since you're here, why not have a soothing session before you go? I feel guilty always accepting your contribution points without giving something in return. Zia's voice was soft and pleasant. May I? She turned back and sat down again. My condition is manageable. But you're already showing signs of alienation. Su Kuei checked the readings. Your hair is beautiful, may I see your wings as well? Xia smiled shyly. Thank you, you're so kind. She changed her combat suits mode in front of Su Kuei, revealing an opening at the back. A pair of blue-purple wings emerged, slowly unfurling and gently fluttering without shedding any scales. Xia was indeed healthier than her brother. Every time I marvel at nature's wonder and beauty. Su Kuei asked, may I be so bold as to touch your wings? Xia replied, of course. The texture of butterfly wings differed from dragonflies. Su Kuei had touched many dragonfly wings before, their transparent membranes so delicate one feared they might tear. But Quan Zakayu always said it was fine letting her touch freely. The dragonfly lay on the mat as if nearing the end of its life. Yet the butterfly before her was still young. The wings were thin but sturdy. After a couple of touches, Sukue noticed Zia's eyelashes trembling and asked, "Am I pressing too hard?" The butterfly's sister smiled shyly. "No. You can press harder." Despite her delicate appearance, she was indeed a genuine Sentinel. Sukue said, "All right. Miss, would you like a connection? I can perform connection-based guidance, but the price is higher." The sister's lips parted in surprise. "Are you serious? Though I've heard you form connections with Sentinels, members of our family don't serve as bodyguards. Even if tempted by a connection, it's not possible." Sukue replied, "I don't need you as my bodyguards. I simply respect every Sentinel who guards our homeland." In truth, she just didn't want to miss any high-level Sentinel aiming to level up as quickly as possible. Moreover, the name Shia sounded familiar, as if someone else had a similar name. Who was it? Sukue couldn't recall. Since she couldn't recall it, it surely couldn't be anything too important. Sukue focused on the butterfly before her. She merely performed a normal bonding session, yet afterward the sister, who had just declared with righteous indignation that she would absolutely never serve as someone's guard, reconsidered and changed her tune actually. Being a guard doesn't seem entirely impossible. Sukue teased, "Sister, you changed your mind far too quickly." Sister Shia cupped her face. "Not really, anyone would think the same." Let me think it over." Their family was relatively reclusive, never having produced a Sentinel who served as a personal guard. The butterfly sister pondered earnestly while also ensuring her younger brother was sent over. She said to Sukue, "If he's disobedient, you may strike him as well. Like this." As she spoke, she raised her hand and her brother swiftly dodged, turning his head away. His movements were practiced, suggesting he endured plenty of beatings at home. Sukue said, "No need for a demonstration." Once the sister stepped out, Zaliliuo reverted to his cold demeanor, his gaze lingering out the window, still refusing to sit. His uncooperative stance reminded Sukue of her junior Black Swan. That conservative Black Swan had initially been adamantly unwilling to accept the guide essence, but later not only took it obediently but also followed her closely, pretending to be mute. Sukue tidied her desk, fiddling with a black tower Lego, and asked him, "Do you know Liantian?" Zaliliuo cast a glance, his magnificent pupils resembling a slowly rotating purple-blue nebula in the cosmos, his slender frame and stunning features akin to a radiant luminous elf from Norse mythology. Even in an interstellar era where everyone possessed exceptional looks, his beauty stood out as supreme. "I do. A student from the Second Academy." Zaliliuo showed no desire for further conversation, and Sukue was not one to force pleasantries upon someone unwilling. There were many ways to make a person obedient. Since he disliked gentle methods, Sukue would have to resort to other means. Yet she wouldn't strike him. That wasn't the proper attitude toward a patient who had paid a high contribution cost. Sukue had once researched Sentinel's mental fluctuation values. Beyond the primary influence of war-induced emotions, factors like spiritual entity feeding and prolonged emotional extremes in daily life also drained energy. Thus this time the soothing room was adorned not only with nectar but also with an abundance of fresh flowers. A variety of colors lined the windowsill. The butterfly's instincts compelled him to notice the blooming flowers, yet as he looked closer he sensed something hidden within. Only a corner was faintly visible, but its color and shape strongly resembled something he had once encountered, the Zerg. Zaliliuo instantly entered high alert. His spiritual entity appeared before Sukue for the first time. A complete blue morpho butterfly spread its wings, flying swiftly and agilely, its metallic sheen used to mark territory and repel foes. Zaliliuo's wings flapped rapidly behind him and his hand instinctively reached for his weapon, only to grasp empty air. He realized he was unarmed and that a guide was present. "Come to my side," he shouted urgently, and seeing Sukue seemingly unresponsive, he hesitated briefly for 2 seconds before swiftly donning his gloves. With his gloved hand he grasped Sukue's arm firmly. Sukue was pulled behind him in bewilderment. Butterflies possess keen vision, and their taste organs are not in their mouths but on their antennae and feet. Their antennae consist of many tiny segments covered in countless olfactory receptors. Through these antennae, butterflies can detect the faintest scent molecules in the air, perceive environmental temperature and humidity, and also seek mates. The spiritual entity's antennae twitched, tilting towards Sukue. "What's wrong?" she asked cautiously. "There's something in there," Zaliliuo said. "It looks very much like the Zerg I've seen." Sukue responded slowly, "Ah, that's. Get away from here." Zaliliuo gestured for her to exit first while he stood guard, his combat suit outlining a slender yet powerful physique. Notably, their family's combat suits were uniformly a gradient of deep blue to light blue with 2 white stripes on the sides. The smooth fabric bore subtle dark patterns, accentuating a narrow waist and long legs exuding power when muscles tensed. His wings behind him were somewhat cumbersome. When Sukue was pulled over, she narrowly avoided colliding with them. Yet the breeze from her approach caused the tips of those wings in their battle-ready state to tremble slightly. Su Kuei deliberately held back from finishing her sentence, and feeling a tickle in her nose she pinched it, making her voice sound muffled. Had she been frightened to tears? Zililiuo tilted his head, pressing his petal-like thin lips together. There's no need to be afraid. Both butterfly siblings possessed delicate flower-like faces, but Zililiuo's features were more heroic, his profile elegantly sculpted and his nose remarkably beautiful. Unarmed, he merely grabbed a nearby chair and advanced cautiously alongside his spiritual entity. Parting the layers of petals, something buzzed and crawled out from within. Zililiuo started slightly, his body reacting instinctively. He hurled the chair directly. Clatter, the sound of the chair landing. Crack, the noise of something shattering. Only then did Su Kuei belatedly speak. But that's my toy. Zililiuo looked closely. It was made of wood mixed with glass material painted on the surface, resembling the Zerg in appearance but not truly so. It was merely a simulation toy that could make sounds and crawl. Now smashed by him, its limb-like parts lay on the floor while the main body buzzed, attempting to rise and vibrating in circles on the ground. Zililiuo. He had never heard of such a toy. Why would anyone play with a toy that looked like the Zerg? Su Kuei said, Beaver worked hard to make it for me. It was finished only this morning. Due to a lack of materials, he went to gnaw on a tree overnight and nearly got hit by the falling tree. And now it was broken before afternoon. I was trying to stop you earlier, but you didn't let me finish. The dejection in her tone unsettled Zililiuo. He pressed his lips together, his spiritual entity's wings flapping rapidly, tracing a purple-blue arc in the air. Zililiuo was a perfectionist with high moral standards for himself. At this moment he was tormented by guilt, and even waking in the middle of the night he would reflect on why he had been so impulsive. The planet had a protective shield and the Black Tower was equipped with various machines. Any Zerg activity would trigger sharp alarms. How could it possibly bypass numerous barriers, penetrate the shield, reach the Black Tower and burrow into the flowers of the guide's soothing room? Zililiuo's expression betrayed no regret, but inwardly he questioned whether his mental fluctuations were so high that he couldn't even think this through, acting only on impulse and instinct. I will compensate you for this. Su Kuei did not reply. Instead she stepped forward to gather the shattered fragments. Zililiuo hesitated. Which beaver did this? I can find them and have another identical one made. Su Kuei turned back with a helpless smile. Forget it, no need. I'll try to glue it back together myself later. It should be fixable. Zililiuo fell silent, stepping forward to help her clean up the mess. As he picked up a piece and placed it on the table, Su Kuei reached out to take it. The moment her fingertips brushed against his glove, Zililiuo jerked his hand back abruptly. The sudden movement knocked the piece he had just retrieved off the table again. Now it was completely ruined. Zililiuo. Su Kuei uttered no word of reproach. Yet Zililiuo could no longer stand there with the same ease as before. The robot cleared away the chair and replaced it with a new one, restoring the soothing room to its original state. Only the fragments remained on the table where Su Kuei was attempting to piece them back together. The light goddess Morpho Butterfly fluttered down beside Su Kuei, its spirit boat as antennae probing forward. Zililiuo's fingers clenched and then relaxed. His deep blue gloves, adorned with white stripes on both sides, were clean and crisp in color. Su Kuei cast a casual glance his way. The butterfly did not notice her gaze, nor did it perceive its own transformation. He was so immersed in his emotions that he was utterly unaware of the pair of antennae that had sprouted atop his head. They instinctively swayed and explored, gathering information from the air. With the antennae, Zililiuo no longer resembled an elf but rather some beautiful humanoid being. An intense sense of otherness radiated from him. Su Kuei's demeanor grew even more amiable. It's fine, don't worry about it. She smiled, gesturing toward the sofa. Have a seat. Standing all the time must be tiring. Zililiuo hesitated, then walked toward the sofa. The sofa was immaculate, clean daily. Zililiuo perched on one corner, his folded wings awkwardly propped behind him, forcing him to spread them open again. That single corner was illuminated by the dazzling violet-blue luminescence, as if it existed on a different layer from Su Kuei's side. Su Kuei, may I ask you a question? Zililiuo, go ahead. He assumed Su Kuei wanted to inquire why he refused to be soothed. Every guide who had previously approached him had asked the same, seeking the root cause to better treat him. They even speculated whether he had suffered some trauma, betrayal by a guide, emotional heartbreak leading him to seal off his heart. His severe misophobia was deemed proof of psychological barriers. Such absurd conjectures left Zililiuo too weary to explain. Even his family had begun to think along these lines. His sister had obliquely suggested that if something of that nature had indeed occurred, he shouldn't bottle it up, speaking out would bring relief. Zililiuo was speechless. Did he need a reason for simply not wanting to? Moreover, even if he had been injured, it would have been in battle against the Zerg, nothing whatsoever to do with matters of the heart.
Zilolo couldn't fathom why such ordinary matters always had to be linked to romance. If Su Kuei asked, he would answer, if only to make amends for the earlier incident. Su Kuei could guess what was on his mind, and she had already seen through the explanation poised on Zilolo's lips. Of course she would not ask that question. Whether he was willing was Zilolo's own affair, and his reasons were his private matter. Su Kuei had no desire to know. Even if there were a long convoluted story behind it, she had no interest in hearing it. Gentle understanding and emotional healing were all well and good, but achieving the goal through subtle tactics was equally effective. Look, now he was willing to sit down and even speak, wasn't he? Su Kuei, from cocoon to butterfly. Butterfly larvae are caterpillar-like, so during your childhood was your spirit body a caterpillar or a butterfly? She added, I don't know much about Sentinel's spirit bodies. I've never encountered a butterfly before, so I'm simply curious about this question. If I've offended you in any way, I apologize in advance. You haven't offended me. Zilolo parted his lips. Spirit bodies possess animal instincts and follow biological characteristics. However, this is tied to one's rank. Most spirit bodies in my family are butterflies. Sentinels born with low ranks have spirit bodies in the form of caterpillars, which gradually evolve as their rank increases. I was born at B rank, so my spirit body was a caterpillar. It only emerged from its cocoon and transformed 3 years ago. Su Kuei realized with a start. How fascinating. She added admiringly, I never expected that you weren't born a high-ranking sentinel. Through your own efforts you reached S-rank in just a few years. You are far stronger than you appear. It's merely persistent training. I was taken to the battlefield by my elders from a very young age, so I encountered the Zerg earlier than others. That's why I was able to progress faster. As Zilolo spoke, his spirit boda's wings fluttered gently twice. Su Kuei's gaze fell upon the butterfly which had been lingering near her all this while. She toyed with a nearby petal and asked, look, isn't it blooming beautifully? The butterfly's antennae detected the nectar, its proboscis curling as it reached into the flower bud. Zilolo, no. The butterfly halted and retracted its proboscis. Su Kuei, if the spirit body eats, it will increase your burden. It's best not to let it feed. Zilolo nodded, about to recall the butterfly into his mindscape. Su Kuei asked again, but what does the nectar drawn from fresh flowers taste like? Have you ever tried it? I've only ever had this packaged kind. As she spoke, she opened a bottle and took a sip in front of Zilolo and his spirit body. The liquid rose and fell within the transparent straw, and the butterfly's legs twitched in response. There's a faint fragrance, but I can't pinpoint what it is. What flower is this from? She raised the bottle to read the label, but before she could find it, Zilolo said, locust blossom. Is that so? I bought a lot. Besides locust blossom honey, there's also jujube flower honey. Do you know about kuei flowers? Su Kuei revealed her arm where the painted design still remained. I love this flower, it even sounds like my name. But there's no nectar from this flower sold on the star net. Have you ever tasted it? His fingers rested on his knees, the white stripes following the curve of his long legs. The fabric hung smooth and straight with only a faint crease at the bend of his knee. His combat suit extended all the way to his neck, his skin tightly wrapped, revealing only a small patch of pale flesh behind his ear. Against the deep and light blue strands of his hair, it created a strikingly captivating beauty. When lost in thought, he would furrow his brow slightly, pressing his knuckles beneath his lips, forming a soft curve. I studied this plant in school, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. So I can't answer that question for you. However, as far as I know, the nectar of this flower is poisonous. Zilolo said flatly, and it explodes if you get too close, so no one has ever tasted it. Su Kuei. So does explosive in its flower language literally mean physically explosive? Shili Luo did not come empty-handed. Su Kuei asked him to bring along the bottle of nectar she had given him, and this time he found it impossible to refuse. Noticing the order was wrong, Su Kuei refreshed the page. The little animals she had arranged were pushed back 2 spots, replaced by 2 individuals from the Guanhui battle team. She was both angered and amused by this maneuver. Oh, so they were coming to alter her plans again, were they? She forgave the little octopus because it was clever and useful. But the Guanhui battle team? Unforgivable. Su Kuei quietly awaited their arrival. In the Guanhui battle team, Ite was unwilling to bow his head, but someone couldn't hold back. Ite holds a high rank and can endure never considering what we should do. 2 team members took advantage of everyone's distraction to approach Su Kuei. They usually appeared united, but when trouble arose, each person's attitude became evident. They were all offspring of Central Region families, never having endured such hardship, and since they had no enmity with this guide, why were they so stubborn? However, when they arrived at the Black Tower, they were informed that the guide had arrangements for the past half-month. The 2 were dissatisfied and demanded to cut in line. What about those low-level sentinels behind us? Let them wait. Can't you see we're in a hurry?
Grabbing the staff's holographic device, they altered the order in the comfort room, and one sentinel remarked, "You can't read the room at all." The two sentinels replaced those scheduled before them and swaggered into Su Kuei's comfort room. The door opened. He first noticed the guide sitting in a chair drinking something. Then he observed the guards standing on either side. At the entrance there was a sentinel who locked the automatic door after he entered, making him feel as if he had fallen into a trap, instantly becoming alert. "What are you doing here?" Outnumbered, the sentinel stepped back to touch the automatic door but was blocked by someone.
The blue peacock's gaze was unfriendly. "Don't leave, weren't you in a hurry to come here? Why are you running?" The mutated Spinosaurus twisted its wrist. "Is this the one who cut in line?"
Su Kuei rested her chin on her hand, sucking on pudding from her milk tea. This time the pudding was not half finished.
Handmade by a panda.
On the table there were also snacks from the Crocodile Turtle brand. Eating and drinking, she watched the sentinel being held down and beaten, feeling quite pleased as her mood lightened. Each member of the guard team took turns punching the sentinel, who was already on the verge of collapse, gasping for breath on the floor. They were fortunate that C-Tan wasn't present today, otherwise a single crocodile would have been enough to handle.
"Put this on him." The blue peacock, eager to take credit, scampered to Su Kuei's side and took the suppressor, leaning in maliciously close to the sentinel. The half-dead sentinel realized what it was and jumped up energetically. The crocodile turtle mercilessly pressed him down, and Su Kuei felt as if she could hear the sound of bones being crushed and dislocated. "Has your level increased too?"
Hearing Su Kuei's question, Ni's expression softened slightly as he replied gently, "It should have. I will go for a test tomorrow." He struggled desperately, but the suppressor was clamped around his neck and the sentinel lost strength, completely collapsing. His mutated lizard tail lay still.
Su Kuei set down her milk tea and walked over, looking down at the sentinel from above.
She said to the guards behind her, "You all can step out for a moment. I have some things to discuss with him privately."
The blue peacock felt a bit worried, but before he could say anything his teammate pulled him away. "Don't ask too much."
The mutated Spinosaurus crossed its arms and said coolly, "Following the guide's orders and ensuring the guide's safety is the guard team's mission. The hyenas are still lurking, so don't ask too much or do anything that might annoy her." The blue peacock fell silent and also stood guard, his hand resting on the weapon at his waist, a bit unwillingly mumbling, "I'm just worried that lizard will harm her."
"That's a high-level suppressor. He can't even crawl now."
To this the cool guy sharply commented, dragging things out.
"Poof. Do you want me to comfort you?"
Inside the room, Su Kuei stood in front of the sentinel. "What makes you think that just because you need me I will be willing?"
"How arrogant and presumptuous you are. But I won't let you have it for free."
The little fish hadn't been out for a while, and today was just the right time to let it breathe. The 2-month voting period was about to conclude and the Guanhui battle team was in control.
NI would soon return.
Her good father had never given up searching for her and had secured a very high number of votes for her in this election. He firmly believed he could retrieve the lost child, and she would continue to trust him as always. Beyond that, Lady Mare had no better options.
There were many guides in the sanctuary, but none were as outstanding as NI. NI can come back.
She sent this message to the hyena captain. His ankle was grabbed, and looking down, it was that sentinel. For the first time being so insulted and mocked, the sentinel's chest rose and fell with anger. He gathered strength to grip her ankle, blaring with a sinister expression, trying to convey his fury, threatening her to let him go. Su Kuei listened with one ear and after a pause regretfully said, "I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're barking about."
The sentinel, "Don't touch me with your filthy hands."
Su Kuei shook her leg, brushing his hand off, and stepped over. Hearing the sentinel's incredulous cry of pain, she showed a somewhat mischievous smile. "Your hand is quite bothersome, it bumped into my foot."
"Would you reflect on that?"
The sentinel had never encountered such a guide and was stunned.
"Mum. Should I take this off?" Su Kuei asked. "That won't do. What if you bite me? However, I can open a gap so you can speak. It gets boring when no one talks."
She adjusted the gag slightly, allowing him to express his intentions vaguely. The sentinel took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Treating a sentinel this way, you will be punished." She found it amusing. "Why would I be punished?"
"Of course I won't. You will be the one punished for treating the guide this way." "Let me think. How should I punish you?"
Su Kuei paced in front of him, indecisive. Every time she walked past, she deliberately stepped on his hands, adding more force. The sentinel's fingers twitched, trembling as he tried to retract them.
Su Kuei halted. "I have an idea." She stood on his hands, feeling a bit unsteady. "I like lizards, but I don't like you. After everything is over, you can go be a real lizard. A filthy brain is unworthy of such a lovely spiritual entity."
When the guards re-entered, Su Kuei had already returned to her seat and continued sipping her milk tea. The sentinel on the floor hung his head limply motionless, not dead but lost in thought, unnervingly silent. Blue Peacock noticed the redness on the back of his hand and found it strange.
We didn't hit his hand. Sukuei glanced over as well. I accidentally stepped on it just now. Looks really painful.
Strange, then why didn't he just cut off his arm to survive?
Muddy retorted. Lizards shed their tails to survive, not their arms. Sukuei said indifferently, is that so?
They dragged the sentinel out and tossed him into the medical pod. His wounds healed quickly, leaving no trace of the beating.
Blue Peacock came running back. Should we clock out? What do you want for dinner tonight? Muddy looked at him. You're cooking. Blue Peacock. Just asking.
Apart from those naturally taciturn sentinels who wouldn't want to talk more with the guide they were sworn to protect, Sukuei implanted several mental steel brands into the lizard. After returning, he obediently spread the word in secret, claiming the soothing was highly effective and urged other members to come as well. He boasted smugly, saying that guide didn't dare refuse him, he had cut the line. Inevitably, some in the Radiance squad were tempted. One by one, sentinels came running, each returning with a mental steel brand in their mind. Only Ide held out stubbornly, though he noticed the commotion and rebuked his team members. The members retorted, Captain, if you really don't want the soothing, you could just leave.
Why waste time on this planet?
Wouldn't it be better to return straight to the sanctum?
Blunt as it was, it made sense. Ide sneered, there are other reasons for staying here. I won't be ruled by my instincts.
The word soon reached Sukuei's ears.
What was Ide's intention in staying?
To monitor her or to wait for Kwanzakayu's death?
Sukuei said, got it. Go back.
The Radiance squad member who had brought the message carefully slipped away. Whatever his intentions, the important thing was to drive Ide to lose his reason and beg her for soothing. The Radiance squad members did not disappoint. Ide, provoked by subtle jabs and losing his composure, could barely maintain his human form. Sukuei watched as the 7-gilled eel was carried in with its mouth bound, its slick body writhing incessantly. It reminded her of the braised eel and pan-fried eel she had once eaten. Eel was delicious and nourishing. But thinking it was Ide turned her stomach.
Sukuei stepped forward to inspect. The mental steel brand from last time was still intact.
She implanted several new rules. Fearing he might lose his mind entirely too soon, she gave him a light soothing with the sea anemone barely restoring part of his human form. The more chaotic a sentinel's mind, the harder it was to soothe, but conversely the easier it was for mental steel brands to take effect. The heat avoidance medicine was being promoted, and Sukuei ordered Ide to find ways to speed up the process.
Nini will be back soon.
She pulled a chair over and sat leisurely before Ide, who knelt on the floor in a daze, half restored to human form. His hands and feet were bound, a suppressor around his neck and his mouth sealed.
The sea anemone writhed atop his head. If she asks about anything, you must tell her the truth. If she doesn't ask, then let it be.
Deep furrows gathered between Ide's brows, his expression strained. Sukuei repeated herself. She had been growing steadily and the mental steel brand was proving effective.
What did Lady Mal want you to do? Monitor me, recruit me, or suppress me? Sukuei sighed.
Is that all the tricks he knows?
Seems he's getting old, no originality at all. Let me bring him something fresh and interesting.
Ide muttered deliriously, the vice steward ordered me to find a way to bring you back to the sanctum after Kwanzakayu's death. He said any means were acceptable, once inside you'd have to obey. This matter is entirely in my hands. The vice steward has been busy with voting and hasn't inquired.
Sukuei thought he didn't even ask. Does he look down on me?
She hummed in acknowledgement and waved her hand.
Remember what I said today and you may go.
The guards came in to release him.
I'd left and today's patient arrived.
She had arrived early but hung back upon seeing a group of high-level sentinels at the door. She happened to bump into Ide as he left, and recognizing the Radiance squad captain, subtly grimaced. Her own soothing appointment scheduled days ago had been delayed repeatedly by these line cutters.
Still, something about the captain's expression seemed off. Burdened with such a large attachment, Sukuei could barely walk.
Zi leaned over to smooth the hair behind her ear, pretending not to see his shameless spirit body. Noticing her patient had arrived, Sukuei turned with a warm smile and called her by name. She was a female sentinel with an otter as her spirit animal. She and her family had all booked appointments with Sukuei, and for the next few days the sentinels were all her sisters. The otter spirit had thick fur, a white-cheeked face, a black nose, and a pinkish mouth resembling a large scurrying rat. Among the spirits Sukuei had soothed, the most hyperactive were the husky and the ferret, and now the otter joined the list. The husky was a whirlwind of enthusiasm, wildly destructive but controllable. The ferret was exceptionally lively, percoring through her room and blurs slippery and impossible to catch. Now the otter emitted a constant stream of sound, sometimes like a bird, sometimes like a pig, spinning circles under her hands and squeaking incessantly. In its excitement, the spirit instinctively nibbled her hand. Even with its mouth blocked, it squeezed noises from its throat. By afternoon, Sukuwei felt a ringing in her head. Even at home that night, the sound of a boiling kettle echoed in her ears. It was mental torture. With no other choice, Sukuwei filled the bathroom tub with water and placed the otter inside, finally calming it slightly. But with its fur plastered down and splashing about, it looked even more like a swimming rat. Fortunately, Sukuwei wasn't afraid of rats and managed to keep smiling. The otter splashed water from the basin she'd found and even tugged at her sleeve as if inviting her to join. Sukuwei politely declined. "No, I can't fit in there. You play by yourself." Water splashed around the small basin. After playing, the otter refused to dry off and ran out wet, leaving a trail of puddles and paw prints across her soothing room. The otter's owner quickly apologized and offered to clean up. Sukuwei said it's fine. Being lively is good, it means it's healthy. She used a robot to tidy the room in no time. Otters, sea otters and beavers, these three creatures look remarkably similar, often causing confusion. The first two in particular are easy to mix up. The next day a sea otter arrived. Sukuwei observed it closely and realized that these two species did not actually resemble each other much. Sea otters are larger than river otters and far more adept at diving. They rarely venture onto land and seldom stray far from the coast, spending most of their time lying on kelp beds floating on the ocean's surface. They are the ones that lie on the sea surface, rubbing their cheeks, carrying rocks to crack open shells. This sea otter was still very young. She had been frightened by a bug model at school due to her timid nature. Initially it seemed she would recover quickly, but after an abnormal reaction she never got better. The guide at her school was male and the sea otter couldn't open her heart to him, thus unable to accept his soothing. At first she was also shy around Sukuwei, but gradually relaxed. The little sea otter's fur was still white, her face round, her eyes round, and the whiskers on her cheeks twitched. Unsure what to do, she extended her tiny paws to rub her face, peeking at Sukuwei from behind them. Sukuwei called her spirit beast over. The sea otter looked at her then cautiously and immediately trotted over, tilting her head up to gaze at her feet. Sukuwei bent down, lifted the small creature onto her lap and took out a bag of stones from a spatial compression device. "See if there's any you like." Even though she had already hidden her favorite small stones under the skin pouch of her forelimbs, the sea otter couldn't resist. She glanced at Sukuwei, tentatively reached out a paw, rummaged through the bag and picked and chose. Her paws were nimble, she held stones up to the light to check for impurities, her expression serious and earnest. This fastidious demeanor was utterly adorable. Sukuwei supported her soft belly with her hand. The sea otter leaned against her, loving them all but not greedy. In the end she hesitated and picked out only her favorite one, tucking the stone under her arm. "Take as many as you like. These are all for you." Sukuwei patted her back and gently placed the bag on her belly. The little sea otter chirped happily, bumping her head against Sukuwei's palm. Clutching the stones tightly, she was gently rocked by Sukuwei and her eyes began to droop. The rhythm like waves caressing her body caused the little sea otter to close her eyes completely. If only all spirit beasts and their masters in the world were as adorable as them. The heat-suppressing medicine has been distributed. I heard it will be given to every guide in the Black Tower within 3 days. I'm ready on my end. On the other end of the communication, Lituan sat upright while her spirit beast, a little hedgehog, stood on tiptoe, clutching the light brain and reaching its short claws towards Sukuwei's image reflected inside. Sukuwei greeted the little hedgehog and asked Lituan, "How have you been lately?" Lituan pursed her lips involuntarily. "Not bad. I tried your method and it worked pretty well. Now the ragdoll cat and I have the highest votes. Oh, by the way, why haven't I seen her lately? That toad is still hopping around on the star web. Where's Nini? Did they hide her?" "No. Nini will be back soon." Sukuwei checked the time. "You'll see her within 5 days. How do you know that?" Lituan muttered. "I've heard a lot of people going to Adele lately, trying all sorts of ways to get her involved, but she refused." "That's good, at least she won't backstab us. What if she joined and sided with the Sentinels? You don't know, she was like that before. When we first met we had a good relationship. But later I realized she has a tendency to fawn over Sentinels and despise guides. And she doesn't even realize it herself. No matter what I said she wouldn't believe me, she always argued. But whatever her Sentinel said she believed without question. Despite her spirit beast being a fox, she's a disgrace to foxes." "Sukuwei, then you should thank me." "Lituan, huh? What do you mean?" She smiled without explaining. "If you're tired, take a rest. Your vote count is already high, you'll definitely succeed this time." Lituan grumbled, "I'm afraid of surprises. Who knows what that toad might be plotting. Thinking about working with him later, I'd rather blow myself up with explosives and take him out with me." "Don't worry," Sukuwei comforted. He's too busy dealing with his own mess to bother much. I promise you he can only stay in the sanctuary for 3 more months at most.
Li Tuan ah.
She and Su Kuei stared at each other.
I want to ask what you're doing. Anyway, be careful. I'm afraid he might target you too.
He already has, Su Kuei said.
But it's fine.
You should still bring some guards when you go out. But speaking of which, your guard team is huge with top-ranking squad members.
Hasn't the guild questioned it?
Yes, they have.
But so what?
If Bai Ziyi wanted to continue receiving her soothing, he had to handle the guild on his own. He would only subtly use this to ask for favors. Su Kuei ate a fresh pudding and spoke to the panda beside her, complimenting his skill and how delicious it was. As her level increased, the duration of her connection with the S-class Sentinel also lengthened.
The first time was too brief, showing no effect on Bai Ziyi. The second time was slightly longer, and though no visible changes appeared on the surface, Bai Ziyi was noticeably more relaxed.
His tail should still be there, that meant his shaped bone was gone and he had finally returned to being a normal man.
Su Kuei leaned back, resting against the panda's embrace.
The large panda with dark circles around its eyes stretched out its limbs, turning into a panda cushion. It lowered its head to look at her, then rested its chin on top of Su Kuei's head.
Bai Ziyi emerged from the bathroom and saw Su Kuei tapping on her light brain. In privacy mode he couldn't see anything, so he didn't pry.
He simply sat beside her, clearing away the empty little dishes.
After soothing the day's patients, Su Kuei was brought to his home. Bai Ziyi was unwilling to receive soothing outside, even if the Black Tower was safe enough. He couldn't truly relax there, only in his own territory could he let go.
Su Kuei thought he was secretly sensual. Dressed primly in a suit and vest with an abnormality in that particular spot, and during private soothing sessions unable to suppress soft moans, his tail twitching incessantly.
If he wasn't secretly sensual, who was? Bai Ziyi looked very young, but he was actually of an older generation.
Since their first connection, it was like an old house catching fire, the flames only grew fiercer. He would send panda emojis at every opportunity, subtly flirting with her yet never making his intentions clear. He kept it hidden, only revealing a tiny tail now and then, half exposed yet ambiguous, like a peepa half hidden behind a veil. He truly understood the art of seduction. Su Kuei wanted to confirm whether his tail was still there, so she slid her hand down along his waistline, but Bai Ziyi reacted strongly and grabbed her hand. It appeared to be a refusal, but in truth his grip was very light, and he even guided her hand downward. As if feeling hot, the top button that had been fastened all the way up before they arrived was now undone, his black shirt slightly open, revealing a hint of smooth chest. The fabric was slippery thin and clung to his body. With her hand resting on it, she could feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat beneath his chest, the veins coiling under the muscles thumping against her palm with each beat. His belt was also black, adorned with a gilded panda head buckle. It hadn't absorbed his body heat, so it felt cool to the touch. Su Kuei poked the panda head with her finger, then slipped her hand down the slick shirt and inside. She chuckled. Oh, the tail really is still there. Bai Ziyi was only a few years younger than Quan Zikai, but that small age gap made a significant difference. If it were Quan Zikai, he would have been terribly shy, pursing his lips and refusing to speak.
But Bai Ziyi could still hold her finger and ask, "Do you like it?"
His short tail quivered rapidly in his other hand.
Both her hands were occupied, so Su Kuei grasped it back. "Quite a lot." Bai Ziyi took a soft breath. "Easy."
The fire in this old house seemed to burn in and stir, swaying with the wind, dancing seductively.
Su Kuei looked at his expression and thought, is he in heat?
So vulnerable despite his high offense. And indeed that was the case. The panda's mating season came with a vengeance, clinging to Su Kuei, refusing to let her leave for a single step. When she went to the bathroom, it insisted on following. Pushed out by Su Kuei, it scratched at the door, whimpering incessantly, its voice full of grievance. The moment she came out, it eagerly hugged her thigh.
Burdened with such a large attachment, Su Kuei could barely walk.
Bai Ziyi leaned over to smooth the hair behind her ear, pretending not to see his shameless spirit body.
"How about a walk?
There are fresh bamboo shoots in the grove, want to go dig some?" The panda grumbled, letting out a loud mem. It didn't want to go out, it just wanted to stay cooped up in the room with its guide. But Su Kuei was quite interested in the idea, and after agreeing, the two went out together. The panda waddled behind them, its gait slightly pigeon-toed when it moved a bit faster. Su Kuei's gaze flickered to Bai Ziyi's legs. Straight and long. If his legs were like his spirit bodice, that would be quite amusing. While she stayed here to accompany Bai Ziyi, who urgently needed the comfort of her scent during his heat, the guard team back there grew restless. They sent Su Kuei a message saying the two vice-captains were acting strangely and asked her to come check on them.
Su Kuei took the opportunity to leave the bamboo grove and return.
A guard team member came to pick her up. As she walked, Su Kuei asked, "What's the matter that requires my return?" The blue peacock glanced at her expression. She stopped and asked with a smile, "Are they genuinely unwell or faking it?"
The blue peacock fell silent and the other two silent sentinels said nothing. Alright, I won't dwell on it this time. But let's not have a next time, okay? Su Kuei went to see the two vice-captains. The brothers had clearly prepared. As soon as she entered, a light blue snake slithered over and coiled up her leg. Holding the heavy snake, Su Kuei stroked its flat head. Missed me. The snake flicked its tongue, a cool sensation tickling her ear. The scorpion clattered over and quietly pressed against her leg on the ground. The two aloof animals clung to her in a subtle display of affection, and Su Kuei could only forgive them. The scorpion's body was too hard to be a good cuddle buddy, so Su Kuei spent noticeably more time holding the snake. The glossy black scorpion lay nearby, its expression unreadable but its posture seemed forlorn. Su Kuei reached out a hand and placed it on the scorpion's pincer. Her warm body heat seeped through its hard carapace and the scorpion gently rubbed against her. The snake in her arms was as soft as if it had no bones, slithering slowly around her as if she were a favorite tree branch. Its vertical pupils fixed on her, occasionally flicking its tongue. The red forked tip of its tongue bobbed up and down, and Su Kuei reached out to grab it. The snake's tongue dodged, retracting and then flicking out again as if teasing her deliberately. The season of reproduction had arrived, and these spirit bodies seemed to be infected by animal instincts as well. The snake's tail was longer and thinner now. When Su Kuei touched it, the snake reacted strongly, turning its head and moving in jerky, stuttering motions, rubbing against her incessantly. Su Kuei said, "Calm down, I'm not a female snake." When she removed her hand, the scorpion followed the heat source, only to be hissed at by the snake. Hei Lin silently looked at Cheng He. Cheng He stepped forward, restrained his spirit body, withdrew it into the landscape and said, "I'll go outside." He went out to cool off. Su Kuei touched the little scorpion. "You're not affected, are you?" The small scorpion, with its sharp angular carapace and cold exterior, released a spermatophore right in front of her. Su Kuei was speechless. Hei Lin came over without a word, took his spirit body away and also went outside to cool off. These sentinels who had entered heat because of her were all exhibiting a series of reactions. Too many small clingy animals were overwhelming even for her. Su Kuei granted leave to the guard team members who were showing symptoms. Just then the hyena captain and the two vice-captains returned, bringing NI with them. The time since their last meeting wasn't that long. Back then Su Kuei and NI were both at the Black Tower on Luanzhou Star, and NI was still a docile ragdoll cat. Later she heard NI had gotten a new hairstyle, her curly hair making her look like a little lamb. Now when they met again, NI's hair was completely cut short. With her short hair, NI seemed to have become her true self. When she was brought in, she still hadn't shed her disguise. Although the hyena captain had said it was Su Kuei who wanted to see her, she remained wary. Only when she saw that it was really Su Kuei did she finally let out a slight sigh of relief. "Good work," Su Kuei said to the three travel-worn sentinels before her. "You did an excellent job." They stood at attention, and the hyena captain said in a low voice, "Mission accomplished. Go get some rest." The three left. Su Kuei's eyes met NI's. "Long time no see." NI's disguised appearance hid her original features, but her eyes couldn't lie. Yet mixed into her former naive innocence were now other elements. "Have you been doing well these days?" Su Kuei gestured for her to sit and poured her some flower nectar. It was sent over by Xia. She heard it was personally collected by her and had a hint of morning glory. NI sat across from her, thanked her for the nectar, and then asked, "Was it you who asked them to protect me?" "Why?" Going out for a while had indeed brought changes. Su Kuei smiled. "Because I was worried about you. The moment I saw you, I thought if only I could help you. It's not just me, most female guides including Annie feel the same way." Su Kuei sat down as well, maintaining a social distance that didn't intrude. She took a sip of nectar. "Those people earlier were my guard team. I asked them to bring you here just to have a chat. You don't look well. Can you talk to me about it?" Nini gripped her cup, unsure where to begin. She was immersed in an indescribable confusion, her demeanor low, opening her mouth several times. Su Kuei said, "It's okay. You don't have to say it if you can't. Can I see your spirit beast? It's been a long time since I last saw it." The ragdoll cat slowly emerged. Its fur was dull, its large broom-like tail tucked behind. It gently brushed against Su Kuei's leg, looked up and let out a soft meow. Poor little cat. Su Kuei picked it up, stroking its slightly matted fur as she quietly waited for Nini. After a long moment, Nini finally spoke. "I think you're amazing. Can I ask you a question?" Su Kuei replied, "What question?" What if I said the nutrient fluids for ordinary people are poisonous?" Su Kuei smiled. "You've come to the right person. Before I entered the Black Tower, I was once hospitalized from poisoning and nearly died. It was because I drank expired toxic nutrient fluid. Nini's eyes shot open. It's so hard being an ordinary person. I never imagined I could escape the Zerg only to be brought down by my own kind. As for those factories, I believe you already have your suspicions. Instead of asking me, go ask the person you suspect. He will answer you. Nini looked utterly dejected, her starry eyes losing their once longing beautiful luster. Su Kuei asked, I heard you also went to Yowling Star. Did you see Lady Fanlan's statue? I saw it, she nodded. But I didn't collect enough items to exchange for the miniature version. As she spoke, she saw Su Kuei pull something from her pocket and place it in her palm. It was palm-sized. Turning it over, it was the female leader wielding a sword. This is something I exchanged there once. I'm giving it to you. Su Kuei handed her the small statue. Take it to Yite. I hope it gives you courage. Nini took it with her head bowed, pursed her lips and hummed an acknowledgement. She withdrew her spirit beast, hugged the statue and slowly walked to the door. Then she heard Su Kuei speak again. Oh right, take this too. What is this? Su Kuei said, a lightsaber. I'm lending it to you for self-defense. You'll have to return it later. Do you know how to use it? Seeing Nini shake her head, Su Kuei demonstrated. It's very simple. Press here to activate it. Just aim at the target and make sure you don't hold it backward. Nini hesitated. This is too dangerous. I might not need this. Besides, privately owning a lightsaber is illegal. Are you sure? Su Kuei waved it. I'll only kindly remind you once. Are you sure you don't want? I'm just going to ask Yite. Yite won't do anything to me. Her voice faded under Su Kuei's mocking gaze. Nini wavered for a moment but eventually took it and put it in her pocket. Thank you. But I won't use it. That remains to be seen. Su Kuei watched her leave with the lightsaber. Slowly following, she opened her optical brain to contact Xia Huan. Su Kuei, transmit the surveillance feed from Yite's location to me. Toxic Octopus had just replied with a salute emoji, but it was deleted and retracted. Toxic Octopus MM. It seemed his spirit beast's tentacles had gotten there first again. This hidden surveillance eye had been installed when Yite and his group checked in. In the feed, he was still writhing in the agony of his aberration. Nini removed her disguise at the door. When Yite saw her, his surprise turned to elation and he urged her to come over and soothe him. Nini stood still. Toxic Octopus, I've sealed that area. Only you can enter and leave freely. Su Kuei acknowledged. Enraged by Nini's refusal and his own torment, Yite revealed a terrifying side. Nini took 2 steps back. The two continued talking. Nini pressed him about the nutrient fluid processing plants. Yite sneered, his voice clear in the feed. Yes. I ordered it. Anyone else would have done the same. Nini was incredulous. You'll kill them. Yite, gritting his teeth against the pain, clenched his fists until veins bulged. They're just ordinary people. So what if they die? The gestation pods will mass-produce more. This world shouldn't have ordinary people anymore. Everything they can do, robots can do better and more obediently. The existence of ordinary people is utterly meaningless. How can you say that? Father always taught us to be grateful. Then who do you think gave me those orders? This family member who had protected her since childhood like a second elder suddenly tore off his mask. His expression grew hideous in Nini's eyes, like a terrifying beast. Otherwise, where do you think the star coins and contribution points you use come from? Dropped from the sky. Nini, don't look at me like that. Anyone would have done the same. Do you think others are innocent? No one is innocent. No one is blameless, including you. Her grip on the statue loosened. Pointed at by Yite, Nini instinctively shook her head. I didn't. Everything you used in the sanctum was bought with blood squeezed from ordinary people. And now you have the nerve to accuse me. We raised you with fine food and drink. It's only right that you repay us. Now come here and soothe me. Yite lunged forward and grabbed her arm. Nini screamed and tried to flee, but her path was blocked by his spirit beast, a lamprey. Startled by the terrifying Ma, Nini lost her voice. Hurry up. Soothe me. Yite shook her by the shoulders. Why won't you be good? Have you been corrupted? Nini, you can't be a bad child. No one likes bad children. Tears blurred her vision. Nini felt as if she were experiencing the agony of her first heat suppressant injection again, dizzy, nauseous, the world spinning. The statue in her arms was knocked away by Yite. It hit the ground and triggered a switch. The female leader's voice spoke. All we ask for is equality.
Equality, equality. What is equality? No one had taught her. Her hand dropped down and touched the lightsaber hidden in her pocket. The colossal statue on Yowling Star was 180 meters tall, said to be an exact scale-up. Fan Lon herself had been 180 centimeters. The arm holding the lightsaber was fixed in a raised striking pose, switching every 30 seconds. On the downswing it briefly parted the sea. Do you know how to use it? It's very simple. Aim at the target. Press the button. The smell of scorched flesh wafted through the room. Su Kuwei sniffed the air, then pinched her nose in distaste. She quickened her pace while instructing Xia Huan to cut off the surveillance feed in this area. No one else would ever know what transpired today. The energy beam of the lightsaber seared through skin, leaving a charred bloody hole even in a high-ranking sentinel caught off guard. Yike clutched his chest, incredulous. Where did you get a lightsaber? How dare you wound me? Nini was terrified as Yike twisted her wrist, forcing her fingers apart, causing her both pain and fear. Yike snatched the lightsaber. You dare hurt me? Who gave you this lightsaber? The ragdoll cat darted out to bite Yit's hand, but he seized it by the neck and held it aloft. Its hind legs kicked futilely, its worn-down claws unable to harm Yite in the slightest. Let go. Let me go. Nini, as if her own throat were constricted, desperately clawed at his hands. Her expression of suffocating agony amused Yite, quelling his rage. His grip loosened, his voice softening as he gently pressed the cat's nape. The rag doll cowered motionless. Nini, good children don't use weapons to hurt people. I was just too angry because you injured me. Be obedient and well, protect and cherish you just like before. Nini hadn't broken down when he choked her, but now her emotions burst like a flood. Usually soft-spoken, she wept loudly. I don't want to be good anymore. Why must I be good? I don't want to obey anymore. Yit's expression shifted several times as he tried to soothe her, but her defiance made his face darken. Disobedient children face punishment. You don't want to know what that entails. Get up. Give me comfort. The frail girl was effortlessly lifted into the air, Yite carrying her as easily as a kitten. Nini pleaded, I don't want this, Yite. Please don't treat me this way. Don't do this to me. But Yite paid her no heed. Can't you hear she doesn't want to? At the sound of that voice he whirled toward the door. His gaze first met the muzzle of an energy gun. Don't move. Su Kuwei stepped in, holding her pink energy pistol. I suggest you stay still. I'm aiming at your head after all. You wouldn't want your head to explode, would you? Now let her go. After a few seconds of standoff, Yite released her. Nini fell to the floor, clutching her spiritual beast as she scrambled frantically toward the door. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Su Kuwei caught them, wrapping an arm around Nini's trembling shoulders. The ragdoll cat bristled like a thorny ball, ears flattened, pupils dilated, cowering in its owner's arms. Su Kuwei patiently stroked Nini's back until her shivers subsided. I'll go get the statue back. Sensing Su Kuwei was about to leave, Nini instinctively grabbed her sleeve. Nini slowly let go, clutching her cat, afraid to meet Yit's gaze. Su Kuwei retrieved the lightsaber first and placed it in Nini's hand. Weapons are useful, aren't they? Hold on to it from now on. Then she picked up the statue. Fortunately, it was made of a special material and hadn't broken. She handed the statue to the cat, gently pressing its stiff paw onto it, and rubbed its head. I saw everything just now. You're a brave kitty, aren't you? The ragdoll seemed to snap back to reality, mewing softly, its large eyes welling up as it reached out its forepaws toward Su Kuwei. Su Kuwei gathered it into her arms and the cat burrowed into her clothing for security. She unbuttoned her coat to let it in, cradling the small lump at her chest. Any more questions? Ask them all now. Nini bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Alright, no more questions for today. At this, Nini shook her head instead. Why? She sniffled. Why did it have to be like this? Many things in truth had no traceable cause. What answer did she want from Yite? That it wasn't intentional. That it was all a lie. Su Kuwei lost interest and tucked the sea anemone into her clothes as well. The hypervigilant cat startled, but upon recognizing the sea anemone, it drew it into its fluffy chest and buried its head inside. As the spiritual beast calmed, so did Nini's emotions. Knowing she would never get the answer she sought, she followed Su Kuwei out, dazed and disheartened. It was only natural to be shaken when someone you'd always treated as family suddenly tore off their mask. On the way back, Su Kuwei spoke softly. Do you know where I got my weapon? Nini shook her head. All from my comfort subjects. The lightsaber was from a fox, a fennec fox, I think. I remember it was very cute. As Su Kuei recounted how she obtained the lightsaber, Nini, still mired in gloom, gradually sensed something amiss. Yet she couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt wrong. He willingly became my guarantor. If this lightsaber harmed anyone, he would bear the consequences. That Sentinel rose from the bottom. Becoming vice captain of a top-ranked team must have been incredibly hard. He shouldn't have agreed, it offered no benefit to his future. But he agreed because he felt guilty toward me at the time. Do you understand? No. Su Kuei chuckled. Alright, let me put it differently. Forget about others. Let's just talk about you. They walked on. Nini wasn't used to walking so close beside another woman. More often than not, she was surrounded by guards or chasing after her father's shadow in the sanctuary. The other guides there were the same, they listened to their father's teachings together but weren't close. In fact, they were strangers to one another. Su Kuei grabbed her wrist. Your spiritual beast is in my arms. What are you hiding from? Nini obediently stopped retreating. Su Kuei said, I just saved you. Remember to repay me. Nini nodded silently. Su Kuei sighed, then changed tack. Do you know why I asked you to come see it? Because I wanted to ask him questions. Wrong. Su Kuei glanced sideways. Think carefully. Was it your decision to come in the first place? It was my suggestion. I knew Yit's condition. I knew he was in severe alienation and excruciating pain and rage, yet I still let you come. Knowing everything, I offered no protection, just a lightsaber. Besides forcing you to see him for what he is, I wanted him to hurt you. Nini froze mid-step. The corridor's overhead light fell on Su Kuei's face. Her smile was so warm, her gaze so tender, yet her words sent chills down Nini's spine. First let him hurt you without restraint. Then let me be the one to save you. How is it? Quite successful, isn't it? Are you starting to unconsciously rely on me now? The tentacles of the sea anemone pressed against the cat's cheek, writhed softly, their touch as gentle as Su Kuei's fingers caressing her face. Yet it caused the spiritual entity in her arms to stiffen into a rigid lump. Nini, still reeling from the shock, stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. The hand stroking her was warm, but Nini shivered. Doesn't this method feel familiar? You should recognize it, you've seen it many times before. All right. Su Kuei laughed lightly. Don't be afraid. If I truly intended to do this, why would I tell you? Evil deeds must be done in secret. Who would openly confess to the victim? I don't wish to use such tactics on you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't say a word. The cat's arched back gradually relaxed, though it still seemed a bit uneasy. Su Kuei didn't press further. She picked up the cat, handed it back to Nini, and let them leave. She hoped Nini would come to understand. The joint tournament among several academies had concluded. After months of isolation, the students' first task upon retrieving their optical computers was to contact their families and friends. Su Kuei received messages from Xiaosun and the others, learning they were already on their way back. After the tournament, 3 days would be allotted for score calculation, with results announced afterward. During this period, students could rest and regroup. It had been a long time since she'd seen them. During the video call, the students crowded around, chattering incessantly about their recent experiences. Xiaosun looked at her, stepping away from the noisy chatter, and asked softly, Have you been well? Very well. Su Kuei studied him, uncertain. You seem a bit thinner. His eyes appeared larger, bright and gentle as they met hers. In comparison, Xiaosun was the truly tender one. He touched his cheek shyly, admitting, perhaps a little. I prefer your cheeks when they're plump and cute. I like your baby fat. Xiaosun pursed his lips in a smile, murmuring, Then I'll eat more when I get back. What are you two whispering about? A boisterous figure burst in from outside, his navy blue hair still damp with moisture. He flashed a grin full of sharp, dense, shark-like teeth, his smile radiant. He charged over, casually slinging an arm around Ziosen's shoulder. Locking eyes with Su Kuei, he halted immediately and offered an awkward salute. Leader of the Megalodon. Long time no see. Su Kuei, long time no see, Nishin. Move aside, you're blocking my view of Su Kuei. The owl hooted behind him, flapping its wings and clawing at Nixon's hair. Nishin dodged, smirking triumphantly, trying to grab my hair. No way. These students from the first academy were lively and rowdy. They were still aboard the starship adjacent to the second academy. The noise drew others, who casually passed by, stealing a casual glance inside. Su Kuei spotted the newcomer before Xiaosun and the others did. The moment their gazes met, the other person unconsciously halted. His light-colored uniform, styled in an antique fashion, and beneath thin eyelids were translucent crimson eyes. Handsome and aloof, with clear brows and a composed expression. Upon seeing Su Kuei, he instinctively moved to straighten his clothes but forcibly stopped, instead raising his hand to knock on the door. This was the First Academy's dining hall, its automatic door perpetually ajar. The students around Su Kuei fell silent and turned. "What are you doing here?" This was the First Academy's dining hall, its automatic door perpetually ajar. The students around Su Kuei fell silent and turned. "What are you doing here?" Though he claimed it was just a greeting, he lingered there for ages as if his feet were nailed to the floor. Since they were all acquaintances of similar age, no one was blunt enough to ask him to leave. Not until Su Kuei ended the call did Xiaosun invite him to stay for a meal. Lian Tian said, "No, I've already eaten." As if just realizing this was another school's cafeteria, he bid them a curt farewell. The owl stared at his retreating figure. Hoot. In their video call, Su Kuei didn't see Nuomi, but she had received his messages. "Little bear sister, I heard you're on planet XX. Little bear sister, do you like seals? I'll bring you fresh ones. Su Kuei, are you coming here? Little bear, I won't tell sister yet. Little bear, my uncle is also there. Have you met him, sister? Little bear, I heard from my cousin that uncle accepted a guide soothing. Could it be you, sister? He's never been soothed before. Though he seems like a good person on the surface, he's actually quite eccentric and grumpy. This little black-hard sticky rice ball even bad-mouthing his own uncle. Su Kuei, am sending him a screenshot of this, you know. Little bear, boo-hoo. Has sister already taken his side so quickly? What's so great about pandas? Nothing compares to the cuteness of a little white bear. By Ze, other bears are quite ordinary. Only pandas with their black and white colors are truly unique. Truly they were uncle and nephew. Probably having also received news of Nuomi's arrival, by Ze suddenly began to sow discord against him the next afternoon. Su Kuei lay on a recliner enjoying the breeze. Without opening her eyes, she chuckled, I think they're all good. The gentle wind lulled her into drowsiness, yet sleep eluded her. With her eyes closed, her voice was a murmuring laugh. The panda crawled over softly, its claws gripping the bamboo recliner as it rested its chin on the edge. Its cool nose nudged her arm as it tilted its head to look at her. Sleepy. By Ze's voice softened. If you're tired, rest for a while. But Su Kuei couldn't sleep with others nearby. If it were just the spiritual entity, she could hold them like plush toys. However, with Bai Zi, a living person standing there, her mind remained clear. Moreover, the gaze beside her was impossible to ignore. The panda stared at her without blinking. Why are you looking at me like that? As Su Kuei raised her hand, the panda's head instinctively moved closer. It hummed, your fur seems much smoother. Su Kuei turned sideways, embracing the panda's large head. It seems the second connection was very effective. You're impressive. Bai Zi said, truly worthy of a pure-type guide. That's not what you wanted to say. Su Kuei kneaded the panda's ear. I'm in a good mood today. I can do a third connection. Want to try? Bai Zi raised an eyebrow, taking her hand, his thumb adorned with a thumb ring, stroking her knuckles. Are you willing? As long as you pay enough contribution points. Just contribution points. He chuckled, crouching before Su Kuei. The firm muscles of his chest pulled his vest into a taut curve, his waist narrowing down to the smooth rounded contour of his hips. Though he wasn't a bird, he spent every day displaying his plumage like a peacock. Do you want to do something beyond bonding? His lips were moist and glistening, appearing incredibly soft. Her hand pressed against his chest, feeling the vigorous heartbeat beneath. Su Kuei gently pushed him away. Not really. A sigh escaped Bai Zi's lips. How heartless. I developed bonding fever because of you, and now you want to cast me aside without a care. He took her hand and pressed it to his face again, guiding her fingers down his cheek. Bai Zi's forehead was full, his lashes thick, and they fluttered softly when her fingertips brushed the corner of his eye. His lips were glossy. Su Kuei rubbed his lip bead, propping her head on her hand. So do you want me to take responsibility, little uncle? Bai Zi opened his mouth and playfully bit her finger, not too hard. I'm still very young. He bit down, then licked gently. Bai Nuomi descended from the starship, first collecting the fresh seal his family had mailed, then heading straight to his little uncle's property. He had access permissions, so he entered unimpeded. He released his spirit beast, a little white bear, and told it that Su Kuei was here. The bear followed the scent and sounds to find her. The little white bear found the source of the guide's aura and bounded joyfully toward it, only to see his little uncle flaunting himself. The white-haired, dark-skinned youth snorted in displeasure. A scheming old man. The little white bear ran on all fours, charging at the giant panda, raising its paw and baring its teeth. Roar. The adorable panda, lying on its belly, turned its head, extended a thicker, larger paw, and pressed down on the little white bear's head, roaring even louder. Roar. The little white bear's head was pinned to the ground, but it struggled stubbornly, its claws swiping unceremoniously at its little uncle's spirit beast. The two spirit beasts rolled away, locked in a scuffle. Bainwomi ignored them, squeezed between the two, and greeted Sukuwei first before addressing his uncle. He sat in the middle. Bai Ziyi's expression softened as he wiped Sukuwei's hand. Showing none of the ferocity with which his spirit beast had swatted the bear, he asked gently, "Is the league over?" "Did you come first?" Nwomi leaned back on his hands. "No. The results weren't out yet, but they all had a good idea. Bai Ziyi, still the top academy." As expected." He nodded. "The students in this year's top academy are indeed strong. That kid from the mammoth family is good, and there's the mutated megalodon, right? Does he have any plans yet?" That guy had already been claimed. The one he voluntarily followed was right there watching the uncle and nephew. Nwomi pouted. "Haven't interacted much. Don't know." Bai Ziyi nodded, having wiped off the saliva but still holding Sukuwei's hand. "Why didn't you go back to school?" Holding hands in front of his nephew without a hint of embarrassment, he asked casually. "Even second place gets an award. If you came here, you probably can't make it back in time. It's not interesting." "Doesn't matter if I skip it." Nwomi twirled a strand of hair from the lounge chair around his finger. Pink strands coiled around his dark finger, the contrast stark. Bai Ziyi glanced at them. "Sister, I brought fresh seal. Let's eat it together." Nwomi looked up with a provocative smile, saying, "Oh, I forgot little uncle doesn't like noise or greasy food." "Then well, go outside. There are bugs in the bamboo grove. What if they bite, sister?" "Seal is too fatty. How could it compare to the sweetness of bamboo shoots?" "And where can you go? There's no land on this planet with Bai Nwomi's name on it." Nwomi opened his mouth to retort, then frowned, looking off to the side. The little white bear, having been disciplined by his uncle's spirit beast, returned dejectedly. Still unwilling to concede, it bared its teeth behind the panda, only to be pressed into the dirt by another paw. The little white bear's fur was disheveled, looking pitiful and miserable. Its fierce gaze met Sukuwei's, instantly softening into a pitiful downward glance, whimpering softly. Sukuwei withdrew her hand in hair, beckoning to the little white bear. The bear, which moments ago had all its limbs intact, now limped over, tremblingly lifting a paw as if to complain. Sukuwei brushed the bamboo leaves from its fluffy head. "Second place is still impressive. In my heart, little bear is the best little bear." The little white bear's cute face broke into a smile. Nwomi shot a sidelong glance at his uncle. The panda, having just disciplined its unruly junior, stared blankly at her with its round eyes. Slowly it shifted its bottom, curling into a ball with its back to Sukuwei like a plump leaky dumpling. "Bai Ziyi. Nwomi, your father says he misses you. You should go home and see them." He leaned close to Sukuwei, murmuring with a low laugh, "Out with the new, in with the old. He's just a child. How could he know as much as I do?" Sukuwei whispered in his ear, "To be precise, he's the old one." Nwomi drawled, whining sis, to whispering secrets behind my back. What a flirtatious uncle and a tea-drinking nephew. But these two bears from the Bai family were quite amusing. Because of Bai Nwomi's arrival, the third bonding never got a chance to begin. Sukuwei wasn't in a hurry. There was something more important than Bai Ziyi now. Nini was currently in the midst of a shattered worldview, rebuilding it. Sukuwei paid her special attention, having people monitor her movements, afraid that foolish cat might in a moment of despair confront Leithmar directly or do something reckless. Given Nini's personality, that possibility couldn't be ruled out. Sukuwei had seen many like her. When hurt by someone close, their first instinct wasn't to fight back but to punish the other by dying. Losing the will to live, defying biological instinct to seek death, trying to evoke regret in others through the loss of life. At such times they would inevitably appear pale and sorrowful, utterly heartbroken. "See? You've lost me forever." Sukuwei couldn't empathize with this mindset, she even found it baffling. No one who truly loves you would ever hurt you. Likewise, what use is the regret and apology of someone who can only be punished by your death? So when the guard team reported that Nini had run out, Sukuwei set aside everything else, abandoned the uncle and nephew, and went to do what was more important. It was too dangerous for Nini to go out now. The Truth Organization was still lurking, watching. Though they hadn't traced anything here yet, Sukuwei hadn't bothered to have Xiaohuan cover it up. The uncle and nephew had been making veiled jabs at each other for ages, only for the central figure to walk away without a backward glance. "Nwomi, I came all this way, didn't even get to say a few words, and the fresh seal I specially brought is untouched. What a cold sister." He ruffled his spirit beast's head roughly, muttering, "She seems so considerate." Bai Ziyi straightened his sleeves, nodding in agreement. Nwomi changed his tune, "But I like it." Sukuwei caught the runaway kitten. Nini's mood was visibly terrible, barely maintaining her composure when she first saw Su Kuei. Su Kuei crouched down, stroking the kitten's back. In just a short time it felt bony under her touch. Are you going to find that father of yours? To ask him if he was really using you, deceiving you? I don't believe it. Nini's eyes widened in bewilderment. Father wouldn't do that to me. Father loves me. Father said he loves us, that he's our only family. Her words were incoherent and jumbled. The psychological shock she had suffered in one night was indeed too great. Su Kuei did not provoke her further. She picked up the ragdoll cat with one hand and grasped Nini's icy fingers. I believe you love him. No child doesn't love their own family. But let's calm down first, okay? Going to ask him like this, you won't get any results. After all, she hadn't had the chance to leave a mental brand on Letty Mar. He wouldn't speak the truth. If she let Nini go there unprepared, she might easily be swayed back to square one. Su Kuei didn't want her efforts to go to waste. It would be better to tell this little kitten about her father's misdeeds, prepare her mentally, and then let her go back. As a guide, Nini had soothed countless people since learning the skill, but she had never experienced being soothed herself. Su Kuei leaned in, connecting through their mental link. The ragdoll cat with its dull fur let out a panic mew. But soon the fur softened and its body slumped, rolling from its side onto its back, emitting a vague rumbling purr that grew louder and louder. What are you doing? Nini was still lost in her pain, but Su Kuei drew her into a soothing session, momentarily making her forget even her father. How is this possible? Can guides soothe each other? Of course they can. There's nothing impossible about it. Su Kuei cupped Nini's face. Her cheeks were small, her features delicate, soft and pleasant to the touch. I can guarantee that everything I do is not meant to hurt you. Would you like to hear my thoughts on this matter? You can refuse me or push me away right now. They're all using me. Large tears splashed onto Su Kuei's palm. Nini bit her lip, stifling sobs as she asked, and you? Are you using me too? What do you want to use me for? That word isn't quite right between us. If I must put it that way, mutual benefit might be more fitting. I help you see the people around you clearly, and you help me accomplish what I want. If you're unwilling, you can leave now, pretend none of this happened, and go back to living in the sanctuary. Su Kuei patted her head. Your father is campaigning for you. He wants you to take the position of vice deacon. He'll build you up and smear chestnut. The nutrient fluid incident won't affect him at all. Believe me, Yite will become the scapegoat. Or someone even lower, not even touching Yite. They'll find a fall guy. And he, along with Letty Mar, will act as innocent, pitiable men deceived by their subordinates. They'll appear more pained and shocked than anyone, then before everyone cruelly decide to personally dismiss their own subordinates, voluntarily confess their guilt and utter words about having no face to beg for the victim's forgiveness. Then a crowd will rise up on the Starnet. They'll sing praises of Letty Mar and the Radiance team's past virtues, claiming they too are victims who shouldn't bear the blame of disloyal subordinates. They'll not only clear their names and escape unscathed, but also garner a great deal of sympathy. The biggest loss in the whole affair will be shutting down a single factory. And factories like that there are countless more in the shadows. Nini's eyes widened, her curled lashes wet with tears. It's not just about the regular nutrient fluid. What about that heat avoidance medicine? Do you know its ingredients? Did Letty Mar ever tell you about the side effects? Father said there would be a little discomfort, but it would pass quickly. Su Kuei handed her a medical report. This is the examination result from the Radiance team members. The same substance was found in their blood, a substance with addictive properties. Excluding factors like diet, the only commonality is that they all received your soothing. If you don't believe me, ask Yite. He's Letty Mar's right-hand man. No one knows the inside story better than him. The report was of course fake. The little octopus had diligently forged it, producing a dizzying array of data. Su Kuei had shown it to the professor, who asked whose it was and warned her that the person needed to break the addiction. The so-called inside story was also false, but the mental brand was enough to make the Radiance team members believe it. They genuinely thought they were helping Letty Mar add addictive substances to the heat avoidance medicine. The Radiance team members believed it, Nini believed it, and the Truth Organization believed it too. Only Letty Mar, the party involved, remained completely unaware. Nini's trembling hand took out the badge her father had personally pinned on her. Whether in the Truth Organization later when she discarded everything and fled, or when she was tricked into the processing plant and searched, she had always kept this badge safe. The light sword and rose on it were as pristine as ever. It's all fake. They're all lying to me. No one loves me. Su Kuei leaned in and hugged her. Before you learn to love yourself, I can temporarily love you in your place. Evil. Truly too evil. How could a person be so evil? Su Kuei silently cursed herself as she walked, followed by her guard team. Having just soothed the kitten and taught her what to do next, news came that Kwanzaa had briefly stopped breathing. When Su Kuei arrived, he was fully immersed in a medical pod. Inside the pod, the transparent gel-like medical fluid wet his black hair, plastering it to his cheeks. Even with his eyes closed, he frowned unconsciously as if in great pain. The doctors performed emergency treatment, managing to pull him back. Seeing Su Kuei arrive, the others left. They didn't move him further, only opened the pod's lid so they could talk. Su Kuei sat in the chair beside him, reaching in to touch his fingers. They were icy cold, devoid of warmth. His fingers stirred and he slowly opened his eyes. His unfocused gaze gradually sharpened, reflecting that hint of pink, and a faint smile appeared. "You're here." He couldn't speak, only curled his fingers to hook around hers. "Can you hold on a little longer?" Su Kuei leaned over, brushing the black hair from his cheek. "Hold on just a bit more, okay? The vote for vice deacon is almost over. The 2 new vice deacons have too shallow a foundation. I hope you can help them. If this is what you want." Kwanzaa blinked slowly. Su Kuei soothed him once more. Because the spiritual landscape was on the verge of collapse, she acted with great caution, drawing no energy from it. Kwanzaa increasingly needed her by his side, and Su Kuei graciously agreed. She stayed in his room, openly taking out her energy gun and firing at the bullseye on the wall. With the auto-aim and tracking function, hitting the target was effortless. A remark Nixin had made earlier proved true: female guides were generally far too frail. So much so that even when armed they could easily have their weapons taken away. "What do you think about me writing a book? Specifically for female guides?" The row of bullseyes on the wall was pockmarked from the energy blasts. Su Kuei swung the gun around and asked Kwanzaa, "First, I'd tell every woman the importance of increasing their strength." He blinked. Even without words, through their bond, Su Kuei could sense most of his emotions. Rule 1 of the Sentinel User's Manual: Strength, Weapons, or Wisdom, Courage. You must possess at least one. She turned back with a smile, her voice as sweet as when Kwanzaa first met her. "I memorized that guidebook and initially studied it like an authoritative textbook. Later I realized it was indeed authoritative. All the benefits were skewed towards Sentinels. Rule 2 of that guidebook is..." The energy gun emitted a faint popping sound as each shot pulverized the bullseye. "Don't skimp on physical contact. When the other party doesn't resist, appropriate touch helps build rapport." "How about that? I remember it well, don't I? I haven't forgotten a single word. So rule 2 of my Sentinel manual is: don't be too kind or lenient with your Sentinel. Unconditional concessions and boundless indulgence only earn you entitled encroachment. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm right?" Kwanzaa smiled helplessly. Now able to move slightly, he expressed a desire to be close to her. Since Su Kuei was practicing her aim, she left her spirit creature with him. He now held the sea anemone to his chest, his pale fingers gently touching it, his gaze lingering on Su Kuei. And that rule about maintaining a long-term bond after linking. That one doesn't need major changes, just an addition after screening: keep the excellent and obedient Sentinels by your side as a guard team. But this rule only applies to dark guides. Ordinary guides should avoid bonding altogether. That needs to be added. The more Su Kuei spoke, the more she feared forgetting. She paused her shooting and wrote it all on her optical computer. "There's one more question I've never asked you." Suddenly recalling something else, Su Kuei leaned closer to Kwanzaa. "Why are guides spirit creatures inherently weaker than Sentinels and harder to upgrade? Does this have anything to do with the incubation pod?" He was clearly startled by the sudden question, shaking his head, his gaze seeming to say it's just natural selection. There really isn't that much conspiracy. "Su Kuei, I don't believe it. Who controls the incubation pod now? I want to get my hands on it." Su Kuei pondered. Kwanzaa wasn't surprised by her reaction. He merely chuckled softly. Was she telling him all this because she trusted him enough, or because he was a dying man? He closed his eyes, pulled Su Kuei's hand over and wrote on it: joint oversight by several forces with big data monitoring. Su Kuei understood immediately upon seeing this combination. Then there's definitely something wrong. She was always overly confident in her own ideas. Once she set her mind on something, even if it wasn't that way, she would twist it to fit her assumptions. He had never encountered such a personality before. Kwanzaa found it a bit headache-inducing. How was this child raised, and by whom, to be so peculiar? His gentle persuasion fell on deaf ears, and she even retorted that he was too naive. Kwanzaa. He gave up trying to stop her. His gentle persuasion fell on deaf ears, and she even retorted that he was too naive. Kwanzaa. He gave up trying to stop her. Perhaps that was for the best. Are you sad? Su Kuei noticed his melancholy. She was always perceptive. And her comfort was exceptionally sweet.
Because I have others by my side. But no one can replace you. I will always remember you. Sukuei reached out a hand and he wrote on it, if only I could have met you sooner. Sukuei deciphered the characters and laughed. Yes, what a pity. If it had been earlier, perhaps Kwanzakai wouldn't have to die. Then the current situation would have shifted. But unfortunately that possibility no longer existed. Nini, who had learned what to do from her, still had to return to the sanctuary after composing herself. After learning the truth, she couldn't bring herself to soothe Yite and the others anymore. Just seeing their familiar faces made her heart ache. I know you can't accept it right now. But the Radiance team needs to go back with you. Sukuei slipped a hair tie onto Nini's wrist. It was one of the souvenirs she had bought at Yowling Star. Contact me if anything comes up. She watched Nini board the starship and secretly sent 2 hyenas to follow. The heat-repelling medicine from the Black Tower had already been distributed. After seeing Nini off, she lined up to collect hers. Annie and Miss Lemming asked her on their optical computers if she knew what this stuff was. The Star Network had disclosed the ingredients and effects of the heat-repelling medicine, one of which was reducing the probability of guides being infected by Sentinel's emotions. The Star Network had disclosed the ingredients and effects of the heat-repelling medicine, one of which was reducing the probability of guides being infected by Sentinel's emotions. The reason? You'll find out soon enough. This batch of heat-repelling medicine was short-acting and required injection about the size of a thumb. Shaking it revealed a pale golden liquid inside. The reason? You'll find out soon enough. This batch of heat-repelling medicine was short-acting and required injection about the size of a thumb. Shake. Zalilio, forced by his sister to clock, and glanced over and furrowed his brow slightly, his antennae swaying. Here. He handed over a repaired insectoid toy, the same one that had been broken last time. He had taken it and somehow managed to restore it to its original state. Besides that, he brought something else this time. Kikihua is a protected plant too scarce to justify further artificial picking. So I made this. The purple-blue box shimmered with iridescence, as beautiful and dreamlike as his wings. Opened, it revealed a tiny bookmark shaped like a kikihua. The soft pink-white petals drooped slightly, clustered together with a hazy layer of gentle pink-white mist floating above them. What is that? She pointed at the lifelike mist, her fingers brushing against it, feeling a coolness as if she were touching real clouds. Last time someone gave her a preserved kuekue flower, but she hadn't seen this before. Pollen. It's what causes them to explode. Zalilio was still fully armed, having put on his gloves before arriving. He sat in his designated spot and said, during the blooming season the pollen of the kuekue flower floats into the air, forming a continuous haze that drifts peacefully with the wind. But if the magnetic field is off at that moment, they explode. It once injured tourists who came to see it, an incident known as the kuekue flower event. Even now there are still many signs in the area to keep visitors away. His antennae twitched as he spoke, and Zalilio's gaze fell on Sukuei's hand. What is that? It doesn't smell very good. Heat repellent. Are you going to inject that? Zalilio said, I don't know the ingredients, but I suggest you be cautious. Sukuei asked him. Why? All medications have risks. Unless absolutely necessary, none of my family members accept any drugs. And I've never heard of this kind of medicine. In this soothing room, Sukuei had prepared a separate sofa for Zalilio alone, only brought out by the robot when he visited. Now he sat there looking less resistant. You might not know, but your sister does. Sukuei rested her chin on her hand. In your family, your sister is the next heir, isn't she? Zalilio nodded. I'm not interested in those things. I can tell. Between the siblings, Sukuei was more intrigued by the sister. But that sister was too clever and cautious, unwilling to get close to outside guides, and never came again. As for her mention of considering a guard team, take it with a grain of salt. Sukuei never took it seriously either. The younger brother before her, seemingly aloof, reminded Sukuei of her own brother. Both appeared unapproachable but were actually endearingly naive. Zalilio fluttered his wings. What are you thinking? Sukuei replied, I'm thinking about your spirit. Can I see it today? His lips moved. Sukuei continued, to outsiders, you've accepted many treatments from me, yet not only is there no effect, but it's also getting worse. She pointed at his forehead. If word gets out, it really hurts my reputation. My perfect 5-star rating might lose a star because of you. Zalilio said, then I won't come anymore. Sukuei remarked, oh, because the guide's treatment is ineffective. The Morpho Goddess angrily ends the therapy. Zalilio insisted, that's not what I meant. He started frowning again. So young yet so prone to furrowing his brow. It was only his natural beauty that kept any wrinkles from forming, or else his ethereal charm would have diminished. I understand. You're not that kind of person. Su Kuei smiled. But I truly want to heal my patient. I disinfected before coming. Today let's just achieve a small goal. Let your butterfly touch my flower, okay? Flower. Zaliluo's gaze swept over the clustered blooms in the room, naturally recalling the fake insect he had discovered among them. He had tried to fix it himself, spending several nights studying without success. When his sister saw him holding that thing, she looked surprised and disgusted. Later Su Kuei mentioned it was a gift from a beaver, suggesting that finding the beaver himself might allow for repairs. So Zaliluo tracked down the Sentinel known for architecture. The moment the Sentinel saw the model, he cried out in heartache, exclaiming that he had made it. His spirit ran out limping and barking at him. The Sentinel explained that he had been gnawing on a tree overnight and got hit by a falling branch but hadn't told the guide. He also asked Zaliluo not to tell her. Zaliluo pressed his lips tightly and gave a slight nod. Now the repaired toy was placed back among the flowers by Su Kuei, with only a small part of its body visible, realistic enough to deceive. It made Zaliluo extremely uncomfortable. It was like finding a toy cockroach with only its antennae poking out from under a pillow. Even knowing it was fake, it stuck in one's throat like a fishbone, unsettling for anyone. Su Kuei pretended not to notice his frequent glances, and after making her suggestion, unsurprisingly saw a look of rejection on his face. Having his spirit touch the flower hiding the cockroach toy. Zaliluo couldn't do it. Su Kuei rolled up her sleeves. Not that flower. This one. The tattoo on her arm was still vibrant, and she emphasized it had been disinfected. Same species, no bugs, disinfected, just one touch. With that comparison it seemed less unbearable. Zaliluo was still hesitating when his spirit flew out. It fluttered gracefully before Su Kuei, its antennae quivering from a few meters away, sensing enough of her presence. Confirming no aversion, it lightly flew past her eyes and briefly touched her arm with its feet. A butterfly's feet have sensitive taste receptors. They use them to lightly touch pollen and savor the fragrance. As Su Kuei felt that faint touch, the butterfly naturally tasted her. Zaliluo folded his wings and abruptly stood up. I need to go back. Su Kuei pulled down her sleeve. All right. As he walked out, he noticed her following and glanced back. No need to see me off. Su Kuei admired his beautiful profile. The seamless connection between his antennae and skin resembled two strands of hair standing up. His violet-blue pupils shifted, wings folded behind him, white stripes like a galaxy running through. All right. But some friends of mine just arrived, so I'm going out to greet them. Zaliluo murmured. Su Kuei admired his magnificent wings from behind, her gaze lingering on his raised antennae. She longed to touch them. What would they feel like? Sensing her stare, Zaliluo turned sharply and met Su Kuei's friendly smile. Being watched like that made him uneasy, but Su Kuei's gaze was so candid that he couldn't bring himself to say, stop staring at my antennae. Such mutations were indeed troublesome, but to accept her soothing. Shaosun. Neishin. Zaliluo lifted his long lashes and halted his steps. Su Kuei walked past him to greet her friends. Liantian, you came too. The Black Swan said with reserve. I happened to meet Shaosun and he mentioned you were here, so I dropped by. Dropped by. Shaosun looked at him. Could he find his way to wherever Su Kuei was? Neishin didn't think much. He had only one purpose in coming. If he hadn't promised Su Kuei, he wouldn't have come. He had to get back to studying. The boy with dark blue hair ran over, puffing out his chest, and said boldly, come on. Shaosun covered his eyes. Su Kuei. He shouted so loudly for her to touch that Su Kuei momentarily suspected Nixin had been possessed. Shililua also looked over, his expression unchanged, but his pupils trembling, clearly startled by the overly forward junior. Shaosun covered his eyes. Nixin, say the whole thing. Nixin, I did say it all. Hurry up and touch, I need to get back after this. He urged Su Kuei. Su Kuei, touch what? She rarely wore such a puzzled expression. Shaosun paused, then pressed his lips into a smile. The first place prize this time isn't a trophy, it's a combat suit. He promised you could touch the first place reward. Su Kuei understood. Shililuo's spread wings slowly folded back. It seemed there was indeed such a thing. Su Kuei placed her hand on his forearm. The combat suit looked highly advanced. Shaosun wore the same model, indicating one for each member of the first place team. As she touched Nizin's trophy, Shililua chatted with Shaosun. They were from the same school and their families had good relations. Before the league, Shililua had even shared some of his past competition experiences. The combat suit's texture was smooth but not flimsy, the deep blue making the skin appear even paler. The young man, full of collagen, looked vibrant in it. Nixin squinted with a smile. It tickles when you touch me like this. His eyes curved into crescents, revealing a mouthful of sharp white shark-like teeth.
This inevitably reminded Su Kuei of the sensation she felt when she touched them during their last bonding.
Back then Nixin pulled her hand down and said, "They're very sharp, they'll cut you."
Su Kuei had only brushed her fingertip against them like grazing a blade's edge and asked, "Then do you ever bite your own tongue?"
"No. I'm not that clumsy."
He seemed to find it strange that others touched his teeth, so he naturally extended his tongue to lick them, his expression carrying no seduction, only an untouched innocence. Now noticing Su Kuei staring at his teeth again, Nixin scratched his head and muttered, "Your taste is really peculiar." Su Kuei hummed in agreement, leaned in and whispered, "What about your fins and tail?
Can you still manifest them now?" Nixin glanced at her, stepping back warily. "I can. But I won't show you. You touch me in a way that feels strange. That was me calming and healing you."
They spoke with heads together, causing Xiaosun, who was chatting with the senior, to frequently lose focus. Shi Liluan noticed where his attention was and also looked over. The family of the radiant goddess Morpho Butterfly, though not entirely reclusive, did not interact with the outside world as frequently as other families. Although they attended the same school, he had only recently heard about the top academy producing a high-level sentinel from a remote planet. His spirit animal was a mutated megalodon, formidable and powerful. In this year's cohort, only Xiaosun could fight him to a draw. His sister Xia had mentioned that many factions were trying to recruit this genius. But all were refused on the grounds that he was still in school.
The one before him must be that megalodon.
Shi Lilua had initially assumed such a genius would be arrogant. But now looking at him, there was no arrogance, only a hint of helplessness. He was muttering something under his breath. Su Kuei watched him, her expression calm. After a moment of eye contact, he finally gave in, scratching his head, bent down and turned his ear towards her. A patch of tiny dark cyan dermal denticles manifested behind his ear and Su Kuei reached out to touch them.
Shark scales are different from those of other fish, almost imperceptible to the naked eye.
They are shield-shaped, regularly overlapping on the skin.
Hard and sharp in texture, they reduce water resistance during swimming, allowing for more agile movement in the water. As Su Kuei's fingers glided over them, Nixin squirmed as if a bug had been dropped inside his clothes, tilting his head and repeatedly asking if she was done. Su Kuei said no, so he had to stay bent over. The junior who had been speaking suppressed his smile, and the other unfamiliar one also pressed his lips together. Shi Lilua said thoughtfully, "Are you too close?" "Xiaosun mm."
She was the first guide to calm us down. Before that our fluctuation values kept acting up and we relied on her help. He glanced at Shi Lilua and asked, "Did you come to her for treatment?"
"I remember your family has a guide senior. Just putting on a show for Xia."
Shi Lilua, "I won't accept soothing from anyone." Lian Tian, who overheard this, was inexplicably given a look by Xiaosun.
He coughed lightly, covering his mouth. He hadn't worn his school uniform today, opting for a combat suit for convenience.
It looked good on him, but Su Kuei's glances towards him had noticeably decreased.
Seeing her attention entirely on Nixin, the little swan looked down at his own clothes.
He suddenly said he had to leave for a moment, and when he returned he had changed outfits. It was a crowblue antique-style garment modified to be much sharper and suitable for daily activities, paired with a matching earring that hung like a drop of water from his left ear.
Feeling their gazes, Lian Tian said nonchalantly, "The combat suit got torn by accident. Combat suit materials don't damage easily."
"So did you just go fight an insect race?" Su Kuei really liked the clothes. The cyan earring dangled before her eyes and she smiled at Lian Tian.
The swan subtly straightened his back even more.
Xiaosun looked at him quietly, then at Shi Lilua.
"Shi Lilua. What is that look supposed to mean?" Nixin had already straightened up.
He hadn't noticed the subtle, delicate emotional shifts, and after fulfilling his promise to let Su Kuei touch, he prepared to return to school. He still had his history book to memorize. Turning around, he happened to lock eyes with the guard squad who had come to find Su Kuei. Seeing them naturally take their positions behind her, Xiaosun asked, "I heard you have a guard squad now.
Are these seniors the ones?" Su Kuei nodded. Nixin turned his head. "You have a guard squad."
He looked at the fully black-clad sentinels. They were covered up so well that nothing could be discerned.
Nixin sized them up, and they sized up this young upstart. Before Head even left school, he was already boasting about being a guide's follower.
By the time he came of age, there would be no room left by the guide's side.
Su Kuei said frankly, "Yes, every pure-type guide has one. But the guard squad and followers are different. You are you and they are they. Since I promised you, I will reserve a spot for you. Of course you need to grow quickly too." Nixin nodded.
"That's for sure. You don't need to reserve it.
When I come of age, none of them will be able to beat me. I'll take the spot by force."
The young man was very confident, very arrogant.
The hyena captain shot him a glance.
Shi Lilua also showed a hint of surprise. He had rejected all the major families just to follow a guide. Although pure types were indeed rare, Shililua still couldn't comprehend this behavior. With attention stolen once again, Lien Tian hadn't even spoken before his spirit animal couldn't hold back and emerged. After meticulously grooming its wings, it strutted over to Su Kuei, eyes fixed straight ahead. It wanted to be her guard, her follower too. But with so many people around, it felt too shy to speak. After several hesitant attempts, even Shililua couldn't bear to watch anymore. What was wrong with this batch of students? They were all so strange. Shililua suffered from severe germophobia, and despite the advanced medical technology of the interstellar era, his condition remained uncured. It was innate and he saw no issue with it, thus he had no desire to seek treatment. Shililua disliked standing outside to chat with others, so after exchanging a few words with Xiaosun, he departed. Su Kuei waved him goodbye. As his sleeve slid down, revealing the painted patterns on his arms, Shililua instinctively recalled that brief touch. The taste of her lingered on his spiritual entity's gustatory organs. That unfamiliar trace of flavor invaded his entire mind, impossible to ignore. Fluttering his wings rapidly a few times, Shililuo's exquisite face turned icy cold and he left with a stern expression. The remaining 3 students encircled Su Kuei. She asked Nixin, "Why aren't you going back to study?" Nixin tapped on his light brain, pulled up learning materials and changed his answer, "I can study here." "Aren't you all in a hurry to return?" Su Kuei smiled and looked at the other 2. "No rush. After the league, there's a half-month period for self-adjustment and study before the official semester begins." The Interstellar Sentinel school model was different, and this was the first time Su Kuei had heard of it. Were they really so confident in letting students study on their own? Seeing they all agreed, she invited them to visit Quan Zikaiu's place. "I promised to accompany him as much as possible, so I can only take you there. Would you mind?" Nixin didn't care where he went, he wasn't familiar with this person. Xiaosun and Liantian had met him before, as the relationship between Sentinel families and guide leaders was always somewhat delicate. But they were still students, not yet deeply involved in such matters. Su Kuei also said there was no other intention, and if they felt uncomfortable they could go elsewhere. Xiaosun said, "Well, follow your lead." With that, Su Kuei brought them back. Quan Zikaiu, hearing about this from Su Kuei, smiled and said, "You decide." He was seriously ill and usually didn't see outsiders, but upon learning that among the 3 were Su Kuei's followers, he decided to meet them. Xiaosun and the others were brought in and politely greeted him. Su Kuei sat beside the treatment pod and introduced them. When it was Nizin's turn, she said softly, "That's the little shark." Quan Zikaiu's gaze focused on him. After observing for a moment, he nodded. "He's a very energetic young man. His spiritual entity is also powerful. He and your guard team should be able to protect you." "Not protect me," Su Kuei corrected, "they follow me." Quan Zikaiu amended, "All right. Follow. My mistake." He lacked energy and soon showed signs of fatigue after speaking a few words. Xiaosun and the others tactfully took their leave. Su Kuei walked out with them, noting how remarkably disciplined these miners were. Back in their rooms, they immediately pulled out their courses to study, and when tired got up to train balancing work and rest with a self-discipline that was truly impressive. No wonder they came from the top interstellar academies. There was a gravity training room, so they increased the settings and sparred inside. Without weapons, barehanded, each punch landed solidly on flesh. Their spiritual entities engaged in a melee nearby, seemingly more excited than their owners. Su Kuei watched from outside for a while, then pinched her own arm and picked some equipment she knew how to use for exercise. After a while, the gravity training room fell silent as the group went to clean up, but the spiritual entities pushed open the door and ran out. 3 of them approached Su Kuei. The megalodon gently bumped her back, its intelligent eyes slanting toward her. Su Kuei pressed her hand against its nose and pushed, and it retreated accordingly. A shark's nose is highly sensitive. The moment she pressed it, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. Rolling his eyes, he bumped into her again, and Su Kuei pushed back. Seeming to find this amusing, he became addicted to the game. Su Kuei raised her hand again, but it was wrapped by a trunk. Turning back, the young yet massive elephant grinned as if laughing. It coiled its trunk around her waist and placed her on its back, joyfully bounding around the room, causing the black swan that approached to miss. It flapped its wings and chased after them, the breeze brushing past Su Kuei's legs. Training rooms were usually equipped with cleaning areas, no need to undress as water currents automatically enveloped and cleaned, also featuring drying functions. Nixin had just stepped in when he suddenly shuddered. Xiaosun asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Nixin ran his hand through his dark blue hair, pushing it back, his lashes damp with mist, and said somewhat irritably, "She's touching me again. I'm supposed to be the apex predator of the marine food chain. Show some respect for the megalodon's danger." And she was still holding his head and rubbing his nose. Nixin had only just realized that his spiritual entity's nose was a sensitive spot. Now she was poking at his gills. The sensation of his entire spiritual entity being touched was hard to describe, making him feel extremely awkward and uncomfortable. Xiaosun pursed his lips about to speak when suddenly his face flushed red. Su Kuei was rubbing his spiritual entity's ears and leaning in to whisper his name inside. The young elephant struggled to resist the urge to flap its ears. Liantian also remained silent. The three of them fell into an inexplicable quiet. This was the most terrifying creature in the world. With just her hands she could make a megalodon roll over and show its belly. Su Kuei had once pulled open her brother's cat's ears and shouted its name into the ear canal. Every time the cat would violently shake its head, producing a series of undulating meows. Seated on the elephant's back, she looked at its large ears and suddenly leaned down to blow into them. Xiaosun. Xiaosun. The mammoth didn't shake its ears, but it stomped its feet restlessly, its eyes glistening as it looked at her. Its trunk curled over, gently wrapping around Su Kuei's wrist, yet it wasn't a refusal. Having teased the first two, she didn't neglect the remaining black swan. As Su Kuei stroked its long neck, the black swan subtly lifted its head, making it easier for her to caress. Moving downward, she pinched the soft flesh of its breast. The texture was pleasing and she weighed it in her hand. Since it didn't resist such touches, their owners must be willing. If the spiritual entity didn't say no, then it meant yes. After a long while, the three emerged cleansed and still radiating vibrant heat. Their hair clung damply to their faces. Nixian had a bruise on his lip and Ziosen's face was slightly swollen. Liantian, however, was neatly dressed with no visible injuries. This wasn't because he was stronger than the other two, but because he was particularly careful to protect his face. What a scheming swan! Su Kuei asked, why didn't you get treatment? Such minor injuries aren't necessary. Nixin came over to retrieve his spiritual entity, but it refused, resting its snout on Su Kuei's leg. What a marine puppy! Su Kuei petted it, pried open its massive mouth to look inside, observing the shark's oral environment. She nodded at his words, then casually poked the mammoth's nostrils. Among the three, she seemed closer to the other two. Liantian knew that Nixin was her follower, and Xiaosun had also expressed the same intention. He looked down at his clothes. After the battle, he had subconsciously changed into a style she would notice. When Liantian invited her out alone, Su Kuei felt no surprise at all. As she had anticipated, he brought up his desire to become her follower. Su Kuei gave him the same answer she had given Xiaosun, this matter, wait until you come of age to approach me again. His translucent ruby-red eyes revealed bewilderment, his cyan earrings swaying gently with his emotions. Why is it that only Nixin is allowed? Because he is strong. I will grow too. He conveyed this meaning, and Su Kuei smiled. Because he can make decisions for himself. I don't want to be held accountable by Captain of the 7 Days. My father. The 7 Days team was formidable, and Su Kuei desired their allegiance. However, their captain was a man of devoted love, whether genuine or feigned. Su Kuei had no intention of disrupting it. Thus she had initially set her sights on the vice-captain, the Fennec Fox, and later allowed Liantian to approach her, letting him believe his advances were unnoticed, partly because he was the child of 7 Days. With Liantian in hand, how could 7 Days not stand by her side? Ancient Earth tactics were still effective in the interstellar era. A child is his weakness. This thought was both venomously shrewd and starkly terrifying. Liantian was astute. He understood the reason behind Su Kuei's rejection. Knowing it wasn't because she despised him, this little swan breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He assured Su Kuei, this is my own affair, I can take responsibility for myself. Su Kuei replied, very well. But you must handle your father on your own. Liantian said, I will. I won't let those matters disturb you. Upon hearing this, she indeed revealed a beautiful smile, her curved eyes brimming with sweetness. She leaned over, caressed his face, and praised how handsome he looked in his attire. Nini returned to the sanctuary. From afar, the towering structure was visible, with Fanlan's statue standing at the forefront. The original founder of the sanctuary. Nini had studied the deeds of that predecessor. In this regard, the sanctuary did not teach much, merely mentioning her in passing through the annals of history, introducing her as one of the few female leaders who, in an era before sentinels and guides, led half of the members in several resistance movements to fight for their interests. Her father said the consequences of those resistance movements were a sharp decline in population, which in turn led to a slowdown in economic growth, a drop in overall vitality, and a weakening of technological innovation, a cascade of negative effects. Thus the guides within the sanctuary were baffled as to why the statue remained. They complained that it was too tall, blocking sunlight and obstructing the path out. Discussions about removing it had been ongoing, and now action had been taken. When Nini returned, she happened to see a robot pushing the statue away. What are you doing? You can't do this. She quickened her pace, instinctively wanting to protest, but the words caught in her throat as she recalled Su Kuei's advice. Don't rush to change anything, act like the original Nini. The original Nini would do nothing. If she had never visited Ringing Bellstar or learned the true causes of the resistance standing here now, she would not feel this sorrow. When other guides in the sanctuary saw her, some were astonished, others envious. There were even those who disliked her because their father favored her. They would mock her with sarcastic remarks. Trapped within the confines of the sanctuary, their vision was limited to its boundaries. Nini had suffered much harm from her peers. Once when her father inadvertently discovered it, he comforted her with tenderness and personally tended to her wounds. At that time Nini believed she must be her father's most beloved child. Her heart was immersed in the joy and satisfaction of being cherished. She wanted to repay her father by being his most obedient, most useful daughter. But now, gazing at this resplendent sanctuary, the emblem in her palm digging painfully into her skin, her mind endlessly replayed Su Kuei's words. First let him hurt you without restraint. Then I will come to save you. Doesn't this method feel familiar? You should recognize it, you've seen it many times. Yes, I have seen it many times. Nini's eyes widened, tears accumulating and trembling unsteadily. Just as her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, the chime of her light brain briefly diverted her attention. Nini wiped her eyes and activated the device. This too was a gift from Su Kuei. She had mocked Nini's previous light brain as a genius kid's phone watch. Nini had no idea what a phone watch was, so Su Kuei explained in ancient Earth parents wanted to keep tabs on their children but feared they'd be exposed to too much information and go astray. So they invented a communication tool with limited functions and many restrictions. Just like your children's version of the light brain. Nini had no idea what a phone watch was, so Su Kuei explained in ancient Earth parents wanted to keep tabs on their children but feared they'd be exposed to too much information and go astray. So they invented a communication tool with limited functions. If he asks, just say EET snatched it back for you from the Truth Organization. Don't worry, EET will handle any questions. EET. Why does he obey Su Kuei? And he seems to have no memory of what happened that day. Nini glanced back at EET. Because both pure-type guides were repulsed by him, he had largely retained his half-mutated form. Nini couldn't see his face, so she naturally had no idea what expression he wore. A message from Su Kuei appeared on her light brain. She asked if Nini had arrived and if the starship journey had been comfortable. It seemed she was truly fulfilling her promise, loving her with meticulous care. Nini felt like crying, yet also embarrassed. How could she have said those words? Now her feelings toward Su Kuei were tangled, part of her unconsciously dependent, part of her fearing she might be exploited. What exactly did Su Kuei want? Nini replied, I've arrived. Just as you said, the statue has been removed. Su Kuei responded swiftly, Radimar must not be present, right? He probably doesn't know about this. When he finds out, hell get angry, but in the end hell let it slide and the matter of the statue will be dropped. Just reading the words, Nini could almost hear Su Kuei's voice. Things were indeed as she had described. Radimar was absent, someone else was in charge. When Radimar returned and saw the statue gone, he publicly rebuked that person with a few words. Having heard Chestnut's various sharp reprimands from Su Kuei, Nini now found her father's scolding rather lackluster. The other party apologized for acting without authorization and several guides pleaded for leniency, saying the statue was indeed inconvenient. Radimar sighed softly. Forget it, you meant well. He did not order the statue to be brought back. Just as predicted, it was glossed over. In April of the Star Alliance year 3138, the toxic nutrient solution incident made headlines for the second time. Within a short period, violations at nutrient solution processing plants had been exposed twice, and the comprehensive inspections triggered by the previous wave had barely subsided. Moreover, prior to this, the Quality Inspection Bureau had stated that the nutrient solution incident was under control. Multiple organizations and agencies had also issued joint statements urging local authorities to permit the normal sale of nutrient solutions. This time, several well-known nutrient solution brands were implicated. Investigative robots also discovered that the factory sealed in the previous incident had resumed operations just a few days ago. The reason was an operational error by an intern who had mistakenly removed the nutrient solution processing plant from the blacklist. The public's emotions reached a boiling point. At this moment, even the sight of robot lovers splashing maintenance oil on each other could no longer divert their attention. One wave had yet to settle before another rose. Amid the uproar and panic over the nutrient solution incident, a different voice emerged on the StarNet. It began when a Sentinel noticed something abnormal. A hospital test revealed a positive blood result, leading him to suspect he had accidentally ingested an addictive substance. However, as more individuals, both Sentinels and guides, exhibited the same symptoms, suspicion ultimately fell upon the newly promoted heat suppressant. Meanwhile, the voting had concluded and the two deputy executors were confirmed. Both guides were scheduled to deliver speeches. On the day of the address, Quan Zakayu attended in person. Su Kuei accompanied him. Traveling by starship was a considerable strain for Kwanzaa, but fortunately Su Kuei remained by his side.
Well, get to meet Letty Mar this time, won't we?
Su Kuei smiled at him from the doorway.
I'm really looking forward to it. I've never seen him in person.
The Truth Organization had already begun its operations. She had sent Little Octopus back temporarily to help steer public opinion. When it came to confronting the Star Alliance High Command, no one was more proactive than the Truth Organization. For matters like this, once the ball was set in motion, others would naturally take over.
Su Kuei only needed to watch the show.
The planet where the Sanctum was located was not particularly rich in water resources. Its terrain consisted mainly of plains, mountains and depressions with a tropical desert climate and high average temperatures. A desert stretched across the outer periphery while the inner areas gradually grew lush with verdant vegetation and a riot of colorful flowers. Upon entering the central city, one was met with nothing but bustling prosperity, a futuristic technology that exuded a dazzling and chilling grandeur. This was the first time two positions had been established simultaneously, making the occasion momentous. Numerous attendees were present and the event was broadcast live across the entire StarNet.
Li Tuan and Nini were rehearsing their speeches.
Upon learning of Kwanzaa arrival, they came over to greet him.
Su Kuei greeted them from the side. Li Tuan was shocked. You're here too.
Then, remembering she was supposed to pretend not to know Su Kuei, she quickly covered her mouth and glanced around cautiously. She had been incredibly busy lately and hadn't had time to chat with Su Kuei.
It's fine, there's no one else here. Su Kuei looked at Nini. Why have you lost weight again? Haven't you been eating properly?
Nini had known Su Kuei was coming. Su Kuei had told her beforehand.
I haven't had much of an appetite.
Li Tuan watched them talk, one asking and the other answering, their manner so familiar. When had Su Kuei gotten so close to this ragdoll cat? She discreetly pulled Su Kuei aside and asked, what's going on? What did you do to her?
I feel like you two are acting strange. And she seems different from before.
Su Kuei smiled.
I didn't do anything.
All right, it's time for your speech.
Go ahead.
Li Tuan pouted but didn't press further.
The speech went smoothly.
Su Kuei also caught sight of Letty Mar. With his light golden hair and beard, he resembled a benevolent angel. Letty Mar noticed her as well. This was their first meeting. Su Kuei held Letty Mar's gaze for 2 seconds in silence. Suddenly a person rushed out from the side, pushed to the front and demanded loudly in front of the crowd, Deputy Executor Letty Mar, are you aware of the recent addictive heat suppressant incident?
The heat suppressant was promoted by the Sanctum.
What role did you play in this? The investors behind the nutrient solution processing plants are all your subordinates.
How do you explain this matter? Yite and others stepped forward to intervene.
Letty Mar fixed his gaze on the man and replied with only 4 solemn words, the pure will prove themselves. Su Kuei thought to herself that using idioms wouldn't help.
The 2 young guides had just ascended to their positions and were quite inexperienced in their duties.
Letty Mar was originally meant to guide them as a senior, but with Kwanzaa present he took over the task directly. He assigned his trusted assistant to help them grow, leaving no opportunity for Letty Mar to interfere. As the nutrient solution and heat suppressant scandals brewed and fermented while Letty Mar was busy with his pure will prove themselves, Su Kuei took the opportunity to enter the Sanctum for a tour.
Unexpectedly she ran into an acquaintance there. Su Kuei didn't have a strong memory of this person.
Only when the other person saw her and turned up his nose did vague recollections begin to surface. He was a guide from Captain Sitton's paternal family, a meticulously groomed curly-haired dandy who trimmed his nose hair and wore perfume. He looked down on her as a country bumpkin from a remote planet. Especially since this bumpkin was a pure type. He was also a product of the Sanctum and a supporter of Letty Mar. He still remembered Su Kuei. As he passed by he snorted and said with veiled meaning, think you've found yourself a backer, have you? I'd advise you not to celebrate too soon. I am indeed quite pleased, Su Kuei replied in a low voice.
So what if you're a high-ranking guide from the Sanctum? Didn't the Crocodile Squadron still willingly pledge themselves to me?
Also, your perfume is really strong and unpleasant.
Why haven't you changed it yet? His nostrils flared and he angrily accused her. How utterly rude.
Accusations of this magnitude had no effect on Su Kuei.
She shot back, and are you polite?
If you had any manners you'd apologize to me.
Your nose hair isn't trimmed properly today, it's an eyesore.
Having driven one guide away in a huff, she wandered around the place a bit longer before leaving, finding it uninteresting. After the removal of Fan Lan's statue there was nothing much to see here anymore. It was completely different from the original images preserved on the StarNet. It had indeed become another place entirely.
Kwanzaa briefly guided the 2 new deputy executors for a few days, leaving his assistant and foundations to them before retiring to rest nearby with Su Kuei.
They will hold their positions firmly. He lay in the treatment pod breathing with difficulty.
I want to bond with you again. Is that alright?
Sukue stroked his hair. Yes. Now even the movement of a spiritual entity consumed energy, so after the dragonfly had initially lingered outside it never returned to the mental landscape. Sukue leaned in, pressing her forehead against his as she slowly entered. The pure Type C anemone was careful not to add any extra burden to him. Inside she felt the traces she had left behind, the deep imprint of a mental brand etched into his mind now gradually fading. In a tropical desert climate the temperature difference between day and night can be significant. Fortunately the nearby sky is covered with energy membranes that regulate temperature and block ultraviolet rays, making the interior quite comfortable. After connecting, Kwanzakai fell into a deep sleep. Having had a rare good night's rest, he woke up refreshed the next day. They were staying at a tourist hotel far from the holy place, suspended in midair, providing an unobstructed view of the endless desert and oasis outside the window.
The weather is nice today, let's go for a walk.
Sukue lay on the bed scrolling through her holographic device, and upon hearing this she spat out a refusal, not going. Kwanzakai operated the medical pod to release himself, sitting in his interstellar wheelchair, gliding over to her side, gently taking her hand and speaking softly, "Will you walk with me?
I haven't been out for some fresh air in a long time."
Sukue looked at him. Her gaze lingered on his slightly brighter eyes for a moment and she nodded, putting away her holographic device. "All right then. But I won't push your wheelchair." "No need for you to push," Kwanzakai chuckled, "it operates fully automatically by brain command.
It's not like those old-fashioned ones that rely on human strength."
Indeed, it was highly intelligent, able to hover and even fly. Sukue was curious to try it out. The two of them left the hotel with Sukue's security team following at a distance, keeping their distance.
"Can we let them leave first?"
Kwanzakai glanced back. "There won't be any danger. I want today to be just the two of us." Sukue turned her head and waved her hand, and the ghostly security team stood in place watching them walk away. The air filtered by the energy membrane was still a bit warm, carrying the dryness of the desert against her face. Along the street there were stalls selling locally themed clothing, colorful skirts paired with matching headscarves and jewelry. As they passed by, Kwanzakai pulled her sleeve. "Do you like it?" He pointed to a set that matched Sukue's aesthetic and she immediately went inside to try it on. Standing in front of the mirror it looked beautiful. A sales robot glided over, flashing a heart icon and saying, "We also have men's styles here, shouldn't your female companion get one too?" In the interstellar world there are clothes that can mimic different styles. They usually appear quite ordinary but can intelligently simulate any other design primarily used in guild battles. The robot introduced that these clothes could also change colors and be adjusted freely. Sukue wore the original color scheme, feeling it looked very nice. However, for Kwanzakai she switched to pink, reasoning that pink also looks good. He merely smiled, tugging at the clothing on him, saying it was his first time wearing this color. The cities on this planet are highly entertaining, but they didn't venture to the crowded places, instead walking along the path leading to the oasis. Surrounded by sand, the path they walked on felt soft and warm underfoot, making a faint crunching sound.
There were also many heat-resistant plants, and massive mutated cacti were blooming.
These cacti were quite different from what Sukue recognized. They resembled another type of plant. Small golden flowers were packed closely together, making it feel like being in a cactus jungle surrounded by floral scents. Though it wasn't yet time for fruit to ripen, there were already vendors selling fruits. The fruits were as large as coconuts, and one could insert a straw to drink the sweet juice inside. It is said to be highly nutritious. Holding it slowly to drink while walking under the shade created by the cacti, Sukue inadvertently spotted a small curled-up creature. She handed the fruit to Kwanzakai for him to hold and walked over. The little creature lying at the base of the cactus was startled, leaping a distance and staring at Sukue with its mouth open, hissing at her. It was a palm-sized kitten. With round eyes and triangular ears, its brown fur was dotted with black spots resembling a small leopard. From a distance its black paws looked as if it were wearing 4 black gloves. Though small in size and quite adorable in appearance, it seemed to have a rather irritable temperament. When it bared its sharp teeth at her, its tail flicked rapidly. It was a Blackfoot cat. Sukue momentarily couldn't tell whether it was a real animal or someone's spiritual entity that had wandered out. She released her own spiritual entity, the sea anemone, which floated calmly, gradually spreading its guiding aura, causing the irritable little cat to twitch its nose and lick its lips. Only then did Sukue confirm it was a spiritual entity. Whose spiritual entity had wandered out? Where was the owner? She looked around but didn't see any suspicious figures patiently coaxing the Blackfoot cat closer. Though the cat had a fierce temperament, it seemed quite young. When she softly spoke a few words, it withdrew its aggressive posture and cautiously approached, nudging its nose against her finger. Sukue picked it up and it quickly shook its legs in her arms. As it just burrowed in the pads of its paws stuck with a few grains of sand. Kwanzakai watched her step away for a moment, and when she returned holding a small animal he seemed a bit helpless. "Is this a wild animal from here?" The little cat saw the stranger and became fierce again, baring its teeth at him while standing on Sukue's arm. She turned away to break the line of sight, stroking its fur and picking up its black paws to take a look. It doesn't seem like it. This appears to be a spiritual entity. Due to the existence of spiritual entities among Sentinels and Guides, the Star Alliance has a special law known as the Spiritual Entity Management Regulations. Owners of spiritual entities must adhere to the laws and regulations and must not interfere with the lives of others. When going out, spiritual entities must be kept under strict control, if not retracted into their spiritual images. Kwanzakai said it should be a child's spiritual entity that wandered out. Let's take it to Lost and Found.
Don't let it hurt you. It won't.
Sukue pinched its paw pads. Hearing the kitten in her arms let out a sound.
It had a smoky voice. The rough husky tone paired with its adorable appearance was truly a strange yet distinctive combination.
She carried the cat for a while, feeling too hot, so she put it down to say goodbye, not forgetting to advertise, if you need comfort you can come find me.
My name is Sukue. She waved goodbye to the cat that looked back at her, taking the fruit that Kwanzakai handed back to her for a sip.
The little cat heard her say,
"It's not cool anymore, it doesn't taste good."
"Give it to me." Kwanzakai chuckled lightly. "Didn't they say it has high nutritional value?"
The two walked further away.
The oasis in the desert was different from what Sukue had known. After strolling slowly nearby, they discovered it was a water-themed oasis amusement park and entry required a ticket.
"Can you go in?" Sukue asked.
She peered inside, quite interested in the entertainment facilities.
Kwanzakai, not wanting to dampen her spirits, nodded and said, "Yes, I can.
I'll just watch you play." After buying tickets to enter, Sukue also purchased a swimsuit and anti-drowning gear, getting dressed properly before lining up.
The desert was very dry while the oasis was quite cool.
Poplar and red willow trees shielded the fine sand like fragments of gold, enclosing this small paradise with the distant fragrance of blooming cacti wafting in the air. Sukue slid down the water slide and the splashing water droplets fell onto him. Beyond them, the water park teemed with other visitors. While Sukue waited in line, a few people ahead were chattering noisily, apparently a group who had come together. Bare-chested and clad only in swim trunks, they flaunted chiseled abs and blinds. Their hair was dyed in bizarre clashing colors. One in front had a row of ear piercings, and the smooth rippling muscles of his back nearly obscured Sukue entirely. He was talking with his companions, a cacophony of laughter and gibberish. A moment ago all seemed harmonious, but then for no apparent reason they began to bicker. "I said you're the one who's stew." The two of them seemed to be telegraphing insults at each other. The others made no move to intervene, watching the spectacle with arms crossed.
Sukue leaned forward to peer ahead.
The man, red-faced from his quarrel, caught sight of her and froze. The commotion drew the attention of others nearby. Another person approached. "Hey, what are you two squabbling about now?
It's so annoying.
If you want to fight, go home, don't bother us." His gaze swept casually, then landed on Sukue. The common thread among these men was their flawlessly sculpted physiques, muscles sleek and beaded with water.
An ocean-like aura enveloped Sukue.
The Sentinel's pheromones aggressively dominated the space.
A singular difference within it made them sniff the air. "You're a guide.
The fourth pure-type guide.
I've seen your interview video."
"You're Sukue, right?" someone exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The others crowded in, each towering over her, casting the area into shadow. Sukue looked around, then waved her hand to signal it was fine to Kwanzakai, who was approaching.
"Yes, I am. Is there something? I heard your spirit form is a sea anemone."
The group stared intently. Some had piercings, others had colorful body paint. They looked like a bunch of delinquents, but their voices were loud and pleasant. The two who had been arguing stopped, crowding in as if to examine a rare creature.
"Wow, a sea anemone. I've seen one before, even tasted it out of curiosity once. What did it taste like?" "I don't remember.
My mouth went numb. It seemed poisonous." "But she's not poisonous.
She's a pure type. You still can't eat her. Her sea anemone is a spirit form."
"I didn't say I was going to eat her.
I just want to see a sea anemone spirit form. I could even take her for a swim."
"Oh, you mean the kind of play where you toss her around on your head? Or the kind where you fling her high into the air with your tail? She doesn't look stronger than a seal. You'd get thrown in jail."
"I didn't say that. Stop twisting my words, you stew." The motley crew of chatterboxes started babbling again.
Finding no room to interject and noticing they had abandoned the line, Sukue simply sidestepped them and headed for the waterslide herself.
"Hey, why is she leaving? It's all your fault for talking too much. You brought it up. Blame yourself."
Sukue paid no heed to the voices behind her.
Ocean-type spirit form sentinels appearing in a package with an exceptionally high rank.
They must be members of the Star Alliance's first team.
This team, composed entirely of Orca users, firmly held the top spot under the leadership of their matriarch.
They were fiercely united and highly exclusive. Their Orca leader, now over 160 years old, rarely appeared in public. Sukuei was not so foolish as to try and recruit a team like this. Her little schemes would likely be seen through in an instant by that lady. Unable to forge a good relationship, the optimal choice was to maintain a polite distance and avoid any conflict. The slide was high, plunging into clear but deep water. Anyone with acrophobia standing here would likely have their legs turned to jelly. Sukuei slid down and plunged into the water. Having learned to swim and dive in the past and now empowered by her ocean creature spirit form, she felt no fear. She could even open her eyes underwater. As she paddled, a massive shadow emerged ominously beneath her. Sukuei looked down. The colossal creature lurking in the depths could frighten a child into tears. This place was not only for those with acrophobia but also for those with thalassophobia. Fortunately, she was a mentally sound individual suffering from neither condition. One after another, dark shapes churned the water, forming a single file line in the deep as they approached, their whistling calls barely suppressed. As they swam closer, their black and white coloring became visible. The big-head chubby orcas gathered around her, circling. Feeling uncomfortable surrounded by sentinels, Sukuei quickly broke away. Surrounded by the pod of orcas, she swam towards them and reached out a hand. Their sleek leathery bodies felt like large squishy eggplants under her touch, bouncing back with a soft spring. It was Sukuei's first time touching an orca and she couldn't get enough. The black and white creatures were utterly adorable. They seemed to like her too, chattering in their pod's language and even rolling over to show her their white bellies. Their dorsal fins stood straight up. Their small eyes, set in white patches, looked at her as they splashed water gently her way. The blowholes on their heads looked like charging ports. They circled her, cooing softly, and blew bubbles from their blowholes. The largest of them, whose dorsal fin alone was taller than Sukuei, kept its distance carefully. When a younger companion eagerly tried to touch her, the large one actively bumped it away, letting out a high-pitched call. Sukuei surfaced for air and a row of dorsal fins immediately emerged behind her. They had a habit of pretending to be sharks to scare people, showing only their dorsal fins above the water, creating the illusion of a shark pack. As she broke the surface, she was met with several pairs of eyes. A group of sentinels were squatting on the shore watching. When they saw her emerge, they exclaimed loudly, then quickly pretended they hadn't been staring, turning their backs and rotating their arms. What a beautiful day today! Sukuei wiped the water from her face and floated on the surface, quietly observing their backs. The orcas chirped softly, and the spray from their blowholes briefly formed a small rainbow in the air. A sentinel, glancing sideways, elbowed his companion, signaling for them to stop pretending. They turned around. "Sorry, we've never met a sea anemone user in person, so we were curious." The speaker had big double-lidded eyes. It was hard to tell his exact age, but he was very young. He had a crew-cut, 2 deep red markings painted under his eyes and a roguish grin that revealed a canine tooth. He looked like a bit of a thug. He was the strongest among them. The largest orca spirit form was his. Sukuei said, "If you're curious, you can book an appointment with me. You can see the sea anemone in person by spending some contribution points." Kwanzakayu arrived, his gaze sweeping over them before he reached out a hand to Sukuei. "Come on up." Water droplets rolled down her arm. The orcas under the water came to nuzzle her feet. It was like finding a beloved kitten on the roadside, only to have it reluctantly taken away by its mother before you could pet it enough. The killer whales were magnificent, but unfortunately they would not seek comfort from outsiders. Sukuei satisfied her desire by hugging and touching them, then used Kwanzakayu's hand to steady herself as she climbed ashore. Her hair clung wetly to her cheeks and the bun at the back of her head had slightly loosened. She raised a hand to tidy it, catching a glimpse of the sentinels behind her in her peripheral vision. Kwanzakayu asked, "What would you like to eat? There seems to be a cactus dessert stand ahead. Care to try some?" Blinking away the crystalline droplets on her lashes, she turned back with a smile. "Sure." The killer whale surfaced, watching the direction in which the guide had departed. The top-ranked orca squad is all at least class. They bought cactus desserts at a nearby cafe. Sukuei poked at the tiny spines on top with her spoon, hesitant to take a bite for fear of pricking her mouth. She nodded absently and said, "You go ahead. Try it and tell me how it tastes." Kwanzakayu scooped up a spoonful, swallowed, and said, "It doesn't prick." "Eat up." Not only did it not prick, but the flavor was also quite pleasant. Kwanzakayu continued, "I know their captain, a powerful and wise elder. Would you like to visit?" Sukuei looked at him. Would she intervene in matters outside this? As long as it doesn't involve the orca squad she want. Then there's no need to go. Sukuei declined. Better not risk making things worse. All right. Kwanzakayu set down his spoon after just one bite. His gaze drifted to the distant sky and he sighed with a smile. Pity there are no crimson clouds here. Sukuei also looked at the sky.
It was clean, bright and boundless. Too vast it stirred a sense of bewilderment. I want to go back. He turned to Su Kuei. I want to be willful just this once. Can we go back now? To my homeland. Su Kuei gazed at him for a long moment, then nodded. All right. The killer whales played with a ball in the water. As they passed through the blooming cactus grove, they no longer saw the Blackfoot cat. They returned all the way without stopping at the hotel, heading directly to the docking port. His private starship remained at its berth. They had left in such haste that Su Kuei's escort hadn't caught up. She didn't call for them to follow. After all, they would be back soon. The journey to his homeland would take about 4 hours. Kwanzakayu was transferred from his wheelchair back into the medical pod, and his spirit beast was placed beside him. The dragonfly lay prone, its abdomen shrunken and withered, even weaker than when they had first met. Kwanzakayu still wore that pink desert-themed outfit along with a matching necklace. He fingered the necklace and chuckled. It feels very light. What material is this made of? Will it fade if soaked in here? The robot had prattled on about the materials, but Su Kuei hadn't listened and naturally hadn't remembered. They waited a while, but the liquid in the pod didn't change color. Su Kuei removed her own necklace and dropped it in as well. She sat beside him, chin resting on her hand, swishing the necklace to stir the liquid. Will this affect the medicine's efficacy? Even if it does, it doesn't matter. What are the ingredients? She scooped up a bit and sniffed it. It seemed to have a bitter note. No wonder he always smelled faintly bitter. Kwanzakayu thought for a moment, then listed a few scientific names and explained their functions. Su Kuei asked, You know about this? I studied it once. Kwanzakayu said, back in the sanctum they also taught some knowledge in this area. Su Kuei remarked, I think this isn't right. Why must all guides receive instruction in the sanctum? Why not build schools like those for sentinels? This is a monopoly. Initially it was to protect guides. Now he smiled, it may have indeed turned into what you described, but this practice won't last long. I believe you and the 2 new vice executors will break this rule. Su Kuei nodded. He changed the subject. Your spatial compression device is ready. It has a larger capacity and can store many things, and it's ensured that only you can use it. Also, the accessory factory is finished. You can have them produce whatever you like. Everything that needed to be said had already been said, there was nothing left to add. The black-haired male guide reclined in the medical pod, his body immersed in the bitter liquid. He took Su Kuei's hand, which rested at his side, and asked with a gentle smile, Do you think I'm being too naggy? Not really. Actually, you're very clever. I don't need to worry. But there's still one thing I want to tell you. Su Kuei asked, What is it? In theory, our consciousness can delve deep into the Zerg's mental network, but never attempt it unless your rank reaches S level. I know that as a Dark Guide you won't be affected by a Sentinel's chaotic mind, and perhaps not by the Zerg either, but no one has yet confirmed this hypothesis. The Zerg Queen possesses S-level mental strength from birth. Her mental domain is vast, but her body is extremely fragile, heavily protected by the Zerg in the rear. The birth and gestation of a queen are separated by long intervals. If the current queen dies unnaturally, the Zerg will fall into a leaderless state for a century, becoming a scattered mess. Su Kuei listened quietly. Kwanzakayu spoke slowly, his words becoming increasingly labored. After barely finishing, he turned his gaze to the starship's window. Are we there yet? I think I see that star. The universe was silent and pitch black. Su Kuei hummed in acknowledgement. Almost there. I really liked that cactus dessert. I'd like 2 more servings later. Kwanzakayu brightened a little. Even if you like it, don't eat too much at once. It's a bit too sweet. Is it? I think it's just right. Very sweet. Watch out for toothaches. No way. My teeth are fine. After saying this, Su Kuei asked him, If you don't get to see your homeland, will you regret this trip? If I can't see it. He sighed. There will be some regret. But no remorse. His icy hand squeezed Su Kuei's warmth, flowing endlessly from her to him. Being able to see you in the end, I won't regret it. You will see it. Su Kuei stroked his lusterless hair and called for the medical staff. They talked slowly until the starship came to a halt. He asked dazedly, Are we there? We're here. The starship landed and the canopy opened to reveal a night sky studded with stars. The 2 planets had different time zones here. It was still the early hours. Dawn had not broken and there were no crimson clouds. A medic's voice came, There are no clouds today. None. The dragonfly lying on the carpet mustered its strength to lift its head toward the sky. Of course there are. There are.
Sukue signaled the others to be quiet, opened her light brain and projected an image of rosy clouds. She whispered in his ear, "Look. It's the clouds from your homeland." In his blurred dark pupils the faint reflection of that fire-like red appeared. He asked, "Beautiful, isn't it?" Sukue said, "Yes, it's beautiful." "That's good. I'm glad you like it." The hand holding hers lost its strength and the dragonfly vanished in an instant. At 2:1020 a.m. on April 14, 3138 of the Star Alliance on the Dragonfly star, Kwanzakayu passed away. The monitor connected to the medical pod issued a shrill alarm as medical personnel bustled about, ultimately declaring the outcome of death. He still held Sukue's hand, his vacant gaze fixed on the distance. The holographic projection of the optical brain had not been dismissed, and beside them the crimson clouds cast a faint red glow. Others came and went until finally the room was left with just the two of them. Sukue leaned in to listen to his heartbeat to sense his spirit. He was indeed dead. A robot slid in from outside the door. "Greetings, madam. I am your assistant robot. The master has bequeathed all his assets to you. Please verify the inventory and sign the contract." This planet would also belong to Sukue. The robot asked her to rename it. Sukue said, "Let it be Dragonfly Star." She asked the figure in the medical pod, "What do you think of the name? Quite adorable, isn't it?" There was no response from within. The robot replied, "Acknowledged. Renaming complete. Please sign." Sukue hummed in acknowledgement, leaned over to close his eyes and gently freed her hand. The place where they had clasped was warmed by her body heat, now rapidly cooling as she withdrew. She examined the documents carefully before signing. Stellar corpse disposal methods varied greatly, but Kwanzakayu had made his choice long ago: complete annihilation, leaving nothing behind. The memorial service would be held in 7 days. Shaoxin and the other two were still there, having not left. They had only been away for a few days, only to return and find him gone. Their visit had turned directly into attending a funeral. Facing death for the first time, the three miners were somewhat dazed. Shaoxin offered Sukue a futile consolation, "Don't be too sad." Sukue replied, She smiled. "Everyone dies, it's an inevitable experience. I'm not sad, just feeling a touch of melancholy at seeing a life fade before my eyes." Starcraft to and from the Dragonfly star increased dramatically. Many of Kwanzakayu's old acquaintances began to arrive in succession. 3 deputy executors of the Sanctum, the acting chair of the Guide Association, high-ranking guild officials, various team captains, a grand assembly more numerous than the crowd at the deputy executor's speech. Sukue also saw the rarely seen captain of the top-ranked Orca team. The lady had black hair and black eyes. Though over 160 years old, she was hale and vigorous, walking swiftly. Behind her obediently followed a group of young Orcas, including some familiar faces from the water park and several new ones. The memorial service was heavy and solemn. Everyone wore plain attire, observing a moment of silence for Kwanzakayu's recorded images. Having no family, it was inevitable that thoughts turned to his legacy. Sukue felt the subtle probing gazes around her. Many were watching her. Everyone knew she was the last person by Kwanzakayu's side, and all speculated about their relationship. Sukue's eyes met those of Huanya. The two guides, both possessing dreamlike hues, exchanged a glance before tacitly looking away. She was with the Guide Association not far off. Shu Weimai was also present. The spy guide with the purplered wolf-tail hair had a very low presence, but was so melancholically beautiful that when he furrowed his brow, people around him instinctively lowered their voices. Within the Guide Association's contingent, Sukue also spotted Miss Haizhou. She was the guide who had initially taught Sukue. They had only known each other for 3 hours, occasionally contacting each other on the interstellar net afterward. Her spirit animal was a golden crab, and her hair was also a vibrant, lively gold. Lathemar's hair was also golden, but Sukue suspected his was dyed. It lacked both the brightness of Miss Haizhou's and the radiance of hers. Compared to the more familiar guides, the guild's arrival was far more businesslike. Bai Zi also came. Dressed in plain black, his long white hair tied back, he appeared dignified and proper as he spoke with others, his words laced with insincere politeness and feigned regret. Sukue glanced at him once and looked away. Sukue. The elder sister of the butterfly family approached with her younger brother. They had 2 similarly delicate flower-like faces, but the sister was more normal, while the brother, besides having antennae, bore wings shimmering with flowing light. Shia came over to greet Sukue quietly. Sukue said, "I'm sorry I haven't cured him yet." "It's fine. Zaliluo is just very difficult, it's normal." Shia spoke ill of her brother right in front of him, then comforted Sukue in turn, "Don't rush." After saying this, the sister went off to socialize, leaving her brother alone with the guide. Zaliluo looked at her, then stood still, automatically maintaining a distance from everyone. If anyone glanced their way too much, he would coldly stare back. The others were well aware of this family's delicate butterfly, so no one approached to annoy him, which kept Sukue undisturbed as well. Zalilua showed no intention of conversing with Su Kuei, standing there like a beautiful ornament. Finally, as they bid farewell to Kwanzaa, the memorial service concluded and somber music filled the hall. Guests began to exit. Lathmar, initially walking ahead, gradually slowed, letting others pass before stopping beside Su Kuei. Su Kuei. His voice was magnetic and melodious. Lathmar lowered his eyes to look at her, a compassionate expression in his gaze beneath his light golden hair. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lathmar. I suppose Nini has mentioned me to you. He extended a hand toward Su Kuei. Everyone knows who you are. His palm was broad and warm. Su Kuei took it, letting out a low laugh. But I know of you not because of Nini. It goes back much further. Oh. Lathmar raised an eyebrow. I'm all ears. Su Kuei shook her head. I'll tell you when we next meet. It's not too late. Very well. He nodded. Child, I know of your past. Allowing a precious guide to remain adrift outside is a dereliction of duty by the sanctum. Today I sincerely invite you to return to the sanctum, to the true family of guides. The polite handshake lasted only a few seconds before Lathmar let go. Su Kuei rubbed her palm. She wanted to savor the last trace of Lathmar's warmth. Yite once hinted at such an intention, but I disliked his attitude. That child Yite can indeed be a bit impatient. But he meant no harm. Please forgive him. And what if I say I won't forgive? The conversation paused. The tolerant smile on Lathmar's face faded slightly as his golden eyes looked down upon her. The smile did not disappear, it merely transferred to Su Kuei's face. She asked with a laugh, if you want me to go to the sanctum, then show some sincerity, won't you? I don't like Yite. If you depose him, he'll obediently go with you. They locked eyes. The others had already left. Those who remained consciously kept their distance. Nini and Lituan stood not far away, their expressions complex, mingled with worry and confusion. What is that toad saying to Su Kuei? Lituan stood on tiptoe, craning her neck to look and even tilting her ear to eavesdrop. Nini's lips moved, but she did not correct the insult to her father. Instead, she twisted her fingers together. Hearing no rebuttal from Nini, her usual staunch defender, Lituan cast her a sideways glance and muttered to herself. This cat really has changed. His features were sharply defined, leaning toward a Western aesthetic with deep-set eyes and slightly curly pale blonde hair and beard. Su Kuei studied him intently. Lathmar was also assessing this girl. After a moment he laughed again, as if he had heard a joke told by a mischievous junior, a laugh filled with warmth and indulgence, seemingly able to forgive all the capricious whims of youth. Child, do you know the charge for colluding with the Zerg? Crimson clouds lingered in the sky of Dragonfly Star. Standing in the light, he said to Su Kuei, the Zerg on Luanswa Star have been confirmed to be released by a human. The perpetrator is a Sentinel with no grievances against the Radiance team. He refused to reveal his motives. He sighed softly. So we had no choice but to deal with him according to the law. Even though his family holds influence in the central region, that power cannot rival the sanctuary. Do you understand? Su Kuei replied, I understand. The little rat would be caught sooner or later. No matter how flawless his scheme, the Radiance team would never let a single suspect slip away. Lathmar brought this up to threaten her. He was telling her that even with family backing it was useless. Moreover, she had no one to rely on. Su Kuei was well aware of this. I'm glad you understand. Lathmar turned back to look at the Sentinels, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Sen and the others, as well as Captain Stan and Bai Ziyi. These were the Sentinels close to her. Su Kuei followed his gaze and shook her head at them, signaling them not to come over. It seems you have a good relationship. Lathmar sighed with nostalgia. I once had a close guide, but unfortunately she passed away early in an accident. Seeing you now, seeing the harmony between guides and Sentinels, it brings me comfort. I know you all reject heat suppressants and deny their efficacy, but they are a necessity for a guide to survive. Child, not everyone is immune to a Sentinel's influence. Not everyone is a dark guide. Gazed upon by those eyes that seemed to see through everything, Su Kuei also smiled. She leaned in and said, influence is mutual. I think it might be better to inject Sentinels with heat suppressants instead, just to prevent them from being affected by a guide's bonding heat and compromising combat. After all, not everyone is a dark Sentinel. What do you think? Lathmar stared at Su Kuei for a long time after she said this. Finally he shook his head in seeming disappointment, as if she were beyond redemption. He turned to leave. Su Kuei called after him, this is our second meeting. At our third meeting you'll give you a gift. Do you like music? I can play your favorite tunes for you. Lathmar had no idea what she was talking about. Su Kuei asked Nini, what music does your father like?
Nini looked at her then glanced at Letty Mar's expression unsure whether she should answer. Before she could speak Su Kuei muttered to herself, never mind, given your taste you probably can't pick anything good anyway. I'll choose. She turned and walked away. Nini and Li Tuan were left behind, one with her head down, the other watching the drama unfold. Li Tuan gave Su Kuei's retreating back a thumbs up, calling his taste bad right to Letty Mar's face. That narcissist must be furious. Li Tuan stared wide-eyed at Letty Mar's expression. But his public demeanor was always impeccable, showing no trace of anger at all. She found it a bit disappointing. Su Kuei didn't get far. She ran into the killer whale team again. A group of orcas advanced in a formidable formation led by a commanding alpha orca moving like a mafia entourage heading straight for Su Kuei. Su Kuei. Captain Stan, who had been watching her, moved over, followed closely by Xiao Sen and his two companions who lined up behind Su Kuei. Nixin locked eyes with the most spirited young orca among them. Their gazes met, both sides showing a hint of eagerness. Bai Ziyi, who had been making casual conversation, said something and also headed over. Nuami was also present today, but he stood with the Bai family, not with his uncle. He had greeted Su Kuei earlier before being pulled away by his family, who asked why he hadn't gone to claim his award. After leaving, he privately messaged Su Kuei saying he'd be back soon. Facing a group that looked like the mafia, her own side also gathered around her in a protective circle. Su Kuei, positioned at the front, faced the orca matriarch. She offered a smile. Hello. The orca leader returned a social expression, though it appeared somewhat fierce, her smile seeming as if she might devour someone. A sea anemone spirit form. Su Kuei, yes. The orca matriarch, I've never seen such a spirit form. I heard you work part-time at the Black Tower on this planet. That's right. Then I'll go check it out later. The orca matriarch sighed with emotion. Living long has its perks, you get to see all kinds of spirit forms. Su Kuei was slightly surprised that the legendary captain of the top team had such a personality, but she certainly wouldn't turn down an opportunity for good relations. So she said, I haven't been to the Black Tower recently, but you can visit me privately. The orca matriarch, this afternoon. Su Kuei, can it be tomorrow? I'm not in the mood for anything related to soothing today. The orca matriarch nodded. Then I'll stay on this planet for a few more days. There's nothing to do back home anyway. Upon hearing this, the young orcas behind her were delighted. Several who had met Su Kuei before looked at her with burning interest, while the female sentinels who hadn't met her gazed at her with curiosity. Two of them even locked eyes with Nixin, seemingly eager for a spar. Both were rulers of the ocean, neither willing to concede to the other. It would be interesting if a humpback whale showed up now. I wonder if there's anyone with a humpback whale spirit form. Let me search the star web. Typing in the question, the result was there was once a mutated humpback whale spirit form, but that sentinel died long ago. No second humpback whale has appeared since. Some spirit forms are very rare and difficult to manifest. For example, the sea anemone megalodon humpback whale and prehistoric dragonfly. According to the star web records, the once illuminated entry for the prehistoric dragonfly has now turned a dim gray. Proof that it once existed but has now vanished. And there is currently no second case. Kwanzakayu's room was exactly as they had left it, cleaned and tidied by machines, pristine and fresh. Even when he was there, it was very quiet. He often just gazed at the flowers and plants outside the window. The dragonfly lay on its cushion, mostly motionless. Su Kuei had once meticulously studied the dragonfly's body structure, even using a ruler to measure its body length and wingspan. The dragonfly showed no expression, only fluttering its thin wings when Su Kuei told Kwanzakayu that it looked like a fly. Now without the dragonfly, the room felt even more spacious. Su Kuei stood there for a while until the robot asked if she needed to rest. Su Kuei, no. She walked to the door and said, seal this room. The orca lady, whose name was Nig, possessed a spiritual entity larger and more composed than those of the younger ones. The colossal orca filled the entire room. After obtaining her consent, Su Kuei reached out to touch it. The orca flapped its tail fin, its dorsal fin curving like a sickle, and did not reject her approach. Having existed for over a century, it always showed tolerance towards these young lives. As Su Kuei continued to touch, she ended up wrapping her arms around it, pressing her entire body against it. Its eyes, hidden behind the white patches, gazed at Su Kuei, and it made a soft sound of encouragement. When Su Kuei released her spiritual entity, the orca's gaze followed its movement. Is this a sea anemone spiritual entity? The orca matriarch lifted the sea anemone in her hand, holding it at a distance to examine it. She then took out a monocle with a chain from her pocket and put it on, saying, it's for magnification, nothing else. The matriarch, looking both cool and sharp, studied the sea anemone in her hands. I've seen sea hares and seahorses, but this is my first sea anemone. Can we take a photo together?
Sukue nodded, and she used her light brain to take pictures, even choosing angles and applying various filters to the sea anemone. She then waved at Sukue. Come, let me show you my album. She showed her the sea hares and seahorses. The matriarch also present in those images was very young then, grinning, a mouthful of sharp teeth at the camera, her face adorned with as many paintings and ear piercings as the younger generation. Her naturally black hair was also dyed in various styles, a riot of colors like a dye vat. Look at this sea hare spiritual entity. I took this photo when I was very young. At that time this spiritual entity was already very old. The pale blue sea hare, only the size of a palm, rested on the hand of the matriarch when she was young. Do you know who the owner of this spiritual entity is? Sukue replied, if I'm not mistaken. It's Senior Alexis. Correct, the orca matriarch nodded. I was born when she was nearing the end of her life. This is the last image her spiritual entity left before dissipating. Alexis was fortunate. During her lifetime the Zerg were in an interlude between queens. It was also a rare period of peace for the Star Alliance. So she never had the chance to contact the Zerg spiritual network. I regret what Kwanzaa did. I only learned of his actions later. But if I had known in advance I probably wouldn't have stopped him either. The experiment of whether the Zerg spiritual network could harm the Queen concerned all of humanity in the Star Alliance. Unfortunately Kwanzaa failed. The cost of failure was high and heavy, but it didn't mean this method was entirely unfeasible. I've reviewed your history before coming, the orca matriarch said. What is your level now? Surely it's more than B. She smiled meaningfully. Testing equipment doesn't break easily. A child from my family happened to be involved in the maintenance of the testing instruments. She was puzzled why the equipment malfunctioned for no reason, leading to skewed results. Luanzwa star is indeed remote, some information might not reach there. But the general direction doesn't deviate from the control of the Central Region's families. I represent the NIG battle team and the Orca family in making a deal with you, the Orca matriarch said. I need you to enter the Zerg spiritual network and I represent the NIG battle team and the Orca family in making a deal with you, the Orca matriarch said. I need you to enter the Zerg spiritual network and severely wound the Queen. You can name any request. Whether it's assisting you to grow quickly or ensuring your safety, the NIG battle team will spare no effort. Sukue smiled. You trust me a lot. Why do you think I can succeed? This was just a casual question, both knew the answer. A dark guide is not only unaffected by any chaotic emotions but can also grow stronger by soothing others. When entering the Zerg spiritual network they wouldn't be detected or rejected by higher Zerg, nor would they get lost. There was no one more suitable than her. Sukue whispered, but I am a pure type destined to have no offensive power. How can I severely wound the Queen? Are you truly a pure type? The Orca matriarch said. The trait of a pure type guide is having no attack power and being able to easily enter a Sentinel spiritual landscape. The latter is something a dark guide can also do. As for the former. She spread her hands. I don't believe you lack attack power. Your spiritual entity, aside from its color, doesn't match you at all. You suspect I've concealed my trait and am actually a complex type. The facts point to that. All right. Sukue neither admitted nor denied it. I agree to attempt this possibility, but only after I truly become a high-level guide. I don't want to gamble with my life. Additionally, for this deal I need you to unconditionally provide high-level sentinels for me, and I want one person to never be able to recover. Upon hearing that name, the Orca matriarch wasn't surprised. Clearly she knew Sukue's past well. She nodded in agreement, good, an eye for an eye. Sukue added, it's not just that. Letty Mare suspects him a dark guide. He might strike first using the excuse of fighting the Zerg to push me to the front and force me to death. I suspect his influence might be behind Kwanzaa haste to experiment. The Orca matriarch pondered and nodded, that is indeed possible. What you've said I agree to. The deal was struck. They shook hands, both revealing satisfied smiles. Sukue said, in that case let's keep those young orcas outside here. Don't worry, I'll only connect with each one once, I won't let them become dependent. The Orca matriarch said, these little ones are still very inexperienced and have never had a guide before. I appreciate your patience. I will. The orcas outside, laughing and roughhousing, had no idea they had been sold out by their own grandmother. They formed a circle, shouting and yelling one moment, then cursing in a cryptic code the next. Xiao Xinlian, Tian and Nuami were also there, their spiritual entities stirring restlessly. The little bear tried to charge in several times but was held back by Nuami. It wasn't happy and turned back to roar fiercely at its owner. At the center of the circle were Nixin and an orca. Their spiritual entities were equally large and strong. The two hot-headed young men locked eyes and started a fierce fight, soon becoming bruised and swollen. When the orca was knocked down, shouts came from the crowd, "Can you do it or not? If you can't, let me take over." This orca girl had a fiery temper and a loud voice. Rolling up her sleeves, she cursed her kin. "You simple-minded idiot. When he hits you, why don't you dodge? Quick, hit his nose. The nose is his weak point, understand?" Ugh. Lian Tian stepped aside to avoid being accidentally hit by the overly excited Sentinel. "You. Come and fight me." The pointed Lian Tian saw Su Kuei appear. He forcibly stopped his forward motion, straightened his clothes and said, "A gentleman uses words, not fists." The orca beside him exchanged glances with his companion and muttered. "What's he pretending to be all of a sudden? What's the act? They'll find out soon enough." The killer whale, seeing Su Kuei standing beside Grandma, seemed to realize something, then glanced at Lian Tian's ethereal retreating figure. This swan's posture grew even more graceful. Su Kuei and Grandma Killer Whale came out to watch the commotion as Nixin fought multiple opponents. Grandma Killer Whale nodded approvingly. "Not bad, a promising talent. I heard he's your follower." Su Kuei replied, "Outstanding in every aspect, though still young. You have good taste and swift hands. This child is being fought over by many families. I never expected him to fall into your hands," said Grandma Killer Whale. "I've heard your guard team is vast and many are still submitting applications." Su Kuei thought she was about to say something important, but Grandma Killer Whale was merely gossiping. She added, "Alexis has many followers, but it seems yours might surpass hers. My killer whales quite fancy you, knowing they can stay there frolicking in their rooms. Will you start soothing them today?" Su Kuei replied, "I can." Grandma Killer Whale said, "Then pick one. These juniors of mine are all excellent. 2 bonds each are fine too. I trust their self-control." With the elder's permission, Su Kuei nodded. She was drawn to the girl shouting the loudest in the crowd, and when she looked over, the girl happened to glance back. Their eyes met. Su Kuei smiled and quietly asked Grandma, "What's her name?" Though the guidebook was skewed, some methods could be adapted for effective use. With modifications, they could truly belong to a guide. The Sentinel's Handbook article. Addressing someone by their name warmly can quickly close the distance. Using small tricks to set a sentinel at ease helps accelerate the soothing process. That killer whale girl Hua Rui had a dorsal fin curved like a crescent moon. She was called out, somewhat puzzled, unsure of what was to come. Su Kuei waved at the few little animals who looked over and led her away. "Is that your guide?" the killer whales asked. "Where is she taking our people?" "Hey, that guide's gone, stop pretending," Lian Tian said. "I wasn't. Come fight us. I've never fought a swan before." Lian Tian, catching Su Kuei's departure from the corner of his eye, slowly rolled up his sleeves. "Bring it on." A killer whale complained, "What are you wearing? It looks so odd and inconvenient." But Lian Tian turned a deaf ear, ignoring him entirely. The killer whale girl Hua Rui originally had a loud, clear voice. After being soothed by Su Kuei, what came out became a soft, plaintive whimper. Startled by the sound, she quickly covered her mouth, eyes wide open. Su Kuei hugged the little killer whale's head and kissed its cheek. Hua Rui held her breath, fidgeting. "You. Why are you kissing me?" "Because you're adorable." "Is that not allowed?" Faced with Su Kuei's lowered lashes, Hua Rui quickly explained, "No, it's allowed. I didn't say it wasn't." Having agreed that Su Kuei could do anything, Hua Rui still felt terribly wrong when her spirit body was examined. Everything felt off. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the cup. With a crack, Su Kuei looked and Hua Rui stared blankly down. The cup shattered in her hand. This killer whale girl was also incredibly strong. She jumped up, tossed the shards into the trash, and when Su Kuei approached, she even lifted her up. Realizing what she had done, Hua Rui said, "There are shards on the floor, they might cut you." Su Kuei was startled by her sudden action. She looked down, meeting the eyes of the upturned killer whale girl. The girl silently set her down. These youngsters were always so jumpy during the soothing process. Once a little bat, after being soothed, confessed to her and ran away crying when rejected. He persisted for a while. For a time, Su Kuei would always find various roses on her way out. Later they stopped, probably because he was sent to school and couldn't send them anymore. After that, Su Kuei didn't want to take on any more minors. But she hadn't expected these killer whales, though adults, to be so green. Not just the girl, the others weren't much better. The second one chosen was the boy with the largest dorsal fin seen at the water park. Grandma said he was also the oldest among this group of juniors. He might be a bit more mature. Perhaps. Su Kuei didn't feel it. And even age didn't help. Old houses catching fire often burned more fiercely. This boy with face paint was still Hua Rui's cousin and the most aggressive fighter. He fought not only Nixin but also Shaosen and Nuami. He was never idle. Before coming, had apparently made another fight appointment. Now there was a faint bruise on his collarbone. Last time had only worn swim trunks. Sukuwei remembered he had paint on his waist too, but she hadn't seen the pattern clearly. So she asked, what's the pattern on your waist? It looks quite pretty. It's a manta ray. Want to see? Sukuwei said sure. He actually unfastened his combat suit, revealing his chest and turning sideways for her to see. He showed off his muscular build generously. A firm chest and 8-pack abs. The line extended downward out of sight. There were 2 shallow dimples on his waist and the paint on his side was vivid. Sukuwei touched the painted eye. Why did you get this? I like manta rays, he said, lowering his head with a smile. I like them for fun or for eating. Were you hit here too? Her hand touched his abs and the skin beneath tensed. Really? I didn't feel it. Sukuwei pointed it out. It's already bruised. It's fine, doesn't hurt anyway. Can I see the sea anemone again? Holding the anemone he asked, isn't it poisonous? He seemed a bit regretful. Manta rays are also venomous, but killer whales are insensitive to toxins. Their thick skin usually keeps them safe from any poison. So some sentinels with killer whale spirit bodies love poisonous food. It makes their tongues tingle, which is quite thrilling. Sukuwei took back her spirit body. No, it isn't. The killer whales temporarily settled nearby and Sukuwei chose those she fancied to soothe. At the same time she didn't forget her followers and guard team. She could still tell what was more important. Lian Tian seemed to have conveyed to his father his wish to become a guide's follower. Shiri likely didn't agree. Their discord left him in low spirits for the past couple of days, though he didn't show it in front of Sukuwei. But their vacation was nearly over and they needed to return to school. Before leaving, Sukuwei set aside time to soothe each of them once. They refused. Shaosun said, no need, you've been working too hard lately. He felt a bit reluctant as the little elephant expressed its honesty, curling its trunk around Sukuwei's wrist. Nixin loudly declared him, fine, I don't need any comfort. Nuami wanted to get closer to her, but at that moment he nodded. He also instructed Sukuwei's sister, you're so tired, don't comfort those who are useless anymore. My uncle is much better now, just ignore him pretending to be weak. Can you not comfort him? Sukuwei gently patted the little bear's head, not responding to this. Nuami pouted, hugging her legs from either side with the little bear resting his chin against her, his innocent eyes wide as he asked, can I also be a follower of sister? I can also make my own decisions. He glanced sideways at his roommate. My family wouldn't interfere with my matters. Lian Tian, who was caught in the crossfire, said nothing. The little bear sat down heavily, hugging Sukuwei. Its owner shamelessly acted spoiled together with his spiritual form. The indoor temperature was comfortable and Sukuwei wore only a thin home outfit while the dark-skinned boy held her calf. The warmth of his skin clearly transmitted through the fabric. Sister, is that okay? He glanced at the few light bulbs beside him, then leaned in uninvited, rubbing his chin and lowering his voice slightly. Sister, look at my tongue, isn't it a bit blue? Sukuwei leaned down to pinch his chin and the scheming little bear obediently lifted his jaw. From the moment he sat on the ground hugging Sukuwei's legs, the 3 peers watching were stunned. The swan widened its eyes, flapping its wings, accidentally letting out a muffled sound from its throat. The great white shark stopped bumping into the sofa, tilting its head in pure confusion. The little elephant hesitated, slowly releasing its trunk wrapped around her, stuffing its nose into its own mouth, hesitatingly sucking on it. Shaosun originally wanted to say that he could also make his own decisions. But faced with this operation he felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. Lian Tian also wondered if he should ask Sukuwei for a follower position. The little elephant, who had never encountered such matters, fell into a dilemma, glancing at Lian Tian without leaving a trace. The lofty and self-righteous swan surprisingly engaged in such behavior in private. No wonder he and Nuami were roommates. Innocent Lian Tian was still unaware of his ruined reputation. Although he shared a dormitory with Nuami, they actually lived in separate rooms with a living room in between, and they weren't very close, at most nodding to each other when they met outside. This was his first time witnessing this side of his roommate. What a strange sight. How utterly disgraceful. Doesn't your family care? Sukuwei moved her fingers to scratch his chin. Then how were you taken away before? Nuami widened his innocent eyes. It was my little uncle who reported me. I've already clarified it with my family. They said I am an adult now and can make my own decisions. Sister, look, I really am an adult. Seeing him press Sukuwei's hand against himself, Lian Tian couldn't stand it anymore. You shameless. Nuami shot him a sideways glance. What's wrong with that? He continued to press Sukuwei's hand onto his shoulder. I'm showing sister that my shoulders are strong. What are you thinking? What do you think it is? Sister, we're about to go back to school soon and the closed training will last a long time, during which we can't come out or use the light brain. Before I leave, can you grant me this wish? The little bear, shaking her legs, hummed, its wet eyes looking at her with longing. Shaosun hesitated. But to act like Nuami, he truly couldn't do it. Just thinking about it made him blush.
Nixin also couldn't quite understand Nuami's approach, thinking that if he wanted the position he should strive for it himself. If he showcased his strength to Su Kuei, she would certainly consider it. Why did he have to beg so humbly? He raised his question, but Nuami was too lazy to explain, giving him a look and saying you wouldn't understand. He found these people bothersome, turned his head and said, if there's nothing else you can leave first. I want to talk to sister alone. The returning starship was still docked at the port waiting for them. Su Kuei pinched the little bear's round face. Nuami's spiritual form had a naturally cute bear face with an upward curve at the corners of its mouth, and as Su Kuei held it and rubbed it, shook its head, its round ears flopping about. I can feel your intentions. Su Kuei hugged the little white bear. Let's head back to school. If we don't leave soon it will be too late. Sister, be obedient. All right. Nuami could only get up and the few of them left. Xiao Sen's spiritual form lingered behind, looking a bit downcast. Suddenly feeling a gentle tug on his tail, the little elephant sensitively turned around. Su Kuei tiptoed closer to its ear, whispering, see you next time. Xiao Sen. The breath brushed against his ear and a flush spread across Xiao Sen's face. He turned back to say see you next time, only to see Su Kuei hugging the little elephant's trunk and giving it a kiss. The mammoth stood still for a moment, then stretched its trunk and let out a long low rumble filled with joy and happiness. It wagged its tail happily, jumping and bounding around. The few people nearly bumped into each other turned around. Nixin wondered, what are you doing? Nuami's gaze wandered back and forth among them. Xiao Sen couldn't help but smile solemnly, promising Su Kuei, I will work hard to grow. They left and no one fought anymore. The orcas felt a bit disappointed. However, they were very good at finding entertainment for themselves and soon went off to play again. They even invited Su Kuei to join. Hua Rui said, we found a really nice aerial hot spring, let's go together. How does an aerial hot spring operate? Su Kuei was a bit curious and happily agreed. The orcas booked the largest hot spring pool, which was actually bottomless. In the vast and sparsely populated Starry Sea, not only the hot spring but even the last water park was incredibly large. It could fit several orcas inside, so it was easy to imagine it was not too small. The hot spring allowed mixed bathing, and while dressed they could play cards inside. The steaming water's edge was surrounded by soft thin clouds carrying the heated vapor with scenic views of lake and mountain. Such hot springs were places for romantic dates between men and women in ancient Earth. But at this moment there were too many people laughing and playing purely there for fun. Moreover, a group of orcas were all related, all relatives, and the most intimate actions were merely elbow nudges. If one had to find a romantic interest, it could only be pointed at Su Kuei. She wore a swimsuit, reaching her hand into the hot spring, observing the young bodies moving around, recalling images she had seen in similar environments on ancient Earth. At that time women were always much stricter in managing their figures compared to men, unlike now where even older men did not have big bellies. Each had broad shoulders and slim waists, very pleasing to the eyes. The hot spring was divided into shallow and deep zones. Su Kuei sat in the shallow area for a while, her gaze drifting to the dark shadows stirring in the depths. These were the Sentinel's spirit beasts immersed in the spring water, while their masters hopped about on the shore complaining about the heat. Su Kuei swam over and the killer whales below gathered around. The female orca with the curved dorsal fin swam the fastest, charging to the front to carry her. Riding on the orca's back with a pod following behind, Su Kuei felt an illusion of having become the overlord of the ocean. While she enjoyed this serene moment, the StarNet was already in an uproar over the nutrient solution and heat relief pill incident. This time a Sentinel had produced test results that could no longer be suppressed. Lady Mar had no choice but to respond publicly. These accusations are fabricated and I will hold the speaker accountable, he said before the screen. Everyone should maintain a rational skepticism towards such false slander. The tide of public opinion shifted slightly due to his words, but then several Sentinels were caught behaving manically in public and were taken by the Star Patrol to the hospital for examination. The results showed that their blood contained substances that caused physical damage and dependency, and the sudden cessation had led to physiological dysfunction. In short, withdrawal symptoms. The Stellar Alliance strictly controlled narcotics and psychotropic substances that could cause addiction, making them difficult to obtain even on the black market. It had been a long time since such a situation had occurred. Su Kuei, feeling languid from soaking in the hot spring, saw the news and sent a message to Little Octopus. Su Kuei, it was Shuemai, wasn't it? Poisonous octopus. Yes, it was him. His spiritual contamination can drive people to madness and insanity. But I helped too. Su Kuei, of course. Without you this operation wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The Truth Organization was quite capable. It seemed their years of development hadn't been in vain. But Lady Mar's reaction was also swift. He visited the two Sentinels in the hospital, speaking with warmth and sincerity while subtly steering the blame towards guides with special abilities. For instance, Huanya's hallucinations and Shuemai's spiritual contamination.
The Sanctuary and the Guide Association had been at odds for a long time, and the latter had long resented Letty Mar. Huanya publicly declared that the living environment of guides should not be controlled by sentinels and that Letty Mar ought to return control of the Sanctuary. Letty Mar didn't engage in a direct confrontation with her, but he used a mouthpiece. Thus someone naturally raised a question. The Sanctuary was originally established for ordinary women, not exclusively for guides. Even if it were to be returned, it should be given back to ordinary people. Huanya said, fine, let's return it. The two waged a war of words across the void, simultaneously convening meetings. Eventually the major powers formed a joint inspection team specifically tasked with investigating the addictive drug incident and incidentally the nutrient solution. The team included many participants: Shuemai representing the Guide Association, Nini representing the Sanctuary, by Ze representing the Guild, and a relatively less influential representative of ordinary people. Among this group, Bai Ze held the highest invisible status. As a neutral third party, he also served as the team leader. Besides the most prominent figures, there were others such as Miss Haijo and Yite. Su Kuei looked at the list and smiled. On the surface the sides seemed evenly matched. They had painstakingly inserted their own people into the team, creating an illusion of fierce conflict. But in reality, once the masks were off, they were all allies. Ha ha! Su Kuei was overjoyed. She took out her little shell and tried to teach it to sing. She had originally wanted to teach it Good Days but gave up. Because Su Kuei was tone-deaf and couldn't carry a tune. She couldn't teach it. There was no audio file of the song on the StarNet and she couldn't quite remember the lyrics. As she sang, she herself didn't know what she was singing. After hearing her sing, the shell which had been blowing bubbles snapped shut and refused to move, unresponsive even when she poured water. Su Kuei shook it. Is it dead? She had to search for a song on the StarNet. When the light heavenly melody began to play, the shell finally stirred again. Previously, no matter how Su Kuei tried to teach it, it refused to learn. Now it started to sing along with the tune. The investigation took time. But the longer it dragged on, the worse it was for them. Then one day the inspection team stumbled upon a scene of Yite forcing Nini to soothe him. Yite was clearly agitated and abnormal, so Bai Ze ordered a checkup for him. The results were as expected. Subsequently the team conducted self-examinations and found the same addictive substance on Nini. Su Kuei was comforting the dejected little cat. Both Nini and Yite were removed from the inspection team and were now under investigation. The ragdoll cat couldn't believe that her father had actually added something harmful to the heat relief pills. She dared not dwell on it. The thought sent chills down her spine and her whole body trembled as she hugged herself. The poor cat didn't know who to confide in. She asked Su Kuei in bewilderment, what in this world is real and what is fake? Su Kuei couldn't bear to deceive her. After careful consideration, she replied, that's something you can define for yourself. If you believe it's real, then it can be real, or you can find a way to make it real. I don't understand. Nini slowly buried her face in her knees, her voice muffled. I feel so tired. It's as if everyone changed the day I left the sanctuary. Yite is not the Yite I knew, and father is becoming a stranger. Sometimes when I see their faces I feel terrified. I have nightmares every night. They haven't changed, Su Kuei said. If only I could reach through the screen right now. Nini, what do you mean? To give you a hug. Nini. You're not on this planet. Su Kuei smiled and said nothing. That night Nini lay in bed afraid to sleep. Her spirit beast was in a constant state of anxiety and fear, pacing restlessly with its ears pricked up. She had told Su Kuei the truth. Whenever she fell asleep she would have nightmares. She always dreamed that Yite opened a mouthful of teeth and bit her in two while her father watched from the side. He would even open his arms calling her to him and then watch as Yite chewed and swallowed her. Tossing and turning, she suddenly heard the doorbell indicating a visitor. Nini sat up, clutching her blanket, her spirit beast's fur bristling. A message came through on her light brain. It was Su Kuei. She said, it's me. The image from outside the door was transmitted. Nini leaned in to look and first saw pink hair with a cute butterfly bow on the hair tie. Without hesitation she opened the door. Su Kuei greeted her. Hi. What are you doing here? Came to give you a hug. The pink-haired girl opened her arms to her. Want one? Even faster than Nini was her spirit form. The little cat pricked up its ears at the sound of Su Kuei's voice, then pounced into her arms with a tiger-like leap, familiar and eager to burrow into Su Kuei's clothes. She held her collar shut to prevent it from entering, as she was only wearing this one layer today. Cradling the kitten in her arms, she gave it a few gentle rubs and it nestled obediently in the crook of her elbow. Su Kuei held the cat with one hand while her other arm remained outstretched. How did you get in? After the investigation, both she and it had been placed in solitary confinement and no unrelated personnel were allowed entry. Su Kuei said, I got in because I wanted to.
Come on, my arm is getting sore from holding it up. Nini sniffled, hesitated for a few seconds but ultimately walked over. Sukuei was slightly taller and looking down she could see the top of Nini's white hair. The ragdoll cat caught between them let out a soft mew. Sukuei gently stroked Nini's hair, one soothing motion after another. Through her actions she conveyed to Nini that not only could she enter but she could come and go with impunity. The reason of course was the privilege she wielded. Baizi was not on the surface someone who abused his authority. When Sukuei told him she needed to go there he chuckled softly on the other end of the communication. He was still in his fitted white vest and suit, his silver hair tied back smooth and lustrous. His forehead was exposed and full, his lips a vivid red. After their second bond this panda's condition had visibly improved, elevating his beauty to another level. He leaned back on the sofa, picked up the sea anemone plush beside him and wrapped his slender fingers around one of its tentacles. He spoke slowly and deliberately while his hand gently kneaded and circled into the anemone's core. Sukuei messaged Nuami. Your little uncle is really such a flirt. Baizi said this is a bit tricky. I'm not the type to abuse my power for personal gain. He clearly wanted a reward. Leaning over the plush he pressed a light kiss to it, then glanced sideways. Isn't that right, Xiao Kuei? Sukuei replied right. She smiled, revealing her white teeth. As Baizi wondered why she was being so agreeable, all of a sudden Sukuei simply ended the communication. Spoiled he was. Trying to negotiate terms. Even without Baizi she could still get in, it would just be a bit more troublesome, but that was fine. Baizi stared at the abruptly vanished projection, stunned for a moment. He poked the plush toy. Angry. He quickly sent another communication request but it was rejected. His spirit form emerged and the panda barked loudly at him. After sending 2 more requests the other side finally agreed unhurriedly. What is it? Seeing Sukuei the panda pressed its face forward. Baizi sighed. Ah. I was just joking. Don't hang up, don't hang up. Fine, go see that cat if you must. Where are you now? Almost at the docking port. I'll come pick you up. Sukuei rested her chin on her hand. I don't have any rewards to give you, you know. Baizi gave a helpless smile. My little ancestor, your presence is the greatest reward for me. I was wrong just now. Don't hold it against me, okay? Alright, I'll forgive you this time, Sukuei said. You don't need to pick me up. Citan and the others are already waiting for me. They are them and I am me. He said as he stood up, the panda already rushing to the door with its bow-legged gait. By the time they disembarked from the starship it was already evening. This starship, once belonging to Kwanzakayu, had changed ownership, bearing Sukuei's name and becoming her private vessel. Maintaining a starship required a significant amount of energy expenditure. Fortunately, Kwanzakayu's inheritance was generous, with numerous enterprises under his name, enough for Sukuei to squander for a lifetime and never run out. The crocodile was waiting below. Sukuei crouched down, pressed her cheek against its face and gently shook each of its teeth in turn. Captain Citan said, it hasn't been teething lately. Sukuei hummed in acknowledgement and asked any major movements from the Zerg side recently. Still the same as before. Sukuei said, you all go take on missions. Clear out the nearby Zerg and keep an eye on any other activities. No need to return for now. I have the hyena for protection. The crocodile lifted its head under her hand, a hint of pink on the scales between its forehead. This was a color it hadn't had before, slowly appearing only after their third bond. Sukuei caressed that spot and seeing the little crocodile remain still and obedient, she planted a kiss on it. Citan said, you're worried that. Although Sukuei hadn't detailed everything to them, her various actions allowed for some inferences. He nodded. I understand. You can rest assured. As he spoke, Baizi arrived. Citan fell silent. The group escorted her there, then Citan departed and Baizi led the way. Nini and it were placed on different floors. Baizi said that cat is on the top floor. Shall we go straight there? Sukuei replied no. Let's go to it first. He raised an eyebrow at this but didn't ask further, only warning it is in the basement. His mutation is severe, he's on the verge of losing all reason and could harm you. He won't, Sukuei said. Take me there. Its rank was still higher than hers and Sukuei worried that the mental brand might fail. This visit was also to reinforce it. Baizi waited outside for her. He listened for any sounds from within, ready to rush in and play the hero if Sukuei cried for help. The panda pressed against the door, trying to see through it. He glanced inside but it was too dark to see anything. Done, Sukuei said. Let's go see Nini. I'll wait. He glanced inside but it was too dark to see anything. Done, Sukuei said.
Let's go see Nini. I'll wait for you downstairs. The panda which had been waddling along behind was pulled away by its owner. Its small eyes surrounded by dark circles gazed longingly at Su Kuei's retreating figure. She was wearing a new dress with a slightly crooked bow. The panda longed to reach out a paw to touch it and straighten it. Su Kuei heard the cooing behind her turn into loud barking and knew the panda was throwing a tantrum with its owner. She pretended not to hear and knocked on Nini's door. Bai Ziyi hadn't gone far. Turning back to see the cat and Nini both pounce into Su Kuei's arms, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The panda, enraged, stamped its feet repeatedly. Bai Ziyi said gently, "Don't break the elevator." He waited outside for quite a while before Su Kuei came out. She had changed clothes into a long dress of the same style but a different color scheme, clearly fond of the design. "Why did you change your clothes?" Bai Ziyi stepped forward, asking with a smile. The kitten's tears soaked them. Nini had initially held back, but after Su Kuei patted her a couple of times she began to sob, her tears dampening Su Kuei's collar. Bai Ziyi said gently, "Don't break the elevator." He waited outside for quite a while before Su Kuei came out. She had changed clothes into a long dress of the same style but a different color scheme, clearly fond of the design. She must have agreed, Bai Ziyi said. If there were a test for obedience, the guides at the sanctuary would all get perfect scores. He said no more after that, then asked, "I thought you would stay with her through the difficult night." "There will be many such nights. She must face them eventually." Su Kuei could have stayed, but she was not inclined to. Below there was an it, even separated by several floors he was tightly guarded. Yet just knowing he was there made it hard for Su Kuei to sleep well. Besides, I didn't come this time just for them. Su Kuei halted, bent down and finally looked at the panda that had been following her legs seeking attention. Meeting the bright eyes behind the dark circles, Su Kuei smiled as well. The panda brand bamboo and rice meal was thoroughly enjoyed. Every advancement Su Kuei made was clearly known to the sentinels she had bonded with. This time the knot sorting took even longer. The cool thumb ring warmed in her grasp, its deep green hue pure and intense. "It's digging into me." Hearing this, Bai Ziyi removed the ring. Su Kuei toyed with it in her hand. "Is this the guild's emblem?" "Yes." Bai Ziyi adjusted the bow on her head, trying to straighten it. After a few attempts he realized the bow was deliberately made crooked. It's also connected to the guild's core control mainframe, containing information on all team members able to issue tasks and transfer large amounts of contribution points. Su Kuei slipped it onto her thumb. It was a bit loose. She pressed it a few times but there was no response. It seemed like an ordinary decorative ring. Bai Ziyi reached out and touched it in front of her and a screen suddenly projected from within. "Only I have the authority." He opened his permissions, allowing Su Kuei access to the guild's core content. The giant panda pressed against one of Su Kuei's legs, its black and white fur adorned with a hint of pink. Just below its dark circles it had two patches of blush like a little octopus. Bai Ziyi cradled the sea anemone, his fingers winding around its slowly writhing tentacles. He looked at the spirit entity, then at Su Kuei. "Su Kuei, why are you looking at me?" Bai Ziyi was speechless. "You really are." He let out a long sigh. "Ah. I've fallen into your hands." "Su Kuei, what am I?" She leaned in, whispering by his ear, "A dark guide." Bai Ziyi's body trembled slightly. She wouldn't let go, even hugging the panda, her hand lingering over its sensitive areas, pinching its ear tips and asking, "What's wrong with falling into my hands? You can still back out now. Didn't you once try to approach other pure-type guides? You can still do that now. That was before I met you." Bai Ziyi grasped her hand. All right, I'll say no more." Su Kuei nodded approvingly. "Just making pleasant sounds is enough." Pressing down lightly, the charming panda let out a drawn-out mem. With a breakthrough, the inspection team's progress accelerated. As the team leader, Bai Ziyi uncovered clues during repeated interrogations of it, tracing them back to the source of the heat avoidance drug. "Letty Mar. Vice Deacon. Please come with us." Though the heat avoidance drug incident had stirred up anxiety, the sanctuary remained as usual. Today was no different. The guides rose at the precise bell, and after washing up, their first task was to head to the hall and recite the oath beneath the sanctuary's dome radiance. "I am a guide of the sanctuary, a messenger divinely sent to save the sentinels. I swear to protect every sentinel as I would my own family, dedicating my life to the cause of pacification. I will follow in the footsteps of our beloved father, fulfill my duties faithfully, and never forget my original aspiration." Letty Mar basked in the morning light, listening to their voices with a smile. Li Tuan, forced to attend the ceremony, rolled his eyes and yawned, muttering curses under his breath. All this brainwashing propaganda, no wonder there's not a single normal person in the sanctuary. Just then an intrusion alert suddenly sounded from outside the door. On the guard's machine video, Bai Ziyi's face appeared. He led a team of inspectors arriving at the sanctuary with evidence demanding Letty Mar cooperate with the investigation. Lituan snapped awake all drowsiness on his little hedgehog spirit entity, perking up to watch the excitement. As the oath paused, a displeased complaint rose from the crowd. Father would never do such things. Can you please stop bothering us? Barging in without basic social etiquette. Exactly, this is our home. Whatever it is, please leave. By Ze's gaze swept over the crowd. Vice Deacon. Letty Mar raised his hand and the voices fell silent. This is your duty and of course I will cooperate. By Z and Letty Mar were acquainted and quite familiar at that. He also roughly knew what Letty Mar had done. But who hadn't done such things? Regarding the toxic nutrient incident, too many were involved. By Z wasn't among them, but many he knew had interests tied to it. Such matters were common. All crows are black under the sun, and he was no hot-blooded youth who couldn't tolerate a speck of grit. He hadn't planned to take on this thankless task either and would have declined as before. But this time circumstances were special. Several parties had approached him requesting he lead the inspection team. And now there was someone deliberately muddying the waters. Thinking of the sea anemone, By Z sighed inwardly. This time he feared Letty Mar and his ilk would not get their way. After all, he had already been thoroughly bought off. Letty Mar was of course unaware of his inner thoughts and intentions. Believing everything was under control, he noticed a patch of skin on By Z's neck and asked with concern, "Is it an allergy?" By Z touched the spot. Letty Mar took a small mirror from a spatial compression device and handed it to him. By Z took it and saw a small red mark on his neck behind the ear. He immediately recalled how it got there. He was sensitive and his skin easily held color. That morning when he met the little sea anemone, she had rubbed him a few times, leaving a red imprint that hadn't faded. He hadn't noticed. He wondered if the others on the inspection team had seen it. Glancing at them, they were looking everywhere but at him. "Letty Mar, do you need some ointment?" "I have some here." By Z cleared his throat lightly. "No need, thank you." "You're welcome." Letty Mar retrieved the mirror and calmly followed him out of the sanctuary. His magnanimous demeanor only fueled his followers' resentment toward the inspection team. Why aren't it and Vice Deacon Nini speaking up for Father? Trapped in this enclosed space, they were unaware of it and Nini's situation. Someone grumbled, "What's the use of becoming Vice Deacon? I knew she couldn't do anything." Everyone believed that Letty Mar would soon return convinced of his innocence. They expected the inspection squad to apologize for their actions. Letty Mar himself thought the same. But he never anticipated that By Z would adopt such an ambiguous stance, seemingly ready to turn his back on him. Not only did By present various pieces of evidence, but he also swiftly took control of the Radiance team, conducting secretive interrogations. No inhumane methods were used. Instead, individuals were isolated in confined spaces where robots tirelessly repeated the same questions. The recordings were brought forth. Even when summoned for investigation, Letty Mar remained composed. He sat leisurely engaging in a cordial conversation with By Z. "You should know very well that I am innocent. This talk of secretions is utterly baseless. That remains to be seen after an examination. By Z, as you can see, your subordinates have already confessed to helping you add a special substance to the heat suppressant medication." Letty Mar's gaze shifted to the holographic screen, his expression darkening. Audit was a member of the Radiance team, a subordinate he had believed to be loyal. The man appeared dazed and disoriented in the cramped sealed room. A cold mechanical voice emanated from the walls. "What are the ingredients of the heat suppressant medication primarily researched in your 2 laboratories? Please respond. Please respond." The heat suppressant causes aseptic inflammation in guides, preventing pheromone implantation to avoid bonding heat. Simultaneously, the released cytotoxicity, aside from causing fibrotic lesions, does it also possess addictive properties? Besides transmission through soothing, are there other means of spread? Please respond. Addiction. The room held only a single chair, so the Sentinel sat upon it. He had been slumped over, but at the robot's voice he slowly raised his head as if triggered by a keyword. Having been infected by insects without receiving effective soothing, his hands had transformed into gecko claws. His body was largely covered in granular scales with large protruding tubercles scattered between them. 5-MeO-DMT, he murmured. The 5-MeO-DMT from the venom gland produces hallucinogenic effects, causing users to experience hallucinations and intense euphoria. This organic compound is strictly controlled. How did you obtain it? From which venom gland? Where did it come from? I don't know, it was the vice executor. Letty Mar. Yes. He gave it to us and told us to add it to the heat suppressant. It's a unique ability of his spirit body no one else knows. The surveillance lens captured every word of this conversation, now relayed to Letty Mar's ears. The usually composed and magnanimous vice executor frowned, his expression one of utter disbelief.
Shaking his head at the accusations, he said, "This is truly absurd and ridiculous. I have no idea what the robots or others did to him during this irregular interrogation to make him fabricate such a illogical and flawed lie. My spirit body possesses no special abilities, as everyone knows. This team member's mental state is compromised. Clearly someone is deliberately trying to frame me. Is it the acting chairman of the Guide Association or someone else?" Letty+Mary, clad in an immaculate white uniform with the Sanctum emblem on his chest, rested his hands on his knees. "Or perhaps it involves anti-Star Alliance factions aiming to weaken the Alliance's strength. By Ze, hold on, there's more." He opened another video, this time featuring Yite, who still wore a mask, his face obscured. But his words echoed those of the previous Sentinel. He confessed to his crimes and similarly claimed that Letty+Mary was the ultimate beneficiary. He seemed to be in pain from excessive mutation, constantly scratching his neck as if struggling to breathe, though no restraints were visible. Faced with the accusations of others, Letty+Mary had managed to maintain his composure. But Yite's appearance made him press his lips together, a barely perceptible twitch disturbing his mouth. "You know, Yite and the others are infected by the Zerg. Any statements made under such circumstances should be viewed with skepticism by inspectors." He said, "I thought we were allies." By Ze understood his implication. If not for maintaining decorum, Letty+Mary would have likely shaken him violently, demanding to know what he was doing. They had established the inspection squad and maneuvered by Ze into being its captain not to expose one of their own. Letty+Mary was baffled by Ze wouldn't act without benefit to himself. Was this the guild's intention? Did they also wish to carve up the profits from the heat suppressant? He probed by Ze's intentions, but the latter remained silent, merely smiling as he stood up and said, "We will verify the statements of the Radiance team members. In the meantime, Vice Executor, please rest here for a few days." "You're detaining me. You have no right to do so. Currently there is evidence pointing to possible illegal activities. The inspection squad has the authority to supervise any suspect under Star Alliance law." By Ze nodded to him and turned to leave. After he left, Letty+Mary's expression fell completely. He tried to contact his people via his lightbrain only to find it jammed. No messages could be sent or received. He gripped the lightbrain tightly. The guild wouldn't go this far. Who in the end was plotting against him? The shell had learned a new festive song, and when By Ze arrived it was clattering happily. He listened intently, unbuttoning his suit jacket as he asked with a smile, "Why the celebratory song? Is there a festival coming up?" "Festival?" Su Kuei thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, a festival. But she didn't specify which one." By Ze checked his lightbrain but found no upcoming holidays on the calendar. "Festival?" Su Kuei thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, a festival. But she didn't specify which one." Su Kuei snagged her barefoot, dangling down to press against the panda's large paw. The Bai family's spirit bodies and humans alike loved to rest on laps, looking up with wide eyes in an attempt to appear innocent. This panda half lay across her lap, her calf sinking into its furry chest, her foot warm against its paw. She occasionally swung her legs, her toes inadvertently brushing other spots, causing the panda to shiver sensitively, yet it refused to let go. Su Kuei suspected its heat period hadn't ended. Pondering how long a panda's heat period lasted, she asked, "How did Letty+Mary react?" "No, wait, let me guess." Su Kuei, using her understanding of others, speculated, "He will definitely exploit these individuals with questionable mental states and fully push this matter forward. If a suitable scapegoat cannot be found, then one must be fabricated. At that moment there will surely be a significant incident and he will step in to resolve it, showcasing immense contributions and sacrifices, thereby gaining an advantage in public opinion and seizing the opportunity to turn the tide. The incident could be incited by the Anti-Star Alliance organization or an invasion by the insect race. Overall, the former seems more likely. The latter is unlikely unless Letty+Mary colludes with the insect race. The charges of collusion with the insects and mere profit-seeking are vastly different. Letty+Mary is not that foolish. Recently the insect race has declared a ceasefire, with the king insects returning to their nests and only a few scattered lower-level insects occasionally straying alone. Moreover, to eliminate the possibility of minor incidents occurring, she has instructed Stan to clean up thoroughly, completely stifling the chance of the insect race launching a large-scale attack on the Star Alliance, which would allow Letty+Mary to use it as a means of redemption. Having managed her interests for so many years, Letty+Mary's web of benefits is too extensive. There will definitely be someone striving to assist her. Additionally, she has an excessively large following on the Star Network, having established a mature and complete industrial chain. No matter what, we cannot give her any time to react. Everything must be swift. A snack crumb fell onto the panda's head and Su Kuei snapped back to reality, brushing it off. On the first day of Letty+Mary's isolation, the Truth Organization began to take action. Victims from the Star Network emerged like mushrooms after rain, bringing their own test results to collectively sue Letty+Mary in the Star Alliance court. Meanwhile, the Guide Association issued a strong condemnation of the matter, denouncing Letty+Mary's inhumane behavior.
In the sanctuary only one vice-curator remained to preside. The League group held a comprehensive testing event and in the end no one was spared. Even those who revered Lady Mal were alarmed when it came to their own safety and the guides in the sanctuary panicked. The League group expressed their disappointment stating they never expected their predecessor to be such a person and she was deeply saddened. She then turned to communicate with Su Kuei laughing until her stomach hurt. But I don't understand, I clearly did not inject the heat avoidance drug, so why was the result still positive? After laughing she wiped her eyes and asked in confusion. Because that is fake, Su Kuei thought. Such a simple tactic is actually very effective. As long as the suspicion is established, an overwhelming campaign can be launched to guide public opinion, creating a sense of repulsion among the masses. No matter whether it is true or false, Lady Mal's reputation will suffer greatly. The psychology of conformity among people is quite strange. Those guides without any symptoms will start to panic upon receiving their results, desperately searching for problems within themselves. She asked, are the guides in the sanctuary now paranoid, thinking they are also addicted to the heat avoidance drug? League group recalled, it seems that there is a bit of that. But there will also be rational voices in the crowd, you need to suppress those voices. For the time being whoever has the loudest voice will be the truth. How is the training of your guard team going? Can they be trusted? League group replied, I followed your instructions and paid special attention to the captain. They are relatively obedient for now. Good. Let him also prove that he is addicted to calming. She deliberately emphasized the word calming. The captain of League group's guard team is also a high-level sentinel. He took the lead in speaking and the other sentinels echoed, yes that's right, I feel I am also addicted to calming. The captain of League group's guard team is also a high-level sentinel. He took the lead in speaking and the other sentinels echoed, yes that's right, I feel I am also addicted to calming. But what you're describing is due to high alienation values, right? Didn't it feel this way before the heat avoidance drug? Such voices were ultimately drowned out by the crowd. The little octopus mobilized all 8 tentacles to manipulate big data, amplifying the overwhelming condemnation while suppressing the rational rebuttals. In this trend Lady Mal was brought to the Star Alliance court. The first instance judgment was astonishingly swift, sentencing Lady Mal to dismissal, depriving her of political rights for life along with a hefty fine in star coins. Lady Mal contested the conviction, requesting an appeal. As the defendant in court she remained calm, stating, I will not admit to what I did not do. I demand a re-investigation and a change of investigators. Her gaze slid over by Ji and others before moving away. A law lacking fairness cannot be called a law. Su Kuei also commented, a punishment that is too lenient is in essence a form of indulgence. We cannot give her the opportunity to appeal. She said this while sending a message to the killer whale elder. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. For the first time she donned a combat suit. Among the legacy left by Chu Zai-kai were many factories, including this combat suit manufacturing factory. Su Kuei had the robots design her favorite style for production, which was just completed this morning and delivered to her. The killer whale elder had promised to help her clear obstacles on her path to growth. Su Kuei's request was to ensure that Lady Mal cannot rise again. The elder arrived swiftly, taking Su Kuei to the monitoring facility where Lady Mal is currently located. The killer whale elder asked, are you sure you can get in? Su Kuei confidently nodded yes. She regarded the technological equipment of the monitoring facility as inconsequential while the elder raised an eyebrow. It seems you have capable people around you. You jest, it is quite normal for a guide to have several followers, isn't it? The two arrived at the room belonging to Lady Mal, who was not resting at this time but was instead looking at a projection of a Star Network book. Mal, long time no see. The elder greeted as she walked in. Why have you come? Lady Mal stood up to greet, her demeanor respectful. The elder is the strongest and oldest sentinel, rendering all others beneath her as juniors. She had previously met this vice-curator when he was younger and she remembered him as beardless. I am here to fulfill a promise. The elder got straight to the point, pulling out a high-level suppressor from her pocket. Will you put it on yourself or shall I do it for you? Su Kuei did not enter. She waited outside. The monitoring facility should have been equipped with surveillance, but Lady Mal believed it infringed on her privacy and refused to enter. The staff could only remove the surveillance equipment from this room. Thus Su Kuei was unaware of the situation inside. She was simply observing the differences between each room. However, it was evident from the exterior that Lady Mal's room was larger and her door more luxurious. Privileged individuals are never the same as others regardless of the location. After waiting for a while as the elder did not come out, Su Kuei faintly heard some commotion, possibly a fight. She was not worried. Although she appeared quite aged, the killer whale elder had rich combat experience. Even at the same level Lady Mal could not best. Do you know how to use an energy gun? Startled awake by a special notification sound in the middle of the night, Nini, who was already a light sleeper, jolted upright. She raised her wrist to look at the optical brain. It was the one Sukuei had given her, crafted into a beautiful watch with rhinestones adorning its outer rim. It looked similar to the one Nini had received from the sanctum before, but its functions were worlds apart. At first she didn't know how to use it, but Sukuei put it on her and provided a manual. She had heard it was made by that strange genius from the Truth Organization. Nini didn't know his exact relationship with Sukuei, but she noticed that every sentinel who appeared by Sukuei's side became obedient to her. The roles were completely reversed. At least in her previous understanding, sentinels were naturally superior to guides. They were born strong, brave and fearless, while guides were inherently delicate, beautiful and existed to depend on sentinels. Their lifelong mission and purpose was to soothe the sentinels, ensuring humanity could overcome the Zerg and continue to thrive. Soothe the sentinels, it was only natural. Heaven had bestowed this ability upon guides so they would use it well. Before meeting Sukuei during her time at the sanctum, Nini had always believed this. She had seen complex type guides before, though she didn't understand why they insisted on twisting themselves trying to become like sentinels. Yet deep down there was a faint unacknowledged longing. Could a guide also take up arms and kill Zerg? She had asked Yite this question and remembered his reply: no. They go against their nature, stifling the softness and beauty of being a guide. No sentinel likes a guide like that. Don't be like them, Nini. Nini obediently agreed. But now, as she reconsidered that answer, a question she had never pondered before surfaced in her mind. Why must a guide be liked by a sentinel? Why must I be liked by anyone? She had never met a guide like Sukuei, or rather she had never met anyone like her. It was hard to describe in words, but Nini knew she admired her. She wanted to be that kind of person too. The kind who took the lead, who never compromised her own will no matter what. I can do it. Nini thought of what Sukuei had said that night when she came. When she cried saying she hated her own weakness and foolishness, Sukuei cupped her face and retorted, no one is born weak or foolish. What you should hate is the one who turned you into this. Shatter the perceptions of your past life, endure the pain of leaving the comfortable cage. Nini is the most resilient Nini. The one you should truly admire is yourself, and the one you should truly love is yourself. She wiped away her tears and smiled. Come on, say it with me. Nini is the best. Nini is the best. At that time she bit her lip and mumbled shyly. Sukuei then patted her head. Nini is the best. Even now saying it aloud felt incredibly embarrassing. Nini murmured to the cat. The ragdoll looked at her with clear eyes. Nini touched her burning cheeks and checked the message from Sukuei. She had set a special notification sound using Sukuei's voice, calling out, little cat calling little cat. Opening it, she saw a somewhat puzzling message. Nini sent a question mark but still answered earnestly, same as a lightsaber. Sea anemone calling sea anemone. Hearing the sound, Sukuei looked over. Seeing that line, she chuckled. Sukuei, yes, same. What time is it and you're still not asleep? Careful, you'll get dark circles and turn into a panda cat. Ragdoll cat, you're not asleep either. Sukuei, I'm almost done. Ragdoll cat, oh. Niji came out empty-handed. The inhibitor is on him. I've also beaten him up inside. Sukuei, thank you. The orca grandma looked at her. Not going back. I want to have a chat with him. Sukuei put away the optical brain and took out a seashell from her pocket. I promised him that on our third meeting I'd give him a beautiful piece of music. The orca grandma couldn't quite understand what young people were thinking nowadays, coming over in the middle of the night to make an injured enemy listen to music. What kind of new torture method was this? Knowing Sukuei intended to retaliate against Lady Mar, but seeing her calm expression and her powerless limbs, Niji figured Lady Mar would at most endure some insults and curses. So she only asked, need me to come along? No need. Sukuei smiled. I'll be out soon. She walked in. The door closed. Though it was a surveillance station, his room was as luxurious and comfortable as any top-tier hotel. But now Lady Mar looked somewhat disheveled. Out of nowhere, a senior he hadn't seen in ages had charged and beaten him up and forced a dog collar on him. And he couldn't take it off. Lady Mar was genuinely angry. As he pondered the cause of all this, connecting everyone to the final target, Sukuei entered. It's you. Good, you remember me. Sukuei held the seashell, placed it on the coffee table and poured some water over it. The shell fluttered twice, then began to sing as if waking from a dream. Sukuei, no, not this one. Change it. Lady Mar. You're the one behind my downfall. I should have guessed. Nini, even by Ze and Niji, they all betrayed me after coming into contact with you. Sukuei shook the shell. Next song. The one I've been making you listen to lately. Have you forgotten? You sent that rat you released the Zerg to infect Yite. Do you know the crime of colluding with the Zerg? What is your goal?
We have no grievance. What do you want? Status, power, or money? I can help you achieve all of it. Shaken until it bubbled, the shell finally sang the right song. Hearing the cheerful rhythm, Su Kuei let out a breath and finally turned to look at him. I'll give you one song's worth of time to speak. Letty-Mar, child, there is no conflict between us. Tell me, what is the purpose of all this? How did you make Yite betray me? That was what puzzled him most. Someone helped you, right? Tell me, was it Huanya or Shueimai or both? Are you from the Truth Organization? The shell sang like a music box. Su Kuei hummed along for a couple of lines, then smiled. All right, I'll tell you then. She leaned in, staring at Letty-Mar's face as if to etch his features into her memory. Then she drew the energy gun and aimed it at his forehead. I'll tell you. I changed my mind. One song is too long, you talk too much. The energy gun fired silently. With its auto-tracking function, the energy bullet precisely embedded itself into Letty-Mar's brow, leaving only a small hole, cutting through the Gordian knot. Su Kuei disliked verbosity. The longer the delay, the easier it was for someone to turn the tables. She only needed to ensure that Letty-Mar died bearing a tainted reputation. 5-MeO-DMT, he murmured. The 5-MeO-DMT from the venom gland produces hallucinogenic effects, causing users to experience hallucinations, and the Orca grandmother peered inside, but the door had already shut. Su Kuei smiled. You worked hard today. I'll keep my promise to you. It's nothing. It's been a while since I stretched my limbs anyway. It was easy to come and just as easy to leave. Su Kuei returned home. This was originally one of Kwanzakayu's properties, but after it came into her possession, Su Kuei had redecorated it entirely. She had once envisioned many scenarios for Letty-Mar's death. If she could have grown faster, she might have planted a psychic brand in his mind, compelling him to confess his crimes and commit suicide publicly in atonement. But she could no longer wait. Every extra day Letty-Mar lived was an insult to her. Still, this outcome wasn't far off. Su Kuei changed her clothes and helped polish his suicide note. She wrote it with such heartfelt sincerity that it would move anyone to tears. She was even touched herself. After finishing, she sent it to Little Octopus. Release it across the entire star network tomorrow morning. She then summoned Bai Ziyi, asking him to come over. It was nearly midnight and Bai Ziyi had already gone to bed. Woken by her summons, he hurried over, fearing something had happened to her. He rushed in to find Su Kuei standing there unharmed. She smiled at him, hugged the panda, and planted a kiss on its head. Amidst the panda's dazed expression, she said casually, Letty-Mar is dead. His confession note will be posted at exactly 9:00 a.m. tomorrow. I need you to forge evidence of his suicide. Make everyone believe that is the truth. Bai Ziyi. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. I knew you had a grudge against him, but I didn't expect you to act so swiftly. Letty-Mar was after all a high-level Sentinel and a vice-executor always active on the Star Network. Su Kuei, can't you do it? Bai Ziyi, you've really set me a difficult task. Su Kuei looked at him, then stepped forward and placed her hand on his shoulder. Can't you do it? Are you not capable? If I say no, will you find someone else? Su Kuei neither confirmed nor denied. She gave him time to weigh the pros and cons, waited a few seconds, then asked, have you decided? You can still back out now. I won't expose you. Lies. If I truly withdrew, the next person to die would probably be me, right? He said with feigned helplessness. Besides, now that you've dragged me onto this pirate ship, there's no getting off. Bai Ziyi grasped her sliding hand. If I pull this off, do I get a reward? As her hand teased his waist, Bai Ziyi's muscles tensed. What reward do you want? She asked. Your tail. Let me touch your panda tail. He gasped. I'll let you touch it when I get back. Bai Ziyi hurried away and Su Kuei awaited his good news. He returned exhausted at 8 in the morning and told Su Kuei it's all set. A smile bloomed on Su Kuei's face. She rose-cupped his cheeks and said, I knew you wouldn't let me down. 8:40 in the morning. The monitoring station's detection machine suddenly blared a piercing alarm. Such an alarm sounded whenever a prisoner under watch encountered a special situation. A robot came to inspect and found that the vital signs of the suspect in the indicated room had vanished. That room housed Vice-Executor Letty-Mar. He had died in the monitoring station. The other human staff, upon hearing the news, dropped everything and rushed over. With his death on their premises, they were all culpable. Fortunately, when the security robot inspected it, discovered that Letty-Mar had committed suicide. He had concealed an energy gun on his person. Due to Letty-Mar's status, he hadn't been subjected to a very strict search when brought into the station. The staff had turned a blind eye, even failing to confiscate his optical computer, only blocking its signal.
Unexpectedly he had smuggled in an energy gun and used it to kill himself. They also found a suicide note stored in his optical computer's memory. In it Letty Mar confessed to his crimes. He was the beneficiary of both the toxic nutrient fluid factory and the addictive heat avoidance drug. Because their entry had triggered the signal blocking system, the note was automatically sent to the Star Network. Now without any official announcement, everyone knew Letty Mar was dead. Sue Kuei had gone to bed late the night before and naturally woke up late. When she opened her optical computer, countless messages popped up in a frenzy. The headlines on the Star Network were all about the vice executor's suicide. Many expressed doubt, refusing to believe the note was genuine. They demanded a new autopsy and that the station release the surveillance footage. In response, the monitoring station stated there was no footage. Letty Mar himself had expressly refused to stay in a room with surveillance cameras. Furthermore, an autopsy was impossible because the body had already been disposed of. Due to a programming error, a robot had malfunctioned and processed the wrong person. That robot had since been destroyed. Dead men tell no tales. As Sue Kuei watched the news and saw his followers cursing and stamping in fury, she said to Chestnut, "This time the sanctuary can undergo a great purge. Abolish those useless rules and put Fanland's statue back exactly as it was." Chestnut's face flushed with excitement and she exclaimed loudly, "Yes." With the culprit found, Nini, who had been cleared of suspicion, was released. The members of the accomplice Glorious team were also sent to Interstellar prison, sentenced to life imprisonment. If they behaved and reformed inside with some maneuvering, their life sentences might be commuted to fixed terms and they might get out within their lifetimes. But Sue Kuei would not give them that chance. Against enemies one must be utterly ruthless. They would never see freedom again. Sue Kuei went to pick up Nini. Nini had also seen the news of Letty Mar's death and was still in a daze of disbelief. A profound sense of unreality made her feel as if she were walking on cotton, her steps weak and unsteady. Sue Kuei reached out to support her and Nini gripped her arm tightly. She lowered her voice. "Father, did Father really commit suicide?" Father would never do that. Even though she had been unaware of Letty Mar's true nature, she knew instinctively that her father was not the type to take his own life. "Of course he did," Sue Kuei said with her usual smile. "Perhaps because all his deeds were exposed, he couldn't bear the indelible stain on his name, so he chose death. It's perfectly logical, isn't it? Don't overthink it." Sue Kuei smoothed Nini's wind-tossed hair. "Spare a second of mourning for the feelings you once had. That's enough. Now you should feel relieved. Enjoy a truly free life. No one can ever bind you again. It's..." Nini swallowed the word "you." "What is it?" Sue Kuei held her hand, her smile as warm as when they first met. "Do you want to return to the sanctuary? Chestnut has started dismantling the little brains wrapped around the guides. If you want to help, go back. If not, you can leave." "Can I completely leave the sanctuary?" Nini instead showed a look of confusion and hesitation, her spiritual entity popping out to peek around. If she left the sanctuary, where would she go? "Of course you can. Sue Kuei, if you decide to leave, don't forget to tell me. I'll see you off." She took the ragdoll cat, held it under its armpits and lifted it up. Gazing at its brilliant blue eyes shimmering in the sunlight, she smiled, leaned in and touched its pink nose with her own. "From now on you're a free and happy little cat." The ragdoll cat meow. Just after seeing Nini off, Granny Orca stormed in. When she arrived, Sue Kuei was writing something. Not typing on a light brain, but writing with a pen and paper. When she saw Niji, she put down the pen. "You killed Letty Mar." No one was more certain of this than Niji. Sue Kuei had been waiting for her to come and confront her. In fact, she felt Niji was a bit late. She closed what she was writing. Niji only caught a glimpse of the word Sentinel. "Please have a seat." Sue Kuei had a robot bring over drinks and took a sip herself. "Ocean cherry, it tastes wonderful. I'm not sure if you'll like it." When Granny Orca didn't smile, a nasolabial fold appeared on her left cheek, a mark of time she hadn't erased with cosmetic treatments. She looked furious, but Sue Kuei knew it was just for show. "Don't beat around the bush with me. No one has dared to treat me like this in years." Niji sat down, took a sip of her drink and said, "You youngsters, so young yet so devious. I dislike dealing with people like you the most." Sue Kuei was surprised. "Really? But you clearly admire me." Granny Orca, so narcissistic. Sue Kuei laughed heartily twice. "Letty Mar died by suicide. That's a fact known to everyone. What does it have to do with me?" Looking closely, Granny Orca had a pair of phoenix eyes that exuded authority without anger, with her pupils slightly upturned, revealing some white beneath. When she stared at someone intently, it was incredibly oppressive. High-level Sentinels are a dying breed. Every single loss is a blow to the Star Alliance.
Only by cutting away the rotten flesh can new buds grow. I don't believe the passing of a person with no contributions affects all of humanity. Isn't that overstating his importance? That ridiculous title Holy Father might fool others, but you didn't actually believe it, did you? Besides, Su Kuei's tone shifted. Even if it were true, so what? He's already dead. Would you destroy our contract for a dead man? She was certain Niji wouldn't become her enemy over this. Moreover, she still held evidence of Niji's presence that night, her fingerprints on the high-grade suppressor and microbial populations from Lady Mar's skin. Preserved with special methods in her spatial compression device, these microbes could remain stable for over a year. Regardless of the consideration, Niji had no choice but to cover for her and completely clear Su Kuei's name. Niji knew this all too well, but being outmaneuvered left a bitter taste in her mouth. Su Kuei understood not to push too hard. Truly angering the Orca leader would bring her no benefit. So she softened her tone. His factory harmed so many people. He wasn't innocent. Do you know how many families were destroyed by his greed? Life for ordinary people was already hard. Now simply living to old age in peace is the greatest luxury. Before I became a guide, I was an ordinary person too. If my loved ones were still alive and encountered such a situation with no one to turn to for help, how desperate would that be? Even death cannot atone for his sins. Besides, you know the laws of the Star Alliance. Even with irrefutable evidence in the nutrient fluid incident, he wouldn't have been sentenced to death. This is the best outcome. This time it was Niji's turn to fall silent. After a moment she asked, "What were you just writing?" Su Kuei went along with the topic change. "A book for guides containing some of my insights. I'll ask other guides to help supplement it later. It might not be long before it can be distributed." Niji nodded, took another sip of juice, but this time her demeanor was much calmer. She even joked, "I need to take my little orcas back. You, this guide, have too many schemes. If I let them keep contact with you, the Orca squad might end up taking your surname in a few years." "How could that be?" Su Kuei said. "But before you take them away, I suggest you ask for their opinions first." Granny Orca grew wary. "You haven't already turned them against me, have you?" Su Kuei, "Not yet." Niji had only been speaking casually, but now she wasn't so sure. Leaving Su Kuei's place, she went to find her younger kin. Her granddaughter Huarui was the one she had the highest hopes for in this generation. Since Huarui's mother's generation lacked exceptionally outstanding sentinels, she had planned to skip the middle tier and groom Huarui as the next Orca leader. They hadn't followed this time and were still on Dragonfly Star. When Niji sent a communication, Huarui was still brawling with her siblings on the other end. Although her spiritual entity wasn't as large as her older cousins, it was extremely fierce and savage, having already taken down several older siblings. When she answered, she was still panting, her forehead covered in sweat. Granny Orca said, "Pack up and get ready to leave." "Huarui, huh?" She widened her eyes. "Why?" "We're still waiting for Su Kuei to come back." The others heard this, stopped what they were doing and crowded around. Faces pressed into the screen, each one shouting over the other, creating a racket like a bustling market. But they all conveyed the same message: they didn't want to leave. "Granny Orca, how many bonds have you all formed?" Huarui said sheepishly, "The others have only done it once and some haven't had their turn yet." She lowered her voice and whispered to her grandmother, "I've done it twice." But the others, with their ears pricked up, still heard her and immediately voiced their displeasure. "What? Why do you get to do it twice? When did you sneak off to do it behind our backs? You're so sneaky. Huarui, it's your fault for being too weak." Su Kuei said, "I'm her favorite. She called me over specifically to soothe me before she left." She snorted and cracked her knuckles. "If you don't like it, let's fight." Her older cousin glanced at her. "I've done it twice too." "Huarui, I don't believe you." The young man smiled, the painted patterns on his face curving into an arc. "I was nearby the day she soothed you. After you left, she saw me and called me over too." Seeing her smug cousin, Huarui clenched her fists and charged at him. "You've gone too far. I'll fight you." The cousin, who had been smiling moments before, stiffened as her fist struck his abdomen. Ugh. Nig could no longer laugh. The next leader and the largest male cub he had meticulously nurtured, Su Kuei had deliberately targeted those two, hadn't she? Su Kuei indeed. She had thought she'd never have the chance to approach the Orcas, but since they came to her willingly, she naturally seized the opportunity. The elder Orca was not an autocratic matriarch. Since the younger ones were unwilling to return, she didn't force them to obey. However, they could stay only if they promised never to form a third bond with Su Kuei behind her back. Though the young Orcas chorused their agreement in unison, the elder remained uneasy. From an outsider's perspective, she truly admired Su Kuei.
3 days after Lady Mare's death, a massive protest erupted across the Star Alliance. Led by several guides from the Sanctum, the protest primarily targeted by Zee, the captain of the inspection squad. They accused him of concealing the truth behind Lady Mare's death. Among the leading guides was one Su Kuei recognized, the curly-haired little Teddy. On the live stream she saw him shouting slogans about resisting privilege and demanding justice. Li Tuan messaged to explain she couldn't control these deeply indoctrinated guides and had sent Alan out with his team. Su Kuei asked, "Who is Alan?" Li Tuan replied, "That little curly-haired one. His name is Alan, a guide supported by the Cullen family. You know your crocodile father's side." The crocodile she referred to was C-Tan, but the current leader of the Cullen family was not C-Tan's father but his aunt. Su Kuei nodded in acknowledgement. Li Tuan asked again, "What do we do now?" "Fanlan's statue has been moved back, but no matter what I say those people won't listen. Honestly, sometimes I just want to crack open their skulls and drain the muddy water out. I really can't fathom why they're so fanatically devoted to a Sentinel demanding justice for him. Ha! It's utterly ridiculous." Su Kuei said, "Leave them for now. Let them cool down for a while. If they still can't see the truth, we'll have to abandon them." "Ah." Li Tuan blinked. "No more attempts to save them." She muttered, "Maybe you'll try asking Ni to talk to them. She's been a bit lost lately, so this might give her something to do." What a kind little hedgehog. No wonder she's covered in spikes yet still can't hurt anyone. She always talks about blowing up the universe, but her heart is incredibly soft. Just like her belly. Su Kuei nodded. "As you wish." Before ending the call, Li Tuan remembered something and called out, "Oh right. The toad is dead, so the deputy position is open. Do you want it?" Su Kuei refused. "No, I already have 2 guides. For the 3rd deputy I hope it can be an ordinary woman. Wasn't the Sanctum originally founded for them?" Li Tuan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. "You're right. You really want to take the deputy position?" Bai Ziyi, who had remained silent, finally spoke as Li Tuan's figure faded. "No, that kind of work is boring." Su Kuei glanced at him. "Even without being a deputy I can still push this forward." She waved the book in her hand. Bai Ziyi asked, "Let me see." Upon taking it and reading the cover he couldn't help but laugh. "A Sentinel's manual. How do you plan to use us?" Su Kuei replied just like this. "Like what?" He spread his arms, exuding a seductive aura. "Show me. How you use me." Su Kuei grabbed the tail of his spirit beast, which instantly went limp, causing the panda's master to gasp for breath. "I haven't asked you yet. Where did the energy gun come from?" "I saw his wound." Su Kuei leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Do you really want to know?" "Can't you tell me?" Bai Ziyi met her gaze. A faint redness crept into the corners of his eyes, hazy as he looked into Su Kuei's pink pupils. He changed his mind. "All right, I don't want to know anymore." How cold and heartless. For the first time I've devoted myself entirely to someone. Many had devoted themselves to her. Su Kuei rubbed his tail as a reward. "Isn't this more challenging? Isn't this what you like?" If she were the kind of person easily swayed by petty favors, grateful and reverent Bai Ziyi would likely find it dull. "Just keep me dangling then." Despite his reluctance, Bai Ziyi could only lift her hand and give it a gentle bite, then lick the spot afterward. Seeing the ruby bracelet on her wrist, he asked, "It's beautiful. Did you buy it yourself?" Su Kuei glanced at it. "No. A gift. From the captain of the Wind team." They had originally been within Su Kuei's target range. But since they weren't part of this surrender, they had been eliminated. That captain had contacted her, but only to ask about the guard team, and then there was no follow-up. It seemed the birds still yearned for freedom. Though Su Kuei regretted it, she didn't force the matter. "You're so popular," he sighed softly. The live stream on the StarNet continued to echo with the protest chants, all shouting his name and accusing Bai Ziyi of dereliction of duty. Su Kuei said, "Not as much as you." Bai Ziyi glanced at it and chuckled wryly. "Alas, now everyone is cursing me. Little sea anemone, help me out. Any ideas?" Su Kuei asked, "Do you even need help?" Their actions didn't faze him at all. Bai Ziyi was still in the mood to watch the spectacle, his hand resting on his leg with a thumb ring. He smiled at Su Kuei. "Look at that guide. He doesn't even realize he's being used as a pawn. Though he comes from the Sanctum and speaking for it is fine, he hasn't considered the Cullen family's stance." He was referring to little curly-haired Alan, who had dressed himself impeccably today. "What about your crocodile? Any reaction to this?" Su Kuei said, "He has things to do." She toyed with the panda's ears. Since you asked for my help, I suppose I can't refuse. Bai Ziyi hummed in question. Before Lady Mare died, he said he suspected the water vein was behind this. I think it's not impossible. Since these people want to find the real culprit, let them go after the water vein. After all, his spirit beast is indeed suspicious. Bai Ziyi asked. Did this person provoke you too? No, Su Kuei said. I really like the giant phantom jellyfish. After all, the Truth Organization was no good either. Let them fight it out while she used their conflict to her advantage. With the Zergs recuperating, diverting their attention would give her time to grow stronger. The evening anchorage was as bright as day. Dragonfly Star, one of the main planets in the central region, bustled with a constant stream of tourists. A group of tall, long-legged individuals stood out conspicuously. Their extraordinary beauty alone made them a stunning sight just by standing together. Even without spiritual bodies to reveal their identities, their bold bearing hinted they were sentinels. At the center, a girl radiated liveliness and charm. With her eyes curved, she looked like a sweetheart when silent, but once she spoke, her words were sharp. Passers-by even witnessed her playfully punch a companion, sending him flying far off. The other brushed himself off nonchalantly and asked, when will Su Kuei arrive? Should be soon. Within 2 minutes a starship hovered and landed, and Su Kuei soon emerged. Spotting her from afar, the Orcus rushed over and surrounded her. You're finally back. The Orca sister led the charge, lifting Su Kuei by the waist and spinning her around twice. You're not leaving this time, are you? Su Kuei replied, I'll stay here for now. Seeing her joy, she added, but you might not be able to linger long. Your grandmother said you must return after the soothing. Poof. Hua Rui pouted. Su Kuei caressed her cheek. All right, put me down. Escorted back by the Orcus, she rested well for the night. The next day the sun shone brightly. The Orcus invited Su Kuei to the seaside. By the time she changed into her swimsuit, they were already playing outside. The sand was soft and fine. The spiritual bodies, like black and white eggplants, plunged into the sea, making sounds Su Kuei couldn't understand. They seemed to have found something in the water, their tails slapping joyfully, tossing a dark shadow up and down. Su Kuei looked closely and realized the unfortunate victim being slapped was a ray. The owners were playing beach volleyball and turned to wave when they saw her. Drops of water glistened on youthful, beautiful bodies, a truly delightful sight. The spiritual bodies gathered close. The Orca sister, with her curved dorsal fin, spouted a water column from her blowhole, and a tiny rainbow appeared at its edge. When Su Kuei approached to examine it, the other Orcus imitated her, spraying mist-like droplets that dampened her hair. Su Kuei waded into deeper water. When it reached her waist, an Orca immediately swam close, pushing aside its companions bossily and nudging her with its head. Su Kuei recognized it as Hua Rui's spiritual body. Just as she was about to climb on, another Orca seized the chance to ram into its cousin, knocking it aside and taking its place. Su Kuei lay on the Orca's slippery body, gripping its tall, straight dorsal fin. Their fondness for flipping prey reminded her somewhat of the Nishin. The Orcas played with the ray like a ball, chirping happily. Over there, Hua Rui leaped and spiked the volleyball squarely onto her cousin's face. Other tourists were on the beach. Ordinary people snapped photos of the Orcas, while sentinels, especially those with ocean creature spiritual bodies, silently slipped away. The sentinel with the ray spiritual body fled the fastest. He had sneaked off the moment the Orcus appeared. Cursing inwardly, his body remained obedient. He had heard the fourth pure-type guide was here and hoped to get an appointment to experience her soothing. He had just spotted Su Kuei, confirming her identity via star web images, but before he could greet her, the Orcus charged over menacingly. Watching the guide ride an Orca drifting farther away with the group, the sentinel stretched out his hand in vain. Many sought such chance encounters with Su Kuei, but her escort team always made it impossible to approach. To receive soothing, one had to follow the rules and queue up. Su Kuei never refused any sentinel who met her requirements, regardless of their spiritual body. Of course, a few tried to use privilege to cut in line. Take today's visitor, born into a prestigious family. His father was a big name on the rich list. He attempted to bribe with high contribution points to jump the queue. The last one who dared, a member of the Glory Squad, was still doing hard labor in prison. Speaking of them, Su Kuei suddenly remembered a promise she had made to Annie and handled it promptly. She sent a message to Bai Ziyi, "Is Eat still alive?" Bai Ziyi replied, "Not yet, but soon." Good, Su Kuei said. "I have a friend who wants Eat to taste a crippling kick. Tell him to hold on." Bai Ziyi. What was she up to now? Su Kuei asked Annie, "Didn't you want to teach Eat a lesson? Now's your chance. He'll buy you a ticket and you can kick him soon." Annie was dumbfounded. Ah. Well, one thing settled. Su Kuei put away her light brain. What did he say? The hyena captain reporting even without seeing his expression conveyed anger through his tone. He said, "Name your price and he'll meet it." Su Kuei rested her chin on her hand. "Oh, let's start with 10 billion. 10 billion. Is she insane?" The rich second generation found it unbelievable. "There's a limit to asking for the moon." The hyena captain replied, "There's also a limit to using privilege." "She won't soothe you. Please leave." The rich kid retorted, "Do you even know who I am?" "My father is." The hyenas slowly encircled him, cracking their knuckles. "What are you doing?" He wouldn't have been intimidated by just hyenas, he had brought his own people. But the nearby orcas also turned their heads at the noise. That group was truly formidable. The rich kid left with a threat. Yet before he could leave Dragonfly Star to complain, he was ambushed that night. A needle was injected into his arm and soon he lost consciousness. Vaguely he heard voices, fragmented and unclear, but he could make out a female one. It sounded familiar, perhaps from a StarWeb interview. So this is it. His spiritual body. Oh, not cute at all. His family. Embezzlement. Killed people. I wondered why wages were so low in this interstellar age, so there's a mole. The last murmur seemed to come from someone close in a voice only he could hear. His head felt cool. Into his mental landscape seeped droplets carrying the sea breeze, moist and refreshing. The voice beside him suddenly became clear. "Looks like you feasted well on blood money. Then return all ill-gotten gains. You and your family can punish yourselves with death." Su Kuei admired his agonized expression as her mental imprint engraved itself unyielding and commanding. "Weren't you eager to see me? Now you have. Cheer up, why the frown?" Su Kuei poked at the furrow between his brows with the tip of her pen, trying to smooth it out. Failing, she stood up and called the hyenas, "Throw him out." She glanced down, her gaze flitting past dismissively. What trash dares to show its face? The wealthy young man attempting to cut in line was thrown out. There is nothing admirable about wealth and status spread through genes and blood. In comparison to him, the incoming spiritual entities appeared much more innocent. This time it was a spider with 8 eyes and 8 legs. Due to the terrifying nature of the spiritual entity resembling an insectoid, no guides were willing to comfort him. The Sentinel appeared somewhat worn, his mood low and oppressive upon arrival, and the spiritual entity seemed a bit haggard. Su Kuei looked at the fluctuation value and proposed, "Ordinary soothing will no longer be effective for you. How about a connection? Can you accept that?" The Sentinel was taken aback. "Did I hear that correctly?" "You did not," Su Kuei replied, "but I don't do this for everyone. Please keep it confidential. Additionally, just pay me directly for the connection." The Black Tower was a suitable intermediary. Su Kuei could not let a stranger come to her home for soothing, so she entered the Black Tower of Dragonfly Star. She had already discussed with Li Tuan about the excessive commission of the Black Tower and asked her to start lowering it. Now the contribution points each guide received had increased significantly. Clearly, even in such circumstances, the Black Tower still made a profit. Yet they insisted on squeezing every last drop of water from the sponge before they would relent. It seems that not only is the universe endless, but greed is as well. Su Kuei generally treated small animals equally. As she looked at the spider's glossy round 8 eyes, she joked, "Control your toxins, don't harm me." The Sentinel's voice was hoarse and dry, "I won't. I promise." The little spider perked up, even beginning to dance. Su Kuei watched it kick its legs, took out a shell to provide music, clapped her hands and recorded a video. Encouraged, it worked harder, scurrying around and waving its arms and legs. How interesting. Su Kuei flipped through her album and found she had stored many pictures of adorable small animals. She compiled those photos into a collection, checking what was missing. Noticing there were no pandas, she had by GE send one over. After a while the photo arrived. The panda in it wore a bow tie. Su Kuei had dropped it there. With a ribbon tied to its tail, holding a sea anemone plush toy, it had a large caption behind it, "Still waiting for Kuei's affection today." Su Kuei, are you sure? I want to keep this photo, maybe you'll send it out. By GE, who had some pride, leaned closer and whispered, "Why send it out? It's an intimate photo just for us to see." Su Kuei did not want to send such photos out either. It was one thing for him to be outrageous, she did not want to be dragged into it. After taking the photo, she briefly chatted with the amorous panda before the cold butterfly arrived in the afternoon. The contrast between the warmth and the cold was indeed too great. Shili Luo was among the more difficult individuals Su Kuei had encountered. If she were not optimistic about their family, and if Shili Luo did not have beautiful antennae, the bright goddess butterfly would indeed be extremely rare, while his sister Shia refused to expose her antennae for her to touch. Su Kuei was unwilling to spend so much time trying to get close to him. Shili Luo's condition had not been well lately. The longer he delayed in receiving effective soothing, the worse his situation would become. In the past he could remain quietly standing or sitting until he left. But today he seemed a bit restless. As he sat in the exclusive single chair, Sukue provided his wings flapped unconsciously and his antennae moved involuntarily. He was truly adept at transformation. He deliberately showcased his most beautiful features. If the transformed part were his face, Sukue imagined a person with a butterfly face. She was surprisingly a bit looking forward to it. Having never seen such a bizarre condition, if it really appeared she would definitely take a photo for remembrance. Usually dormant in the mental landscape, obedient butterflies did not obey his commands today either. With purple-blue scales and dots it flew towards Sukue. Shili Luo coldly commanded, "Come back." The butterfly lightheartedly landed in front of Sukue, its antennae reaching out towards her. "Do you want to feel the scent of the kue flower?" She bent down and extended her arm. The butterfly hesitated for a moment before extending its proboscis towards the painted patterns on her arm. No, Shili Luo reacted dramatically, rising from his seat with a somewhat harsh creak. The proboscis touched Sukue's hand. It was not the previous light touch but a solid contact with her skin. Shili Luo's expression changed immediately. The sensation from the spiritual entity reached deep inside, more intimate than having him touch her. At least Shili Luo could not accept such behavior. He wanted to leave but suddenly realized something and covered his abdomen. The abdomen of an ordinary bright goddess butterfly is brown, but after his spiritual entity mutated, deep blue stripes appeared on his abdomen. It was not noticeable unless looked at closely. Sukue noticed the faint deep blue and exclaimed, "Oh, you have color here too." Tentatively reaching out, the butterfly quickly flapped its wings but did not evade. Sukue's fingertip brushed against it and Shili Luo's knee weakened, his gloved hand pressing against the chair's back. Don't. Sukue seemed oblivious to him, focusing entirely on interacting with the butterfly. As she stood up, the butterfly flew up, lightly circling around her before finally landing on the table in front of her. Being close, its antennae almost touched Sukue's face. "Such amazing antennae," Sukue marveled. "I want to touch them," Shili Luo said. "No." The butterfly silently gazed at her. Not evading meant consent. There was no need to ask again. Sukue finally touched the butterfly's antenna. It was a slender, delicate thing with no real texture. But it was quite marvelous. Due to the numerous sensory organs on it, it was exceptionally sensitive. Even the breeze from her fingers would cause them to sway. Sukue touched it once, it moved, then she touched it again and it moved again. Unexpectedly, it had a very good temperament, entirely opposite to the indifference Shili Luo displayed. So it was the kind of personality that was harsh to outsiders but unconditionally indulgent to those close. Sukue said, "Such a beautiful butterfly, I don't want to see you disappear. Come get familiar with the sea anemone." The sea anemone flower was very similar to the flower, and the butterfly could not dislike such a spiritual entity resembling delicious food. Instinctively it extended its proboscis to enter. The movement was very gentle. As the proboscis slowly sank in, Shili Luo's grip on the chair's back tightened, kneeling on one knee with his head down, his dense purple-blue eyelashes half closed like his wings. Inside the spiritual entity, of course, no nectar could be extracted. The butterfly tried several times, brushing the proboscis against the writhing tentacles. Only then did Sukue notice Shili Luo and approached to ask, "Are you okay? I didn't expect your reaction to be this strong." Shili Luo slowly raised his eyes, meeting her concerned gaze, and pressed his lips together. "You did it on purpose. The previous toy was also meant to provoke me, to make me lose my reason more quickly. I won't deny what I've done." Sukue slowly touched her snow-white gloves, "But everything I did had only one purpose." Her fingers slipped into the gaps between his, forming an interlocking grip. Sukue observed Zililuo's reaction. "You don't reject me, do you?" The gloves were smooth, and through the fabric she could feel the warmth of his palm. It was a bit hot. The muscles in his forearm twitched as Zililuo tried to withdraw his hand, but Sukue suddenly leaned closer, smiling. "If you truly hated it, you wouldn't have come so many times. Try it, Zililuo. I want to see such a beautiful life continue." The pink drew nearer and Zililuo's vision gradually blurred. He was unaccustomed to being touched on the neck, yet that light contact gradually intensified. Her fingers slid along the seam into the tightly wrapped collar of his combat suit. The fabric was cold, but he was warm. And growing hotter by the moment. "What about this? Can you accept it?" Sukue pressed closer. "If you can't, you can push me away now." One hand was held by her. Zililuo's only remaining hand supported him on the ground. At her words, he pressed his lips together and raised his hand to push. Sukue dodged easily while turning her body, turning his rejection into an embrace. "Just teasing. How could you ever push me away?" "Right. Zililuo." Sukue laughed. "Don't be afraid. I won't let you get hurt."
Sukuei finally touched the antennae on Zaliluo's head. Growing on a human's head felt different from growing on a butterfly's. Especially when Zaliluo turned his head away, his profile cold and unmoved, yet a faint blush crept onto his cheeks and his lips were enticingly red, ripe for the picking. Perhaps due to his spiritual entity being a butterfly with a light diet favoring nectar, his scent carried a crisp sweetness, a single taste left an endless aftertaste. This afternoon's dessert lifted her spirits. Sukuei blew on the antennae, watching them tremble, then reached out to grasp them. Zaliluo remained silent, his head turned away. Unignorable fingers traced along the tips of his wings. Following the veins, they reached the base of the wings, causing the entire wing to shudder. He endured without making a strange sound. The purple-blue wings suddenly closed, sunlight flashing a brilliant fleeting hue, scattering tiny scales. Sukuei asked him, "Why were you holding your stomach earlier? Is it starting to transform too? What does it look like? Let me see." Zaliluo turned back, his voice cold. "Do you want me to undress here? There's no one else here, just us. I only want to look." Before she could finish, Sukuei felt a tickle in her nose. She couldn't help but sneeze. Zaliluo. His aversion to dirt seemed to have vanished entirely. "Ah, sorry." Sukuei moved away from him, but the air was thick with scales, so she had to cover her nose with a tissue. "It seems you really do need treatment." Sukuei wiped the scales off her hands. "Come for the second bonding tomorrow. No need to register at the Black Tower. You can find me privately. This is a privilege for the butterfly." She also wanted to see what his stomach had become. Zaliluo's lips moved. "I want come." Unable to sleep at night, he repeatedly replayed every detail of the process. Those hands seemed to possess a strange magic, the butterfly drowning in a sea of flowers. He didn't want to experience the sensation of close contact with another person again. That touch made his cerebral cortex tingle. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if she was truly waiting. Unable to sleep at night, he repeatedly replayed every detail of the process. Those hands seemed to possess a strange magic, the butterfly drowning in a sea of flowers, silently and completely submerged by intoxicating nectar. His instinct warned him danger. "Leave now." But another voice retorted, even if he was unwilling to bond, he shouldn't keep someone waiting. He had to go and make things clear. He didn't sleep well all night, his dreams filled with amorous scenes. Zaliluo woke with a start, feeling something amiss in his body. Pale hand braced on the bed, he rose expressionlessly. Dressed in his combat suit, he faced the mirror while grooming. His face was reflected. The collar of his uniform clung to his skin, only a hint of his Adam's apple visible. With his hair braided, the nape of his neck was exposed to the air, reminding him of the hand that had slipped inside yesterday. The collar inexplicably felt hot. Zaliluo stared for 2 seconds, then lifted his long purple-blue braid to cover the back. He encountered his sister Xia on the way out. Xia had learned that he had finally accepted soothing, and even bonded on the first try. Now she had come specifically to find him, scanning him from head to toe. "Zaliluo, what are you looking at?" Xia couldn't help saying, "Zaliluo, I misjudged you. It seems I, as your sister, still don't know my own brother well enough." She had thought this guide would be unacceptable too. She and the family had grown used to it, even disappointed in advance. But she never expected that when he finally got it, he'd go all out. "Are you going to see her?" For the second time. Facing his sisters teasing Zaliluo. How boring. He brushed past his sister to leave, but heard Xia say after the treatment, "Well, leave. Try to avoid a third time. But if it's unavoidable, there's no help for it. Then well, just have to accept it. Well, send you off for a political marriage." Turning back, he saw Xia shrug. "As it stands, staying on good terms with her does no harm." Zaliluo said, "There won't be a third time. I'm going to refuse today. He'll be back soon." Xia absolutely didn't believe he could refuse Sukuei. She had briefly interacted with that guide. After a superficial one-time soothing, she had decisively pulled back, carefully minimizing further contact with Sukuei, never giving herself any chance to indulge. Her sister nodded. "Oh, refusing requires a personal visit. All right, that does make it more solemn. Go ahead then." Zaliluo had studied etiquette since childhood, his posture was impeccable. Xia watched her brother's retreating figure. What a little chicken, walking right into the trap. Sukuei had a good night's sleep. She had the day off and didn't need to go to work. After getting up, she stretched at home and did a set of calisthenics. It had been a long time since she last checked her level. Sukuei calculated. She had gained a lot recently. The Orcus alone provided a substantial amount of energy. If she had already reached a rank before, what would it be now? S-rank. Or higher. She wasn't sure yet, but she would know soon. The little octopus who had rendered great service in this incident had once again left the organization to come and claim credit. Su Kuei asked him to bring her testing equipment as well. It should arrive around noon.
Upon seeing this result, Su Kuei revealed a genuine smile. The impatient little octopus arrived before noon, bringing the testing equipment she had requested. After the test, Su Kuei was fairly satisfied. It seemed her recent efforts had not been in vain. With the most detestable person dealt with, she could now focus on gradually leveling up. The little octopus at her feet looked up at her, and when picked up it naturally coiled around her. Such was the nature of a mollusk. Its master also clung to her, approaching from behind and resting his chin on her shoulder, reaching out to lift his own spirit entity. The little octopus tightened its grip on Su Kuei and gave him a slap. With too many minds, it often found itself at odds with its own opinions. Xiaohuan found it annoying that the octopus occupied Su Kuei's hands, preventing her from touching him, while the octopus thought his large frame leaning on the guide looked pitiful and unsightly. Usually it was the little octopus that struck Xiaohuan, and he rarely retaliated. When he did, he simply devoured it. After being hit twice, Xiaohuan grew impatient, a fierce glint in his eyes. He grabbed a tentacle and opened his mouth to bite, but Su Kuei pulled the tentacle back and turned to smile at him. "You've worked hard this time." He closed his mouth, letting the tentacle slip away. "For you it's no hardship." After a long silence, he began to stammer again. Su Kuei calmed the octopus and opened her arms to the delicate, handsome youth. "Such a good baby. She called me baby. She must love me." Xiaohuan's eyes widened in surprise, the gray outer ring of his white irises deepening, and he eagerly pounced forward. The little octopus was furious. It had never been called that. "You're both good babies." To prevent another squabble, Su Kuei gave each a kiss on the forehead. But the tentacles objected, reaching out for kisses too. Su Kuei patiently touched each one without annoyance. However, this one has already been kissed. Catching two tentacles trying to sneak in for kisses they'd already received, Su Kuei placed them back and tied them in a knot as punishment. Xiaohuan watched their interaction, then had a sudden idea. With a rip, his trousers split and his legs transformed into octopus limbs, their tips poking Su Kuei's leg. Su Kuei met his subtly expectant gaze. "No cheating." He pursed his lips, his tentacles writhing slowly in disappointment, secretly coiling around her calf. She didn't stop him, and Xiaohuan felt a secret joy. "Have your fluctuation values increased recently?" Su Kuei asked, stroking his soft hair. She could now complete the entire process for S-class Sentinel with ease. The energy returned was still immense. Yes, Xiaohuan was eager to pour out his feelings of separation. When he hadn't seen her for a while, his heart grew restless and he couldn't stay calm. He couldn't remain at the organization either, and his spirit entity would occasionally burst out, causing havoc. "But you're tired. Today you should rest." The longest Sentinel had finally learned to be considerate and caring. Su Kuei smiled warmly. "It's fine. How about I soothe you with the little fish today?" Xiaohuan hesitated and shook his head. The little fish had only appeared after their bond was formed, and in his heart it held a special significance. The little octopus also refused. It cradled Su Kuei's second spirit entity like a treasure, using its tentacles to form a soft bed, nuzzling it against its cheek with affection. Of course it didn't play favorites, and immediately did the same for the sea anemone. The little fish wagged its tail and dove into the anemone. Unable to see, it felt a bit dejected. "No soothing, just chatting." "All right." Su Kuei sat on the sofa, and Xiaohuan automatically stuck to her like glue, curling up to rest his head on her lap. The little octopus also jumped over and clung to his head. As they chatted casually, the topic unconsciously turned to the Truth Organization. The protest's cannon suddenly turned on them, forcing the hidden Truth Organization to surface. Its members were in a state of fury. Especially Shueimai, who bore the brunt of it. The organization was now struggling to keep him from exposure. At this critical juncture they needed Xiaohuan's help, but he refused to listen and ran away again. He often did this before, leaving when displeased, and they could never find him until he chose to return on his own. And with too many minds, his spirit entity's tentacles each had their own ideas, making them exceptionally hard to satisfy. One wanted to eat while another didn't. This tentacle wanted to play outside while that one refused. They frequently fought and tangled together, and many machines were destroyed in the process. The other members of the Truth Organization went to great lengths to appease and coax them into cooperating. Anyway, they were used to it and didn't care anymore. If they could see how Xiaohuan and his spirit entity interacted with Su Kuei, they would surely be furious. How could the little octopus, so well behaved, ever be unreasonable and cause destruction? They even tied themselves in knots to amuse their guide, pretending to be tangled and pitiful to make her laugh. "Shueimai is in some trouble now." Su Kuei gently stroked his cheek, which Xiaohuan thoroughly enjoyed. The octopus also narrowed its eyes, the suckers under its tentacles pressing against her skin, its sharp radula hidden soft and utterly harmless. But when she mentioned Shueimai, especially implying they were close, he couldn't help but feel jealous. His voice turned sour.
Serves him right. I won't help him.
Su Kuwei said it's reasonable for Leithmar to suspect him.
He's probably been labeled the culprit by now. How pitiful.
Xia Huan looked at her but said nothing. Within the Truth Organization no one knew better than him the cause of Leithmar's death. After all, it was he who had remotely opened the door to the monitoring station for Su Kuwei that day and erased all traces of surveillance elsewhere. The little octopus was incredibly useful.
And now so obedient.
Su Kuwei thought, leaning down to touch his forehead gently.
Surrounded by her beloved sense, Xia Huan repeated dizzily, yes. How pitiful. Su Kuwei said the organization can't step in.
What if he goes out and gets accidentally hurt by Leithmar's followers?
Why don't we rescue him?
Find a chance to bring him here, hide him with me and protect his safety.
Xia Huan was a bit reluctant.
Oh. Forget it. Having you do everything is too tiring, Su Kuwei thought for a moment, covering his eyes.
You rest. You'll have someone else handle this. No.
Xia Huan pulled her hand away, his eyes fixed on her.
He'll do it. Come to me. Not anyone else.
All right.
No one else.
She pinched his cheek playfully and smiled.
No rush.
Sleep first.
He'll stay with you. After leaving, she remembered the appointment was set for evening. Zeliluo.
He looked at the blazing sun overhead, his already stern face hardening into an expression that warned others to keep their distance.
It was still too early, so he decided to train at a nearby gym.
He would go there when evening came. Then he would refuse Su Kuwei. He couldn't let himself be led by the nose again like the first time.
Zeliluo often spent entire days honing himself in the training room.
He was a diligent man, otherwise he would never have transformed from a caterpillar into a butterfly nor risen to become a high-level sentinel. When the training session came to an end, he glanced at the time and realized it was already 5 o'clock. The sky outside blazed like fire, casting a shadow that traced the outline of his wings. After one connection, his antennae could retract on their own, though his wings remained exposed and the shedding of scale powder had begun to subside.
He walked toward Su Kuwei's residence in the setting sun. He had been here before, at the Dragonfly Master's funeral.
Back then the place was solemn and oppressive, the light itself tinged with an icy chill. Today, as he returned and approached the other side of the building, it was vibrant and beautiful. A vast garden bloomed with colorful flowers and the shimmering pond reflected the oval of the setting sun. The scene was enchanting. Su Kuwei stood in the rest area surrounded by flowers, turning back to wave at him.
This too was vivid and alive.
You're here.
Su Kuwei held a watering can, watering the flowers with practiced ease.
Zeliluo swallowed the words he had wanted to say and instead remarked, stop watering them.
Too much and the flowers will drown. Too much.
Su Kuwei leaned in to examine the stems.
I can't tell.
Because you have no idea how to care for them.
As a butterfly spirit, Zeliluo couldn't bear to watch her ruin the flowers.
He hummed in response, strode forward and inspected the flower stalks.
This is a very rare species. It doesn't need much water to survive. See, it's already starting to wilt.
Su Kuwei was surprised. I thought it was just thirsty. No, Zeliluo said, taking the watering can and setting it aside. He gazed across the garden. These flowers are well cared for.
Su Kuwei said, I had a hand in that too.
Zeliluo didn't agree, but he didn't argue. Su Kuwei's gaze fell on him, tracing a circle around his forehead.
You haven't said good evening yet. Have you eaten?
No. Zeliluo had consumed an energy bar during training and wasn't hungry. He wanted to get straight to the point, but Su Kuwei nodded and said, but I haven't eaten.
Will you join me?
Was it because she had been waiting for him?
All right.
On the cream-colored table in the rest area, an array of food was laid out, various desserts meticulously baked by robots, most shaped like light-colored little animals, accompanied by fresh nectar. As soon as it was opened, Zeliluo keenly caught the sweet aroma of nectar. He showed no reaction, but his spirit form emerged. You're here, Su Kuwei greeted the butterfly, inviting it to land beside her. She spread her hand for it to sense the scent, then directly touched it.
How have you been today? Have you been missing the sea anemone? It's been waiting for you.
A cluster of pink sea anemone quietly exuded its unique fragrance amidst the surrounding floral scents. The butterfly drew close, inserting its proboscis into it.
Even without nectar to drink, it enjoyed doing this.
Su Kuwei smiled and stroked its wings before turning her gaze to Zeliluo.
He sat upright, glanced at his spirit form and said seriously, I came today to make things clear with you.
Su Kuwei asked, make what clear?
She picked up a pastry.
It was shaped exactly like a butterfly.
Deep blue, flavored with blueberry, with a soft filling inside.
She held up the pastry, looked at it, and then right in front of Zeliluo bit into the tip of the right wing. Without reason, Zeliluo's wing trembled and the right side of his body went numb. I mean, the wing crunched between her teeth, revealing a golden brown core mixed with syrup and nectar, slightly stringy. Su Kuwei extended her tongue to lick the sugar thread from her lips, her pink pupils glancing sideways. Zeliluo felt inexplicably restless, his gloved fingers gripping the edge of the table. Although the first connection was very effective and am grateful for your help the second time. He didn't intend to go through with it. Su Kuwei suddenly understood. Oh, the second connection. Do you want to start now? Alright, you'll eat later then. Syrup continued to slowly ooze from the exposed part of the pastry, pooling into a sticky circle on the plate. Let's begin now then. Su Kuwei moved closer, but Zeliluo pressed a hand on her shoulder. Unaccustomed to speaking at such close range, his lashes drooped slightly, veiling his pupils. Let's stop here. I'll give you a good review. You want to give up halfway? Su Kuwei said. That won't do. I promised your sister I would cure you. You can't make me break my word. Zeliluo tried to speak again, but Su Kuwei suddenly pressed a fingertip to his lips. The soft flesh yielded under the slight pressure of her fingertip as it pushed inward. Su Kuwei said, it just got on my hand. Taste it. Is the butterfly sweet? Don't worry, I washed my hands. Zeliluo's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively he pressed his lips together. Indeed, he tasted a hint of sticky sweetness. Since you've done it once, why resist a second time? Su Kuwei's gaze fell on his forehead. The antennae. Let me touch the antennae. Impossible. Just now during training he had defeated a king insect in a simulated drill. Swinging his lightsaber, his figure was tall and sharp as he unhesitatingly severed the king insect's head. But now all the strength seemed to have drained from his body, making his resistance seem almost ridiculous. Zeliluo's mind was in turmoil when suddenly his antennae were seized. He realized his body had at some point obeyed her words and obediently exposed them. They were extremely sensitive, his weakness. Any enemy who tried to attack that weak point would be killed mercilessly by the butterfly. He dodged twice, but Su Kuwei pushed him down to the ground by the shoulders. She not only wanted to touch the antennae but also the junction where they met his forehead, marveling, it's so natural, like hair. Alright, let's begin. Don't dodge, okay? You can't make me break my promise. She had indeed promised his sister. And after this guidance he should be fully healed. There would be no need for a third time. Dependence deepens with each session of soothing. Just twice. Probably. Wouldn't cause any problems. The force of his resistance gradually weakened. The glove on her shoulder was pushed up slightly and his skin touched hers. Zeliluo didn't notice. Su Kuwei tilted her head to look, then whispered in his ear with a smile, can I see your belly too? Zeliluo. No. Just one glance. Just one glance. The body beneath the combat suit was firm and sleek, covered with a thin layer of muscle. On his abdomen an aberration had appeared, a blue ring encircling his waist over the abs and blind dotted with specks that rippled with movement like the shimmering waves of a cerulean sea. The sea's surface undulated. Su Kuwei saw it and felt content. Zeliluo calmly dressed himself, unaware that the tips of his ears were flushed red as if they might bleed. Su Kuwei noticed but said nothing, watching him tidy up with a smile, her chin resting on her hand. The connection this time had been effective. Zeliluo had finally stopped shedding scale powder so she didn't sneeze and ruin the atmosphere. His gaze met Su Kuwei's and his heart trembled as he looked away. Opening his mouth to speak, the little octopus finally woke up. Xia Huan had indeed been quite exhausted lately. At noon he rested on Su Kuwei's lap for a while, but worried her legs might fall asleep. He didn't stay long. Though he cherished such closeness, he got up to attend to business, locating the water vein for Su Kuwei and finding a chance to ambush him. In the afternoon he had dinner with Su Kuwei and listened to her stories. As he listened he inevitably drifted off to sleep again. But his slumber grew uneasy as he sensed the guide's spiritual energy fading and he awoke. Not finding Su Kuwei in the room, he stepped outside and heard sounds from the garden. Following them he pushed through the foliage and burst into fury at the sight. Who was that? Why was he standing so close to Su Kuwei? How dare he rest his hand on her shoulder? His spiritual entity charged ahead, tentacles flailing wildly, ready to slap that shameless creature seducing his guide. Su Kuwei looked up at the sound and Zeliluo turned around. They saw an octopus covered in grey poisonous rings charging at them with ferocity. It looked like a betrayed lover catching their beloved in infidelity. Its tentacles stretched out toward him from afar, revealing the gaping radula beneath. Zeliluo dodged the flush on his ears, fading as he frowned. Who are you? He looked at the owner of the spiritual entity. Xia Huan studied him in return.
His gaze lingered venomously on Zaliliuo's handsome face before shifting to the antennae on his forehead and the wings on his back. Just a gaudy winged caterpillar. Deliberately flaunting such an anomalous form must be to seduce his guide. And daring to strip shamelessly, exposing his body to lure her. He would tear apart his wings and snap off his antennae. The octopus stirred restlessly. The butterfly sensed the hostility and flew over warily. Zaliliuo didn't recognize this person. He guessed it might be one of Sukuei's patients, but she had said that coming home for soothing was a privilege reserved for the butterfly. The subtle aura of high-level sentinels made them assess each other's strength. As tension mounted, Sukuei cleared her throat. That sound reminded Xia Huan of the slap head received and her subsequent words. The little octopus eyes instantly turned innocent. It glanced timidly at Sukuei, retracted its tentacles coquettishly and looked at her adorably. Xia Huan averted his gaze and stammered, "I didn't. I woke up. I missed you." He approached, leaning bonelessly towards Sukuei. "Who is he? Why is he here with you?" The invisible tension inexplicably dissipated. Ready for battle, the enemy suddenly surrendered, only daring to shoot him venomous glances when Sukuei wasn't looking. "Zaliliuo. This is my patient. A very beautiful little butterfly." Sukuei pinched a tentacle and introduced, "This is little octopus, my most trusted companion." A companion, not something else. The little octopus felt a bit downcast, but the words "most trusted" rekindled its spirits and it bristled its tentacles in affirmation. It was the most trustworthy octopus. So he was a friend, not a patient. Zaliliuo relaxed inwardly. Sukuei hadn't even mentioned their names, as they had no need to know each other. Zaliliuo had no desire to make friends or inquire about his identity. Realizing his own thoughts, his expression grew even colder. He nodded and said, "Then I'll take my leave." Sukuei, "All right, I'll see you out." She made to rise, but Zaliliuo had already turned. "No need." The octopus maliciously pressed its tentacle on Sukuei's lap, pretending it was an accident when she looked. Sukuei didn't scold it but stroked its large head instead. Zaliliuo returned to his residence. His sister was already waiting. Seeing him, she asked, "Why are you back so late?" Zaliliuo, "I went to train." "Xia, didn't you go see Sukuei?" "How did it go?" Zaliliuo, "I'm going to my room." "Aren't you eating dinner?" Hearing this, Zaliliuo stopped abruptly. He unconsciously licked his lips. The tips of her fingers seemed to linger on his lips and tongue with a hint of sweetness. No. What was he thinking? He resumed walking, leaving Xia with only the chilly back of his head. "I'm not eating." Seeing this reaction, his sister understood. Xia rubbed her temples and murmured, "I knew it would come to this. Even the killer whales hadn't escaped this guy. How could her gullible little brother slip through her fingers?" The recent interactions between the killer whales and Sukuei hadn't been hidden, and everyone had received the news. The Orca squad's overture signaled something. Moreover, it was said that Orca had permitted the young killer whales to undergo 2 connections. She had trusted too much in their willpower, but unexpectedly they had all fallen for Sukuei. When the young killer whales were forced to leave, they were reluctant, repeatedly promising to return soon. The onlooking Orca's expression was less than pleasant. Because the first teen was so famous, a robot captured the farewell scene and the image circulated among various families. That day's headline on the Starnet was "Suspected Human Devoured by Killer Whales Footage Leaks." Suspected of being devoured by killer whales, Sukuei happened to stumble upon the news again. In the photo she was surrounded, her face unclear, only a hint of pink hair visible. Just from that, people below had already guessed her identity. Xia Huan asked, "Should I delete this?" "No need." Reading the comments, there were no insults or badmouthing. Instead they discussed her rank, her high ratings, and her guard members, questioning why there were so many and why the guild didn't intervene despite exceeding regulations. Had they not seen it? Someone below tagged the guild's official account, but it remained silent, which Sukuei found amusing. Failing to have it deleted, his plan thwarted. Xia Huan brooded over wanting fewer people to see her. There were already far too many. If only those annoying people would vanish, leaving just the 2 of them. Afraid of doing anything that might make Sukuei discover and ignore him, Xia Huan resorted to ancient Earth superstitions, secretly sticking pins into dolls representing other sentinels, hoping to achieve his goal through such means. But his wish was doomed to fail. The little pandas had saved up enough contribution points and bravely submitted an application to join her guard as well. The red pandas integrated smoothly. They were officially assigned to the 3rd squad of the Seafoam battle team. Sukuei showed obvious affection for their spirit forms as well. Eager to accumulate contribution points, they had been busy with missions lately, causing their mental fluctuation values to rise slowly. When the team leader brought his members in, each of them sported large ears and a round fluffy tail dragging behind them.
The team leader extended the application report, his fingers sprouting claws as he carefully held the document to avoid tearing it. His spirit form followed at his feet, standing up to gaze at Su Kuei. She crouched before the adorable creatures and reached out her hand. The team leader's spirit form released its owner's pant leg and lunged toward her with open paws. Su Kuei caught it in a full embrace. The soft furry red panda sat on her arm, its large tail like a feather duster hanging down, naturally adorned with rings of dark brown and black. Su Kuei bounced. The little darling gently picked up a piece of cut apple from the table and asked, "Want some?" The sentinel did not intervene, and the red panda cooperated by opening its mouth. A single piece of apple was too large to finish in one bite. It had to hold it with its paws and chew with its head tilted. The crisp crunching sound was incredibly soothing. The other red pandas stared longingly. Su Kuei wanted to put down the team leader to hold another, but it clung to her clothes, refusing to let go, munching on the apple while wrapping its paws around her neck. She could only pat the red pandas below and say, "Don't rush, one at a time." Since they had become her guard team, she would soothe them all eventually. Having had her fill of fun with the butterfly, Su Kuei was soon surrounded by red pandas, utterly captivated. She offered them apples and they ate. With her around, she could calm them promptly. The total number of members in the Seafoam Guard team had far exceeded standard specifications. Ranked by joining time, the hyenas came first, the crocodile shore battle team second, and the red pandas third. The later they joined, the lower their rank. Su Kuei looked at the current roster, remembering every sentinel's name clearly, ensuring she would never call them wrong. These were the mature, usable group forces. The individual forces were her yet-to-be-developed followers. Each level was sufficient, but they still needed time to grow. Her optical brain chimed with a notification, snapping her back to reality. She saw it was a message from Citan. She had dispatched the crocodile shore battle team to eliminate the Zerg, and they frequently reported back like this. Finding no Zerg nearby, they ventured farther, causing some delay in the information relay to Su Kuei. Big Crocodile at 1306 Star Alliance time encountered a group of Zerg foraging resembling centipedes, preliminarily judged as low-level worker drones. Su Kuei, don't kill them all. Bring one back alive. Big Crocodile Su Kuei, covert operation, don't let anyone else find out. Captain Citan had already noticed Su Kuei's curiosity about the Zerg earlier. He assumed she wanted to see what a real Zerg looked like, so he agreed readily. Even if Su Kuei hadn't said it, he wouldn't blatantly expose the act of capturing Zerg alive and smuggling them back to the Star Alliance. Su Kuei, no Queen Zerg. Big Crocodile, none encountered. The Queen is in a critical growth phase now, they should be gathering energy extensively. Su Kuei, if you see one, capture it alive too. After speaking, she deleted the chat log and had Xiaohuan clean it thoroughly. Xiaohuan, no need to worry. Your optical brain is extremely secure. No one can breach my defenses to intercept your information. With him around, Su Kuei felt reassured. Though he was jealous, possessive, and prone to sour moods, he was easy to fool and useful. Su Kuei pretended not to notice him and his spirit form secretly plotting behind her back. Yesterday she accidentally caught the little octopus hiding in a corner, its tentacles waving, engrossed in some unknown activity. Su Kuei approached quietly and peeked. It was so focused and the room was filled with Su Kuei's sense, so it didn't sense her approach. 8 tentacles with only 2 supporting the ground, the other 6 each clutching steel needles as long as a finger. She had no idea where it got them, viciously stabbing a pile of oddly shaped objects on the floor, emitting eerie noises. Su Kuei glanced at the pile, assuming it was trash. Upon closer inspection, she saw names of different sentinels written on them, with Shi Liliuo's name punctured dozens of times. She didn't disturb its focus. Later, when she encountered the octopus or Xiaohuan or both of them huddled in a corner fiddling, she couldn't be bothered to look. To openly observe the Queen Zerg in the Star Alliance required submitting reports, waiting for approval, and enduring interrogations about the reason, far too troublesome. Since it couldn't be done through official channels, she had to find another way. Since the Star Alliance wouldn't let her study them, she would capture one herself and do as she pleased. Before the captured Zerg arrived, the water vein was brought to Su Kuei earlier. Aside from dabbling in voodoo during his leisure time, the little octopus did work diligently during proper hours. Xiaohuan sent him a fake message under the organization's name. When the water vein appeared on his own and saw no one from his organization, he realized he had been tricked. The person capable of perfectly forging such a message. The first thought that popped into his mind was the poisonous octopus in the organization. What did Yu want? What was he doing now? He had been acting strangely before. What was this about now? It couldn't be that he bore a grudge and sought revenge. Realizing it might be him, he immediately reached for the antidote. Xiaohuan transmitted through the earpiece, "Don't let him use the antidote." The hyenas who came along instantly interrupted his movements. The water vein was highly ranked and powerful. To capture him, Su Kuei had to deploy her guard team, coordinating with Xiaohuan to successfully poison him. When he was brought before Su Kuei, he was still unconscious. Su Kuei asked, "What antidote?" She had observed the entire operation from home and heard his words. Xia Huan explained, "It's an antidote developed by the organization specifically for my toxins held by only a few." He glanced at the water vein on the ground. "You're not close with him." Su Kuei smiled. "I do know the water vein, but not as intimately as I know you." "Then what you said before?" Su Kuei had earlier pretended to be close to the water vein to pry information from him. The little octopus wasn't foolish. Seeing this tactic, he quickly caught on. Su Kuei showed no guilt. She sighed. "I thought we were friends, but I didn't realize he was hiding so much from me. In truth, I don't really know him. He's nothing like you. You're the only one who has been truly honest with me." The little octopus nodded fervently, its tentacles waving, casting a triumphant glance at the water vein on the ground. After the poison was neutralized and a suppressor was placed on him, his complexion gradually returned to normal. He was about to wake up. The moment his consciousness returned, Shueimai tried to turn over, but failed. The lingering effects of the poison combined with the suppressor restricting his power left his limbs weak and his spirit unable to manifest. Pausing, the melancholic beauty slowly lowered his gaze to the black metal ring around his neck. His furrowed brow only made him appear more pitiful. "Woyo! It really was you." He glanced at the little octopus, then at Su Kuei as if understanding. "So it's you." Su Kuei said, "You don't seem surprised." Shueimai fell silent. This rank guide, accustomed to quiet solitude, barely managed to sit up, leaning against the wall as if lost in thought. At such moments, no matter what was said to him, he would not respond. His lips were far tighter than the little octopus. Su Kuei crouched before him, studied him, then said to Xia Huan, "Please step out for a moment. I need to speak with him alone." Xia Huan left. Su Kuei gave Shueimai a push. Caught off guard, he toppled sideways, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. His magnetic voice, elegant and refined, asked, "What are you doing?" Previously this junior had shown him at least a semblance of respect and social courtesy. Now she wasn't even maintaining basic manners. Su Kuei replied innocently, "Sorry, I just wanted to test if you truly had no strength left to resist." "It seems you really don't." She flashed a grin. "That puts my mind at ease. Senior, let me take a look at your spirit form." She leaned in, meeting Shueimai's gaze. Even in his displeasure, his eyes remained tender, with full lower eyelids that made it seem as if he were always gently smiling. But now his brows were drawn down, his lips pressed thin, revealing a sharp contrast. He coldly regarded this audacious junior, intending to teach her a lesson. The spirit form resided within the mental landscape, protected by a thick barrier of spiritual walls. Shueimai meant to teach her a lesson, but as Su Kuei drew closer, her spiritual tendrils delved into his mental landscape, slipping through the spiritual walls like a fish gliding effortlessly through water. Not only did they meet no resistance, but they forcibly drew out his spirit form. "You. What rank are you?" "No, you're a dark guide." His eyes, as if brimming with spring water, widened slightly, and Su Kuei saw her own reflection within them. No wonder he had earned the nickname the galaxy's most tender lover. It suited his features perfectly. The Styx jellyfish was forcibly pulled out, its massive Botus oral arms intertwining as they reached toward Su Kuei. She caught it in her hand, gripping it tightly. Its ability was mental contamination, but even if its master hadn't been wearing the suppressor, such contamination could not disturb Su Kuei's mind. Her resolve was firm, and she acted on it. She grabbed one of the ribbon-like oral arms and yanked hard. She pulled the massive Styx jellyfish toward her, turned back to smile at Shueimai, then flipped the jellyfish over, lifting its head and searching through its body. Nothing. There was no trace of a symbiote. Confirming that the spirit form held nothing, she saw Su Kuei's gaze return to Shueimai. "Senior, you seem upset. How about I soothe you?" Shueimai replied. "Don't you know why I'm upset?" "I do," Su Kuei said. "So I've come to make amends. I hope you'll forgive me." Her words spoke of forgiveness, but her actions forced a connection. Shueimai had no choice, even against his will. His spiritual walls were as good as non-existent to Su Kuei. She came and went freely. She even searched thoroughly within his mental landscape as if looking for something. Unable to endure it any longer, Shueimai snapped, "What exactly are you trying to do?" He had been knocked down and hadn't gotten up, lying there breathing heavily, lifting his neck slightly as his slender fingers fumbled with the suppressor, trying to remove it. He had tools that could unlock most suppressors on the market, but this one was the latest model Xia Huan had made specifically for Su Kuei, unknown even to the Truth Organization, and thus without a corresponding unlocking tool. Moreover, this was his first experience of a bond between two guides. His fingers trembled slightly, making futile attempts without success. Su Kuei had left her senior red-faced, probably from anger. Having confirmed the absence of a second spirit form, she casually offered him some soothing. She hadn't measured his mental fluctuation values, but based on her experience the senior was not far from undergoing a mental deviation. This was a trivial task that also provided her with energy, why not do it? Shuai's essence tasted peculiar. It carried a blankness with an indescribable slight numbness and astringency for which Su Kuei could find no reference to describe. This novel sensation intrigued her, so she prolonged the soothing session. Shuai went from initial resistance to reluctance and finally to a resigned just get it over with. He endured asking repeatedly, "Are you done yet?" At first Su Kuei responded with vague affirmatives saying soon. Later, annoyed by his persistence, she covered his mouth. When she had savored the taste enough, she finally released him. Shamelessly she said, "Sorry, senior. I didn't want to do this to you. But if I had followed proper channels you wouldn't have agreed to see me or show me your spirit form." Shuai lay there in silence. Su Kuei continued, "You're still upset. Why? I've wasted my energy to bond with you." Shuai retorted. "Did you ever ask for my consent? I don't want this." "Oh, I see." Su Kuei laughed. "I thought bonding was a good thing for you, a free benefit. Why wouldn't you want it?" Shuai glared at her coldly. Su Kuei grabbed his chin. "Don't look at me like that," she said, leaning in. "What about you? When you participated in writing that textbook, did you ever consider the feelings of the guides? Did you ever think that they might not want it either?" She pulled out the guide manual from her spatial compression device, opened it and pointed to a name. "This person, a former high-ranking official of the Federation, also a member of your organization, correct? I've looked into the records of these people. One of them is particularly spotless. Too strange. I don't believe anyone's life can be so uneventful. You know, Xia Huan is on my side now. I don't even need to ask him, I can just sense his emotions. Guess how many times we've bonded. I understand you stand against the Star Alliance, but at the same time you're a high-level guide. Could you not even raise a question? Because I'm the same." Su Kuei didn't need his explanation, she had convinced herself. Then she added, "But I might need to adjust your attitude a bit. Because I'm the same." Su Kuei didn't need his explanation, she had convinced herself. Then she added, "But I might need to adjust your attitude a bit. Don't worry, you'll still be yourself. Not much will change." As she leaned in again, Shuai finally spoke, "What makes you think I've done nothing?" Su Kuei halted. Unaware of how close his spiritual imprint was drawing near, Shuai glanced at the book and said, "The person you mentioned is indeed a member of our organization. He has also in the capacity of a guide publicly suggested on multiple occasions that every guide should increase their long-term quotas and implement them thoroughly. In your opinion, who is supporting him in saying these things?" His finger tapped on the list of names. Among the 11 editors, 8 were Sentinels. Miss Haijo had told Su Kuei this. Now Shuai pointed at the 3 names at the bottom and asked, "What do you think is the purpose of including these 3 guides' names?" Su Kuei slowly moved away from him. "For appearances. To show that guides also participated." "Correct," Shuai said. "Perhaps they were coerced or bribed, that's no longer known. Yet in the absence of sufficient high-level guides, the remaining individuals were still preoccupied with their own agendas, fundamentally unable to present a united front. Thus the wisest choice was to protect oneself." "All right." Su Kuei smiled at him again. "I'll reluctantly accept your explanation." Shuai cast her a sidelong glance. Quite quick to change her tune. "Can you release me now?" He gestured at the collar around his neck. "Not yet," Su Kuei said. "If your conjectures spread they could harm me." Shuai replied, "I won't speak of today's events." "Thank you for keeping it secret." Su Kuei pushed him back down. "But in this matter I trust myself more. Do you know what I'm looking for?" Shuai thought she would use some technological means or drugs to achieve her goal, but Su Kuei's hands were empty as she smiled at him. According to normal biological habits, the giant phantom jellyfish often lives symbiotically with the deep-sea fish. "I want to see if there's a little fish hidden inside your jellyfish." His first thought was that it was absurd, but his eyes flickered. "Why do you have such an idea? Could it be that there have been precedents before? Or that within your own spiritual entity there exists another?" Su Kuei applauded. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Your reward is to experience it up close." The giant phantom jellyfish dwelling in the deep sea between 500 and 2,000 meters had been seen only 116 times during Earth's ancient era as far as Su Kuei knew. This rare jellyfish was also exceedingly uncommon as a spiritual entity. Having the rare chance to touch it, Su Kuei lingered a while longer. Research on the living habits of this jellyfish was sorely lacking, not because no one wished to study his spiritual entity, but Shuai consistently refused. He and his spiritual entity both remained enigmatic. Its texture was as slippery as an expensive ribbon and squeezing it felt soft and bouncy like jelly. Sukue hugged and tugged at it. The jellyfish's bell-shaped top fluttered and its four paddle-like arms nearly 15 meters long draped over Sukue as if trying to push her away. These ethereal arms, despite their lightness, bore a surprisingly substantial weight, feeling thick like a blanket as she pulled them over her legs. Sukue even took out her light brain to snap photos as a memento. Only after she had her fill of looking and photographing did she remember to remove the suppressor from Shwamai's neck. He gradually emerged from his daze, his gaze falling on Sukue with wariness. In his memory he had encountered her by chance while out, and she had invited him over as a guest also because there were followers of Lady Mar nearby. To avoid them he had no choice but to come here temporarily. "What did you just say?" Sukue said. "I said senior stay here for a couple of days before leaving. There are still many people outside looking for you." Shwamai instinctively felt something was off. But a deep voice within told him not to doubt her words. She had no reason to lie. "But why am I sitting on the ground?" Sukue glanced at him while fiddling with the jellyfish. "Because you senior lost your footing and fell." "Am I that uncoordinated?" Sukue said. "Probably." Shwamai fell silent. He did not accept Sukue's invitation to stay and left soon after the people searching nearby had gone. Yet back home he still felt something was amiss. Shwamai's abilities also lay in the spiritual realm. His spiritual contamination was most apt at causing others to lose their minds. He excelled at finding the source within the contamination. Given that his strength was not vastly inferior to Sukue's, he meticulously and patiently explored his own spiritual landscape, finally detecting a trace of anomaly. As her level increased, Sukue's mastery of the spiritual brand grew more adept. She could sense the location of every brand she had placed, whether they were now faint or clear or if they had vanished. Shwamai's brief touch alerted her. But it was fine. Shwamai's nature meant he would not shout it aloud. He would only secretly be on guard and observe her approaching subtly to verify. Sukue was waiting for him to walk right into her trap. With Lady Mar gone, the sky seemed a shade bluer. Sukue occasionally went to work at the Black Tower as usual. She would say to every sentinel who came her way and looked agreeable, "Your condition is too severe. I can give you a connection, but this is our secret. Please don't tell anyone." The sentinels gained benefits and she obtained energy. A win-win situation. At the end of the month, the crocodile pool team, which had been away, finally returned. They had been gone for a very long time. Because they had to find the queen's mate for Sukue, their return was delayed, and by the time they came back, Dragonfly Star had already entered autumn. Sukue, wearing a canary yellow coat, went to greet them. Captain Sitten strode over and reported in a low voice, "We've captured both the low-level Zerg and the queen's mate alive." "Excellent. Put them directly in the basement." The newly excavated basement came in handy. Several sentinels worked together to transport the sealed containers from the starship into the basement. Sukue asked, "Was no one injured?" Sitten replied, "After you sorted things out, everyone's strength improved. No one was hurt this time." "That's good." Sukue nodded. "Come with me to take a look." They went down to the basement where the two Zergs were already on display. The team was eager to use them to curry favor. Under the sentinels' intense gazes, Sukue first approached the queen's mate. The social structure of the Zerg was similar to ants, divided into queen, queen's mate, and low-level Zerg. Among them, only one queen existed in the hive at any given time, dedicated solely to reproduction. The queen's mate, also known as a high-level Zerg, served both as the guardian protecting the queen and mated with her to produce the finest offspring. They possessed reason and intelligence, acting as the Zerg commanders. The low-level Zerg with smaller brain capacity and the largest numbers were responsible for foraging, cleaning, and tending to the larvae. To please the queen and secure mating rights, this king insect was exceptionally robust. Its carapace was hard and glossy, but its limbs had been severed, leaving only its abdomen and head. All attack-capable parts had been removed. Additionally, it was injected with a potion to keep it in a continuous state of drowsiness. Sensing the unfamiliar presence surrounding it, it struggled to open its eyes wide. The depth within them made Sukue feel as if she were facing a strangely shaped human. Sitan explained, "We could only bring it back alive like this." Sukue then looked at the lower-tier insectoid. It indeed resembled a centipede, dull and inconspicuous. As she approached, the insectoid, having lost all offensive capability, showed no reaction. "You all leave now." Sitan said, "I'm uneasy leaving you alone with two insectoids." "They can't harm me anymore, can they?" Sukue tilted her head with a smile and said softly, "Go on. I'll call you if anything happens." The other sentinels hesitated to speak. Sitan was silent for a moment, then nodded and led the alligator wave team away. As soon as the automatic door closed, the blue peacock anxiously inquired, "Captain, why did you agree? What if those cunning insectoids accidentally hurt her?" The two vice-captains also looked at him.
C-Tan said she's very smart. She won't let herself get hurt. Rather than worrying about her getting hurt, it was better to ponder what she intended to do. C-Tan felt an inexplicable unease. He also knew about the experiments Quan Zikayu had once conducted and suspected Su Kuei might be trying to take risks herself. But reason told him that wouldn't happen. She was someone who cherished herself too much to be so reckless. What exactly did Su Kuei want to do? Indeed, she was not one to sacrifice herself for the entire Star Alliance. But from the moment she heard the words insectoids might share a common origin with humans and learned that insectoids also possessed spiritual power, a bold idea had begun to form. Since she could gain energy by soothing sentinels, could insectoids which share a common origin with humans also become the nourishment she needed for growth? She gazed at the insectoids and they gazed back at her. The lower tier insectoids' eyes were vacant while the higher tier one's eyes were indistinguishable from a human's. They were also intelligent life forms. Could it now transmit messages within the mental network? Probably not, as Xia Huan had already set up the highest level isolation barrier in this place. But before acting, Su Kuei still blocked the king insect's gaze. The lower tier insectoid lying before her was barely alive. Instead of using the sea anemone, she directly released her little fish and tentatively approached. The entire underground space was silent, she could hear her own breathing. Approaching the insectoid's head, she entered its mental domain. Chaos. That was Su Kuei's first impression. The noisy, disordered internal space was filled with various sounds of primal instinct for survival, a persistent drive for life's continuation, and absolute loyalty to the queen. It hadn't eaten today and was somewhat hungry. A while ago it had found nutritious food outside and was transporting it back when it encountered other insectoids. They exchanged brief greetings and quickly parted ways. The lives of lower-tier insectoids were always bustling, driven and swept along by the most basic biological instincts, never able to rest. From birth to death, the existence of the lower echelons was empty and meaningless. Su Kuei was not affected in the slightest by its chaotic thoughts. She tried to find a knot similar to that of a sentinel within the insectoid's mind. To her surprise, she actually found one. It was tangled like a ball of yarn. Su Kuei cautiously touched it. Following the process of soothing a sentinel, the insectoid did indeed feed back energy. A slow smile spread across her face. This idea actually worked. The guard team outside the door waited for a long time before Su Kuei emerged unscathed. The sentinels breathed a sigh of relief. Su Kuei said to C-Tan, "Give them something to eat. Keep them alive for now, don't let them starve." Captain C-Tan nodded. Su Kuei did not let anyone else know about this matter. If outsiders found out, they would probably label her as anti-human. Su Kuei casually imagined it and found it quite thrilling. But now was not the time for thrills. As she walked, she sent messages to Li Tuan and Nini. She told them that once they had finished their current tasks, they could formally begin work on the pregnancy pods. Having gained the chance to freely choose her life path, Nini still chose to remain in the sanctuary. With the hand no longer covering her eyes, she could see the world without hindrance while also being able to help Li Tuan. She was actually very intelligent. After the Radiance team was completely wiped out, she no longer had a guard team. It was fine if she didn't go out, but once she did, if her whereabouts were carelessly exposed, it could easily lead to trouble. Su Kuei suggested to her, "You could cultivate a guard team truly loyal to you like Li Tuan did." Nini shook her head. "I don't want that. It feels so relaxed and free without anyone watching over me." "All right. Since that's the case, go apply for weapons." Su Kuei said, "Aren't Miss Haizhou and the others fighting for the legalization of guides carrying weapons? Why don't you give it a try too? After all, you are a deputy executor of the sanctuary and have a say." Having gained the chance to freely choose her life path, Nini, "How will you know it won't work if you don't try?" Su Kuei patiently persuaded, "Tell them that if guides aren't granted the same rights, then all guides under the sanctuary and the Guide Association will refuse to soothe any more sentinels. Just like the movie incident before. Rights are fought for, not bestowed as charity." As Nini listened to her, the calico cat on her lap also perked up its ears, mimicking a serious expression on its feline face, and nodded along with its owner after listening. Su Kuei said, "The current guide manual is too insidious. I'm going to write a new one to replace it. You and Li Tuan can help me think about what else to include. Here, the digital version has been sent." Nini said, "I received it. Take a good look at it then." The communication ended. Su Kuei hummed a tune cheerfully. C-Tan looked at her and also showed a hint of a smile. "What's made you so happy?" In private mode, they couldn't hear Su Kuei's conversation or see who was on the other end. "Nothing much." Su Kuei replied casually, then considerately said to the sentinels behind her, "You all must be exhausted. Go get some rest. If anyone feels unwell, you can come find me." The time spent searching and subduing the king insect had indeed tired the sentinels.
They bid Sukuei farewell one by one and went to rest. Sukuei called out to see Tano, and a group of red pandas have also joined the guard team. Everyone should get along well, no fighting. The guard team's strength shouldn't be wasted on internal strife. If they have the energy to fight, they'd be better off catching more insectoids. Sukuei finished speaking and left. She would get ready, she had to go to work in the afternoon. It was another day of earnest labor. I have something to tell you. Actually, I am pregnant. It's your child. Its body is pure white with only the fur around its eyes being black, and its shaped ears twitch when it speaks. This rabbit with pure black eyeliner found Sukuei and gazed at her with its watery eyes, shyly saying, after our last connection I experienced symptoms of pregnancy. I didn't expect it to be real. I do not expect you to marry me, I only hope you can give the babies a home. Sukuei asked, babies? Yes, the rabbit produced a hospital diagnosis report. The doctor said he heard 5 heartbeats. There are many babies. And they are very healthy. It looked at her with its big wet eyes full of expectation. After a long silence, that expectation slowly turned into despair. You don't want them, do you? I thought you had at least some feelings for me. Not even a little. I understand, the rabbit murmured as it covered its belly and walked away, its voice gradually choked with sobs. So you are such a heartless woman, cruelly abandoning us 6. Don't worry, even if you are not by my side, even if you do not acknowledge it, I will take good care of the babies. Sukuei reached out, but you are a male rabbit. Can't a male rabbit get pregnant? The rabbit turned its head and cried, please don't try to keep me. I'm leaving. I will live well with the babies, feeding them the freshest vegetables and wild grasses. With a loud bang, the door of the comfort room slammed shut. Sukuei suddenly woke up. It was only then she realized that she had knocked over the cup of water on the table, which had fallen to the ground. There was still some water inside, spreading across the floor. Sukuei called the robot to clean it up and picked up the cup herself. Reflecting on the dream, she still felt a lingering fear. It was terrifying. She indeed had daydreamed during the comforting process about how mother rabbits can have false pregnancy reactions, but that was purely a flight of fancy. Moreover, how could a spiritual entity possibly speak? The door to her comfort room is an automatic sliding door, not a front and back swinging one at all. After such a dream, Sukuei now has a shadow over rabbits. At noon, the robot brought in a plate of meat. Sukuei looked at the large front teeth on it, paused for a moment, and asked, what is this? The robot replied, it's a classic dish from ancient Earth, spicy rabbit heads. The transport starship delivered the freshest little rabbits and specially left 6 rabbit heads for you to make this dish, Sukuei. Very well. Great job. There are various types of spiritual entities, and Sukuei's collection of photos is growing thicker. She has stayed on this planet for a long time, long enough for the flowers in the garden to bloom and wither and bloom again. They are no longer the same batch that Kwanzaa originally planted. It has grown to the point where Li Chuan and Nini have firmly established themselves in the sanctuary. The followers of Lai Di Mare have finally stopped their fruitless protests. Xiao Sun and others have advanced grades. Miss Lusheng and her ordinary boyfriend have broken up and reconciled. Miss Lei Meng and her Sentinel boyfriend have entered the halls of marriage. The level has also changed from S to SS. Sukuei still did not stop her forward pace. After eating the spicy rabbit heads, she went to comfort again in the afternoon. She looked over the information above, focusing mainly on the spiritual entities. Mutated seahorse. Seahorses are small marine creatures measuring approximately 5 to 30 centimeters. They are named for their heads that curve into a horse-like shape. Their tails are long and curled, and they like to tightly wrap their tails around the branches of corals to stabilize their bodies, preventing being washed away by water currents. What makes this creature unique is that the seahorse is the only species in the galaxy that gives birth through males. Male seahorses have a brood pouch on their abdomen, either at the front or on the side. During mating, the female seahorse releases her eggs into the male's brood pouch, and the male is responsible for fertilizing these eggs. The fertilized eggs remain in the brood pouch until they develop, at which point the male seahorse releases them into the seawater. It is worth mentioning that the research on pregnancy and birthing chambers was inspired by the brood pouch of seahorses. In ancient Earth times, this research had already made progress, but due to various reasons the technology was limited and ultimately abandoned, permanently sealed. Until the end of ancient Earth, various countries implemented policies requiring every woman to bear children. Famlan initiated a rebellion and led women to establish sanctuaries. Women fought for their rightful rights and began to focus on their careers while the population continued to decline, which led researchers to take over the sealed project once again. Those involved in the research at the time may have anticipated the negative consequences that pregnancy and birthing chambers could bring. Sukuei had reviewed historical records and found that at the inception of pregnancy and birthing chambers, a related bill was proposed. The existence of pregnancy and birthing chambers must adhere to natural rules. No one should intervene by any means, resolutely preventing any potential black market from emerging. Unfortunately, this clause was dismissed within 20 years by the experts who emerged like mushrooms after rain. They claimed that the very existence of pregnancy and birthing chambers contradicts natural rules. This statement is not entirely without reason. However, since they say so, if pregnancy and birthing chambers must be controlled by someone, it might as well be in her hands. Su Kuei thought as she arrived at the Black Tower where she saw today's patient. This sentinel who had undergone aberration had a position that was somewhat difficult to articulate, comparable to Bai Ji. Male rabbits cannot get pregnant, but male seahorses with brood pouches. Su Kuei. This is the first, and she wanted to refuse to comfort the male rabbits cannot get pregnant, but male seahorses with brood pouches. Su Kuei. This is the first, and she wanted to refuse to comfort the sentinel. As his gaze fell on his belly, the sentinel raised his hand to cover his face, revealing only his chin and lips. Could you please check for me this belly, this belly? Su Kuei has a brood pouch formed. The sentinel. Yes. He was a bit curious. But this is not okay. It must be approached with caution. Su Kuei, alright then, please let me see the spiritual entity. The seahorse spiritual entity emerged, habitually using its tail to grip the armrest of the chair. Su Kuei carefully let the sea anemone approach while pondering. Sea anemones are echinoderms and lack even the most basic brain structure, although some females release eggs. However, this variety of hers reproduces asexually, which is much safer as it does not involve eggs. Letting it approach should be fine as long as there is no connection. Even if she needs energy, she will not connect with this sentinel. If it weren't for that dream, Su Kuei might not have worried so much. She was genuinely afraid that the nightmare would come true. If one day a sentinel spiritual entity came to her with a big belly asking for her responsibility. Just thinking about it feels like the most horrifying thing in the world. Even the revival of Lai Di Mare in person is not as frightening. She would rather kill a few Lai Di Mares than hear the 4 words "I am pregnant." I'm pregnant. Upon suddenly receiving the message and seeing those familiar words, Su Kuei was grateful she wasn't drinking water at that moment. The hippocampus sentinel wasn't a serious condition either. After calming it, the brood pouch disappeared without even requiring a bond. Having just seen off her patient, she saw the message from Miss Ramo, followed by her voice note. Her voice brimmed with joy and happiness as she laughed on the other end. We've decided to conceive the child ourselves. The doctor says the due date is next June. You must come if you're free then. Offspring born from a mother's womb were exceedingly rare in the Star Alliance, so every newborn was celebrated with great fervor. Families would host banquets and send out invitations to bestow blessings upon their descendant. Su Kuei naturally agreed. She hadn't been able to attend Miss Ramo's wedding, so this time she absolutely couldn't refuse. After work, she returned home and headed to the basement to see her adorable little bug. That low-level Zerg was still alive, kept in a separate area from the Queen Zerg. The number of low-level Zerg was so vast that the loss of one would go unnoticed. It had been fed 3 hearty meals a day by Su Kuei and had even gained some weight. It lay there like a piglet waiting for slaughter. Su Kuei admired it for a moment and said, "It's about to begin. Are you ready?" The 3 laboratories that Quan Zakayu had once established were built-in bases on remote planets, one of which had yet to be used. His legacy included the ownership of those bases, now all belonging to Su Kuei. She had already sent her guard squad ahead to scout and clear them, with Xiao Huan assisting, specifically tasked with inspecting the internal facilities of the bases. In addition to replacing worn-out parts, they were also to check for surveillance equipment. I need you to guarantee that those bases are absolutely secure and no information will leak out. Xiao Huan nodded, and the little octopus in her arms also raised its tentacles in a solemn salute. Mission guaranteed. Once the reconstruction was finally complete and the base was heavily guarded by her squad, Su Kuei officially entered one of the bases, the one he had not yet used, along with the 2 Zerg. The Queen Zerg was set aside for now, starting again with the low-level Zerg. The location of this base was dangerous, being very close to the Zerg. Yet it was also very safe. To enter the Zerg psychic network, the location of the captive Zerg would inevitably be exposed. Choosing this spot allowed other Zerg to mistakenly believe that their comrade was merely foraging here. This operation was highly secretive. She publicly announced she was going to the Sanctum for advanced studies, taking her guard squad openly. After staying at the Sanctum for 2 days, she left in secret. Neither Lituan nor Nini knew where she had gone, only helping to keep it confidential. Su Kuei did not let anyone else detect anything, including her ally Granny Orca. She didn't need to know for now. The base, buried deep underground, was enveloped by an energy shield that provided defense against attacks and blocked technological detection. Unless one was right in front of it, even the most advanced satellites could not scan its existence. The guard squad was also deployed in full force. Flying-type spirit bodies stood watch high in the sky. Crawling-type spirit bodies hid behind stone walls. Crocodiles lurked in the water, snakes on tree trunks, scorpions in the sand, peacocks in the forest, hyenas on the grasslands. They enveloped the entire base in a wide perimeter, preventing any living or non-living entity from entering. The little octopus was in charge of monitoring the nearest signals in front of the large screen, its 8 tentacles unusually harmonious. Su Kuei entered the laboratory alone. Due to the nature of the Zerg's psychic network, it was possible to sense other Zerg through a single Zerg. Previously Su Kuei had only drawn energy from calming it and had never rashly attempted to connect to other Zerg through it. Until today she believed the time was ripe. This ferocious Zerg with an appearance resembling a centipede showed no resistance upon seeing Su Kuei docilely allowing her to approach. The dependency brought by bonding was irresistible not only to Sentinels but also to the Zerg. Good bug. Su Kuei stroked its large head and slowly drew near. Closing her eyes, her spirit seeped in little by little. Gradually faint specks of light emerged in her mind, converging into an irregular vast network. Among them the light in one direction was exceptionally dense, almost coalescing into an ocean of light. This was the Zerg's psychic network. Those lights represented every living Zerg, and the largest light surrounded at the very center was the spiritual domain of the Queen. The Zerg revered it like stars encircling the moon. Su Kuei cast a distant glance at it, then her consciousness moved toward other nearby solitary Zerg. Carrying no aggression, she infiltrated slowly and cautiously, and indeed it aroused no alertness. These low-level Zerg with their insufficient brain capacity were not even aware that an enemy had infiltrated their spirit. The Queen controlled all Zerg, but obviously these low-level ones were not its primary concern. Leaving no trace of erosion and hollowing out was the most effective method. Quan Zakayu was truly foolish. He was neither a pure type nor a dark guide. Prodded and elevated by others, he harbored the idea of saving all of humanity, charging into this endeavor with solitary courage. How foolish and naive. Was it because he was the only remaining strongest guide? Su Kuei refrained from further commentary on the heroic ideology and actions of using personal strength to accomplish such a societal mission. After all, he had already paid the price for his choice. And after his death, amidst the Star Alliance's profound grief, voices had fatally emerged lamenting that saving the Star Alliance and all of humanity would still require Sentinels. Without using her brain, Su Kuei knew who had said those words. It was precisely these remarks that had indirectly made it more difficult to legalize guides carrying weapons. They had struggled hard only to secure a lightsaber with numerous usage restrictions. But it didn't matter. Su Kuei stroked the bug's head. "Well, make them learn to shut up." The bug opened its mouthparts and Su Kuei tossed a piece of meat inside. The Queen upon birth possessed a psychic power equivalent to a human S-level, and it was still in its growth phase. Once it truly stabilized, it would produce an even larger number of Queen Zerg offspring, then mate with those queens to spawn more and stronger bugs. This new generation of Zerg already possessed the unique ability to infect spirit bodies. Who knew what even more terrifying abilities might emerge later? No one wished to see the scene of their full development. Granny Orca had asked Su Kuei more than once what her current level was. Over the past few years she had indeed provided Su Kuei with a large number of high-level Sentinels, but she was also unclear about the rate of a Dark Guide's advancement. She could only reference the growth records of Alexei while asking Su Kuei. Su Kuei replied, "Soon I'm almost at S." Granny Orca doubted. "Really? You said the same last time." Su Kuei laughed. "Of course it's true. I have no reason to deceive you. By the way, I saw on the Star Net that some say fighting the Zerg requires the power of Sentinels. If that's the case, why not launch a war against the Zerg now and at least slow down the Queen's growth rate a bit?" The battle had begun, making it easier for her to fish in troubled waters. Saving humanity was a collective endeavor, so naturally everyone had to contribute. After much deliberation, the Orca matriarch replied, "I cannot decide this on my own. We need to hold a meeting. I'll give you an answer in 3 days." Su Kuei replied, "All right. I await your good news." The meeting was chaired by the captain of the top-ranked team with all active high-level Sentinels and some guides in attendance. Each faction at the meeting held its own ground and ultimately a vote was taken. NIG was the first to cast a vote of approval. The others glanced at her and a few followed suit. Nini and Lituan exchanged a glance. That morning Su Kuei had sent them a message with just 2 words: approve. They hadn't understood its meaning then, but now they did. Huanya, with her rainbow hair coiled up except for a single strand hanging by her temple, crossed her arms and said with a smile, "I also approve. But for fairness, guides who voluntarily go to the front lines must be equipped with full top-grade weaponry. Don't try to fob us off with those broken lightsabers again." A sentinel from across the table slammed the table. "Voluntary or not, guides should stay in the rear to provide comfort. You're wasting manpower. Women are just being unreasonable." Huanya retorted, "Oh, getting flustered are we?" The meeting wasn't as solemn as one might imagine. More often than not it resembled a bustling marketplace. "Women are just being unreasonable." Huanya retorted, "Oh, getting flustered are we?" The meeting wasn't as solemn as one might imagine. More often than not it resembled a bustling marketplace. NIG, seated at the head, remained silent. Though she was a woman, she was also a sentinel.
One's position shapes one's perspective. The place one stands indeed determines how one thinks and decides. Li Tuan took offense at that remark and slammed the table even louder, jumping up to shout who's being unreasonable. Men are the ones who are petty, shameless and utter idiots. Please use polite language during the meeting. Sentinel no. 2 added, is this the caliber of the current deputy executive of the sanctuary? No wonder guides nowadays are so unlikable. Who asked you to like us? Li Tuan shot back, then nudged Nini. You join in and curse them too. Nini stammered, huh? Me. Dragged to her feet, she met the gazes of the high-level sentinels, unable to think of any insults, and finally blurted out, you're all big meanies. Li Tuan sighed, all right, sit down. Tensions that had simmered before now erupted into a fierce argument. When Sentinel no. 1 hurled another insult. Huanya suddenly rose, drew her lightsaber and aimed it at his neck. Her naturally dreamy hazy eyes turned cold. Say that again if you dare. Li Tuan's eyes lit up and she clapped loudly in approval. Good. Stab him with the lightsaber. Put a few holes in him. See? This is why guides shouldn't be allowed to carry weapons. Tensions that had simmered before now erupted into a fierce argument. When Sentinel no. 1 hurled another insult. Huanya suddenly rose, drew her lightsaber and aimed it at his neck. Her naturally dreamy hazy eyes. Everyone returned to your seats. Neither moved. Huanya said, what we can do is naturally more than what a parasite can. Who are you calling enough? Silence. The colossal orca spirit beast materialized behind Nig, its SS level power pressing down on everyone in the room. The sentinels sat back down in indignation. Huanya smoothed her hair and leisurely sheathed her lightsaber. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Bai Ziyi, who had been watching the spectacle, broke the silence with a light laugh. May I ask what prompted this sudden idea to go to war with the Zerg? Nig replied, if we do nothing now, by the time they mature it may be too late. This has been on my mind for a while. It's not sudden. But we also need to recuperate. Another sentinel who opposed the idea added. Bai Ziyi said, I approve. He cast his vote. After the meeting he didn't rush to leave. Adjusting his attire he walked over to Nini. Excuse me, may I ask you a few questions? Nini didn't understand why he was approaching her. Li Tuan warily stepped in front of her. What do you want to ask? Don't be nervous. He smiled, his demeanor warm and approachable, easily putting one at ease. But Li Tuan wouldn't let his good attitude sway her. Nini too had become a wary little cat, no longer easily deceived. Bai Ziyi said helplessly, I just heard that Su Kuei has come to the sanctuary and wanted to see her. Why do you need to see her? She's fine. You don't need to see her. We're leaving. With that, Li Tuan pulled Nini away and whispered, this Bai guy seems full of schemes. Don't talk to him too much or you'll accidentally give something away without realizing it. Nini nodded. Oh. They hadn't lowered their voices and Bai Ziyi overheard. He didn't mind but wondered where Su Kuei had gone with her guard team. There was no reason for her to be studying at the sanctuary. That excuse sounded flimsy. If she had said she was there to overhaul the place, he might have believed it. After all I've done, she won't even tell me a word. Keeping it so secret. On his way home he worked backward from the clues, factoring in Nij's attitude, and concluded that Su Kuei might be doing something similar to what Quan Zakayu had done back then. This is bad. He stopped in his tracks and muttered, I don't want to lose the guide I finally found. When Bai Ziyi's message arrived, Su Kuei only glanced at it, showing no reaction to his concern and veiled worry. Thinking about what she was about to do, a wave of excitement washed over her. The low-level Zerg nearby were slowly being imprinted with her mark. She didn't make them defy the Queen, as that would surely provoke their resistance and likely catch the Queen's attention. They merely relied on, grew close to and trusted her while remaining loyal to the Queen. This didn't contradict their own will. Humans were their enemies, but what did that have to do with her little sea anemones and fish? They were just making friends and stopping by a friend's place for a visit. Nig sent her a message. We've assembled 180000 Sentinels, 2000 guides and weapons like energy cannons advancing toward Zerg territory. After strategic deployment we will formally declare war on the Zerg. Can you enter the Zerg's psychic network now? Su Kuei replied, I haven't tried yet. I must ensure my own safety. The priority now is to raise my level. The energy provided by ordinary sentinels is no longer sufficient for my growth. Nig asked, what level of sentinel do you need? Su Kuei thought for a moment. Aside from the 7 days team, all the captains of the top 10 teams. Would you be willing? You're too greedy. Su Kuei retorted, greedy. I'm actively improving myself for a brighter future for humanity. How can that be called greed? You should have pacified a guide before. On the other end, Nig suddenly said, don't tell me you haven't. Ever since you arrived you've postponed Quan Zakayu's death.
Aside from pacification, I can't think of any other treatment. Su Kuei admitted generously, yes, I did pacify him. But the energy fed back to me from the guide bond is very minimal. Moreover, there aren't many high-level guides left now. NIG said the captain you want. I'm afraid it's impossible. They've all taken missions to the front lines. And teams like the Great King Squad have their own guides internally. All right. Su Kuei said regretfully, then they'll just have to wait for other captains to return. Where are you now? I'll find you another high-level sentinel. The sanctuary. Su Kuei replied naturally, I need to rest here quietly. I've been pacifying lately and I get tired too. Whether NIG believed it or not, she couldn't trace her actual location. The reason for the concealment was that she didn't want to pave the way for others. If she told NIG that she could enter the Zerg's mental network and plan to use the chaos to control the Kingworm and harm the Queen, then NIG would undoubtedly lead Sentinels to reap the Queen's life. They might directly tear up the treaty banning class weapons and annihilate the Zerg in one fell swoop. By then the Zerg would retreat, the Star Alliance would win a grand victory, and all the credit would go to the Sentinels. As for her, the guide working behind the scenes, she would at most receive a commendation in history and politics. That was not what Su Kuei wanted. On April 14, 3142 of the Star Alliance calendar, humanity officially launched an attack on the Zerg. Coincidentally, it was also the anniversary of Quan Zakayu's death. After the mournful sirens of dawn, the battle horns immediately followed. The planet where Su Kuei resided was too remote, she heard nothing. But from the mental network she could see countless points of light converging toward one direction. Humanity was unaware of the Queen's true nest location. Their plan was to attack the largest planet occupied by the Zerg. In reality, the position was off, it was merely a decoy set by the Zerg. But that didn't matter. Su Kuei could see the true location. Instead of telling NIG, she marked a rough area for Bai Zi and told him to attack the cluster of planets she had circled. The attack was confined to a range without pinpointing a specific planet. This would both draw out the Kingworms guarding the Queen and avoid arousing their suspicion. The Zerg expressed displeasure and anger at humanity's actions. A truce had been agreed upon, yet they suddenly came to attack. In response, the human side argued that the Zerg had been the first to mass-produce infectious Zerg into the Star Alliance, forcing them to retaliate. While the two sides clashed, Su Kuei began her work on the Kingworm. The Kingworm, reduced to a worm husk, had been continuously injected with drugs. Its mind was now clouded, its once intelligent gaze replaced by a dull, vacant stare. Clearly even bugs can't overindulge in medicine. Su Kuei approached, but it showed no reaction, not even a flicker of its eyes. How could it be so dull? Would it infect me? Su Kuei felt a twinge of concern. Fortunately, the energy fed back contained no dulling components. Su Kuei carefully examined the transmitted ingredient list, confirmed its authenticity, and breathed a sigh of relief. The Kingworm's power rivaled that of a high-level sentinel. As she absorbed it, Su Kuei couldn't help but remark the taste was terrible, like authentic Beijing doji. Quite unpalatable. After a muttered complaint, she delved deeper into the mental network. Passing by a few friendly little bugs without greeting, she headed straight for the nearest Kingworm number 2. It was in the midst of battle, its mind highly focused. Su Kuei slipped in silently and got a taste of surströmming. Su Kuei. She had never imagined that she wouldn't be detected by the Zerg, repelled by their attacks, or lost in their mental web, but would be defeated by their flavor. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. She must not be noticed. Calmly savoring the surströmming, Su Kuei observed the Queen's reaction. It seemed to sense something amiss. The largest point of light extended fine threads along the network toward her. Su Kuei swiftly withdrew. Finding nothing unusual, the Queen circled once, confirmed her subjects' loyalty, and departed. Outside, smoke and fire raged. Inside, a silent war had begun. Start the starship, transfer the Kingworm. We're heading to the front lines now. Su Kuei notified her escort team and they set off urgently. The war was being broadcast live, and Su Kuei spotted a familiar figure in the footage. With everyone in combat suits, it was hard to identify the Sentinels. Su Kuei didn't recognize the person. She caught a glimpse of a spirit beast flashing by on screen. A mutated megalodon. Had the First Academy sent students to the battlefield as well? She messaged NIXIN but received no immediate reply. After the round ended, NIXIN's voice message came through. His surroundings were noisy and his hurried voice brimmed with excitement. Yeah, we applied for it and the school approved. We're high-level sentinels with combat experience, there's no reason to stay cooped up in school. The others wanted to come, but their ranks weren't high enough, like mine and little fatties, so they didn't pass. NIXIN. Someone called him from nearby and the voice was captured in the recording. Su Kuei asked Xiaosen. Hearing the voice, Xiaosen quickened his pace. NIXIN said, it's him. Want to talk to him? I'll pass the light brain to him. He tilted his light brain toward Xiaosen.
Go ahead. It's me. Xiaosun leaned in and asked softly, it's been a while. How have you been?
He was 22 now, no longer a little fatty but a tall long-legged young man bearing the shadow of a Star Alliance Sentinel. Yet his gaze remained clear and gentle. Nixin hadn't changed much either. When talking to Su Kuei, he flashed a mouthful of shark-like teeth behind his mask, his demeanor sincere and straightforward, answering whatever she asked. Talking to them made Su Kuei feel as though she too had become more genuine. So she cut to the chase and said directly to both, since you're here that's even better. I'm short on high-level sentinels over here.
Come and help. Nixin was puzzled. What are you up to? Xiaosun asked. Did something happen?
Su Kuei hummed in affirmation and typed, him on my way to the Zerg rear.
Don't let anyone know to avoid leaks. Find a way to get over here. The message was deleted 2 seconds after sending. Nixin realized and whispered to Xiaosun, I get it, she's planning to backdoor them. Xiaosun lowered his voice to a minimum. But how do we pinpoint the Queen's exact location? I don't know. Nixin thought for a moment and shook his head.
But I don't think she's the type to act without confidence.
I want to go see.
Xiaosun murmured in agreement.
Then let's go.
Almost all of the top 10 squads were deployed. Warships bearing different insignias hovered in space with live-streaming orbs transmitting the scene back to the Star Alliance. Almost all of the top 10 squads were deployed. Warships bearing different insignias hovered in space with live-streaming orbs transmitting the scene back to the Star Alliance. Aboard the warship, high-ranking sentinels convened to discuss the Queen's location.
Someone suddenly drew a circle on the holographic star map.
When the master was fully armed and their spirit beasts were of the same type, identification relied solely on the color and style of the combat suits and the sound of their voices. But some spirit beasts were unique, such as the panda before them.
By Ze.
He was highly senior, adept at navigating affairs and one of the most promising candidates to transcend SS and become a 3-level sentinel. He had always maintained a stance of neither forming close bonds nor creating enmity, capable of conversing with anyone. He had always acted with perfect composure except for the previous incident involving Lady Mar, which had taken everyone by surprise. Privately they speculated about what had caused his change of heart. When he spoke now, the others fell silent. The black and white beast was stirred to ferocity by the war, yet the pink blush on its cheeks was endearingly incongruous. Noticing the others' stealing glances, it let out a fierce roar. After roaring, it raised a paw to smooth down the pink fur on its cheeks, tidying it neatly. The master seemed oblivious to his colleagues' strange looks, his voice still calm. Strike here.
Orca reason.
The reason, of course, was that someone had instructed it. Bai Ziyi lowered his gaze and carefully analyzed the coordinates. As he listened to the discussions around him, he asked the other party, Little Sea Anemone, can you narrow the range a bit more?
After a moment the reply came, Giant Panda, launch a precise strike at this location at 12305 days from now. The time cannot be moved forward. I require absolute accuracy. The energy cannon must destabilize the nest. Bai Ziyi wanted to ask, is the Queen there? Did you see her? How are you feeling now?
But seeing that his earlier concern had gone unanswered, he gave a soft smile, refrained from saying those things, and only replied, all right.
As you say.
After all, he had already become someone's exclusive panda.
Su Kuei was unaware of Bai Ziyi's thoughts. Even if she knew, she likely wouldn't care.
There was no time for such useless thoughts. Their starship wasn't designed for combat, so they took a circuitous route, moving slowly, and arrived several days later. The starship hovered silently in the cosmos.
Su Kuei asked, is the energy sufficient?
We may need to stay here for a few days.
It's sufficient.
The response came from the captain of the Red Panda Squad, whose members were all adept pilots. Su Kuei appreciated this well-rounded, obedient and reliable guard unit that wouldn't hold her back.
Good. I imagine you all have guessed what I intend to do. The entire crew was assembled.
Captain Sitten, the highest-ranking officer, stood before them while Su Kuei stood alone facing all the sentinels. The metallic walls and floor reflected a cold light, casting her shadow faintly. This is the brain of the royal bug, capable of connecting to the Queen. Su Kuei retrieved a square transparent cultivation chamber from her spatial compression device. Floating within the nutrient solution was the extracted brain of the royal bug. An oval wrinkled organ distinct from a human brain, weighing a total of 4,500 grams.
For ease of transport and use she had it removed.
At this, Sitten was silent for a moment before saying, I thought you wanted to see a real Zerg.
If I'd known you only needed its brain,
he would have brought just the brain back in the first place.
Su Kuei consoled him, it's fine.
I did want to see what it looked like. Now cradling the cultivation chamber, she announced, as you all know, my recent research has yielded results.
The Zerg are our greatest threat.
A mature Queen's reproduction rate is terrifying.
We cannot allow it to grow, it must be Nipped in the bud.
Ahead, our brave and fearless warriors are drawing their fire. Soon they will shift their attack target to the vicinity of this planet. Her finger pointed to an inconspicuous spot on the starship's holographic screen.
The Queen is there. We cannot penetrate the Zerg nest, so we must force them to emerge and relocate.
During this time I will assault the Queen's spiritual domain, sever its head, and end the history of the Zerg once and for all. You all will be the heroes who aid me in saving all of humanity. Our names will be inscribed in the annals of history, not for ourselves but for our families and descendants.
For a better homeland. Everything for the Star Alliance.
Years later, Su Kuei raised her arm high once more.
For the Star Alliance.
The Sentinels echoed in unison, "We shall follow in your footsteps."
Excellent.
Su Kuei held the cultivation chamber clad in her own combat suit. The stark black combat suit encased her entirely. She pressed the helmet to lower her visor, and behind the mask she curved her lips.
Xiaohuan, monitor the Queen's movements at all times and record everything.
The stark black combat suit encased her entirely. She pressed the helmet to lower her visor, and behind the mask she curved her lips.
Xiaohuan, monitor the Queen's. Roger.
Xiaohuan had wanted to go with her, and the little octopus also wished to protect the guide, but they exchanged glances, neither daring to voice it. Behind her back he kept nudging his spirit beast, whispering, You go." The little octopus slapped him, then hugged its own tentacles and shook its head. Its tentacle tips pointed, indicating, "You go if you want." Su Kuei had noticed their little antics and told him that only if they were responsible for monitoring the Queen could she rest assured. For this reason his reply was especially earnest. The other Sentinels took their orders and formed their teams. Sitten, whose name was called, stepped forward. The two vice-captains were left to lead the crocodile bow squad. Not long after the words were spoken, Xiao Sen and Nixin piloted a small starship on a wide detour, sneaking through amidst the chaos. The journey was fraught with danger, but their high level and formidable strength allowed them to dodge stray energy cannon blasts and kill the few Zerg they encountered. They wore the combat suits issued by the school that had won the championship last time. The fabric was smooth and repelled water as well as any bodily fluids. However, their lightsabers reeked of the stench of Zerg. They wore the combat suits issued by the school that had won the championship last time. The fabric was smooth and repelled water as well as any bodily fluids. However, their lightsabers reeked of. Her entire body was protected by the combat suit, so the nose only pressed against the fabric of her palm.
You arrived just in time. Thank you for the hard journey.
Are you ready?
Su Kuei's voice carried a smile.
Though her face was hidden, one could imagine her eyes crinkling. I'm taking you to do something that earns a lot of extra credit.
Are you going too?
Xiaosen came over to ask as they set out.
If you are, you can wear my combat suit.
It comes with an energy shield that can block rank attacks.
Su Kuei replied, it's fine. My combat suit is also top tier.
With her own factory producing it, she naturally wanted the best. The Zerg were only caught off guard at the very beginning. Once they recovered, they launched an equally ferocious counterattack. The large-scale mobilization of personnel and resources caused by the war multiplied the Star Alliance's expenditures, but that was not the primary concern. The planets occupied by the Star Alliance contained ample vital strategic resources, so there was no immediate worry in that regard. The real source of discord was mainly the 2000 guides who had been deployed. Guides being sent to the front lines had not been unusual in recent years, but a deployment of this scale was unprecedented. This led to a multitude of voices within the Star Alliance, some supportive and cheering, others opposed and cursing, along with those filled with anxiety, worry, or sneering mockery.
The cacophony of conflicting opinions was jarring.
If other voices could be ignored, then the ones coming from the guides themselves were particularly piercing. Not everyone was willing to abandon their current comfortable life for an uncertain change.
Just as some had once opposed Fanlon. This was inevitable.
On the live broadcast, smoke and fire filled the scene. Energy cannons carved bloody paths, while various forms of spiritual entities and weapon-wielding warriors tore openings through the surging, writhing tide of Zerg.
Coordinates confirmed. All personnel evacuate.
At exactly 1200 by ZE stood in the central command room of the flagship, his gaze fixed intently on the light screen. The location of the Queen was subject to intense interference, which was why they could not pinpoint it using technological means. If they failed to kill the Queen in a single strike, they would inevitably face a vengeful counterattack from the entire Zerg swarm. Their numbers were simply overwhelming. Especially in recent years, when the Star Alliance was at a slight disadvantage. The truce agreement had not been entirely without benefit for the Star Alliance. The automatic door behind him slid open.
Nig strode in purposefully.
Only the two of them were present. She cut straight to the chase. How did you know the Queen's location?
Su Kuei told you, didn't she?
Is she nearby?
ZE smiled without answering.
The panda behind those dark circles glanced at her. That girl never speaks a word of truth. She could already connect to the queen long ago, yet she lied to me asking for a high-level sentinel. Said she was going to the sanctum but secretly came here instead. NIG said, doing this behind my back and having you pinpoint the target, she's trying to pass all the credit to her own people. As if I would compete with her for it. This blatantly calculating behavior irritated NIG. Everyone had come to this battle prepared to sacrifice their lives, yet someone was scheming behind the scenes. Anyone else would feel indignant too. By ZE said she is not someone who craves fame and fortune. I believe she has her reasons. NIG snorted. Though she said that her spiritual entity bared its teeth at him, clearly displeased that he was defending Su Kuei. This one was also duplicitous, honey-tongued, but harboring ulterior motives. Are you sure this is the place? NIG asked. What did she say? By ZE spread his hands. Fire the energy cannon on time. That's all I know. NIG said. Do you think I believe that? Really? A hint of bitterness crept into his voice as he spoke. The panda sighed. She didn't tell me much either. Whether NIG believed him or not. At exactly 1230, the pre-positioned energy cannon aimed unerringly at the designated coordinates and fired. The successive strikes shook the mountains and earth. Booms and explosions thundered, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Though the queen's dwelling was called a nest, it was not a primitive mound of dirt. The ovoid structure on the surface had countless entrances and exits like a beehive, and the underground space was unimaginably vast. A breach was blown open in the surface structure. Xiaohuan's voice crackled through the earpiece. Can't see anything. There's interference. The little octopus flailed its tentacles in frustration, striking the console with a clatter. The massive shadow it cast writhed like a monstrous creature. Su Kuei sent a message to the panda: don't stop. The obedient giant panda complied, and the target area was soon leveled, blasted into a deep crater. The queen's body was extremely fragile. Su Kuei was certain they would have to move it. Su Kuei sent, you can stop now. Xiaohuan pressed his lips together tightly. The little octopus, unwilling to lose face before the guide, strained every fiber of its being. Its tentacles whipped into a blur, and the dense stream of data scrolling across the screen was dizzying. Finally a red ring flashed on the screen. He exclaimed in delight. Got it. But over a dozen starships burst forth from underground. Breaching their systems would still take time. Su Kuei said, a diversion. She took out the brain of a Zerg King and established a connection. The enormous light point was like a beacon in the night, and it was moving rapidly. The fourth one left rear flank. Su Kuei didn't sever the connection with the Zerg King. She continued. Xiaohuan, disrupt their starship's navigation. Escort teams, scatter their formation. Isolate the fourth starship on the left rear flank. The queen is on that one. She noticed that although the Zerg psychic network was firmly controlled by the queen, its own intelligence did not seem particularly high. It made sense when she thought about it. If the queen were highly intelligent, it might not be content to spend its entire life reproducing hidden deep within the nest like a sightless grub. Calling it a queen sounded noble, but in reality it was nothing more than a breeding machine. Images of the queen were preserved on the star net, and Su Kuei had looked them up. Each generation looked remarkably similar. Its body was like a fat grub or a naked mole rat. Its short claws, rarely used, had begun to atrophy. The queen loved darkness and loathed light. Its eyes had degenerated to near blindness, and it was carried and protected in the midst of a circle of Zerg Kings. The starship carrying the queen was hit and forced to land. A breach was torn open and energy weapons sliced along the hull. Zerg Kings, some crawling, some flying, poured out from within. Other Zerg starships swiftly turned back to form a blockade, their gun ports cold and menacing. But as they aimed, their targeting reticles suddenly swiveled, locking onto their own kind. Xiaohuan had successfully hacked their systems. Through the psychic network she could see that they were only a few meters away from the brightest light point. The Zerg ships swerved one way, then back again. Their specialist Zerg hackers dueled with Xiaohuan. The weapons on both sides spun wildly, and the scene descended into chaos. The escort team decisively abandoned high-tech weaponry. Their spiritual entities roared as they charged forward, with the Sentinels following close behind. They hurled bombs into the interior of the starship. Zerg limbs flew through the air. Amidst the chaos, Su Kuei, who was at the rear, said in a low voice, it's coming out. Right there. As the light points overlapped and moved, she pointed at one of the Zerg with a swollen abdomen. The queen is hidden inside that one. This type of Zerg, which grew a special pouch in its abdomen, was also quite rare. They were the guards who never left the queen's side. In times of danger they would carry the queen to safety using their own bodies as shields. The Megalodon charged forward without a word, its jaws clamping down on the Zerg's body and tearing. Shaosun raised his energy rifle, aimed and fired. The energy rifle he used was somewhat similar to an ancient Earth sniper rifle possessing immense power. The Megalodon nimbly dodged aside at the sound. The Zerg's personal shield shattered. It had no time to flee. Its first instinct was to prostrate itself on the ground. The other Zerg around it also rushed over using their own bodies to block the fatal blow. What a truly moving spirit of sacrifice. The insectoid that shielded the Queen still clung to life. Their vitality was tenacious, their severed limbs still twitching, attempting to thwart humanity's advance. Within the psychic web the luminous nodes flickered erratically, yet the Queen's remained radiant. Sukue's second psychic form possessed a translucent nature, and as long as she did not actively reveal herself, the Queen remained oblivious to her presence. Now that tiny Nino darted swiftly along the vein-like patterns, vanishing in a blink into the Queen's orb of light. The Queen's psychic domain recoiled as if startled, a colossal repulsive force pushing back against her intrusion, the counterstrike reverberating deep within the psyche. The Queen writhed within the protective layers of her swarm. The other insectoids finally sensed the intruder, their physical assault momentarily faltering. The Guardian squad pressed their advantage. Sukue ordered switch to full planetary network livestream now. Xia Huan acknowledged from the other end on it. The Star Network's livestream system, controlled by the news department, had been projecting images of the forward weapon strikes accompanied by a robotic reporter's live commentary. All citizens of the Star Alliance watched in silence. This composite energy beam, utilizing high-power density laser irradiation on the target material, can slice a new model starship into bread-like slices within seconds. Its advantages are speed and zero pollution. The downside is that the starship might emit noise during the cutting process. Look, before anyone could see, the entire screen abruptly went black. What happened? What happened? Was the broadcast orb attacked? 30 broadcast orbs had been deployed, all simultaneously going dark, conjuring ominous thoughts. The blackout lasted 3 seconds. Before panic could fully grip the populace, another image forcibly seized every projection. All 30 orbs played it simultaneously. Where is this? This isn't the command flagship, is it? Who are those sentinels? Why are there so many insectoids around? Is this the rear line? The starship sliced like bread, listed and collapsed with a grating screech. Insectoids surged madly towards a single point, a dense seething mass that was viscerally nauseating. They clustered like ants into a circle, forming a thick cocoon. The outermost layer absorbed the attacks, instantly sealing any breach. This zone had become a vacuum, disrupting energy weapons. Composite energy beams and cannons lost their aim, light blades flickered unreliably, forcing a reliance on primal brute force. The little octopus ensured stable recording and transmission for the livestream. Xia Huan attempted to restore their energy weapons functionality. At this moment a formidable psychic entity took the lead. The hyenas excelled at pack tactics, clamping onto insectoids and refusing to let go. The Megalodon and Mammoth advanced with overwhelming force. Despite being the youngest, the high-ranking Sentinel's power was undeniable. As the most battle-hardened and strongest Sentinel present, C-Tan's psychic form coiled protectively around Sukue, vigilant against any potential threat. What are they doing? Is the Queen at the center of the insectoid encirclement? It must be the Queen. I've seen that mutant crocodile psychic form in the news. It belongs to the squad leader. Who is that person next to it? Why are they carrying a box? That's an incubation chamber. The liquid inside contains nutrients to sustain biological activity. Judging by its shape, it's an insectoid brain. Our labs have exhibited insectoid organs, including brains preserved this way, exactly like this one. Then what is that person doing with an insectoid brain? Provocation? Probably not. The failure of Kwanzaa had not been widely publicized, known only to the upper echelons. Watching the questions flooding the livestream screen, the two in the control room fell into simultaneous silence. Though the theory suggested potential success, no one could be certain of the outcome. I'll lead a team to assist them. NIG said, "Don't worry, I won't steal her thunder." Before he could leave the room, Sukue's voice emerged from the screen behind him, "Don't move." Her voice was not loud, softly captured by the broadcast orb hovering high above. Yet at that single word the frenzied insectoids truly halted. All the barrage comments froze too. The screen went blank for a second. NIG spun around, his gaze burning into the screen. The insectoids had stopped. The Guardian squad also paused, maintaining a defensive stance. "Come out." Another command. The insectoid mass writhed in internal conflict. Sukue ordered, "Command your subjects. Do not move. Remove all protective gear and come out." The psychic web, invisible to others, resembled a spider's web ravaged by a storm. The node representing the Queen flickered erratically. After a tense standoff, the insectoid slowly parted and a creature slithered out from within. It was only the length of a forearm, no more than 30 centimeters long.
Its body was tubular, its skin hairless. With atrophied limbs it could only propel itself by contracting its abdomen. This was the queen of the insectoids. Because it was female, human convention had added the feminine title. Within the insectoid hive such a designation did not exist. The queen's body twitched, its mind still resisting Su Kuei's psychic force. In an instant it broke free from the restraint. Xia Huan and the insectoids simultaneously deactivated the magnetic energy interference. The next second the insectoid cannons aimed at Su Kuei. She raised her hand and fired a shot. The auto-targeting energy gun struck the queen's bare body. A blue energy sphere loomed before her. The livestream audience drew in a collective sharp breath. Annie and Miss Lemming in the Black Tower clenched their fists. Li Tuan paced anxiously in her room, the ragdoll cat mewed frantically. Bai Ziyi clenched his fists and shot to his feet, the panda having already dashed out ahead of him. To conserve energy it was always slow and lethargic, preferring to laze around sunbathing with sea anemone. But now it was running and running fast. Su Kuei must not die. Nig also rushed out the door. Would Su Kuei die? Of course she wouldn't. Villains always live long lives. The ruby bracelet on her wrist emitted a faint red light barrier, the crocodile shielding her firmly beneath it in a pose mirroring the insectoids guarding their queen. Si Tan raised his hand. Also at the center of the target zone he remained unflustered. The equipment he carried was sufficient to ensure Su Kuei's safety. The released protective barrier formed a lid trapping them inside. Pressed beneath the crocodile's belly, Su Kuei turned her head, pressing a button on her combat suit. Among her series of top-tier combat suits the pink one was equipped with a great protective barrier. She had worn it when she went to see Leithmar for the last time. The black combat suit however also possessed an attack effect of the same grade. Due to the difficulty of its creation and the precious materials required, only this single suit had been made. Before the protective barrier could fully envelop them, another stream of black energy surged forth. The two forces collided midair, and for that instant time itself seemed to stand still. The deafening explosion ignited flames and scorching heat waves surged and splattered with fire, soaring into the sky in an instant. The ground trembled and rumbled and the shockwave caused the energy shield to waver. Inside, pushing the crocodile off herself, Su Kuei patted the dust from her clothes. How could she have come empty-handed and defenseless? Even without stand she would have been fine. The sentinels reacted swiftly, retracting their spirit beasts and lying prone, their combat suits glowing with various protective shields. Is the livestream still running? Su Kuei asked over there. Yes. She couldn't hear Xia Huan clearly, but she could sense the certainty in her tone. Before everyone's eyes a guide personally arrested the Queen of the Zerg. Let the entire Star Alliance witness it. A female guide could accomplish no less than anyone else. The audience fell silent. They watched helplessly as the Zerg parted the severed limbs, revealing the dying queen beneath. Its body was riddled with bullets, not dead yet but close. Su Kuei discarded the brain in the culture chamber, scooped up the queen and placed it inside to soak. Its pale green bodily fluids dispersed. This was the first and only time in Star Alliance history that a human had captured a queen alive. Unprecedented. With the queen captured, the Zerg launched a frenzied counterattack. Su Kuei couldn't command it to stop the Zerg from rescuing it, so she could only flee with it as quickly as possible. Under her helmet she felt warmth slowly trickling from her ears. She picked up the culture chamber as usual, nodded to Bai Ziyi and Nig, who had rushed over, and said, "I'll leave the rest to you too." Hurrying back to the starship under the cover of the guard team and followers, Su Kuei stumbled before she could say much. The people around her were shocked and several hands reached out to steady her arms. The little octopus that had been joyfully running toward her stopped in its tracks, its face filled with terror. Su Kuei steadied herself with Stan's hand, removed her glasses and mask and coughed up blood as she said, "It's fine, just as expected." Compared to the success of capturing the queen, this minor injury was insignificant. "I'm going to the treatment room. Have the starship evacuate as soon as possible to prevent the Zerg from catching up." She entered the starship's treatment room with the queen and lay down in the treatment pod in her combat suit. Although this would affect the medicine's efficacy, Su Kuei dared not undress at that moment. Her face was covered in blood and she wiped at it for a while without success. The queen was suffering and she wasn't much better off. The small fish in her spiritual landscape was listless. Through the transparent isolation of the culture chamber, Su Kuei gazed at the queen inside, meeting its half-blind eyes. "Don't worry, you won't die. There were medical robots here and Su Kuei had them treat the queen." The biological chain was intricate, maintaining the natural balance of species numbers. Without checks and balances, who knew what humans would become? Su Kuei wiped her face. The ringing in her head left her temporarily deaf. After soaking in the treatment pod for a while, the bleeding gradually stopped. The dizziness before her eyes subsided slightly. She leaned back against the cold metal wall and chatted with the queen. Someone once said that the Zerg spirit is a connected network with the Queen as the main entity.
It's somewhat like a dark guide and a controlled sentinel. He said the two had similarities and asked for my opinion.
Do you know what I said?
Sukuei recalled. I answered then that one is a bug and the other is a human. How could they be alike? She chuckled and asked with interest, tell me, how could they be alike? Your race will continue and I will take your place to properly control and use them. I don't like the color of this world. I want to change it into what I like. I like stability. The robots applied medicine and bandaged the Queen's wounds.
Sukuei rose from the treatment pod.
The undried blood and liquid mixture slid down her body. She walked wetly to the Queen and a small puddle quickly formed beneath her feet. Sukuei bent down to look at it and asked him, just a little short of fully advancing to SS level.
There's no suitable high-level sentinel in the Star Alliance willing to help me. Are you willing?
After speaking, she listened intently.
After a long moment she laughed again and said, thank you very much for your generosity. A black combat suit with no insignia, and the speaker's voice was female. After a dead silence the livestream erupted into frenzy. Everyone was asking who was that person.
The vast netizens worked together and quickly identified Sukuei. It was quite easy after all. The guard team members were a telltale sign.
The combat suits of the crocodile team were as renowned as their team's reputation. The hyenas and vultures were also famous, though usually for infamy. The red pandas were nobodies, but their spirit beasts were cute in appearance.
In comparison, many guides preferred this type of sentinel. 3 teams plus the grassroots genius Megalodon and Mammoth Komori, the 2 strongest newcomers. The people they contacted all left traces, and the clues ultimately pointed to the 4th pure-type guide. Textbooks even had a picture of her spirit beast, the soft harmless sea anemone. Its pink owner also appeared devoid of any offensive capability.
I don't believe it.
How can she command the Queen? She's just a pure-type guide. In the sanctum, someone watching the livestream suddenly stood up and shouted.
Li Chuan was also dumbfounded. So it really was Sukuei.
Instinctively she retorted, what are you so worked up about?
Aren't you happy we won? Why are you yelling here? How could she do it? I knew she was off.
When the vice executor was still around they suspected she was a dark guide. But it was blocked by Quan Zakayu back then.
Li Chuan snapped, shut up. You stinking teddy.
If you keep spouting nonsense I'll sue you for slander.
What's your deal?
Are you a Zerg spy?
Can we kill the Queen too? I murmured.
Sukuei paid no attention to the outside world. Doubts after the cheers were inevitable, and she not only didn't stop them but even had Xiaohuan fan the flames. Meanwhile she herself never showed her face. This led to speculation that something might be wrong with her mental state.
Nig tried to ask Sukuei, but although she saw the message she pretended not to and didn't reply. At this time whoever showed hostility had the loudest voice. Letty Mar must have left hidden agents before his death. He disliked Sukuei and his words at the funeral were a threat.
He must have informed his subordinates to act against her, but he didn't expect Sukuei to be faster and more decisive.
Let them talk.
Sukuei lay back in a lounge chair, eyes closed, basking in the sun. On the table beside her sat a culture chamber covered with a shade to block direct sunlight.
Sukuei said to it, it's warm out here, isn't it? Because you were taken by me, many people are now looking for. I've decided to send you to the laboratory.
The professor says you have great research value. The new Zerg you've spawned are evolving. Perhaps they can also help our sentinels and guides evolve again. Feeling drowsy from the sun, Sukuei pulled down her sleep mask and muttered, I wish those professors would research something useful for a change.
Professor Iliochi always received news later than others.
Entirely immersed in his beloved work, he only noticed something amiss when he heard his assistant's exclamation and sensed the unusual restlessness among the staff today. The Queen has been captured. Hearing his assistant's clamor, the professor remained skeptical, adjusted his work glasses and turned his gaze to the optical computer. After confirming this was a real event, he quickly contacted Sukuei to inquire about the possibility of studying the Queen. Sukuei immediately invited him to Dragonfly Star. Throughout the journey the assistant's emotions were a tangled mess of excitement and doubt. It echoed the question many were asking now, how could a simple type guide achieve such a feat?
If it wasn't fabricated, then she must be a dark guide.
Dark guides harbor no extra feelings for the sentinels they soothe, and their mental landscapes leave no traces.
The assistant remarked, I feel sorry for her sentinel. Professor Iliochi looked at him. Why? The assistant explained, the affection they pour out goes completely unanswered. Doesn't that warrant sympathy?
And many complex type guides nowadays should learn from the selfless guides of the past. The professor sometimes struggled to comprehend the younger generation's thoughts. Perhaps it was because he had never married or had children nor experienced romantic love. But have you considered that the level required to attack the Queen through the mental network is at least SS? Following such a guide would be an honor. You'd want to, but you're not even qualified. I told you to experience love, not to let it dull your intellect. Or has your tinted work lens made you arrogant? The professor sighed. Shut up. The only thing I approve of is your work ethic. The assistant fell silent, chagrined. Because of Su Kuei, he had been scolded by the professor again, leaving him feeling awkward and resentful toward her. Su Kuei noticed this man. But like many arrogant people she had encountered, he posed no threat to her whatsoever. She cared little for his overt emotions, yet on a whim she shot him a provocative, haughty expression. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. The professor came to her, eager to see the Queen. Before entering the Dragonfly Star laboratory, he deliberately added, I noticed many people lingering nearby when I arrived. Su Kuei nodded. I know. Focus on your research. Inform me as soon as possible. Her gaze swept over the assistant. Just him. Won't you bring anyone else? What did she mean by that? The assistant's impression of Su Kuei plummeted to rock bottom. The professor said, my team has others, they're packing up the instruments. He's my most capable assistant. Su Kuei replied, oh, all right. Her dismissive attitude left the assistant seething with indignation. As the professor went to observe the Queen's form, the assistant brushed past Su Kuei and whispered accusations at her. Su Kuei glanced at the professor, absorbed in his work, then grabbed the assistant by the collar and pulled him close. You, before he could finish, a translucent little fish wriggled into his brain. Monitor your professor. Report any anomalies to me. Professor Iliochi was a highly competent academic, but Su Kuei couldn't fully trust him. If not for the fear that a rigid mental brand might affect his thinking and skew the experimental results, she wouldn't have needed to target this self-important man. Releasing the assistant, he stumbled back, dazed. You. He stared at Su Kuei, his expression confused. Su Kuei stepped back, distancing herself, and nodded to the professor. You can take the Queen to the lab. The professor nodded, oblivious to the subtle change in his trusted assistant. Watching them leave, Su Kuei's gaze fell on the optical computer. On the screen connected to the surveillance eye outside, the area was shown steadily filling with people. Skeptics, the curious, and those with ulterior motives converged like ants. After fanning the flames and letting the crowd's emotions peak, Su Kuei leisurely made her appearance and accepted an interview from the Star Alliance officials. However, she had one condition: the dispatched staff must be professionally competent women, or robots would suffice. It must be noted here. The Star Alliance officials had long been synonymous with the Guild. But this was about to change, given Su Kuei's potential to become the first SS level in human history. By Ze asked, men want do. How about I interview you? He leaned in from the other side of the screen, his magnetic voice dropping to a seductive purr, his collarbone and chest nearly bursting through the data stream. Bribe me and I'll put in a good word for you. He was still at the front lines, wrapping up his hair, sleek and demeanor spirited, showing no signs of fatigue. Su Kuei remarked, in heat again. So unprofessional, and he still dared to recommend himself. In contrast, the female journalist before her was far more professional, speaking with clarity and logic, a qualified reporter. The interview proceeded smoothly. At the end, the female journalist inquired, many people are speculating about your level. May I ask what it truly is? To be honest, I fought hard for this interview slot. Many of my colleagues wanted to be the first to interview an SS level guide. If I could include that in my resume, it would surely shine. Su Kuei replied, tomorrow at 9 in the morning I will go to the Black Tower for an instrument test. She didn't deny it. The interview was published and it caused a massive stir. Was the Star Alliance truly about to have someone break past SS and become the indisputable strongest? That night many couldn't sleep. That night Su Kuei slept soundly. Waking at 8, she washed up, changed into the Black Tower uniform and had breakfast. Today's meal was prepared by the alligator turtle owner, whose cooking suited her palate perfectly. The alligator turtle with its hard shell crawled over carrying a tray. Su Kuei bent down to pat its head, but before she could take the tray, the blue peacock swiftly picked it up. Sitan sat to Su Kuei's left, Xia Huan to her right, with two vice-captains standing behind her, a snake and a scorpion flanking her like guardian deities. Many had been trying to approach the area recently, so they remained on high alert around Su Kuei. The hyenas and red pandas were absent, participating in cleanup operations to earn contribution points and strive for advancement. Clearly Su Kuei had placed considerable pressure on them. Pressure was good, it drove motivation. Professor Iliochi is here too. Do we need to assign someone to protect him? Sitan spoke while picking up chopsticks, rinsing them and handing them to Su Kuei. Su Kuei took them and picked up a fried shrimp ball. The golden round shrimp balls had curled tails, crispy skin and a burst of sweet savory meat with each bite. She hummed in affirmation, the others stay to protect the Queen and him.
You'll accompany me tomorrow. C-Tan noted the order in her words and glanced at the two vice-captains. They nodded. C-Tan asked, just the two of us? Su Kuei replied, don't worry. The killer whales will also come. She checked her optical computer and smiled, they've already arrived. Since the Orca team agreed to help, she intended to make full use of them. At 9 in the morning, Su Kuei arrived punctually at the Black Tower. The weather was splendid and the tower was thronged with an unprecedented crowd, all held back by robotic guards. The killer whales had already arrived and gathered at the entrance to meet her. Huarue, their leader, rushed forward and embraced her warmly. You're incredible. I always knew you would be the most formidable guide in the world. Rest assured, with me here I will ensure your safety without fail. You will never be in danger. Su Kuei replied, good. I trust you. Before stepping inside, she cast a cursory glance over the crowd outside and spotted 3 faces filled with resentment. To be precise, there were 4 familiar faces, but one expression remained utterly serene. After 2 connections, Zililiuo could now retract his wings at will, appearing as an ordinary beautiful youth. Yet Su Kuei still preferred the sight of him with his antennae and wings. His gaze met Su Kuei's and he noticed her eyes fixed on his forehead. Zililiuo pressed his lips together, inexplicably feeling a heat kindling there. His antennae quivered uncontrollably, but he raised a hand to suppress them. He had coincidentally run into the younger students who had skipped class and accompanied them here. In contrast, Lian Tian's expression was calm, though his eyes were wounded and forlorn. He glanced at Su Kuei, then lowered his head. The owl girl pouted. Nuomi, that cunning bear, instantly twisted his face into a look of grievance the moment he spotted Su Kuei. He mouthed a silent cry. No sound escaped his lips, yet Su Kuei seemed to hear it. He was calling sister, his face clearly proclaimed, you're being biased. Su Kuei's response was a smile directed at them. Turning around, she was escorted inside under the gaze of the crowd. The head of the Black Tower came out to welcome her, accompanied by the female journalist from the previous day. With Su Kuei's consent, the journalist was conducting a live broadcast today. As they watched, she introduced the scene to the viewers, guided by the head to the testing chamber. This is the Star Alliance's latest system. To ensure data accuracy, staff conduct regular maintenance. The journalist's voice was fervent and impassioned, but Su Kuei remained composed. Without any pretense, she directly cooperated with the staff and underwent the test. She had long known the outcome. Others seemed more nervous than she was, holding their breath in silent anticipation. The current method for determining rank relied on interval values, with the highest being Orca. The test results came swiftly, the fastest ever. The machine's light screen flickered and a mechanical voice boomed, detected data surpasses historical record. Data ranking has been updated. Data uploaded. Based on interval calculations, the Star Alliance's highest rank is revised to SSS. Name Su Kuei. Gender female. Identity guide. Spirit entity mutant sea anemone. Rank SSS. The crowd erupted in astonishment and the star network instantly went ablaze. Huarue exclaimed, wow. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Kuei. You're even stronger than Grandma. That's so cool. The upper limit of test data was changed from Orca to Su Kuei. She gazed at it and smiled. The live broadcast captured that smile along with every subsequent expression and gesture, each micro-expression to be scrutinized and studied. When she learned she had become the first to break the shackles and achieve SSS rank, what did that smile signify? Was it pride, arrogance, or the confidence of one who holds all in her grasp? Thus wrote the later records. In textbooks, the title first possessor of a sea anemone spirit entity was swiftly replaced by 2 gleaming identifiers, captured the Queen alive, catalyzing mass human evolution, and first SSS class guide in Star Alliance history. In history books, Su Kuei's name rightfully occupied the pinnacle of the Star Alliance's centennial chronicles. She was another great woman who pioneered a new chapter in history, following in the footsteps of Fanlon and Alexandra. Now she was still giving an interview. Before everyone, she frankly acknowledged her identity. Dark Guide. Hearing the term again, Su Kuei smiled. I dislike that appellation. If I were to name it rather than Dark, I would call it Complete Evolution. In my view, the current evolution of both guides and sentinels is incomplete. Their easily influenced minds are the best proof. Those who have undergone complete evolution, being fully developed, are impervious to interference. This is clearly a good thing. It must be because the completely evolved cannot be controlled that someone coined the term dark, attempting to twist public perception through slander and demonization. The journalist nodded thoughtfully. So I have invited the renowned Professor Iliochi and his professional team to begin research on the Queen from today. As everyone knows, the Queen insect also possesses a mental domain. However, its mental domain is stable and does not collapse. This may be related to the Queen.
If possible, we hope to find factors within the Queen that can enable complete evolution in people, including but not limited to guides and sentinels. Every ordinary person will have infinite potential. Of course, this is currently just a hypothesis of mine. The path is tortuous and long, but it is not entirely without hope. If a barrier exists between ordinary people and guides and sentinels, then break it. Let everyone become a guide, let everyone become a sentinel. If there is a conflict of appeasement between guides and sentinels, then resolve the source. In the future, no one will need anyone else's soothing, each will fend for themselves. However, there were many drawbacks to this approach, such as the varying levels of awakened spirit entities and the uncertain fate of pure-type guides. Su Kuei had not overlooked these, but she believed that all trajectories were the inevitable course of history. She only proposed the idea. How it would develop depended on the choices of all humanity in the Star Alliance. Evolution and devolution are two sides of the same coin. In the history of the insect race, the first queen was powerful and valiant. It was she who sought a safe haven and established the nest. But to reproduce, the queen would break her useless wings and descend into the fathomless underground space for endless procreation. Acquiring terrifying reproductive capacity, she correspondingly lost the weapons to protect herself. For the entire race, it was evolution. But for the queen herself, if she possessed sufficient intellect and wisdom, I believe she would surely consider it devolution. Nothing is absolutely right or absolutely wrong. I am merely offering everyone the possibility of breaking boundaries. Whether to do it or not and how to do it depends on each individual. Su Kuei looked at the journalist. I have said my piece. May I ask about your future plans? Su Kuei pondered. I will continue to fulfill my duties as a guide, helping warriors soothe themselves against the insectoid menace. The journalist responded, excellent. Thank you very much for your noble character. I will write this interview with great care. Su Kuei shook her hand. And thank you. It was a pleasure speaking with you. Having dispensed platitudes and grand principles, she had actually revealed little about herself. Noble character. As she walked out, Su Kuei muttered to herself, what is that? Do I even have it? The surging crowd nearly trampled over the robots in their rush to enter the Black Tower. When Su Kuei emerged once more, there was a moment of instant silence. The first SS level was a guide. The large screens in the shopping mall outside were not broadcasting any news about robot lovers, but were instead replaying the live stream from earlier. It was school dismissal time. A few young girls bounced out first, pausing to admire the clothes in the mall's window displays before turning their candy-filled gazes to the screen. It's that sister we saw. They chattered excitedly. I saw her spirit beast. She said a guide could kill the Zerg too, and she did it. Awesome. The live stream followed her as she walked out of the Black Tower. When those pink eyes turned to the crowd, everyone instinctively held their breath. She waved in a certain direction. The crowd looked over. It was a group of academy students still in their uniforms. Seeing Su Kuei beckoning to them, they obediently approached. Shili Luo hesitated for a moment but eventually followed. Without intending to chat idly on the live stream, Su Kuei exchanged a glance with the students and led them away. Once aboard the hovercar, Nwomi sidled over. Sister, you're so biased. You never take me along. Her spirit beast, a little bear, scampered over and hugged Su Kuei's waist in a playful manner. Sitten restrained his own spirit beast. She patted the bear's head. It's because you didn't come. How can you call me biased? Forced to stay at school due to their lower rank, Nwomi pouted but said nothing about that. Admitting in front of Su Kuei that she was inferior to those two. Although the little bear usually loved to act cute and play weak, she was unwilling to acknowledge that. If we had gone, would you have taken us? Lian Tian asked. Of course I would, Su Kuei smiled at him. You are my follower after all. The little swan's dejection vanished and the corners of his mouth lifted imperceptibly. The bear and the owl were displeased again, accusing Su Kuei of abandoning them. They too wanted to be her followers. Shili Luo watched Su Kuei surrounded by the others, the butterfly sitting alone in its corner, beautiful. He heard Su Kuei say, alright, actually I'm really looking forward to the day you all become my followers. The two students cheered. As Su Kuei spoke, her gaze drifted lightly over in his direction. Shili Luo met her eyes. The butterfly furrowed its brow slightly. Why was she looking at him? Did she mean she wanted him as a follower too? That was impossible. He would never be anyone's subordinate. The students didn't get to stay with Su Kuei for long. The reason was that they had been caught skipping school. The live stream had recorded everything and the schoolteacher came with the evidence. Dragged back to school, they reluctantly bid farewell. Sister, wait for me to get out. Su Kuei found the scene amusing and waved goodbye. I should be going back too, Shili Luo nodded. Su Kuei asked, don't you want a connection?
The bond with an SS level guide, you'd be the first. Shili Luo paused mid-step. No thanks. I'll be resuming my work at the Black Tower tomorrow. Are you sure you don't want to be the first? Let me see who my patient is tomorrow. She scrolled through her optical brain records. Wow, what a beautiful orchid mantis. Both the spirit beast and its owner were ethereal and graceful, their beauty rivaling that of the blue morpho butterfly. Shili Luo. He hated mantises. He couldn't bear a third time. But he really truly disliked mantises. Beside her the crocodile gently nudged her leg with its large snout. Its meaning was clear, she was tricking people again. Beside her the crocodile gently nudged her leg with its large snout. Its meaning was clear, she was tricking people again. She had already provided comfort to others long ago. Yesterday she had said the same thing when coaxing that little octopus. She had led him around in circles, his tentacles tied into knots like a bow waiting to be undone, sweetly offering himself up. He did whatever Sukuwei told him to and was even now secretly searching for the identity of the one who had questioned her. Captain Sitten had witnessed it all and let out a soft sigh. Her so-called "you are the first" was always followed by an unspoken parenthetical "you are the first octopus." "You are the first butterfly." And so on. Sukuwei winked at the crocodile, which gazed at her docilely, its tail curling around the guide's leg. Did that stubborn little butterfly think it could still fly away? Impossible. She liked the butterfly and she liked the mantis too. Kuei liked them, Kuei wanted them, Kuei would have them. Most of those questioning me now are those who can't stand the rise of guides. Find them and take them out one by one. Sukuwei assigned the task to her guard team and then asked the blue peacock, who had been sent to gather intelligence, "What are they saying?" The blue peacock answered honestly, "A small number of people are questioning your test results. They say you have a history of machine malfunctions leading to erroneous results and want you to prove yourself by taking the test again." Sukuwei clapped her hands. Good. That's perfect. Xiaohuan, amplify their voices. Let them force me to come forward and prove myself. The first proof was to declare her identity. The second proof wouldn't be so easy to end. Sukuwei messaged the two vice executors, "How's that book coming along?" Li Tuan replied excitedly, "Almost done. Little Cat and I also asked Miss Huanya and Miss Haizhou to help review it for errors. It's nearly finished. I'll send it to you for a look." Sukuwei received the electronic version, read it through and said it's good. Li Tuan said they've all written down their insights and reflections. "Do you want to write a foreword or something?" She urged over the line, "Write it. If you do, your influence will be even stronger." Sukuwei replied, "All right, I'll write a bit more." She hadn't yet decided what to write. The next day she encountered a team she hadn't seen in a long time. The 7-day team. Its captain was Lian Tian's father Chiri, with Vice Captain Fennec Fox under his command along with a pack of large dogs. They were the ones who had given Sukuwei her very first sunflower bloom. But honestly, Sukuwei only remembered that the sunflower was beautiful. She didn't have many memories of these people. Except for the fox, who left a slightly deeper impression because she had used his application to get her lightsaber. It was said to be a chance encounter, but everyone knew Sukuwei was on this planet. How much of that chance was genuine was an open secret. Chiri's intention was easy to guess. His son had voluntarily become her follower, and by opposing that he had indirectly placed himself against Sukuwei. Now that she had become a high-level guide for his son's sake, this captain had no choice but to lower his pride. Calling it an olive branch might sound unkind, but that was essentially what it was. As for that fox, Sukuwei greeted his spirit beast. The little fox's eyes were moist, carrying a hint of sorrow. The spirit beast's owner knelt on one knee. "I am ashamed of myself. Please dissolve our long-term comforting relationship." Sukuwei recalled that he had once made such a request. Now looking down at the crown of his head, she pondered his name and asked, "Why Lix? I am not that kind of person. Do not make me become someone who upon becoming a high-level guide heartlessly abandons those I once soothed. All right. It is not your fault. I am simply unworthy to stand by your side. No one will misunderstand you. I will explain everything clearly. Lix, why do you keep your head down? Stand up and look at me." Sukuwei helped him rise. Lix was taller than her. Many Sentinels were taller than her. The Star Alliance boasted superior genes. The shortest Sentinel was likely around 185 centimeters. Depending on their spirit beast form, some, like those with serpentine spirits, were more slender, while Hei Lin stood nearly 2 meters tall. This meant that when Sentinels looked down at her, it was always from above. Sukuwei had once lingered under the gaze of Sentinels. Their eyes would instinctively fall upon the skin of her neck, seeking the gland rich with guide essence, naturally turning their thoughts to her spirit beast and the act of soothing. But now, Lix was still taller than her. His gaze could still easily trace her exposed skin. Yet he merely lowered his lashes, and even when meeting Sukue's eyes it was only for a fleeting moment. Sukue realized what she wanted to write. She smiled, and after a long while she embraced the fennec fox once more. If that is your request, then very well, I agree. Truthfully, I quite like your spirit beast. Sukue rubbed the fox's large ears. Should I return the lightsaber to you? Lix replied, keep it for your use, that would be the greatest comfort to me. Thank you for your care in the past. May your future days be filled with health, happiness and joy. He cast one last look at Sukue and whispered farewell. In the distance his companions were waiting for him. A sentinel with black and white hair waved at Sukue, flashing a grin of white teeth. Kue while we're off. It was only then that Sukue finally remembered why the name Sister Butterfly Shia had always sounded so familiar. She waved back at the group and they each departed in opposite directions. Not keeping this battle team? Sitten inquired. Even if they aren't mine, they are not enemies, Sukue said. Come, let's go for the second assessment. She smiled into the sunlight. It will be over soon. After this I will take charge of the gestation pods. Regardless of probabilities or other issues, the data from the gestation pods must be public and transparent. The second assessment. The question high-level guide angered proved herself, and the result was the same as before. It proved there was no problem whatsoever. Her SS-rank power was genuine. But at the same time she expressed disappointment towards the sentinels who had doubted her. This assessment was more authoritative, held at the guild. No ordinary people worked here, only robots. Sukue noted the address esteemed. Esteemed guide Miss. Sukue laughed and said to the crowd, this form of address is quite nice. Bai Zi had also returned, watching the spectacle nearby. The assessment at the guild was ostensibly requested by some sentinels on the Starnet, but in truth it was Sukue's own choice. Otherwise, did they truly think Bai Zi would allow anyone to come to the guild and cause a scene? He leaned against his own territory, watching Sukue with righteous indignation and grief as she declared she was deeply disappointed in the sentinels. Utterly disappointed. She had once been full of passion to continue her soothing work, but now her heart had grown cold. Soothing could not save the sentinels of the Star Alliance. As the leading figure among guides now, if she refused to soothe, other guides would follow suit. Immediately some began to denounce the sentinels who had doubted her, claiming they had never suspected, and begging her to continue. Bai Zi coughed lightly, stifling a laugh. Sukue shot him a glance. Bai Zi. The hand at his lips fell away. He pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. I deeply apologize that you had to hear those voices. But they are merely a malicious minority. Please, for the sake of other sentinels who are suffering, continue to soothe us. Others echoed him, with Hua Rui being especially indignant. Which son of a bitch is spewing crap? She rolled up her sleeves, ready to find the speaker, looking as if she wanted to beat them to a pulp. Spotting a sentinel, she arched her brows in fury and demanded, speak. Was it you? The sentinel with the manta ray spirit beast frantically waved his hands. No, no, no. I said nothing. Mute. Why? Even standing at the very back of the crowd, could the orca still spot him at a glance? Sukue's expression softened slightly. I believe most people are still kind. I can continue to soothe, but the current authoritative textbook seems to have some flaws. I have already collaborated with several guides to create a new definitive book. It is called The Sentinel User's Manual. The Sentinels present. Someone asked, is it for us to read? You may read it too, Sukue said. But this book is primarily intended to provide insights for guides. What do you all think of my book? Can it replace the current guide manual? The crowd exchanged glances. Bai Zi was the first to applaud. Brilliantly written. Universally authoritative. The others could only follow suit, clapping and flattering. Sukue beamed. Since everyone is so affirming, this book can be officially published. I hope that in the future all sentinels will cooperate with guides in learning the new material. Who dared to say no? This was exactly what Sukue wanted. She also made a point to explain that this book was the hard work of every guide, urging other guides to study it well. Someone heard that she had also written a personal note and specifically sought out that passage. Is this what Senior Sukue wrote? I heard it is. A later guide read aloud. When I was low-ranked and possessed nothing, they looked down upon me, looking down upon my guide essence and the spirit beast meant for soothing. When I possessed weapons and power, they looked up to me, looking up to the strength of being the first SS rank and the will to slay the Zerg Queen. Power, weapons, wisdom or courage, you must have at least one. It's alright if you have none now. As long as you don't give up, anything is possible. To all guides who still need to soothe before the complete evolution arrives.
The two young guides were silent for a long time. They gazed into the distance. Before the sanctuary stood two statues. One with black hair and black eyes, the other with pink hair and pink pupils. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes fixed on the horizon. "With my contributions, is it enough to buy a planet now?" Su Kuei asked. "Of course." "Very well." Su Kuei said, "I want to buy planet B11. Whether in contribution points or star coins, I will pay the standard price." Captain Sitten asked, "And what about Dragonfly Planet?" "Dragonfly Planet belongs to the Dragonflies," Su Kuei replied. "My planet I will buy myself." Planet B11 was a world with vast expanses of green, so Su Kuei decided to rename it Green Star. Sitten handled the matter. The purchase process was very smooth and the staff implicitly indicated that a 3-rank guy did not need to pay any compensation. But Su Kuei did not wish to use privilege. After buying the planet, she decided to go and see it to shape it into the place she desired. The planet's location was somewhat distant. They traveled through the cosmos for a long time. Passing by the frontline battlefield, there were still sentinels cleaning up the remaining Zerg. But their numbers were too vast to be completely eradicated. At least within the spiritual network Su Kuei was connected to, she could still see many scattered points of light. She did not reveal those coordinate positions, merely glancing out the window. The universe was deep and mysterious. That green planet was right before her eyes. Its surface was shrouded in a hazy pinkish-white mist. It was the explosive pollen of the Kuei Kuei flower. The end.